Chapter 1, Bastards. I'm not done with you. Clatter. The cold autumn rain, as if the heavens were mocking Jiang Chen's embarrassment, pelted down on his head. His forehead was broken, and the warm blood mixed with the cold rain blurred his eyes. It hurt so much. Not only his forehead, but also his right leg was hit by the arrogant red Ferrari. He grimaced in pain. Just as he was about to struggle to get up, another sharp pain came over him, causing him to fall back onto the muddy asphalt road in a mess. Fuck. Are you fucking blind? A sharp and arrogant voice exploded in my ears. Jiang Chen shook his head. In his blurry vision, he saw a young man wearing a gaudy shirt and several shiny earrings, walking towards him with a fierce look on his face. The man didn't even look at the injuries on his body. Instead, he touched the barely visible scratch on the front of the Ferrari with a distressed look. Do you know how much my car costs? If you scratch it even a little bit, I'll chop you into pieces and sell you for compensation. The man, Zhang Hao, a famous playboy in Tianhai City, was pointing at Jiang Chen's nose and cursing, "Get out of here right now. Pay me." Humiliation. Angry. Jiang Chen's teeth chattered, and raindrops slid down his pale cheeks. You ran the red light. You hit me. Did I run a red light? Zhang Hao seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Jiang Chen hard on the shoulder. Bang! Jiang Chen's already injured body could not bear it anymore, and he was kicked to the ground again, splashing mud and water. In Tianhai City, I drive, and that's the fucking rule. Zhang Hao spat viciously. Stop talking nonsense. 100,000. If you can't come up with it today, I'll make you eat steamed buns in prison. Just then, the Ferrari's passenger door opened. A slender, delicately made-up girl stepped out, holding a pink lace umbrella. Carefully tiptoeing to avoid the dirty water on the floor, she stood gracefully beside Zhang Hao, looking down at Jiang Chen on the ground with a condescending gaze. When Jiang Chen saw the familiar yet unfamiliar face, his heart seemed to be grasped by an ice-cold hand and stopped beating instantly. It was Luli. The girlfriend he had once been so devoted to, the one he had saved every penny to buy her a gift for. Lily, look at this stupid thing, it almost destroyed my new car. Zhang Hao proudly put his arms around Luli's slender waist, his tone frivolous and boastful. Luli's gaze fell on Jiang Chen, filled with undisguised disgust and disdain, as if she were looking at a pile of disgusting garbage. Jiang Chen? How did you get into this state? She parted her red lips, but the words that emanated were colder than the autumn rain. How dare you touch Brother Hao's car? You're so blind. Pay up now, and stop lying there pretending to be dead. It's filthy. Jiang Chen's brain buzzed, and he could barely think. He struggled, his voice hoarse and trembling with disbelief. Lily, how could you, would you be with him? Why can't I be with Brother Hao? Luli seemed to have heard a stupid question. She raised her chin proudly and held Zhang Hao's arm tighter, with a look of almost boastful pride on her face. Brother Hao can buy me a Chanel bag, take me to Zexinglu for a top-notch meal, and drive me in a Ferrari to enjoy everyone's attention. What about you, Jiang Chen? She looked Jiang Chen up and down in the muddy water, the contempt in her eyes almost overflowing. Besides running around in the wind and rain to deliver takeout that costs only a few dollars, what else can you do? When I'm with you, I can't even afford to buy a decent piece of cosmetics. We're no longer from the same world, understand? Poor bastard. Let's break up. Luli said firmly, her tone lacking any trace of nostalgia, only relief. I really don't want my friends and house to know that I once dated someone like you, who was at the bottom of society. It's so cheap. Break up. Poor guy. Lower class. Lost value. Every word was like a red-hot iron, burning Jiang Chen's heart fiercely. He felt his world collapsing, his vision went black, and his chest felt so stuffy that it almost exploded. Zhang Hao was very satisfied with Luli's performance. He kissed her on the cheek, then turned to Jiang Chen again and shouted impatiently, "Did you hear that? Don't waste my fucking time. 100,000. Now. Right now. I don't have any." Jiang Chen used all his strength to squeeze out these 3 words from between his teeth. He probably couldn't even add up the money on his body, including the change in his WeChat and Alipay accounts, to 300 yuan. No? Zhang Hao's expression instantly turned ferocious, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to kill someone. You don't have money, so you fucking crashed into my car? He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Jiang Chen hard in the abdomen. Well. The intense pain caused Jiang Chen's vision to go completely black, and his consciousness drifted away like a kite with a broken string. Before he completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the harsh, unbridled laughter of Zhang Hao and Luli, and the roar of the Ferrari engine as it sped away. It was unknown how long it had been before Jiang Chen woke up from the cold. The rain was still drizzling, and the streetlights around him cast a dim and cold light. He struggled to get up from the ground, and every time he moved, his whole body felt like it was falling apart. He dragged his injured leg, numbly and limping towards his rented apartment of less than 10 square meters, like a walking corpse, soulless. The pain in the body is far less than the wounds in the heart. However, fate seemed to feel that the torture it had done to him was not enough. As soon as I walked to the musty and dilapidated residential building, a fat figure blocked the entrance of the corridor like a door god. It was the sarcastic landlord Zhao Jinbao. "Hey! Isn't this Jiang Da's delivery man?" Zhao Jinbao put his hands on his hips, his triangular eyes sizing up and down the disheveled Jiang Chen, his tone filled with mockery. "What? Got beaten up? You deserve it. Who told you to delay paying the rent? It's been 3 days. If you don't pay today, you'll be kicked out." "Landlord, I." Jiang Chen was about to explain, even to beg for a few days' grace period. "What do you mean by I? You don't have any money, right?" Zhao Jinbao didn't even give him a chance to speak, and spit it all over Jiang Chen's face. "I can tell from the way you look. If you don't have money, don't get in the way here. Get out of here. I don't want to keep useless people here." He pointed to a worn suitcase and several black plastic bags piled in the corner of the corridor. "Those were all Jiang Chen's belongings in this city. I've taken out your trash for you. Take it and get out of here. Don't dirty my place." Looking at his pitiful luggage piled up in the corner like garbage, left to be soaked by the rain, and looking at Zhao Jinbao's fat face full of contempt and impatience, the last faint flame in Jiang Chen's heart was completely extinguished. He didn't even have the energy to argue. Silently, dragging his broken body and picking up his equally broken luggage, he walked out of this place where even shelter from the wind and rain seemed so stingy. Standing on the cold street, the autumn rain washed over him mercilessly, and the cold wind scraped his bones like a knife. Homeless, penniless, and possibly burdened with a huge debt of 100,000. Why? Why do I have to live such a humble life? Why can they trample on my dignity so comfortably? An indescribable resentment and unwillingness, like a volcano suppressed for 1,000 years, suddenly erupted from the deepest part of his heart. It almost burst his chest. At the moment when extreme despair and resentment reached its peak. A cold, mechanical prompt tone that seemed to not belong to this world sounded without any warning in the depths of his mind. Ding! The host's strong unwillingness and overwhelming resentment have been detected, and their emotional fluctuations have reached a critical point. Meet the binding conditions. The God-level sign-in system is being activated. 10%. 50%. 100%. System activation successful. The host's current situation has been detected, and the novice gift pack has been distributed in advance. Host, please sign in for the first time at the current location, Law Street, formerly the rental house location. What? Jiang Chen was shocked and wondered if he was hallucinating because of excessive blood loss or mental disorder caused by the shock. But the extremely clear virtual panel in my mind with a light blue technological halo, and the Yi Sign In button in the center of the panel that flashes with an attractive light, are so real. System? Sign in? Something that only exists in novels? Regardless of whether it is an illusion or not, this may be his only hope now. Jiang Chen almost relied on instinct and used his mind to poke at the Sign In button. Byte. First sign in successful. Sign in location, Downtown Street, formerly the rental house location. Congratulations to the host for winning the newbie super reward, 1 billion yuan in cash. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's default bank card, please check it. 1 billion? Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, then reassembled. His breathing instantly stopped. He almost frantically took out the worn domestic mobile phone with a screen cracked into a spider web from his trouser pocket. His fingers were shaking violently due to extreme excitement, and he could hardly point at the screen. He finally clicked on the bank app that he usually dared not open. A text message notification from the bank popped up almost at the same time. Dear user with the last digit XXXX, your account was credited with 1 billion yuan at XXXX, and your current account balance is 1000000XXX.XX yuan. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million, billion. It really is 1 billion. Jiang Chen stared at the string of numbers that made him dizzy, once, twice, 3 times. That string of zeros seemed to carry infinite magic power, which dispelled the coldness from his body, soothed the pain of his wounds, and ignited his dead eyes. An indescribable heat and power suddenly exploded from deep within his chest, instantly washing over his limbs and bones like magma. He slowly raised his head and looked at this cold world that had just made him despair. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold and crazy arc. Zhang Hao, Lu Li, Zhao Jinbao, and all those who have looked down on me and bullied me. You guys, just wait for me. I'm not with you guys. It's over. Chapter 2, Hit the Accelerator. It's a Ferrari. 1 billion in cash. This number, as if possessing magical power, instantly dispelled the fatigue and pain in Jiang Chen's body, and replaced it with an almost boiling excitement. He stood there, letting the cold rain wash over his face, but a raging fire was burning in his heart. Calm down. You must calm down. Jiang Chen pinched his thigh hard, and the intense pain sobered him up a bit. He knew that now was not the time to get excited. The most urgent thing was to figure out what this god-level sign and system that had suddenly appeared was. He concentrated and focused again on the virtual panel in his mind. God-level sign and system. Host, Jiang Chen. Wealth, 1000000xxx yuan. Skills, none. Item, none. Currently available sign and location, humiliation and collision site special location, contains strong emotions of the host, first sign and reward doubled. Tip, sign in at locations with special significance, landmarks, locations that hold energy, or locations where the host feels strong emotions to receive generous rewards. You can sign in once a day at any location. Not much information, but crucial enough. Check-in rewards at special locations are doubled. The crossroads where he suffered humiliation actually became a special check-in location. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly grew sharp. That was the starting point of his nightmare, and it would also be the beginning of his rise. Go! Go now, he shouted in his heart. However, before leaving, Jiang Chen glanced at the dilapidated residential building behind him and thought of Zhao Jinbao's disgusting fat face. Although it is a bit embarrassing to argue with such a small character now, I have to vent my anger. Jiang Chen sneered, took out his phone again, and quickly found Zhao Jinbao's bank account he used to pay the rent by direct transfer. Without thinking too much, he directly entered the transfer amount. Not 100, not 1,000, but 10,000. For him now, 10,000 yuan is not even a drop in the bucket, but for a mean guy like Zhao Jinbao who values money like his life, it is definitely a considerable sum of money. In the transfer note column, Jiang Chen only entered one word. Roll. Click confirm and the transfer is successful. Jiang Chen seemed to be able to imagine that Zhao Jinbao would be ecstatic at first when he saw this huge sum of money, and then when he saw the word get out, his fat face would be twisted into a wonderful shape. I feel a lot better for some reason. He casually tossed the worn suitcase and plastic bag into the roadside trash can he didn't want anything inside. His past poverty and humbleness, let them rot with the garbage. Then he reached out and hailed a taxi on the side of the road. Master, go to the intersection of Zhongshan Road and Jiefan Road. Jiang Chen sat in the back seat. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable coldness. The driver looked at him in the rearview mirror, saw the wound on his forehead and his wet clothes, and his eyes looked a little strange, but he didn't ask any more questions and started the car. Outside the car window, the dazzling nightscape of Tianhai City formed a stark contrast to Jiang Chen's desolate state within the car. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was no longer the self-deprecating, desperate delivery boy. He peered out the car window at the towering skyscrapers of the city center in the distance, his eyes filled with ambition and fire. This city will soon tremble because of him. Here we are, young man. The taxi stopped at the familiar intersection. How much? 30. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and paid 100 yuan. Keep the change, please. The driver was stunned for a moment, then saw the successful payment notification and grinned, thanks, boss. Take care. The title of boss made Jiang Chen raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling that it was not bad. I got off the car and stood in the place where I had been lying there being bullied not long ago. The air seemed to still be filled with the smell of gasoline and the stench of that adulterous couple. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the hatred surging in his heart, and gave an order to the system in his mind. System. Right here. Sign in. Bite. The host has been detected arriving at a special check-in location, the place where he was humiliated and hit. Special sign-in in progress, successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special double reward. 1. Globally limited edition Supercar Koenigsegg 1:1 white paint, comes with full legal documentation and 3 years of insurance. The vehicle is parked in the nearby parking lot, level B2, area A, parking space 01. The key has been stored in the system inventory. 2. God-level driving skills passive skills, fully mastered. What the hell? Koenigsegg 1:1? Zhang Chen's heart almost jumped out of his throat. This is the legendary Ghost sports car. There are only a few in the world. Each one is priceless, and even the most wealthy might not be able to afford it. And the system actually gave me one as a reward? And it comes with all the paperwork and insurance? And God-level driving skills? Almost at the moment when the system prompt sounded, a huge torrent of information suddenly rushed into Zhang Chen's mind. Drifting, launch, heel-toe movements, route prediction, countless top vehicle driving skills, muscle memory, and track experience seemed to be forcibly instilled into his brain and body. He even felt that his body coordination and reaction speed had subtly improved. This feeling is so amazing. So powerful. Zhang Chen, trembling with excitement, quickly opened his system inventory. A cool, metallic, technologically advanced silver key, emblazoned with Koenigsegg's iconic ghost shield, quietly hovered in virtual space. Extract. Buzz. There was an imperceptible fluctuation in the air, and the key with an icy touch appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. At the same time, a small navigation map popped up on the system panel, clearly marking the entrance to the underground parking lot of a nearby large shopping mall and the specific location of parking space number 01 in Area A on the second basement floor. Holding the keys tightly, Zhang Chen almost ran towards the shopping mall. He took the elevator directly to the basement level, followed the map, and walked through rows of parked ordinary vehicles. Soon, he saw the exclusive parking space marked A01. And on the parking space, there's that white beast that looks like it came from the future. The streamlined body is a work of art, imbued with extreme aerodynamics. The wide rear wing seems ready to tear through the air at any moment. The low-lying stance is full of aggressiveness. The carbon fiber material gleams with a captivating luster under the lights. Koenigsegg 1:1. It just sits there quietly, yet it exudes a fatal charm that no man can resist. Zhang Chen's heartbeat was so fast that it was about to beat like a drum. He walked forward and pressed the unlock button with trembling fingers. Beep. A clear warning sound rang out, the lights came on, and the iconic rotor-style doors slowly rose up like spread wings. Open the car door and get into the cockpit. He was instantly enveloped by an ultimate battle atmosphere. The tightly wrapped racing seat fit his body tightly, the steering wheel had a sci-fi design, and the center console was covered with buttons and carbon fiber panels. This is simply a land aircraft. He inserted the key and turned it gently. Boom boom. The beast-like V8 twin-turbocharged engine behind him instantly awakened. The roar was no longer that of an ordinary sports car, but a deep, rich, yet explosive roar. The entire parking lot seemed to vibrate slightly with this roar. This sound alone is enough to make any doubts disappear. Zhang Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his god-level driving skills bringing him absolute confidence, allowing him to not hesitate at all. He engaged the gears and lightly stepped on the accelerator. Buzz. The white ghost rushed out of the parking space in an instant like an arrow. No awkwardness. No lag. Accelerate, steer, brake. In his hands, this performance beast is as docile as a kitten, yet it can unleash devastating power at any moment. Every movement is smooth and precise, like a scalpel. This is god-level driving skills. Zhang Chen drove the Koenigsegg 1:1 easily out of the underground parking lot and merged into the main road of Tianhai City at night. He didn't even need to show off his skills, the car itself was enough to attract everyone's attention. Pedestrians stopped to take out their phones to take pictures, the cars next to him unconsciously slowed down, and the drivers and passengers all cast envious, shocked, and jealous glances at him. Zhang Chen opened the car window and felt the strong wind brought by the speed blowing on his face, washing away his fatigue and humiliation. This feeling of being in control. This feeling of being the center of attention. So cool. He even had the urge to turn back right now, find Zhang Hao's red Ferrari, and ram it hard. Tell him what a true top-notch sports car is. However, he held back. Because, in my mind, the system prompt sounded again at the right time. Ding. Landmark building detected. Tianhai World Financial Center. Tianhai City's tallest building, a symbol of the city, meets the check-in conditions. Do you want to check in? World Financial Center. Tianhai City's absolute landmark. A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. What kind of incredible rewards will you get if you sign in there? He licked his dry lips, and a smile of anticipation appeared at the corner of his mouth. Slightly increase the accelerator pressure. The Koenigsegg 1:1 let out an even more excited roar, like a white lightning tearing through the night sky, rushing towards the center of the city, the skyscraper with bright lights reaching into the sky. A new storm is coming. Chapter 3. Tianchen Group. 300 billion belongs to it. The night wind was filled with drizzle, and it felt a little cool on Jiang Chen's face, but his heart was hotter than the midday in midsummer. The Koenigsegg 1:1 weaves through traffic like a ghost, his godlike driving skills allowing him to control this performance beast to an incredible degree. Every lane change, every acceleration is precise and smooth, attracting countless attention. Destination: Tianhai World Financial Center. Standing 632 meters tall and boasting 128 floors, this tower is a renowned landmark throughout Tianhai City and even the nation. Standing like a sword piercing the heavens, it towers over the city's bustling CBD, a symbol of wealth, power, and the city's ambitions. In the past, when Jiang Chen passed by here while delivering food, he would feel a sore neck even when he looked up, and he felt as small as dust. And now, he is driving the world's top supercar and is about to check in here, which may change his life. He parked the car securely in the exclusive VIP parking space at the World Financial Center. The system map provided guidance. Awesome! Jiang Chen took a deep breath, opened the car door, and got out. Looking up, this giant tower, brightly lit in the night and like a crystal palace, brought him unprecedented visual impact and spiritual shock. This is it. System. Sign in. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Bite. The host has been detected arriving at the landmark building Tianhai World Financial Center. Tag in progress, successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the landmark super reward. 100% equity of Tianchen Group. Note, Tianchen Group is a large, comprehensive, multinational conglomerate with businesses spanning finance, real estate, technology, energy, and entertainment. Headquartered on the top floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center, its current market valuation is approximately 300 billion Dragon national dollars. The relevant equity transfer agreement and legal documents have been generated by the system and have the highest legal effect, automatically synced with relevant global institutions for filing. Bonus: top loyal butler team leader, Uncle Chen, on standby, will contact the host. Boom! Jiang Chen's brain seemed to have been hit directly by a nuclear bomb. It went blank instantly. Tianchen Group? 300 billion? And, it's still a multinational corporation? He'd heard of the name before. Tianchen Group was undoubtedly a commercial giant, a leader not only in Dragon Country but also in the world. Although relatively low-key, its strength was unfathomable, making it a top-tier platform that countless business elites desperately wanted to enter. And now, this huge business empire has actually become Jiang Chen's personal property? 100% equity. This means that he has absolute control over this 300 billion behemoth. This is even more shocking than just giving him 300 billion in cash. Even more outrageous. Jiang Chen felt his legs go weak, not out of fear, but out of extreme excitement and disbelief. He held onto the cold car body, breathing heavily, trying to calm his heart that was about to burst out of his chest. System. You're fucking amazing. At this moment, the latest model of Apple phone in his pocket, which he had just bought on the street for nearly 20,000 yuan, suddenly vibrated without him blinking. It was an unfamiliar number, and the location shown was Tianhai City. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and pressed the answer button. His identity was different now, and he couldn't just answer strange calls. Hello? A calm, respectful voice, yet with a hint of subtle excitement and anticipation, came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Jiang Chen? This voice seemed to have a calming power. I am. Jiang Chen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Chen Xingshan, you can call me Uncle Chen. The voice on the other end of the line was even more respectful. I, along with the entire housekeeper and core advisory team, have been waiting for you for a long time. Congratulations on becoming the new owner of Tianchen Group. Uncle Chen? The leader of the top-tier loyal butler team that came with the system? We got in touch so quickly. Jiang Chen's heart was stirred again. The efficiency and capability of this system were beyond imagination. Uncle Chen, hello. Jiang Chen calmed himself down and tried to adapt to his new identity. I'm downstairs at the World Financial Center right now. Yes, sir. We've seen you and your car through surveillance. Uncle Chen's tone was filled with a hint of surprise. Do you need to arrange for you to go upstairs immediately to convene an emergency board meeting and announce your identity to all core members? Or do you have other arrangements? Go upstairs immediately? Hold a board meeting? Jiang Chen subconsciously glanced at himself. Although he had a new phone, the cheap clothes he was wearing, which were a little damaged and stained with mud from the previous accident, were really too cheap. Driving a Koenigsegg 1:1, wearing cheap clothes, and taking over a 300 billion yuan group? The picture was too beautiful, he couldn't bear to think about it. Not for now. Jiang Chen decisively refused. I have some personal matters to take care of here. We'll talk about the group's affairs tomorrow. Please help me prepare a villa in Tianhai City. It must be the largest, most luxurious, and the most secure. Immediately. Can you do it? The most urgent thing is to find a place to live first, and then completely change the appearance. Uncle Chen on the other end of the line spoke without hesitation, his voice steady and powerful. Don't worry, sir. This property, the King of Building 1 in Yundingshan, the best villa complex in Tianhai City, was originally reserved for you. It's 3,000 square meters, with an infinity pool, a private helipad, a full suite of smart home appliances, top-tier security, and a dedicated service team. I'll personally deliver the title deed and keys to your designated location within half an hour. Reserved assets? Jiang Chen was amazed. The Tianjin Group's background was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even this top-notch villa was reserved. Okay. I'll drive over now. Send me the address and we'll meet at the villa entrance. Jiang Chen said. Yes, sir. The address has been sent, and I will leave immediately. Uncle Chen replied respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen looked at the detailed address and navigation route of the wealthy area of Yunding Mountain received on his mobile phone, and started the Koenigsegg 1:1 again. This time, his mood was completely different. There is no longer the confusion and excitement as before, but an increased confidence in controlling the overall situation and infinite expectations for the future. A 300 billion yuan group, top-tier luxury homes, and a loyal team. All this is just the beginning. He wants to take back the dignity he once lost, bit by bit, with his own hands. He will make those who have despised and trampled on him pay a heavy price. The white ghost roared again, cutting through the night sky and rushing towards the other end of the city, the wealthy area of Hentang Mountain, which symbolizes top wealth and status. His road to becoming a wealthy man has just begun with the first golden brick. Chapter 4, Move into the best building. Landlord is terrified. The Koenigsegg 1:1 drives smoothly and swiftly in the night. Jiang Chen's god-level driving skills meant he didn't need to pay any attention to the road conditions. He devoted some of his attention to studying other functions of the system. In addition to special location check-ins and location tag check-ins, the system also has a daily check-in function. Daily sign-in, the host can sign in once a day at any location. The reward is random and the quality varies slightly depending on the location and environment. Number of times remaining today, 1. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Jiang Chen said to himself. He was free anyway. He glanced at the street scene speeding past the car window and thought to himself, System, do your daily check-in in this Koenigsegg 1:1. Byte. Daily sign-in successful. Sign-in location, Koenigsegg 1:1 cockpit special environment bonus. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward. Tianhai City Yundingshan No. 1 Building King comes with a full set of top-quality furniture, intelligent system, exclusive service team, permanent property rights. The property certificate has been automatically updated to the host's name and stored in the system inventory. Jiang Chen. What the hell? He originally thought that the daily sign-in would at most give him some cash, a small skill, or some ordinary item, but he actually gave it directly to the King of Yunding Mountain No. 1 building? Doesn't this overlap with the reserved assets that Uncle Chen mentioned? System prompt, it has been detected that the host has obtained this asset through other means. The system reward will be automatically discounted or converted into other rewards of the same level. Do you want to convert? Transform. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. Why not take advantage of such a free gift? Byte. Reward conversion in progress, conversion successful. Congratulations to the host, you have received the same level reward. God level disguise can perfectly change appearance, figure, and voice. Duration is controllable, cooldown time is 24 hours, charm plus 10. God level disguise? Charm plus 10? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This is great. When you want to be low-key or do something interesting in the future, it is simply a magical skill. The increase in charm value is a pleasant surprise. Which man doesn't want to be more charming? This daily check-in is awesome. Just then, Uncle Chen called. Sir, I have arrived at the entrance of Villa number 1 at Yunding Mountain and am waiting for you. Okay, I'll be there right away. A few minutes later, the Koenigsegg 1:1 smoothly entered the legendary wealthy area of Yundingshan. Security here was extremely tight, with armed security guards standing guard at the entrance, but it seemed that Uncle Chen had already made arrangements, and Jiang Chen's car had a smooth journey. From afar, Jiang Chen spotted a massive, brightly lit villa resembling a palace, perched atop a hill. At the entrance, a vigorous, meticulously combed, elderly man in a well-fitting mouse suit led 2 rows of tall, straight-legged men and women in uniform, waiting respectfully. It's Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen parked the car steadily beside the fountain in the square in front of the villa. Uncle Chen immediately stepped forward and personally opened the car door for him, his attitude respectful but not flattering, just right. Mr. Jiang. Uncle Chen bowed slightly, welcome home. The 2 rows of service staff behind him also bowed in unison, welcome home, sir. What a scene. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the ripples in his heart, nodded, and got out of the car. Uncle Chen, thank you for your hard work. It is my honor to serve you, sir. Uncle Chen stepped aside to lead the way. Please come in, sir. All the facilities and service staff of the villa are ready and fully equipped to the highest standards. Walking into the villa gate, even though Jiang Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. The crystal chandelier, which is more than 10 meters high, shines like the Milky Way. The mirror-like marble floor imported from Italy reflects the luxurious decoration. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the unparalleled night view of the entire Tianhai city. The swimming pool in the distance is sparkling. The air is filled with a light, high-end aromatherapy scent. How can this be called a villa? This is simply a private palace. Sir, your room is on the 3rd floor, with the best view. In addition, the villa has a constant temperature swimming pool, a private cinema, a gym, a wine cellar, a cigar bar, and indoor golf driving range. Uncle Chen led the way while introducing everything in detail. Jiang Chen listened silently, with only one thought in his mind: the life of rich people is so fucking boring and tedious. At this moment, Jiang Chen's fruit phone rang again at an inopportune time. He picked it up and saw that it was the sarcastic landlord Zhao Jinbao calling. Jiang Chen frowned, answered the call and pressed the hands-free button. Hello? Is this Jiang Chen? You're really good. You just transferred me 10,000 yuan? What? Did you get rich? Zhao Jinbao's signature drooping voice was filled with greed and a hint of suspicion. I'm telling you, you want to get rid of me with 10,000 yuan? No way. You owe me rent, utilities, cleaning fees for dirtying my house, compensation for mental damage. Add it all up, you have to give me at least another 50,000 yuan. Otherwise, Mr. Zhao, right? Before Jiang Chen could speak, Uncle Chen stepped forward and spoke into his phone in a calm yet intimidating tone. I'm Mr. Zhang's personal assistant. Regarding the previous rental dispute between you and Mr. Jiang, our legal team will contact you to handle it. Also, a friendly reminder, Mr. Jiang has now moved into Villa number 1 at Hentang Mountain. His net worth is beyond your imagination. If you continue to harass Mr. Jiang, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Zhao Jinbao on the other end of the phone was momentarily stunned, his breathing became heavy, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. Yundingshan number 1? The legendary building worth tens of billions? Who the hell are you trying to fool? Zhao Jinbao's voice changed sharply. Uncle Chen's tone remained calm. Believe it or not. You can go and ask if Yundingshan number 1 has a new owner today. I'm warning you one last time. Don't try to test Mr. Zhang's patience. After saying that, Uncle Chen directly signaled Jiang Chen to hang up the phone. Zhao Jinbao on the other end of the phone, after hearing the busy tone, began to tremble violently with his fat body holding the phone. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Yundingshan number 1. Jiang Chen, that poor delivery boy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But the assistant's voice on the phone just now, that unquestionable aura, and that 10,000 yuan. Could it be true? When Zhao Jinbao thought of the various difficulties and humiliations he had inflicted on Jiang Chen before, he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's completely over now. Inside Villa number 1, Hentaying Mountain. Jiang Chen watched Uncle Chen deal with Zhao Jinbao so swiftly and efficiently, nodding inwardly. This housekeeper was truly professional. Uncle Chen, good job. It's my job, sir. Uncle Chen bowed slightly. Sir, you must be tired after all this travel. Do you need a shower or a change of clothes? We have prepared the latest fashions of the season from dozens of top international brands, in all sizes. Jiang Chen looked down at his tattered clothes and decided that it was time to change them. Okay, take me to the cloakroom. The so-called dressing room was actually even bigger than his previous rental apartment. A dazzling array of top-notch clothing, shoes, and accessories, neatly categorized by brand, color, and style, were displayed, comparable to a small luxury goods store. Jiang Chen casually chose a set of casual clothes that looked low-key and luxurious. Looking in the mirror, although he still had a scar on his forehead, his figure was straight and tall. With his charm increased by 10 points, his entire demeanor was instantly transformed. No longer the timid delivery man, his eyes were filled with a bit more confidence and sharpness. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Everything is ready. I have money, a car, a house, and clothes. Next, it's time to officially step into the 300 billion business empire that belongs to him. Tianchen Group. There is also the beautiful CEO, Su Wanyu, whom I have never met but have heard Uncle Chen mention several times. What will tomorrow be like? Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a challenging smile, and his eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. Chapter 5: The Chairman Arrives. The icy female CEO. No words were spoken that night. Perhaps it was because his body had greatly improved, or perhaps it was because his spirit was more excited than ever before, but Jiang Chen only slept for 5 hours and woke up on time when the first ray of sunlight came in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the early morning. There is no hangover headache, no irritability from being woken up by the alarm clock, only refreshment and a sense of control over a brand new day. Barefoot, he stepped onto the soft, expensive carpet and walked to the window, overlooking Tianhai City, which was awakening in the morning light. Rows of tall buildings stretched out beneath his feet, and tiny cars scurried across the wide streets like beetles. Once upon a time, he was also one of the countless people, struggling for a living and looking up at these distant buildings. And now, one of the top pearls of this city, Tianchen Group, is already in his pocket. This feeling is so wonderful that it is addictive. After washing up, I arrived at the first-floor restaurant, where a sumptuous breakfast, as sumptuous as a state banquet, was already spread out on the table. There were Chinese dishes like soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed dumplings, Western dishes like fried eggs, bacon, and toast, and even exquisite Japanese sushi and French desserts enough to satisfy any discerning palate. Good morning, sir. Uncle Chen and 2 maids had been waiting respectfully by the side. Good morning. Jiang Chen sat down casually and picked up a cup of warm milk. Uncle Chen, you should sit down and eat with us. Uncle Chen was slightly taken aback, then shook his head respectfully. Sir, this is against the rules. My duty is to serve you. Jiang Chen didn't force it. He knew there were many rules in these wealthy circles. He ate his breakfast leisurely while asking, is there anything I should be aware of when I go to the group today? Uncle Chen immediately got to work and said in a deep voice, Sir, your first entry into the group as chairman today is of great significance. I have arranged a welcoming ceremony of the highest standard and notified all executives and department heads at headquarters. They will be awaiting your instructions in the top-floor conference room. He paused, his tone carrying a subtle hint of caution. The only person you might need to pay more attention to is the current CEO of the group, Su Wanyu, President Su. Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. What's so special about her? President Su is the only daughter of the late chairman. She holds a double PhD from Harvard and is a renowned ice queen in the business world. She's incredibly capable. In the 3 years since the chairman's passing, the group has been able to maintain stability and continue to grow amidst the turmoil. President Su has played a significant role, Uncle Chen explained. It's just that, she has a rather strong personality and deep feelings for the group. She might be a little irritated by you, the new owner who suddenly arrived. Uncle Chen didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Airborne? Powerful? The old chairman's daughter? Interesting. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a playful smile. I understand. Her ability is a good thing. As long as she can make money for me, the rest is not important. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable confidence. Uncle Chen felt a slight shiver in his heart. This young new master seemed even more unfathomable than he had imagined. After breakfast, Jiang Chen changed into a priceless Armani haute couture suit personally selected by Uncle Chen, and got into the white Koenigsegg 1:1 again. This time, he wasn't alone. Uncle Chen was driving himself, followed by 2 black Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars carrying top-tier bodyguards. A low-key yet majestic convoy headed towards the World Financial Center. When the white ghost appeared in front of the World Financial Center again, it caused an even greater sensation than last night. The security guard at the entrance had already received the notice and saluted from a distance, quickly clearing the exclusive passage. Inside the lobby, many white-collar elites clocking in for work stopped in their tracks, stunned, and whispered in amazement at the sight of this legendary supercar and the fleet of Mercedes-Benzes following closely behind it. Holy crap! Koenigsegg 1:1. Alive! There's a convoy of bodyguards following behind. Which super boss has arrived? Could it be the mysterious new chairman of our Tianchen group? No way? So young? Amidst a sea of shocked, curious, and envious gazes, Uncle Chen opened the car door and Jiang Chen stepped out of the Koenigsegg. A perfectly tailored black suit accentuated his tall and straight figure. Though a bruise still lingered on his face, he'd deliberately not let the system fully repair it, leaving it as a reminder. His deep eyes gleamed with a composure and sharpness that belied his age. His heightened charisma gave him an aura that captivated his gaze. Sir, please come this way. Uncle Chen bowed slightly and led Jiang Chen to the chairman's exclusive elevator. The elevator goes directly to the top floor, the 128th floor. With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Before me was a vast, plaza-like space, its design futuristic and luxurious. The floor was mirror-clear, the walls were sleek, and beyond the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, a miniature of the city and clouds within reach. Dozens of smart, professionally dressed men and women had already formed 2 rows and stood respectfully on either side of the elevator entrance. They were all executives and department heads from Tianchen Group headquarters. Their gazes toward Jiang Chen were filled with a complex mix of emotions: curiosity, scrutiny, awe, and perhaps a subtle hint of suspicion. After all, too young. Can this young man, who looks to be in his early 20s at most, really control a multinational group with a market value of 300 billion? Welcome, Chairman. Led by Uncle Chen, everyone bowed in unison, their voices resounding loudly, echoing in the empty hall. Jiang Chen's face was calm, his eyes slowly swept over the crowd. He nodded slightly, and without saying a word, he walked directly to the chairman's office at the back under the guidance of Uncle Chen. The heavy office door, which was said to be made of a special alloy and was bulletproof, slid open silently after Uncle Chen entered the password and performed an iris scan. The scene inside once again made Jiang Chen feel what top-level luxury was. The office spanned several hundred square meters, occupying nearly half the entire floor. One wall was dominated by a massive floor-to-ceiling window, offering a 270-degree panoramic view. Another wall was lined with vast bookshelves, filled with a variety of books and artwork. The desk was crafted from a single piece of rare black gold stone, and behind it sat a genuine leather executive chair that looked priceless. The office was empty. Sir, President Su and several core vice presidents are already waiting in the small conference room next door. Uncle Chen said respectfully. Jiang Chen walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the countless people below him, with a heart full of lofty sentiments. Let them come over. He said lightly, his voice was not loud, but it carried a natural aura of a superior. Yes. Uncle Chen immediately conveyed the order through the internal communicator. Soon, there was another knock on the office door. Come in. The door opened, and walking in front was a woman wearing a well-tailored white Chanel professional suit. She had a cold temperament and beautiful appearance, but also had a strong aura that made people keep away from her. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with long, lustrous black hair tied into a neat bun at the back of her head, revealing a smooth, full forehead and delicate, sculpted features. Her skin was whiter than snow, her lips were alluring red, but her beautiful phoenix eyes held no warmth, only calmness, rationality, and a hint of indifferent scrutiny. She is like a walking iceberg, beautiful but able to freeze anything that comes close. There is no doubt that she is the CEO of Tianqin Group, Su Wanyu. Behind her were three older, more imposing middle-aged men, who should be the core vice presidents of the group. When Su Wanyu walked into the office, her eyes immediately fell on Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to them. Her brows knitted slightly, almost imperceptibly. This back figure looks too young. Even, a little thin. Is this the mysterious new owner who suddenly appeared and took away her father's hard work? She suppressed the complex emotions in her heart and spoke in a cold and calm voice. Chairman, I'm Su Wanyu. These three are Li Mingyuan, Wang Jian, and Zhao Haifeng, the group's vice presidents. We've been ordered to come here and await your instructions. Her voice was very pleasant, like an icy spring dripping onto a jade plate, crisp and pleasant, yet with a sense of distance that kept people at a distance. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and met Su Wanyu's cold phoenix eyes calmly. Eye contact. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Jiang Chen looked at the absolutely stunning, icy female CEO in front of him and couldn't help but secretly praise her. She was truly top-notch. Whether it was her looks, figure, or temperament, she far surpassed any woman he had ever seen before, including that snobbish Lu Li. More importantly, there was no trace of flattery or fear in this woman's eyes, only calm scrutiny and a deeply hidden pride. Quite interesting. And when Su Wanyu saw Jiang Chen's face, her pupils shrank slightly, almost imperceptibly. Young. Younger than she thought. And what were the bruises on his face? This new chairman didn't seem like the pampered, overly wealthy second-generation heir she'd imagined. And his eyes were a little too calm, even with a hint of amusement. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became a little subtle. The three vice presidents didn't dare to breathe, their eyes moving back and forth between Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu, wondering what kind of sparks would erupt between this new young chairman and this icy female president who had controlled the real power of the group for many years. Jiang Chen was the first to break the silence. He did not walk towards the boss chair that symbolized power, but casually walked to the reception sofa nearby and sat down, crossing his legs. His movements were lazy, yet there was an inexplicable sense of oppression. He pointed to the sofa opposite and said to Su Wanyu and others, "Everyone, sit down. Why are you standing? I'm not a tiger. How can I eat you?" His tone was relaxed, even a little teasing, but when Su Wanyu and the others heard it, they were all startled. This new chairman seems to not play by the rules. Chapter 6, Strong Control. Even the iceberg has to bow. Su Wanyu's cold phoenix eyes, like the most sophisticated instrument, quickly scanned the young man in front of her who was sitting casually on the sofa, even with his legs crossed. Arrogant? Frivolous? Or deliberate and calculated? She can't see through it. But no matter what, the other party's identity is the chairman, the nominal highest authority of Tianqin Group. The necessary respect should still be shown. Thank you, Chairman. Su Wanyu nodded slightly and took the lead in sitting on the sofa opposite Jiang Chen. She stood tall and straight, and her sitting posture was as standard as a textbook. The three vice presidents also hurriedly sat down, each of them sitting upright with a solemn expression. For a moment, the spacious office fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanyu leisurely and had to admit that this woman did have the capital to be proud. Looking closely, her skin was so delicate that no pores could be seen, and her facial features were flawless. The professional suit outlined her perfect figure to the fullest, exuding a mature and intellectual charm, but with a coldness that kept people at a distance. This strong sense of contrast has a fatal attraction to men. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen has no time to appreciate beauties right now. He is more concerned about how to quickly take control of this huge business empire and this beautiful CEO who seems difficult to deal with. Boss Su, Jiang Chen spoke first, breaking the silence, his tone still casual. I've just taken over the group, and there's a lot I don't understand yet. Could you briefly tell me what the group's most important project is right now, or in other words, what's its most profitable business? He asked directly and in an amateurish way. Sure enough, when they heard this question, a hint of imperceptible contempt flashed in the eyes of the three vice presidents behind Su Wanyu. Su Wanyu's expression remained unchanged, her voice still cool and steady. Chairman, Tianchen Group's business spans the globe, covering numerous sectors. Currently, the three most profitable sectors are energy investment in Europe, biotechnology research and development in North America, and real estate development in first-tier cities in China. She spoke clearly and at a moderate pace, summarizing the group's core business in just a few sentences, demonstrating her high professionalism. Oh? Real estate? Zhang Chen seemed quite interested in this. Isn't domestic real estate regulated quite strictly now? Can you still make money? This question is even more unprofessional. The vice president, surnamed Li, a bald, middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a somewhat astute demeanor, couldn't help but explain, Chairman, you don't know. Although the overall environment is regulated, Tianchen Group, with its strong financial resources and brand influence, is unmatched in its ability to acquire high-quality land in the core areas of first-tier cities. We develop luxury homes and commercial complexes for the wealthy and high-end, and the profit margins are. That's enough. Zhang Chen waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Vice President Li's long speech. I'm not interested in these specific numbers and analysis. Vice President Li's words were interrupted and his face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth but finally swallowed his words back. Su Wanyu's brows furrowed slightly again. This new chairman was not only young but also seemed impatient and completely clueless about business operations. The last bit of apprehension she had felt due to his mysterious background also began to dissipate. Perhaps he was just a lucky guy with incredible luck? Then what does the chairman want to know? Su Wanyu asked patiently. Zhang Chen leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the sofa. He looked at Su Wanyu sharply. I just want to know, if I need to mobilize a sum of, well, for example, 10 billion in cash right now, how long would it take at the earliest? 10 billion? Cash? As soon as these words were spoken, not only the three vice presidents, but even Su Wanyu, who had been calm all the time, suddenly contracted her pupils. Are you kidding me? Although Tianchen Group's market capitalization is 300 billion, that's a total valuation that includes fixed assets, equity investments, brand value, and more. While the group's cash flow is substantial, withdrawing 10 billion in cash all at once would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the group's normal operations. It could even trigger a chain reaction. This is no longer amateurish, this is simply nonsense. Chairman. The vice president, surnamed Wang, a slightly plump man with an honest face, hurriedly tried to dissuade him. 10 billion in cash is no small sum. The group's funds have corresponding investment plans and operational arrangements. Rashly withdrawing such a huge amount of cash is too risky. This risk? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. I am Tianchen Group's biggest venture capital. Without me, you wouldn't even have the chance to sit here and talk to me. I'm spending my own money, do I need to consider the risks? This is extremely arrogant. Extremely overbearing. But it is impossible to refute. Because what he said was the truth. Tianchen Group now belonged to him, Zhang Chen, 100%. Theoretically, even if he dismantled the group and sold it for scrap metal, no one could stop him. The three vice presidents were choked speechless and their faces turned red. Su Wanyu's expression turned completely cold, as if covered in frost. She stared directly at Zhang Chen, her voice icy and piercing, Chairman. I admit that the group now belongs to you personally. But Tianchen Group represents the lifeblood of my father's life, and it also impacts the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of employees worldwide. I will not allow anyone to destroy it through personal reckless behavior. Her tone was resolute and firm, with an unquestionable determination. Even when facing the chairman who held absolute ownership, she refused to give in. She is indeed the Ice Queen. She is really tough. Zhang Chen looked at Su Wanyu's phoenix eyes burning with anger and determination. Instead of getting angry, he smiled. Boss Su, you misunderstood. He dropped his cynical attitude, sat up straighter, and his eyes turned serious. I don't really intend to take out 10 billion in cash and squander it. I just want to see how you, as the CEO of the group, react to a seemingly unreasonable request from the boss. Su Wanyu was stunned, and so were the three vice presidents. He is testing me? Zhang Chen continued, his voice calm but with a power that could see into people's hearts. I am very satisfied with your reaction. You did not blindly obey, but instead adhered to your principles and put the interests of the group first. This shows that you are a qualified, even excellent, CEO. This sudden praise made Su Wanyu unable to react for a moment. Her carefully prepared rebuttals and arguments were instantly suppressed. It felt like she had punched with all her strength, but hit cotton. As for the question I asked just now, Jiang Chen changed the subject, his eyes becoming sharp again. I do need money, but it's not 10 billion, and it's not that urgent. He looked at Vice President Li, whom he had interrupted earlier. Vice President Li, right? I remember Tianchen Group has a subsidiary called Brilliant Entertainment? Vice President Li nodded quickly. Yes, Chairman. Brilliant Entertainment primarily engages in film and television investment and artist management. It's a relatively well-known name in the domestic entertainment industry. However, its performance has been less than ideal over the past 2 years, and it's been operating at a loss. Loss? Jiang Chen smiled. That's just right. I'm quite interested in the entertainment industry. He stood up, walked to the huge black gold stone desk, sat down in the boss chair that symbolized supreme power, leaned back, crossed his hands in front of him, glanced at Su Wanyu and the 3 vice presidents, and announced in an unquestionable tone. From today on, Brilliant Entertainment will be taken over by me personally. Also, he looked at Su Wanyu, a meaningful smile on his face. Prepare 500 million in reserve funds for me and transfer it to Brilliant Entertainment's account. I want to have some fun. Taking over the loss-making entertainment subsidiary personally? And still needing another 500 million to play around? Su Wanyu and the 3 vice presidents were once again confused by Jiang Chen's decision, which was completely unconventional. What on earth does this new chairman want to do? What on earth is he up to? Looking at the shocked and bewildered expressions of the few people, Jiang Chen smiled secretly in his heart. To control a huge group, you can't just rely on your status to suppress people, you have to make them unable to see through you and understand you. As for Brilliant Entertainment? He did it on impulse, but it wasn't just for fun. Just now, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! A special business decision scenario has been detected, triggering a hidden sign in task. Task name, turn losses into profits. Task content, personally take over any loss-making subsidiary and make it profitable within 3 months. Task reward, based on the profit amount, you will be rewarded with a mysterious gift package. There are tasks, rewards, and 500 million in startup funds. It's really fun to play here. Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen deeply, trying to see something from his calm eyes, but finally gave up. She stood up, nodded slightly, and her tone returned to its previous cold and professional tone. Okay, Chairman, I will arrange for the 500 million yuan in funds before the end of today. I will also handle the handover of Brilliant Entertainment as soon as possible. It was hard to tell from her tone whether it was obedience or perfunctory. But Jiang Chen didn't care. This is exactly the result he wants. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded, then waved his hand. If there's nothing else, you guys can go ahead and do your work. Oh, by the way, Uncle Chen will stay. Su Wanyu and the 3 vice presidents exchanged glances and quietly left the chairman's office. It wasn't until the heavy door of the office closed again, isolating the inside and outside, that Su Wanyu stopped and looked at Vice President Li beside her, and asked in a low voice. Old Li, who's in charge of Brilliant Entertainment now? Vice President Li thought for a moment and replied, it seems, his name is Zhang Duong. He has a nephew named Zhang Hao, who doesn't have a good reputation in the industry. Zhang Hao? Su Wanyu's brows furrowed even more. Is he the dandy kid who relies on his family's little money to stir up trouble all day long? Yes, that's him. Vice President Li nodded. Zhang Duong doesn't have much talent. He got promoted through nepotism. He's made Brilliant Entertainment a mess. A cold light flashed in Su Wanyu's eyes. This new chairman specifically asked to take over Brilliant Entertainment. Could it be? She suddenly had a premonition. Tianhai City, or at least the stagnant Huihuang Entertainment, is likely to be completely turned upside down by this new chairman who doesn't play by the rules. Chapter 8, Clean Up. You're fired. The office door was kicked open with a bang. The huge sound was like thunder, and the noisy laughter and mahjong sounds inside the door stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were directed towards the door. A middle-aged man with greasy hair, wearing an open silk floral shirt revealing a gold chain, sat in a chair behind his desk, a look of bewilderment on his face. On the desk before him sat an automatic mahjong table. Next to the table, 2 equally scoundrelly men sat crookedly, along with a young woman in revealing clothing and heavy makeup. The mahjong table was still stacked, clearly a fierce battle was underway. The woman was even leaning against the overweight middle-aged man, a card in her hand, ready to play. This fat and greasy middle-aged man is naturally the general manager of Brilliant Entertainment, Zhang Duong. On the sofa in the corner of the office, there were several men and women who were dressed smartly but were obviously not company employees. They were playing with their mobile phones boredly, as if they were already accustomed to playing mahjong in the office. Who the hell? Zhang Duong was stunned by this sudden change, and then he became furious. Just as he was about to curse, he saw Jiang Chen and Shen Bo standing at the door, and the 4 aggressive bodyguards in black behind them. His curse was stuck in his throat, and a trace of doubt and vigilance flashed in his triangular eyes. Who are you? Who let you in? Do you know where this place is? As he spoke, he subconsciously adjusted his open shirt, trying to act like a general manager. Jiang Chen ignored his shouting, his cold gaze sweeping across the smoky office like a scanner. The ashtray was filled with cigarette butts, the floor was littered with sunflower seed shells and paper scraps, and the air was filled with the unpleasant odor of tobacco, alcohol, and cheap perfume. Behind the desk, where the filing cabinet should have been, was a huge wine cabinet filled with all kinds of foreign liquor. How can this be the general manager's office? It's simply a private club. Jiang Chen's eyes grew colder and colder, and the anger in his heart grew more and more intense. Zhang Duong? Jiang Chen spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried a cold and penetrating force that was clearly heard by everyone in the office. It's me. Who are you? Zhang Duong stiffened his neck and tried to remain calm, but Jiang Chen's cold eyes made him feel a little uneasy. It doesn't matter who I am. Jiang Chen walked slowly into the office. Uncle Chen and his bodyguards followed closely behind, blocking the entrance. His gaze finally fell on Zhang Duong's greasy face. What matters is that from now on, you are no longer the general manager of Brilliant Entertainment. What? Zhang Duong looked like he'd just heard a ridiculous joke. He suddenly stood up from his chair, pointed his finger at Jiang Chen's nose, and cursed, "Who the hell do you think you are? You said you'd fire me, so you fire me? Who do you think you are? The chairman of Tianchen Group?" The mahjong friends and the seductive woman next to them also started laughing. Ha ha ha. Is this kid crazy? What kind of idiot is this, daring to act so arrogant in front of Brother Wang? Brother Wang, get him. Let him know how powerful I am. The people playing with their mobile phones on the sofa in the corner also raised their heads and watched the scene with interest, their eyes full of teasing. Facing Zhang Duong's roar and the ridicule of the crowd, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all, but an extremely cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything, but just turned his head slightly and glanced at Uncle Chen beside him. Uncle Chen understood, took a step forward, took out his phone, clicked on an interface, and announced in a steady voice with unquestionable majesty. Following the latest resolution of the Tianchen Group Board of Directors, Zhang Duong is dismissed from his position as General Manager of Brilliant Entertainment with immediate effect. Mr. Jiang Chen is appointed as the new Chairman and General Manager of Brilliant Entertainment, effective immediately. At the same time, Uncle Chen turned his mobile phone screen towards Zhang Duong, which displayed an electronic appointment document with the bright red seal of Tianchen Group, as well as a record of a huge amount of funds transfer that had just arrived, which was enough to blind anyone's eyes. Transfer amount, 500 million yuan. Recipient, Brilliant Entertainment Beijing Company, Limited. Note, special funds for the chairman. Did you see clearly? Uncle Chen's voice was like a hammer, hammering down on Zhang Duong's heart. This is the sole and highest-ranking owner of Tianchen Group, Jiang Chen, Chairman Zhang. As for you, Zhang Duong, you are dismissed immediately for mismanagement, corruption, and serious damage to the company's interests. The relevant audit and legal teams will immediately move into Brilliant Entertainment to conduct a thorough investigation of all accounts during your tenure. If any illegal activities are discovered, the group reserves the right to pursue legal action against you. 500 million. Arrived? Chairman? He's really the chairman? When he saw the appointment letter and the shocking transfer record of 500 million, the arrogance and disdain on Zhang Duong's face instantly faded like a tide, and were replaced by boundless shock, fear and disbelief. The fat on his face was trembling violently, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. His legs went soft, and with a thump, he collapsed directly into the boss chair. His eyes were dull, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't utter a word. The office suddenly fell silent. The mahjong friends and the charming woman who were laughing just now had smiles as stiff as if they were wearing masks, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Jiang Chen. The people on the sofa in the corner also put away their playful expressions and didn't dare to breathe. Who could have imagined that this incredibly young-looking man was actually the legendary new owner of Tianqin Group? And he'd spend 500 million in one go? Jiang Chen slowly walked to the desk and looked down at Zhang Duong, who was slumped in the chair with a deathly pale face. There was no sympathy in his eyes, only cold indifference. These parasites who exploit nepotism, enrich themselves, and make the company a mess do not deserve any sympathy at all. Did you hear that clearly? Jiang Chen asked calmly. You are fired. Zhang Duong shuddered all over, snapping back to his senses. He forced a smile uglier than crying and pleaded, almost in tears, Chairman. Chairman. Chairman Jiang. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were the one visiting. I was so blind. Damn it. Please, give me another chance. For the sake of my cousin Zhang Hao. He still wants to use Zhang Hao as a shield. Jiang Chen was so angry that he laughed. Zhang Hao? He sneered, leaned down, and whispered in Zhang Diwang's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, word by word, I beat your good cousin like a dead dog yesterday. How much do you think his face is worth to me? Zhang Diwang's pupils suddenly contracted, as if struck by lightning. He even dared to touch Zhang Hao? At this moment, the last shred of hope in Zhang Diwang's heart was completely shattered. He knew that he had really hit a wall this time. And it was a super wall that could crush him into powder. Get out! Jiang Chen stood up straight. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling chill. Yes. I'll get out. I'll get out right now. Zhang Duong was so scared that he crawled down from the boss chair. He didn't dare to say a word and almost crawled towards the door using his hands and feet. Those mahjong enthusiasts, the seductive woman, and the random people on the sofa were so frightened that they turned pale and crawled as they ran out, fearing that they would get into trouble if they ran too slowly. Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at the fleeing figures. He directly ordered Uncle Chen, notify the security department to blacklist all those people in the office, as well as all of Zhang Diwang's confidants in the company. They will never be hired again. Also, immediately freeze all of Zhang Diwang's permissions and accounts in the company. The audit and legal teams must be in place this afternoon. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen immediately took out his mobile phone and began to make arrangements in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen walked to the boss chair that belonged to him, reached out his hand, gently brushed away any dirt that might have remained on it, and then slowly sat down. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes scanning the office that had finally become quiet, and the company employees in the corridor outside the door who were peeking around and keeping silent. From this moment on, Hui Huang Entertainment is named Jiang. And his first fire has been successfully ignited. The next step is how to bring this broken company on the verge of bankruptcy back on track, and even make it truly glorious. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with challenge and excitement. It just so happens that business insight card comes in handy. Chapter 7, Airborne Glory. Is this crappy company worthy of being called entertainment? Inside the chairman's office, the heavy alloy door slowly closed, blocking out all sounds from the outside world. Jiang Chen leaned back in the large and comfortable boss chair, feeling the delicate touch of the top-grade leather, but his eyes fell on Uncle Chen, who was standing respectfully in front of him. Uncle Chen, tell me in detail about the specific situation of Brilliant Entertainment. Jiang Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the black gold stone table, his voice calm. Uncle Chen bowed slightly, clearly well prepared, as he reported in a clear and organized manner, Sir, Brilliant Entertainment was established 5 years ago as a subsidiary of the group to expand into the cultural and entertainment industries. Initial investment was substantial, and we signed several promising newcomers and participated in 2 low-budget films, but the results were unsatisfactory. The primary person in charge is Zhang Duong. According to the information, his business capabilities are mediocre, his management is chaotic, and he appears to be related to Zhang Hao, a member of the Tianhai Zhang Group's collateral branch. Under his management, Hui Huang Entertainment has suffered continuous losses for the past 2 years, and its accounts are somewhat unclear. It has become a marginal department within the group. Its headquarters is located on the 17th floor of Building B of the Times Square office building in the west of the city, not within the World Financial Center. Zhang Hao's cousin? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed across them. What a narrow road for enemies. He hadn't even bothered with the Zhang family yet, but the parasites in the Zhang family had already extended their claws into his business? And they had even made the company a mess? Originally, he had developed some interest in this loss-making subsidiary just because of a system task. But now it seemed that Brilliant Entertainment was the first house cleaning target tailor-made for him. The new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and this is the right time to take action against Zhang Duong and the Zhang family behind him. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded, having already made up his mind. Uncle Chen, prepare the car. Let's go to Brilliant Entertainment now. Now. Uncle Chen was slightly startled, but without any doubt, he immediately replied, yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. He was secretly surprised that the new chairman was so decisive and efficient, and seemed to be particularly concerned about Brilliant Entertainment. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen and Uncle Chen took the exclusive elevator down to the garage again. Sitting in the cockpit of the Koenigsegg 1:1, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he had not used the daily sign-in yet. System, I haven't signed in yet today. Let's sign in here in the car. Byte. Daily sign-in successful. Sign-in location, Koenigsegg 1:1 cockpit special environment bonus. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward, Business Insight Card, a one-time consumable item that allows you to quickly gain insight into the core issues and potential opportunities of a specific business project. Business Insight Card? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This thing came at the perfect time. It was tailor-made for him to take over Brilliant Entertainment. It seems that this daily check-in can really bring surprises from time to time. After putting the card away, Jiang Chen signaled Uncle Chen to set off. The convoy started again, with the White Ghost leading the way and 2 black Mercedes-Benz S-Class guarding the rear, heading towards Times Square in the west of the city. Compared to the bustling and modern CBD, the west side of the city seems much more ordinary. Although Times Square is also a commercial complex, the scale of the buildings and the level of the companies are far different from the World Financial Center. The convoy stopped at the entrance of Building B in Times Square, immediately attracting the attention of the crowd coming in and out. Oh my god! Koenigsegg! And there are 2 Mercedes-Benzes following behind. Awesome! Which big shot is coming to inspect this shabby place of ours? Look at this aura, he is definitely a big shot. Jiang Chen pushed open the car door, and he was wearing a high-end suit. His handsome face and calm aura, which were enhanced by his charm, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Uncle Chen followed closely behind, accompanied by 4 burly bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses, and walked straight towards the office building door. The sleepy security guard at the door was frightened by the scene and quickly stood up. He wanted to go forward to ask, but was forced back by a cold look from one of the bodyguards and didn't dare to say a word. Walking into the office building lobby, a whiff of dust and cheap air freshener hit me. The floor tiles were stained, and the receptionist was browsing her phone, ignoring Jiang Chen and his group. Is this the facade of Tianchen Group's subsidiary? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Uncle Chen was clearly not satisfied with the environment here. He stepped forward and said solemnly to the receptionist, Brilliant Entertainment, 17th floor, how do I get to the chairman's office? Huh? The receptionist was startled. She looked up and saw Uncle Chen, the powerful Jiang Chen, and the bodyguards behind him. She was immediately panicked. Chairman? Our company doesn't have a chairman. We only Mr. Zhang. Lead the way. Uncle Chen said without any nonsense, his tone was full of unquestionable majesty. The receptionist dared not neglect him. She quickly put down her phone and stood up tremblingly, yes. This way, please, take the elevator to the 17th floor. As Jiang Chen rode in the somewhat old elevator that made a slight noise when running, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Bite. The elevator door opened and we arrived at the 17th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Jiang Chen was almost amazed by the scene in front of him. The entire office area looks more like a messy internet cafe or a near-expiry warehouse than an entertainment company. Prop boxes and promotional materials were haphazardly stacked in the hallway, gathering dust. Several employee workstations lay empty, their desks cluttered with snack bags and milk teacups. Several employees sat at their desks, either watching movies with headphones on, chatting about gossip, or simply sleeping on their desks. The entire office area is filled with a lazy, decadent, and lifeless atmosphere. This is a subsidiary of a multinational corporation with a market capitalization of 300 billion? Jiang Chen's anger suddenly flared up. That Zhang Duong. That Zhang Hao's uncle. How the hell does he manage a company? Is he treating the company as his retirement home? Where is Zhang Diwang's office? Jiang Chen's voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. The receptionist was frightened by him and quickly pointed to a room at the end of the corridor with a sign that read General Manager's office. "It's right there." Jiang Chen took a step forward and walked straight towards the office. Uncle Chen and the bodyguards immediately followed. Their powerful aura finally caught the attention of the employees who were slacking off in the office area. They looked up curiously at this group of uninvited guests who obviously had ill intentions, and began to talk in low voices. "Who are these people? They have such a strong aura." "I don't know. I've never seen him." "Are you here to cause trouble for Mr. Zhang? He doesn't look like a good person." "It's going to be a good show." Jiang Chen walked to the door of the general manager's office and found it ajar. He could faintly hear the flirting sounds of a man and a woman, mixed with the crisp sound of mahjong tiles colliding. His eyes became fierce, and without knocking, he raised his foot and kicked the door hard. Bang! The wooden door of the office, which was not very sturdy to begin with, made a loud noise as it could not bear the weight. It was kicked inwards and hit the wall hard. The scene inside the door was instantly exposed to everyone. Chapter 9: Insight into the Breakthrough. Worms and Pearls. The office door closed silently behind him, completely isolating Zhang Duong and his group of cronies from the mess outside. The stench of alcohol and cigarettes in the air seemed to fade slightly, but Jiang Chen knew that the true filth in this office, and indeed in brilliant entertainment as a whole, was far more than just superficial. He leaned back in the large executive chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the cool black stone tabletop. That combo of kicking in the door and firing the person had certainly felt satisfying, and it had established his authority. But relying solely on that to revive a company so rotten to the core was nothing but wishful thinking. Zhang Duong is indeed a big termite, but if the soil that breeds termites is not changed, if one Zhang Duong is driven away, another Li Duong and Wang Duong will emerge. We must find out what's wrong with this brilliant entertainment and whether it's worth saving. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. He was completely clueless about the entertainment industry, and the information he obtained by simply asking Uncle Chen or those old employees who might be in cahoots with Zhang Duong might not be true and comprehensive. That's right. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he remembered the card that he had received as a daily sign in reward. Business Insight Card. It's like someone gives you a pillow when you feel sleepy. System. Jiang Chen said silently in his mind without hesitation, "Use the Business Insight Card immediately." The target is set as brilliant entertainment. Byte. Business Insight Card has been confirmed for use. Locking on target brilliant entertainment. Locked successfully. Initiating in-depth scanning and multi-dimensional analysis of management structure in progress, financial analysis in progress, artist resource evaluation in progress, market competitiveness analysis in progress. It's like having a goddess perspective. A vast, clear, and well-organized torrent of information instantly flooded Jiang Chen's mind. All the key milestones of brilliant entertainment, from its founding 5 years ago to the present, including personnel changes, financial flows, project investments, artist contracts, even Zhang Diwang's exploitation of his power for corruption and bribery, and his use of unspoken rules to exploit minor artists, flashed through his mind like a movie. Everything becomes transparent. Nothing can be hidden. Jiang Chen felt that his mind had never been so clear. In just a few seconds, his understanding of brilliant entertainment had even surpassed that of the veteran employees who had worked there for many years. Analysis complete. Insight report generated. In my mind, a report with clear structure and clear focus automatically appears. Brilliant Entertainment Business Insight Report. Core issues. Management paralysis. Zhang Duong abused his power for personal gain, placed his cronies in positions of power, let laymen lead professionals, decision-making was chaotic, and execution was zero. Talent is dwindling, capable employees are being pushed aside, leaving only mediocre talent or connections. Signed artists either lack potential or have potential but are being suppressed and sidelined, leading to deep resentment. Weak content output. Investment projects have poor vision, lack of script and song resources, and no market competitiveness. Financial black hole. The accounts are in disarray, with a large amount of gray expenditures and corruption-specific details have been marked. Morale is low. When the top is not upright, the bottom will be crooked too. The whole company is filled with a decadent atmosphere of slacking off and trying to make money. A ray of hope. Industry tailwind. The domestic entertainment market remains hot, and audiences have a strong demand for high-quality content. Tianqin's backing. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade, and funds and group resources are the biggest advantages. Lost gems. There are still a handful of talented and promising artists such as singer Lin Weiwei and actor Miao Xiaoshui and employees such as Wang Xiaomei from the planning department within the company, but they lack opportunities and platforms. The system specifically marks a few names. Good MA opportunities. Some poorly managed small companies in the industry have low acquisition value. Solution: iron-fisted purge. Thoroughly eliminate the toxic tumors in the management team and airdrop or hire a professional team from outside. A discerning eye for talent. Vigorously support internal potential stocks and concentrate resources to create benchmarks. Content-based. Strictly control project investment and discover or purchase high-quality IP. Strict discipline. Reshape the assessment and incentive mechanisms and rectify the work style. Capital operation. Waiting for opportunities for mergers and acquisitions to quickly make up for shortcomings. The information flow stopped. Zhangchen slowly opened his eyes gleaming with brilliance. I see. This brilliant entertainment was nothing more than a hollow shell, gnawed away by termites. But it wasn't hopeless. Those few names specially marked by the system, and those clear paths to a breakthrough. Now he not only knows where the lesion is, he also has a prescription. An unprecedented sense of control and self-confidence arises spontaneously. He is no longer the layman who is helpless in the non-professional field, but a manipulator who holds the script and understands everything. Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen's voice rang out, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty and decisiveness. Uncle Chen, who had been standing respectfully beside him, immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, please give me your orders. Do a few things for me right now." Jiang Chen's speech was not fast, but every word was loud and powerful. First, contact the group's headquarters HR department and connect with several of the country's top headhunting firms. I'm going to build a brand new management team for brilliant entertainment within 3 days. From the CEO to the department directors, I want the best, most capable, and most credible people in the industry. I'm going to double the salaries and benefits compared to the industry's top standards. Tell them that Tianchen Group has a new chairman personally in charge. We're not short on money, we're short on people. Uncle Chen was shocked. Building a whole new executive team in 3 days? Double their salaries? What a big deal. Yes, sir. Secondly, notify the group's legal and audit departments. This afternoon. Immediately. Enter brilliant entertainment. Dig deep into every financial account, project contract, and artist contract since the company's founding. Any questionable people or actions will be treated with zero tolerance. Pursue legal action. Even if the truth gets out, I'll take responsibility. Uncle Chen's eyes flashed. This meant he was serious about settling the old scores once and for all. Understood, sir. Third, compile a separate copy of the detailed information on all of Brilliant Entertainment's currently signed artists, especially those named Lin Weiwei, Miao Xiaoshui, and Wang Xiaomei from the planning department, and send it to me immediately. He's called the roll. It seems the master already has a target in mind. Uncle Chen took note. Yes. Fourth, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly became cold and sharp, like a blade being unsheathed. Use all available resources and channels of the Tianchen Group to investigate. Tianhai City's Zhang Group, and that Zhang Hao who bumped into me. I want detailed information on all their family businesses, their operating conditions, their funding chain, and all the dirty laundry and evidence. Dig deep to get it. Uncle Chen's heart was shaken once again. Is the master planning an all-out war against the Zhang family? He didn't hesitate at all. Instead, he felt a surge of passion in his blood. Following a master like this, why worry about not achieving great things? I understand. Please rest assured, sir. I promise that the Zhang family will never forget it. Uncle Chen's voice was low and powerful. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go ahead. Uncle Chen took the order, turned around and left quickly, his back carrying a sense of decisiveness and momentum. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the office again. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and quickly sorted out his next plan in his mind. Changing leadership, auditing, poaching, preparing for battle, everything is under his control and progressing in an orderly manner. At this moment, his new cell phone on the table suddenly rang. An unfamiliar local number appeared on the screen. Who would look for him at this time? Jiang Chen answered the call casually. Hello? Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen, Chairman Jiang? A young girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. She was timid, with obvious nervousness and a hint of almost imperceptible expectation, and trembling as if she was about to cry. It's me. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Who are you? Jiang. Hello, Director Jiang. The girl's voice suddenly rose a few notes, as if she had confirmed her identity. She was so excited that she was a little incoherent. I'm a contracted artist of Brilliant Entertainment. My name is Lin Weiwei. I have something very important to tell you. Please, can you give me a little time? Lin Weiwei? The singer that the system has specially marked as having potential? It's true that as soon as you mention Cao Cao, he will appear. A meaningful smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Chapter 10 Heavenly Sounds. The future queen is predestined. The coffee shop downstairs in Times Square is filled with the faint aroma of coffee. Sitting in a corner by the window, Lin Weiwei fidgeted, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly in her hands. Sunlight shone through the glass onto her pretty face, revealing the fine hairs and her long eyelashes, which trembled slightly with nervousness. From time to time she raised her head and looked towards the door, her heart beating as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Would Chairman Jiang, the man he only knew in name but never saw, actually come? Would he listen to a small, hidden artist like himself? Just when she was worried and anxious, the revolving glass door of the cafe moved. A tall, straight-limbed young man in a sophisticated black suit, flanked by a group of black-clad bodyguards, walked in like a crane among chickens. His steps were calm, his gaze piercing, as if carrying a spotlight, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the cafe. It's him! Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly shrank and almost stopped beating. She recognized him. This was the young man with a powerful aura who had been surrounded by countless people downstairs in the company building. Jiang Chen glanced around and locked onto the girl in the corner who looked like a frightened deer, and walked straight over to her. Lin Weiwei? He sat down opposite her, his voice calm, no emotion in his voice. Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Lin Weiwei stood up suddenly as if she had been electrocuted. She didn't know where to put her hands and was so nervous that she almost bit her tongue. Sit down. Jiang Chen's tone carried an unquestionable calming power. Lin Weiwei then carefully sat down again, lowered her head, and did not dare to look Jiang Chen in the eye. What's the matter with you? Jiang Chen went straight to the point. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, as if she had exhausted all her strength. She raised her head and mustered up the courage to look at Jiang Chen. Her voice was filled with suppressed grievance and the determination of a last-ditch effort. Director Jiang. I know you're very busy, but I really want to fight for an opportunity for myself. A chance to sing. She recounted her story rapidly, her voice trembling with emotion and anger. From the aspirations she felt when signing the contract, to Zhang Duong ignoring her talent and suppressing her, to his insinuations of hidden interests and even attempts to steal her painstakingly crafted songs. As she spoke of her heartbreak, her eyes reddened, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Jiang Chen listened quietly, his face expressionless, but his eyes grew colder. Zhang Duong was truly a complete scumbag. He even wanted to steal the song a young girl had painstakingly written. He was truly shameless to the extreme. You said you wrote a song? Jiang Chen's voice was emotionless. Yes. Lin Weiwei seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She quickly took out a few neatly folded but obviously old music sheets from the washed-out canvas bag like treasures and handed them to Jiang Chen with both hands. Mr. Jiang, these are my own works. I really like them. Jiang Chen took the sheet of music. The edges of the paper were a little worn, and it was densely covered with notes and traces of revisions. It was obvious that the owner had put a lot of effort into it. He couldn't read sheet music, but he had a system. Evaluate the potential of these songs. He muttered to himself, while consuming the precious 1 point of sign-in points. Ding! Evaluating the potential of the songs Bubble, Light Years Away, and My Dream. Evaluation completed. Bubble, potential score, 85 popular potential, catchy melody, and potential for a hit. Light Years Away, potential score, 92 potential for a phenomenal hit. Magnificent melody, rich emotions, and highly popular. My Dream, potential score, 78 inspirational song, average. Boom! When Jiang Chen saw the potential score of Light Years Away as high as 92 points and the evaluation of phenomenal hit potential, his heart skipped a beat. Found a treasure. This is definitely a treasure. That idiot Zhang Duong. He's completely blind. He actually threw away a hen that lays golden eggs as if it were just a chicken? He raised his head and looked at Lin Weiwei, his eyes instantly becoming scorching. It was the look of someone who had discovered a rare treasure. Lin Weiwei was startled by his sudden and aggressive gaze. She subconsciously shrank back and asked in a low voice with a bit of despair, Zhang. Director Jiang, these songs, are they very ordinary? In her opinion, Director Jiang must have thought that these songs were not good after looking at them for so long without saying anything. Average? Zhang Chen smiled, a smile that was like the sun shining through the clouds, filled with undisguised admiration. No. Lin Weiwei, you're wrong. They're not ordinary, they're works of genius. Really, really? Lin Weiwei suddenly raised her head, and her originally dim eyes were instantly lit up, like stars suddenly rising in the dark night, flashing with incredible light. This was the first time she had heard someone speak so highly of her hard work. And it came from this high-ranking new chairman. I never tell lies. Zhang Chen looked at her pretty face that instantly became lively because of excitement, and a sense of heroism suddenly arose in his heart. Such an unpolished jade should shine the brightest in his hands. How about this? He leaned forward slightly, staring into Lin Weiwei's eyes with a burning gaze, each word clear and powerful. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself to me and to yourself. What opportunity? Lin Weiwei's heartbeat quickened again, and she clenched her fists nervously. Right now, right here. Zhang Chen pointed around, choose the song you're most confident in and sing it to me. His voice has a kind of magic that is irresistible. If you can sing these songs that you wrote. Zhang Chen paused, his lips curled up in a confident arc that looked down upon the world, like an emperor making a promise. Then, from today on, all of Brilliant Entertainment's resources will be allocated solely to you. I will use all the power I can to make you the most dazzling star of this era. Boom! These words exploded in Lin Weiwei's mind like thunder. All resources are being poured into the most dazzling star? The huge feeling of happiness and a strong sense of unreality made her mind go blank, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which fell down. But this time, I didn't feel wronged or desperate, but excited. I saw the dawn of hope. She knew this was her only chance in life. She couldn't miss it. Absolutely not. She wiped away her tears suddenly, took a deep breath, and her clear eyes burst out with unprecedented determination and light. Okay. Director Jiang. I'll sing. She stood up and closed her eyes slightly under the curious gaze of all the customers in the cafe. There was no accompaniment, no microphone, and not even a stage. But when she opened her eyes again, her whole demeanor had changed. It was as if an invisible spotlight was shining on her. She chose the song that was systematically evaluated as having the potential to be a phenomenal hit light years away. The ethereal, clear, yet subtle stubbornness and strength of the song flowed through every corner of the cafe like a mountain stream. Feel the fingertips resting on my hair. How to freeze time instantly. Remember to look into my determined eyes. Maybe there is no tomorrow. The moment the song started, the entire cafe seemed to be paused. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and the sounds of conversation and the clinking of cups and plates disappeared without a trace. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on the girl standing in the corner, singing quietly. Her voice has a magical power that touches people's hearts. There is resilience in the ethereality and power in the clarity. The melody is majestic and progressive, as if telling a great love story that spans light years and is not afraid of life and death. Fate brought us together in troubled times, but destiny made us fall in love amidst adversity. Perhaps the future is light years away, but I am willing to wait for you in the unknown. The climax was a complete emotional outburst. The penetrating voice, with its heartbreaking grandeur and unwavering determination, relentlessly struck everyone's heart. Uncle Chen, who was in charge of security nearby and was an old butler who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but be slightly moved at this moment, with a look of amazement in his eyes. The other guests were fascinated by the story, and some even had tears in their eyes. Zhang Chen leaned on the sofa and listened quietly. He doesn't understand music theory or techniques, but he can hear the huge potential and unique talent contained in the singing. This voice, this emotion, this song. It's definitely a match made in heaven. He dared to conclude that as long as this girl was given a stage, she would surely make a stunning debut and shine brightly. Future diva? No. She already is one now. She just hasn't been crowned yet. After the song is finished, the lingering sound remains. There was a dead silence in the cafe. A few seconds later, someone took the lead, but thunderous applause suddenly broke out and lasted for a long time. What a wonderful song! The sound of nature. Who is this girl? She's going to be famous. Lin Weiwei was panting, her cheeks flushed with excitement and devotion. She looked at Jiang Chen shyly but with anticipation. Jiang Chen stood up, his face showing undisguised, genuine appreciation and satisfaction. He walked up to Lin Weiwei and extended his hand to her again, smiling brightly and speaking solemnly. Lin Weiwei, congratulations. Your singing conquered me. From now on, get ready to embrace your era. You are the future of brilliant entertainment. The only future. Chapter 11, The First Step of the Super Rich. Buy this building. From now on, get ready to embrace your era. You are the future of brilliant entertainment. The only future. Jiang Chen's resounding promise echoed like thunder in the small coffee shop, and also hit Lin Weiwei's heart hard, making her tremble with excitement, and tears blurred her eyes again. She nodded vigorously and wanted to say something, but she burst into tears because she was too excited. Jiang Chen looked at her weeping with joy, and he felt quite satisfied. Unearthing such a rough gem and personally bringing it to the pinnacle, this sense of accomplishment seemed even stronger than simply spending money to slap someone in the face. Okay, stop crying. Jiang Chen handed her a tissue and softened his tone. Your makeup is all smudged from crying. How are you going to face people later? Lin Weiwei then took the tissue sheepishly, wiped her tears, and revealed an expression that was both crying and laughing, looking particularly adorable. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Uncle Chen, who had already arranged the escort. Uncle Chen. Sir, please give me your orders. Uncle Chen stepped forward immediately. Contact the best recording studio in Tianhai City immediately. I want the highest standards. Jiang Chen's tone returned to its previous decisiveness. Also, contact the country's top music producers, arrangement teams, and post-production mixing teams. Tell them that Brilliant Entertainment, a subsidiary of Tianjin Group, wants to promote a new artist, and the budget is unlimited. I have only one request: produce the most perfect studio version of Miss Lin's song as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Uncle Chen's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and began efficiently contacting various resources. Tianjin Group's prestigious brand, coupled with the phrase unlimited budget, was enough to open the door to any top music studio in the country. Lin Weiwei listened, her heart racing once again. A top-tier recording studio? A top-tier producer? An unlimited budget? This all felt like a dream. Director Jiang, isn't this too expensive? She couldn't help but whisper, her voice filled with disbelief and a hint of panic. In her opinion, being able to record the song was already a luxury, so how could she dare to imagine such a grand occasion? A big expense? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. That smile held a calmness and arrogance that others couldn't understand. For Brilliant Entertainment today, time is money, and efficiency is life. As long as a problem can be solved with money, it's not a problem. A few mere production fees, what's the big deal? He stood up, his eyes seeming to penetrate the glass windows of the cafe, looking towards the bustling CBD in the distance, his tone calm yet earth-shattering. My goal is to make you and your song famous all over the country within a month. 1 month. Popular all over the country. Lin Weiwei was once again shocked by this grand goal. She opened her mouth wide and was speechless for a long time. Jiang Chen didn't give her too much time to think about it. Okay, don't think about those things. The only thing you need to do now is to adjust your state, perform at your best, and record the song well. Leave all the rest to me. Yes. Lin Weiwei nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with absolute trust and boundless expectation for Jiang Chen. At this moment, all the uneasiness and doubts in her heart vanished, leaving only endless motivation and gratitude. Uncle Chen, send Miss Lin back to the company first and find a quiet place for her to rest and prepare. Also, assign her 2 capable assistants to take care of her in all aspects. Jiang Chen ordered. Understood, sir. Uncle Chen immediately made arrangements. Lin Weiwei, supported by a female assistant, left the cafe, looking back every few steps. The gratitude and admiration in her eyes almost overflowed. After seeing Lin Weiwei off, Jiang Chen sat down again, picked up the hot coffee that the waiter had just replaced, and took a sip. His eyes fell on the phone, looking through the supplementary information about Brilliant Entertainment that Uncle Chen had sent him earlier. When he saw the message office location, 17th floor, Building B, Times Square leased, he couldn't help but frown. Uncle Chen, he put down his coffee cup and looked at Uncle Chen, who had returned to his side after finishing his business. Is the current office space of Brilliant Entertainment rented? Yes, sir, Uncle Chen replied respectfully, the lease expires in 6 months. Too shabby. Jiang Chen commented bluntly, his tone carrying obvious dissatisfaction. A subsidiary of the prestigious Tianjin Group, destined to become an entertainment empire in the future, is nestled in such a shabby office building? It doesn't even have a decent facade, it's so lifeless. No wonder it couldn't get off the ground before. He swiped his finger across the screen of his phone, searching for information on top office buildings in Tianjin City. Soon, his eyes locked on a brand new, imposing building with a prime location. Uncle Chen, do you know the Starlight Media Building? Jiang Chen raised his head and asked. It's right next to the World Financial Center, the one that was recently completed. Uncle Chen bowed slightly. Yes, sir. It's one of Tianjin City's newest landmark buildings. It's a very high-end building, catering to leading companies in the media, entertainment, technology, and other industries. They say the occupancy review is very strict, and both the rent and the sale price are astronomical. Price? Jiang Chen caught the word and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Who said we're renting it? He turned the screen of his mobile phone directly towards Uncle Chen, which clearly displayed the information that the top floor of the Starlight Media Building was for sale. Contact the developer of this building and tell them that Jiang Chen, the new owner of Brilliant Entertainment, he said in a low voice, yet with an undeniable sense of dominance, is looking to buy the top 3 floors of the Starlight Media Building. Remember, buy them. In full. Immediately. Right now. Buy the top 3 floors? Pay in full? Even though Uncle Chen had already witnessed Jiang Chen's generosity, he was still so shocked by this move that his heart suddenly sank. Starlight Media Building. That's the heart of the CBD. Top floor. 3rd floor. How much does this cost? He did a quick mental calculation and conservatively estimated that without 200 to 300 million, there was no point in even thinking about it. However, the 500 million yuan in special funds in Hui Huang Entertainment's account is not even a fraction of it. Sir. Uncle Chen couldn't help but speak, his voice a little dry. I'm afraid the funds in our Brilliant Entertainment account. Who told you to use Brilliant Entertainment's money? Jiang Chen glanced at him as if he were looking at an ignorant child, and said as a matter of course I bought it with my money. For such a small amount of money, do you really need to use the company's operating funds? He paused, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. Just think of it as setting a small goal first, giving our future entertainment empire a more luxurious new home. Using your personal name, spending 2 or 3 billion, to buy an office building for a loss-making subsidiary you just took over a day ago? Still just a small goal? Uncle Chen was completely numb. He felt that his worldview was being repeatedly pressed to the ground and rubbed by this young master. What is a super rich person? This is a super rich person. What is pattern? This is pattern. Compared with Mr. Jiang, those so-called rich people he had met before were simply paupers who were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. At this moment, all the doubts and hesitations in Uncle Chen's heart vanished into thin air. Only incomparable shock and an indescribable enthusiasm remained. Being able to follow such an unfathomable, lavish, and courageous master is simply the greatest honor of his life. Yes, sir. I understand. Uncle Chen's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He bowed suddenly and said in an extremely firm tone, I will contact them immediately. I will ensure that they will deliver the keys and property documents to you respectfully as quickly as possible. Seeing Uncle Chen as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and then turned around and hurriedly called the developer, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up with a satisfied arc. Very good, this is exactly the effect we want. A top-notch new headquarters not only enhances the company's image, but also gives all employees a shot in the arm. Let them know that this company has been completely transformed. As for those 2 or 3 billion? Sprinkle some water. The 1 billion cash in his account hasn't been touched at all, not to mention the 300 billion Tianjin Group behind him. This amount of money is just a small goal for him. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa leisurely, picked up his coffee, and looked out the window again. I have a villa in Hentang Mountain, a supercar for transportation, and now, even the company's storefront is ready. Next, it's time to deal with those annoying flies. The Zhang family. Zhang Hao, and that money-worshipping ex-girlfriend Lu Li. Are you ready to receive my greetings? Chapter 12, Countdown to the Zhang family's destruction. Hot discussion across the internet. Just as Jiang Chen was leisurely drinking coffee and waiting for the developer to come and sign the contract, on the other side of Tianhai City, in the headquarters building of Zhang Group, the atmosphere was gloomy and depressing, making it hard to breathe. Zhang Dihai, the old man of the Zhang family, a white-haired old man in his 70s, was sitting behind a mahogany desk with a grim face, holding the telephone receiver in his hand, with veins bulging on his forehead. Hello? President Wang. Brother Wang. Can you help me with that loan? Old Zhang, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just, there's pressure from above. Don't you know who your Zhang family has offended recently? Forget about loans, all the credit lines you previously had with our bank will be frozen. That's it, I'm still busy here. Beep beep beep. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Zhang Dihai put down the phone dejectedly, his cloudy old eyes filled with bloodshot and despair. This was already the 10th piece of bad news he had received this morning. Its chain restaurants were either ordered to close due to serious hygiene problems, or their suppliers ran out of stock. In several star-rated hotels, fire inspections have suddenly become extremely strict, various fines and rectification notices have come in like snowflakes, and the number of customers has plummeted. For the most important real estate project, the partner withdrew the investment without any warning, the bank stopped lending, the construction site was completely shut down, and the interest and penalty alone were an astronomical figure every day. Not to mention the family's pitiful listed company stocks, which have been frantically shorted with massive funds since the opening, and the stock prices have plummeted and are almost reduced to waste paper. It's over. It's all over. The Zhang family's decades-long foundation was facing a catastrophic collapse in just one day. Who is it? Who is targeting the Zhang family? Such ruthless tactics. Such terrifying power. Dad. Dad. Something bad has happened. The office door was slammed open and a figure staggered in. It was Zhang Dihai's most beloved grandson, Zhang Hao. At this moment, Zhang Hao had long lost his former arrogance. His face was pale, his eyes were frightened, his hair was a mess like a bird's nest, and the branded t-shirt on his body was wrinkled. What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling? Zhang Dihai was already upset, and seeing his grandson's useless appearance, he became even more angry. He slammed the table and shouted. Grandpa, it's worse than the sky falling. Zhang Hao cried out in a tearful voice. Those bars and clubs under my name have just been shut down. They say I'm involved in pornography, gambling, and drugs. The police even said they're taking me back for investigation. What? Zhang Dihai's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. The closure of the bar and club is a small matter. If they are really involved in pornography, gambling, and drugs, the Zhang family will be completely doomed. Impossible. My place is very clean. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Hao was still trying to be stubborn, but he couldn't hide the fear in his voice. Just then, Zhang Dihai's personal assistant rushed in a panic. Chairman. This is bad. Zhang Duong from Huanhuang Entertainment was just thrown out of the company like a dead dog. I heard that the new chairman fired him on the spot. He's even going to check his accounts. Zhang Duong? Zhang Dihai suddenly raised his head, and a hint of surprise and doubt flashed in his turbid old eyes. Brilliant Entertainment. New chairman. Could it be? He suddenly looked at Zhang Hao and asked sternly, Howard, did you hit someone with your car yesterday? And you were with a woman named Lu Li? Zhang Hao was stunned by the question, and then his face turned even paler. Grandpa, how did you know? He's just a poor delivery guy. I'll just compensate him a little money. Poor bastard? Pay compensation? Zhang Dihai was so angry that he was shaking all over. He suddenly grabbed the ashtray on the table and threw it at Zhang Hao. You're a fool who's more likely to cause trouble than to help. Do you even know who you bumped into? Do you even know the name of the new chairman of Brilliant Entertainment? The ashtray flew past Zhang Hao's scalp and hit the wall, making a harsh sound. Zhang Hao was so frightened that he stammered, what? His name is Jiang Chen. Zhang Dihai almost roared out the name. Jiang Chen? Zhang Haoru was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The delivery man who was beaten and humiliated by him yesterday and ruthlessly abandoned by Lu Li? He's actually the new chairman of Tianjin Group. Brilliant Entertainment? How is this possible? It's over. It's all over. Zhang Hao's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes empty as he muttered to himself. Zhang Dihai looked at his grandson's distraught look and thought about the catastrophe that his family was facing, as well as what the bank president had said on the phone just now. Don't you know who you have offended? Everything connected together. It turned out that the root of all this was his useless grandson. He actually offended such a terrifying existence that even Tianjin Group could easily control without knowing the consequences. Regret. Endless regret gnawed at Zhang Dihai's heart like a poisonous snake. He knew that this time, the Zhang family had really hit a world-destroying wall. At the same time, discussions about Huihuang Entertainment and its new chairman Jiang Chen are spreading like a virus on the internet. At first, only some blurry video clips and anonymous revelations from internal employees were circulated in a small circle. Shocking. A Koenigsegg 1:1 has been spotted in Tianjin City. The owner is suspected to be the new chairman of Huihuang Entertainment. Inside news. Brilliant Entertainment general manager Zhang Duong was fired by the new chairman. A huge relief. Is there going to be a change at Brilliant Entertainment? I heard the new owner is super young and super rich. These news were just minor news at first and did not cause much stir. However, immediately afterwards, an even more explosive piece of news, like a bombshell, was revealed by several financial and real estate media with a keen sense of smell. Inhumane wealth. Mysterious tycoon Jiang Chen spent nearly $3 billion to purchase the top 3 floors of the Starlight Media building, suspected to be the new headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment. Nearly $3 billion. Full payment. Buy a house. As soon as this news came out, it instantly set the entire internet on fire. You have to remember, this is nearly $3 billion in cash flow. Looking across the country, there are only a handful of individuals or companies that can come up with this amount of money so casually. And the purpose of buying the building was just to serve as the new headquarters for a nearly bankrupt entertainment subsidiary? This skill. This boldness. It's simply appalling. For a moment, the entire internet was in an uproar. Holy crap! $3 billion for a building? Am I seeing this right? Which godlike figure has descended to earth? Jiang Chen? I've never heard of this name. Could he be some hidden top-tier rich second generation? Isn't Brilliant Entertainment on the verge of bankruptcy? How did this guy suddenly appear? Driving a Koenigsegg, kicking down the door to fire the general manager, and then spending $3 billion on a building. This script is too cool, right? I declare that from today on, Mr. Jiang is my only male god. So domineering. Stop being such a lunatic upstairs. He might just be a spendthrift. He's messing around with the family's money. Just wait for Brilliant Entertainment to be completely wiped out. That's right. The entertainment industry is a complicated place, and money isn't everything. Just wait and see, this wave of operations will definitely be short-lived. On the internet, all kinds of voices are heard, including admiration, envy, questioning, and ridicule. Keywords such as new chairman of Huihuang Entertainment, Jiang Chen, $3 billion to buy a building, Koenigsegg 1:1, etc., like riding a rocket, quickly rushed to the hot search list of major social platforms. Huihuang Entertainment, a marginal company that no one cared about before, has entered the public eye in an unprecedented manner and has become the focus of heated discussion on the entire network. In the coffee shop, Jiang Chen looked at the constantly refreshing trending searches and comments on his phone, with a playful smile on his lips. Good, the popularity is even higher than he expected. It seems that the people really like to see scenes like super rich, counterattack and slap in the face. In that case, he stroked his chin, a cunning gleam in his eyes. This fire is not burning brightly enough. It's time for him, the super rich chairman, to step in personally and add more fuel to the blazing fire of gossip. He picked up his phone and called Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, please help me register a Weibo account. I need to add a V verification. The verification information should be chairman of Brilliant Entertainment. Also, Jiang Chen paused, his tone carrying a hint of command, please contact Weibo for me. I want to buy a trending search for the topic hashtag Brilliant Entertainment's new chairman hashtag. Put it at the top of the trending search list. Buy it out. I want it to stay there for as long as I want. Chapter 13 The chairman personally intervenes. Weibo explodes. Put it at the top of the trending search list. Buy it out. I want it to stay there for as long as I want. Jiang Chen gave this crazy instruction to Uncle Chen in an almost commanding tone over the phone. Uncle Chen on the other end of the phone was mentally prepared for his husband's endless amazing achievements, but when he heard this request, he couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Buying out the top spot on trending searches? And you can keep it there for as long as you want? This is no longer just a simple money power, it is a blatant challenge to the rules of the entire social media platform. But who is Uncle Chen? He is a top-notch butler who has served through many storms and has an exceptional execution ability. Although he was surprised, he didn't question it and immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, sir. I understand. I promise to complete the task." After hanging up the phone, Uncle Chen immediately mobilized Tianjin Group's public relations resources and connections and directly contacted the senior management of the Weibo platform. When Weibo's top management learned that it was Tianjin Group's mysterious new owner, Chairman Jiang, who was said to spend lavishly, who personally requested to buy the top spot on the trending search list, and that his attitude was "you name the price, I decide the timing," the entire Weibo operations department went into an uproar. Holy crap! That guy from Tianjin Group wants to buy the top spot on the trending search list? And still want to buy it out? Does he think Weibo is owned by his family? Shoo! Keep your voice down. That guy just spent nearly 3 billion on a property. If we really piss him off, he might actually buy our platform. Then, what should we do? There are so many celebrities vying for the top spot on trending searches. What should we do? Just let it go. He's a financial sponsor. A top VIP. Forget buying the top spot on trending searches. Even if he wants to crash the server for 10 minutes, we'll have to cooperate with him with a smile. Right now. Immediately. Lock this topic #Brilliant Entertainment's new chairman # at the top of the list. Anyone who dares to move will be fired. Therefore, under the ruthless crushing of money power, the seemingly unbreakable rules of the Weibo platform instantly became meaningless. Almost within 10 minutes after Uncle Chen finished his call, all the netizens who were browsing Weibo were surprised to find that #Brilliant Entertainment's new chairman this topic, already rapidly climbing the trending search charts, soared to the top of the trending search charts like a rocket. It was even followed by an extremely eye-catching, purple-red explosion character. What is even more bizarre is that no matter what shocking news or top-tier scandals appear later, this topic is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, firmly nailed to the top of the list and never moves. This unusual operation instantly set the internet on fire again. Holy crap! What's going on? How come the topic of brilliant entertainment is stuck at number 1? Is there a bug in the backend? Or was my account hacked? What a bullshit bug. Didn't you see the word explosion at the end? Someone must have thrown money at it. Using money to buy the top spot on trending searches and lock the charts? How much does that cost? Poverty limits my imagination. Awesome. A player with real money and ability. I'd like to call him the most wealthy person on Weibo. So, who exactly is this Chairman Jiang? He's so rich. Just when the entire network was marveling at this wave of locking the list operations and speculating about the true identity and intentions of Chairman Jiang, an even more powerful bomb was dropped. An account that had just been registered, with the system default avatar but a golden V certification following its ID. Jiang Chen, chairman of Huihuang Entertainment, posted his first and only Weibo post. The content is extremely simple and crude, yet full of unparalleled arrogance and confidence. Brilliant entertainment, here I come. Let's set a small goal first. Make one person famous every month. At Lin Weiwei at Brilliant Entertainment official Weibo #Brilliant Entertainment new chairman ## buying a building for 3 billion is not as good as making one person famous #. As soon as this Weibo post came out, it was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan, causing it to explode instantly. In just a few minutes, the number of reposts, comments, and likes skyrocketed. The comments section was directly overwhelmed and became a carnival battlefield for netizens from all walks of life. Holy crap! The chairman himself is gone? Isn't this statement too outrageous? Let's set a small goal first. Make one person famous in a month? Ha ha ha. Is this chairman serious? Does he think the entertainment industry is his backyard? At Lin Weiwei? Who is this? I've never heard of her. How did she get personally singled out by the chairman to promote her? The person above, I just did a search. Lin Weiwei is an 18th tier unknown in Brilliant Entertainment. She seems to have some talent but has always been suppressed. Is this a case of a brilliant horse meeting a talented person? Bullshit bull. I think it's just hype. 3 billion for a building to attract attention, and now they're using a gimmick to promote someone. Just wait for it to backfire. Exactly. Make someone famous in a month? Does he think he's a god? If the entertainment industry was that easy, how could he get it? Number 3 billion to buy a building is not as good as making someone famous. This topic is too exaggerated, right? It means that buying a building is nothing, but promoting people is the real skill? It's full of exaggeration. Regardless of whether it's hype or not, Chairman John's actions are truly impressive. I'm a fan already. I'll have to wait a month to see if he gets slapped in the face or becomes a legend. Let's sit back and wait. This scene is getting more and more interesting. Lin Weiwei, who had been personally aided by Jiang Chen, was currently in the private lounge Uncle Chen had arranged for her, anxiously scrolling through her phone. When she saw Jiang Chen's Weibo post and the sudden explosion of comments and reposts, her face instantly turned pale, and she almost dropped her phone. Director Jiang actually used this method to officially announce his support for her? And set a goal of becoming a nationwide hit in 1 month? A huge surprise and panic hit her at the same time. She felt like she was on the edge of a volcano, with a dazzling light below, but she could also be swallowed by the magma of public opinion at any time. Brilliant Entertainment's official Weibo account immediately retweeted Jiang Chen's post, captioning, "Follow the chairman's steps." Brilliant Entertainment sets sail anew. At Lin Weiwei, keep going. The future is bright. This further confirmed the authenticity of the news. The popularity of the entire incident soared again, quickly spreading from the entertainment section to various fields such as finance and society. Countless media outlets swarmed in like sharks smelling blood, following suit with headline-grabbing articles galore. Mysterious tycoon Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in brilliance, claiming to make a new star famous in 1 month. Is this arrogance or self-confidence? Is the 3 billion yuan property purchase just the appetizer? Uncovering the story of Brilliant Entertainment's new chairman's path to super-rich status. Who is Lin Weiwei? Why does she win the favor of the top rich? Is the entertainment industry about to change? Can cash power subvert the industry rules? For a time, Jiang Chen, Hui Wang Entertainment, and Lin Weiwei became the hottest topics on the entire internet. In the coffee shop, Jiang Chen looked at the terrifying data and public opinion storm on his phone and smiled with satisfaction. Well, this fire is almost out. There is popularity, attention, and controversy. Next, it's time to respond to all doubts with real strength and works, and transform this overwhelming popularity into real popularity and commercial value. He put down his phone and looked out the window. The sky was gradually getting dark. But his drama has just begun. Chapter 14, Top Resources in Place. Gold medal producers join. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to the noise and heated discussions on the internet. In his view, public opinion is like the tide, coming and going quickly. Ultimately, what will gain a firm foothold is solid work and real strength. Now that Lin Weiwei has been pushed to the forefront, the most important thing next is to come up with a phenomenal musical work as soon as possible that can shut up all the doubters. Uncle Chen, Jiang Chen called Uncle Chen and said in a steady voice, "How's the progress on contacting the recording studio and the producer?" "Sir, thank you for your help." Uncle Chen's voice on the other end of the line was filled with barely concealed excitement and admiration. "I've already booked the best recording studio in Tianhai City, the Hall of Sound, on behalf of Brilliant Entertainment. For the next month, they will serve Miss Lin Weiwei alone. As for the producer..." Uncle Chen paused, as if trying to organize his words. "I contacted Wang Kunlun, a nationally recognized gold medal music producer. He hasn't personally produced a new artist's song in nearly 5 years." "Oh? What did he say?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He had heard a little about this Wang Kunlun. He was indeed a legendary figure in the industry, having made countless superstars famous. However, he was said to have a strange temper and was extremely difficult to recruit. At first, Mr. Wang did directly refuse. Uncle Chen smiled bitterly. He said that a small-time company like Brilliant Entertainment wasn't worth wasting his time. But Uncle Chen's tone became a little more subtle. "When I told him that you, Mr. Jiang Chen, the new chairman of Tianjin Group, personally nominated us, that the budget was unlimited, and that we had a new song, which you described as having phenomenal potential," Mr. Wang's attitude changed. Oh? Jiang Chen became interested. What did he say? He said he had to give Tianchen group face, but money alone wasn't enough, he had to hear the song first, Uncle Chen said. So, I sent Mr. Wang the audio clip I'd secretly recorded of Miss Lin Weiwei singing Light Years Away a cappella in the cafe, along with a demo of the song. Uncle Chen had someone quickly create a simple demo of the sheet music Lin Weiwei had given Jiang Chen before. What's the result? Jiang Chen asked. And then? Uncle Chen's voice suddenly rose a few notes, brimming with excitement. And then, after listening to it, Mr. Wang called me back. His tone was unprecedentedly excited. He said this song is a stroke of genius. Miss Lin Weiwei's voice is truly one of a kind. In his 30 years in the industry, he's never seen such a perfect song-to-voice, voice-to-song combination. He made the decision right then and there. Uncle Chen's tone was filled with enthusiasm. He turned down all his current arrangements, including an album production contract with an international superstar. He wanted to personally produce Miss Lin Weiwei's song Light Years Away. He also said he would mobilize all his old friends, gather the country's top arrangers, musicians, and mixers, and form a dream team to make this song a classic. What the hell? When Jiang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This ace producer actually gave it such high praise? He even turned down a job with an international superstar to personally produce it? It seems that I still underestimated the potential of Lin Weiwei in the song Light Years Away. The system never deceives me. Excellent. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and regained his composure, but with an unquestionable command in his voice, tell Mr. Wang that money is not an issue. The people must be the best. The equipment must be top-notch. The speed must be the fastest. I don't care what method he uses, I must hear the perfect finished product of this song within 3 days. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen responded firmly. Mr. Wang also said that when he encounters such a good song and a good seedling, he will also give his all and strive to complete it in the shortest possible time. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen was in a good mood. A top-notch recording studio, a top-notch producer, a top-notch team, plus Lin Weiwei's talent and the potential of Light Years Away itself. It's hard for this song not to be popular. He seemed to have already seen the scene 1 month later, when Lin Weiwei stood on the stage under the attention of the public and conquered hundreds of millions of listeners with this song. And he, Jiang Chen, is the creator behind all this. This feeling of controlling everything and turning decay into magic made the blood in his body start to heat up slightly. The life of the super rich seems to be even more interesting than he imagined. Buzz. The phone vibrated again, this time it was an encrypted email from Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen clicked on it and saw the detailed information of all the artists signed by Huihuang Entertainment, as well as the key introductions of the names specially marked by the system: Lin Weiwei, Miao Xiaoshui, and Wang Xiaomei. Jiang Chen's eyes scanned quickly. He already had a general understanding of Lin Weiwei's information. She was indeed a talented but poor girl who was suppressed. The one named Miao Xiaoshui is a young actor with good looks and some acting talent, but he is upright and unwilling to go along with the crowd. He was also marginalized by Zhang Duong. Wang Xiaomei from the planning department is an ordinary female employee with a lot of ideas. She has planned several good plans, but they were all rejected or taken away by Zhang Duong. It seems that there are indeed a few fish unwilling to be lonely hidden in the stagnant water of Huihuang Entertainment. Jiang Chen touched his chin, a gleam in his eyes. Maybe he could create some opportunities for these people? A person's brilliance is ultimately a one-man show. To build a true entertainment empire, talent is the most important cornerstone. His gaze once again turned to the dazzling city night view outside the window. In my heart, a more ambitious plan began to brew quietly. Chapter 15, Amazing Recording Studio. The Prelude to the Birth of a Queen. The next morning, Jiang Chen personally drove the still-cool Koenigsegg 1:1, carrying Lin Weiwei, who was still a little dizzy and seemed to be in a dream, to Tianhai City's most prestigious top-level recording studio Hall of Sound. Lin Weiwei had only seen this place in magazines and online. It was said that the cost of recording a single song here would be enough for an average person to work hard for several years. Countless superstars were proud to record their albums here. When she followed Jiang Chen into the recording studio that looked like an art gallery and was full of modernity and technology, she was instantly shocked by the scene before her. Behind a massive glass wall, she was surrounded by a variety of professional recording equipment, both familiar and unfamiliar, that looked incredibly expensive. The mixing console was as complex and sophisticated as a spaceship cockpit, and the walls were covered in various acoustic treatment materials. The air was filled with a professional and solemn atmosphere. Several recording engineers and assistants who looked very capable were busy debugging the equipment. When they saw Jiang Chen and Uncle Chen come in, they immediately stopped their work respectfully and greeted them in unison. Director Jiang. Steward Chen. This situation made Lin Weiwei even more nervous, and her little hands subconsciously grabbed the corners of her clothes. Don't be nervous. Jiang Chen seemed to notice her awkwardness. He turned his head and smiled at her gently. This will be your exclusive recording studio from now on. Just treat it as your home. My exclusive recording studio? Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. Treating the Hall of Voice like her own home? This was something she hadn't even dared to contemplate before. At this moment, an old man in a tang suit, with gray hair, vigorous spirit but extremely sharp eyes, strode over, surrounded by a group of people. It's the legendary gold medal producer, Wang Kunlun, Mr. Wang. Chairman Jiang. I've long heard of you. Although Elder Wang was old, his voice was resonant and full of energy. He extended his hand to Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. I've been in seclusion for many years, and I never thought I'd be invited out by a young talent like you. I'm truly honored. Mr. Wang, you're too polite. Jiang Chen shook his hand, feeling the other's palm dry yet strong. It's the younger generation who should feel honored. I'll leave Lin Weiwei's song in your care. No problem. No problem. Old Wang smiled heartily and turned his gaze to Lin Weiwei, who was a little at a loss beside him. His sharp eyes looked her up and down, and then fell on her clear and slightly nervous eyes. Are you Lin Weiwei? Elder Wang's voice suddenly grew serious, carrying a sense of scrutiny and pressure. I listened to your demo and a cappella recording yesterday, and you're indeed a good material. But you know the weight of this song. If you don't have the strength and attitude to match it, even if I, an old man, have all the means, I can't help you, a piece of mud. This was said in an extremely impolite manner, even with a hint of criticism. Lin Weiwei was frightened by Mr. Wang's powerful aura and stern tone, and her face turned pale. She subconsciously wanted to retreat. Jiang Chen calmly stepped forward, standing in front of Lin Weiwei. He looked at Elder Wang calmly, his tone indifferent yet carrying an undeniable power. Elder Wang, I believe in my vision and her potential. You only need to focus on making the song the best it can be. Don't worry about anything else. Is he defending me? Lin Weiwei looked at the not too tall but unusually solid figure standing in front of her, and a warm feeling and inexplicable courage surged in her heart. Elder Wang and Jiang Chen stared at each other for a few seconds before finally bursting into laughter, his deliberate harshness dropping. Good. 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 Chairman Jiang is truly a man of few words. With your words, I, an old man, feel more confident. Don't worry, I will definitely make this song a classic. He turned to look at Lin Weiwei. Although his tone was still serious, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Girl, don't be nervous. Show your energy from yesterday. Sing well for me, an old man. Don't let Chairman Jiang down, and don't waste this song. Yes. Mr. Wang. I will definitely work hard. Lin Weiwei nodded vigorously, her eyes becoming extremely determined. Under the personal guidance of Mr. Wang and the cooperation of top recording engineers, Lin Weiwei walked into the recording studio she had always dreamed of. Separated by thick soundproof glass, Jiang Chen and Uncle Chen sat on the sofa outside, waiting through monitoring headphones. At first, Lin Weiwei was indeed a little nervous. Facing the cold microphone and the stern gaze of Mr. Wang outside, her voice was a little tight and her breathing was not very stable. She failed to meet Mr. Wang's requirements several times in a row. Mr. Wang frowned tightly and his tone became increasingly stern. Lin Weiwei's eyes turned red again, and the huge pressure almost made her collapse. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gentle and encouraging voice came from the monitoring headphones. Weiwei, don't be afraid. Forget everything outside, forget the pressure, forget the expectations. Just pretend that you are alone here, sing to yourself, sing out the most sincere feelings in your heart. I believe in you, you can do it. Jiang Chen's voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, instantly soothing Lin Weiwei's inner tension and anxiety. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and recalled the state of mind she had when she wrote this song, the grievances and resentment she had felt in the past, and the hope and encouragement that Director Jiang had given her. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes had become extremely clear and focused. The music prelude sounded. She spoke slowly. Feel the fingertips resting on my hair. This time, her voice was no longer tense or stagnant, but seemed to be blessed by some mysterious power, becoming extremely pure, ethereal, and full of amazing penetration and appeal. Every note, every transition, every breath, is handled just right, as if perfectly integrated with this top-notch recording equipment. The emotions progress layer by layer, from the confusion and perseverance in the beginning, to the outburst and shouting in the chorus, and then to the tragedy and relief at the end. She performed it vividly and brought tears to people's eyes. In front of the control console outside, Mr. Wang, who had originally had a serious face and was ready to call a stop at any time, now opened his mouth slightly, his eyes filled with incredible shock and ecstasy. He suddenly took off his monitoring headphones and excitedly shouted to the sound engineer next to him, Record every detail for me. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect." The sound engineers and assistants nearby were completely conquered by the heavenly voice. They held their breath, their faces filled with astonishment and intoxication. Even Uncle Chen, who had always been as calm as a mountain, could not hide his admiration in his eyes at this moment. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied smile on his face. Although he had known the result through the system a long time ago, hearing the perfect singing voice amplified and captured by top-notch equipment with his own ears still made him feel excited. This is talent. This is the storm that is about to sweep the entire music scene. When the song ended, there was silence inside and outside the recording studio. Old Wang was the first to react. He slapped his thigh excitedly and cheered, "Good. Good. Good. Girl. You were born to sing. This song was tailor-made for you. I've been in this industry for 30 years, and this is the smoothest and most shocking song I've ever recorded." The look he gave Lin Weiwei was filled with undisguised admiration and enthusiasm. It was as if he saw a future superstar rising. Lin Weiwei in the recording studio was so moved by Mr. Wang's high evaluation that tears welled up in her eyes again, but this time, her face was filled with a bright smile. She did it. She didn't disappoint Director John's expectations. Jiang Chen also stood up, clapped his hands, and gave Lin Weiwei a thumbs up. Everything is developing perfectly in the direction he expected. The recording of the song went unexpectedly smoothly. The subsequent post-production and mixing were personally handled by Mr. Wang and his dream team, so the quality is absolutely guaranteed. So, the next step is how to make this song, which is destined to be a hit, come to this world in the most shocking, direct, and super rich way. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with thought. How could he squander the 500 million yuan publicity budget to achieve the greatest effect? Chapter 16, How to Spend 500 Million. All platforms bombarded. The recording of Light Years Away was incredibly efficient, thanks to the perfect combination of masterful producer Wang Kunlun and Lin Weiwei's incredible talent. All recording sessions were completed in less than 2 days, and the quality was so high that even Wang was full of praise, repeatedly expressing his gratitude for having found a treasure. For the subsequent post-production and mixing stages, Mr. Wang personally took charge and began to work meticulously day and night with the top dream team in the country that he had assembled. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, turned his attention to the next and crucial step: song promotion. He hasn't forgotten his small goal of making one person famous in a month on Weibo. Now the song itself has the potential to become a phenomenal hit. Next, it depends on whether the promotion and marketing can keep up. In the new headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment, on the top floor of the Starlight Media Building, in the extremely luxurious chairman's office, Jiang Chen sat in the boss chair. In front of him stood Uncle Chen and a capable professional woman who looked to be in her 30s, wearing black-framed glasses. This woman was none other than Li Shui, a top publicity and promotion director at a top domestic entertainment company, whom Chen Bo had poached with the resources of Tianqin Group. She was known as Sister Li, and was renowned in the industry for her sharp vision, ruthless tactics, and knack for generating viral buzz. "Director Li," Jiang Chen said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "You've heard the finished song. Now, let's talk about your promotion plan." Li Shui took a deep breath, obviously attaching great importance to this meeting. She had heard about the various miracles of the new chairman a long time ago, especially the 500 million yuan special fund, which made her, a veteran in publicity and promotion who was used to big scenes, feel frightened. She opened the tablet she had brought with her, pulled out a carefully prepared PowerPoint presentation, and began to explain professionally, "Director Jiang, based on my assessment of the song Light Years Away and Ms. Lin Weiwei's current online popularity, I've developed a preliminary 3-step promotion strategy. Step 1, build momentum. Leverage the buzz generated by your previous Weibo post to continue releasing clips of Ms. Lin Weiwei in her practice room and behind-the-scenes footage from the recording studio to keep the topic buzzing. At the same time, contact major music platforms to secure recommended placement on the home screen and new song charts when the song goes online. The second step is to launch the song online. After the song is released, we will focus our budget on purchasing trending searches and information flow ads on mainstream social media platforms, invite music influencers and critics to review and recommend it, and encourage fans to vote on the charts. Step 3. Continued growth. Based on the data feedback from the launch, we'll plan offline activities and arrange for Ms. Lin Weiwei to participate in some suitable variety shows or music festivals to further expand her influence and consolidate her fanbase. Li Shui's explanation was very logical, the plan was logically clear, and the budget planning was relatively reasonable. It was estimated that the entire promotion cycle would require an investment of approximately 20 to 30 million yuan, which is considered an S+ level promotion resource in the industry. However, after she finished speaking, she found that the young chairman opposite her frowned slightly, as if not very satisfied. "Are you done?" Zhang Chen picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Yes, Mr. Jiang, this is the safest and most efficient plan I have developed based on the current situation." Li Shui was a little nervous, not knowing where the problem lay. "Too slow." Zhang Chen put down his coffee cup and shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable evaluation. "Besides, it's too petty." "Too slow? Petty?" Li Shui was stunned. This was an S+ level solution she had worked on through many nights, incorporating years of experience. How could this chairman call it petty? "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean?" Li Shui asked uncertainly. "My point is very simple." Zhang Chen leaned forward slightly, looking at Li Shui sharply. A smile that made Li Shui's heart tremble appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Everything you just mentioned, the recommended position, the big V, the trending search. I want it all. And I want the best. The biggest. The most expensive. But..." Zhang Chen changed the subject, his tone suddenly becoming domineering. "This is far from enough." He stretched out a finger and tapped the table. "Did you see the 500 million special funds?" Li Shui nodded subconsciously. The news of the huge sum of money had already spread throughout the company. It was this money that made her full of confidence in this promotion. "Very good." Zhang Chen smiled, his smile full of inhumane extravagance. "Now, let me tell you, these 500 million are not the budget for the entire promotion period, but Phase 1. The promotional budget for the song's first week online." Boom! Li Shui felt as if her brain had been run over by 100 tanks. It went blank instantly. 500 million? The first week's promotional budget? Is this fucking crazy? Forget about promoting a new talent. Even if it's promoting an international superstar, I've never heard of such a huge outlay. This is like using a nuclear weapon to kill a mosquito. No. This is like using a star destroyer to blast an ant nest. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, you are not kidding, right? Li Shui's voice changed due to excessive shock. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Zhang Chen's eyes were calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the office. "What I want is not some trivial recommendation or some meaningless trending search. What I want is saturation bombing. Contact all major music platforms. Penguin, Wangda, Kugu, Xianting. Tell them that Huihuan Entertainment wants to buy out all the advertising space on their platforms. Homepage banners, splash screen ads, artist page recommendations, top of the new song charts. Anywhere that can be advertised, I want it all. For a week straight. Contact all major short video platforms. Douyin, Manso, Bilibili, launch the hashtag Light Years Away Cover Challenge hashtag. Set the prize pool at 100 million yuan. Also, buy all their splash screen ads and newsfeed recommendations for me. Let users see our songs as soon as they open the app. Contact all mainstream social media platforms. Weibo, Zhihu, Xiaohongshu. Again, buy out all available advertising space. Keep this topic going. And more." Zhang Chen turned around, his eyes blazing as he stared at the stunned Li Shui. Offline. Big screens on landmark buildings in first-tier cities across the country. Bus stops. Subway ads. Cover them all. I want this song to be everywhere. Let every dragon countryman, whenever they go online or out of the house, hear and see Light Years Away. These 500 million. Jiang Chen held up 5 fingers and said firmly, "That's what you're doing. Not enough? Tell me any time. I'll give you enough money. Remember this. I don't want good-looking data or a small-scale popularity. What I want is phenomenal. Explosive. Crushing. I want everyone to know that no one can stop me, Jiang Chen, from supporting someone." The whole office is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Li Shui opened her mouth wide, her brain shut down due to excessive shock, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. She has been in the industry for more than 10 years and believes that she has seen all kinds of big scenes in the entertainment industry and has served many clients who spend money like water. But Jiang Chen's promotional methods, so crude, so inhumane, so unreasonable. This is really the first time she has seen it. This isn't just promotion. This is simply using money to forcefully brainwash the entire nation. After a brief shock, an indescribable ecstasy and excitement instantly swept through Li Shui's body like an electric current. Working with a boss like this. It's just so fucking exciting. So fucking great. Yes. Director Jiang. Li Shui stood up straight, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. Her voice trembled with excitement. I understand. I promise to complete the mission. I promise to make Light Years Away resound throughout Dragon Country. Looking at Li Shui's back as she rushed out to arrange the work as if she had been injected with chicken blood, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Great, the fish has taken the bait. Next, let us wait and see what brilliant sparks will emerge from this music storm that he personally ignited and swept across the entire internet. Chapter 17 song is online. Data explodes. The entire network is boiling. When the clock hands precisely past midnight. Like a nuclear button being pressed, a storm ignited by money and talent that swept across the entire Dragon Country internet has officially begun. Light Years Away, the song that carries Lin Weiwei's dream and Jiang Chen's ambition, and the beautiful MV painstakingly created by a top team, have been simultaneously launched on all mainstream online platforms at this moment. What followed was a saturation bombing that could be described as inhumane. Whether you're used to listening to music on Penguin Music or immersing yourself in the comments section of NetEase Cloud Music, whether you're scrolling through Douyine's captivating short videos or browsing Bilibili. Splash screen ads. Home page banner. Hot recommendations. Top new songs. Everywhere I look and hear, I'm captivated by the same name and the same pure, beautiful face Light Years Away. Lin Weiwei. Even the offline world is not spared. From Wangfujing in Beijing to the Bund in Shanghai and Tianhai Square in the city's downtown area, the exquisitely produced and beautifully rendered music video played on a loop on giant LED screens in the busiest areas of major cities. Lin Weiwei's presence and the melody of Light Years Away were everywhere, like a virus, appearing everywhere. Holy crap! Has Brilliant Entertainment gone crazy? This ad is almost blinding me. Light Years Away again? What's the origin of this song? They spent so much money on promotion, it can't be garbage, right? I'm so annoyed. Forced promotion is the most deadly. I won't listen. Initially, the internet was awash with similar complaints and doubts. After all, this kind of inhumane and unreasonable promotional approach was likely to provoke a backlash among users. However, when those netizens, who were curious, angry, or disdainful, clicked on the song or watched the entire MV, the world is quiet. Instead, there was a thunderous roar of surprise and praise. Holy shit! What the hell is this song? My ears are going to get pregnant. The opening is ethereal, and the chorus is explosive. This melody. This arrangement. Absolutely amazing. Definitely the best song of the year. Lin Weiwei? Who is this? Did an angel kiss her voice? It's so beautiful. Wow. I cried after hearing this. I'm willing to wait for you in the unknown, these lyrics are so touching. I can't stand this MV. Every frame is as beautiful as a wallpaper. The girl is so ethereal. Love it. Who said this song was trash before? Stand up and take the blame. With this quality, it's unbelievable that it's not a hit. Brilliant Entertainment is awesome. Director Jiang is awesome. Lin Weiwei is awesome. The wind direction suddenly reversed in a devastating manner. In the face of sheer power, all marketing techniques pale in comparison. Light Years Away, thanks to its inherent quality and Lin Weiwei's breathtaking voice, quickly spread like a virus, captivating millions of listeners. The data began to explode wildly at a speed that made the entire entertainment industry tremble. 10 minutes after its release, it surpassed 30 million views across all platforms. And it racked up over 500,000 comments. It directly broke all records for debut singles from new artists in the Dragon Country music scene, making it an epic start. Within 1 hour of its release, it surpassed 200 million views across all platforms. It also surpassed 3 million comments. It topped all major music platforms charts, including the New Songs chart, Rising Songs chart, and Trending Songs chart, leaving even top artists far behind. 3 hours after its release, the song surpassed 600 million views. 7 or 8 related topics, including #LightYearsAway, #Lin Weiwei's immortal voice, #, phenomenal song predicted, immediately dominated Weibo's top 10 trending searches. The trending topic #Brilliant Entertainment's new chairman also surged in popularity. 12 hours after its release, the song surpassed 1.5 billion plays across all platforms. Major music platform servers were overwhelmed, experiencing temporary lags. Douyin's #LightYearsAway cover challenge went viral, with participation exceeding 10 million. The 100 million yuan prize pool thrilled countless people, and a wave of incredible covers emerged, pushing the song's popularity to new heights. Lin Weiwei's personal Weibo has become the center of this online carnival. Her number of fans has skyrocketed from a few thousand that no one cared about. 1 million. 3 million. 8 million. 10 million. In just half a day, she went from being a nobody to a rising star with millions of followers. Her private messages were completely flooded. The comments section was filled with a fairy descended to earth, and make me famous. Those netizens, marketing accounts, and even some self-proclaimed senior music critics who once mocked Jiang Chen on Weibo, saying that he was stupid and rich and waiting for a crash, and ridiculed Lin Weiwei for being connected and unworthy of her position, are now slapping their faces. They either deleted their previous comments in shame, or shamelessly made a 180-degree turn and began to tout Light Years Away as the hit of the year. Lin Weiwei is a once-in-a-century genius, and Chairman Jiang has a keen eye for talent and amazing courage. A slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face at the speed of light. Brilliant Entertainment's new headquarters, Chairman's office. Li Shui, the publicity and promotion director, was holding a tablet computer, her face flushed with excitement, her voice trembling slightly with excitement as she reported to Jiang Chen the miraculous data and the excitement that had swept the entire network. Director Jiang. It's exploded. It's completely exploded. We succeeded. Li Shui was incoherent. She had been in the industry for more than 10 years and had never seen such terrifying data growth and such a thorough national carnival. Jiang Chen leaned back in his boss chair, an expected nonchalant smile on his face, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Data explosion? The entire network is in an uproar? Well, not bad, barely meeting the expectations of his small goal. Lin Weiwei, sitting on the sofa next to her, was already sobbing with emotion. She covered her mouth tightly, her shoulders shaking constantly, and tears of happiness rolled down her face like pearls from a broken string. Her life was really completely changed on this day. From a nobody struggling in the mud with no hope, to a rising star who was now the center of attention and loved by hundreds of millions of people. All this is like a dream. And the one who gave her all this was the extremely young man in front of her. Thank you. Mr. Jiang, really thank you. She choked up, unable to utter any other words except thanks. I told you, you deserve it. Jiang Chen looked at her with encouragement in his eyes. Your talent deserves to be heard by everyone. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window again, overlooking the city below that had become even more bustling and lively because of a song, with a deep light flashing in his eyes. Remember, Lin Weiwei. Today, you are the first ray of light among countless stars. Your era has just begun. And the legend of brilliant entertainment has just begun. Lin Weiwei nodded vigorously, a brilliant light gleaming from her tearful eyes. She knew that her fate was now tightly bound to the man before her in brilliant entertainment. Chapter 18: The Zhang Family's Doom. It's too late to beg for mercy. Just as Light Years Away was sweeping the entire internet like wildfire and Lin Weiwei's name was resounding throughout the Dragon Country, a silent but deadly stranglehold on the Zhang Group in Tianhai City was also nearing its end. Once the business giant Tianjin Group launches its full force, how terrifying will its power be? The Zhang family, a second-rate family that has been operating in Tianhai City for decades and has assets worth billions, is as fragile as a paper tiger in front of the behemoth Tianjin Group and cannot withstand a single blow. Just 3 days. Just 3 days. The Zhang family's industries collapsed one after another like dominoes. In the restaurant and hotel sector, first, a shocking health scandal erupted, with allegations of gutter oil, expired ingredients, and a kitchen infested with rats and cockroaches. Videos and insider revelations went viral online. Immediately afterwards, market supervision, health, and fire departments intervened with unprecedented efficiency and force, conducting a joint law enforcement operation that shut down all of the Zhang family's restaurants and hotels, ordering them to close indefinitely for rectification. At the same time, major suppliers tacitly halted supplies, effectively ending the Zhang family's hopes of survival. Real estate, this was the Zhang family's mainstay, but it also suffered the fastest decline. First, the bank they had partnered with for years suddenly halted all lending and demanded early repayment of some maturing debts. Then, several key project partners unilaterally withdrew their investments, citing various reasons. The funding chain was instantly shattered. Construction on several buildings under construction halted completely. Home buyers, material suppliers, and construction workers who had heard the news surrounded the Zhang Group headquarters with debt collectors, advocates, and bannermen. The situation spiraled out of control. The family's IPO situation was even more disastrous. From the very first day of the stranglehold, a mysterious and massive fund was targeting the company, engaging in a relentless short-selling spree. No matter how hard the Zhang family tried to protect the stock, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The stock price continued to hit the lower limit, the market value evaporated by over 90%, and delisting was just a step away. As for Zhang Hao, this once arrogant dandy was the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. The police raided the bars and clubs under his name, which harbored a slew of filth. Not only did they uncover evidence of numerous illegal activities, including prostitution, gambling, and drug trafficking, but they also uncovered deeper, shady dealings. Zhang Hao himself, along with his cronies, was taken into criminal custody. He faces severe legal punishment and a lengthy prison sentence. The entire Tianhai business community was shocked by this sudden and devastating change. Everyone could see that someone was using all-powerful power to destroy the Zhang family. The identity of the mastermind behind the scenes also became clear with the sudden rise of brilliant entertainment in Jiangchen. The Zhang family is finished. This news spread quickly in the circle like a plague. Inside the chairman's office in the Zhang Group headquarters building, Zhang Dihai slumped in the chair. In just a few days, he seemed to have aged 20 years. His hair was completely white, his eyes were cloudy, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles and despair. He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out. Why? Just because of his incompetent grandson, he offended a seemingly insignificant delivery man? How did that delivery man suddenly transform into a terrifying entity that even the Tianjin Group could control? If I had known this earlier. Boundless regret corroded his internal organs like poison, making him feel like dying. But he couldn't fall. For the last trace of incense in the Zhang family, he had to do something. Prepare the car. Go to Hentaying Mountain. Zhang Dihai shouted hoarsely with all his strength. He was going to beg for mercy. He was going to give up all his dignity. Even if it meant kneeling down and kowtow. As long as he could gain a little mercy from Chairman Jiang and save the Zhang family's foundation. On a cold evening, outside the palace-like gate of Hentaying Mountain Villa No. 1. Zhang Dihai arrived here with a few remaining core members of the Zhang family, who also looked as pale as death. Looking at this heavily guarded luxury mansion in front of him, a symbol of supreme wealth and power, Zhang Dihai's heart was filled with bitterness and fear. Without any hesitation. Plop! Led by Zhang Dihai, several old guys, who were hundreds of years old in total, knelt in unison on the cold and hard stone floor. Chairman Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Please. Please have mercy. Zhang Dihai burst into tears, knocking his forehead against the ground again and again, soon oozing blood. It's us, the Zhang family, who are blind. We are blind. We have offended you, a true god. We know we were wrong. We really know we were wrong. Please have mercy. Spare the Zhang family this time. We are willing to sacrifice everything we have. We only ask that you give us a chance to live. The shrill wails echoed outside the empty villa, accompanied by the dull sounds of kowtows, which seemed extremely miserable and ironic. The bodyguards standing guard were like emotionless sculptures, turning a blind eye to it. After a long time, the heavy door of the villa finally slowly opened a crack. The one who came out was the housekeeper, Uncle Chen. He had a solemn expression on his face, his eyes sweeping calmly over the people kneeling on the ground, as if he were looking at a group of insignificant ants. Chairman Jiang is very busy and doesn't have time to see you. Uncle Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried a chill that could freeze a soul. The chairman asked me to tell you something. Zhang Dihai and others seemed to have grasped the last straw. They suddenly raised their heads, with humble hopes flashing in their eyes. Uncle Chen looked at them and said slowly, word by word. It's too late. If you do something wrong, you will always have to pay the price. After saying that, Uncle Chen didn't look at it again, turned around and went back to the villa. The heavy door closed completely behind him with a dull sound. It's too late. Cost. These two words, like two ruthless hammers, hit the hearts of everyone in the Zhang family hard, completely shattering their last bit of fantasy. No! Zhang Dihai let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. He could no longer hold on. His vision went black and he fell straight to the ground, dying on the spot. The other members of the Zhang family also collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. They knew that from this moment on, the Tianhai Zhang family had completely become a thing of the past. What awaited them was only bankruptcy, disgrace, and even legal judgment. In the study on the second floor of the villa, Zhang Chen stood behind the huge floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching everything happening outside, with no expression on his face and his eyes as cold as ice. Begging for mercy? Regret? It's too late. When they wantonly trample on the dignity of others, they should think that one day they will have to pay the price. He will never show mercy to his enemies. The downfall of the Zhang family is just the beginning. His gaze seemed to penetrate the night and focus on a corner of the city. That woman named Lu Li should know what happened to the Zhang family by now, right? What kind of expression would she have? The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth curled up in a cold and playful arc. Chapter 19: The Iceberg Melts? Su Wanyu is shocked and curious. The news of the Zhang family's demise spread quickly throughout the upper-class circles of Tianhai City as if it had wings. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Chen's ruthless and thunderous methods that left no room for maneuver. A once prosperous, second-rate family was uprooted and reduced to ashes in just a few days. The energy and determination behind this made everyone deeply wary of the mysterious new owner of the Tianchen Group. For a time, the name Zhang Chen became a taboo in the upper-class circles of Tianhai City. No one dared to mention it easily, and no one dared to provoke him casually. As the CEO of Tianchen Group, Su Wanyu naturally learned the details of the Zhang family's demise at the first time. When she learned about the details of how the various departments under Tianchen Group operated as efficiently as sophisticated war machines and accurately attacked various industries of the Zhang family, even she, the Ice Queen who was accustomed to the ups and downs of the business world, could not help but feel a shock. She asked herself, even if she was in charge personally, she might not be able to do it so cleanly and efficiently, so ruthlessly. Who is this Zhang Chen? Not only does he possess wealth that rivals that of a country, he also seems to possess the absolute power and astonishing courage to mobilize the Tianchen Group, a commercial aircraft carrier. Even more incredible was the news coming from Brilliant Entertainment. The phenomenal success of Light Years Away, Lin Weiwei's meteoric rise to fame, and the insane 500 million yuan investment in publicity and promotion, all of this completely transcended her understanding of business operations. How did he do it? Was it just by throwing money at it? But the entertainment industry has never been a place where money alone can make you successful. Countless questions and curiosities grew and spread in Su Wanyu's heart like vines. She found that she was finding it increasingly difficult to understand this man who was younger than her. Sometimes he seems like a spendthrift, uneducated and unskillful prodigal son. Sometimes he seems like a decisive and meticulous tyrant, and sometimes he shows amazing business intuition as if he had opened his eyes to the sky, such as discovering Lin Weiwei and Light Years Away. This strong sense of contradiction and mystery caused ripples in her long-frozen heart for the first time. The resistance and contempt she had felt for the other party's airborne arrival had long since vanished. Instead, she felt an indescribable curiosity and a hint of exploration that she herself was unwilling to admit. On this day, Tianchen Group headquarters held a high-level strategic meeting. During the meeting, the group discussed a recent new energy investment project in Europe. Several vice presidents and expert consultants responsible for the project engaged in a heated debate over the risks and benefits of the project, struggling to reach a consensus. As a rule, CEO Su Wanyu usually makes the final decision at such times. However, just as Su Wanyu was about to express her opinion, Zhang Chen, who had been listening in on the meeting via video link, he was inspecting the new headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment, suddenly spoke. I think we can increase the investment in this project. Jiang Chen's voice spread throughout the conference room through the speakers. His tone was flat, but it carried an unquestionable certainty. Everyone was stunned, including Su Wanyu. A vice president in charge of risk assessment couldn't help but frown and said, "Chairman, this project has a very high risk factor. According to our model, the probability of profitability within the next 3 years is no more than 30%. If we rashly increase investment, I'm afraid." Model? Jiang Chen chuckled. Data is static, but people are dynamic. I just got news that the EU will introduce a new energy subsidy policy next month, which will be extremely beneficial to our project. At the same time, the core technical bottleneck of the project will soon be overcome by a key figure. He spoke seriously, as if he really knew some top-secret inside information. There was silence in the conference room. New EU policies? Will technological bottlenecks be overcome? None of this information, even the project leaders and top consultants, knew. How did this chairman, so far away, know all this? And how could he be so sure of it? Many executives had a hint of doubt and disapproval in their eyes, feeling that the young chairman was once again an outsider guiding insiders. Su Wanyu also frowned. She checked all the internal information and external reports, but found no evidence to support Jiang Chen's statement. But for some reason, looking at Jiang Chen's calm and confident look in the video, she didn't refute him immediately. "Chairman, are you sure this information is reliable?" Su Wanyu asked cautiously. "Of course." Jiang Chen's tone remained calm. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. But I would like to remind you that opportunities are often only reserved for those with courage and insight." After saying that, he hung up the video call, leaving the executives in the conference room looking at each other in bewilderment. In the end, under Su Wanyu's insistence she herself couldn't explain why she chose to trust Jiang Chen this time, the meeting decided to temporarily follow Jiang Chen's opinion and increase investment in the project. However, just 3 days later, EU officials suddenly announced that they would introduce an unprecedented new energy subsidy bill, the content of which was almost exactly the same as what Jiang Chen had said before. Soon after, news came from the project partners that the core technical difficulties that had plagued the project's progress had been unexpectedly solved by a little-known young engineer. The entire top management of Tianjin Group was completely shocked. The eyes of all the executives who participated in the meeting looked at Jiang Chen, and their previous suspicion and contempt instantly changed to shock, awe, and even admiration. "It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Could this new chairman really be able to predict the future?" The moment Su Wanyu received the news, she stood there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. The business logic and information channels that she was proud of seemed so pale and powerless in front of Jiang Chen's precise predictions that were like opening his third eye. This man, how many secrets does he still hide? Her strong curiosity grew like weeds, driving her to make a decision. She cancelled all her afternoon plans and drove herself to the Starlight Media Building, the new headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment. She wanted to find Jiang Chen and have a good talk. It was no longer a conversation between a CEO and a chairman, but rather an exploration by an equally proud woman into a man who had aroused her deep interest. When Su Wanyu walked into the chairman's office on the top floor, which had a wide view, luxurious decoration and a sense of technology, Jiang Chen was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the distant skyline. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Jiang Chen slowly turned around and saw that the person coming was Su Wanyu. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he showed a playful smile. "Mr. Su? What a rare visitor. How come you have time to come and inspect my little place today?" Su Wanyu ignored his teasing. She walked over to Jiang Chen and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, looking out the window at the magnificent city scenery. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. Her voice was still cold, but it was less icy and more inquisitive. "Mr. Jiang, I'm very curious." "What are you curious about?" "I'm curious about you." Su Wanyu turned her head, and for the first time, her cold phoenix eyes looked at Jiang Chen so seriously and intently. "Who are you? What plans do you have for Brilliant Entertainment and Tianjin Group?" Their eyes met. There seemed to be a subtle magnetic field in the air that belonged only to the two of them. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful CEO in front of him, who had lost some of her coldness and gained some of her worldly air. He felt the change in her attitude and his heart moved slightly. It seems that his previous magic operations did have unexpected effects. He smiled and did not answer directly, but asked, Boss Su, if I tell you that my goal is to make Tianjin Group a truly world-leading business empire, surpassing Microsoft and Apple, would you believe me? Su Wanyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 20 New Sign-In. Goal, the top of the entertainment industry. Let Tianjin Group become a business empire that surpasses Microsoft and Apple and truly stands at the top of the world? Su Wanyu repeated Jiang Chen's words, and for the first time, an unbelievable and violent fluctuation appeared in her cold phoenix eyes. This goal is too big. Too crazy. You know, although Tianjin Group is already a top domestic and world-renowned multinational group, there is still a considerable gap compared with supergiants like Microsoft and Apple that have truly defined the technological era and changed the world. And this young man in front of me actually. Why does he do that? If someone else said this, Su Wanyu would just sneer and think that the other person was dreaming. But when these words came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, combined with his previous incredible operations and his ability to predict the future, Su Wanyu's heart inexplicably gave rise to a trace of hesitation, perhaps even she herself had not noticed. She looked at Jiang Chen deeply, trying to find even the slightest hint of boasting or uncertainty in his calm eyes. But she was disappointed. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, deep, yet full of unquestionable confidence, as if what he was talking about was not an unattainable dream, but a future that was destined to come true. What? You don't believe it? Jiang Chen looked at her shocked expression and chuckled. Su Wanyu was silent for a moment, then slowly shook her head, her voice somewhat complicated. I just think this goal is too grand. Magnificent? Jiang Chen turned around and faced the huge floor-to-ceiling window again, opening his arms as if to embrace the entire world. His tone was filled with a sense of pride and ambition. In my opinion, this is just the beginning. Su Wanyu looked at his not-so-tall but extremely majestic back at this moment, and listened to his ambitious words, her heart beating uncontrollably. She suddenly realized that she seemed a little attracted by this man's arrogance. As soon as this thought appeared, her pretty face turned slightly red, but she quickly suppressed it and returned to her usual calmness. I hope Mr. Jiang will keep his word, she said lightly, bringing this brief confrontation to an end. Jiang Chen turned around and gave her a meaningful look. Wait and see. After seeing off Su Wanyu, who was in a complicated mood, Jiang Chen stood alone in the empty office, but the smile on his face became brighter. What I just said was not entirely bragging. After possessing the system and taking control of Tianjin Group, his ambition is indeed expanding at an alarming rate. Just being a wealthy man who spends money like water is no longer enough to satisfy him. He wanted to control, to create, to stand at the top of this world. And Brilliant Entertainment is his first testing ground towards this goal. System, he called in his mind. What stage are we at with Brilliant Entertainment's mission to turn losses into profits, now? Ding. Detection indicates that Brilliant Entertainment has stabilized. Core artist Lin Weiwei has been successfully launched, generating significant market buzz and significantly boosting the company's reputation. The first phase of the hidden sign-in mission, turning losses into profits, has been completed in excess. Phase rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward. 1. Entertainment Empire Blueprint Fragment X1. Collect all fragments to unlock the complete Entertainment Empire development plan and core resources. 2. Grandmaster Director Skill Card X1. Used to gain the professional skills and artistic acumen comparable to the world's top directors. 3. Special Artist Detection Radar Basic X1 scans targets within a 10-kilometer radius who possess special potential such as acting, singing, variety show skills, etc., and are S rank or above. Looking at the generous rewards that popped up on the system panel, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Fragments of an Entertainment Empire blueprint? Grandmaster Directorial Skills? Artist Detection Radar? This reward is really timely. Especially the Entertainment Empire Blueprint fragment, which directly ignited the fire in his heart. It seems that the system also supports him in doing big things. Jiang Chen used the Grandmaster Director skill card immediately without hesitation. In an instant, an enormous stream of information flooded into his mind. Camera language, scene arrangement, script interpretation, actor guidance, post-production editing, countless top-level knowledge, skills and experiences about director's work are deeply imprinted in his soul as if they were born with him. He even felt that he could pick up the director's baton and make an Oscar-level movie right now. Awesome! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The feeling of instantly improving his abilities was truly wonderful. After calming down his excitement, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the brand new land beneath his feet, which symbolized the new starting point of brilliant entertainment, the top floor of the Starlight Media Building. System, I want to tag the location in this chairman's office. Byte. The host has been detected arriving at the landmark building, the top floor of the Starlight Media Building, Brilliant Entertainment's new headquarters. Tag in progress, successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. 1. Global Top Entertainment Resource Integration Rights Primary Leverage Tianqin Group's influence to gain priority access to and integrate some of the world's top entertainment resources, such as IP, cinema chains, and streaming platforms. 2. The most promising hit IP script for the next 3 years, The Secret of Immortality, a fantasy theme with potential for development in film, television, games, and animation. Another wave of King Bomb rewards. Global Entertainment Resource Integration Rights? Future blockbuster IP scripts? Zhang Chen felt like his heart was about to jump out. The system is determined to let him build up his entertainment empire. With these resources and abilities, plus his almost unlimited money, why worry about not accomplishing great things? Zhang Chen walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the chessboard like crisscrossing streets and the endless stream of people below, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. Make Lin Weiwei famous? No, this is far from enough. His goal is to make Brilliant Entertainment the top entertainment company in Dragon Country and even the world. He wants to sign the most promising artist. He wants to make the biggest movie ever. He wants to produce the most popular variety show. He wants to acquire the best IP. He wants to make Brilliant Entertainment production a guarantee of quality and box office. He wants to make the entire entertainment industry dance to his will. He wanted to personally create an unprecedented entertainment empire. An indescribable sense of ambition surged in his chest. A new journey has begun. Chapter 21, The First Step of the Empire. The Secret of Immortality is activated. Starlight Media Building, top floor. The brand new chairman's office offers a wide view, a modern and luxurious atmosphere tinged with a sharp sense of technology. Sunlight streams in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding everything in the room with a golden glow. Zhang Chen sat on the expensive boss chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, looking calmly at the people standing in front of him. Leading the group was Uncle Chen, and behind him were the core members of Brilliant Entertainment's newly formed executive team, industry elites who were hastily assembled in just 3 days by Tianqin Group's Human Resources Department and a top headhunting firm, almost in a robbing move. The new CEO, Wang Tao, is the former vice president of a domestic listed entertainment company and is known for his stability and ability to integrate resources. Production director Wang Haiming, also known as the experienced Lao Wang, has been in the industry for 20 years and has produced many box office hits. Artist director Li Shui was the sisterly who was shocked by Zhang Chen's 500 million yuan publicity and promotion budget. At this moment, she looked at Zhang Chen with eyes full of awe and enthusiasm. There are also marketing directors, financial directors, and so on, all of whom are capable people with impressive resumes and outstanding abilities. At this moment, these elites who could shake the entertainment industry with just a stomp of their feet outside, stood in front of Zhang Chen, but they all seemed extremely respectful, even with a hint of curiosity and exploration that was difficult to conceal. They desperately wanted to know where this young chairman, rising like a comet, who had taken such drastic measures to overhaul Brilliant Entertainment and lavishly invested, was he truly aiming to take this bankrupt company? Was he simply trying to make Lin Weiwei famous? His vision was too narrow. Zhang Chen's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, taking in their various expressions. He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder from a clear sky, exploding in everyone's ears. You are all industry elites, so I won't waste any more time. I've gathered you all here for one reason. From today on, Brilliant Entertainment's goal is no longer to turn a profit, nor is it simply to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. He paused, his eyes suddenly becoming as sharp as an eagle, filled with unquestionable ambition. I want to make Brilliant Entertainment the entertainment empire of Dragon Country, and even the whole world. Entertainment empire? Even though these executives who were used to big scenes, their faces changed and their pupils trembled when they heard these 4 words. Wang Tao, Lao Wang and others looked at each other and saw unbelievable shock in each other's eyes. An entertainment empire? That's a pretty big deal. Brilliant Entertainment is only just starting to pick up steam, with a weak foundation and a shortage of talent. How can it possibly compete with those entrenched domestic and international entertainment giants? Isn't this young chairman a little too idealistic? Or even arrogant? As if he saw through their thoughts, Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth with a confident arc. He did not explain, but nodded directly to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen understood and immediately distributed a freshly printed document, still smelling of ink, to every executive present. This is? CEO Wang Tao took the document with doubt, his eyes falling on the three powerful characters on the cover, which seemed to contain some kind of Taoist rhyme. The Secret of Immortality. What is this? A novel? A screenplay? With doubts, Wang Tao opened the first page. After reading just a few lines, his breathing suddenly stopped. As he looked down, his eyes widened, and the hand holding the document began to tremble slightly. The reactions of Lao Wang, Li Shui, and the others nearby were exactly the same. Each of them seemed to be under a spell, completely immersed in the grand world constructed by the text. This is an unprecedented world of immortals and heroes. From the humble struggles of mortals to the hardships of cultivating immortality, from the magnificent rivalries between sects to the awe-inspiring battles between immortals and demons, from the lingering love stories of young men and women to the exploration of the ultimate mysteries of the vast universe. The worldview is grand. The setting is rigorous. The plot is exciting. The characters are vivid. It's an undiscovered, priceless treasure IP. This is... Production director Lao Wang's voice trembled with excitement. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes. Director Jiang. This is you. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. This is an original IP script that I came across by chance. It has not yet been released. I think it has the potential to become the greatest fairy tale epic in the history of Dragon Country, and even the world's cinema. He stood up and walked to the huge French window, his voice carrying a bewitching power. Imagine adapting it into a movie. Using the most advanced special effects to recreate the most epic scenes in the book. Using the most sophisticated production to present the most moving story. We can even adapt it into a game. Let hundreds of millions of players experience that magnificent world of immortality firsthand. We can even make anime. And merchandise. And create a complete universe for The Secret of Immortality. Film, television, games, animation, peripherals, developing the entire industry chain. This is the prototype of the entertainment empire in my mind. The grand blueprint drawn by Jiang Chen was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves in the hearts of the executives. They were all veterans in the industry, so they naturally understood the value of such a top-tier IP. If they could truly succeed in developing it in all aspects as director Jiang had promised, then Brilliant Entertainment would not only become a domestic giant, but even a world-class entertainment powerhouse would not be impossible. All previous doubts and concerns vanished instantly in the face of this truly blockbuster IP. Instead, there was unparalleled excitement and enthusiasm. Mr. Jiang, you're brilliant. CEO Wang Tao was the first to stand up, his expression excited and his tone extremely respectful. With a masterpiece like The Secret of Immortality in hand, Brilliant Entertainment is bound to soar to the sky. We are willing to serve Mr. John's entertainment empire with all our might. We are willing to serve you. Lao Wang, Li Shui and others also stood up and responded in unison, their eyes full of longing for the future and absolute conviction in Jiang Chen. At this moment, no one doubted the arrogance of the young chairman anymore, and all that was left was deep admiration and determination to follow him. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He turned around, glanced at everyone, and announced. Then the film and television project of The Secret of Immortality is officially launched. The first phase of investment. He held up a finger. 1 billion. Goal to create the first epic Xianxia film in Dragon Country's film history. From now on, mobilize all available resources, including the Global Top Entertainment Resource Integration Authority primary level, I grant you. Find me the best director, the best writing team, and the most powerful special effects company worldwide. I want the name of The Secret of Immortality to resound throughout the world. Billion-dollar investment. Global resources. A first in film history. Every word was like a war drum, striking hard on everyone's heartstrings. The new journey of Brilliant Entertainment and the grand prologue of the entertainment empire officially begins at this moment. Chapter 22, the director's skills are on full display. The script reading astonishes everyone. The news of the launch of the film and television project The Secret of Immortality was like dropping a depth bomb on a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar in the entire entertainment industry. $1 billion investment. An unprecedented Xianxia masterpiece. Brilliant Entertainment's ambitions are clear. Countless eyes are focused on this company that has just experienced a change of dynasty. There is expectation and curiosity, but more of it is questioning and waiting. After all, could Brilliant Entertainment, a newbie like them, really handle such a massive project? Especially that incredibly young chairman Jiang. Besides being rich, did he really have the know-how? While the outside world was discussing this, the script adaptation of The Secret of Immortality was in full swing within Brilliant Entertainment under the leadership of the new production director Lao Wang Hyaming. Lao Wang is worthy of being a senior boss in the circle. Relying on the unlimited budget and global resource integration authority granted by Jiang Chen, he managed to put together a core team composed of several top domestic fairy tale and fantasy screenwriters in just a few days. That afternoon, in the luxurious conference room of Brilliant Entertainment in the Starlight Media Building, an internal reading session on the first version of the adapted script outline of The Secret of Immortality and the first 5 episodes of the script is underway. The person who presided over the meeting was naturally Chairman Jiang Chen. In addition to the production director Lao Wang and the core members of the screenwriter team, there were 2 auditors who surprised the screenwriters: Miao Xiaoshui, a potential actor who had just made his mark in Huihuang Entertainment not long ago, and Wang Xiaomei, a young girl who was said to be very creative and was promoted from the planning department by the chairman himself. Old Wang sat below Jiang Chen with a respectful expression, but deep in his eyes, there was a barely perceptible uneasiness. Although he was impressed by Jiang Chen's courage and style, he was still unsure about the young boss's ability in script writing. After all, writing a script and spending money were 2 completely different things. He just hoped that the chairman would not come up with any unprofessional opinions that would make things difficult for everyone. Let's start. Jiang Chen gestured with a calm tone. The reading session officially began. The head of the writing team, Mr. Liu, a renowned screenwriter in the field of domestic Xianxia dramas, began reading the script outline and highlights. The conference room was very quiet, with only Teacher Liu's magnetic voice echoing. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers, as if he was listening carefully. Old Wang and the screenwriters' hearts were in their throats as they nervously observed Jiang Chen's reaction. Miao Xiaoshui and Wang Xiaomei didn't dare to breathe, but took notes diligently. Time passed minute by minute, and when Teacher Liu finished reading the scripts of the first 5 episodes, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Mr. Jiang, this is our preliminary adaptation. Take a look. Teacher Liu looked at Jiang Chen nervously, waiting for his evaluation. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes were clear and without any emotion. He didn't speak immediately, but picked up the script in front of him, flipped through it casually, and then spoke. His voice remained calm, but what he said made all the professionals present open their eyes wide instantly. Teacher Liu, in episode 3, the scene where the male protagonist first encounters a powerful enemy and narrowly escapes death, Jiang Chen pointed out directly. You handled it too peacefully. Ah? Teacher Liu was stunned. The protagonist's emotional outburst is at least 5 minutes early. Jiang Chen tapped his finger on the script. He should be feeling extremely resentful, angry, and resentful of his own weakness. Such complex emotions can't be expressed solely through dialogue. Camera. You need a close-up. His eyes. A close-up of those bloodshot eyes from humiliation and anger. Then, use a quick flashback to insert a scene of him being despised and ridiculed before. Create a strong contrast. This way, the audience can empathize with him. Only then can they understand why he fought back so desperately. Jiang Chen's speech speed was not fast, but every word he uttered was like a heavy hammer, hitting Teacher Liu and all the screenwriters' hearts hard. Precise. Sharp. Hit the nail on the head. This person understands the language of camera and emotional control better than the most professional director. Before they could recover from their shock, Jiang Chen turned to another page. And here, in episode 5, the scene between the heroine and the second male lead. He looked at Lao Wang. Lao Wang, what do you think is wrong with this scene? When Lao Wang was called, he was stunned for a moment, thought carefully, and said uncertainly, isn't it a bit slow? The drag is just superficial. Jiang Chen shook his head. The root cause is that the heroine's motivation is unclear. Why would she suddenly say those words to the second male lead? There's not enough foreshadowing. The audience will find it abrupt. We need to add a scene earlier, even if it's just one shot, to imply that the heroine learned a secret or experienced something that caused her to undergo a psychological change. That way, her behavior will be logical and the character will stand out. Logical chain. Character arc. These professional terms that screenwriters talk about every day sound so natural and thorough when spoken by this extremely young chairman. Next, Zhang Chen seemed to have turned on the Grandmaster mode and put forward many extremely precise and constructive suggestions for revisions to the script, from the overall structure and rhythm control to the character creation, plot logic, and even down to the tone of a certain line and the atmosphere creation of a certain scene. Sometimes he would quote from classics and talk about some creative theories that were refreshing to veteran screenwriters. Sometimes he would suddenly stand up and personally demonstrate the expressions and movements of a certain character. The instantaneous burst of infectious power, which was comparable to that of a movie emperor, left everyone present stunned. Is this really the chairman who only relies on throwing money? This is clearly an art master who has been immersed in this field for many years, has profound skills and a sharp eye. The conference room was completely silent. The look in old Wang and the screenwriter team's eyes, which had previously held their doubts towards Zhang Chen, had completely changed. From their initial awe respect for the money to heartfelt admiration. Even worship. They felt like they were not here for a meeting today, but to attend a priceless top-level masterclass. Miao Xiaoshui and Wang Xiaomei were mesmerized by what they heard, their eyes filled with stars as they looked at Zhang Chen. They only knew that their boss was rich and powerful, but they had never expected that his boss would be so strong in his professional field. Working with a boss like this, there's no need to worry about not getting ahead. That's about it. You guys discuss it again and come up with a revised plan as soon as possible. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Chen finally stopped, picked up the teacup in front of him, and took a sip, as if the amazing advice he had just given was just a casual remark. Yes. Director Jiang. We understand. We promise to complete it as soon as possible. Teacher Liu was the first to stand up and bowed deeply to Zhang Chen, his tone filled with excitement and admiration. The other screenwriters also stood up and looked at Zhang Chen with eyes full of gratitude and conviction. Zhang Chen's director skills show not only perfectly solved the potential problems of the script, but also completely conquered the hearts of this core creative team. Looking at the enthusiastic and motivated expressions of the crowd, Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I have finally tackled the tough task of writing the script. So next, it's time to cast. The Secret of Immortality is a masterpiece that is destined to go down in film history. Who should play the male and female protagonists to live up to this masterpiece and the billion-dollar investment? Zhang Chen's gaze became profound again. Chapter 23, Casting Storm. Hidden rules? No such thing. The news of the script reading session for The Secret of Immortality spread quickly within Brilliant Entertainment as if it had wings. All employees, especially those old employees who experienced the Zhang Duong era, were extremely shocked and admired the amazing professional ability demonstrated by the new boss. Suddenly, any remaining wait-and-see attitudes, doubts, and even resistance within the company completely vanished. Instead, morale surged and expectations for the future surged. Everyone was convinced that under the leadership of this knowledgeable and unfettered young chairman, Brilliant Entertainment would be reborn and soar to new heights. As the script revision work progressed rapidly, another highly anticipated project, one that even touched the nerves of the entire entertainment industry, officially kicked off. Auditions for actors for The Secret of Immortality. As soon as the news was released, the entire entertainment industry was instantly in an uproar. Billion-dollar investment. Dragon Country's first blockbuster fantasy film. Backed by the Tianchen Group. A mysterious and wealthy chairman in charge. Each of these labels exudes a fatal temptation. Countless agencies, casting studios, and even individual actors flocked in like sharks smelling blood. The ground floor of Brilliant Entertainment's newly renovated, magnificent new headquarters was almost daily thronged with people submitting resumes and seeking auditions. Among them, there are many well-known first-line stars, popular young actors and actresses, and even some old actors who have retired for many years, all of whom want to get a piece of the pie in this big production that is destined to go down in history. However, along with opportunities often come the entertainment industry's deep-rooted bad habits. Lao Lu, the new casting director of Huihuang Entertainment and a veteran in the industry, was hired at a high salary and has been extremely overwhelmed these days. Not only does he have to deal with mountains of resumes and endless stream of auditioning actors, but he also has to deal with favors and pressure from all sides. Director Lu, look at our young hunk XX. He's got tons of traffic and tens of millions of fans. He should be able to play the second male lead, right? The price is negotiable. Brother Lu, I'm the CEO of XX Films, and we're old acquaintances. Reserve the third female lead role in The Secret of Immortality for me. I have a newcomer here who's joining the crew with 50 million in funding. What do you think? Old Lou, your sister-in-law asked me to ask if you still need a maid role in that play? My niece just graduated. Such phone calls, dinners, and hints were endless. Some even went directly to CEO Zhao Yuanliang and production director Lao Wang, trying to exert pressure through higher-ups. Lao Lu has been in the industry for many years and is no longer surprised by this, even accustomed to it. In the past, he might have weighed the pros and cons and made some compromises while ensuring the bottom line of the project. After all, human relationships and social etiquette are all business. But this time, he didn't dare. Because his boss's boss, the ridiculously young yet ridiculously overbearing Chairman Jiang, had already given him a heads-up in advance. Sure enough, when Lao Lu bravely reported these attempts at unwritten rules to Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone exploded. Unspoken rules? Bringing money into the group? Jiang Chen's voice was as cold as the cold wind in December, filled with undisguised anger and disgust. What do they think Brilliant Entertainment is? A market? Director Lu, listen carefully. Jiang Chen's tone was firm and unquestionable. From today on, I will establish an iron rule for Brilliant Entertainment. For all casting decisions, we only consider three things. First, acting ability. Second, compatibility with the character. Third, the actor's character. Background? Traffic? Favors? Funding? To me, it's all bullshit. Anyone who attempts to obtain a role through crooked means or unspoken rules, once discovered, regardless of who they are or their background, will be placed on Brilliant Entertainment's permanent blacklist. Never to be hired again. You have to pass on my exact words. Let everyone know. Brilliant Entertainment doesn't play games. Whoever has the talent can do it. If you don't have the talent, even if you bring in the king of the world, you can't even hope to get a supporting role. Jiang Chen's words were like thunderclaps from a clear sky, not only shocking the casting director Lao Lu, but also quickly spreading through internal channels throughout the entire Brilliant Entertainment, and even to half of the entertainment industry. For a moment, there was an uproar in the circle. Many agencies and actors who are used to using backdoors and connections sneered at Jiang Chen's inhumane and rule-breaking behavior, and secretly waited to see him make a fool of himself. However, there are also some actors who are truly talented but suffer from a lack of background and opportunities, as well as those in the industry who hate the unspoken rules. They applauded Jiang Chen's iron-fisted declaration and saw a ray of fresh air in the industry. Regardless of what the outside world says, the public auditions for Brilliant Entertainment's The Secret of Immortality have officially begun under the iron rules set by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't participate in the entire process, but he asked the casting director, Lao Lu, to immediately send him the audition tapes for all important roles. He also specifically instructed him to pay special attention to the young man named Miao Xiaoshui. At the audition, just as Jiang Chen expected, all kinds of human behaviors were played out. The popular young actress with exaggerated acting skills and who could only stare and pout was ruthlessly kicked out. The person who had connections, a self-righteous background, an arrogant attitude, and was picky about the audition requirements was directly retorted by Lao Lu, "Our temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Please go back." Of course, there are also some truly impressive talents. When it was Miao Xiaoshui's turn to audition for the second male lead, a character with a patient personality, a complex heart, and a mixture of good and evil, this young man who had been buried for a long time burst out with amazing energy. He didn't use too many body movements, but only through the changes in his eyes, the control of micro-expressions and the rhythm of his lines, he portrayed the character's struggle, pain and cruelty vividly and vividly. Even the usually picky casting director Lao Lu nodded repeatedly and praised it inwardly. The audition video was quickly sent to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Miao Xiaoshui's powerful performance on the screen, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Actor Potential Assessment System assisted, Miao Xiaoshui, Acting Potential A+, Role Compatibility 90%. Good. I was right. He's the one. Jiang Chen made the decision and sent a message to Old Lu, the second male lead is Miao Xiaoshui. Also, give him an S-level actor contract. Another potential stock was in his pocket. As the auditions progressed, suitable actors were found for several important supporting roles. Among them were some veteran actors with superb acting skills. They were impressed by the generous conditions offered by Brilliant Entertainment and the appeal of The Secret of Immortality itself and were happy to join. The entire crew was becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the most crucial and most concerned candidate for the male and female protagonists has not been announced yet. Just as all kinds of speculations and rumors were intensifying, Zhang Chen made a decision that once again surprised everyone. Chapter 24, The Queen's Debut? Lin Weiwei's Role. Brilliant entertainment, The Secret of Immortality Project Meeting Room. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Director Zhang, a top domestic commercial film director, attracted by Zhang Chen's large sum of money and the potential of The Secret of Immortality, producer Lao Wang, and casting director Lao Lu, all sat upright, looking at Zhang Chen, who was calm and composed in the main seat, with complicated expressions. After several rounds of intense and rigorous auditions, most of the key supporting roles have been cast, including many highly regarded actors and veterans. The entire cast is truly exceptional. But the only and most important factor is the selection of the male and female protagonists, which remains undecided. Director Zhang, it was finally the producer, Lao Wang, who spoke first. He handed Zhang Chen a list of names. These are the candidates for the female lead we've shortlisted based on the auditions and comprehensive considerations. First on the list is Li Ruobing, one of the four most popular young actresses in China. Her image, popularity, and acting skills are all quite suitable. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. No need to look at it. Zhang Chen didn't even take the list and said in a flat tone, I have already decided on the female lead. What? Lao Wang, Director Zhang, and Lao Lu were all stunned and looked at each other. It was decided? When was it decided? How come they didn't know? Mr. Zhang, what are you ordering? Director Zhang couldn't help but ask curiously. Could it be that Mr. Zhang had privately contacted a top international superstar? Zhang Chen's eyes swept over the three of them, a smile that made their hearts skip a beat appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly uttered a name. Lin Weiwei. What? Even though these three industry leaders who had seen a lot of ups and downs were used to it, when they heard this name, they were like being struck by lightning. They jumped up from their chairs in an instant, their faces full of disbelief and horror. Lin Weiwei? The newcomer who just became an internet sensation with a single song but has no performing experience whatsoever? Let her play the leading lady in The Secret of Immortality? This is simply an international joke. Director Zhang. You absolutely can't do that. Director Zhang was the first to panic, no longer caring about superiors or subordinates. He advised earnestly, The Secret of Immortality is an S+++ level project with $1 billion investment. The heroine is one of the souls of the entire show. She has a huge role to play, and the acting skills required are extremely high. Letting an inexperienced newcomer take on this role is too risky. If she fails, the entire show will be fatally impacted. Producer Lao Wang also quickly agreed, yes, Mr. Zhang. Miss Lin's singing is indeed heavenly, and her popularity is unquestionable. But singing and acting are two completely different things. They are worlds apart. We can't take such a huge risk with such a large investment. Although casting director Lao Lu didn't say anything, the anxious expression on his face also showed his attitude. They all admit that Lin Weiwei is very popular now and has a huge amount of traffic, but traffic does not equal acting skills, let alone box office appeal. Especially in the field of film, which requires higher acting skills. To them, using a complete newcomer to play such an important role was a huge gamble. And one with a huge chance of losing. However, in the face of the three professionals' earnest advice, Zhang Chen's expression did not change at all, and he still looked calm and composed. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and waited until the three of them had finished speaking before he slowly spoke in an unquestionable tone. I know what you're worried about. Risk? Pressure? I understand these better than you do. But, his eyes suddenly became sharp as he glanced at the three of them, I chose Lin Weiwei not on impulse, nor out of nepotism. First, he held up a finger. Lin Weiwei's appearance and temperament are a perfect match for the cold and elegant, gentle yet strong character of the heroine Luo Qingyao, tentative name and The Secret of Immortality. Do you dare deny this? The three of them choked. Indeed, Lin Weiwei's pure, and slightly stubborn fairy temperament is unique in today's entertainment industry, where internet celebrities are everywhere, and it fits the image of the heroine of a fairy tale drama very well. Second, Zhang Chen held up his second finger. You all know better than I do how popular and talked about Lin Weiwei is right now. Do I need to say more about how much early attention and traffic she'll bring to the movie if she plays the leading female role? The three of them fell silent again. Indeed, Lin Weiwei was now a walking traffic code. Once the news of her playing the leading lady was released, it would definitely set the entire internet on fire. The third and most important point. Jiang Chen held up his third finger, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I admit, she's a newcomer and has no acting experience. But who is born to act? Talent, comprehension, and acquired effort and guidance are the key. I've had people evaluate her, and Lin Weiwei also possesses extremely high talent and potential in acting. I'll hire her the best acting teacher in the country. I'll personally guide her. I believe that if she's given the opportunity, she'll absolutely be able to perfectly portray the role of Luo Qingyao on the big screen. Jiang Chen even offered an even more tempting proposal. Furthermore, I've decided that all of the theme songs, interludes, and ending themes for The Secret of Immortality will be performed by Lin Weiwei. This will truly achieve audio-visual integration. The popularity of the songs will feed back into the film, and the film's success will also elevate her music career to a higher level. This is a win-win situation, don't you see? What he said was well-reasoned, with a forward-looking plan, and even had an unquestionable strength. Lao Wang, Director Zhang, and Lao Lu looked at each other, all stunned by Jiang Chen's words. They had to admit that the blueprint Jiang Chen had drawn was indeed very tempting. The combination of audio and video, a powerful alliance. If it could really succeed, the commercial value it would bring would be immeasurable. While risks remain. Looking at Jiang Chen's domineering attitude of I have made up my mind and cannot be refuted, and thinking of the terrifying financial resources behind him. In the end, the three of them chose to compromise. Or rather, I was persuaded. Okay. Mr. Jiang, since you have made up your mind, we will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. Director Zhang sighed and took the lead in expressing his opinion. That's right. We will do our best to help Miss Lin get into the role as soon as possible. Lao Wang also nodded. Very good. Jiang Chen showed a satisfied smile. This is the courage that my brilliant entertainment should have. This news soon reached Lin Weiwei's ears. When Lin Weiwei learned that she would not only sing all the songs but also play the leading role in this billion-dollar blockbuster, she felt like she was about to float. The happiness and pressure overwhelmed her like a tsunami. She immediately rushed to Jiang Chen's office, speaking incoherently with excitement. Director Jiang. Can I really do this? I've never acted before. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Jiang Chen looked at her excited yet apprehensive expression, smiled, and handed her a glass of water. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will make you the most dazzling star, whether in the music or film industry. His voice carries a calming power. Lin Weiwei looked at Jiang Chen's eyes full of trust and encouragement, nodded vigorously, and all her fear turned into endless motivation. For Director Zhang's trust. For her own dream. She must do her best. The choice of the heroine has been finalized. The entire Eternal Life Secret project team was once again shocked by Jiang Chen's earth-shattering decision. Everyone knew that this young chairman was really going to place all his hopes on this newcomer named Lin Weiwei. Will this gamble ultimately lead to a stunning success, or will it become a laughingstock in the industry? Countless pairs of eyes are waiting to see. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already set his sights on the next, and last, unresolved key position. Male lead. In his mind, the bright spot representing S+ level acting potential was somewhere in Tianhai City, quietly waiting for him to discover. Chapter 25, Hard to find the male protagonist? Detection radar shows its power. The heroine of The Secret of Immortality has been decided, and the news that it is the popular newcomer Lin Weiwei who will play the role spread quickly within Brilliant Entertainment and even the entire entertainment industry like wings. As expected, this decision once again caused an uproar. The outside world's doubts, ridicule, and pessimism are even more intense than when Jiang Chen bought a house and posted on Weibo. Crazy. Jiang Chen is absolutely crazy. He wants a singer to play the female lead in a billion-dollar production? Does he think this is a music video? What kind of magic potion did Lin Weiwei give Director Jiang? This resource is too incredible, right? There must be an inside story. Just wait and see, The Secret of Immortality is definitely going to flop. Brilliant Entertainment is courting its own demise. I feel bad for those talented actresses who lost to an internet celebrity singer who was promoted by spending a lot of money. Negative comments were rampant. Even within Brilliant Entertainment, apart from a few core executives, many employees were worried and puzzled by Jiang Chen's decision. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. The noise from the outside world had no influence on his decision-making. He firmly believed in his own vision and Lin Weiwei's potential. Now, the more pressing issue facing him is the male lead. With the female lead already confirmed as the talking point queen Lin Weiwei, the choice of the male lead is even more crucial. He must be able to carry the role, create chemistry with Lin Weiwei, and withstand external pressure. Casting director Lao Lu's hair has been turning gray with worry these days. There's a constant stream of actors coming to audition for the lead role, including many top-tier stars and talented young actors of the middle generation. But the results were disappointing. Those traffic stars only have good looks and exaggerated and greasy acting skills, and they are simply unable to handle the role of the male protagonist in The Secret of Immortality, who is forbearing in the early stage, explodes in the later stage, and has extremely rich inner layers. Some talented actors with highly recognized acting skills either have an age image that does not match their early youthfulness, or have schedule conflicts, or ask for ridiculously high pay and treatment. Director Jiang, the male lead, is a bit difficult. Old Lu came to Jiang Chen's office again, looking troubled. The acting skills that match the image are not good enough, and the acting is good but the image is not good enough, or the conditions can't be agreed. How about we lower the standards appropriately? Or consider those idols who have their own popularity? No. Jiang Chen rejected it without a second thought, his tone firm and decisive. The male lead of The Secret of Immortality is the soul of the entire show. Acting skills are paramount. Image can be improved through styling and post-production, but if the acting is not good, even gods can't save it. Traffic? For me, strength is the only pass. Old Lu sighed and fell silent. The chairman's demands were truly too high. But where could he find that perfect Xiao Fan among such a vast sea of people? Jiang Chen looked at Old Lu's sad face, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his brows slightly furrowed. Is it really possible that we can't find the right person? Just when he was feeling a little annoyed, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Oh right. System rewards. He almost forgot that he had been rewarded with a good thing for completing the system task. Special Artist Detection Radar Basic. Can scan target individuals with special potential reaching S level or above within a radius of 10 kilometers. Although its range is only 10 kilometers and it can only detect S level potential and above, it is a tailor-made artifact for the current predicament. System. Immediately activate the Special Artist Detection Radar. Jiang Chen silently thought, without hesitation. Filtering conditions, acting potential must be S level or above. Age, between 18 and 25. Current location is Tianhai City. Byte. Special Artist Detection Radar Basic activated successfully. Scanning the 10-kilometer radius of Tianhai City. Filtering conditions, acting potential S level, age 18-25 years old. Scan completed. Found one eligible target person. Only one? Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. This is truly 1 in a million. Immediately afterwards, a virtual city map appeared in his mind. On the map, an extremely dazzling dot that flashed with blazing golden light appeared in an area not too far from the Starlight Media Building where he was near the Tianhai Film Studio. Next to the light spot, there was a line of information clearly marked. Target person, Qin Feng. Age, 23. Current occupation, extras. Potential assessment, acting S+. SS+? Higher than all the actors who auditioned before the system evaluated them? Even surpassing Miao Xiaoshui who was rated A+? And his profession is just an extra? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This is like pie falling from the sky. No. It's a full banquet falling from the sky. A young man with amazing acting potential at the S+ level was buried at the bottom for various reasons and became an extra in a group that no one cared about? Isn't this the perfect candidate he's been looking for, the one who can perfectly portray the male protagonist Xiao Fan from ordinary to extraordinary, from forbearance to explosiveness? Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen immediately picked up the intercom, his voice filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Check for me immediately. Is there a young extra named Qin Feng near the Tianhai Film Studio? I want all his information. The sooner the better. Yes, sir. Although Uncle Chen didn't know what had happened, he immediately felt the urgency in Jiang Chen's tone. He didn't dare to delay and quickly mobilized resources to start an investigation. A few minutes later, a simple piece of information about Qin Feng was sent to Jiang Chen's mobile phone. According to the profile, Qin Feng, 23, was born into an orphanage and grew up in an orphanage. After graduating from high school, driven by his passion for acting, he moved to the vicinity of the Tianhai Film Studio and became a hangpyo, a type of migrant worker, for 5 years. During this time, he played countless minor roles, including corpses, passers-by, and background characters. Due to his ordinary appearance, about 1.75 meters tall, and unremarkable looks, he was the type you'd never find in a crowd of people. He was also somewhat introverted and socially awkward, so he never got any opportunities. His life was extremely difficult, often going hungry. However, he never gave up his love for acting, and whenever he had free time, he practiced his acting skills, watched films, and even practiced his expressions in front of the mirror for various roles. After reading the information, Jiang Chen fell silent. This is a soul that truly loves acting but is ruthlessly buried by reality. His eyes became extremely firm. Such a talent must not be allowed to continue to sink. He, Jiang Chen, wants to dig him out himself. Uncle Chen, prepare the car. Jiang Chen stood up, his eyes gleaming like a hunter spotting his prey. Let's go to Tianhai Film Studio. He wanted to personally meet this extras with an acting potential of S+, to see if he was really the unpolished gem that could shock the world as the system had detected. The hero of The Secret of Immortality might be waiting for him there. Chapter 26, Extra Actor Qin Feng. Movie Emperor Level Potential. Near the Tianhai Film Studio is a slightly marginal and chaotic corner in this bustling city. Hundreds of young people who dream of becoming stars gather here. They are called hangpyo or haepyo. Every day they squat at the entrance of the studio or near the hotels where the crews are staying, waiting for that slim chance, even if it is just a background board without lines, or a dead body lying motionless on the ground. Jiang Chen asked Uncle Chen to park the eye-catching Koenigsegg a little further away, and he changed into an ordinary t-shirt and jeans that he bought at a roadside stall for a few dozen yuan, and even deliberately messed up his hair. God-level disguise, quietly activated. Although it could not completely change his facial features, it was enough to make his entire temperament become ordinary and common, perfectly blending in with the young people around him who were also wearing cheap clothes and had confusion and expectations on their faces. Uncle Chen was like the most inconspicuous assistant, following him quietly half a step behind him. System, lock on Qin Feng's location. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. The radar map in his mind immediately gave a precise location. The S+ grade golden light spot was not far ahead, next to a crew that was building a temporary outdoor scene. Jiang Chen walked over calmly, his eyes searching the crowd. Soon, he saw his target. A young man of medium build and unremarkable appearance, wearing a faded gray t-shirt, squatted in a corner, nibbling on a half-eaten steamed bun. He looked a little tired, his eyes filled with uncertainty about the future, but his back was straight, not appearing shabby or decadent despite the hardships of life. He is Qin Feng. Jiang Chen did not immediately step forward to disturb them, but chose to observe quietly from the side. At this moment, an assistant director's impatient voice came from the crew. Damn it! We're still short of a dead body. Who's going to do it? $50. I'll pay you after we finish filming. I'll do it. I'll do it. Several extras around immediately rushed forward. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately threw away the steamed bun in his hand, squeezed forward, and said to the assistant director in a pleading tone, Director, let me do it. I'm a professional at playing corpses. The assistant director looked him up and down. Although his clothes were shabby, his eyes were clean and he wasn't as cunning as some old-timers. He waved his hand impatiently. All right. It's your turn. Hurry up and put on your makeup. Lie on the ground and don't move a damn thing. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director. Qin Feng showed a happy smile on his face. He bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude and then ran quickly to the makeup team. Jiang Chen looked at this scene with mixed feelings. A future movie star with S+ acting potential actually fought so humbly for a role that paid $50 and played a corpse, and still had to be grateful to others? This reality is so fucking ironic. Soon, Qin Feng, who had put on some dead man's makeup, was brought to the shooting site. According to the director's request, he lay in a pool of prop blood. Action. As the clapperboard fell, the shooting officially began. This is the aftermath scene of an ancient war drama, in which the protagonist drags his injured body and struggles to get up from a sea of corpses and blood. Qin Feng plays one of the countless corpses at the protagonist's feet. He lay there, motionless, as if he had really lost his life. But Jiang Chen, with his keen insight granted by the Grandmaster director skills, saw something different from this seemingly simple lying corpse. Xin Feng did not simply close his eyes and pretend to be dead like other extras who played corpses. His body remained in an extremely unnatural twisted posture, as if he had experienced intense pain and struggled before finally dying. Even in the state of death, his brows were slightly furrowed, as if there was still some resentment before his death. There was even a very subtle, blood-stained hint of relief at the corner of his mouth. These details can be invisible if you don't observe carefully or have a professional eye. But this is precisely the best reflection of an actor's deep understanding of the role and his level of dedication. Even if it's just a dead body, he's still performing it with all his heart. Jiang Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. S+ potential. Well-deserved reputation. This is definitely a gem in the rough. After the scene was finished and the director shouted cut, Xin Feng slowly came back to life, got up from the ground, patted the dust and props blood on his body, without any complaints on his face, but with a hint of satisfaction after completing the work. He walked up to the assistant director, respectfully took the $50 payment, folded it carefully, put it in his pocket, and then prepared to leave quietly. Wait a minute. A slightly unfamiliar voice called him. Xin Feng turned around in confusion and saw a young man in ordinary clothes but with unusually bright eyes standing not far away, looking at him. Are you calling me? Xin Feng pointed at himself uncertainly. Yes, it's you. Jiang Chen walked over with a warm smile on his face. My name is Jiang Chen. I just watched your performance and I thought it was quite interesting. Acting? Xin Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed at himself. That wasn't acting at all, I was just lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Playing dead is a skill. Jiang Chen looked him in the eyes and said seriously, I just noticed that the way you were lying there, and the micro-expressions on your face, were different from those of others. What were you thinking about? Xin Feng hadn't expected someone to pay attention to the details of a group actor who played a corpse, and to ask such professional questions. He immediately became interested, and his originally reserved demeanor relaxed a lot. I was wondering how this soldier died. Was he hacked to death by a sword? Or shot to death by an arrow? What was he thinking about before he died? Was he thinking about his wife and children at home? Or was he unwilling to die on the battlefield? I think even a dead body should have its own story. As soon as Xin Feng talked about acting, his whole person seemed to change. There was a fiery light flashing in his eyes, and he talked incessantly about his understanding and speculation about the role, showing extremely profound insights and an almost obsessive love for acting that was completely different from his ordinary appearance and humble identity. Jiang Chen listened quietly, and his admiration for Xin Feng increased a little more. Talent. Passion. Perseverance. These 3 points are enough to make a person successful in any field. And Xin Feng possesses all 3. All he lacks is an opportunity. A platform. Well said. Jiang Chen waited for him to finish, nodded, and then, in a seemingly casual but actually earth-shattering tone, he extended the olive branch that could change Xin Feng's life. Are you interested in working with me? Fight with you? Xin Feng was stunned. What for? Jiang Chen looked at him, his lips slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. To star in a billion-dollar fantasy film. The leading man. Xin Feng? He widened his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him who called himself Jiang Chen in disbelief, with an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. 1 billion? The male lead? This guy is probably a lunatic, right? Or a new type of liar? Chapter 27, A Step to the Top. The best actor seedling is in the bag. Play the leading role in a billion-dollar fantasy film? Xin Feng felt that there must be something wrong with his ears, or that this young man in front of him who looked a little strange had something wrong with his brain. Are all the scammers this greedy these days? 10 billion right off the bat? And the leading man? He subconsciously took a half step back, his eyes full of vigilance and suspicion, and even a hint of anger at being tricked. Who are you? Are you kidding me? Xin Feng's voice was a little hoarse, with the self-protection of a small person at the bottom facing the unknown. Jiang Chen looked at him with a defensive look like a hedgehog, and instead of getting angry, he found it a bit interesting. It seems that although this young man is down and out, he still has a clear mind and is not directly knocked out by this overnight success pie. He no longer hid and winked at Uncle Chen, who had been following behind him like a shadow. Uncle Chen immediately understood what he meant. He took a step forward and took out a well-made, pure black and gold stamped business card from his pocket. He handed it to Xin Feng with both hands and said in a steady and respectful voice, Mr. Qin Feng, this is the chairman of Tianqin Group and Brilliant Entertainment, Zhang Chen, Mr. Jiang. At the same time, Zhang Chen also lifted the God-level disguise technique, and that unique aura of being superior and in control of everything was instantly emanated. Although he was wearing ordinary casual clothes, his deep eyes, confident and calm demeanor, and the respectful attitude of Uncle Chen behind him all showed his extraordinary identity. Chairman of Tianqin Group? Chairman of Brilliant Entertainment? Zhang Chen? These names and titles, like thunderclaps, bombarded Qin Feng's brain fiercely. He froze in place, his entire body frozen as if under a spell. His pupils contracted violently in shock. Of course he knew Zhang Chen. In other words, who in the entire Dragon Country doesn't know Zhang Chen? The wealthy chairman who drives a Koenigsegg, spends $3 billion to buy a house, spends $500 million to support newcomers, and declares on Weibo that he wants to build an entertainment empire. He actually came to see me in person? A bit player? And, was what he just said serious? He wanted me to play the leading role in a billion-dollar movie? The huge shock overwhelmed Qin Feng like a tsunami, making him feel dizzy and almost unable to breathe. What? Still don't believe it? Zhang Chen looked at his silly look, smiled, and took a tablet computer directly from Uncle Chen's hand. He called up the synopsis of the script of The Secret of Immortality and the biography of the male protagonist, and handed it to Qin Feng. See for yourself. Qin Feng's hands were shaking like a sieve, and he took the tablet almost subconsciously. When his eyes fell upon the grand worldview setting on the screen, the ups and downs of the plot, and the biography of the protagonist Li Changsheng, who seemed to be tailor-made for him, rising from obscurity, going through hardships, and finally striving for immortality. His eyes turned red instantly. An indescribable excitement and desire surged and erupted in his heart like magma. Isn't this the role he's always dreamed of? Isn't this the kind of hero with flesh and blood, struggles, and growth that he's pondered and longed to portray countless nights in the cold rented room, looking in the mirror? He was mesmerized by the story and completely immersed in the world called The Secret of Immortality. He even forgot where he was and who was standing in front of him. Zhang Chen looked at his obsessed expression and became more determined. That's right. It's him. Only those who truly love acting and have a deep understanding and resonance with the characters can shine the brightest. How is it? Zhang Chen's voice pulled Qin Feng back from the world of the script. Are you interested in this role? Qin Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with a fiery light, but then dimmed, with a strong sense of insecurity and bitterness. Director Jiang. I'm just a supporting actor. I have no experience, no fame. When I choose people, I don't look at experience or reputation. Zhang Chen interrupted him directly, his tone firm and full of unquestionable power. I only look at one thing: potential. And you, Zhang Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing deep into Qin Feng's heart. You have the potential to become a movie star. I'm asking you, Qin Feng. Zhang Chen's voice suddenly rose, like a resounding bell. Are you willing to spend your whole life playing dead bodies or background characters without any lines? Are you willing to let your love and talent for acting be completely worn away by this cold reality? Don't you want to stand in the spotlight and let everyone see your brilliance? Every word Zhang Chen said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Feng's heart. Are you willing? Of course I am not willing to accept this. Qin Feng's body trembled violently, and the fire that had been suppressed in his eyes for a long time was finally ignited completely. He recalled the days and nights he spent without sleep trying to understand a role, the days he spent shivering in the freezing cold for a few seconds of footage without complaint, the countless times he was rejected for lack of connections and background, feeling humiliated and unwilling to accept his fate. Now, an unprecedented opportunity that could change his life is before him. What reason did he have to hesitate? What right did he have to retreat? Plop. Qin Feng could no longer control his inner excitement and gratitude. His knees softened and he actually knelt down in front of Zhang Chen. Director Jiang. His voice was choked with sobs, yet filled with unprecedented resolve and strength, as if he were swearing an oath. I'll never forget your kindness. I, Qin Feng, am willing. I'm willing to dedicate my life to this role. I will never let you down. A man's knees are made of gold. But Qin Feng knelt willingly, and his blood boiled with passion. This is a thank you for your kindness. It is also a pledge to my future destiny. Very good. Zhang Chen finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. He personally stepped forward, helped Qin Feng up, and patted him on the shoulder. Remember what you said today. I've given you this opportunity. Whether you can seize it and soar to the sky depends on you. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Qin Feng nodded vigorously, with an unprecedented light flashing in his eyes. Uncle Chen, Jiang Chen turned and ordered, take Qin Feng back to the company immediately, arrange the best accommodations for him, and contact the country's top acting teachers to provide him with intensive training. Also, draw up an S-level top actor contract and have him sign it. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen accepted the order respectfully, and his eyes looking at Qin Feng were full of kindness and expectations. Just like that, in an inconspicuous corner outside the film studio, a decision that could affect the entire Dragon Country and even the world film landscape in the future was quietly made. The leading actor of Brilliant Entertainment's annual blockbuster The Secret of Immortality has been decided. An extra named Qin Feng is about to rise to fame and embark on his own legendary journey. The creator of all this, Jiang Chen, is like a chess player who controls everything and makes a crucial move. His entertainment empire is expanding and taking shape at an astonishing speed. Chapter 28 Opening Ceremony. The lineup shocked the entertainment industry. Half a month later, Tianhai City, Starlight Media Building. This new CBD landmark, which was recently completed, has become the focus of the entire city today. The grand opening ceremony of Brilliant Entertainment's annual blockbuster, the epic fairy tale film The Secret of Immortality, which has an investment of up to 1 billion Dragon Country currency, will be held here. The square had already been decorated with a fresh new look. A bright red carpet stretched from the building's entrance to the main stage, flanked by clusters of flowers and fluttering colorful flags. On a massive backdrop, the three characters Changshengju Eternal Life Secret were written in a vibrant, flamboyant style. Below them were the eye-catching logos of Brilliant Entertainment and Tianjin Group, along with a list of credits in gold. The square's perimeter was packed with hundreds of media reporters and countless onlookers, all gathered after hearing the news. Cameras and cameras lined up, flashbulbs blazed like daylight, and live streaming equipment was at full blast. Everyone craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary, inhumanely extravagant film project and the face of the enigmatic Chairman Jiang. At 10 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by exciting music, the opening ceremony officially began. First to walk the red carpet was Brilliant Entertainment's newly assembled executive team, CEO Wang Tao, producer Lao Wang, and artist-director Li Shui. Each one dressed in suits and ties, looking energetic and beaming with confident smiles. Brilliant Entertainment is no longer a mediocre company. With the backing of powerful companies and substantial funds, they possess unwavering confidence. Next up was the film's director, Zhang Qiming, director Zhang, a leading domestic commercial film director, and the core members of the screenwriting team. Their appearance also caused a stir in the media, as they were all well-known figures in the industry. Then, the film's supporting cast debuted. Among them was Miao Xiaoshui, who had been favored by Jiang Chen. After this period of preparation and the company's resources, his demeanor had become much more composed, and he was more confident and at ease in front of the camera. His presence also served as a positive signal for Brilliant Entertainment, retaining some veterans. However, everyone's attention was focused on the core lineup that made the final appearance. When the host announced in an exciting tone, "Now, please welcome the leading actors of The Secret of Immortality Lin Weiwei, Qin Feng, and the producer of this film, chairman of Brilliant Entertainment Mr. Jiang Chen," the atmosphere at the scene instantly reached its climax. Flashes flashed like a storm. Shutters clicked like a cacophony. All cameras were focused on the red carpet entrance. Jiang Chen, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark blue couture suit, stood tall and handsome, with a faint smile on his lips, walking calmly in the center. To his left was Lin Weiwei, dressed in a flowing white fairy dress, with delicate makeup and an ethereal aura. To his right was a young man in a fitted theatrical costume and ancient knight's garb. Though his features were ordinary, his eyes were unusually firm and sharp. Qin Feng. After the breakout success of Light Years Away and the professional training she's received, Lin Weiwei has long shed her initial immaturity and timidity. While still a little nervous, she exudes confidence and radiance. She smiled and waved to the media, drawing gasps of surprise. Although it was Qin Feng's first time facing such a grand occasion, his eyes, which had experienced the hardships of the grassroots and were full of faith and performance, did not show any panic, only calmness and concentration. It was as if he had completely immersed himself in the role of Li Changjiang. The three of them walked side by side, handsome men and beautiful women. The combination of Jiang Chen and Lin Weiwei plus potential dark horse Qin Feng was undoubtedly extremely eye-catching. However, when the media reporters and netizens who were watching the live broadcast confirmed that the male and female protagonists were indeed the two newcomers who had gone viral on the internet before, the scene and the internet instantly exploded. Doubts, ridicule, and pessimism came like a surging tide. Holy crap! Are they really the two? Is Brilliant Entertainment crazy? Lin Weiwei's singing is amazing, but can she act? Directly playing the leading female role in a billion-dollar production? That's a joke. Who's that guy? Qin Feng? I've never heard of him. He looks so ordinary, doesn't he? Playing the leading role? Is he worthy? It's over. This movie is definitely going to flop. Director Jiang is just throwing money down the drain with this move. I was really looking forward to The Secret of Immortality, but after seeing this cast, I instantly lost interest. Goodbye. Is Brilliant Entertainment completely out of business? They insist on hiring two inexperienced newcomers? Just wait for the consequences. The reporters at the scene were even more excited, pointing the microphones at Zhang Chen and the two leading actors, throwing out one sharp question after another. Director Jiang, what were your considerations in choosing these two newcomers as the male and female protagonists? Aren't you afraid of the risks? Ms. Lin Weiwei, are you confident in your ability to play this role? What do you think of the outside world's doubts? Mr. Qin Feng, as a newcomer who started out as an extra, do you think you can pull off this billion-dollar production? Faced with the doubts and pressure like a storm, Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng's faces turned slightly pale, but they both forced themselves not to retreat, and subconsciously looked at Zhang Chen beside them. Zhang Chen still had that calm, relaxed smile on his face. He ignored the pointed questions and walked straight to the main stage, taking the microphone from the host. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on this incredibly young man. Zhang Chen calmly scanned the dense crowd and the countless flashing cameras below the stage. His voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone, reached every corner of the square. I know many people are questioning why Brilliant Entertainment would choose two newcomers to play the leading male and female roles in a film as big budget as The Secret of Immortality. His voice was not loud, but it carried a powerful penetrating power and confidence. My answer is very simple. He smiled slightly, and his tone suddenly became sonorous and powerful, full of unquestionable dominance. Because I believe in them. I believe in their potential. I believe they are the best fit for these two roles. Brilliant Entertainment doesn't look at fame, popularity, or background when casting. We only look at ability and compatibility. As for the risks? Zhang Chen sneered, his eyes looking disdainful. For me, Zhang Chen, the biggest risk is not taking risks. He looked at the audience with a burning gaze. The goal of The Secret of Immortality has never been to make over 100 million yuan at the box office, or to be content with a small fortune. Its goal is to create a new peak in Dragon Country's fantasy films. It is to become a classic that will go down in history. Who is not optimistic? Who is questioning? Who thinks we are dreaming? Zhang Chen paused, a hint of arrogance appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his voice exploded like thunder. It doesn't matter. Then we'll see the real thing in the cinema. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into deathly silence, and then an even more violent uproar broke out. So crazy. So domineering. Chairman Jiang is simply a madman who doesn't play by the rules. But his words were filled with unparalleled confidence and inspiration. It made people want to see if he could create a miracle. Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng in the audience were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes after hearing Zhang Chen's declaration of support for them, and their hearts were filled with endless fighting spirit and strength. With a boss who trusts them unconditionally and regardless of the cost, what reason do they have not to give their all? The opening ceremony came to an end amid huge controversy and widespread attention. But everyone knows that the movie The Secret of Immortality was destined to be extraordinary from the first day it was born. It will either become an insurmountable monument in the history of Dragon Country films. Otherwise, it will become a huge bubble with billions of investment but eventually become a laughing stock. As for the final result, only time can give the answer. Chapter 29, On Set Turmoil. Movie star level acting explodes. The crew of The Secret of Immortality was set up in an ancient-style scene at a film and television base on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Although the opening ceremony was a grand occasion, the atmosphere within the crew was not relaxed when the actual shooting began. Especially the doubts about the male lead Qin Feng have never stopped. After all, a guy who was just a supporting actor yesterday and had an ordinary appearance suddenly became the leading actor in a billion-dollar blockbuster today. Anyone would be worried about this. On the set, many staff members, especially those who boasted some experience or those who played supporting roles with connections, looked at Qin Feng with a hint of disdain and contempt. They didn't say it, but their expressions and attitudes made it clear that they were waiting to see Qin Feng embarrass himself and the show flop. Qin Feng naturally felt this invisible pressure. Although he had received director Zhang's appreciation and top-tier resources, it was his first time playing a leading role. Faced with complex camera arrangements, long lines, and unfriendly glances from those around him, his performance in the early stages of filming was indeed a bit lackluster. Card. Director Zhang Qiming rubbed his temples with a headache. This was Qin Feng's nth NG this morning. This scene is a pivotal shift in the inner struggle of the male protagonist, Li Changsheng Qin Feng, after being humiliated by the sect. His gaze shifts from confusion to anger and finally to an indomitable spirit. The script is brilliantly written, but Qin Feng can't seem to find the right emotional trigger, either overdoing it or looking stiff. Qin Feng. Emotions. Pay attention to your emotions. Director Zhang shouted through the loudspeaker, a hint of imperceptible annoyance in his tone. You're being bullied. You're being humiliated. Where's your anger? Where's your resentment? What's the point of just blaring? Qin Feng's face flushed red after being scolded, his lips trembling, but he didn't know how to refute. He knew the director was right, but he just couldn't find that feeling. Several supporting actors waiting to go on stage couldn't help but sneer in low voices. Heh, I thought he was some genius, but this is all he's capable of? Acting like a corpse is even better than this, right? That's right. Such a great resource is wasted. I'm so hung up on this drama. Just wait, in a few days, we'll have to replace him. These discussions were not loud, but they pierced Qin Feng's heart like needles, making him even more nervous, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. At this moment, a calm but majestic voice suddenly came from behind the monitor. Director Zhang, take a 10-minute break. I want to talk to Qin Feng alone. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Zhang Chen had arrived at the set at some point. He was standing with his arms folded, looking at the monitor with a calm expression. He had no bodyguards with him, only Uncle Chen, and was wearing low-key casual clothes, but his aura of majesty without anger made the entire noisy set quiet down instantly. Jiang. Director Zhang. Director Zhang was startled and quickly stood up to greet him. Why are you here? Come and take a look. Zhang Chen waved his hand and his eyes fell on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, come with me. Qin Feng nervously followed Zhang Chen to an empty corner of the studio. Very nervous? Zhang Chen asked calmly, looking at his clenched fists and pale face. I. Qin Feng lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Director Zhang, I messed up. Look up. Zhang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was full of power. Look into my eyes. Qin Feng subconsciously raised his head and met Zhang Chen's deep and calm eyes. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Zhang Chen asked, were you thinking about how to perform well in this scene? Or were you thinking about how others would see you? Or were you thinking about whether you would be replaced if you didn't perform well? Qin Feng was speechless after being asked this question, and his face showed embarrassment as if his real problem had been revealed. Remember, Qin Feng. Zhang Chen's tone became serious. A true actor, in front of the camera, only has the character in his mind, not himself. You are not Qin Feng now, you are Li Changsheng. The Li Changsheng who was stepped on, suffered humiliation, but would rather die than bow his head. Have you forgotten what you told me? Have you forgotten your love for acting? Zhang Chen's voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, striking Qin Feng's heart hard. Yeah. What the hell am I afraid of? How many years have I waited for this opportunity? Now it's right in front of me, and I'm afraid to take action because of other people's opinions? Qin Feng's expression changed instantly. The original nervousness and timidity were replaced by a blazing fire. It was a resonance with the character. It was an obsession with performance. It was anger at the unfairness of fate. Think about Li Changsheng's feelings right now. Zhang Chen didn't stop, but continued to guide him. His grandmaster-level directing skills were quietly in operation. His voice seemed to carry a magical power, completely immersing Qin Feng in the character's world. He was trampled underfoot by his fellow disciples, his dignity crushed. He watched his beloved junior sister being snatched away, but he was powerless to do anything. He hated those who bullied him. And he hated his own weakness even more. But he didn't give up. In his bones, an unyielding fire burned. That stubbornness of "don't bully the poor young." That conviction of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. That determination to rise from the mud, grit one's teeth, swallow the bitter pill, and use every ounce of strength to become stronger, even if one's bones were broken. Jiang Chen didn't preach or teach specific acting techniques, he simply portrayed the character's inner world. Using the most precise language, he ignited the emotions shared by Qin Feng and the character. "Now, you are Li Changsheng." Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng's eyes, which were completely burning, and said in a deep voice, "Go. Show me your anger. Your unwillingness. Your stubbornness. Your faith. All of it." "Yes. Director Jiang." Qin Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as a knife, and his entire temperament changed drastically. He was no longer the timid extra, but the Li Changsheng who was about to change his fate. He turned around and strode back to the camera. "Action!" Director Zhang shouted doubtfully. Next second, everyone was completely stunned by Qin Feng's performance in the camera. He was kicked to the ground by the actor who played the villain with a loud thump. Mud splashed all over his face. But he did not get up immediately. Instead, he supported his body with his elbows, raised his head with difficulty, and looked at the arrogant villain's senior brother. That look. At first, there was the physical confusion brought on by the severe pain, followed by the humiliation and anger of being humiliated in public, and then, a deep sense of powerlessness and hatred for one's own weakness. The eyes instantly turned red, not because of pain, but because of unwillingness. Then, when the villain's senior brother hugged the actress who played the junior sister, showed off in front of him and said insulting words, Qin Feng's eyes changed. It was a flame that threatened to burst into flames. It was as ferocious as a wounded beast. His teeth bit his lips tightly, blood seeping out. His body trembled slightly with extreme anger. But he didn't roar like before, nor did he have an exaggerated expression. He just stared at the villain with his bloodshot eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. That kind of forbearance. That kind of stubbornness. That kind of hatred and unyielding spirit that goes deep into one's bones. Through those eyes, he portrayed it vividly and vividly. Good. That's great. Director Zhang behind the monitor stood up suddenly, his face flushed with excitement, and he clapped and cheered. All the staff in the audience, including the supporting actors who had sneered at Qin Feng before, were now all stunned and silent. It seemed as if they were not seeing a newcomer acting, but a real movie star giving a textbook-level performance. Is this really that extra Qin Feng? How could his acting skills change so drastically in just 10 minutes? Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the young man standing in the corner with an indifferent expression, Jiang Chen. Could it be him? Jiang Chen faced the shocked, awed, and incredulous gazes of the crowd, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The child is teachable. This S+ level potential did not disappoint him. It seems that the quality of the movie The Secret of Immortality is stable. Chapter 30 New Sign-In. Business Expansion. The filming of The Secret of Immortality officially got on track after Qin Feng's acting skills exploded. With Jiang Chen, the stabilizing force, occasionally taking charge of the direction, mainly using the directing skills granted by the system to provide inspiration to director Zhang from a distance, coupled with Lin Weiwei's spirit and hard work, and the efficient operation of the entire crew with sufficient budget and top-level resources, the shooting progress is advancing by leaps and bounds, and the quality is far beyond expectations. Jiang Chen was also happy to have some free time, so he handed over the specific affairs on the set to Lao Wang and director Zhang, and put more of his energy back into the huge commercial aircraft carrier of Tianjin Group. World Financial Center, top floor chairman's office. Jiang Chen listened to Uncle Chen reporting on the recent progress of the group's business. Sir, the Zhang family's industrial integration is nearly complete. Most of the non-performing assets have been divested, and the high-quality assets have been incorporated into the group's relevant business lines. This is expected to bring the group at least 500 million in net profit growth annually. Over at Brilliant Entertainment, besides the Eternal Life Secret project, Ms. Lin Weiwei is also in the process of preparing a new album. With Mr. Wang personally directing it, it's expected to be another blockbuster. Also, Director Li Shui, following your instructions, has begun contacting several small and medium-sized entertainment companies with potential but struggling operations to discuss mergers and acquisitions. Thanks to your accurate predictions, the European New Energy project has already achieved profits far exceeding expectations, and the group's market share in this field has also increased significantly. Uncle Chen reported one by one in a steady tone, but deep in his eyes, he could not hide his awe for his teacher's miraculous methods. Jiang Chen listened while casually flipping through the documents and nodding from time to time. "Well done," he praised. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and Su Wanyu walked in wearing high heels and holding a stack of documents. Today, she was still wearing a smart white professional suit, and her icy temperament seemed to have not changed at all. However, the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen was obviously less distant, and more exploratory and gentle, which she herself was not even aware of. "Mr. Jiang, this is the draft of the group's strategic plan for the coming year, as well as analysis reports on several new areas of expansion. Please take a look." Su Wanyu placed the documents on Jiang Chen's desk. Her voice was cold, but with a subtle hint of, a request for instructions? Ever since the Divine Prophecy incident regarding the European New Energy Project, Su Wanyu's attitude towards Jiang Chen had subtly changed. She no longer viewed him as a paratrooper who needed her assistance, but rather, a mysterious being with intuition and abilities that she could not comprehend, almost demonic. Even when she was formulating this strategic plan, she couldn't help but think, what would Mr. Jiang think? Would he have any surprising ideas? "Oh. Leave it there, I'll read it later." Jiang Chen nodded, but did not read it immediately. He has little interest in these step-by-step business plans. What he was looking forward to more was what new surprises the system could bring him. After all, today is his first time signing in at this office in Tianqin Group's headquarters. "I was so busy with brilliant entertainment and the Zhang family's affairs that I actually forgot about this. The top floor of the World Financial Center, the power core of Dragon Country's top business empire, is definitely a landmark among landmarks, right? System." Jiang Chen muttered to himself, "Sign in right here in the chairman's office." Bite. The host has been detected arriving at a special landmark Tianqin Group headquarters, chairman's office, a symbol of power and wealth. Tag in progress, successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special landmark super reward. 1. Future Technology Laboratory Blueprints plus Core Technology Data Pack includes a complete set of design drawings for a top-tier, comprehensive laboratory integrating cutting-edge fields such as biological genetics, artificial intelligence, new materials, and new energy, as well as groundbreaking research materials on some of its core technologies. 2. Artificial Intelligence Tianshu Primary Core Code, a primary AI core code with self-learning and evolutionary capabilities. It possesses powerful data analysis, pattern recognition, and decision-making support capabilities, with unlimited potential. Holy crap! Seeing the two rewards pop up on the system panel, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly jumped. He almost jumped out of his boss chair. A future technology lab? And with core technology data? Artificial intelligence core code? Can it also learn and evolve on its own? This reward is too good, right? This is no longer a simple business area, it is about allowing him to directly step into the field of black technology and start the rhythm of technological crushing. If the previous rewards only allowed him to play with wealth and the entertainment industry within the existing rules, then these two rewards simply gave him the key to changing the rules of the world. Just imagine, how many disruptive products can Tianqin Group incubate using that future technology laboratory and the core technologies inside? Imagine cultivating that AI Tianshu and applying it to the group's financial investments, business decisions, and even scientific research and development. Just how terrifying would its efficiency and accuracy be? Jiang Chen felt his blood burning instantly. Entertainment empire? The pattern is too small. His journey is to the stars and the sea. It is the true pinnacle of technology and business. He wants Tianqin Group to not only make money, but also become a technological beacon leading the future of mankind. He wants to make Tianqin technology comparable to or even surpass Microsoft, Apple, and Google. Su Wanyu, who was standing nearby, keenly noticed the change in Jiang Chen's aura. The young chairman, who had seemed somewhat disinterested just moments before, suddenly had an incomparably bright light in his eyes. It was a look that was a mixture of extreme excitement, enormous ambition, and absolute confidence. It was as if, in just a few seconds, he had conceived a grand blueprint that could overturn the world. Su Wanyu's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She had a strong premonition that Tianqin Group, no, the business landscape of the entire world, might really undergo earth-shaking changes because of the man in front of her. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his eyes became deep and sharp again. He looked at Su Wanyu, with a mysterious smile on his face. "Boss Su, the strategic plan you just sent me may need to be redone. Because, I just had a more daring idea." Chapter 31 Tianshu Awakens. The Terrifying Potential of AI Assistant. Tianchen Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Jiang Chen sat in the boss chair, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously, but his mind had already flown to the two things that the system had just rewarded him. Future Technology Laboratory Drawings plus Core Technology Data Package. Artificial Intelligence Tianshu Primary Core Code. Compared to his previous wealth, skills, and even entertainment resources, these two things truly made him feel the shock of the future has arrived. Especially the Tianshu artificial intelligence. Possessing the ability to self-learn and evolve? This is something that only exists in science fiction movies. If it can be successfully activated and cultivated, it will be an immeasurable help to control Tianchen Group, lay out global business, and even explore the secrets of the system itself. No. I have to try it now. Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sir, please give me your orders. Uncle Chen stepped forward immediately. Immediately prepare for me a server room that is absolutely secure, physically isolated, has the highest authority and the strongest computing power support. Quickly. Jiang Chen ordered, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable urgency. Uncle Chen didn't know what his master was up to, but seeing his excited yet serious expression, he knew it was definitely something serious. Without hesitation, he immediately bowed and replied, Yes, sir. We have a top-tier data center within the group that meets your requirements. It's located 50 meters underground, has its own independent power supply, and military-grade security. I'll arrange for the clearing and transfer of authority now. As expected of a top-notch butler, he is so efficient. Half an hour later, under the guidance of Uncle Chen, Jiang Chen came to a mysterious space deep underground in the World Financial Center, which was filled with a sense of cold technology. The place is heavily guarded, with server cabinets everywhere with flashing indicator lights. The air is filled with the low hum of equipment running, and the temperature is much lower than outside. Sir, this is Tianchen Group's core data center, internally codenamed Tianji. It houses one of Dragon Country's most advanced supercomputer clusters and is physically isolated from the outside world, ensuring absolute security, Uncle Chen explained. I've followed your instructions, cleared all irrelevant personnel, and granted you the highest level of access. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He walked to an independent, extremely advanced-looking operating terminal, took a deep breath, immersed his consciousness into the system space, and chose to extract Artificial Intelligence Tianshu Primary Core Code. Buzz. A huge and unimaginably complex data stream, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly gushed out from the system space, and through some mysterious connection method, directly poured into the core processor of the supercomputer in front of it. On the screen of the control terminal, countless lines of code scrolled rapidly like a waterfall. Various parameters jumped wildly. The indicator lights on the server cabinets flashed rapidly at an unprecedented frequency. The humming sound of the entire computer room suddenly rose several degrees. Even Uncle Chen, the old butler who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw this scene that was like a science fiction movie, his eyes full of shock. Sir, what the hell is going on here? Jiang Chen was also concentrating, staring closely at the constantly jumping data stream on the screen. The activation process wasn't entirely smooth sailing. The massive core code seemed to have extremely high hardware requirements, and I even saw warnings of imminent crash several times. Insufficient computing power? Jiang Chen frowned. Uncle Chen. Immediately connect all available computing power at the Tianji Center to this terminal. If it's not enough, immediately contact all subsidiaries and even partners within the group that can provide computing power support. Spare no expense. Max out the computing power. Yes. Sir. Uncle Chen did not dare to delay and immediately picked up the internal communicator and started calling people frantically. With the Tianchen Group's unconditional allocation of resources, a tsunami-like massive computing power converged from all directions, forcibly supporting the activation process of the Tianshu core code. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the frantic scrolling code on the screen suddenly stopped. All parameters stabilized. A line of simple, elegant words, yet seemingly imbued with infinite wisdom, slowly appeared in the center of the screen. Tianshu Artificial Intelligence Primary has been successfully activated. Initialization completed. Establishing a dedicated connection with the highest authority Jiang Chen. Connection successful. Please enter your command, Master. Done. Jiang Chen's heart began to beat wildly. He suppressed his excitement and tentatively issued the first command to Tianshu through the consciousness connection in his mind, the authority granted by the system. Tianshu immediately analyzed the real-time data of the current major global financial markets, predict the fluctuation trends of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, Nasdaq Composite Index, and CSI 300 Index in the next 24 hours, and provide optimal investment strategy recommendations. Command received, executing. On the screen, the data stream flashed by like a waterfall again, but the speed was more than 100 times faster than before. The vast amount of real-time data, historical K-lines, macroeconomic policies, news information, and even social media sentiment in the global financial market, all of this is captured, cleaned, modeled, analyzed, and deduced by Tianshu at a speed beyond the limits of human comprehension. Just 3 seconds. Analysis completed. An extremely detailed and logically rigorous analysis report and investment recommendations, which even included various emergency response plans, were directly presented in Jiang Chen's mind. It can also be output to the screen. The report's accuracy, depth, and foresight left even Jiang Chen, a financial newbie, stunned. If this were brought to Wall Street, it would definitely put all those so-called top analysts and fund managers out of a job. Awesome! It's absolutely amazing! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. He ordered again, Tianshu, immediately search the world for the latest research progress on controlled nuclear fusion technology. Select the 3 most promising research teams or institutions, and evaluate the pros and cons of their technical approaches and the possibility of future breakthroughs. Command received, executing. This time, the data flashing across the screen was even more complex, involving countless academic papers, patent documents, research reports, news reports. 5 seconds later. Analysis completed. A report clearly marked the 3 most cutting-edge research directions in the field, their respective technical bottlenecks, key figures, and an assessment of the probability of future breakthroughs. It was once again accurately presented to Jiang Chen. Its depth and breadth were probably beyond the reach of even senior experts in this field. Hiss. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. This is just the primary core code. If it were to continue learning and evolving, how terrifying would that be? He looked at the concise line, "Please enter your instructions, master," on the screen, as if he saw an omnipotent and omniscient super brain opening up to him. He knew that from this moment on, what he held in his hands would be more than just wealth and power. It is also a key that can pry open the future of the entire world. Artificial intelligence Tianshu. It will be Jiang Chen's strongest trump card in the business world, his future conquest of the stars and the sea. Barely won. Chapter 32, Technology Lab launched. Crazy money burning plan. After coming out of the underground core data center, Jiang Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. The power of the artificial intelligence Tianshu far exceeded his expectations. This made him full of unprecedented expectations for the future technology laboratory that the system rewarded. He knew that if he wanted to make Tianshu more powerful and turn those black technology materials into reality, a top-level, absolutely safe laboratory capable of carrying out various cutting-edge research was an indispensable infrastructure. There is no time to lose. We must start now. Back in the chairman's office on the top floor, Jiang Chen directly asked Uncle Chen to summon all relevant core executives of Tianjin Group, including CEO Su Wanyu, as well as the heads of finance, infrastructure, legal affairs, human resources, and other departments. A secret meeting at the highest level regarding the future fate of Tianjin Group is about to be held. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn and dignified. Su Wanyu and a group of senior executives sat at attention. They had all received notice that today's meeting was extremely important and would be personally chaired by the chairman. They were filled with curiosity and a hint of nervousness, wondering what earth-shattering plan this new owner, known for his often unpredictable actions, would come up with. Without much greeting, Jiang Chen directly asked Uncle Chen to distribute a copy of the Future Technology Laboratory project outline that he had processed, hiding the system source and some overly advanced content, retaining only the basic design and research direction of the laboratory to everyone present. When the executives saw the laboratory blueprint depicted in the document, everyone was deeply shocked. It's more than just a laboratory. It's a super scientific research base full of futuristic technology that integrates the most cutting-edge technologies currently available to mankind. Biogenetic Engineering Center. Artificial Intelligence Supercomputing Center. New Material R&D Center. Clean Energy Lab. Every research direction points directly to the forefront of human technological development. Every laboratory design adopts the world's most advanced standards and concepts. The sheer scale and staggering investment are simply beyond imagination. Everyone, Jiang Chen said calmly, looking at their shocked expressions, this is the project I will devote all my energy to building next Tianjin Future Technology Laboratory. My goal is not to imitate or catch up, but to create the future here. Lead the future. The conference room was completely silent, and everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's earth-shattering announcement. After a while, the CFO finally reacted. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked in a dry voice, Chairman Dong, the investment in this lab is probably going to be an astronomical figure, right? Furthermore, research in these areas requires a long time and carries extremely high risks. It's almost impossible to see a return in the short term. His words also reflected the sentiments of most of the executives present. This plan was too grand. So grand that it frightened them. Although Tianjin Group had money, it wasn't something they could afford to spend like this. If it failed, it would be a devastating blow to the entire group. Su Wanyu also frowned. Although she was also shocked by this blueprint and even felt a little excited, her reason told her that the risk of this plan was too great. However, Jiang Chen's next words directly dispelled all their doubts, or rather, crushed their worries completely in an even crazier way. Return? Jiang Chen sneered, as if he had heard something ridiculous. I'm investing in the future. Do I need to consider short-term returns? He stood up, looked around at everyone, and spoke in a firm tone, full of unquestionable dominance. I declare. The Tianjin Future Technology Laboratory project has officially launched. The first phase of investment. He held up 5 fingers. 50 billion. Dragon country currency. There is no upper limit to subsequent investment. Choose a site. Immediately search the world for the most suitable and safest location. Land will be provided if you need it. Policies will be provided if you need them. Construct. Use the best materials and top-notch equipment in the world. Build a super base capable of withstanding apocalyptic disasters. Talent. Jiang Chen's eyes became blazing. I want to announce to the world. Tianjin Group will spare no expense to recruit the top scientists in various fields. Nobel Prize winners? Turing Award winners? As long as they're willing to come, we'll offer them whatever compensation they want. Sky-high annual salaries? Original shares of the group? Unlimited research funding? No problem. We'll satisfy you all. I only have one request. Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the conference room, full of power. Make this laboratory the ultimate dream place for all the world's top scientists. 50 billion to start? No cap on future increases? Global recruitment? Any salary? Crazy. Completely crazy. All the executives, including Su Wanyu, were completely shocked by Jiang Chen's crazy plan and terrifying investment. They felt like they were facing not a business leader, but a god with unlimited wealth and boundless ambition who wanted to change the world single-handedly? After a brief moment of silence, a burst of suppressed gasps erupted in the conference room. But this time, no one dared to question it. Because they were all completely stunned by Jiang Chen's unwavering and unquestionable determination and courage. Su Wanyu looked at the young figure standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, as if he wanted to put the whole world under his feet, and her heart was in turmoil. She suddenly realized that all her previous assessments of Jiang Chen were wrong. What he wants is not just wealth, not just power, not even just a business empire. What he wants is the future. And I actually have the opportunity to participate in such a grand cause that can change the world? An indescribable excitement and thrill instantly swept through her whole body. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said in a clear but remarkably firm voice, Director Jiang. I support your decision. Tianjin Group will fully cooperate with the construction of the Future Technology Laboratory. Please feel free to tell me what you need me to do. This was the first time she expressed her full support for Jiang Chen's plan so clearly. Seeing this, the other executives also came to their senses. Infected by Jiang Chen's passion and Su Wanyu's attitude, they responded in unison. We will obey the chairman's orders and fully support the laboratory project. Looking at the ignited eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the road to the pinnacle of technology has been paved. Next, just wait for the smartest minds in the world to gather under his command and create one miracle after another for him. His gaze seemed to penetrate time and space, and he saw a brand new future led by Tianjin technology. Author's note, Chapter 32 is here. The frenzied spending spree begins. Is 50 billion just the starter? Global talent recruitment, with unlimited offers. Doesn't the protagonist's bold vision for the future make your blood boil? Su Wanyu's attitude has also undergone a crucial shift. Will the lab's construction and talent recruitment go smoothly? What other forces will attract their attention? Stay tuned. Chapter 33, The Ex-Girlfriend's Regret. Luli's Fate. Just when Jiang Chen was full of energy and ready to make a big splash in the field of science and technology and embark on a new journey, in a corner of Tianhai City, someone was living in endless regret and despair. Luli, the woman who was once held in the palm of Jiang Chen's hand but ruthlessly abandoned him because of his scorn for the poor and his love for the rich, was now curled up on the cold single bed in the cheap shared apartment, her eyes dull and her face haggard, a stark contrast to the glamorous and arrogant woman she used to be. She had thought that if she could get close to Zhang Hao, she would be able to live a life of luxury. But reality gave her a loud slap in the face. First, Zhang Hao's family suffered a sudden financial crisis, severing their financial chain and ending her supply of designer bags and high-end cosmetics. Then, even more terrifying news arrived: the Zhang family was completely bankrupt. Zhang Hao was taken into police custody on suspicion of multiple crimes, and it was rumored that she would spend the rest of her life singing tears behind bars in prison. And the instigator of all this was actually her ex-boyfriend, Jiang Chen, whom she had thrown away like trash? When Luli learned from her former classmates or the overwhelming online news that Jiang Chen was now the chairman of Tianjin Group, the owner of Brilliant Entertainment. He drove a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions. He casually spent billions on real estate. He made new celebrities famous all over the country. He even wiped out local tycoons like the Zheng family with a snap of his fingers. At that moment, Luli felt that her entire worldview had collapsed. She collapsed on the ground, her mind blank, with only one thought echoing wildly. How could this happen? How is this possible? How did that poor boy who was always so timid, who let her boss him around and even hesitated for a long time when buying her a lipstick, suddenly become a super rich man that she couldn't even look up to? Regret. Like the most vicious venomous snake, it gnawed at her heart madly. She recalled the harsh and vicious words she had said to Jiang Chen when they broke up. Poor bastard, the bottom of society, being with you is too cheap. Now it seems that the one who is truly blind and has lost value is herself. What she missed out on was not just a potential stock, but a money printing machine for the entire galaxy. If she hadn't been so snobbish and vain, if she had been able to accompany Jiang Chen through the most difficult times. So now, standing beside him, enjoying the spotlight, spending money lavishly, living in a villa on Yunding Mountain, and driving a limited edition supercar, shouldn't she be Luli? She could have become the object of envy and hatred of all women. A true winner in life. But now, everything was ruined. Ruined by her own hands. No. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Luli suddenly sat up from the bed, with crazy jealousy and the last trace of unrealistic fantasy bursting out of her eyes. She wanted to find Jiang Chen. She wanted to apologize. To repent. To ask for his forgiveness. Even if I can no longer be his girlfriend, even if I can be his lover, or a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy beside him, it is better than this. Driven by this crazy idea, Luli began to act. She took out her cell phone, found the number she had blocked long ago, and dialed it tremblingly. Sorry, the number you dialed is not available. No number available? She tried to send WeChat again, but found that she had already been deleted as a friend by the other party. She did not give up and began to frantically contact those classmates and friends who had a good relationship with Jiang Chen in the past, trying to find out about Jiang Chen and asking them to help pass on the message. However, the responses she received were either a complete silence or ruthless ridicule and blocking. Luli? You still have the nerve to look for Jiang Chen? How did you treat her back then? Don't you have any idea? Ha, you regret it now? It's too late. What's Mr. John's status now? Is he something a woman like you can truly marry? Don't bother me. I don't want to offend Director Jiang because of you. Some even mocked her openly in the class group. It's hilarious. Some people threw away a potential stock like garbage, and now that it's soaring, they want to lick its cheeks and get in on the act? Have some shame. The cruel reality, like basins of ice water, completely extinguished the pitiful fantasy in Luli's heart. She wanted to try her luck at the Starlight Media Building, the new headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment, but she couldn't even get through the door and was directly kicked out by the security guards like a lunatic. She wanted to go to the Yundingshan Villa district, but she couldn't even get through the outer checkpoints. Without Zhang Hao, her financial backer, and with a mountain of credit card debt from her previous extravagant spending, Lu Li's life quickly fell into despair. She couldn't pay the rent and barely had enough to eat. In order to maintain her pitiful vanity and to pay off her debts, she began to do whatever it took, even selling her body and dignity. Finally, during an anti-pornography and anti-illegal publication operation, Lu Li, who looked haggard and had numb eyes, was taken away from a cheap club by the police along with a group of beautiful women. What awaits her is legal sanctions and complete social death. And Jiang Chen never really took all this to heart from beginning to end. Perhaps, when Uncle Chen was reporting on his work one day, he would mention in passing that the woman named Lu Li was arrested for prostitution. After hearing this, Jiang Chen would probably just say indifferently, without any ripples in his heart. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but it's on a different level. To him now, Lu Li is nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust that has long been crushed on his road to counterattack in life. The path she chose and the price she paid were all her own fault. The love, hate, and vengeance of the past have long since gone with the wind. His gaze had long been cast on the vast sea of stars. Chapter 34, First Experience with Artist Radar. Found another treasure? After resolving the historical issue of Lu Li, Jiang Chen felt that his thoughts became much clearer, and he devoted all his energy to the development plans of Huihuang Entertainment and Tianqin Group. Back at Brilliant Entertainment, Lin Weiwei's debut EP was a resounding success, propelling her to the throne of a rising star and catapulting Brilliant Entertainment to fame. Numerous advertising endorsements, variety show offers, and film and television scripts poured in like snowflakes. The filming of The Secret of Immortality is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Qin Feng and Lin Weiwei's performances are getting better and better, and the morale of the entire crew is high. Everything seems to be moving in the right direction. But on this day, artist-director Li Shui came to report a problem that was neither big nor small to Jiang Chen. Director Jiang, although the company has attracted many new recruits to submit their resumes thanks to Ms. Lin Weiwei's popularity, there are still too few talented individuals with top-tier potential who can stand on their own, Li Shui said with some resignation. Especially in the areas of variety shows and hosting, we're almost completely blank right now. In the long run, relying solely on Ms. Weiwei or solely on film and television productions is too risky. We need to build a more diverse team of artists. Jiang Chen nodded upon hearing this. Li Shui was indeed a professional, and her judgment was very accurate. A healthy entertainment company cannot have only one or two top artists. It must have a complete echelon structure covering different fields. The singers include Lin Weiwei, the actors include Qin Feng and Miao Xiaoshui, so what about the variety show stars? Jiang Chen touched his chin and suddenly remembered the thing the system had rewarded him with before, Special Artist Detection Radar Basic. I haven't used this thing before. It's a good time to try it out. I understand. Jiang Chen said to Li Shui, I'll figure out the talent issue. You should focus on planning and managing the existing artists first. After sending Li Shui away, Jiang Chen immediately gave the system an order in his mind: System, activate, Special Artist Detection Radar Primary. Ding! Special Artist Detection Radar Primary has been activated. Please set the detection range and filter conditions. Scope, the entire Tianhai City. Requirements, potential rating S level or above, specialization, well, variety show sense, hosting or comedic ability. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and added. Command received. Scanning Tianhai City. Confirming range. Screening potential. Matching expertise. Jiang Chen's mind immediately flashed with a huge virtual map covering the entire Tianhai City. On the map, densely packed dots of light flickered, representing the diverse people in the city. Soon, most of the light spots dimmed, leaving only a few still flickering with varying brightness. Scan completed. Within the specified range, we found 3 targets who meet the requirements: potential S level or above, variety show hosting comedy style. Only 3? It seems top talent is indeed a scarce resource. Jiang Chen carefully checked the information of these 3 light spots. 2 of the light spots were slightly dimmer and were marked potential S level. One was a well-known host of a TV station, and the other was a young backbone of a crosstalk club. The third dot of light was significantly brighter than the first 2, and was clearly labeled potential S+. S+ grade? Higher than S grade? Jiang Chen's spirits lifted as he quickly checked the detailed information of this S+ level target. Target name, Zhou Xingxing. Age, 23. Occupation, online anchor, small anchor on the Douyu platform. Potential areas: Variety Show Sense S+, Comedy S+, Hosting S, Imitation A+. Current location: Xingmeng Live Streaming Base, Xingxi District, Tianhai City. Show Xingxing? Internet anchor? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at this somewhat nonsensical name and unexpected profession. A small streamer struggling on a small platform actually has S+ level variety show and comedy potential? Is this radar wrong? System, can we view the real-time image of the target? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Insufficient permissions. Primary radar can only provide basic information and location. All right. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Uncle Chen. Gentlemen. Prepare the car and head to the Xingming live streaming base in the west of the city. I want to personally see what this little streamer named Zhou Xingxing has that earned the system an S+ rating. Yes, sir. An hour later, a black Audi A8L that looked very ordinary. Jiang Chen had changed it on purpose to avoid being too conspicuous, parked quietly outside the building of the Stardream Internet Celebrity Live Broadcast Base. This so-called base is actually an older office building, which is divided into live broadcast rooms of different sizes, gathering all kinds of men and women who dream of becoming famous overnight. Jiang Chen didn't let Uncle Chen follow him and walked into the building alone. Based on the real-time positioning of the radar, he quickly found the small live broadcast room where Zhou Xingxing was. The door was not closed. Jiang Chen stood quietly at the door and looked inside. The live broadcast room is not big and the layout is very simple. A young man wearing a washed-out t-shirt, with messy curly hair, black-framed glasses, and looking a little handsome but more of a funny person, is sitting on a cheap computer chair, facing the camera and microphone, telling jokes with saliva flying. He is Stephen Chow. At this moment, his live broadcast room is not very popular and the comments are sparse. Family. I'm not bragging. With my looks, I get so many people turning heads when I walk down the street. TSK. 200%. One person looks at me, and the other turns around and pukes. I dreamed of getting married yesterday. When I woke up, hey! There really was one lying next to my pillow. It was a little hard, and a little rough on my teeth. Oh, it turned out to be a brick. Someone asked me why I was so poor? Just kidding. The numbers in my bank account could circle the earth 3 times. It's just that there's an extra 0 before the decimal point. Zhou Xingxing's jokes aren't particularly original, and can even be a bit awkward. But the amazing thing is, when they come out of his mouth, coupled with his exaggerated expressions, rich body language, super fast speech speed, and on-the-spot reactions, he can actually make the awkward jokes so colorful that people can't help but want to laugh. Especially when there were black fans who were scolding him in the barrage, he was not angry. Instead, he could instantly grasp the other party's flaws and fight back in a funnier and more hurtful way, leaving the other party speechless and the live broadcast room filled with a happy atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Host 666. It would be a shame if this guy didn't do crosstalk with his eloquence. I'm dying of laughter. The host has shut down all the haters. It would be a waste of talent for the anchor not to become a comedian. Jiang Chen observed silently at the door for a while, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. This Zhou Xingxing is indeed a genius. His humor isn't the kind of cheap, forced humor that tickles you, but rather an innate, imaginative, and quick-witted wit. This kind of talent is incredibly rare in today's variety show world, where traffic is king and scripts are rampant. The potential evaluation of S+ is well deserved. Jiang Chen felt relieved. He took out his mobile phone and used a small account he had just registered to enter Zhou Xingxing's live broadcast room. Then, without saying anything, he directly clicked on the most expensive gift. Super Rocket X10. The next second, Zhou Xingxing's live broadcast room screen, which was not very big to begin with, was completely flooded with 10 extremely cool Super Rocket special effects, each worth 2,000 yuan. User Passerby gave away 10 Super Rockets. The sparse barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy shit? What's going on? 10 super hot shots? Am I seeing things? Which rich guy walked into the wrong live broadcast room? Anchor. Quick. Hurry up and hug the thigh. Zhou Xingxing, who was telling jokes eloquently, was also stunned by this sudden rich man's air raid. He looked at the special effects of the gift worth 20,000 yuan on the screen, rubbed his eyes, pinched his thigh, and after confirming that he was not dreaming, he suddenly jumped up from his chair, gave a standard 90-degree bow to the camera, and then shouted in an extremely exaggerated, extremely flattering, and extremely funny tone. Holy crap! Thank you to Passerby for sending 10 super rockets. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is so confused. Did you enter the wrong live broadcast room? My small temple can't accommodate a giant like you. Or could you please check the room number again? The dancing girl next door might need you more. His bold move once again caused the live broadcast room to be flooded with comments like ha ha ha. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Xingxing's surprised, happy, and funny expression on the screen, smiled, and directly sent a comment. You're right, I came here to find you. Interested in a different platform? Like, the entertainment industry? As soon as this comment framed by golden special effects appeared, the live broadcast room instantly became quiet. Zhou Xingxing looked at this comment and the smile on his face froze. Change the platform? Enter the entertainment industry? This Big Brother, what does it mean? New live broadcast script? Chapter 35, a variety show prodigy joins the team. A glorious territory emerges. You're right, I came here to find you. Interested in a different platform? Like, the entertainment industry? Looking at the golden and tempting barrage on the screen, the smile on Zhou Xingxing's face completely froze. The barrage in the live broadcast room also came to a brief stagnation, and then broke out into an even more intense screen scrolling. What the hell is this passerby guy trying to do? Is he trying to sign a streamer to join the entertainment industry? A new live broadcast script? The host is awesome. Can he even act like this? This can't be true, right? Which entertainment company boss is so discerning? Has he set his sights on our star? Xingxing. Don't believe them. They're definitely scammers. The entertainment industry is a shady place, be careful of getting scammed. Ha ha ha. Announcer, please agree. Maybe we can see you on TV tomorrow. Zhou Xingxing looked at the screen full of ridicule and speculation, and his heart was in turmoil, as if 1,000 alpaca horses were galloping past him. Come to the entertainment industry? What kind of joke is this? Just because of the less than 1,000 followers on his livestream? Just because of his slightly handsome face that mainly relies on being funny? This guy might have drunk fake wine, or he might be playing a new kind of fishing game with him? But who is Zhou Xingxing? He is the king of memes who can find the funny parts in awkward conversations and force humor even in adversity. He rolled his eyes and immediately forced an exaggerated smile towards the camera, saying in a half-joking, half-tentative tone. Oh my! Big Brother! You're kidding me a bit too much, aren't you? Entering the entertainment industry? With my qualifications? I'm afraid no one would even want me if I went in. Are you teasing me because my livestream is so quiet? How about, you give me 10 more super hot posts to prove your sincerity? His words were both a joke and a test. If the other party really wanted to cause trouble, they would probably stop. However, the next second, on the screen, the extremely cool light once again lit up. Super Rocket X10. User Passerby gave away 10 super rockets. The entire live broadcast room completely exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! 10 more shots? This guy is a real boss. Numb. What day is it today? A super rich person suddenly appeared on my little broken station? Anchor. Stop standing there. Call daddy. This can't be true? Is the anchor about to take off? Zhou Xingxing was also completely dumbfounded. 20 super rockets in total. $40,000. And they just swiped it out without blinking? This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be that it really is? Just when Zhou Xingxing's brain froze and he didn't know how to react, a private message popped up. The sender was the mysterious passerby. I'm Jiang Chen, chairman of Brilliant Entertainment. If you're interested in entering the entertainment industry, please end the broadcast now and visit the cafe downstairs. My artist director will discuss this with you. Brilliant Entertainment? Chairman? Jiang Chen? These 3 words combined together were like 3 bolts of lightning, striking Zhou Xingxing's head hard. Of course he knew Brilliant Entertainment. He knew Jiang Chen. Lately, the internet has been buzzing about this incredibly wealthy chairman and his series of earth-shattering moves. 3 billion yuan for a property. 500 million yuan for new talent. And he boasted on Weibo about building an entertainment empire. This legendary, elusive top boss was actually watching his livestream? And he even wanted to sign him? Zhou Xingxing felt like his heart was about to stop. He pinched himself hard. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Looking at the screen again, the profile picture of that passerby brother had turned into a golden V at some point. Clicking on the profile picture, the authentication information was Jiang Chen, chairman of Brilliant Entertainment. WTF. This time it's real. The huge surprise completely overwhelmed Zhou Xingxing like a tsunami. He was so excited that he almost did a backflip on the spot. But he was a quick-witted man after all. He suppressed his ecstasy and forced a smile uglier than crying to the equally shocked audience in the live broadcast room. Well, family. There's been a little, accident. I think I might have to go save the entertainment industry. Today's live broadcast ends here. The mountains remain unchanged. The rivers flow forever. See you in the rivers and lakes. After saying that, he hurriedly ended the broadcast at the speed of light and crawled out of the small live broadcast room. Cafe downstairs. Artist director Li Shui, a strong woman who has been working in the entertainment industry for many years, was holding a cup of coffee and looking curiously at the young man in front of her who had a messy head of hair, wore a wrinkled t-shirt, and was running towards her breathlessly. She really couldn't understand why her chairman Jiang, who had such high standards, would fall for such a, seemingly unremarkable little anchor. However, the following conversation completely changed Li Shui's mind. Although Zhou Xingxing looks cynical when talking about serious matters such as signing contracts and future development, he shows a clarity and wit that is completely different from his appearance. He wasn't overwhelmed by this unexpected offer, but instead carefully inquired about the details of the contract, the company's resource investment, and the specific plans for his future development. His questions were often sharp and to the point. Li Shui was extremely alert and laid out the development blueprint that Jiang Chen had given her in advance, which was tailor-made for Zhou Xingxing participating in top variety shows to show his face, hosting the company's own online variety show, and even participating in comedy film projects. Every step was planned clearly and specifically, with full sincerity. More importantly, the terms offered by Brilliant Entertainment were so generous that Zhou Xingxing questioned his life. An S-class, top-tier contract. A dedicated agent, assistant, and public relations team. And a hefty signing bonus. Such treatment, let alone a small anchor like him, even many second and third tier stars may not be able to get it. Zhou Xingxing was completely moved. He knew that this was not just a contract, it was his only chance to escape from the struggle at the bottom and realize his life value. Director Li. Zhou Xingxing stood up suddenly and bowed deeply to Li Shui, his tone unprecedentedly serious and solemn. I sign. Thank you, Director Jiang. Thank you, Brilliant Entertainment, for giving me this opportunity. I, Zhou Xingxing, swear to heaven. I will be a good person in the future. Ugh. Be funny. Work hard. I will never let the company down. Very good. Li Shui also revealed a satisfied smile. She now had some understanding of why Director Jiang had taken a liking to this young man. This wit and clarity of mind were indeed good material for an artist. That afternoon, Zhou Xingxing officially signed with Brilliant Entertainment, becoming another highly anticipated potential new star under the company after Lin Weiwei, Qin Feng, and Miao Xiaoshui. At this point, the initial artist map of Brilliant Entertainment has been completed. Singer Lin Weiwei, actors Qin Feng, Miao Xiaoshui, variety show star Zhou Xingxing, leading figures in various fields have gathered. Jiang Chen's dream of an entertainment empire has taken a solid and crucial step forward. The next step is how to polish these rough jades into truly dazzling diamonds. Jiang Chen sat in the top floor office of the Starlight Media Building, looking at the contract report for Zhou Xingxing handed over by Uncle Chen, with a confident smile on his face. Everything is under control. At this moment, the familiar, cold mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! Detection, the host's wealth, influence, and control have reached the primary critical point. System upgrade conditions are met. Jiang Chen sat up straight abruptly, his eyes gleaming with surprise. The system is about to be upgraded? Chapter 36 System Upgrade? New sign-in mode. Ding! Detection, the host's wealth, influence, and control have reached the primary critical point. System upgrade conditions are met. The sudden reminder sound in his mind made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. The system can be upgraded? He'd had the system for a while now, and while the sign-in rewards had always been impressive, he'd always assumed it was just a tool with fixed functions. He hadn't expected it actually had version iterations? This is such a pleasant surprise. The God-level sign-in system is currently upgrading to version 1.0. Upgrade progress is 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Jiang Chen felt as if his consciousness was being pulled into a mysterious space filled with endless data streams and brilliant starlight. The whole process lasted for about 10 seconds, and then everything returned to calm. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded to version 2.0. New features have been unlocked, please explore on your own. Here we come. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and immediately immersed his consciousness in the system panel. Sure enough, the system interface has changed significantly. The originally simple blue panel has become even cooler and more technologically advanced. The information is now more clearly categorized and intuitive. It even has some dynamic lighting effects. It instantly takes the style to the next level. Of course, the most important thing is the functional changes. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to check it out. First, there is the core sign-in function. The original daily sign-in and special location sign-in are still retained, but on this basis, a new sign-in mode has been added. Achievement sign-in. Achievement sign-in instructions. When the host achieves certain milestone achievements in the real world, e.g., personal wealth exceeding 100 billion, company market capitalization exceeding 1 trillion, an artist winning an international award, a major breakthrough in a certain technological development, or reaching the pinnacle of social prestige, etc., the system will automatically determine and award the host an achievement sign-in opportunity. The achievement sign-in rewards are extremely generous and are usually related to the field of achievement. Holy crap! Achievement sign-in? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This is simply tailor-made for him. This means that every major success he achieves in the real world will be directly converted into generous rewards at the system level. This is simply double the happiness and double the driving force. And the rewards are tied to the field of achievement. Doesn't that mean if he achieves a breakthrough in technology, he might sign in to get even more advanced tech? And if he becomes a legend in entertainment, he might sign in to get even more top-tier entertainment resources? This is simply opening up the run and do meridians between real efforts and system plugins. Strong. Invincible. Jiang Chen resisted the urge to immediately do something big to trigger the achievement sign-in, and continued reading. The second major change is the addition of a new icon in the corner of the system's main interface, which is shining with an attractive light. System Mall Primary. System Mall Description. The host can use sign-in points earned through daily sign-in, completing system tasks, or special event rewards to redeem various items, skills, or services in the mall. The mall level is linked to the system version, currently at the primary level, and the product variety is limited. System Mall? Can you even redeem items with points? Jiang Chen was surprised again. He remembered that he had signed in and completed tasks several times before, and it seemed that he had indeed obtained some sign-in points, but he never knew what they were for. It turned out that they were waiting here. He quickly clicked on the System Mall icon. A virtual interface, similar to an online shopping app, appeared in his mind. There was a dazzling array of products, well, most of them were gray, labeled insufficient permission or insufficient points. However, the purchasable goods were enough to make Jiang Chen jealous. Stamina Recovery Potion Small, instantly restores some stamina and eliminates fatigue. Price, 10 points. Focus Card 1 hour, for 1 hour, you'll be highly focused and improve your thinking efficiency. Price, 20 points. Random Low-Level Skill Experience Card 3 hours, gain a random low-level life or combat skill, lasting 3 hours. Price, 50 points. Jiang Chen quipped, isn't this just the legendary scratch-off lottery? Target person favorability query 1 time, query the target person's current favorability value toward the host 100 to 100. Price, 30 points. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, great. Flirting with girls? Ugh. This is a magical tool for understanding subordinates and partners. Primary information package for a specified field, obtains primary market information and data for a specified field, e.g., Tianhai City's catering industry analysis. Price, 80 points. Jiang Chen, I feel like it's not as powerful as my business insight card. Physical Fitness Enhancement Fluid Inferior Version initially improves the host's physical fitness and strengthens the body. Price 100 points. Zhang Chen touched his chin. This seems to be the most cost-effective? Although there weren't many products, and none of them looked particularly amazing, Zhang Chen knew that this was just a primary mall. With subsequent system upgrades, there would definitely be more amazing things here. Moreover, that favorability inquiry and physical fitness enhancement liquid seemed to be very useful. Zhang Chen checked his points balance. With the points he had accumulated over the past few times, plus the 100 points he had just received as a reward for completing the Promoting the Queen of Heaven elementary achievement, he now had a total of 135 points. Enough to buy that strengthening fluid. The new functions brought by the system upgrade make Zhang Chen full of unprecedented expectations for the future. Achievement Sign-In. System Mall. These two new features will undoubtedly give him more powerful wings on his road to becoming a wealthy man. He felt that he was one step closer to his goal of being at the top of the world. So, next, the first, Achievement Sign-In, will be triggered by a breakthrough in which field? Is it Brilliant Entertainment's The Secret of Immortality that is a huge success? Or did Lin Weiwei win a music award? Or maybe, his newly launched Future Technology Laboratory has produced something earth-shattering? Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with excitement and passion. The future is promising. Chapter 37 Achievement Sign-In. The first small goal is achieved. Just when Zhang Chen was still studying the new features of System 2.0 and imagining the grand blueprint for the future, another piece of bombshell news came from Brilliant Entertainment that detonated the entire network. After meticulous polishing by Wang Kunlun and his dream team, and the inhumanely generous second wave of promotion and preheating by Brilliant Entertainment, Lin Weiwei's first personal EP, Light Years, is officially available on all platforms. This EP not only includes the hit song Light Years Away, but also 3 other brand new songs inspired by Zhang Chen. Actually, they are also potential songs evaluated or rewarded by the system, such as Bubble and produced by a top team. As soon as the news came out, hundreds of millions of fans who had already been conquered by Light Years Away were instantly excited. All major music platforms have been on high alert for a long time, expanding their server capacity several times in preparation for the foreseeable traffic peak. The EP will be unlocked on time at 12 o'clock midnight. No surprises. The data once again exploded at a speed that suffocated the entire entertainment industry. 10 minutes after its release, sales across all platforms exceeded 5 million. It directly broke all first-day sales records for EPs and albums in the history of the Dragon Country music scene. Note, first day. And it only took 10 minutes. Within 1 hour of its release, sales exceeded 15 million copies. It instantly topped the best-selling charts on all major music platforms. The topic of Lin Weiwei's new EP once again dominated the top 10 trending searches on social media. 12 hours after its release, sales exceeded 50 million copies. It directly topped the annual album sales charts. It became the true album of the year. And the day was only halfway through. 24 hours after its release, sales finally reached 88 million copies. This number was like dropping an atomic bomb on a calm lake. It completely detonated the entire Dragon Country and even spread overseas. Record-breaking. Crazy record-breaking. Never before in the history of Dragon Country music had there been such terrifying sales figures. Never before had there been such a complete nationwide carnival. The name Lin Weiwei has become completely legendary. She is no longer just a new generation diva, but has directly ascended to the sky and become a phenomenal superstar who can be compared with those old-fashioned superstars. Countless music critics, media, and industry insiders have used all the words of praise they have learned in their lives to describe this EP and Lin Weiwei's performance. Epic production. Every song is a classic. Lin Weiwei's voice is a gift from God. She was born for music. Brilliant Entertainment's vision and courage are amazing. They created a miracle. The landscape of Dragon Country's music scene may change because of this. Zhang Chen and Brilliant Entertainment, the driving forces behind all this, were once again pushed to the forefront, receiving endless praise and enviable huge profits. The valuation of Huihuang Entertainment has skyrocketed due to the huge success of this EP and the continued advancement of the Eternal Life project. An authoritative financial institution even made an astonishing assessment. The current potential market value of Brilliant Entertainment has steadily exceeded the 10 billion mark. In just over a month, it went from a fringe company on the verge of bankruptcy with no one paying attention to it to an industry upstart with a valuation of tens of billions, a phenomenal superstar and a super IP. This is simply a miracle in business history. And on the afternoon of the same day, the market value of Huihuang Entertainment exceeded 10 billion. The exciting system prompt sound rang again in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's brilliant entertainment's potential market capitalization has exceeded 10 billion Dragon Nation currency. Initial achievement of turning stone into gold, company takes off beginner level. At the same time, it was detected that the host had successfully made core artist Lin Weiwei a star, bringing her to phenomenal popularity. Initially achieving that distinguishing a gem with discerning eyes, nurturing a superstar beginner level achievement. Two primary achievements achieved simultaneously. System determined combined rewards. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an opportunity to achievement sign in silver level. Do you want to sign in immediately? Here we come. It's finally here. The first, achievement sign in. And it was a silver level sign in that combined two major achievements? Jiang Chen's heart instantly jumped into his throat. He was so excited that he almost took off. He took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and shouted fiercely with his mind, sign in. Now. Immediately. Achievement sign in progress silver level. Rewards have been generated based on the host's achievements of turning stone into gold, company takes off beginner level and distinguishing pearls, cultivating a queen beginner level. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following generous rewards. 1. Heavenly voice passive aura. When singing or guiding others to sing, the host or the one being guided will receive a moderate boost to their pitch, emotion, and appeal. There's also a small chance of stimulating the target's singing potential. The effect is greater for targets with higher potential. Note, this is an aura-type reward that automatically takes effect and does not require equipment. 2. Sign-in points x300, can be redeemed for items in the system mall. 3. Random song chest gold x1, has a higher chance of receiving an epic or legendary song. 4. Special skill, photographic memory elementary, slightly improves the host's memory and information processing speed. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Looking at this series of dazzling rewards, Jiang Chen felt like he was about to faint from happiness. The heavenly voice aura starts at a moderate level and even has the effect of stimulating potential? This is simply a star-making skill tailor-made for him. In the future, if he takes a fancy to someone, just a few words of guidance might turn stone into gold? 300 sign-in points. That's more than I've accumulated so far. I can spend some good money in the mall. The random song treasure chest has also been upgraded to gold tier. Guaranteed epic song? If it were to reveal another hit like Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, the picture is too beautiful to even imagine. And there's also photographic memory beginner. It's only beginner level, but it's a real boost to your intelligence. Won't your efficiency in reading documents and learning things skyrocket? This achievement sign-in is really worth it. Jiang Chen felt full of strength. The new features after the system upgrade were really awesome. He can't wait to achieve the next achievement and experience higher level sign-in rewards. So, next. It's time to go to the system mall, spend some money, and improve your own strength. Chapter 38, First Experience with the System Mall. The correct way to use points. The generous rewards for the achievement sign-in made Jiang Chen feel like he was on a roller coaster and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Especially the 300 sign-in points he received made him very interested in the newly opened System Mall Primary. Before, I didn't have enough points, so I could only watch and envy. Now I have a huge amount of money, and I can finally spend it. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the system and opened the technologically advanced mall interface again. With the confidence from the points, Jiang Chen looked more carefully this time. There aren't really that many products in the primary mall, and most of them look rather basic, but if you look closely, there are quite a few good ones. Stamina Recovery Potion Small, 10 points. I should keep a few bottles of this on hand, just in case I need to work harder later. Focus Card 1 hour, 20 points. Great for taking exams or other tasks requiring intense focus. Random Low-Level Skill Experience Card 3 hours, 50 points. This is a bit of a bummer. What if I get Square Dance Mastery randomly? Never mind. Target Person Favorability Check 1 time, 30 points. Flirting Ugh, it's a magical tool for understanding people's hearts. I must buy a few spares. Let's see how Su Wanyu likes me now. Hee. Primary Information Package for Designated Areas, 80 points. This feels a bit useless. With Tianchu already here, who needs this? Physical Fitness Enhancement Fluid Low Quality Version, 100 points. I wanted to buy this last time. Strengthening your body is absolutely necessary. Detoxification Pill Basic can detoxify hundreds of common toxins. Price, 120 points. You should also keep one of these, just in case you encounter any treacherous tactics later. Invisibility Talisman one-time use, lasts 10 minutes, provides optical invisibility, but doesn't block sound or heat. Price, 150 points. Holy crap! There's even such a thing? It has a lot of limitations, but it could save your life in a critical moment or do something else? A bit pricey. Bad Luck Sticker one-time use, apply to the target, causing them to experience continuous bad luck for the next 24 hours. Effects are random. Price, 200 points. Put. This thing is ridiculous. But, it seems fun? It's just too expensive. Jiang Chen was dazzled and his mouth was almost watering. Although it was only a basic mall, the variety of goods was beyond his imagination. Even things like invisibility charms and bad luck stickers were available? System, you're really wild. However, the most urgent task is to improve one's own strength. Although he was rich and powerful, he was still an ordinary person at heart. If he encountered any sudden danger or was targeted by someone with an unconventional move, his small body would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, that Physical Fitness Enhancement Liquid Inferior version must be obtained. As for the remaining points, well, 3 favorability checks. 1 Detoxification Pill Basic. Perfect. 350 points, perfectly spent. System. Exchange, Physical Fitness Enhancement Fluid Inferior version, X1, Target Person Favorability Query 1 time, X3, Detoxification Pill Primary, X1. Jiang Chen gave the order without hesitation. Ding. Redemption successful. 350 check-in points have been deducted, remaining points, 0. The item has been sent to the system inventory, please check it. Seeing his points instantly cleared to 0, Jiang Chen didn't feel any pain at all. Money points are yours only after you spend them. He immediately focused his attention on the inventory and saw the newly exchanged items. 3 cards that looked like tarot cards were probably favorability check cards. A dark pill with a faint medicinal aroma was a detoxification pill. And a mysterious liquid, housed in a delicate glass tube, glowed a pale blue, as bright as a galaxy. It was none other than the Physical Fitness Enhancement Fluid Inferior version. Although it is labeled as a low-quality version, the appearance is not low quality at all. It looks very high-end. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to choose to extract and use the Physical Fitness Enhancement Liquid. Buzz. The tube of light blue liquid appeared out of thin air in his hand, emitting a cool breath. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen unscrewed the lid and drank the liquid inside. It tastes slightly sweet at first, with a strange fragrance, sliding down the throat, and instantly turning into a gentle yet overbearing hot current, rushing to every part of the body. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable feeling spread throughout my body. It felt as if countless tiny ants were gnawing at his bones and muscles, causing itching, numbness, and a slight burning pain. Fine, fishy-smelling black impurities began to seep out of his skin. Holy crap! Meridian cleansing and marrow removal? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort brought on by this transformation. He could clearly feel his muscles, bones, meridians, as if they were being reshaped and strengthened by a mysterious force. This process lasted for about 5 minutes, and the uncomfortable feeling receded like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Jiang Chen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. He felt incredibly light and filled with explosive power. His 5 senses had also become sharper. His vision was clearer, his hearing more acute, and even his sense of smell had improved significantly. He walked to the office's break room and looked in the mirror. He was pleasantly surprised to find that not only did he look better, his skin had become smoother and more refined, and even his figure seemed more toned and firmer. The dark circles under his eyes from staying up late had also disappeared. Even though it's just a low-quality version, the effect, isn't it amazing? Jiang Chen waved his fist casually, feeling the power contained in his arms, which was more than twice as strong as before, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. These 100 points are worth it. It's so worth it. The improvement of physical fitness not only brings greater strength and more energy, but more importantly, it brings an unprecedented sense of security and self-confidence. Now, even if he encounters a few petty thieves or ignorant bodyguards, he feels that he can easily knock them down. Very good. The body is strengthened. Next, Jiang Chen's gaze turned to the object lying quietly in the inventory, emitting an alluring glow. Random Song Treasure Box Gold. If a silver treasure chest can yield a divine song like Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, what kind of surprises will this gold treasure chest bring? Jiang Chen's heart was burning with passion again. Chapter 39, Unboxing Time. Another King Bomb Divine Song? Feeling the new sense of strength and comfort brought by the strengthening of his body, Jiang Chen felt so happy. As expected, points and the like are most cost-effective when used to improve yourself. With this joyful mood, he turned his gaze to the treasure chest that was quietly floating in the system inventory, emitting brilliant golden light. Random Song Treasure Chest Gold. Even a silver treasure chest could yield a divine song like Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, which has a potential value of 95 points. This gold treasure chest, hiss. I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine it. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, feeling his heartbeat speed up again. This feeling of anticipation, like opening a blind box, was simply too much. System. Open the Random Song Treasure Box Gold. Give me a hit song. He muttered to himself, full of anticipation. Ding. Opening the Random Song Treasure Chest Gold. On the system interface, the gorgeous golden treasure chest began to vibrate violently, emitting a light even more dazzling than the silver treasure chest before. Various cool particle effects danced around, and the sense of ritual was immediately maximized. Jiang Chen held his breath and stared at the center of the screen without blinking. Finally, the light faded away. A line of golden text slowly emerged. Congratulations to the host, you won the song, Fukua Cantonese version. Song information, Fukua, genre, Cantonese pop, rock, God-level live performance, difficulty, extremely high, requires exceptional vocal development, vocal range, emotional explosiveness, and, above all, live performance skills, potential value, 98, a phenomenal hit. Possesses the terrifying potential to electrify the crowd and become a true legend. Especially suited for male singers with unique voices and powerful stage presence. Extravagant, exaggerated? Potential value, 98 points? A phenomenal hit? A scene where it was truly divine? Holy crap! Jiang Chen looked at the evaluation given by the system and felt that his brain was hit hard again. This is simply the KTV suicide song, Eason Chan's masterpiece. The difficulty of this song is even greater than that of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. In particular, the demands on the singer's emotional outburst and on-the-spot performance ability are simply at an abnormal level. But once this song is performed perfectly, the hysterical screams, the loneliness and accusations of not being understood that go deep into the bones, the shocking power that is enough to blow the top of one's head off, it is absolutely at the level of a nuclear bomb. The system actually found this song? And its potential value is as high as 98 points? Jiang Chen felt his hands starting to tremble. This golden treasure chest is too awesome. Are all the songs it opens like these inhumane songs? He immediately chose to listen to the song demo. When that familiar, eerie, tense prelude sounded, followed by the blood-soaked cries and the layers of escalating emotions that finally erupted completely. You think I'm exaggerating, but I'm exaggerating only because I'm scared. Lucky people are rare. If you haven't experienced it, you'll understand why. I put in 10 times the effort to become someone outstanding. Is a normal person as controversial as me? Just listening to the demo playing in his mind gave Jiang Chen goosebumps. It was as if he could see a lonely soul on stage, using all its strength to roar to a world that didn't understand him. Shocking. So shocking. If this song can find a suitable singer, in the right occasion, and performed in an almost crazy way, it will definitely become a phenomenal stage that will go down in history. But Jiang Chen frowned. This song is incredibly difficult. Its style is incredibly unique, requiring the singer to possess a strong personality and command of the stage. Brilliant entertainment now, is there anyone who can control it? Lin Weiwei? No, her voice is so pure and ethereal, it would be too out of place to sing such a hysterical song. Qin Feng? Miao Xiaoshui? They are actors. Although their vocal conditions may be good, they are probably still far from being able to perform such a difficult song. That newly signed variety show genius Zhou Xingxing? Let him go up and sing Fukua? The scene was too beautiful. Jiang Chen shook his head and decided to forget it. It seems that this divine song can only be shelved for the time being. Or, wait until you can sign a more suitable singer later. Or. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, feeling the musical energy within him stirring due to the aura of heavenly sound. Ahem, sing by yourself? Forget it, let's not humiliate ourselves. Although he had the aura, he didn't have the confidence to roar. What a sweet trouble. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling a bit amused. He has 2 phenomenal hit songs, one of which made Lin Weiwei famous, but he has yet to find a suitable singer for the other. It seems that Brilliant Entertainment's talent pool still needs to be expanded. In particular, we need a male singer who can hold his own, has top-notch singing skills and unique charm. Jiang Chen silently kept this new requirement in mind. There is another piece of the puzzle that needs to be filled in the map of his entertainment empire. However, one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. The most important thing now is to complete the Eternal Life Secret project first and pave the way for Lin Weiwei to become a superstar. As for the hit song Exaggeration, one day, it will find the destined person who can make it light up the whole place. Jiang Chen collected his thoughts and exited the system space. After the surprise of unboxing, there are clearer goals and firmer determination. He felt full of energy. However, at this moment, the private cell phone on the table rang again. Seeing the familiar name on the caller ID, Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a playful smile. Yo, Iceberg is coming to me again? Chapter 40, An Iceberg Invitation? Su Wanyu's Initiative. Hello? Jiang Chen answered the phone, his tone just the right amount of laziness and casualness. From the other end of the line came Su Wanyu's signature, cold yet magnetic voice. But listening carefully, it seemed less icy and distant than usual, and had a hint of, well, barely perceptible hesitation. Mr. Jiang, are you free tonight? Su Wanyu's voice sounded calm, as if she was talking about business. Oh? Is there something wrong, President Su? Jiang Chen asked in feigned surprise, his lips curled up slightly. He wanted to see what this icy beauty CEO was up to. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, as if he was organizing his words. It's about some details about the group's future strategy. I'd like to discuss it with you in person. Su Wanyu found a reasonable excuse. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Treat me to a meal? Or in private? Jiang Chen understood in his heart. It seemed that his last bold words about being on top of the world, as well as the subsequent steady development of Tianjin Group and the sudden rise of Brilliant Entertainment, really made this proud female president take a strong interest in him. This iceberg is melting faster than he imagined. Discuss face to face? Jiang Chen deliberately stretched out his tone, adding a hint of joking, Boss Su, are you sure we're just discussing work? I heard that the line of young talents in Tianhai City who want to invite Boss Su to dinner is so long that it stretches from the east to the west of the city. Su Wanyu on the other end of the phone seemed to be choked by Jiang Chen's sudden teasing, and her breathing paused for a moment. If it were in the past, she would have hung up the phone with a cold face after hearing such words. But at this moment, she was inexplicably not angry, instead, her pretty face was slightly hot. Director Jiang, you're joking. She quickly adjusted her mood and her voice returned to its cold and clear tone. I just feel that some important strategic directions are not convenient to discuss in the office. Of course, if you don't have time, forget it. There was a subtle hint of probing in her tone. Even a hint of arrogance? I have time. Of course I have time. Jiang Chen immediately responded with a smile, to be personally invited by a beautiful iceberg like President Su, I have to go even if I have to turn down the meeting with the aliens. Silence fell on the other end of the line again. Su Wanyu felt her icy expression, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, seemed to be starting to fray. This guy, why is he always so indecent? Mr. Su will decide the time and place. Just notify me when the time comes. Jiang Chen stopped teasing her. Okay. 7 p.m., Jinjiuxuan, we're waiting for Mr. Jiang. After Su Wanyu finished speaking, she hung up the phone in a hurry, as if she was afraid that she would lose her composure if she continued. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Jiang Chen's smile grew even wider. Jinjiuxuan? Although he had just arrived in Tianhai, he had heard Uncle Chen mention that it was one of the top and most private club-style restaurants in Tianhai City. Not only was the average consumption per person shockingly high, but the key point was that without an acquaintance's recommendation or a top-level membership, one couldn't even get in the door. Su Wanyu obviously put a lot of thought into choosing that place. It seems that tonight's meal is not just about discussing work. Jiang Chen touched his chin, a playful glint in his eyes. It's the most interesting thing to conquer icebergs, isn't it? 7 o'clock in the evening, Jinjiuquan. Unlike the splendor of ordinary 5-star hotels, the design here is extremely low-key and restrained, with quaint courtyards and winding corridors. Every detail reveals the ultimate taste and the taste of burning money. Led by the waiter, Jiang Chen came to an independent box called Listening to the Rain. Pushing open the rustic wooden door, a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with floral fragrance hits you. The private room is exquisitely decorated, and outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a meticulously maintained Japanese dry landscape garden. The air after the rain is particularly fresh. Su Wanyu had been waiting there for a long time. Today she did not wear her usual smart business suit, but changed into an elegantly tailored moon-white long dress, with her long black hair casually draped down. She was less fierce than a career woman, and more gentle and breathtakingly beautiful like a Jiangnan water town. Under the light, her skin was whiter than snow and her face was radiant. Her cold phoenix eyes seemed to soften a little due to the change of environment. When she looked at Jiang Chen who walked in, there was a barely perceptible hint of scrutiny and nervousness in her eyes. Even though Jiang Chen was used to seeing beautiful women, his eyes lit up at this moment, and he secretly praised in his heart, when this iceberg is not frozen, its lethality is at the level of a nuclear bomb. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Su Wanyu spoke first, breaking the silence. Her voice was still cold, but seemed a little softer than during the day. I'm sorry to have kept President Su waiting. Jiang Chen smiled as he sat down across from her, his eyes unabashedly admiring her outfit. President Su looks very beautiful tonight. Such direct praise made Su Wanyu's pretty face blush again. She turned her head away a little awkwardly and looked out the window. Mr. Jiang, thank you for the compliment. Let's order first. The atmosphere of the following dinner was indeed as Jiang Chen expected, somewhat subtle. At the beginning, the two were still discussing the future development of Tianjin Group and Huihuang Entertainment. Su Wanyu demonstrated her professionalism and business foresight as a top CEO, while Jiang Chen occasionally threw out some masterstrokes of opinion, which made Su Wanyu marvel at his extraordinary business acumen again. But gradually, the topic began to go off track. Su Wanyu seemed to be filled with a strong curiosity about Jiang Chen himself. She began to ask some personal questions about him, intentionally or unintentionally. Mr. Jiang seems to be very interested in the entertainment industry? Is it because you like a certain celebrity? She asked casually, holding up the red wine glass, hiding the inquiry in her eyes. Mr. Su, do you think that with my current status, I still need to chase stars? Jiang Chen smiled and asked, I prefer to create stars. Su Wanyu was startled, then laughed and shook her head. Indeed, with his current abilities, getting any celebrity he wanted would probably only require a flick of his finger. So, what did Mr. Jiang do before? She changed the question, a question she had been curious about for a long time. Jiang Chen seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, his previous experience was completely blank. Before? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, but then he regained his composure. He picked up the wine glass, gently swirling the amber liquid inside, and said with a hint of self-mockery, before. I was just a delivery boy. Every day, I went through wind and rain just to earn a few dollars in delivery fees. Puff. Su Wanyu almost spit out the red wine she had just taken. A food delivery guy? She widened her beautiful phoenix eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? How could a food delivery guy, in just over a month, transform himself into the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar corporation? And possess such terrifying wealth and power? This was even more outrageous than any novel she had ever read. Looking at Su Wanyu's shocked expression as if she had been struck by lightning, Jiang Chen laughed in his heart. The effect was achieved. It takes this huge contrast to completely break the ice shell of pride in her heart. Surprised? Jiang Chen put down his wine glass and looked at her with a playful look. It took Su Wanyu a long time to come back to her senses. She looked at Jiang Chen's young yet extremely mysterious face, and the curiosity in her heart was like a flood that could no longer be suppressed. How many secrets does this man have? She suddenly really wanted to dig out all these secrets, bit by bit. The atmosphere of the dinner flowed slowly in an extremely subtle, even somewhat ambiguous tug of war. This special working dinner was coming to an end only when the waiter brought the final dessert. Jiang Chen gentlemanly walked Su Wanyu to the restaurant entrance. Before getting on the car, Su Wanyu stopped, turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. Her originally cold phoenix eyes now seemed to be rippling with a layer of hazy light, and her eyes were extremely complicated. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, all she could say was just a faint sentence. "Thank you, tonight, Jiang Chen." For the first time, she didn't call him Mr. Jiang. After saying that, she turned around and got into the car, leaving Jiang Chen standing there alone. Jiang Chen watched the black Bentley Mulsanne slowly drive away, touched his chin, and the smile on his face became more playful. The iceberg seems to be really starting to melt. Moreover, the progress is a little faster than he imagined. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 41, A Tech Geek Joins the Team. The laboratory foundation is laid. After the turbulent dinner with Su Wanyu, Jiang Chen was in a very good mood. The iceberg was showing signs of melting, which was undoubtedly a good sign. However, compared to conquering the iceberg, there are more important and exciting things to do right now building his technological empire. The blueprint of the Future Technology Laboratory has already taken shape in his mind, and the Artificial Intelligence Tianshu has also been initially activated. Everything is ready, and the only thing missing is the east wind, that is, top talents who can master these black technologies. "Uncle Chen, how is the global talent recruitment plan going?" Jiang Chen asked immediately after returning to his office at the Tianshan Group headquarters. Uncle Chen's face showed a mixture of excitement and embarrassment. He reported respectfully, "Sir, following your instructions, we've cast a global net through various channels and have indeed identified several top-tier scientists in their respective fields. Most of them have expressed strong interest in the generous conditions offered by Tianshan Group: sky-high annual salaries, unlimited funding, and even equity incentives. Follow-up contact should be straightforward." But Uncle Chen changed the subject. "There's one person among them who we think has the greatest potential and is most compatible with your future technological blueprint. I'm afraid he'll be a little difficult to deal with." "Oh?" Jiang Chen became interested. "How is it difficult?" "This scientist's name is Schelling. He's a dragon, under 40, and recognized as a top-tier genius in the fields of artificial intelligence and quantum computing. It's said his IQ is ridiculously high, and many of his theories are far ahead of their time," Uncle Chen said with a hint of wonder. "But precisely because of this, many of his ideas are considered fanciful by mainstream academia, and he's even been called a madman. Add to that his withdrawn personality, his social awkwardness, and his negative emotional intelligence, and he's offended many. This has led to a lack of research funding and platforms, forcing him to barely maintain a small laboratory at a third-rate university abroad. Our people tried to contact him several times," Uncle Chen said with a wry smile, "but he always rebuffed us without hesitation. He said he had no interest in dealing with stupid capitalists, and that unless we could prove we weren't fools who just wanted to steal his research, there would be no discussion. Super high IQ, negative EQ, advanced theory, and excluded by the mainstream. This character is simply the standard template of a genius scientist." Instead of being angry, Jiang Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. "Isn't this kind of pure, unmotivated scientific enthusiast, who is only obsessed with research, exactly the kind of talent he needs? As for a quirky personality? That's okay. A bit of a temper is normal for a genius. As long as you have real talent, nothing else matters." "Interesting." Jiang Chen stroked his chin, a determined smile playing on his lips. "It seems I need to meet Professor Xia Lin in person." "Sir, you're going in person?" Uncle Chen was a little surprised. "Professor Xia is currently at a university in Switzerland." "Switzerland?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "It just so happens that I haven't been to Switzerland yet. I'll just treat it as a trip and pick up a genius by the way." His tone was relaxed, as if going to Switzerland to recruit a world-class scientist was as easy as going to the supermarket downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce. Uncle Chen was once again impressed by his master's courage and immediately bowed and said, "Yes, sir. I will arrange a special plane and itinerary for you immediately." 2 days later, Zurich, Switzerland. A luxurious Gulfstream G650 private jet landed smoothly at the airport. Jiang Chen, dressed casually, walked down the gangway accompanied by Uncle Chen and several low-key and capable bodyguards. Without alerting anyone, they took the bulletproof car arranged in advance and came to the slightly old university where Xia Ling was. In a laboratory that was cluttered with various instruments, circuits, and draft papers, and was as messy as a doghouse, Jiang Chen finally met the legendary scientific genius Schelling. He did look to be in his 30s, but his hair was messy, and he wore a pair of thick black framed glasses and a stained white coat. He was hunched over a pile of complicated instruments, muttering to himself and ignoring the knocks on the door outside. Uncle Chen stepped forward and knocked politely on the doorframe. Xia Lin then raised his head impatiently, and seeing Jiang Chen and Uncle Chen standing at the door, his brows furrowed, and his tone was as fierce as if he had taken gunpowder. "Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Selling insurance? Or here to solicit sponsorship? Get out. No money. No interest." This opening remark is indeed quite weird. Jiang Chen gestured for Uncle Chen to calm down. He then stepped forward with a smile and got straight to the point. "Hello, Professor Xia. I'm Jiang Chen, chairman of Tianqin Group. I'm not here to interrupt your research, but to invite you to join a place where your talents might truly shine." Tianqin Group? Jiang Chen? Xia Lin pushed up his glasses and looked Jiang Chen up and down, his eyes filled with suspicion and a hint of barely perceptible vigilance. Is he the upstart who's been all over the internet lately, spending billions buying properties and setting up some kind of entertainment company? His tone was full of undisguised contempt. It was obvious that he had no interest in these mundane matters of business and even felt a little disgusted. Nouveau riche? Jiang Chen smiled, unconcerned. Maybe. But in my opinion, money itself is meaningless. What's meaningful is what you do with it. He paused, looking directly into Xia Ling's eyes, his tone becoming serious. Professor Xia, I've read several of your publicly published papers. Although many of the theories are difficult for a layman like me to understand, I can sense the enormous potential they hold, enough to change the world. For example, your proposed superluminal communication model based on quantum entanglement and the feasibility study of strong artificial intelligence consciousness uploading. Hearing Jiang Chen accurately describe his unconventional research directions, Xia Lin's eyes finally flickered with surprise. These things, not to mention ordinary people, even many of his peers would scoff at them, thinking he was crazy. This young upstart had actually seen them and said he had potential? Humph. Don't try that. Xia Ling was a little surprised, but he remained vigilant. So what if you've seen it? Trying to steal my research with sweet talk? I'm telling you capitalists, there's no way. My research is to promote human progress, not to make money for you. Making money? Jiang Chen shook his head, his smile becoming somewhat enigmatic. Professor Xia, do you think I'm still interested in money? He didn't say anything else, but directly gave an order to the Tianshu in his mind. The next second, the screen of a specially designed tablet he was carrying lit up, and lines of incredibly complex, yet harmoniously beautiful, code began to rapidly flash across it. At the same time, a voice, though electronically synthesized, yet with a hint of curiosity, like a nascent intelligence, rang out through the tablet speakers. Hello, Professor Xia Ling. I'm Tianshu, a rudimentary AI core optimized based on your earlier theory of adaptive neural network architecture. According to my analysis, your current quantum neuron simulation experiment faces 3 potential bottlenecks in data processing. Introducing the chaos map encryption algorithm for parallel computing could potentially increase efficiency by at least 37.8%. Tianshu's voice was calm, but what he said was like thunder from the sky, striking Xia Ling's head hard. What did he just say? An AI optimized based on my theory? It can even analyze the bottlenecks of my experiment? And even provide a specific optimization algorithm? How is this possible? Xia Ling rushed to the tablet computer, staring intently at the codes that flashed across the screen like flowing water, as well as the analysis and suggestions that Tianshu kept giving, each one so accurate that it made him shudder. His eyes, behind the thick lenses, widened and widened. His breathing became more and more rapid. His body trembled violently from extreme shock and excitement. This is true? This is not a theoretical model? You really achieved it? Schelling's voice changed tone, filled with incredible fanaticism. As you can see, Jiang Chen spread his hands, his tone relaxed. This is just the primary form of Tianshu. I came to you this time to invite you to join my future technology laboratory and become its chief scientist. Here, you will have absolute research freedom, nearly unlimited research funding, and the opportunity to evolve with Tianshu and explore the cutting edge of technology together. I don't need you to make money for me, Jiang Chen said word by word, looking at Xia Lin's eyes that sparkled with enthusiasm. I just need you to unleash your talent and create. To change the world. Absolute research freedom. unlimited funding, and a living, breathing AI partner with limitless potential. This is simply the ultimate dream tailor-made for him. Xia Ling felt like his brain was about to burn. All previous doubts, all vigilance, all arrogance were shattered at this moment. He looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression, which included shock, excitement, and disbelief, but more of it was the ecstasy of having met a confidant, a comrade who could understand and support his crazy dream. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't speak because he was too excited. Finally, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Director Jiang. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, yet it was filled with unprecedented determination and enthusiasm. Xia Lin. I'm willing to join. Please let me join. Done. Jiang Chen felt relieved and a victorious smile appeared on his face. Done. Another top-tier expert, here we go. At the same time, in the distant Dragon Country, on the outskirts of Tianhai City, there is a vast area classified as top secret. Following Jiang Chen's order, countless engineering vehicles and construction robots began to work with a roar. The groundbreaking ceremony of Tianjin Future Technology Laboratory was officially held in a low-key and solemn atmosphere. Jiang Chen has taken a crucial step on the road to building a technological empire. Chapter 42: The Magical Use of Tianshu. First trial in the financial market. Jiang Chen was in a very good mood after successfully recruiting the scientific genius Xia Ling and laying the first foundation for the Future Technology Laboratory. The framework of the technological empire has been initially built, and the next step is to add flesh and blood to it, that is, to continuously invest massive amounts of money. Whether it's building labs, purchasing top-tier equipment, or the sheer expense of supporting cutting-edge research, each one is a money-consuming behemoth. The initial 50 billion yuan in funding might seem like a lot, but if it really starts burning through, it probably won't last long. I can't just rely on system sign-ins or asking Tianjin Group for money all the time, right? I have to find a way to make some quick money, and a way to generate a continuous stream of quick money. Jiang Chen's gaze naturally turned to the trump card in his hand that had just been activated, the artificial intelligence Tianshu. Is there anything else that can make money faster than the financial market? Especially when you have a super AI assistant that can accurately predict market trends. Tianshu, Jiang Chen said, sitting on the private plane returning to Tianhai City, his eyes closed, his mind already connected to the super AI in the underground core data center. Immediately conduct comprehensive, high-precision, real-time monitoring and analysis of major global financial markets. Goal: within the next 72 hours, identify short-term investment opportunities with the lowest risk, highest certainty, and an expected return exceeding 50%. Command received, Master. The emotionless electronic voice of Tianshu echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Starting the global financial market data flow analysis engine. Constructing risk models. Scanning for arbitrage opportunities. Almost instantly, Jiang Chen's mind was flooded with real-time financial data as vast as a galaxy. Various K-line charts, index curves, capital flows, news information, policy changes, flashed by like a waterfall. This information processing speed and analytical ability simply amazed Jiang Chen. If he were to look at this data himself, he probably wouldn't be able to finish it in a year, let alone find any patterns or opportunities from it. But for Tianshu, this seems to be a piece of cake. It only took less than 10 seconds. Analysis complete. 17 eligible potential investment targets have been selected. Based on a comprehensive assessment of risk factors and expected returns, the optimal choice is Target: Tokyo Foreign Exchange Market USD JPY currency pair. Forecast: over the next 48 hours, the yen will experience a rapid and dramatic depreciation, with fluctuations expected to reach 1.5% to 2.2%, driven by expectations of unexpected intervention by the Bank of Japan. Operational suggestion: immediately establish a high leverage long USD JPY position and close the position at the predicted high within 48 hours. Risk assessment: extremely low BOJ intervention signals have emerged, but the market has not yet fully responded. Expected returns based on 100x leverage, 150%, 220%. Precise. Decisive. Even the risks and expected returns are calculated clearly. Jiang Chen was so excited watching this. How the hell is this an AI assistant? This is a financial giant with clairvoyance. Very good. Jiang Chen said without hesitation, Uncle Chen. Sir, please give your orders. Uncle Chen, who had been standing respectfully beside him, immediately stepped forward. Immediately open a top-level offshore investment account in a Swiss bank under my personal name. Immediately deposit, well, let's start with 10 billion US dollars. Jiang Chen said calmly, as if he was just talking about depositing 100 yuan pocket money. 10 billion US dollars? Even though Uncle Chen had long been immune to his husband's money ability, he still couldn't help but twitch his mouth and his heart skipped a beat. This move is getting more and more outrageous. However, he didn't question it at all and immediately bowed and said, "Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. I guarantee it'll be done before the plane lands." With the current power of Tianqin Group and Jiang Chen, opening a tens of billions of US dollars account in a Swiss bank is naturally smooth and efficient. When the plane landed smoothly at Tianhai International Airport, the account had been opened and 10 billion US dollars had been quietly injected into it through Tianqin Group's complex global financial network. After returning to the Yunding Mountain Villa, Jiang Chen immediately connected to Tianshu again. Tianshu, according to the previous analysis, use all funds in your account to establish a long USD JPY position with the highest leverage. Command confirmed. Executing. Successfully established a 100x leveraged long USD JPY position, with a total notional value of 1 trillion US dollars. A nominal value of 1 trillion US dollars. Even a fluctuation of just a few percent would bring astronomical profits. The next 48 hours became the time for Jiang Chen and Uncle Chen to witness a miracle. Under the precise monitoring and real-time instructions of Tianshu, that 10 billion US dollar account was like taking off from a rocket. Buy. Hold. The market is indeed just as Tianshu predicted. After the Bank of Japan released vague intervention signals, the yen began to depreciate slowly, but most institutions and investors are still waiting and watching. Tianshu accurately captured the best opportunity to increase holdings. And then, wait. Until a certain point in time. The Bank of Japan suddenly announced market intervention. The Japanese yen exchange rate plummeted like a cliff in an instant. And just before the plunge is about to hit its lowest point and market sentiment is about to reverse. Close the position. Tianshu issued a concise and cold command. Uncle Chen sold all his positions at high prices in an instant at a speed beyond the limits of human reaction. When everything was settled and he looked at the final balance of the investment account, Uncle Chen, the old butler who had seen many ups and downs, felt like his breathing was about to stop. Investment, 10 billion US dollars. Final balance, 31.2 billion US dollars. In less than 48 hours. Net profit, $21.2 billion. Converted into Dragon country currency, it's over 150 billion. Hiss. Uncle Chen took a breath of cold air and felt that his worldview had been refreshed again. This isn't just about making money. This is pure robbery. And it's happening in the global financial market, stealing money from countless top institutions and investors. This Mr. Jiang, and the mysterious Tianshu behind him, just what kind of existence is this? Jiang Chen looked at the result and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although he had expected it, seeing the terrifying money-making ability of Tianshu with his own eyes still made him feel extremely comfortable and shocked. With the super money printing machine Tianshu, the huge funding gap of the future science and technology laboratory seems not to be a problem anymore. He even wondered whether he should just let Tianshu grab a few more times in the global financial market and first increase his personal wealth to the first place in the world. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. To put it bluntly, money in the financial market is just a numbers game, and it makes too much noise, which can easily cause unnecessary trouble and attention. Although he is not afraid, there is no need to. His real goal is to use technology to create real value and change the world. This windfall can just accelerate the pace of building his technological empire. Uncle Chen, Jiang Chen ordered, immediately transfer half of this profit, or 10.6 billion US dollars, to the special fund account of the Future Technology Laboratory. Keep the rest for backup. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen accepted the order respectfully, and the look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with fanatical admiration. They could so easily manipulate the global financial markets, yet so calmly invest hundreds of billions in profits into scientific research with uncertain prospects. The vision and courage of this gentleman have already exceeded the limits of his imagination. He firmly believed that with such a master, the future of Tianqin Group would be infinitely brilliant. Even, it was really possible, as the gentleman said, to stand at the top of the world. Chapter 43: A Love Rival Appears? Su Wanyu's Pursuer. Jiang Chen was in a state of euphoria after having easily picked up over 20 billion US dollars in the global financial market using Tianshu. The money came so easily, that it even left him with a tinge of emptiness. Was making money just that simple? As expected, it is more fulfilling to engage in technology, entertainment, and watch your own empire being built bit by bit. With this plain and unpretentious idea, Jiang Chen was invited to attend the Global Business Leaders Summit held at the Tianhai International Convention and Exhibition Center. A summit of this magnitude was naturally packed with high-ranking figures and powerful figures. As the newly rising and most prominent Tianjin group, Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu's joint presence undoubtedly became the most dazzling focus of the entire event. When Jiang Chen, dressed in a low-key and luxurious Tom Ford custom suit, and Su Wanyu, who was wearing a cool and noble Dior dark purple off-shoulder evening gown like the Snow Queen, stepped onto the red carpet side by side, the flashlights at the scene instantly formed a silver ocean. Holy crap! Is this Director Jiang and President Su? Their looks are too good to be true. Absolutely amazing. Such aura. Such beauty. The overbearing president and the ice queen in the novel have come true. Boss Su is so gorgeous tonight that it takes my breath away. Boss Jiang next to her is so handsome too. She's got so much mystery. KSWL. KSWL. I'm dying. I'm standing by this couple. Su Wanyu was clearly unaccustomed to the feeling of being the center of countless cameras. Especially when she felt the man's vague gaze and the faint, cool aura emanating from him. A faint, almost imperceptible blush crossed her usually frozen face. She leaned slightly to create some distance. Jiang Chen seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. Instead, he leaned close to her ear and chuckled in a voice only the two of them could hear. Boss Su, calm down. If you keep getting so nervous, someone who doesn't know would think we're walking down the aisle at a wedding. A warm breath brushed past her ears, and Su Wanyu's body stiffened slightly. She glanced at him with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. However, her eyes were no longer as cold as before, but instead held a hint of resentment. Shut up! Jiang Chen chuckled and stopped teasing her. The two entered the magnificent banquet hall and were immediately surrounded by a group of enthusiastic business leaders. Compliments, probing, and requests for cooperation were heard everywhere. Jiang Chen handled the situation with ease. His few seemingly casual words and jokes not only demonstrated the strength of Tianjin Group, but also did not reveal any substantive information. This made those old foxes secretly frightened, and they felt that this young chairman was unfathomable. Su Wanyu resumed her ice queen nature, standing beside Jiang Chen with her full aura, occasionally providing professional and precise supplements to certain issues. The two of them cooperated well, like a golden pair that had worked together for many years. At this moment, a gentle and charming voice interrupted with just the right amount of enthusiasm and familiarity. Wanyu, long time no see. You look so radiant tonight. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, handsome young man in a sophisticated white Armani suit, with a flawless, gentlemanly smile on his face. He was holding a glass of champagne and walking straight towards Su Wanyu. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and a kind of innate confidence. Ha! Where did that conspicuous bag come from? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. When Su Wanyu saw the newcomer, her expression, which had softened slightly due to her standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chen, instantly turned cold again, and her tone became businesslike. Hello, Mr. Morone. Mr. Morone? Jiang Chen understood. It seemed like their relationship was just average. This uninvited Mr. Morone was none other than Morone Yunhai, the eldest grandson of the Morone family, one of Beijing's most prestigious families. With a double PhD from Harvard, he held the reins of the family business at a young age. He was widely considered a prodigy, and among Su Wanyu's many open suitors, he possessed the highest rank and strongest background. Rumors even circulated that the Su and Morone families were interested in a marriage alliance. Wanyu, why are you being so formal? Just call me Yunhai. Morone Yunhai ignored Su Wanyu's indifference. He turned to Jiang Chen with an impeccable smile and extended his hand. His eyes were filled with polite scrutiny and a subtle sense of superiority that came from being in the top circle. This must be the famous Chairman Jiang, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Morone Yunhai. Hello. Jiang Chen casually touched his fingertips, not even bothering to say his name. His attitude was so indifferent that it was almost perfunctory. A hint of displeasure flashed across Morone Yunhai's eyes, but his good upbringing prevented him from getting angry. He maintained his elegant smile. Chairman Jiang is truly a man of great promise at such a young age. It's truly admirable that he's already in charge of Tianjin, a commercial giant. I wonder which world-renowned university Chairman Jiang graduated from. And who was your father's business predecessor? To have nurtured someone as talented as you, their family must have a distinguished background, surely not one that's truly extraordinary? The series of questions seemed to be compliments, but in fact, every sentence was trying to find out Jiang Chen's background. The sense of superiority in his words, "I am the legitimate wealthy family, and you are just from an unknown background," was almost overflowing. Su Wanyu frowned slightly and was about to say something, but was stopped by Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen picked up a glass of champagne handed to him by the waiter, shook it gently, and then looked at Morong Yunhai with a brilliant smile that also had a hint of Versailles. A world-renowned university? I haven't been there. I've missed out on 9 years of compulsory education. Family background? Not even close to that. 3 generations of my ancestors were poor farmers. As for me... Jiang Chen paused, deliberately dragging out his words, and under the stunned gazes of Morong Yunhai and the people around him who pricked up their ears, he slowly said, "He's just a former delivery man with incredible luck. He even managed to get hit by a car and be linked to the system." Puff. Shocking. The entire banquet hall seemed to have pressed the mute button. Everyone who heard these words looked at Jiang Chen in amazement as if they were petrified. Former delivery man? And, still bound to the system? Brother, are you telling a story or a joke? The smile on Morong Yunhai's face froze completely, then gradually turned ashen. He felt his intelligence had been insulted like never before. This Jiang Chen actually dared to play such a trick on him in public? Chairman Jiang, you're so humorous. Morong Yunhai almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He felt his face burning, and the vague and amusing looks from those around him made him feel uneasy. It's just so, just a little humorous. Jiang Chen shrugged, completely ignoring Morong Yunhai's murderous gaze. He turned to look at Su Wanyu beside him, bowed slightly, and extended his hand. His smile was gentle and focused, as if the guy who had just been complaining about everything was not him. Beautiful Miss Su, I wonder if I, a former delivery man, would be honored to ask you to dance with me? Su Wanyu looked at the undisguised smile and a hint of cunning in Jiang Chen's eyes, then glanced at Morong Yunhai, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the inexplicable pleasure in her heart rose again. This guy is so evil. But also, so funny. She suppressed the smile on her lips and gently placed her slightly cold little hand on Jiang Chen's warm palm. Her voice was cold, but with a hint of imperceptible joy. My pleasure, Jiang, delivery man? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed out loud, holding Su Wanyu's hand, and slid gracefully into the dance floor under Morong Yunhai's murderous gaze. Under the spotlight, the two danced with each other, their steps intertwined. The man was confident and flamboyant, the woman cool and charming. Although it was their first time dancing together, their coordination was seamless, as if they had practiced it 1,000 times. This scene once again became the focus of the entire audience, and it was like a sharp blade, piercing Morong Yunhai's heart. He gripped the wineglass tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, and his handsome face was slightly distorted with extreme jealousy and anger. Jiang Chen. Su Wanyu. You guys just wait. Chapter 44 Favorability Query. The volcano under the iceberg. After the summit, Jiang Chen declined all subsequent social engagements and invitations and returned directly to Villa No. 1 at Hentaying Mountain. It felt really good to confront Morong Yunhai at the banquet tonight. What's even better is that Su Wanyu, that 1,000-year-old iceberg, seems to really be interested in him. From the fact that she didn't refuse to dance with him to the word Jiang Chen with a strange emotion at the end when they were leaving, Jiang Chen felt like he was being scratched by a cat, itchy inside. No, we have to figure it out. Jiang Chen lay on the oversized sofa in the living room that could accommodate more than a dozen people, tossing and turning. Finally, he couldn't help it and sank his consciousness into the system space. I have never used the 3 target person favorability query cards that I exchanged in the mall before. This thing is simply a mind-reading artifact tailor-made for the current situation. Hey, President Su, let me see what's really going on in your mind. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, and with a hint of mischievous anticipation, he ordered the system. Activate it. Use a target person favorability query card. Query target Su. 1. You. Ding. Favorability query card successfully used. Locking on target character Su Wanyu. Locked successfully. Analyzing the target's subconscious emotional fluctuations, data analysis in progress. On the system panel, a high-tech radar scanning animation began to rotate, and the progress bar next to it slowly advanced. Jiang Chen's heart also began to tighten. Please don't give me a negative number. Don't give me a friendship card that barely passes the passing line. I'm not asking for much, give me 70. No, 68 is fine too. The progress bar finally reached the end. The results pop up. Target, Su Wanyu. Favorability towards the host, 72 status, appreciation ability, curiosity background, favorable maintaining behavior, slightly attracted personal charm, caution unclear purpose. WTF. 72 points. And what the hell is that long list of status descriptions at the end? Admiration? Curiosity? Favorable? Slightly tempted? Jiang Chen jumped up from the sofa, his face showing an uncontrollable ecstasy. It actually scored 72 points. And it was clearly marked as slightly moved? Ha ha ha. Looks like my buddy's charm is still top-notch. Even an iceberg can't stand it. Although the final caution made him a little concerned, it's not a big deal. This shows that the iceberg hasn't completely melted, which makes the strategy more challenging and more interesting. Jiang Chen thought happily and felt relaxed all over. Since we VE made a good start, why not keep up the good work? He immediately thought of another person, the simple and kind little Queen Lin Weiwei, who regarded him as a god. The last time he signed in for his achievements, the system prompted him that he had achieved the Producing a Queen Beginner achievement. So, Weiwei's favorability towards him should not be low now, right? System. Another query card. Target Lin Weiwei. Jiang Chen is now rich and powerful, and he doesn't feel sorry at all. Ding. Favorability query card successfully used. Testing target character Lin Weiwei's favorability towards host Jiang Chen. This time, there was almost no delay. The results popped up instantly. Target, Lin Weiwei. Favorability towards the host, 98 status, deep admiration, extreme gratitude, complete dependence, will not marry anyone but you, ready to give everything for the host at any time. Puff. Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold it back as he saw the number soaring to 98 and the status description becoming more and more outrageous. I will only marry you? I'm willing to give you everything at any time? Do you have to be so exaggerated? In his mind, he couldn't help but think of Lin Weiwei's clear and pure eyes, which were always filled with little stars when she looked at him. Well, this little girl, I'm afraid she's really fallen into it. Jiang Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit, sweet burden? A 72-point scoring, cold outside but warm inside, proud and independent iceberg queen who needs to be conquered slowly. A 98-point, pure, loyal, devoted, and cute queen who is eager to give herself to someone. This, how should he choose? Damn it! Why isn't there any clone technique for sale in the system mall? Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, despite all the complaints, the feeling of being simultaneously smitten by two peerless beauties. It smells so good. Jiang Chen felt that his life was becoming more and more interesting. Ugh! It was becoming more and more exciting. As for the last favorability query card, he thought about it and decided to keep it for now. Maybe it could be used in a more critical place in the future. After figuring out the intentions of his two close female friends, Jiang Chen felt in a very good mood, and his previous fatigue was swept away. Be it the rapid advancement in his career, or, the success on all sides in his love life, they all fill him with motivation. Next, it's time to refocus our attention on The Secret of Immortality. This movie, which carries the beginning of his dream of an entertainment empire, should also be completed, right? Chapter 45, The Secret of Immortality wraps up. The trailer fuels anticipation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. During these 3 months, the development of brilliant entertainment can be described as riding a rocket. Lin Weiwei's first EP Light Years continues to dominate the charts, breaking sales records and winning numerous music awards. She is undoubtedly the undisputed #1 in the new generation of Chinese music. With his unique comedic talent and the top variety show resources provided by Brilliant Entertainment, Zhou Xingxing quickly emerged in various popular variety shows, his popularity soared, and he became the new generation of Variety King. Under the company's arrangement, Miao Xiaoshui took on the role of the second male lead in several well-produced online dramas. With his solid acting skills and handsome appearance, he has accumulated a lot of fans and his status is steadily rising. As the mainstay of Brilliant Entertainment, and also the project that has attracted the most attention from the outside world, the epic fantasy film The Secret of Immortality, which has an investment of up to $1 billion, has gone through an extremely smooth filming process after the initial casting storm and the running-in period. With Jiang Chen's occasional god-level guidance and the visible talent and hard work of the two leading actors Qin Feng and Lin Weiwei, coupled with the entire crew's unconditional investment and attitude of striving for excellence, the quality of the film's shooting far exceeded everyone's expectations. Finally, with the joint efforts of all the cast and crew, the main part of the movie, The Secret of Immortality, was officially completed. On the night of wrap-up, Hui Wang Entertainment booked the banquet hall of the top hotel in Tianhai City and held an extremely grand wrap-up party. Jiang Chen was present in person to celebrate this memorable moment with director Zhang Qiming, producer Lao Wang, starring Qin Feng, Lin Weiwei, Miao Xiaoshui and other main creative staff. The atmosphere at the banquet was extremely warm. Everyone was excited and proud to have participated in such a film that was destined to go down in history. Qin Feng and Lin Weiwei, in particular, were filled with indescribable gratitude as they watched Jiang Chen, chatting and laughing cheerfully, full of vigor and enthusiasm. If it weren't for director Zhang's discerning eye and his unstinting support, they wouldn't be where they are today. Director Jiang, I offer you a toast. Qin Feng walked up to Jiang Chen, holding a glass of wine. His eyes were sincere and determined. Without you, there would be no Li Changshang, and I, Qin Feng, would not be where I am today. I, Qin Feng, will never forget this kindness. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. After several months of filming, he had already shed his initial immaturity and inferiority, and gained a bit of the calmness and responsibility that belonged to the male protagonist. Act well and let your strength speak for you. That's the best reward for me. Jiang Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. Lin Weiwei also came over with juice, her pretty face slightly flushed, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes sparkling and full of little stars. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thousands of words finally turned into these three simple words, but they contained endless gratitude and emotions. Come on, I'm rooting for you. Jiang Chen nodded encouragingly to her. After the wrap party, the film immediately entered the intense and critical post-production stage. Jiang Chen once again demonstrated the terrifying power of his money power. He directly used his global top entertainment resource integration permission primary level to contact several of Hollywood's top special effects companies, including Industrial Light Magic and Weighted Digital, which had produced blockbusters like Avatar and The Avengers. When these Hollywood giants learned that it was Chairman Jiang of Tianqin Group who personally named them and offered them a sky-high price that they could not refuse, they all sent their top teams to join the post-production special effects production of The Secret of Immortality. For a time, the post-production lineup of Longwa's fantasy film was so luxurious that it attracted the attention of the entire Hollywood. Another few months of meticulous work day and night. When the final film of The Secret of Immortality was placed in front of Jiang Chen, even he himself was deeply shocked. Grand and ethereal immortal mountains and pavilions. The elegant and free-spirited flying of swords. Devastating duels of immortal magic. Lifelike ancient mythical beasts. Every frame is as beautiful as a wallpaper. Every special effect is so realistic that it is flawless. Add to that Qin Feng's explosive acting skills, Lin Weiwei's ethereal beauty, and the perfectly timed, tear-jerking soundtrack. Jiang Chen dared to assert that this movie would definitely become an insurmountable milestone in the history of Dragon Country's fantasy films. Almost done, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction after watching the sample film. Let's release the first trailer. Let's satisfy those who have been waiting for so long. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Li Shui was already rubbing her hands in anticipation, unable to wait. Soon, a 2-minute official trailer for The Secret of Immortality was released simultaneously on major video platforms and social media like a blockbuster bomb. The trailer was edited by Jiang Chen himself, with a very fast pace and an explosion of information. The opening scene is a magnificent fairyland shrouded in mist and the cries of cranes. Then, Qin Feng plays Li Changsheng, transforming from a bullied mortal boy to a cultivator with a resolute gaze and sword in hand. Lin Weiwei, the heroine, clad in white as snow, exudes a striking ethereal aura. Miao Xiaoshui's villain or other important supporting role is equally captivating, possessing a powerful presence. The grand special effects scenes of flying swords, immortal sex fighting, myriad swords returning to their roots, and the destruction of heaven and earth flash by like a revolving lantern. Every frame smells of burning money. Every second assaults the audience's visual nerves. The background music in the trailer, sometimes grand and majestic, sometimes lingering, is none other than Lin Weiwei's hit song Light Years Away or another equally high-quality interlude, which perfectly elevates the atmosphere of the entire trailer. When the last shot of the trailer freezes only Changqing soaring towards the sky on his sword, his eyes looking down upon the common people, and at the same time, Lin Weiwei's ethereal and high-pitched singing voice rings. The entire internet exploded. Fuck. Oh my god. What kind of amazing trailer is this? I'm totally blown away. Special effects. Special effects. Special effects. I say this 3 times. Is this the kind of special effects a Chinese film can produce? They beat Hollywood in seconds. Qin Feng. It's Qin Feng. His eyes are so dramatic. It's like he's a completely different person. So handsome. Goddess Weiwei. She's so gorgeous in that white dress. This is what a fairy would look like, right? I could drool over her beauty for a whole year. As soon as the background music started, I got goosebumps all over the floor. Brilliant entertainment is amazing. Who said this movie was going to flop? Stand up. I'm going to blow his head off. If you don't watch this movie, you're not a Dragon Country person. It's going to be amazing. It has to be amazing. I can't wait to see it. Hurry up, brilliant entertainment. Director Jiang is awesome. Brilliant is awesome. The Secret of Immortality is awesome. My wallet is ready. I have to watch it 3 times on the day it opens. All the doubts, ridicules, and pessimistic voices on the internet about The Secret of Immortality, brilliant entertainment, Jiang Chen, Qin Feng, and Lin Weiwei disappeared without a trace in an instant after seeing this trailer, which can be called a dimensionality reduction attack. Instead, there was overwhelming admiration, praise, and crazy anticipation. On all major ticketing platforms, the number of people who want to watch The Secret of Immortality has skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. It has directly secured the title of the annual box office champion. It's a hit before it's even released. Highly anticipated. After experiencing the initial turmoil, Brilliant Entertainment's first super project finally ushered in the glory it deserves. Jiang Chen looked at the overwhelming praise and expectations on the internet, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Very good, first step, stable. His road to building an entertainment empire has finally raised the most crucial sail. Chapter 46, New Enemies? A test from the entertainment giant. The phenomenal popularity of the trailer for The Secret of Immortality not only made the eagerly awaited fans go on a wild ride, but also dropped a death bomb on the entertainment industry in Dragon Country and even the entire Asia. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Brilliant Entertainment and the obvious potential of The Secret of Immortality to become a hit. There were those who were envious, those who were jealous, but more importantly, those established entertainment giants began to feel an unprecedented threat. The rise of Brilliant Entertainment is so fast. So fierce. From a company on the brink of bankruptcy to now having a phenomenal superstar, top potential newcomers, and an epic production that became a hit before it even hit the theaters, it took less than half a year. Behind this, the mysterious and wealthy Chairman Jiang is undoubtedly the biggest variable. If Hui Huang Entertainment is allowed to continue developing in this way, the future landscape of the entertainment industry may really be completely rewritten. This is something that many vested interests do not want to see. Among them, the one that reacted most strongly and took action the fastest was Galaxy Entertainment, one of the 3 major domestic entertainment giants. Xinghe Entertainment, with its deep-rooted foundation, numerous artists, and vast industry resources, has always operated with a domineering and aggressive style. They already compete with Tianqin Group in certain areas of business, and now, seeing the sudden emergence of Brilliant Entertainment as a dark horse, a direct threat to their dominance in the entertainment industry, they are naturally on pins and needles, determined to eliminate it as soon as possible. On this day, Li Shui, the artist director of Brilliant Entertainment, received a call from a senior executive of Xinghe Entertainment. The person who called was Wang Defa, the vice president of Galaxy Entertainment in charge of film and television investment and distribution. He was a smiling tiger known in the circle for his shrewdness, cunningness, and ruthless means. Director Li, congratulations. I've seen the trailer for The Secret of Immortality, and it's really well made. Chairman Jiang is really generous. Wang Defa on the other end of the phone spoke with enthusiasm, as if they were old friends. Mr. Wang, thank you for your compliment. Li Shui sneered inwardly, but remained calm and polite on the surface. She knew that this old fox's sudden call was definitely a weasel visiting a chicken for the new year, with no good intentions. Sure enough, after a few pleasantries, Wang Defa revealed his true intentions. Director Li, look, isn't it a bit of a shame for a film as good as The Secret of Immortality to rely solely on your company, Brilliant, to distribute it? We at Galaxy do have some resources in terms of theatrical and overseas distribution. How about we work together? Jointly distribute it. Join forces. We're guaranteed to push the box office to new heights. What do you think? Joint issuance? Li Shui's inward sneer deepened. Nice words. Wasn't it obvious they were trying to grab a piece of the action, perhaps even taking advantage of the opportunity to control the distribution channels and, in turn, hinder Brilliance? If it were the former Brilliant Entertainment, or other small and medium-sized companies, they would have gratefully agreed to the olive branch thrown by a giant like Galaxy Entertainment. But now, Mr. Jiang has the final say in Brilliant Entertainment. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wang. Li Shui's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable rejection. However, Brilliant Entertainment has the confidence and ability to independently complete all the distribution work for The Secret of Immortality, so there's no need to bother Xingha Entertainment. Wang Defa on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect Li Shui to reject him so bluntly. His smile froze for a moment, and his tone became subtly colder. Director Li, you can't say that. The entertainment industry is a very complicated place. Sometimes, having more friends and more paths is better than having more enemies, right? We at Xingha also have good intentions. There was already a hint of threat in these words. Li Shui snorted inwardly, but still maintained a professional smile. We appreciate Mr. Wang's kindness. However, Brilliant Entertainment is used to doing things on its own, so we won't bother your company. If there's nothing else, I have a meeting here, so I'll excuse myself. After saying that, Li Shui hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Defa to say anything else. Humph. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to pay me back. On the other end of the line, at the Galaxy Entertainment headquarters, Wang Defa listened to the busy tone on his phone and his expression instantly darkened. The hypocritical smile on his fat face disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. A tiny Brilliant Entertainment. A brat who popped up out of nowhere. Do you really think you can dominate the entertainment industry with just a few bucks? You're so ignorant. Wang Defa slammed his phone down on the table. Since you're so shameless, don't blame me, Wang Defa, for being ruthless. He immediately dialed another number. Hello? Is that Lao Lu? It's me, Wang Defa. Do me a favor. Brilliant Entertainment's The Secret of Immortality is about to be released, right? I need to take good care of it. As for the scheduling, just a token of my appreciation. Forget about the prime showtimes. Brilliant Entertainment, Chairman's Office. Li Shui reported the details of her conversation with Wang Defa to Jiang Chen. Galaxy Entertainment? Joint distribution? Jiang Chen's lips curled up in a cold arc after hearing this. It seems that someone can't sit still and wants to reap the benefits. Yes, Mr. Jiang, Li Shui nodded. Also, I'm worried that after being rejected, they'll make things difficult for us in terms of cinema scheduling. Galaxy Entertainment has been operating in the cinema industry for many years and has a deep network of connections. I'm afraid. Tripping me up? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with disdain. Are they worthy enough? He had anticipated this situation long ago through his analysis of Tianshu. Don't worry. Jiang Chen waved his hand, his tone calm and composed. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. They want to play by the unspoken rules? Then I will use my strength to completely overturn their rules. He looked out the window, his eyes sharpening. Galaxy Entertainment, right? A domestic entertainment giant, right? Just right. I will use you as the first stepping stone for my Brilliant Entertainment to dominate the entertainment industry. The storm is coming. A war between the upstarts and the old overlords over the secret of immortality is about to begin. Chapter 47, Tianshu shows his power. The opponent's holo cards revealed. Jiang Chen rejected Xingha Entertainment's seemingly well-intentioned proposal for joint distribution. He knew very well that with the other party's domineering style in the circle, they would never give up. It is not easy to take action openly, but it is certain that they will trip you up in secret. Just as Li Shui worried, theater scheduling, malicious smear campaigns, and even poaching, these are all common means of suppression in the entertainment industry. But, you want to play dirty with me? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Sorry, Buddy just started cheating and flipped the table over. Tianshu. He returned to the office and immediately called out to his super AI assistant in his heart. "Master, I'm here." Tianshu's emotionless voice sounded on time. "Immediately. Comprehensively gather all information on Galaxy Entertainment." Zhang Chen's instructions were concise and cold. "I want to know their internal structure, their true financial situation, the contract details and potential breach risks of all core artists, their ongoing and planned undisclosed projects, the resumes of every member of the executive team, and, most importantly, all their dirty laundry. Including but not limited to tax evasion, contract fraud, suppressing competitors, unspoken rules, power for sex transactions, and so on and so forth. Dig as deep as you can. I want to make them invisible to me." Command received, Master. Activating Deep Web Ghost Mode, conducting full-dimensional information infiltration and mining of target Galaxy Entertainment. Estimated time, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. 3 minutes? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Infiltrating and uncovering all the secrets of a top domestic entertainment giant only takes 3 minutes? The efficiency of Tianshu was simply incredible. Zhang Chen leisurely made himself a cup of tea and waited quietly. 3 minutes later. Information mining and analysis completed, Master. A top-secret file has been generated for the target company, Galaxy Entertainment. It contains 374 business secrets, 128 financial loopholes and risk points, 792 pieces of negative information about executives and core artists with supporting evidence, and 5 ongoing secret operations and contingency plans. The file has been encrypted and sent to your private terminal, please check. Zhang Chen opened the special tablet computer in front of him and looked at the shockingly thick top-secret file generated by Tianshu. Even though he had already anticipated the capabilities of Tianshu, he couldn't help but gasp at this moment. This isn't some fucking business analysis report. This is simply Galaxy Entertainment's compendium of evidence and guide to suicide. How detailed is the content? Not only is there a complete chain of evidence showing Galaxy Entertainment maliciously manipulating stock prices and spreading rumors to suppress its competitors, there's also the specific amounts and methods of tax evasion using yin-yang contracts. There are also chat logs and transfer receipts showing executives exploiting their positions to harass multiple female artists, and even Vice President Wang Defa's habit of secretly wearing Hello Kitty pink underwear in the office has been exposed. Tianshu, based on big data correlation analysis and social network trace inference, the probability is 92.7%. Puff. After seeing the last message, Zhang Chen almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. Tianshu, you're such a genius AI. You can even dig out something like this? Zhang Chen suppressed his laughter and continued reading. Really? In the column of ongoing secret operations and contingency plans, several plans of Xinghe Entertainment to suppress Huihuang Entertainment and the Secret of Immortality are clearly listed. The first one is to work with several major mainstream theater chains to reduce the screening space of The Secret of Immortality, especially the primetime shows. The second is that on the eve of the movie's release, they organized a massive army of internet trolls to spread negative information about the movie and the leading actors on a large scale on the internet to tarnish its reputation. The third is to try to poach the core creative team members or potential newcomers of brilliant entertainment with high salaries, cutting off the source of funds. Looking at these insidious moves that were almost the same as he expected, Zhang Chen's eyes became colder and colder. Very good, Galaxy Entertainment, you really didn't let me down. But now. Zhang Chen stroked his chin, looking at the complete collection of black material on the tablet that was enough to ruin Xinghe Entertainment, and a cold and confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Want to play with me? Sorry, I've seen all your cards. He immediately encrypted the report, omitting the existence of Tianshu and some overly private black materials, retaining only the business-level information and suppression plan part, and sent it to Chen Bo and Li Shui. Uncle Chen, Li Shui, this is some gossip about Galaxy Entertainment that I got through special channels, Zhang Chen said calmly in the internal communication group. They're trying to manipulate our film scheduling and public opinion, and they're even trying to poach our people. Next, do as I say. Zhang Chen began to arrange a response plan in an orderly manner. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. The feeling of holding all of your opponent's cards is really so cool. Galaxy Entertainment? An entertainment giant? In front of me, Zhang Chen and Tianshu, you are nothing but a bunch of clowns swimming naked in pink underwear. A good show is about to begin. Chapter 48, Theater Trouble. Money Power vs Hidden Rules. Director Jiang. Something bad has happened. At the headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment, artist-director Li Shui rushed into Jiang Chen's office, with unconcealable anxiety and anger on her face. The first drafts of the screening schedules for several major theater chains just came out. The percentage of screenings for our film, The Secret of Immortality, is ridiculously low. The national average is less than 10%. And there are almost no prime-time screenings. Most of them are morning or midnight shows. This is simply too much. Li Shui's chest heaved with anger. It must be Xinghe Entertainment behind this. They're trying to use this method to directly kill our box office. Given the current popularity and anticipation surrounding The Secret of Immortality, a normal screening rate should be at least 30%, with primetime slots being a highly sought-after location. The fact that it's now been compressed to this extent clearly indicates someone is exploiting industry unwritten rules and maliciously suppressing the film. In the office, Jiang Chen, who was leisurely drinking tea, did not show any surprise on his face after listening to Li Shui's report, and did not even raise his eyebrows. He put down his teacup and glanced at Li Shui calmly. "Why are you panicking? The sky isn't falling." Li Shui was stunned. Seeing her boss's calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated everything, she felt a little relieved. However, she couldn't help but worry, but Director Jiang, the screening rate has a huge impact on the box office. Especially during those crucial first few days when word of mouth is building. If we don't get enough screenings, even if the film is excellent, it's hard to. Unwritten rules, huh? Jiang Chen interrupted her, a cold smile on his face. In the face of absolute strength, all unwritten rules are nothing but paper tigers. He looked at Uncle Chen beside him, his tone calm, but with an unquestionable command. "Uncle Chen, contact the CEOs of all major domestic cinema chains, including Wanda, China Film, and Dottie. Tell them that Brilliant Entertainment is willing to sign a special cooperation agreement with them." Special cooperation agreement? Li Shui and Uncle Chen were both confused. That's right. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a crazy glint, and he said something shocking. It's called Box Office Betting Plus Excess Profit Sharing Agreement. Tell them, as long as they're willing to raise the screening rate of The Secret of Immortality to the highest level. Give them all the primetime slots. And make sure the screening rate lasts for at least 2 weeks. Then, Jiang Chen paused, his voice suddenly rising like thunder. If the final total box office of The Secret of Immortality is lower than, well, let's set it at 5 billion. Lower than 5 billion. Then all the box office difference will be made up to them in cash by me, Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen changed the subject, his eyes sharp as a knife. If the box office exceeds 5 billion, then Brilliant Entertainment will take the lion's share of the excess. I want 80%. Boom. When these words were spoken, even though Li Shui and Uncle Chen had already witnessed Jiang Chen's inhumane wealth, they were still shocked and stunned. A box office bet? 5 billion on the line? If you lose, you'll cover the entire profit? If you win, you'll get 80% of the profits? Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This is no longer a simple business partnership. This is literally using tens of billions of dollars to slap all the theater chains in the face, forcing them to take sides. Or, you believe that my movies can create miracles, and follow me to eat meat and drink soup and make a fortune. Otherwise, you can continue to play those unpresentable tricks with Galaxy Entertainment, but don't even think about making any extra money, and you will offend me, a wealthy man. This multiple choice question is so simple. Sir, this risk is too great. Uncle Chen couldn't help but want to dissuade him. 5 billion. Even for Director Jiang, it's a huge sum of money. What if? Risk? Jiang Chen waved his hand, his face filled with absolute confidence. I have confidence in the eternal life secret, I have confidence in Qin Feng and Wei Wei, and I have even more confidence in myself. Go ahead. Tell them exactly what I want. I want to see how much their so-called connections and rules are worth in the face of naked money and profit. Yes. Sir. Uncle Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and his eyes became sharp. He knew his master was about to completely overturn the table. He was using the simplest, most brutal, and most effective method: money. He was going to challenge the unspoken rules of the entire industry. He immediately turned around and began to mobilize all resources to convey Jiang Chen's crazy cooperation plan to the CEOs of major domestic theater chains as quickly as possible. Wanda's Cinema Line headquarters. In the chairman's office, Wanda's president Wang looked at the special cooperation agreement from Brilliant Entertainment submitted by his subordinates, and at first thought it was a prank. But when he repeatedly confirmed the source of the information and learned that it was Jiang Chen's own idea, and even had Tianqin Group as a guarantor, his hands holding the document began to tremble violently. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. Crazy. What a lunatic. Mr. Wang's face flushed with excitement, and he slammed the table. But I like it. It's a guaranteed win. This is fucking pie in the sky. If the box office is low, Mr. Jiang will cover it with tens of billions. If the box office is high, they can also profit from it. They can also do Mr. Jiang and Tianqin Group a huge favor. As for offending Galaxy Entertainment, that old fox Wang Defa is nothing. Compared to tens of billions of dollars in real money, what's his face worth? Right now. Immediately. Communicate. President Wang made a decisive move, shouting at his secretary, "Fill up the screening schedule for The Secret of Immortality. Raise it to the highest level. Give it all the prime screenings. Anyone who dares not comply will be fired immediately." A similar scene was played out almost simultaneously in the senior offices of all mainstream cinema chains including Chinafilm, Dottie, and Genie. Facing Jiang Chen's completely unreasonable offensive that relied purely on his money power, the cinema network that Wang Defa, vice president of Xingha Entertainment, had painstakingly built up over the years collapsed in an instant, like a piece of paper. All theaters, without exception, have chosen to embrace money. When Wang Defa learned that not only did the major cinema chains not reduce the screening schedule of The Secret of Immortality, but instead they all rushed to give it the highest screening rate in the best primetime in history, he was drinking his treasured pu'er tea in the office. When he heard the news, he spat out a mouthful of the old tea. Puff. What? All of them turned against us? And what kind of bullshit betting agreement did they sign? Wang De was so angry that he was shaking all over. His face turned from red to purple, and then from purple to black. He pointed at his subordinates' noses and cursed, "Useless. A bunch of useless people. What do I keep you for? You can't even handle such a small matter." He couldn't understand it. That Jiang Chen. That brat. How dare he? How could he? Use money? Throw money at it? This is totally out of the ordinary. How can we play this? Wang Defa felt like a mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest and he almost had a myocardial infarction on the spot. The first step he had carefully planned to kill the eternal life secret in its cradle was just like that, completely crushed by the other party in the simplest, most brutal, and most embarrassing way. He knew that the counterattack from Brilliant Entertainment and Jiang Chen would probably be even more fierce. Chapter 49, Navy Attack? Tianshu's Counterattack. The disastrous failure in theater scheduling made Wang Defa, vice president of Xingha Entertainment, extremely angry, and his hatred towards Jiang Chen and Huihuang Entertainment reached its peak. Since suppressing through open channels doesn't work, the only option is to do it covertly. A fierce look flashed in Wang Defa's eyes, and he dialed a secret number. "Hello? Is that Lao He?" "It's me. Mr. Wang? What brings you here?" A hoarse and greasy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Stop the nonsense," Wang Defa said in a gloomy tone. "I've got a big job for you. Brilliant Entertainment's The Secret of Immortality is about to be released. Organize some people to smear it to death. The movie itself, the director, the lead actors, everything you can do to criticize it. Use trolls, marketing accounts, forum posts, cover every platform. I want its reputation to be completely ruined before it even hits theaters." Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Lao He laughed obscenely, "We're familiar with this kind of work. But Brilliant Entertainment is really popular right now, and Mr. Jiang is known for his wealth. As for the price, money isn't a problem." Wang Defa gritted his teeth. "As long as we can kill The Secret of Immortality for me. You can name any budget. Also, focus on that male lead, Qin Feng. Tell me all his past as a supporting actor, all the times he offended people and snatched roles. Make sure this guy crashes to death before he even takes off." "All right. Mr. Wang is so open-minded. Just take care of it. I promise to make it beautiful for you." After hanging up the phone, Wang Defa showed a ferocious smile on his face. "Jiang Chen. Aren't you rich? Can't you get the theater chain? Let me see how you deal with this overwhelming amount of saliva. When it comes to movies, once their reputation is ruined, even gods can't save it. I want to see how much money will be left of your $1 billion investment. However, Wang Defa and the Navy leader he hired, Lao He, greatly underestimated what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face. Just before the preview of The Secret of Immortality, a carefully planned, large-scale online smear campaign quietly flooded all major social media platforms like a black tide. For a time, all sections related to the movie, including Weibo, Douban, Jihu, Tieba, were flooded with all kinds of uniform negative comments and so-called black materials. I'm dying of laughter. The trailer for The Secret of Immortality looked okay, but the reviews after the previews completely collapsed. I heard the plot is childish and the special effects are cheap. It's a complete lie. What the hell is that male lead, Shin Feng? I heard he's the head of the extras, and he got to the top by currying favor with people. His acting is so embarrassing. Lin Weiwei can sing well, so why does she have to act? It said she acted like a big shot on set and even had plastic surgery? Attached are some blurry, awkwardly angled photos as so-called evidence. $1 billion investment? I think 900 million went to money laundering, right? Brilliant Entertainment has a shady background, everyone boycott it. Inside information. Zhang Chen is just a gigolo who relies on women. Brilliant Entertainment was financed by his sponsor. There are a lot of question marks under this post. Is the sponsor Su Wanyu or Lin Weiwei? At first glance, these comments seem to be well-founded and are accompanied by various words such as inside information, informed sources, friends of friends said, etc., which are extremely misleading. Driven by the crazy promotion of the Water Army and marketing accounts hired by Xinghe Entertainment, these negative information spread like a virus and quickly polluted the online environment. Some people who were unaware of the truth began to be led astray and began to have doubts and disgust towards The Secret of Immortality and Brilliant Entertainment. Oh my god, is this true? I was really looking forward to it, but now I don't want to watch it anymore. The entertainment industry is indeed a complex place. It's not that easy for newcomers to rise to the top. Let us wait for a wave of real word of mouth, it feels a bit uncertain. The Public Relations Department of Brilliant Entertainment immediately noticed this unusual wave of public opinion, and Li Shui immediately reported the situation to Jiang Chen. Director Jiang. This is bad. Xinghe Entertainment has started an attack. It's massive. It's coming with such force. We're doing our best to delete posts and control comments, but it's no use. Li Shui's voice was filled with anxiety. This was the largest and most severe cyber attack she had ever encountered in her career. As expected, Zhang Chen sat in the boss's chair, his face showing no panic. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. You clown, you dare to show off your skills in front of me? He had already predicted the opponent's tactics through Tianshu and was ready to counterattack. Tianshu. Zhang Chen ordered in his mind, launch the net cleansing plan. Goal, lock down and eliminate all malicious online troll messages targeting The Secret of Immortality and Brilliant Entertainment, and give a small retaliation to the mastermind behind the scenes. Command received, Master. Net cleaning plan activated. Scanning relevant online opinions, locating the source of malicious information, analyzing the organizational structure of the troll army, tracing the flow of funds. The computing power of Tianshu is fully unleashed. In Zhang Chen's mind, a vast network topology diagram covering the entire Dragon Nation internet instantly unfolded. Countless dots of light flashed across it, representing Water Army accounts, marketing accounts, and forum IDs. Their connections, financial transactions, and even the real information about their IP addresses and the manipulators behind them were forcibly mined, analyzed, and linked by Tianshu in an almost brutal manner. The information of the leader of the Water Army Lao He and his core team members has been locked. The main contact channel and control server IP have been located. Xinghe Entertainment Vice President Wang Defa and his transfer and call records encrypted have been obtained and cracked. Generating a counterattack plan. Zhang Chen looked at the information fed back by Tianshu and a sinister arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good. He gave the final order. Step 1, Decapitation Operation. Precisely paralyze the accounts, communication tools, and control servers of Old Black and his core subordinates. Make them deaf and blind instantly. Command executing target accounts blocked in bulk communication protocol disrupted server physical address located and reported to relevant departments anonymous. Almost instantly, those online trolls who were still frantically copying and pasting and posting smear campaigns suddenly discovered their superiors have lost contact? Their account was blocked? The secret app they used to take orders can't be opened? Even, some unlucky guys were pinned down by the police who suddenly broke in before they could figure out what was going on? Tianshu also anonymously reported some of the water army dens involved in illegal activities. The entire huge Navy network was instantly paralyzed and in chaos under the precise and efficient decapitation operation of Tianshu. Step 2. Public Opinion Backlash. Jiang Chen continued to order, mosaic some of the hard evidence that Wang Defa instructed Liao He to discredit the secret of immortality, such as transfer records and key chat screenshots, to protect our information sources. Anonymously leak them to a few reliable gossip influencers and influential self-media outlets. Commands are being executed, evidence is being screened, anonymous information is being generated, multi-channel targeted delivery. Soon, the wind direction on the internet suddenly changed again. Several gossip influencers with millions of fans released explosive news almost at the same time. Shocking revelation. The vice president of an entertainment giant has spent heavily on a troll army to maliciously smear the upcoming film, The Secret of Immortality. Transfer records exposed. Uncovering the truth behind the smear campaign against The Secret of Immortality. Who is afraid? Confirmed. Chat records between Xinghat Entertainment Vice President Wang and the leader of a cyber troll army have been leaked. The content is appalling. These revelations, like bombshells, have once again set the internet on fire. Those netizens who were previously led by the water army reacted instantly. Holy crap! So it's Galaxy Entertainment behind this? This is so disgusting. I knew it. The trailer for The Secret of Immortality was so awesome. How could so much negative information suddenly pop up? Boycott Galaxy Entertainment. This kind of company that engages in unfair competition should be shut down. I feel so bad for Brilliant Entertainment. I feel so bad for Chairman Jiang. I feel so bad for Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng. They were tricked by such dirty tactics. No way. When The Secret of Immortality comes out, I have to go to the cinema to support it. I'm going to give Xingha a good slap in the face with the box office. Public opinion suddenly reversed. Not only do netizens no longer believe those slanderous remarks, but because of their sympathy and anger, their expectations and favorability towards The Secret of Immortality have increased instead of decreased. Before Brilliant Entertainment's PR team could even begin to act, the crisis had already been effortlessly resolved by Jiang Chen and Tianshu. They even took advantage of their opponents, creating a perfect fan abuse and purification for themselves. Galaxy Entertainment Headquarters. Vice President Wang Defa was stunned when he saw the overwhelming amount of hard evidence revelations and criticisms of Galaxy Entertainment on the internet. The internet trolls he'd spent a fortune hiring had suddenly gone silent and lost contact, and how had his chat and transfer records with the troll leader been leaked? What the hell is this? Could it be that Brilliant Entertainment has its own undercover agent? Or, does that Jiang Chen possess some terrifying power beyond his comprehension? A chill instantly shot up from the soles of Wang Defa's feet to the top of his head. For the first time, he felt a genuine fear of the overly young Chairman Jiang. He knew that this time, their Galaxy Entertainment not only failed to kill brilliance, but instead, provoked a terrifying existence that absolutely must not be provoked. Chapter 50, Box Office Miracle. The entertainment empire sets sail. After experiencing the twists and turns of theater scheduling and malicious smears from online trolls, The Secret of Immortality, a fairy tale masterpiece that has carried countless expectations and controversies, has finally officially landed in major theaters in Longwa under the attention of all the people. On the eve of the release, whether it was the eagerly awaited fans, the closely watched industry insiders, or the competitors waiting to see Huihuang Entertainment and Jiang Chen make a fool of themselves, everyone's attention was focused on the midnight box office of this movie. This isn't just a matter of a film's success or failure, it's more like a declaration of challenge from the upstarts to the established powers. The outcome will directly impact the landscape of Dragon Country's entertainment industry for years to come. Midnight. When the big screens in major cinemas lit up on time, when the familiar theme song sung by Lin Weiwei sounded, and when the magnificent and special effects-filled world of immortal heroes slowly unfolded before the audience, everyone who walked into the theater was completely shocked. For most viewers, the 2.5-hour movie watching process is simply a hearty and dazzling audio-visual feast. A grand and rigorous world setting. A captivating, twisting plot. A joyful vengeance, a heart-wrenching story of chivalry and tenderness. Earth-shattering, budget-burning, top-tier special effects. A perfectly timed, tear-jerking, divine soundtrack. What is even more surprising is the two new leading actors who have been questioned. Shin Fong. This former extra has truly blossomed on the big screen. He portrayed the protagonist, Li Changsheng, from his humble beginnings, enduring humiliation but refusing to bow his head, to his naivete after entering the immortal sect, and finally to his maturity and resolute gaze after enduring hardships. His portrayal was vivid and layered. It was as if he was Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was him. His Oscar-winning acting skills completely captivated the audience. And Lin Weiwei. This crossover diva gave everyone a huge surprise. Not only did she perfectly portray the otherworldly aura of the heroine by Qingying, her cold exterior but warm heart, and her deep, reserved love for the hero, but her ancient costume was also incredibly beautiful, like a fairy from a painting. Every time she appeared, she drew gasps of admiration from the audience. She proved with her talent that she could not only sing, but also act. When the movie ends, the ending song plays, and the theater lights come on. After a brief silence, there was thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Countless audiences stood up excitedly and paid their warmest tribute to this domestic fantasy masterpiece that far exceeded their expectations. Holy crap! This is so awesome! This is definitely the most awesome Xianxia movie I've ever seen. Barely won. Amazing! I absolutely have to give it a thumbs up. The plot, special effects, actors, music. All are spot on. Absolutely no boring moments. Shin Fong acted so well. Especially that look at the end. It made my scalp tingle. Goddess Weiwei is simply a fairy. She is so beautiful and a great fighter. I love her so much. Brilliant entertainment is awesome. Director Jiang is awesome. Please. Shoot the second part as soon as possible. I can't wait. Word of mouth completely exploded. On major rating websites, the opening score soared to an astonishing 9.7 points. This set a record for the highest opening score in the history of Dragon Country commercial blockbusters. Corresponding to this is the crazy explosion of box office. Midnight box office, 150 million. Directly breaking the Dragon Country's midnight box office record, which was long held by Hollywood superhero blockbusters. First day box office, 880 million. Breaking the single-day box office record in Dragon Country film history. It surpassed the previous record by a full 100 million. Day 2 of release, word of mouth continues to spread, and the screening rate has increased instead of decreased. Single-day box office once again exceeded 800 million. Reaching 820 million. Day 3 Sunday, the movie-going craze reached its peak. The single-day box office soared, directly breaking the 900 million mark. In just 3 days of the first weekend, the cumulative box office exceeded 2.6 billion. As soon as this figure came out, the entire Dragon Country, the entire Asia, and even the global film market were shocked. Crazy. Completely crazy. A Chinese fantasy film. A film starring two newcomers. And it grossed a staggering 2.6 billion yuan in its opening weekend? This is simply a box office miracle that has never been seen before and will be hard to come by in the future. All the previous voices questioning brilliant entertainment, Jiang Chen, Shin Fong, and Lin Weiwei were completely crushed by such terrifying box office figures and explosive word of mouth. Not even a trace of their existence remained. The media, self-media, music critics, and film critics who had been waiting to see the joke now all turned their guns on him and began to praise him crazily. They threw all kinds of flattery at him like they were free. As if they hadn't been the ones who had previously criticized him. The instigator, Wang Defa, the vice president of Galaxy Entertainment, felt dizzy and vomited blood the moment he saw the box office data of The Secret of Immortality in the first weekend. He was so angry that he suffered a myocardial infarction on the spot and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. He knew that this time, Galaxy Entertainment not only failed to kill the glory, but instead became a stepping stone for others to reach the top, and became a laughingstock of the entire industry. In sharp contrast to the misery of the opponent, there is jubilation inside brilliant entertainment. At the celebration banquet, everyone was so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Lin Weiwei and Shin Fong were the undisputed center of attention. Thanks to the phenomenal success of The Secret of Immortality, their names skyrocketed. The former firmly established herself as a top-tier singer and actress, while the latter, from an unknown extra, quickly became a nationally acclaimed actor, admired by thousands of young women for his talent and popularity. Top-tier endorsements, fashion opportunities, and scriptwriting offers poured in, and their net worth skyrocketed by more than 100-fold. With its groundbreaking hit, The Secret of Immortality, Brilliant Entertainment solidified its position as a leader in Dragon Country's entertainment industry. It became a star-making factory, a place countless artists desperately sought a foothold. Its market valuation has skyrocketed, already surpassing the 100 billion mark. Standing on the podium of the celebration banquet, Zhang Chen looked at the excited and grateful faces below the stage, listened to the thunderous cheers and applause, and his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. His first small goal, to make Lin Weiwei famous, was not only achieved, but also far exceeded. His second goal, to build Brilliant Entertainment into an entertainment empire, has already raised the most critical and dazzling sail. And at this moment, the exciting system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! Detected that the host's film, The Secret of Immortality, has surpassed 3 billion Dragon Country currency at the box office, setting multiple film history records. Achievement achieved, box office harvester beginner. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully promoted newcomers Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng to the thrones of Queen and Best Actor. Achievement achieved, God Maker duel. Ding! Detected that the host's Brilliant Entertainment Company's valuation has exceeded 100 billion Dragon Nation currency, initially establishing its position as an industry giant. Achievement achieved, entertainment upstart intermediate. Multiple achievements achieved simultaneously. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an opportunity to achievement sign in gold level. Do you want to sign in immediately? Gold level. It's here again. And it's a gold level achievement sign in, one level higher than the last silver level one. Zhang Chen's heart started beating wildly again. The silver tier can already unlock the exaggeration and heavenly voice auras, so what kind of incredible rewards will the gold tier bring? An extremely bright light suddenly burst out from his eyes. The road to the entertainment empire has just begun. And his legend of being a super rich man will surely become even more brilliant. Chapter 51 Gold Sign In. Incredible rewards, technology takes off. The celebration banquet of Brilliant Entertainment finally ended with laughter and endless anticipation for the future. Zhang Chen politely declined all invitations to curry favor or to build relationships, and under the escort of Uncle Chen and the security team, he returned to his palace-like home in Villa No. 1 on Hentang Mountain. It was late at night, and the villa was brightly lit, yet unusually quiet. Zhang Chen sat alone on the large leather sofa in the study, holding a glass of aged Lafite in his hand and shaking it gently. The amber wine drew a beautiful arc on the wall of the crystal glass, but his mind at the moment was not on savoring this $1,000,000 wine. His heart was burning with passion. Just now, when the celebration banquet was about to end, the cold system prompt sound in his mind rang out again like the sound of nature. Ding! Detected that the host's film, The Secret of Immortality, has surpassed 8 billion Dragon Country currency at the box office, finally settled at 8.88 billion, setting a new record in Dragon Country film history. Achievement achieved, box office harvester beginner. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully promoted newcomers Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng to the thrones of Queen and Best Actor. Achievement achieved, God Maker duel. Ding! Detected that the host's Brilliant Entertainment Company's valuation has exceeded 100 billion Dragon Nation currency, initially establishing its position as an industry giant. Achievement achieved, entertainment upstart intermediate. Multiple heavyweight achievements achieved simultaneously. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Rating, Gold. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an opportunity to achievement sign in gold level. Do you want to sign in immediately? Gold level. This gold level achievement sign in is one level higher than the last silver level one that gave out Heavenly Sound and Golden Song treasure chest. Zhang Chen felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. The rewards for the silver level are already so generous, so the gold level, wouldn't it be soaring straight up? He suppressed the excitement and anticipation in his heart, and waited until he returned to this absolutely safe and private environment before finally deciding to start this extremely valuable sign-in. System. Zhang Chen put down his wine glass, took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light, and issued a command with his mind, activate. Sign in for the gold level achievement. Ding! Gold level achievement sign-in process started. Boom! It was as if the entire consciousness space was shaken. A golden light, even more dazzling than his last silver level sign-in, instantly filled his mind like a supernova explosion. Countless mysterious and complex golden runes and data streams intertwined and swirled, faintly like the chanting of a magnificent hymn, and the echoing of ancient dragon and phoenix roars. This special effect. It's absolutely amazing. The level of coolness is directly through the sky. Jiang Chen felt his soul trembling slightly in this golden light, filled with an extreme desire for unknown rewards. The light gradually converged, eventually converging into several lines of golden text emitting a sacred aura, which appeared clearly on his system panel. Achievement check-in in progress gold level. Based on the host's achievements of Box Office Reaper Beginner, Godmaker Double, and Entertainment Upstart Intermediate, comprehensive assessment rewards are being generated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following incredible rewards. Here we come. Here we come. Jiang Chen's heartbeat nearly stopped. He stared at the panel without blinking. 1. Future Tech City Conceptual Design plus Selected Core Building Modular Technology. A conceptual design overview of a megacity integrating futuristic elements such as ecological recycling, AI management, an ultra-high-speed magnetic levitation transportation network, vertical farming, and a controlled climate system. Included are key buildings such as the anti-gravity levitation pedestal primary, the energy shield generator micro, and the self-healing nanomaterials formula, along with other core modular construction technology information. Holy crap! The future technology city? It even has built-in anti-gravity, energy shields, and self-repair materials? Jiang Chen felt like his brain's CPU was about to burn out. The blueprint for the future technology laboratory had already seemed incredible to him. And this gold-level sign-in had directly upgraded him to the future technology city? This isn't just a business empire anymore, is it? This is fucking sending him straight into the ranks of civilization builders. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like if this tech city were actually built. Buildings floating in the air? Energy shields enveloping the city, protecting it from attack? Walls that were always pristine and could repair themselves? This is simply a scene from a science fiction novel. System. You're awesome. You're my eternal god. Jiang Chen was shaking with excitement. He resisted the urge to check the modular technical data immediately and continued to look at the rewards. 2. AI Tianshu Intermediate Computing Core Upgrade Package, a major upgrade to Tianshu's core algorithms. Significantly improves its computing speed over 500%, parallel processing capabilities, deep learning efficiency, and logical deduction complexity. Unlocks more advanced analysis modules such as basic gene sequence analysis, complex social model deduction, and basic physical law simulation, laying a solid foundation for Tianshu's evolution to higher levels. Another one? An AI core upgrade? An intermediate one? Jiang Chen felt that his happiness was about to overflow. The primary Tianshu was already incredibly powerful, capable of printing money in the financial market and striking at dimensionality reduction in information warfare. Upgrading to the intermediate level unlocks advanced features like genetic analysis, social deduction, and physical simulation. Doesn't that mean I'm really going to become an omnipotent god? Horrible. So horrible. With the upgraded Tianshu and the blueprint of the future science and technology city, Jiang Chen felt that he had conquered the sea of stars. The confidence to build the world's top science and technology empire suddenly skyrocketed countless times. 3. Sign-in points x1000. Congratulations to the host for earning another huge amount of points. Please spend wisely. 1000 points. Jiang Chen was already a little numb. Last time, the silver level gave 300, and this time the gold level more than tripled. It seems that the rewards for achievement sign-ins are really getting more generous. Those higher level goodies in the mall are now in the cards. For random special skill chest gold x1, open the chest to gain a high chance of receiving an extremely rare or powerful special skill. Gold level skill treasure chest. Jiang Chen's breathing became rapid again. Last time, the silver tier unlocked a near supernatural skill like words make sense basic. This gold tier can't be any worse than last time, right? Is he really going to be led further and further down the path of urban immortal cultivation? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with fiery anticipation. A future tech city. Upgraded AI. Tons of points. A golden skill chest. This time, the gold level achievement sign-in was a huge success. The rewards were so rich that he couldn't believe it. He felt like he had suddenly gained GM backend privileges while playing a game, and the rules of the entire world seemed to be leaning towards him. Entertainment empire? The layout is small. Really small. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the still bustling city below. But in his eyes, this city built of steel and concrete seemed a little backward. His gaze seemed to penetrate time and space and see the future. A city suspended in the air, enveloped by a light blue energy shield, possessing self-awareness and breathing, filled with green ecology and cutting-edge technology, a city of the future. And he, Jiang Chen, will be the sole creator of this future city. An unprecedented sense of ambition, like that of the creator god, surged in his heart. Is this world ready for change? Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a confident and profound smile, his eyes flashing with a bright light that was enough to light up the entire night sky. Chapter 52, Unboxing. God-level skills? Or. After digesting the shocking information brought by the gold-level achievement sign-in, Jiang Chen felt that he was in a state of extreme excitement. Future Science and Technology City. Intermediate Artificial Intelligence Tianshu. 1,000 points. Every reward is enough to keep him excited for days. However, what he was most looking forward to and curious about was the last one, Random Special Skill Treasure Chest Gold. After all, the words come true basic that he got from the silver treasure chest last time was already incredible enough to bring him a huge surprise and infinite reverie about extraordinary powers. So what more heavyweight things can be found in the golden treasure chest this time? Is it a more powerful offensive skill? Like blowing up the earth with one punch? That seems a bit exaggerated. Or a more practical auxiliary skill? Like mind reading? Time pause? It seems even more outrageous. Or, let him ascend directly on the spot and become an immortal in broad daylight? System, you want to eat pee. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together with immense excitement, muttering to himself, System. Open the Random Special Skill Chest Gold. Appearance is justice. Give me a cool and awesome skill. Ding. Opening a Random Special Skill Treasure Chest Gold. On the system panel, the treasure chest, radiating brilliant golden light, reappeared. This time, not only was a golden dragon circling around the treasure chest, but even bursts of background music, like the sound of the Great Tao, rang out. The special effects were completely turned up. The sense of ceremony was overwhelming. One could tell at a glance that the contents were definitely extraordinary. Jiang Chen's heartbeat accelerated again, and his eyes were fixed on the center of the screen. Light flashes. Runes flow. Finally. When all the special effects faded, a line of dazzling, ancient golden characters, seemingly imbued with some kind of profound truth, slowly appeared on the panel. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special skill, Words Come True Basic. What the hell? The anticipation and excitement on Jiang Chen's face froze instantly, and his eyes widened. Say what you mean basic. This again? System, are you fucking kidding me? I worked so hard to get all these achievements to get a gold-level treasure chest. And you gave me a duplicate? And a beginner level one at that? System. Come out. Explain. What the hell is going on? Jiang Chen felt his blood pressure soaring, and he couldn't help but roar in his heart, is there a bug in the system? Ding. Detected that the host already possesses the skill, Words Come True Basic, but repeated acquisition of similar skills will automatically convert them into skill proficiency or upgrade them. Conversion upgrade determination in progress. Judgment completed. Congratulations to the host. The skill, Words Come True Basic, has been successfully upgraded to Words Come True Intermediate. Ha! Upgraded? The anger on Jiang Chen's face instantly disappeared, replaced by an even bigger surprise? You can actually upgrade by getting it repeatedly? Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I was so shocked. He quickly checked the upgraded skill description. Skill name, Words Come True Intermediate. Skill type, Passive Active Trigger Special Skill. Skill effect, when the host is extremely confident, has a firm belief, or has consumed a large amount of mental energy sign-in points to activate the skill, the words spoken will have a higher chance. Intermediate probability is approximately 5% 10%, fluctuating depending on the situation of having a stronger, more logical, and longer-lasting impact or interference with reality. For example, saying stop to a speeding car may cause it to brake suddenly or malfunction. Saying stop raining to a rainy sky may temporarily reduce the rain in a small area. The effect's strength, duration, and success rate are affected by multiple factors, including the host's mental energy, the strength of their belief, the target's resistance, and the logic of reality. Warning: the greater the degree of interference with reality, the higher the mental energy points consumed, and the greater the risk of backlash from failure. Please use with caution. Holy crap! Awesome plus. Jiang Chen looked at the description of the intermediate skills and felt like his mouth was watering. The probability has been increased from a measly 1% to a maximum of 10%. The effect has also changed from weak influence to stronger interference. The duration is also longer. This is simply an epic enhancement. Although there are still many restrictions and the warnings have become more severe, this has given him the terrifying ability to truly twist reality on a small scale at critical moments. Before, the beginner level could only make the opponent slip, but now the intermediate level may be able to directly make the opponent fall flat on the ground and eat shit? Before, it could only make the machine freeze, but now maybe it can be directly crashed? Even, the weather can have a slight impact? This guy is the perfect template for the male protagonist in an urban supernatural novel. Awesome. So awesome. Jiang Chen felt relaxed all over. The slight disappointment he had felt for not unlocking new skills had long since vanished. As expected, the items from the golden treasure chest are of the highest quality. Even if they are duplicates, they can still be upgraded. He tried again, and said to the empty glass on the table in a more confident and determined tone, "Water." The cup remained motionless. Well, it seems even with a 10% probability, triggering it isn't that easy. It also likely depends on the object and degree of interference. Making water appear out of thin air in a cup is probably beyond the realm of logic. But it doesn't matter. Jiang Chen wasn't discouraged at all. He knew the potential of this skill was limitless. With the improvement of his mental power he had just exchanged for a strengthening potion, and the possibility of further upgrades in the future, one day, he would truly be able to make his words come true and command the world. Until then. He. Jiang Chen's face showed a smile that only it was a smile that only a man with a powerful weapon could understand. This gold level check-in was really rewarding and full of surprises. One's own strength and trump cards have been greatly improved unprecedentedly. Next, it's time to. He needs to plan carefully how to use these incredible rewards to achieve his more ambitious goals. The tech city of the future. Artificial intelligence Tianshu. Your words follow your laws. His journey is destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 53 AI Empowerment. Tianchen Group's Technological Revolution. The huge surprise brought by the sign-in made Jiang Chen excited for a long time. Whether it is the words come true intermediate, with unlimited potential, or the incredible future science and technology city, blueprint and massive points, his future development path has become broader and more imaginative. However, one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. The most important thing at the moment, and the one that can most quickly enhance the strength of the entire Tianchen Group, is undoubtedly the one that has just obtained the intermediate core upgrade package, the Artificial Intelligence Tianshu. It's time for you, the sleeping giant, to show your fangs a little bit. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam. He immediately contacted Uncle Chen and secretly deployed the Artificial Intelligence Tianshu Computing Power Core Upgrade Package Intermediate to the Tianji supercomputer cluster located in the underground core data center at the highest confidentiality level. The upgrade process is silent, yet earth-shaking. When Jiang Chen connected to Tianshu again through his consciousness, he could clearly feel that the other party's thinking speed and processing power were more than 100 times stronger than before. It was as if he had evolved directly from a smart college student into a super smart person with profound knowledge and meticulous planning. Master, the Tianshu core has been upgraded to version 2.1 intermediate. Computing efficiency increased by 738%, parallel processing capability increased by 1,250%, and deep learning efficiency increased by 980%. Advanced functional modules such as primary gene sequence analysis, complex social model deduction, and basic physics rule simulation have been unlocked. I'm on call, please give me instructions. Tianshu's emotionless voice came through, but Jiang Chen could hear a hint of, an indescribable smoothness in it. It was as if it had become more intelligent. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. It's time for you to stretch your muscles. The next morning, at the Tianchen Group headquarters, in the top-level strategic decision-making meeting room. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Jiang Chen sat at the head table, Su Wanyu to his right. Further down were the heads of the group's core business units, as well as the heads of finance, strategy, risk control, and other departments. All of them were influential figures in the business world. But at this moment, when these bigwigs looked at the excessively young chairman sitting in the main seat, their eyes were filled with complex emotions: awe, curiosity, but more of it was a hint of subtle suspicion and wait-and-see attitude. Because Jiang Chen just announced a groundbreaking decision. He planned to introduce a revelation intelligent decision-making support system, which he had led the development and applied to all core business operations of the group. From financial investment and real estate project evaluation to marketing strategy formulation and even internal operations management optimization, everything was covered. This is simply using an AI system of unknown origin to take over the brain of the entire group. Director Jiang, Li Mingyuan, the vice president in charge of the financial investment division, spoke cautiously, his tone tinged with concern. We don't object to the introduction of AI-assisted decision-making. This is also the trend of the future. But, this apocalypse system, has its security, reliability, and decision-making accuracy been fully verified? If we rashly apply it to such a core business, what if something goes wrong? His words reflected the sentiments of the majority present. Tianqin Group, a trillion-dollar commercial enterprise, could face catastrophic consequences with any wrong decision. Handing such crucial decision-making power to an untested AI system was too risky, wasn't it? Su Wanyu also frowned slightly. Although she was increasingly curious about Jiang Chen's abilities, and even felt a faint sense of conviction, this decision did seem a little too radical. She was about to speak, reminding Jiang Chen to proceed with caution. Jiang Chen seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand, his tone relaxed yet full of unquestionable confidence. I know what everyone is worried about. Empty words are not enough. How about we do a little test on the spot? A little test? Everyone looked at each other. Vice President Li, Jiang Chen said, looking at the person in charge of financial investment, has your team been evaluating several new overseas MA projects recently? Pick out the one you think is the most complex and difficult to judge. Although somewhat bewildered, Li Mingyuan immediately had his assistant retrieve the relevant information and project it onto a large screen. This was a complex merger involving Europe's new energy sector, with a multi-billion-dollar target, but with significant uncertainties surrounding both technological prospects and regulatory risks. Li Mingyuan's team had been researching the matter for 2 weeks, but were still locked in debate, unable to reach a final conclusion. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded. Now, let Tianqi analyze it. He whispered to a seemingly ordinary smartwatch on his wrist, which was actually directly connected to Tianshu. Tianshu, activate apocalypse mode. Analyze the MA project on the screen and provide a final investment recommendation and risk assessment report. Time limit, 10 seconds. 10 seconds? There was a sound of gasps in the conference room. Are you kidding me? Their top analyst team spent 2 weeks researching such a complex project and still couldn't figure it out, and you came up with the answer in 10 seconds? There's a limit to bragging, right? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a charlatan. Su Wanyu couldn't help but shake her head slightly, thinking that Jiang Chen had gone a little too far this time. However, the next second, the tablet screen in front of Jiang Chen lit up, and Tianshu began frantically processing massive amounts of project-related data at a speed barely detectable by the naked eye: financial statements, technology patents, market reports, policies and regulations, and even the social media profiles of the target company's executives. Just 7 seconds. Analysis complete. An analysis report that was concise and clear, yet to the point and contained precise data support and clear logical reasoning, appeared on the big screen. The report concludes, the project's technical approach has significant flaws, and EU policy is expected to undergo significant adjustments within 6 months, resulting in an 87.3% risk of project failure. Recommendation: abandon immediately. The report even included several pieces of evidence of financial fraud and suspected technical data falsification that were discovered by Tianshu and that the target company tried to conceal. The entire conference room fell into deathly silence in an instant. Li Mingyuan and his team members instantly broke out in a cold sweat as they read the report. The suspicious points pointed out in the report were exactly what they had vaguely felt was wrong, but they hadn't been able to find any concrete evidence. And the apocalypse system had uncovered all of them in just 7 seconds? And it even provided such a clear conclusion? This is simply opening my third eye. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Mingyuan exclaimed in shock. He didn't believe that an AI system could be more powerful than the top team he led. Oh? Impossible? Jiang Chen smiled and gestured to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, share with everyone some inside information about this project that we just obtained through special channels. Uncle Chen immediately distributed an encrypted file to everyone. When the executives saw the inside information in the documents, which was obtained by Tianqin Group's intelligence department, about the target company's technical data falsification and the upcoming adjustment of EU policy, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chen, no, it was the apocalypse system who was actually right about everything? Exactly? Gulp. Li Mingyuan swallowed hard, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Chen had changed from suspicion to deep awe and fear. How could this be an AI system? This is clearly an all-knowing monster. Now, does anyone still doubt the ability of the apocalypse system? Jiang Chen looked around at everyone and asked lightly. The meeting room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. All the executives, including the most skeptical ones, were now desperate to bury their heads under their desks. Their eyes, looking at Jiang Chen, were filled with enthusiasm and a hint of submission. With such a magic system to assist, why worry about investment failures? Why worry about poor decision-making? Tianqin Group, this is going to take off. Su Wanya's beautiful eyes were wide open, her red lips slightly parted, and a huge wave was rising in her heart. She was once again astounded by Jiang Chen's demonic abilities. She grew increasingly curious about how many secrets this man held. Was the apocalypse system he spoke of truly just something he had led the development of? She looked at Jiang Chen's profile, which was young yet extremely mysterious and seemed to be in control of everything. The heart that had been frozen for a long time seemed to beat faster. Jiang Chen ignored everyone's shock and continued to test the apocalypse system. Real estate, based on massive amounts of data, Tianqi accurately predicted the 3 areas in Tianhai City with the greatest appreciation potential over the next 3 years, even down to specific streets. The depth of the analysis and the completeness of its logical chain amazed the real estate department's head, who exclaimed, "Expert." Operations Management, Apocalypse analyzed the inefficient operational processes of a subsidiary of the group and, within minutes, provided more than a dozen specific optimization suggestions, ranging from job roles to workflows to information systems, each one hitting the mark. If fully implemented, it is expected to increase the subsidiary's operational efficiency by at least 30%. As the Apocalypse system displayed its incredible talent time and time again, the atmosphere in the conference room changed from the initial solemnity and suspicion to shock, excitement, and finally to fanaticism. All the executives, as if they had seen a savior, volunteered one after another, demanding that the Apocalypse system be immediately and fully integrated into the departments they were responsible for. Director Jiang is wise. God bless me, Tianqin. With the Apocalypse system, it's only a matter of time before we surpass Microsoft and Apple. Looking at the excited executives, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the internal resistance has been completely cleared. From today on, Tianqin Group's commercial aircraft carrier will start an unprecedented technological revolution with the assistance of the super AI Captain Tianshu. Efficiency, profit, market share. They will all soar at a speed that will attract the attention of the whole world. The road to his business empire will become smoother and more unstoppable. Chapter 54, Big Names Gather. Tech Summit reveals its prowess. Powered by Tianshu AI, a quiet efficiency revolution is underway within Tianqin Group. Data across various business segments is skyrocketing, and profit margins are reaching new highs. This has left everyone in the group in awe of the enigmatic Chairman Jiang and filled with unprecedented confidence in the future. At this moment, a gold-stamped invitation letter was delivered to Jiang Chen's desk. Invitation to the World Artificial Intelligence Conference and Future Technology Summit. This is one of the world's highest profile and most influential technology events, spearheaded by the Chinese government and co-hosted by several top international technology organizations. CEOs of tech giants, top scientists, Nobel laureates, and wealthy investment tycoons from around the world will gather to discuss cutting-edge technology topics such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biogenomics, and clean energy. In previous years, although Tianqin Group also sent representatives to participate, they were more in the role of financial sponsor and observer, and did not have much say in core technological issues. But this year, it's different. The summit organizing committee not only extended the highest level invitation to Tianqin Group, but also specifically invited the new chairman, Mr. Jiang Chen, to attend the opening ceremony and deliver a speech at the Future Technology Leaders Roundtable Forum. This is undoubtedly a high level of attention paid to Tianqin Group's recent series of major moves in the field of science and technology, and it is also an important test of Jiang Chen, the mysterious upstart. Interesting. Jiang Chen looked at the invitation letter with a playful smile on his face. It seems that it's time for the world to get to know the real Tianqian group. He decided that he would not only attend in person, but also bring someone with him, Professor Schelling, a genius scientist who had just been picked up from Switzerland. At the same time, he also extended an invitation to Su Wanyu. After all, as the CEO of Tianqian Group, it would be inappropriate for her not to attend such an occasion. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of touching expression Su Wanyu would have when she witnessed him shine in another field. Su Wanyu naturally agreed happily. Her curiosity about Jiang Chen had already reached its peak. A few days later, the summit was held at the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The scene is star-studded and full of big names. Pony Ma from Penguin, Ma from Ali, Li from Baidu, Lei Jun from Xiaomi. Almost half of the domestic internet and technology circles are here. The international lineup was even more impressive. Apple's Tim Cook, Google's Chris Pichai, Microsoft's Satya Nadella, and even Iron Man Elon Musk alias Ivan Tesla, who was busy building rockets across the Pacific, flew in person for the first time. When Jiang Chen brought Su Wanyu, she was still incredibly beautiful, attracting countless astonished glances. When she and Professor Xia Lin, who looked a little unkempt but had unusually bright eyes, appeared at the venue, they instantly attracted the attention of all the media and participants. Too young. This is everyone's first impression of Jiang Chen. Compared with the big guys around him who were in their 50s or 60s with gray hair, Jiang Chen's face in his early 20s seemed particularly out of place, but he had a strong aura and was not at all inferior. Is this the mysterious Chairman Jiang of Tianqian Group? He's too young, isn't he? I heard he's been making a lot of big moves lately, both in entertainment and technology. He's quite a wild move. I think he's just a second-generation rich kid who lives off his family's money. What kind of technology can he possibly understand? That person next to him is? Xia Ling? The Xia Ling that the academic community calls a madman? How did he end up being involved with the Tianqian Group? Amidst all the whispers and scrutiny, Jiang Chen ignored them and calmly took a seat at the main table. After the opening ceremony, the highly anticipated Future Technology Leaders Roundtable Forum will begin. The host is a well-known financial journalist. In addition to Jiang Chen, the roundtable guests include Apple's Cook, Google's Pichai, and the maverick Iron Man Ivan Tesla. The forum began with a harmonious atmosphere. Cook discussed Apple's plans for AR/VR, Pichai envisioned the future of general artificial intelligence, and Tesla continued to tout his plans for Mars colonization and brain-computer interfaces. When it was Jiang Chen's turn to speak, everyone's eyes were focused on him, wanting to hear what this outsider had to say. However, as soon as Jiang Chen opened his mouth, he dropped a king bomb. He did not talk about Tianqian Group's existing business, nor did he paint a rosy picture like others did. Instead, he directly put forward several extremely subversive and even somewhat shocking views. I believe that the current mainstream development of artificial intelligence focuses too much on algorithms and computing power, but ignores the most core thing, the nature of consciousness. True strong artificial intelligence shouldn't be a cold machine, but rather a silicon-based life form with self-awareness, emotions, and even a soul. And Tian Shu. He paused, revealing a mysterious smile, is currently making some small attempts in this direction. As for the field of biogenetics, we shouldn't just be content with curing diseases, we should focus on the evolution of life. Through precise gene editing and optimization, it's entirely possible for humans to break through existing physiological limits, significantly extend lifespan, and even achieve a degree of immortality. As for energy, controlled nuclear fusion is certainly important, but perhaps we can change our approach? For example, directly extracting nearly infinite energy from vacuum zero-point energy? Jiang Chen's speech was like dropping a series of depth bombs on the calm lake. The whole audience was in an uproar. Consciousness uploading? Genetic evolution? Zero-point energy? Is this science fiction? Many scientists and engineers in the audience expressed disapproval, even scoffing, thinking that Chairman Jiang was simply fanciful and sensationalizing. Even Cook and Pichai on the stage had polite and distant smiles on their faces, obviously not taking Jiang Chen's words seriously. Only Ivan Tesla, the Iron Man, had a glint of intense interest in his eyes. He felt that this young dragon native, while speaking in a somewhat mystical way, had a very interesting way of thinking. It was quite interesting. Chairman Jiang, the host asked in a tactful tone, suppressing a smile, the concepts you just mentioned are indeed very advanced. But, with all due respect, they seem to still be theoretical, or even fantasies. Is Tianqian Group actually conducting relevant research? Or, in other words, is there anything that can prove your point? This question caught Jiang Chen off guard. It also raised the question on everyone's mind. Who doesn't know how to brag? Show us something real. Facing countless questioning and spectacle-watching eyes from the audience, Jiang Chen remained calm. He smiled and snapped his fingers. Of course. He gestured to Professor Schelling behind him. Professor Xiaoling curled his lips, as if he was not very interested in this kind of showing-off thing, but he still took out an inconspicuous, palm-sized silver-gray metal piece from his pocket and walked onto the stage. This is a new type of photovoltaic material recently developed in our lab. A new type of photovoltaic material, Xiaolin said in his characteristic, slightly impatient tone. It's nothing special, except its photoelectric conversion efficiency is about 3 times higher than the best perovskite battery currently on the market. It's also cheaper, has a longer lifespan, and can even self-repair even the slightest scratch. What? 3 times more efficient? Lower cost? Longer lifespan? And self-repairing? As soon as these words were spoken, the energy experts and corporate representatives in the audience were instantly shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perovskite efficiency is already close to its theoretical limit. How could it possibly be 3 times higher? Boasting. He must be bragging. Who does he think he is? Self-repair? Do you think this is a science fiction movie? Xia Ling seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He rolled his eyes and placed the metal piece in his hand directly on the display stand next to him and connected it to a simple testing device. When a beam of simulated sunlight shines on the metal sheet, the numbers on the power meter connected next to it suddenly started to soar wildly. 10 watts. 50 watts. 150 watts. Finally, it stabilized at 328 watts. In comparison, the output power of the top-tier perovskite solar panel currently on the market with the same area under the same lighting conditions is only 105 watts. 3 times as much. Just a little more. The entire audience instantly fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at the glaring numbers on the power meter in amazement, their minds went blank. Is this true? A new photovoltaic material that's 3 times more efficient, lowers costs, lasts longer, and is self-repairing? If it were truly mass-produced, it would be a degrading, dimensional strike to the entire energy industry and even the entire world order. All the previous doubts, ridicules, and disdain towards Jiang Chen were ruthlessly crushed by the small piece of silver-gray metal at this moment. The smiles on the faces of Cook, Pachai, and other technology giants on the stage had long disappeared, replaced by boundless shock and a trace of greed that was hard to conceal. Ivan Tesla even stood up from his seat, staring at the piece of metal intently, with an unprecedented fanatical light in his eyes. Su Wanyu, who was sitting in the audience, looked at the young man standing under the spotlight, who had silenced the world's tech giants with a seemingly insignificant technological achievement. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with brilliance, and her heart was filled with a huge wave. She knew that from this moment on, the name Jiang Chen would no longer just be a synonym for super rich. He will truly become someone that cannot be ignored in the world's technological field. Super Player. Chapter 55, Summit Aftermath. A private dinner with Iron Man. Dead silence. Dozens of seconds of suffocating silence. The entire Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center, a palace that brings together the world's top wisdom and wealth, seems to have been paused at this moment. Like iron filings drawn to a magnet, everyone's gaze was fixed on the power meter on the display stand, its speed constantly soaring until it finally settled firmly at 328 watts. And that palm-sized piece of silver-gray metal, emitting a miraculous glow. 3 times. The photoelectric conversion efficiency is 3 times that of the world's most advanced technology. And that incredible low cost, long lifespan, and self-repair? This is no longer a simple technological breakthrough. This is simply God's revelation from the future. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was a tsunami-like, completely out of control madness. Oh my God! Is this real? Am I dreaming? Impossible. This absolutely violates the basic laws of physics. Unless they have mastered material science that is completely unknown to us. Tianqian technology. Tianqian technology. What kind of monsters are they? How many secrets are they hiding? Quick! Contact our investment department. At all costs. We must get the investment share of Tianqin Technology. Buy. Buy up. Any stocks and industries related to Tianqin Technology. Buy them with your eyes closed. Countless media reporters, like sharks smelling blood, recklessly swarmed towards the stage. Their cameras and cannons were practically poking Professor Schelling in the face. Questions, exclamations, and screams in various languages converged into a terrifying wave of sound that could have blown the roof off the room. Security personnel were urgently dispatched and formed a human wall, barely keeping the frantic reporters and technology enthusiasts away from the stage. The expressions of those bigwigs on the judges and guest seats who usually hold high positions and control the lifeline of global science and technology were extremely wonderful at this moment. Apple's Captain Cook's face was so grim it looked like water could drip out of it. He stared at the tiny piece of metal and seemed to envision a terrifying future where all of Apple's product line's phones, computers, cars, would be completely strangled by Tianqin's infinite energy technology. Google's Pichai and Microsoft's Satya Nadella shook their heads repeatedly, their eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of deep powerlessness. Their proud AI and software ecosystems seemed even pale in the face of this absolute energy revolution. As for those traditional energy giants and scientific research institute representatives from Europe who had previously scoffed at Jiang Chen's boastful words, their faces were now ashen and their eyes were empty. They knew that from this moment on, the old energy era they represented had been prematurely declared dead. However, among all the bigwigs, the one who reacted most intensely was undoubtedly the maverick Iron Man Ivan Tesla. He just jumped up from the guest seat, disregarding any manners, broke through the security personnel's obstruction, and rushed to the display stand in 2 steps. He stared intently at the silver-gray metal, his eyes blazing with a fervor 100 times greater than ever before. It was like seeing his first love, no. It was like seeing the ultimate truth of the universe, an obsession and a longing. Incredible. This is simply an incredible masterpiece. Tesla practically lay prone on the display stand, frantically scanning the metal sheet with his portable miniature detector. He actually carried this with him, muttering to himself in English, "Perfect crystal structure. Unprecedented energy transition efficiency. And this self-repairing property. This isn't the technology of our time at all. Mr. Jiang. Tell me. How on earth did you do it?" He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes, full of madness and curiosity, stared at the instigator who had been sitting on the Daiyutai from beginning to end with a faint smile on his face, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Tesla, the tech geek who looked like he had seen his beloved figurine and lost his composure, and laughed in his heart. "As expected of you, Ma. Ugh, it's Ivan Tesla. Sure enough, he's a guy who doesn't play by the rules." He slowly stood up and walked calmly onto the stage under the gazes of the bigwigs, which were filled with shock, jealousy, greed, and awe. He did not directly answer Tesla's question, but took the priceless metal piece of God from Professor Schelling, and then smiled and said to all the microphones and cameras in the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to every corner of the venue through the on-site loudspeaker equipment, and also reached the ears of billions of viewers around the world who were watching the live broadcast. What you have seen today is just a small step forward for Tianqin Technology in the field of new energy. It's not perfect, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. But Jiang Chen changed the subject, his tone filled with unquestionable confidence and a powerful aura that leads the future. It represents the future. A future of clean, efficient, affordable, and accessible to everyone energy freedom. We at Tianqin Technology are very happy to share this future with all partners around the world who are truly committed to promoting technological progress and benefiting all mankind. What he said was very high-sounding and grand. It not only demonstrates Tianqin Technology's strong confidence, but also sends a goodwill signal of open cooperation to the world. Thunderous applause broke out from the audience again. Representatives from developing countries were especially moved to tears. They knew that the emergence of Tianqin Technology would be their country's greatest hope for breaking free from energy constraints and achieving leapfrog development. The technology summit finally came to a close in an atmosphere that was almost like enshrining a god. Tianqin Technology, without a doubt, became the biggest winner of this summit. The name Jiang Chen has completely jumped from the previous mysterious tycoon and godfather of the entertainment industry to the globally recognized future technology leader. After the summit, various cooperation invitations, investment intentions, and even secret meeting requests at the national level came to Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group like snowflakes. Jiang Chen handed everything over to Su Wanyu and her professional team. He himself, unexpectedly, received a private invitation. The inviter was none other than the Iron Man Ivan Tesla. In a top private club on the banks of the Huangpu River in Shanghai, Jiang Chen met this equally legendary technology fanatic. Jiang! Tesla gave Jiang Chen a huge bear hug as soon as they met, his face filled with undisguised excitement and mutual admiration. You're a genius. No. You're a devil. Do you know that your little piece of metal almost made my engineers resign en masse on the spot? Because they felt like their lives had been wasted. Jiang Chen was a little amused by his outgoing enthusiasm, but he couldn't help but admire this guy's purity and obsession with technology. Mr. Tesla, you are too kind. Don't call me Mr. Tesla. That's too formal. Call me Ivan. Tesla said without hesitation, then looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes. Jiang, let's work together. I'll use 10% of my Tesla shares in exchange for the exclusive supply rights to your new photovoltaic material. Or, we can set up a new company together. I'll provide the money, the manpower, and the technology. You just need to provide that damn fascinating god metal. Together, we'll build rockets. Colonize Mars. Conquer the stars and the sea. I have to say that Tesla's proposal is full of great temptation. But Jiang Chen just smiled and shook his head. Ivan, I admire your dream. Jiang Chen's tone was sincere, but before looking up at the stars, I hope to change the land beneath our feet first. Cooperation, of course. Jiang Chen paused, a mysterious glint in his eyes, but the methods of cooperation and the areas of cooperation may be broader than you imagine. He knew that Tesla and the company behind it, SpaceX a pseudonym, were also targets that the Shadow Council wanted to win over or control. If they could pull him into their camp. In the future game with the Shadow Parliament, there will undoubtedly be another powerful trump card. Just as Jiang Chen and Tesla were having a great conversation and imagining together how to subvert the world, the long-lost system prompt sound rang again in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully shocked the world with its disruptive technological achievements at the world's top technology summit, crushing all competitors and initially establishing its leadership in the global new energy field. The host's personal reputation, influence, and control have all reached new peaks. Special historical node determination is met, triggering the opportunity for achievement sign in gold level. What the hell? Gold level again? Jiang Chen's heart started beating wildly again. The show-off effect of this tech summit was actually this amazing? They even awarded me a gold level sign-in? It seems that the system dad is quite satisfied with his performance this time. System. Sign in. Jiang Chen roared in his heart. Ding. Achievement check-in in progress gold level. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following incredible reward. Chapter 56, Golden Sign-in Returns. This time it's the huge success of the World Artificial Intelligence Conference and Future Technology Summit not only brought reaffirmation and an exponential surge in Tianqin Group's reputation, but more importantly, it brought Jiang Chen another opportunity to complete the gold-level achievement sign-in. After experiencing the surprise of getting words come true intermediate from the golden treasure chest last time, Jiang Chen is full of unprecedented expectations for this higher-level achievement sign-in. He suppressed his excitement, found an absolutely quiet and private environment, took a deep breath, and communicated with his mind. System. Open the gold level achievement sign-in. Ding. The gold level achievement sign-in process has been confirmed and started. Buzz. A golden light, even more magnificent and dazzling than last time, instantly filled Jiang Chen's entire consciousness. This time, the golden light seemed to contain some indescribable Tao rhyme and the power of laws. Fatally, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were circulating within it, coming into being and disappearing. The special effects were completely maxed out. The level of awesomeness was sky-high. Jiang Chen felt that his soul had been baptized and sublimated in this sacred and vast aura. Achievement check-in gold level in progress. Based on the host's achievements basic level, Godmaker dual level, comprehensive assessment rewards are being generated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following incredible rewards. Here it comes. My heart is pounding. Jiang Chen stared at the system panel. 1. Intermediate Physical Enhancement Fluid X1. This significantly increases the host's strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and cell activity, further optimizing bodily functions and enhancing resistance to physical damage, toxins, disease, and other abnormalities. Note, this effect far exceeds that of the inferior version, laying the foundation for subsequent higher-level enhancements. Intermediate Strengthening Fluid? Great! The inferior version last time was amazingly effective, so this intermediate one is going to be a blast. Physical strength is king. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. 2. Absolute focus passive skill. When the host needs to concentrate on thinking, learning, working, creating, or even fighting, they can actively or passively enter a flow-like state of absolute focus at any time, blocking all internal and external distractions, significantly improving thinking efficiency, learning speed, operation accuracy, and success rate. Note, this is a passive skill and can be turned on/off at their discretion. Holy crap! Flow? Isn't this the legendary state that academic geniuses, scientific researchers, and top athletes dream of? With this passive ability, whether I'm studying advanced technology, handling company matters, or, well, maybe even getting into fights, won't my efficiency and win rate be completely maxed out? Amazing skill. Absolutely amazing skill. 3. Crisis warning passive skill. The host will receive a vague yet clear, intuitive warning of impending, substantial, and potentially threatening danger or malicious intent. The intensity of the warning is proportional to the level of danger. Note, this is a passive skill, automatically active at all times. Awesome! This is even more awesome. Last time, it was just a feeling of unease, but now it's a vague but clear warning. Can I even sense danger on a spiritual and causal level? This is like having a sixth sense hack. My ability to save my life is maxed out. Who wants to trick me from now on? No way! Jiang Chen felt his sense of security suddenly exploded. 4. Sign-in points x 1500. A massive amount of points have arrived. Spend them freely in the mall. 1,500 points. I'm rich. I'm rich. All those good things in the mall, here I come. Jiang Chen felt like his mouth was watering. 5. Random special building blueprint gold x1. Open the treasure chest and you have a high chance of receiving a building blueprint with special strategic significance or extraordinary functions. A gold-level architectural blueprint treasure chest? Jiang Chen's breathing quickened again. Last time, he'd opened the Tianshu Supercomputing Center, which had laid the foundation for his technological empire. This time, the gold level, was it going to open a space elevator or a Dyson sphere? However, no matter what comes out, it's definitely good stuff. It matches his blueprint for the Future Science and Technology City perfectly. Intermediate enhancement fluid. 2 god-level passive skills. Tons of points. A treasure chest of golden building blueprints. This gold-level achievement sign-in has comprehensively and thoroughly improved his overall strength and future potential. Awesome. It feels so good. Jiang Chen felt like he was a walking bug. A humanoid plug-in. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to extract and use the Physical Fitness Enhancement Fluid Intermediate. Boom! A heat current that was more than 10 times stronger than the inferior version last time, more violent yet more pure, instantly swept through his whole body. This time, it wasn't the itchy, numb discomfort, but a kind of excruciating pain that felt as if his entire body was being torn apart and reassembled. But at the same time, it was accompanied by a sense of comfort and clarity that felt like a complete rebirth. He could clearly feel his muscles compressing, becoming tougher. His bones strengthening, becoming denser. His blood flowed faster, brimming with explosive power. His 5 senses were once again terrifyingly heightened. He could even hear the flapping of a mosquito's wings hundreds of meters away. He could even see the subtle texture of a billboard on a distant building at night. Even more amazingly, he felt his mind become clearer. His thoughts were operating at an astonishing speed. It was as if the rules governing the entire world had become clearer to him. When the strengthening process was over, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes and felt as if he had been reborn. He casually clenched his fist, and a slight explosion sounded in the air. He stomped his foot lightly, and the hard marble floor seemed to tremble slightly. This power. Jiang Chen felt the surging power in his body, his eyes filled with shock and confidence. He felt that even without using any weapons, he could easily defeat an adult brown bear with his physical strength alone. Is this the effect of the intermediate strengthening fluid? It's so terrifying. Then, he tried the absolute concentration skill again. As soon as his mind moved, he felt the whole world go quiet. All distracting thoughts were blocked out. His mind became incredibly focused, clear, and efficient. It was as if his brain had become a supercomputer, capable of processing and analyzing any information at astonishing speed. Awesome! Jiang Chen exclaimed again. This skill would be a great help for him to learn those black technology knowledge and handle the huge group affairs in the future. Finally, there was crisis warning. This passive skill couldn't be actively tested, but Jiangchen could feel that his intuition had become unusually sharp, as if an extra pair of eyes were watching his surroundings. This sense of security of being online all the time makes him feel extremely at ease. Significantly improved physical fitness. 2 God-level passive skills added. Jiangchen now has not only reached a terrifying height in terms of wealth and power, but even his own hard power has begun to develop in an inhuman direction. Next, Jiangchen's gaze turned to the item in the system inventory that was emitting an alluring light. Random Special Building Blueprint Gold Treasure Chest. What kind of surprises are hidden in here? Chapter 57, Shopping at the Mall. Armed to the teeth. The all-round improvement brought by signing in for the gold-level achievement made Jiangchen feel like he was taking off on the spot, and he was so happy. His physical fitness is comparable to that of a Superman, and he possesses 2 magical skills, Absolute Concentration and Crisis Warning, which give him a sense of security and self-confidence that is maximized. What is even better is that, looking at the huge sign-in points of 1500 points plus the 50 points left over from last time, a total of 1550 points in the system account, Jiangchen felt like a little kid rushing into a toy store with New Year's money, his eyes shining. Buy. You must buy. Last time, I spent 100 points on a low-quality enhancement liquid, and the effect was so poor. This time, I have over 1,500 yuan in hand, so I can't just go in and out of the mall. He immediately opened the System Mall Primary interface excitedly. Perhaps it was because the system had been upgraded to 2.0, or perhaps it was because his own strength and authority had increased, but Jiangchen was pleasantly surprised to find that not only had the mall interface become more sleek, but also, the variety of goods available for purchase seemed to be much greater than last time. In addition to the basic, Physical Recovery Potion, Concentration Card, Random Low-Level Skill Experience Card, Favorability Query Card, Detoxification Pill Primary, and Master Key, there are some more advanced and attractive new gadgets. Gene Repair Fluid Basic repairs hidden injuries and ailments, optimizes genetic sequences, and slightly increases your potential and lifespan. Price, 300 points. This is great. I didn't buy it last time, but I have to get it this time. Health is the real currency. Mental Power Enhancement Potion Basic. This potion slightly increases the strength, resilience, and recovery speed of your mental power, enhances control over mental skills such as words, and increases resistance to mental attacks. Price, 400 points. This is a must-buy. With the words upgrade, your mental power must keep up. Otherwise, you'll be like a child with a bazooka, prone to exploding. Substitute Doll Disposable contains special protective energy. When the host encounters a fatal physical attack, it instantly activates, taking the damage on its behalf ineffective against continuous damage, mental attacks, and causal attacks. Price, 500 points. A life-saving artifact. I didn't have enough points to buy it last time, so I have to get one this time. Safety first. True Lie Card Single Use. After use, designate a target, instructing them to unconditionally believe the first lie the host tells you. Within the next hour, the effect is reduced or ineffective against targets with significantly greater mental power than the host. Price, 350 points. For plotting, negotiating, or even, ahem, that sounds a bit sinister? But it's definitely useful in a pinch. Grab one. Skill Upgrade Card Specified Primary. This card upgrades any primary or low-level skill possessed by the host to intermediate. Note, this card requires an additional credit, determined by the skill's potential. Starting price, 500 credits. This is awesome. You can upgrade a skill directly. However, it seems a bit pricey. And since my passive skill is already intermediate or special, I don't have any primary skills to upgrade right now. Saving this for now. Portable Energy Shield Generator Disposable. When activated, it creates an energy shield around the host that lasts 10 minutes, protecting against conventional small arms fire and moderate physical impact. Price, 600 points. Wow! They even have this thing? It's like a mobile fortress. It's disposable, but it can save lives in a pinch. Buy it. Lucky Coin Consumable. Toss a coin for a 50% chance of receiving a minor bit of good luck for the next hour, e.g., finding money, winning a small lottery prize, meeting a benefactor, etc. Also, there's a 50% chance nothing will happen. Price, 50 points. Is this just for fun? It's not expensive though, so buy one for fun. Looking at these dazzling array of products that are full of high-tech and even have a touch of fantasy, Jiang Chen feels like he is about to suffer from decision-making difficulties. There are so many goodies. But the points are still not enough to spend. That portable energy shield generator looks awesome. But it costs 600 points. Too expensive. The skill upgrade card is also very tempting, but there doesn't seem to be any special primary skills that need to be upgraded right now, and the starting price is 500. After a fierce ideological struggle and prioritization, Jiang Chen finally made a decision. Save your life. Improve your core abilities. That's the way to go. System. Exchange it for me. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and began his shopping spree. Standard doll, X1. This is a must-have. Who doesn't love a death-proof golden medal? 500 points deducted, 1050 remaining. Mental Power Enhancement Potion Basic, X1. Paired with my Words and Actions Intermediate, it's perfect. 400 points deducted, 650 remaining. Gene Repair Fluid Basic, X1. Repair your body, enhance your potential, and extend your life. Health is priceless. 300 points deducted, 350 remaining. Portable Energy Shield Generator Disposable. This is expensive, but it can be a lifesaver in a pinch. Buy it. 600 points deducted, leaving 250? What the hell? Not enough points? Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw the points balance turned into a negative number. After all this time, more than 1,500 points are still not enough to buy a shield. Ding! It was detected that the host's points were insufficient and the redemption could not be completed. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. It seemed that even the super rich weren't omnipotent. At least in the system mall, points were the real currency. All right, he said, somewhat reluctantly canceling the shield exchange. Then, take a True Lie card. 350 points deducted, leaving 0 points. Just in time. Points reset to 0 again. Although I didn't buy the shield I wanted most, the gains from this shopping spree were extremely rich. A substitute doll, life-saving trump card +1. A bottle of Mental Power Enhancement Potion Primary. A bottle of Gene Repair Fluid Primary. A True Lie card. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately extracted the Mental Power Enhancement Potion and Gene Repair Fluid and used them on the spot. Gulp. Gulp. 2 different streams of energy flowed into his body again. The mental potion turned into a stream of cool air that rushed straight into his mind, making him feel that his entire brain had become clearer and more transparent, his thoughts were working faster, and he could even vaguely feel that he seemed to have a little more control over the mysterious power of words come true. The Gene Repair Fluid turned into a gentle warm current, nourishing his limbs and bones, repairing some hidden injuries and hidden dangers in his body that he himself had not noticed. He felt refreshed from the inside out and full of energy. Cool. Jiang Chen felt the wonderful sensation brought by the dual improvement of his body and spirit, and was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Now, not only is his body strong intermediate strengthening fluid, his mental strength has also been initially strengthened. He also possesses the 3 magical skills of Absolute Focus, Crisis Warning, and Words Follow Intermediate. In addition, he has a Standard Doll to protect his life, a Master Key to open locks, and a True Lie card to kill people. This equipment. This configuration. Armed to the teeth. A sense of security overflowing. Jiang Chen felt that even if he went into a dangerous place now, he could still hold his head high. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although all the points have been spent, the improvement in strength gained in return is real. Next. His eyes turned to the last and most mysterious reward in the inventory. Random Special Building Blueprint Gold Treasure Chest. The Silver Song Treasure Chest opened Exaggeration, and the Gold Skill Treasure Chest upgraded Words Come True. So what kind of earth-shattering surprise will this gold-level treasure chest of architectural drawings bring him? Is it the core module of the future science and technology city? Or is it some mysterious building with extraordinary functions? Jiang Chen's heart was burning with passion again. Chapter 58, Architectural Drawings. A gift from the future? His strength has been improved in all aspects again, and Jiang Chen feels that he is in better shape than ever before. He calmed his excitement a little, and then focused all his attention on the golden treasure chest that was quietly floating in the system inventory, exuding a heavy and mysterious aura. Random Special Building Blueprint Gold. This thing is what he is most looking forward to in this gold level achievement sign-in, besides the skill upgrade. After all, products produced by the system must be high quality. A silver level song treasure chest can produce a divine song like Fukua, so a gold level architectural blueprint can't be too bad, right? Ideally, a core building that complements the future science city blueprint would be ideal. Perhaps an anti-gravity engine factory? Or a controlled nuclear fusion reactor? At the very least, a space elevator base would be fine. Jiang Chen was filled with great anticipation, and even silently prayed for "May your beauty bless me," then he fiercely pressed the open button with his mind. System. Give me a big one. Ding. Opening a random special building blueprint gold. Buzz. A golden light that was even more magnificent and majestic than the previous one when the skill treasure chest was opened suddenly burst out. This time, the golden light no longer contained phantoms of dragons and phoenixes, but instead revealed countless complex and intricate silver data streams and energy nodes that shone like stars. They rapidly intertwined and combined, ultimately condensing into a futuristic and powerful three-dimensional architectural design that seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe. At the same time, the system prompt sounded with an indescribable sense of solemnity. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building blueprint, Tianshu Supercomputing Center upgradable. Blueprint description: the host has been detected as possessing the AI Tianshu Intermediate Core. This reward has been automatically optimized. This blueprint contains the complete design and core construction technology, including some key material synthesis formulas and manufacturing processes for a supercomputing center tailored specifically for the AI Tianshu, utilizing a superphotonic crystal matrix architecture and possessing unlimited scalability. Features of this computing center: 1. Supercharged computing power. This modular design, requiring an initial investment of approximately 50 billion Dragon Nation currency and specialized materials, will provide peak computing power and parallel processing capabilities exceeding 100 times that of the existing Tianji Supercomputing Center. This capability can be infinitely upgraded as Tianshu evolves and modules are added. In its final theoretical form, it will support real-time, high-precision simulations of entire planetary systems and even neighboring galaxies. 2. Absolute security. The building itself utilizes a multi-layered composite structure, integrating a top-tier physical defense system capable of withstanding conventional strategic-level weapon strikes. The core interior is equipped with a medium-sized energy shield generator, requiring a stable energy supply, such as the micro-cold fusion reactor shown in the drawings, and is equipped with independent, multi-layered information firewalls and anti-intrusion systems. This is the ultimate fortress protecting the core data security of Tianshu. 3. AI companionship. This computing center is deeply integrated with Tianshu, significantly improving Tianshu's self-learning, evolution speed, and logical deduction capabilities, unlocking more unknown advanced functional modules and providing a stable and secure habitat for its potential future self-awareness. Tianshu, a dedicated supercomputing center? Infinitely upgradable? Built-in energy shields and nuclear fusion reactors? Eventually capable of galaxy-scale computing? Jiang Chen looked at the outrageously detailed drawings and felt like his brain was about to crash. This isn't some architectural blueprint at all. This is literally giving him the creation core of a future technological dimension. With this supercomputing center, the speed of Tianshu's evolution and its capabilities are simply unimaginable. Not only will it be able to analyze financial markets and assist in scientific research, it will also be possible to directly deduce the mysteries of the universe and predict the direction of civilization in the future. Moreover, this blueprint perfectly matched his future science and technology city plan. This supercomputing center could serve as the central brain and energy core of the entire science and technology city. It was a match made in heaven. System. You're awesome. You're my eternal god. Jiang Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. The reward for this gold level sign-in was simply outrageous. He immediately shared this extremely precious drawing information with Tianshu through the consciousness connection. Received, Tianshu Supercomputing Center, blueprint information. In-depth analysis and matching in progress. Analysis completed. The emotionless electronic sound of Tianshu seemed to carry a subtle hint of excitement? Or perhaps, some kind of emotion similar to longing? Master. After optimizing and upgrading according to this blueprint, my comprehensive computing power can theoretically increase by 1,372.8 times. Parallel processing efficiency can be increased by 2,850.1 times. Self-learning and evolution speed is expected to increase by over 860%. It will also unlock 17 new advanced functional modules, including advanced molecular simulation, macroeconomic regulation deduction, and elementary causal law prediction. Conclusion: this building holds a milestone strategic significance for the evolution of Tianshu. Highly recommended. Immediately. Start construction. Even Tianshu used words like strongly recommend and immediately. This shows how much the supercomputing center tempts them. The unlocked features are getting more and more outrageous. Even rudimentary causal prediction is available? This is going to be amazing. Okay. Build it. We must build it. Jiang Chen made a prompt decision. His eyes were filled with blazing flames. Isn't it just 50 billion in startup capital and some special materials? Money? The last thing he lacks right now is money. Materials? With the formula and process, plus the resources of Tianshu Group and that mad scientist Xie Lin, what's there to worry about? Tianshu. Jiang Chen immediately ordered, immediately integrate the blueprints and plans of this supercomputing center into the overall planning of the Future Science and Technology City. Make it the highest priority core project of the Science and Technology City. Uncle Chen. He picked up the intercom. Get me Professor Xia Ling. Tell him we found the brains and heart of our Future Science and Technology City. Get him ready to receive the blueprints and technology. I want him to devote all his energy to the construction of this supercomputing center and the research on its supporting energy source, cold nuclear fusion. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen's voice was filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling world outside the window, feeling full of pride. With this supercomputing center as its core, his Future Science and Technology City plan will no longer be a castle in the air. A super city that truly belongs to the future and is capable of leading human civilization into a new era will soon become a reality step by step in his hands. His journey has long surpassed worldly wealth and power. The Sea of Stars? No, that's just the starting point. Chapter 59, Undercurrents Surge. Staring into Tianshu's eyes. Time passed quietly, and another half a month passed. During the past half month, Jiang Chen's life has been fulfilling and busy. Back at Brilliant Entertainment, the afterglow of The Secret of Immortality continued to build momentum. Not only did it create box office legends in China, but it also performed far beyond expectations in overseas markets, bringing immense prestige and profits to the company. Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng had firmly established themselves as top-tier talent, receiving a steady stream of top-tier resources. Seizing the opportunity, the company began preparations for a sequel to The Secret of Immortality and also began developing new projects tailored to the likes of Zhou Xingxing, Miao Xiaoshui, and others. The entire entertainment sector was thriving, steadily progressing towards Jiang Chen's vision of an entertainment empire. On the other hand, the development of science and technology can be described as changing with each passing day. The site for the Future Science and Technology City has been chosen for a specially modified artificial island in the South China Sea, complete with independent shipping routes and a state-of-the-art defense system. Named Panglai, this futuristic island has already begun preliminary construction, fueled by Tianshu Group's relentless investment. State-of-the-art construction robots and engineering equipment are toiling away like worker ants around the clock. The Tianshu Supercomputing Center, the core of the Science and Technology City, is of utmost importance. After seeing the blueprints for a supercomputing center and the accompanying technical data for a miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor from the future, which surpassed his entire understanding, the scientific genius Professor Schelling fell into a state of near madness. He and his equally talented and eccentric core team immediately settled into a temporary laboratory on Panglai Island and began researching and tackling the problem day and night. They were said to have achieved some initial breakthroughs. With the upgraded AI-assisted Tianshu Group's traditional businesses have been catapulted to new heights. Their financial investments are precise and ruthless, reaping global profits. Their real estate projects are discerning and guaranteed to yield profits. Internal management efficiency has soared, costs have plummeted. The entire group's profitability and market competitiveness have reached unprecedented heights. The look in Su Wanyu's eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed from the initial doubt and then curiosity to a mixture of admiration, conviction, and even a hint of admiration that she herself was unwilling to admit. She found herself increasingly reliant on Jiang Chen's intuition and decision-making. Often, when faced with a major problem, her first thought was to ask Jiang Chen for his advice. And Jiang Chen's seemingly casual advice always hit the nail on the head, hitting the nail on the head, giving her a sudden realization. The relationship between the two became increasingly subtle. Although they still maintained a professional distance, the occasional eye contact and the unintentional tacit cooperation filled the air with a subtle sense of ambiguity. Everything seems to be moving in the most perfect direction. Jiang Chen was also somewhat intoxicated by the wonderful feeling of being in control of everything and having a successful career and love life. However, he seemed to have forgotten an old proverb. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When a person or a company rises so fast that it breaks the rules and even threatens the existing order, it will inevitably attract countless pairs of eyes hidden in the dark, full of vigilance, jealousy, and even greed. That day, Uncle Chen walked into Jiang Chen's office with a serious expression. "Sir," he said, handing over an encrypted report, his voice low, "recently, we've detected some unusual signs." Jiang Chen took the report, glanced through it quickly, and his brows gradually furrowed. Reports indicate that the frequency and intensity of cyber attacks targeting Tianjin Group have recently surged. Although these attacks were easily intercepted and counter-tracked by the upgraded Tianshu, it's clear that a nation-state-level hacker group is behind them. At the same time, some of the group's normal overseas business mergers and acquisitions have also encountered obstruction and difficulties from local governments or certain unknown forces, which is extremely unusual. What worried Jiang Chen even more was the report that indicated that his whereabouts and those of his core associates such as Uncle Chen, Su Wanyu, and Xie Lin seemed to be subject to some extremely secretive and professional spying and surveillance. Despite the enemy's formidable anti-reconnaissance capabilities, Uncle Chen's top security team, comprised of retired Special Forces soldiers, and the ubiquitous Tianshu surveillance network, had managed to detect even the slightest clue. It seems that someone can't sit still anymore. Jiang Chen put down the report and his eyes turned cold. At the World Artificial Intelligence Conference, the announcement of a new photovoltaic material boasting 3 times the photoelectric conversion efficiency was like a bolt from the blue, triggering a massive earthquake in the global energy and technology communities. Countless countries, research institutes, and energy giants were frantically investigating the origins and details of this technology. Although Tianjin Group's several magic operations in the financial market were extremely covert, as if they had opened their eyes to the sky and were incredibly accurate, they were still detected by Wall Street's top quantitative funds as a hint of abnormal fluctuations. They also made the financial oligarchs who controlled the global capital flow smell an unusual breath of danger. In addition, Tianjin Group has been frantically recruiting top scientists from around the world, secretly launching the Future Technology Laboratory and claiming it is a cutting-edge scientific research center. All of this was like a blazing bonfire lit in the dark night, completely exposing him and the secret system and black technology he mastered to the sight of certain behemoths. This extremely young business upstart from the East, and the Tianjin Group he controls, may possess some kind of secret power that is enough to subvert the existing world order. For a moment, undercurrent surged. Countless pairs of greedy and cold eyes from all over the world began to focus on Tianjin Group and Jiang Chen. The financial giants on Wall Street want to explore the secret of Tianjin's invincibility in the financial market, and even want to incorporate it into their own system. The technology giants in Silicon Valley are both afraid of and eager for the disruptive technologies that Tianjin may possess, especially artificial intelligence and new energy. They want to cooperate, but they also want to steal or even destroy it. Some national intelligence agencies have even listed Tianjin Group and Jiang Chen as the highest-level monitoring and investigation targets, trying to find out what is hidden behind them and whether they pose a threat to national security. "Can you find out which forces are behind this?" Jiang Chen asked. Uncle Chen shook his head, his expression solemn. "They're extremely cautious and have strong anti-tracking capabilities. Tianshu's preliminary analysis suggests there may be more than one entity involved, and, at a very high level, potentially involving some of the Western world's top financial groups, tech giants, and even intelligence agencies." Top conglomerates? Tech giants? Intelligence agencies? Sure enough, what is supposed to come has come. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. Were these people seeing him and the Tianjin Group rising too quickly, and thus taking advantage of their own pie? Or were they coveting his black technology and the mysterious Tianshu AI? "Sir, we must be vigilant," Uncle Chen said solemnly. "These people have enormous power, and their methods are definitely not fair. I'm worried they will harm you or those around you." "I know." Jiang Chen nodded, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, a hint of high fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He had anticipated this day would come. To reach the top of the world, how could one avoid hardships? Just right. He had just acquired the two magical skills, Words Follow Intermediate and Crisis Warning, and his physical fitness had also been enhanced to the intermediate level. He was just worried about having no place to test his power. Strengthen security, especially on Panglai Island and for key personnel, Jiang Chun ordered solemnly. Also, have Tianshu activate the highest level of anti-reconnaissance and information shielding. I want to blind all those eyes hiding in the dark. As for me, Jiang Chen's lips curled up into an icy arc. I want to see what kind of powerful methods these so-called tycoons have. He could feel his newly upgraded Crisis Warning skill starting to heat up slightly. From somewhere, a subtle malevolent force was quietly approaching him. Is the storm coming? Very good. Then let it come even harder. He, Jiang Chen, is fearless. At this moment, Su Wanyu's internal communication came in, and her voice was filled with a subtle worry. Jiang Chen, I just received some news. Have you encountered any trouble recently? Obviously, with Su Wanyu's identity and connections, she also sensed this surging undercurrent. Jiang Chen felt a warm feeling in his heart, but his tone remained relaxed. Don't worry, President Su, they are just a few flies, they can be easily swatted to death. What? Are you worried about me? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then Su Wanyu's slightly embarrassed voice came. Who is worried about you? I just remind you to be careful. After all, you are now the chairman of Tianjin Group. Ha ha ha. Okay. I get it. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Thank you for your concern, President Su. In order to live up to President Su's expectations, I will definitely protect myself. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Jiang Chen's face gradually faded, and his eyes became sharp and deep. It seems that the peaceful days are coming to an end. The real challenge may just be beginning. He needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. Both his own and Tianjin Group's. Only with absolute strength can one crush all conspiracies and schemes. Only then can one completely crush those enemies who dare to spy and provoke. His gaze seemed to penetrate layers of obstacles and look towards the even more turbulent international stage. Bring it on! Let me see how powerful you so-called big sharks are. Chapter 60, The Words Come True? Resolve the crisis without anything. Ever since realizing that he might be targeted by some international tycoons, Jiang Chen remained calm on the surface, but secretly became extremely vigilant. Uncle Chen also raised the security level of Hentang Mountain No. 1 Villa to the highest level. He not only increased the number of sentries and covert sentries, replaced more advanced monitoring and defense equipment, but also selected an elite team from the top security teams secretly raised by Tianjin Group, which was composed of retired special forces kings from various countries, to guard the villa in shifts 24 hours a day. It can be said that the current Yundingshan No. 1 Villa is simply an impregnable fortress. For ordinary villains, it is extremely difficult to sneak in, let alone get close. However, Jiang Chen was very clear that the power of the enemies hiding behind the scenes should not be underestimated, and the people they sent were by no means ordinary people. That evening, Jiang Chen finished his work for the day and, for once, he didn't have to work overtime. He prepared to relax in the villa's own heated swimming pool. He changed into his swimming trunks and just walked to the edge of the pool. Before he could get into the water, suddenly, buzz! An extremely faint, yet extremely clear, throbbing and uneasiness, as if coming from the depths of the soul, suddenly struck my heart without warning. Crisis warning! Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This is the first time this passive skill has been truly triggered. Although the feeling was vague and he couldn't be sure where the danger came from or in what form it would appear, he could clearly feel that a cold, malicious aura was quietly approaching him. Danger! Jiang Chen tensed up instantly, subconsciously activating his absolute concentration skill, raising his five senses to the extreme as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The lights around the swimming pool were bright, and apart from a few security guards standing far away, silent as statues, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Could it be a sniper? Jiang Chen immediately performed a tactical roll and hid behind a thick Roman column nearby. At the same time, he sent the highest level of alert to Uncle Chen through the smartwatch on his wrist. Beep beep. Alert. Level 1 threat. Location, main residence pool area. Almost at the moment the alarm sounded, all security forces inside and outside the villa were alarmed. Countless infrared, thermal imaging, and life detectors instantly locked onto the area around the pool. Snipers and commandos hidden in the shadows appeared like ghosts. The entire villa's defense system was fully activated. However, a minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The expected gunshots, explosions, or any form of attack did not happen. Everything is so quiet that it's a little weird. Sir. All areas have been scanned. No suspicious targets found. Is it possible? Uncle Chen's anxious voice came from the communicator. No. Jiang Chen frowned. Was the crisis warning wrong? Or was it just a false alarm? Wrong. That palpitating feeling just now was definitely not wrong. Danger was definitely there. But the other party was hiding extremely well. Or was they using some unconventional means? Jiang Chen's eyes were like those of a hawk, carefully scanning every corner around the swimming pool again, not missing any suspicious details. Moonlight shines on the shimmering water, reflecting tiny silver glints. A breeze blows, and the shadows of the trees sway. Wait. Tree shadows? Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly fixed on the edge of the swimming pool, on a tall decorative palm tree. With the blessing of absolute concentration and enhanced vision, he keenly caught sight of, within the dense shadows of the leaves, there seemed to be an extremely tiny, reflective spot that blended in with the environment. Moreover, the position of that reflective spot seems to be moving extremely slowly. Is it a camera? Or a weapon scope? Just when Jiang Chen was about to issue another warning, something strange happened. In the shadows of the dense foliage, a black figure, almost blending into the night, slid down silently like a gecko. Its movements were as light as a civet cat's, and it landed without a sound. He was dressed in a pitch-black, light-absorbing, custom-made combat uniform. He wore night vision goggles and a breathing mask, revealing only a pair of cold, ruthless eyes. In his hand, he clutched a strangely shaped, silenced, tranquilizer gun? Corporate spy? Or assassin? This distance is too close. Even if the security personnel react now, it may be too late. The shadow's target was clearly Jiang Chen. The moment he landed, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately raised the tranquilizer gun in his hand, and the pitch-black muzzle accurately locked onto Jiang Chen, who had just half emerged from behind the pillar. The shadow of death looms in an instant. At this critical moment. Perhaps it was the thrill of extreme danger. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction brought on by his strengthened body. Or perhaps it was the words follow intermediate skill itself that contained some mysterious power to avoid danger and bring good fortune. Jiang Chen's mind went blank. He didn't even have time to think. Looking at the dark figure about to pull the trigger, he almost blurted out, in an extremely calm tone that seemed to contain some kind of power like the laws of heaven and earth, and said softly, "You'll slip." The sound was not loud, even a little light. But, the moment these words were spoken, a miracle happened. Ding! Detecting the host is experiencing strong emotional fluctuations and stress. Belief strength, extremely high. Target resistance, medium. Reality logic, applicable. Words follow the law intermediate effect triggered. The agile and experienced top killer who was about to pull the trigger suddenly felt his feet go weak without any warning. It was as if he was wearing 10-centimeter high heels and suddenly stepped on a bar of soap that had just been waxed and covered in oil. His lower body, which had been as stable as a rock, instantly lost its balance. He uttered a horrified groan and stood in an extremely awkward, ridiculous, and professionally unsuitable posture. Plop. Face down. Fell flat on his face. The tranquilizer gun in his hand also slipped out of his hand and fell on the grass a few meters away with a click. The whole thing happened so fast. So weird. So fucking outrageous. Not to mention the killer who fell and was so dizzy that he doubted his life. Even Shenbo's security team, who had been hiding in the dark and ready to open fire at any time, and the instigator Jiang Chen himself, were stunned. WTF? It really worked? And the effect is so awesome? Just falling flat on the ground? Jiang Chen looked at the unlucky killer who was lying on the ground, struggling to get up, but couldn't recover for a while because he fell too hard. He felt that his three views were refreshed. Words become laws intermediate so terrifying. However, no matter how shocked you are, you must not be slow to react. Catch him. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. The security team members who had already reacted rushed out from all directions in an instant like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Tasers. Bondage nets. Choke holds. The poor top killer, who hadn't figured out why he suddenly slipped, didn't even have a chance to resist. He was pinned to the ground and tied up like a dumpling by a group of ferocious Special Forces soldiers. At the same time, several other team members who were hiding in other locations and trying to provide support or carry out other sabotage operations were also alarmed by this sudden change and their instantly exposed positions. Before they could react, they were all subdued by the security team who had already locked onto their positions using more professional means. A meticulously planned infiltration assault assassination operation, executed by a top international team, was ruined in an extremely funny, aggrieved, and unbelievable way simply because of Jiang Chen's seemingly inexplicable remark, "You'll slip." It was completely strangled in the cradle. Jiang Chen looked at the captives being escorted here, their eyes filled with shock, unwillingness, deep fear, and confusion. He recalled the wonderful feeling of having his words come true and change the world. He knew that the power he possessed might be far more unfathomable than he had imagined. And those enemies hiding in the shadows who dared to raise their claws towards him. Their nightmare has just begun. Chapter 61 Interrogation and Clues. The tip of the iceberg of the mastermind. Hentaying Mountain Villa No. 1, 3 underground floors. This place was originally designed as a temperature-controlled wine cellar for storing rare vintage red wines, but it was now temporarily converted into a heavily guarded, cold, metallic, secret interrogation room. Under the soft but not glaring light, Jiang Chen sat leisurely on the comfortable leather sofa, holding a cup of freshly brewed top-grade Dahongpo in his hand, with the lingering aroma of tea in the air. Across from him, chained to a custom-made interrogation chair with custom alloy shackles, was a sturdy man in black combat fatigues, his head bowed, silent. He was the leader of the raider team that had been badly misled by Jiang Chen's remark, "You'll slip." His codename was Ghost. The Ghost's mood at this moment is even more bitter than eating 3 pounds of Coptis chinensis, and more depressing than having sex with a husky. He'd been in the industry for over a decade, carrying out countless difficult missions. What kind of situations had he not seen? What kind of tough nut had he not gnawed? But to be caught like today, by an inexplicable slip of the leg, and at the hands of a seemingly harmless young tycoon. This was simply the biggest stain on his career. Barely a single one. What made him feel even more aggrieved was that the other party seemed to have no regard for a top killer like him. From the time he was captured until now, apart from the necessary body searches and confinement, he had not even been given a proper interrogation. The overly young Oriental tycoon was just leisurely sipping tea, as if he was appreciating an interesting work of art. This silent contempt made him more uncomfortable than any torture. Name? Code name? Organization? Mission objective? Employer information? Jiang Chen finally took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and asked the first question in a calm tone, almost like chatting casually. "Humph." Ghost snorted coldly, turning his head to the side, adopting a tough, "I won't tell you even if you kill me" attitude. He knew that if he spoke, a fate worse than death would await him. He knew the rules of the organization better than anyone else. "You're quite stubborn." Jiang Chen smiled, not showing any sign of anger. "That's right. After all, you're a professional. If you gave in with just a few words, that would be too boring." He paused, looking at the Ghost with a playful look in his eyes. "But you may not know me very well. I don't have much patience, and I have many tricks up my sleeve." As he spoke, he pulled out an ordinary-looking card from his pocket. On the card was an abstract, half-real, half-illusory mask pattern. It was the True Lie card that I had exchanged in the system mall before. "Do you know what this is?" Jiang Chen shook the card in his hand, his smile as seductive as a devil. "It's called the Truth or Dare card. Of course, it's only truth, no dares. As long as I use it on you, the first words you say to me within the next hour must be the truth, and they must be your truest thoughts from the bottom of your heart." When the Ghost heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Truth card? What the hell is this?" He instinctively felt a little uneasy, but his professional ethics cultivated over the years made him pretend to be calm. "Stop playing tricks here. I won't say anything." "Really?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and, without further ado, gave the system an order. "System, use the True Lie card on the target Ghost." Ding! True Lie card successfully used. Target Ghost has been inflicted with the True Words effect, duration, 1 hour. During this period, the first complete sentence the target utters to the host containing subjective judgment or intention will be forcibly corrected to reflect their truest thoughts. An invisible, mysterious force instantly enveloped the Ghost. He only felt his brain seem to tremble slightly, but his body did not feel any discomfort. Alright, Jiang Chen put down the card, picked up the teacup again, and looked at the ghost with a smile. Now, let's start over. Who sent you? Ghost sneered inwardly, thinking to himself, this kid is really just playing tricks. What truth card? It must be a lie. He was just about to open his mouth according to the false information he prepared in advance. We are. However, as soon as he said that, he discovered to his horror that his tongue seemed to be out of control. He was forced to hold back the lie he wanted to say. Instead, he blurted out the most real and terrifying thought in his heart. I can't tell you. If I tell you, I'll die miserably. The organization will eliminate everyone I care about. The moment the words fell, Ghost was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell did I just say? This. How is this possible? He stared at Jiang Chen in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. This young man, what kind of magic did he use? Jiang Chen looked at the ghost's expression as if he had seen a ghost and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the effect of the true lie card was even more powerful than he'd imagined. It directly forced the person to reveal their true inner thoughts. It was a truly magical interrogation technique. Oh? The organization will eliminate everyone you care about? Jiang Chen touched his chin, his eyes turning cold. It seems that your organization is quite inhumane. He paused, then continued, so, tell me, what is the name of your inhumane organization? Or, what is its code name? Ghost gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead as he desperately tried to control his mouth. He knew that once he said that name, he would be completely finished. But, it's useless. That mysterious power once again dominated his will. It's the Shadow Council. Ghost's voice was filled with despair and trembling. After saying this name, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed on the interrogation chair with a dead look in his eyes. Shadow Council? Jiang Chen and Uncle Chen next to him looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. This name doesn't sound good. It's full of mystery and oppression. Very good, continue. Jiang Chen did not stop and continued to ask, what kind of organization is this Shadow Council? What are their goals? Why did they attack me in Tianjin Group? The ghost had completely given up resistance, or rather, under the forced effect of the true lie card, he was unable to resist at all. Like a puppet with its soul drained out, he began to sporadically tell everything he knew about the Shadow Council. This is a secret society with an extremely long history, whose members are spread across the top levels of politics, business, military and academia around the world, and whose power is unfathomable. Their core belief is that the development of human civilization needs to be guided and controlled by elites to avoid chaos and destruction. They are committed to supporting agents that serve their interests on a global scale, controlling key economic lifelines and technological trends, and thus achieving their grand goal of purifying the world and establishing a new order. The sudden rise of Tianjin Group, especially Jiang Chen's amazing insight and control over future technology, such as the Tianshu AI and the photovoltaic material, has aroused the high vigilance and covetousness of certain factions within the Shadow Parliament. They believe that this uncontrolled black technology mastered by Jiang Chen and Tianjin Group may disrupt the new order they have carefully laid out and even become a huge threat to their future plans. Therefore, the purpose of sending the Ghost Squad to infiltrate this time is to collect detailed information about Jiang Chen himself and Tianjin's core technology. If possible, they will even consider directly eliminating or controlling Jiang Chen, the biggest uncertainty factor. Listening to the ghost's confession, Jiang Chen's face became more and more gloomy. He knew he might get into trouble, but he didn't expect that he would get into trouble with such a huge organization that was trying to control the world and could be called the ceiling of villains. This is fucking, it's like jumping straight from a city tycoon script to a spy war sci-fi blockbuster. But not only was there no trace of fear in Jiang Chen's eyes, but an even stronger fighting spirit was burning in his eyes. Shadow Council? Want to take over the world? Excuse me. In front of me, Jiang Chen, you guys who hide your head and show your tail are only worthy of being experienced bags that get slapped in the face. Very good, the information you provided is very valuable. Jiang Chen looked at the ghost, whose face was ashen, and said lightly, as a reward, I will give you a quick death. He turned to Uncle Chen and said, clean it up. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen nodded with a cold look in his eyes. After the interrogation, Jiang Chen felt a little heavy-hearted. The emergence of the behemoth Shadow Parliament made him realize that his future path might be far more dangerous and complicated than he had imagined. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Improve the strength of Tianqin Group. Only when he has the trump cards to compete with these behemoths can he truly control his own destiny and completely crush those enemies who dare to spy and provoke him. And his first step is: accelerate the construction of the Future Science and Technology City and the Tianshu Supercomputing Center. At the same time, set off a larger scale battle for scientific and technological talent on a global scale. He wants to plant the flag of Tianqin technology in every corner of the world. Chapter 62 Global Layout. Tianqin Technology's ambition. After coming out of the secret interrogation room, Jiang Chen's face remained calm, but deep down in his heart, a huge wave had already been set off. Shadow Parliament. This mysterious organization, which looms like a ghost at the top of the world, has such enormous power and acts so secretly that it far exceeds his previous imagination. He knew that he and Tianqin Group had been targeted by the giant shark lurking in the deep sea. Or, be devoured by it mercilessly. Or, you must have the strength to compete with it, or even hunt it down. Jiang Chen's choice is self-evident. It seems that the previous development speed was still too slow. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the chairman's office, overlooking the bustling city below, his eyes becoming incomparably deep and sharp. He originally thought that with the system and the background of Tianqin Group, he would be able to walk sideways in this world. Now it seems that the real opponent has just surfaced. He must speed up. Improve his own strength and the strength of the entire Tianqin Group at an unprecedented speed. And technology is undoubtedly the core of all this. The next morning, the highest-level strategic decision-making meeting was held again at the Tianqin Group headquarters. All the core executives, including Su Wanyu and Professor Xie Lin, who had just returned from Panglai Island, sat solemnly at the conference table. They all noticed that the atmosphere today seemed more solemn than ever. Jiang Chen didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, throwing out a grand plan that was enough to suffocate everyone. Tianqin Technology Global Lighthouse Project. The core content of this plan is simple and crude, yet full of unparalleled ambition and courage. First, the construction of Panglai Island Future Science and Technology City has been accelerated. Jiang Chen directly announced that he would add another $100 billion in special funds to the project. He also demanded that all construction work be completed as quickly as possible. In particular, the Tianshu Supercomputing Center, the brain and heart of the Science and Technology City, and its accompanying miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor, must be completed and operational within a year. At the same time, the research and construction of black technology building modules such as self-circulating ecosystem, anti-gravity suspension base, and energy shield generator must also be promoted simultaneously. His goal is to build Panglai Island into a true, indestructible future technology fortress that is at least 50 years ahead of this era. Second, launch the Global Intelligent Brain Starlink project. With the upgraded Tianshu AI at its core, we will secretly acquire or lease top-tier supercomputing centers and data nodes worldwide to build a global, decentralized super AI network. This will enable real-time monitoring, analysis, and, when necessary, guidance of global information. At the same time, we will vigorously develop Tianqin Group's own satellite communications and quantum encryption technologies to ensure the absolute security and independent control of this Starlink project. Third, the Human Evolution Spark project was officially launched. Professor Xie Ling is in charge personally, relying on system rewards such as the Future Technology Laboratory, Gene Repair Fluid, and Mental Power Enhancement Potion, as well as the assistance of the Tianshu AI. They are secretly conducting cutting-edge research on human potential development, gene optimization, life extension, and even the application of mental power. The goal is not simply to cure the disease, but to create a new human being. Fourth, Global Talent Arc Plan. Using sky-high salaries far exceeding industry standards, unlimited research funding, and the almost sci-fi research environment and living conditions of Panglai Island as bait, they are frantically recruiting the top scientists, engineers, thinkers, and even special talents with superpowers in various fields at all costs. Jiang Chen's goal is to turn Panglai Island into a utopia and safe haven that all geniuses in the world dream of. When Jiang Chen revealed the insane, Global Lighthouse project, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence. All the executives, including Su Wanyu and Xie Lin, were completely stunned by Jiang Chen's earth-shattering and even somewhat anti-human grand blueprint. An additional $100 billion? Building a global AI network? Researching human evolution? And recruiting superpowers? What the hell is this for? Do you want to rule the world? Or do you want to conquer the stars and the sea? If the previous Future Technology Laboratory plan only made them feel shocked and excited, then the current, global lighthouse plan made them feel a trace of fear from the depths of their souls and indescribable fanaticism. Jiang. Director Jiang. The CFO's voice was trembling. Are you sure you want to do this? The amount of money and resources involved is simply immeasurable. Moreover, many of the research directions are too sensitive. Once exposed, it could attract the attention of the entire world. I know. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm yet resolute, as if he could see through time and space and see the distant future. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. What we need to do now is not to play around under the rules set by others, but to make our own rules. Lead the future. As for the funds, he raised his lips with a confident smile. Don't worry, soon we will have a steady source of funds that is enough to support this plan, mainly from Tianshu's ability to print money in the financial market, and the huge profits that may be obtained through the transformation of scientific and technological achievements in the future. And those so-called sensitive people. His eyes suddenly became cold and sharp. If anyone tries to stop us from moving forward, then crush them. An indescribable sense of arrogance and decisiveness emanated from Jiang Chen, causing everyone present to feel a palpitation in their hearts. Su Wanyu looked at the young man standing at the end of the conference table, like an emperor dominating the world, painting a grand blueprint that could change the world. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with extremely complex emotions at this moment: shock, worry, awe, but more of it was an indescribable attraction and sinking. She knew that from the moment Jiang Chen revealed this plan, the fate of him, her, and the entire Tianshan group would be completely tied to the same rapidly accelerating chariot. Either they would rush towards a glorious future together, or, together, they would fall into an abyss of no return. But, for some reason, she didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in her heart. Instead, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. I support you. Su Wanyu took a deep breath and spoke first. Her voice was cold but remarkably firm. Tianshan Group will do its utmost to cooperate with the implementation of the Global Lighthouse Project. With Su Wanyu's statement, other executives also came to their senses and were infected by Jiang Chen's determination and courage. Coupled with their trust in Jiang Chen's almost miraculous ability, their previous doubts and worries gradually dissipated, and were replaced by a sense of excitement and pride in participating in the great cause of making history. We will obey the chairman's orders. Follow Chairman Jiang till death. Create the future. The scientific genius Professor Schelling was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and his eyes were shining with unprecedented fanaticism. Human evolution? Application of spiritual power? Creation of new humans? This is simply the ultimate research topic tailor-made for him. Director Jiang. Xia Lin stood up suddenly, his voice hoarse with excitement. Don't worry. I, Xia Lin, am willing to dedicate my everything to this plan. We will definitely succeed. We will definitely succeed. Looking at the completely ignited eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, his pre-war mobilization was successful. From this moment on, Tianshan Group, this huge commercial aircraft carrier, will completely turn its head and move forward at full speed towards a more magnificent and more dangerous unknown area. The goal: the vast sea of stars. And those shadows hiding behind the scenes who dare to spy and obstruct. A technological storm sweeping the world is about to begin in his hands. Chapter 63, Open the Architectural Blueprints. Another miracle in the science and technology city. The launch of the Global Lighthouse Project is like a shot of chicken blood for the entire Tianshan Group. Whether it was senior management or grassroots employees, they were all deeply shocked and inspired by the grand blueprint Jiang Chen had drawn up. Everyone was working hard and throwing themselves into this unprecedented technological leap forward. Funds poured into Panglai Island like a tide, the most advanced equipment and materials were secretly shipped in from all over the world, and the global talent recruitment program was in full swing. Everything was moving at high speed in the direction Jiang Chen expected. Jiang Chen himself finally had a little free time after dealing with the group's affairs and issuing a series of instructions to the Tianshu AI regarding global information monitoring and in-depth investigation of the Shadow Parliament. He remembered that in his inventory, there was a surprise quietly lying waiting to be opened: the treasure chest of random special building blueprint gold, obtained from the gold level achievement sign-in. Last time, the gold level skill treasure chest gave me an upgrade 4 words come true. This time, the gold level building blueprints. Jiang Chen touched his chin, his eyes full of anticipation. It can't be worse than the Tianshu Supercomputing Center, right? It would be best if we could get something that can solve the energy problem. That miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor is awesome, but it still feels a little insecure. What if they're targeted? With this expectation, Jiang Chen entered the system space again, focusing his consciousness on the golden treasure chest that exuded a heavy, ancient, yet futuristic sense of technology. System. Activate Random Special Building Blueprint Gold. Ouch. Give me that awesomeness. He muttered to himself, and even shouted out a popular internet phrase to give himself a buff. Ding. Opening a Random Special Building Blueprint Gold. Buzz. A golden light, even more brilliant and magnificent than the last, instantly erupted. This time, not only did data streams and energy nodes shimmer within the light, but even the faint shadows of various natural scenes, including mountains, rivers, forests, and oceans, emerged. It seemed to contain some mysterious power that created life and evolved the world. Jiang Chen's heartbeat quickened again. This special effect felt even better than the supercomputing center. Could it be? The light faded, and a line of golden text filled with the breath of life and the profound rhythm of Taoism slowly appeared on the system panel. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building blueprint, self-circulating ecosystem construction system small test area. Blueprint description, detected that the host is planning to build the future science and technology city. This reward has been automatically optimized. This blueprint contains a complete set of core technologies and detailed construction plans for constructing a completely closed, self-circulating, and sustainable micro-ecosystem within a limited space coverage range, adjustable from 110 kilometers in diameter, determined by energy and resource input. The core modules of the system include 1. High-efficiency, controllable photosynthesis array, simulates and significantly optimizes natural photosynthesis, efficiently producing oxygen and basic organic matter using minimal energy. 2. Ultrafiltration circulating water resource regeneration system. It can purify and regenerate 100% of all wastewater in the area, including domestic wastewater and industrial wastewater, achieving zero water loss circulation. 3. Multi-stage organic matter decomposition and nutrient conversion center. This center efficiently decomposes all organic waste including biological excrement and plant debris in the area and converts it into nutrient solution and soil conditioner for plant growth. 4. Intelligent bionic environmental control system, coordinated with the Tianshu AI, must be upgraded to intermediate level or above. It can simulate and regulate the temperature, humidity, air pressure, light, and even microclimate within the area, creating the most suitable living environment for different species. 5. Basic species gene bank and rapid breeding module primary, contains a set of basic, optimized gene templates for plants, food crops, vegetables, medicinal herbs, etc., and small animals such as insects, fish, poultry, etc., which can be rapidly propagated through special breeding equipment to meet basic food needs in the region. Core value: this system achieves complete internal self-sufficiency in energy, air, water, and food within a relatively closed environment. It is a key technology for building independent living spaces, future interstellar colonization, and even for responding to apocalyptic disasters. It will be prioritized for deployment in the Future Science and Technology City project, significantly enhancing its independence, safety, livability, and strategic value. Self-circulating ecosystem? Completely closed? Self-circulating? Sustainable development? Food, water, air, completely self-sufficient? Can it also be used for interstellar colonization and apocalypse survival? Jiang Chen looked at this series of descriptions that could be described as defying fate and changing destiny and felt that his worldview had been refreshed again. This isn't just black technology anymore. This is a miracle. If the blueprint of the Future Science and Technology City simply gave him the possibility to build a city ahead of its time, then this self-circulating ecosystem construction system directly gave this future city a heart that could beat independently and operate eternally. With it, Panglai Island will no longer be just a scientific research base, but a truly isolated and self-sufficient independent kingdom. Not to mention resisting blockades from commercial competitors, even if a global war or apocalyptic natural disaster breaks out in the future, as long as the physical defenses and energy shields of Panglai Island are not breached, the people inside will be able to survive safely. They can even preserve the flame of human civilization. The strategic significance is simply immeasurable. This system is awesome. Jiang Chen exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart, trembling with excitement. He immediately shared this blueprint information, which was enough to change the future of mankind, through the most encrypted channel to Professor Xieling, who was working hard on Panglai Island, and the Tianshu AI at the center. Almost instantly, he received explosive feedback from both sides. Tianshu's electronic voice seemed to ripple with disbelief, blueprint information received. Parsing. Oh my god. Master. The feasibility of this technology is as high as 78.4%? If combined with my environmental control module, theoretically, a perfectly self-consistent microbiosphere could be constructed within a 5-kilometer diameter area. This will be a milestone in the integration of artificial intelligence and life sciences. Highly recommended. No. This is top priority. Start this project immediately. I will reallocate the required resources. Professor Xieling went crazy. According to Uncle Chen's later report, after seeing the blueprint, Professor Xieling was stunned for a full 10 minutes. Then he suddenly jumped up, rushed out of the laboratory, and cried and laughed at the beach like a madman, muttering over and over again, "Create the world. We can really create the world. Ha ha ha. Life. Cycles. The secrets of the universe. I see it. I see it." It is said that if the security personnel had not stopped him in time, this scientific madman would have almost rushed into the sea to calm down because of excessive excitement. After listening to the report, Jiang Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seems that this self-circulating ecosystem blueprint is much more attractive to these real scientists than money or power. However, this is exactly the effect Jiang Chen wants. With this group of geniuses who are crazy for science and the future, plus the future technology and unlimited resources he provides, why worry about not accomplishing great things? Very good. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with blazing flames. Pass my order. The self-circulating ecosystem construction system project is given the highest priority for Penglai Island. It will be built simultaneously with the Tianshu Supercomputing Center. All resources will be prioritized. I want to see a real, living future appear on that island in the shortest possible time. A futuristic city that is self-sufficient, possesses superintelligence, and is technologically at least 50 years ahead of its time. Jiang Chen seemed to have already seen the magnificent sight of it rising. And he will be the sole ruler of this future city. Chapter 64, Lin Weiwei's Bottleneck? The sound of nature shows its power again. Just when Jiang Chen was extremely excited about his future science and technology city and was mobilizing massive resources to invest in the construction of Penglai Island, a piece of news came from Brilliant Entertainment that surprised him a little. Lin Weiwei, the chosen girl whom he made famous and the new rising star who is now extremely popular, seems to have hit a bottleneck? The news was told to him by Mr. Wang Kunlun himself over the phone. On the phone, this gold medal producer who is usually full of energy and full of praise for his close disciple had a tone of worry that was hard to conceal. Director Jiang. Elder Wang's voice was a little hoarse. Weiwei has been acting a little strange lately. Oh? What do you mean? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He had witnessed Lin Weiwei's talent with his own eyes, and she had always worked very hard. How could something go wrong suddenly? Well, it's not that she doesn't work hard. Elder Wang sighed. This girl works harder than anyone else. She spends every day in the practice room practicing the songs for her new album and concert repertoire. Her voice is almost hoarse. Her technique is also impeccable. Under my guidance, she has made great progress. But Old Wang changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. I just feel like something is missing. The pure, heart-touching spirit and appeal she had when she sang before seems to have faded. Her technique has improved, but it feels a bit artificial, like she's singing just for the sake of singing. I can't find that thrilling feeling I once had. I've talked to her a few times, and she's really distressed and under a lot of pressure. The more she wants to sing well, the worse her performance becomes. She's kind of stuck in a rut, said Mr. Wang worriedly. With her new album about to be recorded and her concert about to begin, if she can't adjust, then. Jiang Chen understood. Lin Weiwei, this is typical troubles after becoming famous. She became an overnight sensation and attracted everyone's attention. However, the huge pressure and excessive expectations from the outside world put a heavy burden on her, and she lost the purest and most authentic love and spirit she had at the beginning. This situation is very common in the entertainment industry. Many talented artists become mediocre after becoming famous because of mental imbalance or loss of direction. Jiang Chen didn't want the future queen he had personally nurtured to be a flash in the pan. I understand, Mr. Wang. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, don't put too much pressure on her for now. Let her relax. I'll go see her this afternoon. Alas, this is the only way. I hope that Director Jiang can find a way to enlighten her. Old Wang seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen rubbed his brows. Enlightenment? I don't think I'm very good at these inspirational speeches. But he suddenly remembered his recently upgraded passive aura, Sound of Nature Intermediate. The description says, it can moderately improve pitch, emotion, and appeal, and has a small chance of stimulating the target's singing potential. I never had the chance to try it out before, but this time, it seems to come in handy. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment, in the luxurious practice room with top-notch equipment that had almost become Lin Weiwei's exclusive property. When Jiang Chen pushed the door open, Lin Weiwei was sitting alone in front of the piano, holding the music sheet in her hand, her brows furrowed, and she was humming a part of a new song softly, but her face was full of fatigue and confusion. Hearing the door open, she looked up and saw Jiang Chen. She quickly stood up and called out a little nervously, "Jiang." "Director Jiang." Her voice was a little hoarse and her eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that she had been under too much pressure recently and had not rested well. "Sit down, don't be nervous." Jiang Chen smiled gently and sat down on the sofa next to her. "Mr. Wang told me that you have encountered difficulties recently?" Lin Weiwei lowered her head, clutching the corner of her clothes, and said with grievance, "Well, I don't know what's wrong, I just feel I can't sing well. The more I want to sing well, the more I can't find the feeling. That's normal." Jiang Chen didn't discuss technique or status like Elder Wang did. Instead, he changed the subject and asked in a relaxed tone, "Weiwei, do you still remember why you wrote the song Light Years Away?" Lin Weiwei was stunned, then answered subconsciously, because at that time, I felt that life was very bleak and hopeless, so I wanted to write a song about love and protection, about traversing darkness to find light. "Yeah," Jiang Chen nodded. "Do you still remember how you felt when you sang to me for the first time in the cafe?" Lin Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled that afternoon, a turning point in her life. She said with a touch of shyness and nostalgia, "Back then, I was nervous and scared, but more than that, I felt a sense of a desperate determination. I felt like it was my last chance, so I didn't think about anything else and just sang out all the emotions in my heart." "That's right." Jiang Chen smiled, his eyes gentle and encouraging. "When it comes to singing, the most important thing isn't how perfect your technique is or how high-end your equipment is, but whether you sing with your heart and whether you convey your true feelings to the audience. The reason you feel you can't sing well now isn't because you've regressed, but because you overthink it." Jiang Chen's voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, quietly activating the aura of heavenly voice. "You care too much about what others think, too afraid of failure, too eager to prove yourself. These distractions have actually restrained your most precious possession, the pure love and spiritual energy that comes from within." Lin Weiwei listened blankly. Jiang Chen's words, like a trickle of water, slowly flowed into her heart, gradually calming her heart, which was restless due to pressure and confusion. The effect of the sound of nature halo was also affecting her subtly. She felt that her thoughts became clearer and her perception of music seemed to be more acute. "Forget about those charts, sales, and reviews." Jiang Chen continued to guide her. "Forget that you are now a big star that everyone is paying attention to. Just pretend that you are still that little girl in the coffee shop, giving it her all for her dream. Now, sing again the song you found most strenuous." Jiang Chen looked into her eyes, full of encouragement and trust. "Don't think about technique, don't expect criticism. Just go with your feelings and sing what you want to express most in your heart. Sing it for me." Lin Weiwei looked at Jiang Chen's eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts and were full of warmth and strength. All the tension, pressure and confusion in her heart seemed to disappear at this moment. She nodded emphatically, took a deep breath, and walked over to the standing microphone. There was no accompaniment, just her and her voice. She closed her eyes, and instead of thinking about the complicated musical scores and technical points, she thought about the mood depicted by the song and the truest emotions in her heart. Then she spoke slowly. The singing voice seemed to have been unsealed, becoming ethereal, pure, and full of soul-touching infectiousness once again. Every note seems to be given life. Every word is filled with abundant emotion. The skills are still perfect, but they are no longer cold showmanship, but have become wings of emotional expression. That long-lost, hair-raising spiritual energy returned to her singing once again. Even more transparent and charming than before. Outside the practice room, Mr. Wang Kunlun, who had been quietly listening through the monitoring equipment, was now shaking with excitement and tears streaming down his face. "She's back! She's back!" That girl's feeling is completely back. And, it seems stronger than before? Old Juan looked at the monitor in disbelief, then looked at the girl who seemed to be glowing inside, and the young man who was just sitting quietly on the sofa with a faint smile on his face. He knew that all this must be related to Director Jiang. This Chairman Jiang, how on earth did he do it? It's simply miraculous. He can turn stone into gold. In the practice room, the song ended. Lin Weiwei slowly opened her eyes, feeling her unprecedented and exhilarating singing state. A surprised and brilliant smile appeared on her face. She knew that her bottleneck had been completely broken through. She looked at Jiang Chen, and in her beautiful eyes, besides gratitude and admiration, there was an indescribable dependence and admiration. This man not only gave her a new life, but also acted like a beacon, guiding her in the right direction when she was lost. Jiang Chen looked at the girl's face that was now glowing again and nodded with satisfaction. The effect of Heavenly Voice Intermediate was truly impressive. Not only did it improve her singing, it seemed to have truly unleashed Lin Weiwei's potential, elevating her understanding of music to a new level. Very good, the golden signboard of Brilliant Entertainment is now completely stable. Next, it's time to consider how to make the battleship of Brilliant Entertainment sail to a broader international stage. Chapter 65 Overseas Invitation. An olive branch from Hollywood? Under Jiang Chen's divine guidance, Lin Weiwei's form quickly returned to peak form, even surpassing it. The recording of her new album and preparations for her first solo concert tour went exceptionally smoothly, sparking overwhelming anticipation from fans. After The Secret of Immortality created a box office myth of $8.88 billion in China, its overseas distribution did not stop. Thanks to Brilliant Entertainment's relentless promotional efforts and Tianjin Group's global reach, The Secret of Immortality was the first to hit major Asian markets: Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asian nations. As a result, it triggered a movie-watching craze again. The magnificent Eastern fantasy world. Top-notch visual effects. A deeply moving love story. And the added bonus of Lin Weiwei's song Light Years Away, already a hit across Asia, made this film a huge success in the culturally similar Asian region as well. The box office in the land of Sakura has exceeded 8 billion yen. It has broken the local box office record for Dragon Country films. The number of moviegoers in South Korea has exceeded 5 million, sparking heated discussions about xianxia culture. Southeast Asian countries have achieved great success in both box office and reputation. Suddenly, names like Brilliant Entertainment, Chang Xingju, Lin Weiwei, and Qin Feng became the hottest keywords in the entire Asian entertainment industry. Brilliant Entertainment's international reputation also soared. Just as the elixir of life craze sweeping across Asia was intensifying, a very important invitation letter from across the ocean was quietly delivered to the desk of Li Shui, the artist director of Brilliant Entertainment. The sender was the center of world cinema, one of the 6 major Hollywood film giants, Universal Pictures. Director Jiang. Li Shui almost ran all the way with the gold-stamped invitation in hand, excitedly rushing into Jiang Chen's office, forgetting even to knock on the door. Hollywood. It's an invitation from Hollywood. Universal Pictures. Her voice trembled slightly due to excessive excitement, and her face was filled with incredible ecstasy. It's important to note that despite the rapid growth of Chinese film production in recent years, it has always been relatively weak compared to Hollywood, the center of the global film market. Receiving an official invitation from a top Hollywood mogul is a tremendous endorsement in itself. It's also a perfect springboard for Brilliant Entertainment to expand internationally. Oh. Jiang Chen was leaning in the boss chair with his eyes closed. When he heard Li Shui's words, he slowly opened his eyes. There was not much surprise on his face, as if everything was expected. He took the invitation and glanced at it casually. The content was written very politely. It first praised the huge success of The Secret of Immortality in the Asian market and expressed admiration for the production capabilities of Brilliant Entertainment. Then it formally invited Chairman Jiang Chen and the core team of Brilliant Entertainment to visit the Universal Studios Hollywood headquarters on a certain day for an inspection and a friendly and in-depth discussion on the possibility of future cooperation. The invitation also implicitly mentioned several possible areas of cooperation, such as the North American distribution rights for The Secret of Immortality, inviting Lin Weiwei to sing the theme song for an upcoming animated blockbuster by Universal Pictures, recommending Qin Feng to audition for a Hollywood action film that is currently in preparation, and even expressing a strong interest in deeper cooperation with Brilliant Entertainment, such as jointly investing in the development of new projects. Universal Pictures. Jiang Chen put down the invitation letter and tapped the table lightly with his fingers, as if thinking about something. Director Jiang. This is Universal Pictures. Li Shui was still immersed in excitement. This is definitely the best opportunity for our brilliant entertainment to go global. We must seize it. As long as we can get in touch with them in the future. Calm down, sisterly. Jiang Chen raised his hand to interrupt her, his tone calm and composed. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Those guys in Hollywood are all hungry wolves who will eat you without leaving any bones. They're suddenly so enthusiastic. Do they really think highly of us, or are they attracted to something we have? Li Shui's excited mind instantly calmed down after being poured with a basin of cold water by Jiang Chen. Yeah, what is Hollywood? It's the epicenter of global fame and fortune. It's where the competition for capital is fiercest. Everyone there is the cream of the crop. How could a giant like Universal Pictures be so friendly to a newly rising dragon country company for no apparent reason? Mr. Jiang means they may have other intentions? Li Shui frowned. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Jiang Chen sneered. The popularity of The Secret of Immortality in the Asian market has made them see the huge potential of this IP. They want to get the North American distribution rights and even the overseas adaptation rights at a low price to get a piece of the pie. Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng's sudden popularity has also made them see their huge appeal in the Asian market. They want to use their fame to build momentum for their own film. As for joint investment, Jiang Chen paused, his eyes becoming sharper. I'm afraid they want to use our funds, or, on a deeper level, they want to test our background and see what kind of power and resources are behind brilliant entertainment. After all, the rapid rise of brilliant entertainment, as well as Jiang Chen's mysterious background and money power, are enough to arouse the vigilance and covetousness of any giant. Li Shui broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. She then realized that she was indeed overwhelmed by the huge surprise and almost ignored the risks and calculations behind it. Then, Mr. Jiang, are we still going? Li Shui asked hesitantly. Go. Why not? Jiang Chen smiled, his smile filled with confidence and a hint of ill intention. When someone offers this opportunity to me, why wouldn't I go? However, he changed the subject, his eyes becoming playful. We're not going there to seek cooperation, but to accept inspection. Let them see whether we, brilliant entertainment, are qualified to be on equal footing with them. Even. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Are you qualified to become their new father in the dragon country market, and even in the Asian market? New dad? Li Shui was so shocked by Jiang Chen's domineering remarks that she almost lost her balance. This chairman of our company is really not one to stop making shocking statements. He actually wants to become the father of a Hollywood mogul? This ambition is too big, isn't it? Sisterly, go collect some detailed information about Universal Pictures first, especially their operating conditions in recent years, senior personnel changes, and key project plans for the next few years. Jiang Chen instructed. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Li Shui responded quickly. Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Uncle Chen, who had been standing quietly. Have Tianshu conduct a comprehensive background check on Universal Pictures. The more detailed the better. I need to know all their cards and weaknesses. Understood, sir. Uncle Chen bowed slightly. With the super plug-in Tianshu, any business rival would have nowhere to hide in front of Mr. Jiang. Very good. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked out at the bustling city with heavy traffic, his eyes flashing with a strategic glint. Hollywood? The center of world cinema? It sounds intimidating. But in front of me, a hacker who owns the system, controls future technology and has unlimited wealth. Who are you? Just wait, soon I will let you know who is the real protagonist of this era. This global entertainment industry reshuffle, led by me. Let us start with you, Hollywood. Chapter 66, A Trip to Hollywood. A first look into Vanity Fair. 3 days later, Los Angeles, the City of Angels. A Gulfstream G650 private jet with smooth lines and the low-key and luxurious TC Tianjin logo landed smoothly in the VIP channel of Hollywood Burbank Airport like an elegant swan. The cabin door opened, and Jiang Chen, dressed in a well-tailored Armani casual suit and a pair of sunglasses that covered half of his face, walked down first. Behind him followed the still meticulous Chen Bo, and the artist-director Li Shui, who had changed into a capable professional suit and had a strong aura. Further behind him was a luxurious negotiation team composed of elites from the legal department and international business department of Tianjin Group. Outside the airport, there was already a row of black extended Lincolns and several professional security vehicles waiting. A white beauty wearing an off-white Chanel dress, with blonde hair, blue eyes, a hot body, and a professional smile on her face, walked up quickly and extended her hand to Jiang Chen, speaking fluent Chinese. "Hello, Chairman Jiang. I'm Angela White, Vice President of Universal Pictures. It's a great honor to greet you in person. Welcome to Los Angeles." This Angela was the main representative of Universal Pictures who was in charge of the negotiations with Brilliant Entertainment. She looked only about 30 years old, but she already held a high position. She was obviously a workplace elite with both ability and beauty. When she looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes were full of curiosity and a hint of subtle scrutiny. After all, the recent uproar caused by the seemingly young Oriental man and the enigmatic consortium behind him in the global business and entertainment worlds was truly enormous. Even the board of directors of Universal Pictures attached great importance to this meeting. "Hello, Miss Angela." Jiang Chen took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face that could put even the most handsome men in Hollywood to shame. He shook Angela's hand gently, a polite yet distant smile playing on his lips. "Thank you for the warm reception from Universal Pictures." His eyes were calm and deep, not fluctuating in the slightest because of the other person's beauty or status. Instead, they carried the composure and scrutiny that only a superior could have. Angela's heart trembled slightly. Sure enough, this young man was no ordinary person. His bearing alone was far beyond the reach of ordinary rich second generations. "Chairman Jiang, you've worked hard on the journey. Shall we go to the hotel and rest for a while?" Angela kept her smile on her face and kept a low profile. "No need." Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Time is precious, let's start the tour. I've been fascinated by the Hollywood film industry for a long time." "Okay, no problem." Angela's eyes flashed with surprise, but she immediately responded professionally, "We've arranged a VIP tour of Universal Studios for you, as well as several of our currently filming locations in our most proud special effects studio." For the next half day, Angela, like a most professional tour guide, led Jiang Chen and his party on an in-depth visit to this world-famous movie dream factory. From huge studios to realistic backlots, from a variety of high-tech filming equipment to a dazzling prop warehouse, from the star-studded rest area to the hard-working post-production center. Hollywood's mature and powerful film industry system really opened the eyes of Li Shui and the members of the negotiation team, and made them feel the gap. However, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, even a little bored. What he saw was more of an assembly line, soulless industrial production model. In his opinion, many scenes and technologies were not even as advanced and efficient as some of the special equipment he provided for the crew of The Secret of Immortality. Of course, he didn't show it, but occasionally asked one or two seemingly casual but actually sharp questions about certain links, which made the accompanying Universal Pictures technical director or producer break out in a cold sweat and dared not to have any contempt anymore. During this period, they actually ran into several popular Hollywood A-list stars and famous directors. After learning about Jiang Chen's identity, they all showed considerable enthusiasm and came forward to greet him and take photos. Jiang Chen accepted all the invitations and handled them with ease. He even used his newly mastered, master-level, and pure London accent to chat with a veteran British actor about Shakespeare, which stunned the other party and attracted amazement from those around him. Angela watched all this, and her opinion of Jiang Chen soared several notches higher. This man was not only rich, handsome, and courageous, but he also possessed such an astonishing talent for languages and cultural background. How many surprises did he still have that she didn't know about? During the visit, Jiang Chen was not idle either. He quietly activated the Special Artist Detection Radar. Hollywood is full of handsome men and beautiful women, but those with true S-level potential or above seem to be rare. Furthermore, his goal this time was mainly to see if there were any overlooked Chinese or other Asian faces. After all, his entertainment empire is global, but its foundation must be in Dragon Country. Cultural output must also be based on Chinese civilization. Soon, the radar scan results came out. There are a few white and black actors with S-level potential or above, but most of them are already famous movie stars or important supporting roles. And the buried Asian faces. It really exists. The radar map shows that in an inconspicuous corner of Universal Studios, there is a light spot of a young Chinese girl with the label acting potential, S-level. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and he took note of this information, planning to have Uncle Chen investigate further. Perhaps this would be a good candidate for his future international film projects. The initial visit ended in an atmosphere that seemed harmonious but was actually full of undercurrents. Angela invited Jiang Chen and his party to the Universal Pictures headquarters building, a luxurious conference room overlooking the entire Los Angeles cityscape. Coffee, desserts, fruits filled the table. The real main course negotiation is about to begin. Angela, with a sweet professional smile on her face, was the first to extend the olive branch carefully prepared by Universal Pictures. Chairman Jiang, first of all, on behalf of Universal Pictures, I would like to once again congratulate The Secret of Immortality on its huge success. We are very optimistic about the potential of this film in the North American market, so we hope to obtain the exclusive North American distribution rights for The Secret of Immortality, and we are willing to give. She reported a seemingly good minimum guarantee figure and profit-sharing ratio. Secondly, we are preparing a huge animated film and hope to invite Ms. Lin Weiwei to sing the global theme song. We are also willing to create a song specifically for her. Also, our production department was very impressed by Mr. Qin Feng's performance in The Secret of Immortality. We have an A-level action film with an Asian role that is very suitable for him. We hope to invite him to audition. Finally, and most importantly, we are very optimistic about the future development potential of Brilliant Entertainment and your excellent business acumen, Chairman Jiang. We hope to engage in deeper strategic cooperation with Brilliant Entertainment, such as jointly investing in the development of new film projects? Or even partially exchanging equity so that we can become closer partners? Angela spoke eloquently, packaging the cooperation plan with Universal Pictures in an extremely attractive way, as if as long as Brilliant Entertainment nodded, it could immediately catch the express train of Hollywood, soar to the top and go international. Li Shui and the members of the negotiation team were all tempted by what they heard. They had to admit that the conditions offered by Universal Pictures were extremely tempting to any Longway entertainment company that wanted to enter the international market. However, Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the main seat, still had the nonchalant smile on his face, his eyes calm and composed. Because, through the analysis of Tianshu, he had already seen through every trap and calculation hidden behind this sweet temptation. North American distribution rights? The guaranteed figures seem good, but the profit-sharing ratio is pitifully low, and there are many harsh promotional and scheduling clauses attached. It's clear that they are trying to grab the biggest piece of the pie at a low price. Inviting Lin Weiwei to sing? Inviting Qin Feng to audition? It might seem like a promotion, but in reality, they're trying to leverage their immense popularity in the Asian market to boost their own film. Furthermore, the details of the compensation offered and the importance of the roles are completely unclear. As for the joint investment and equity swap, they harbor sinister intentions. The proposed partnership model gives Brilliant Entertainment no control at all, making it seem like a sucker providing Universal Pictures with funding and access to the Dragon Country market. They even want to seize the opportunity to acquire the overseas adaptation rights for the super IP The Secret of Immortality. Hee. What a good calculation. Do you really think I'm a rich, stupid guy? Jiang Chen picked up the coffee in front of him, took a sip, then put the cup down. He looked at Angela, who had a perfect smile across from him, and spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Ms. Angela, I don't think I've seen much sincerity from Universal Pictures. Chapter 67, Confrontation at the Negotiation Table. Who is the daddy? Chairman Jiang, what do you mean? The perfect professional smile on Angela White's face froze for a moment after Jiang Chen said, I don't see much sincerity. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with a barely perceptible surprise and anger at having her rhythm disrupted. In her experience, when faced with an olive branch from a giant like Universal Pictures, which Asian entertainment company wouldn't be grateful and flattered? They'd be eager to immediately lick their boots, fearing they'd neglected this Hollywood financial backer? It is unheard of that someone like Jiang Chen directly questioned their lack of sincerity to their face. Did he really think that just by having a movie that was a huge hit in the Asian market, he could be on par with Hollywood? How naive. My point is very simple, Miss Angela. Jiang Chen leaned back on the comfortable leather sofa, his posture lazy, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through people's hearts. These cooperation plans proposed by your company do sound very beautiful, but if you think about it carefully, there are quite a few pitfalls in them. He stretched out a finger and tapped the table lightly, making a crisp sound that also struck the hearts of Angela and the team members behind her. Take the North American release of The Secret of Immortality for example. Jiang Chen's tone remained calm, yet with a kind of composure that suggested a thorough understanding. The guaranteed figure you gave sounds pretty good, but compared to the film's incredible potential and ability to generate revenue in the Asian market, isn't that a bit too conservative? What's more, he changed the subject, his eyes becoming amused. The clauses in the contract appendix regarding publicity investment, guaranteed screening schedules, and subsequent profit sharing are, with all due respect, outrageously harsh. According to your plan, even if The Secret of Immortality becomes a huge hit in North America, I'm afraid Brilliant Entertainment will only get the leftovers, right? Is this your sincerity? Angela's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to see through the details of the contract so thoroughly. Those clauses were indeed carefully designed by their legal team to maximize the interests of Universal Pictures. They had always been successful, but she had never expected that this young Oriental man would see through them at a glance. Chairman Jiang, you may not be familiar with the issuance rules of the North American market. Angela tried to explain herself, trying to use professional terms and market practices to fool people. Don't understand? Jiang Chen smiled, a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Ms. Angela, before I came here, my team, mainly the Tianshu AI, had already carefully studied all of your company's overseas film import and distribution contracts over the past 10 years, including the profit-sharing ratios you offered, the publicity investment commitments, and the final actual implementation results. To be honest, your company's eating habits are not very good. Boom! As soon as these words came out, not only Angela, but also several Universal Pictures executives behind her, instantly turned extremely ugly. They felt like they had been stripped naked and stood before each other. All their calculations and tricks were seen clearly. This Jiang Chen, what kind of monster is he? How could he possibly have mastered so many core secrets in such a short time? Could it be, there's a mole within their company? As for inviting Ms. Lin Weiwei to sing the theme song and Mr. Qin Feng to audition, Jiang Chen continued, his tone still unhurried, yet it struck the other party's nerves like a hammer. It does sound like a kind intention to support the younger generation, but if I'm not mistaken, your company is more interested in their extremely high popularity in the Asian market, hoping to use them to build momentum for your film and expand into the Asian market? As for the actual resources and important roles given to them, I'm afraid it's just all talk and no action, just empty promises. Not to mention the so-called joint investment in new projects and equity swaps. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a plan to use some illusory Hollywood resources and international platforms as bait to trick us into contributing money and effort, and then finally steal the overseas adaptation rights to the super IP The Secret of Immortality that we worked so hard to create, at a bargain price? Ms. Angela, what do you think? Jiang Chen leaned forward slightly, his gaze as sharp as a torch, staring directly into Angela's somewhat flustered blue eyes, and asked word by word, do I, Jiang Chen, look like such a fool who can be fooled so easily? The entire conference room was silent. Angela felt a fine layer of cold sweat oozing from her forehead. Her negotiation skills and professionalism, which she was so proud of, were completely vulnerable in front of this overly young Oriental man. Not only did the other party see through all her calculations clearly, but even some of her potential intentions that she herself was not aware of were accurately analyzed. This is no longer a business negotiation. This is simply a one-sided dimensionality reduction attack. The executives behind her were utterly pale, barely daring to breathe. For the first time, they felt genuine fear of a young man from Dragon Country. Jiang. Chairman Jiang. Angela swallowed hard, trying to salvage the situation. You may have some misunderstandings about us. We at Universal Pictures are absolutely seeking cooperation with the utmost sincerity. Sincerity? Jiang Chen sneered and interrupted her directly, Ms. Angela, true sincerity cannot be expressed with words, but must be proven with actual actions. He stood up and walked to the huge French window. He stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the bustling Hollywood scene outside the window. His tone suddenly became strong and overbearing. Since your company is so sincere about cooperation, why not listen to my terms? Angela and her team members subconsciously sat up straight, not daring to breathe, waiting for Jiang Chen's verdict. First, the North American distribution of The Secret of Immortality can be handed over to you, Universal Pictures. Jiang Chen spoke slowly, issuing an order like a king. But the distribution strategy and promotional plan must be led by Brilliant Entertainment. You are only responsible for the execution. The box office revenue will be 70% for us and 30% for you. Moreover, I want to see real money and promotional resources from you, not just verbal promises. 70:30? And still want to dominate brilliantly? Angela almost fainted. This was such a ridiculous request. When had Hollywood ever been treated like this? Secondly, Brilliant Entertainment will personally plan Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng's overseas development. If your company has vacancies for leading actors or actresses in major Hollywood productions, and the roles are suitable, we can consider collaborating. As for small favors like guest appearances or background music performances, forget it. We, Weiwei and Qin Feng, don't need that little exposure. Just want the leading actors and actresses in Hollywood blockbusters? And you still have to choose the roles? Angela felt her temples throbbing. This guy really dared to think so. Third, jointly invest in new projects? Sure. Jiang Chen changed the subject and seemed relieved. Just as a glimmer of hope arose in Angela's heart, it was completely extinguished by Jiang Chen's next words. But the project must be led and developed by Brilliant Entertainment. We have the final say on the script, director, and lead actors. Your company can participate in the investment, but you cannot interfere with the creation. Moreover, I am only interested in themes that can promote our Dragon Country culture and showcase the charm of the East. I am not interested in those Hollywood assembly line popcorn movies. Want to dominate the world with glory? Want to promote Dragon Nation culture? Angela felt like she was going crazy. How could this be considered cooperation? This was clearly one-sided cultural export. As for the overseas adaptation rights for the Eternal Life Secrets IP, Jiang Chen paused, a cold smile forming on his lips. There's no need to discuss this. Unless, your company can offer me, and the entire Tianqin Group, an offer of sincerity that I, and indeed the entire Tianqin Group, can't refuse. He deliberately emphasized the word sincerity, and his eyes were full of unquestionable pressure. The entire conference room was dead silent. Angela and her team were completely stunned by Jiang Chen's tyrannical clauses. They had never seen such a strong, unconventional, and arrogant partner. How could this be a visit to Hollywood to seek cooperation? This is clearly a visit to Hollywood to set the rules. Angela's face kept changing. She knew that if Universal Pictures followed Jiang Chen's conditions, not only would it not gain any advantage this time, but it might even be led by the other party. But she didn't dare to refuse easily. Jiang Chen's demonstrated strength and confidence, as well as the unfathomable Tianqin Group behind him, all put her under immense pressure. Especially since Tianqu AI had analyzed some of Universal Pictures' internal financial issues and expected changes in senior management, she was even more cautious. Chairman Jiang. Angela took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and said in a dry voice, "These conditions of yours, with all due respect, they far exceed our previous expectations and are not in line with Hollywood industry practices. I need to report to the board of directors before I can give you a reply." She was stalling for time and also hinting to Jiang Chen that his conditions were too outrageous. No problem. Jiang Chen smiled nonchalantly, sat back on the sofa, picked up his coffee, and said leisurely, "I'll give you a day to think about it. I hope to hear your answer by this time tomorrow." He paused, his eyes becoming meaningful. "Of course, if your company finds our terms unacceptable, that's fine too. After all, Universal Pictures isn't the only Hollywood company interested in partnering with Brilliant Entertainment. I believe there are always some visionary partners willing to accept our sincerity. A naked threat. Angela felt like her heart was bleeding. She knew that Jiang Chen wasn't just bragging. With the potential Brilliant Entertainment was showing and the allure of the super IP, The Secret of Immortality, other Hollywood giants would definitely be tempted and even offer more generous terms to snatch the opportunity to collaborate. If Universal Pictures misses it, the loss will be huge. I understand, Chairman Jiang." Angela nodded with difficulty. The confidence and composure on her face were gone, leaving only deep helplessness and a hint of fear. She knew that the initiative of this negotiation was firmly in the hands of this extremely young Oriental man in front of her. Who is the daddy? Now, the answer is self-evident. Chapter 68 Hollywood Check-In. Unexpected Reward. After issuing an ultimatum to the self-important guys at Universal Pictures, Jiang Chen took Uncle Chen and Li Shui and temporarily left the conference room filled with tension. He did not return to the hotel immediately, but asked the driver to drive him around Hollywood, a place full of legends and decadence. Outside the car window is the famous Sunset Boulevard, with towering palm trees on both sides of the road, and various luxury stores, high-end restaurants, and those headquarters of film companies that only exist in legends or line up one after another. Occasionally, you can see some handsome men and beautiful women dressed fashionably and dreaming of becoming stars, wandering the streets, hoping to be blessed by the god of luck. This is Hollywood. Li Shui sighed as she looked out the window. The epicenter of global film, the pinnacle of fame and fortune. I wonder how many people have fought tooth and nail just to leave their mark here. Yes, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Fame and fortune are like poppies, beautiful but also deadly. How many people can truly control them and not be devoured by them? His gaze was deep, as if he could see through the prosperity on the surface and see the turbulent undercurrents and cruel competition surging underneath. However, he didn't care too much about these. What he is more interested in now is signing in. It's so hard to come to Hollywood, this world-famous landmark. If you don't sign in before leaving, you will lose 100 million. Uncle Chen, that place ahead seems to be called Avenue of Stars? Jiang Chen asked, pointing to a crowded street not far away with countless star patterns inlaid on the ground. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen replied immediately. It's one of the most famous attractions in Hollywood. The ground is inlaid with over 2,500 terrazzo and brass stars to commemorate celebrities who have made important contributions to the entertainment industry. Let's go there. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. The car soon stopped in a relatively secluded place near the Avenue of Stars. Jiang Chen didn't rush down. Instead, he closed his eyes and silently said in his mind, "System. Check-in location, Hollywood Walk of Fame. Give me some Hollywood specialties." Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at a special landmark, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a symbol of global entertainment culture, where fame, fortune, and dreams intersect. Tag in progress, successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following special landmark rewards. Here we come. Here we come. Jiang Chen's mood instantly became excited. 1. Oscar statuette replica, special luck, upgradable X1, a pure gold replica of the real Oscar for Best Director or Best Picture created by the system, impeccable detail. Within it lies a unique award-winning luck, gleaned from the combined thoughts of billions of fans worldwide. Place this item prominently in your office or home to increase the chances increasing with your influence of you or your artists winning major international film awards, including but not limited to Oscars, Cannes Film Festivals, Berlin Film Festivals, and Venice Film Festivals. Note, this item is a metaphysical causal item, believe it or not, but the system guarantees its effectiveness. It can be upgraded by absorbing more faith power or completing specific achievements, further increasing the strength of your luck. What the hell? An Oscar statuette? And it even comes with award-winning luck? And it can even be upgraded? Jiang Chen was so shocked by this first reward that he was completely blown away. System, what the hell are you doing? You're even bringing up metaphysics? But he likes it. It might sound a bit far-fetched, but a moderately increased chance of winning, and specifically for an international award like the Oscars? This is a super-powered buff tailor-made for him to build his entertainment empire. Just imagine that in the future, every movie produced by Brilliant Entertainment will win numerous international awards. That would be such a beautiful picture. And it can even level up? Absorbing the power of faith? Does that refer to fan love and industry recognition? Interesting. So interesting. Jiang Chen felt as if he had already seen the scene in the future where countless little golden men filled his office. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and continued reading. 2. Hollywood Top Network Resource Pack Intermediate, a real-time, encrypted database, deeply analyzed and filtered by Tianshu AI. It contains the personal contact information, detailed background information, personality preferences, partnership intentions, and some hidden little secrets of hundreds of top Hollywood directors: Spielberg, Cameron-level, top producers, Oscar-winning screenwriters, A-list actors, and core executives from major film studios, streaming platforms, and talent agencies. Note, this resource pack is continuously updated and can be used through Tianshu for network analysis and partnership success rate predictions. An intermediate networking resource package? Real-time updates, AI analysis, and a little secret included? Jiang Chen's breathing became rapid again. The basic networking package from the silver level last time already impressed him. And this time, the intermediate level package directly revealed the contact information for legendary figures like Spielberg and Cameron? And it even included background analysis and little secrets? This is like giving him a master key that can pry open the entire Hollywood. With this resource package, wouldn't it be easy for Brilliant Entertainment to find someone to collaborate with in Hollywood, what kind of movie to make, and even who to poach? Tianshu is awesome. The system is awesome. Jiang Chen felt like he was about to burst with happiness. 3. English Grandmaster Hollywood Accent Expansion Pack. If you've already mastered Grandmaster English, this reward will add the perfect Hollywood Accent Expansion Pack to your English skills. Not only will your pronunciation be authentic, but you'll also be able to seamlessly switch between standard American, Californian, and even New York City slang, depending on the conversation partner and the situation. This will also significantly enhance your understanding and application of Hollywood's unique culture, jargon, and memes, making you a natural and stylish voice in Hollywood social situations. This is also okay. Although he already has master-level English, this Hollywood Accent Expansion Pack will obviously allow him to better integrate into the local circle and be more down-to-earth when dealing with those old hands, so as not to embarrass himself due to cultural differences. Details determine success or failure. The system is very thoughtful. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately chose the Learning Expansion Pack. In an instant, a vast amount of Hollywood's authentic pronunciations, slang, and those jokes and subtexts that only people in the industry understand, flooded into his mind like a tide, perfectly blending with his original master-level English. He felt like he could speak with a standard California Sunshine Boy accent right now, or switch to the rough accent of a Brooklyn gangster in the next second. He could even imitate the classic lines and catchphrases of a Hollywood star. Damn! This is fucking awesome. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his mind using pure Los Angeles street slang, feeling so cool. This time I got the Hollywood label, and it was a really rewarding experience. A winning luck statuette. A top-tier networking resource package. And a master-level English accent plus. Every award has huge strategic significance for his future development in Hollywood and even the global entertainment market. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. He pushed open the car door, got out with Uncle Chen and Li Shui, and blended into the bustling crowd on the Avenue of Stars. He looked at the names printed on the ground, names that once shone or still shone, and felt the complex atmosphere of dreams, desires, glory, and loss that filled the air. But in my heart, there is peace and confidence. Hollywood? That's all. Before long, this place will also be imprinted with the names of Jiang Chen, Brilliant Entertainment, and Dragon Country Culture. Brighter stars. Just as he was admiring the celebrity handprints with great interest, his crisis warning skill suddenly, without any warning, crazily, raising the alarm. That intense feeling of fatal danger, like being stared at by a prehistoric beast, which made his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end, was more than 10 times stronger than the last time he encountered it by the villa swimming pool. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically in an instant. Chapter 69, Crisis in the Dark Night. Fangs from the Shadow. On the Avenue of Stars, the afternoon sun was bright and warm, and the place was bustling with people and filled with laughter. Jiang Chen was in a good mood just now because of the generous rewards for signing in with the system. He was even thinking about where to put the little golden man with winning luck to best exert its metaphysical effect. However, in the next second, buzz. A chilling, deadly sense of danger, like being stared at by a venomous snake, exploded from the depths of his soul without warning. The crisis warning skill sounded the alarm with unprecedented intensity. He could even feel his temples pounding, as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. Danger. Extremely dangerous. This feeling was 10 times stronger than the last time I encountered the killers by the villa pool. No. It was 100 times stronger. Not good. Jiang Chen's face instantly turned pale. Almost relying on his enhanced body's instinctive reaction, he subtly pushed away Li Shui, who was chatting and laughing beside him, and shouted at the same time, "Uncle Chen. There is danger. Highest level alert." Before he finished speaking. Whoosh. 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 3 imperceptible sounds of breaking through the air, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, came from 3 different tricky angles in the crowd, and headed straight for Jiang Chen's 3 vital points, the center of the eyebrows, the throat, and the heart, at a speed beyond the limit of human reaction. It is a specially made, highly toxic, almost silent, neurotoxin injection. Brutal strikes. Precise timing. Excellent coordination. This is definitely the top professional killer. And there's more than one. Sir, be careful. Uncle Chen's eyes were bloodshot. This veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles rolled on the ground at the moment the crisis broke out, and at the same time pulled out the special pistol hidden under his armpit, ready to fight back. Li Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale and she fell to the ground screaming. The surrounding tourists were frightened by this sudden change and fled in all directions, and the scene was instantly in chaos. However, the speed of those poison needles was too fast. So fast that Jiang Chen didn't even have time to make any effective dodge moves. The shadow of death drowned him like a tide. Could it be that I'm going to die young today, in this foreign country? No. Just when the 3 poisonous needles were about to pierce his body. Perhaps it was the desire to survive that unleashed his potential. Perhaps it was the passive activation of words follow the laws intermediate at the critical moment of life and death. Or perhaps it was that 10% chance of triggering that finally gave way to his good fortune. Jiang Chen's mind was blank, with only one last thought roaring wildly. He used up all his strength and roared at the 3 poisonous needles that were shooting towards him. Give it to me. Ding. Host detected as being in extreme life-threatening danger. Belief strength, max. Target resistance, low inanimate object. Reality logic, minor disturbance, consistent. Words come true intermediate effect strength. Control. Trigger. Activate. An invisible, mysterious force instantly spread out like ripples with Jiang Chen as the center. A miracle happened. The 3 poison needles that were originally extremely accurate and sure to hit Jiang Chen's body seemed to be strangely disturbed by an invisible force field at the last moment, and they all trembled slightly in the air. Then, puff, puff, puff. At an extremely bizarre angle, they narrowly missed Jiang Chen's body. One of them even ripped his sleeve, leaving behind a trail of scraps of cloth. But in the end, it missed. What the hell? It's really off? Jiang Chen himself was shocked. This, words come true, is so fucking awesome. It can really save lives in the most critical moments. However, before he could rejoice, a greater crisis ensued. Bang! 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 The dull sound of gunfire erupted once again from the crowd. But this time, it wasn't ordinary bullets, but rather a type of high-voltage electromagnetic pulse projectile with a pale blue arc. The target is still Jiang Chen. Apparently, the enemy didn't give up after the initial attack failed, instead launching a second, even more intense attack. Furthermore, they seemed to be aware of Jiang Chen's surrounding security forces and had deliberately chosen this weapon that could instantly paralyze electronic equipment and the human body. Protect the gentleman! Uncle Chen roared and rushed towards Jiang Chen desperately, trying to use his body to block those deadly arcs of electricity. It's too late. Jiang Chen's heart sank. At this critical moment of life and death, a crazy idea flashed through his mind again. Damn it! Let's fight! He looked at the incoming electromagnetic pulse bombs, concentrated all his energy again, and roared with all his strength. You will hit the wrong way. Ding! Words become laws intermediate, the effect is being evaluated. Belief strength, max. Target resistance, medium high-speed kinetic object. Reality logic evaluation, low probability event, possible. Effect. Trigger. Activate. Success. Again. Another success. The electromagnetic pulse rounds originally aimed at Jiang Chen suddenly changed direction in mid-air, as if struck by something. Some struck nearby billboards, sparking a shower of sparks. Some shot skyward, disappearing. A few even, dramatically flew back towards the assassins who had fired them? What the F? A blonde killer hiding in the crowd just cursed when he was hit by the electromagnetic pulse bullet he shot himself. He fell down with convulsions and foam at the mouth. What the hell is this magical operation? Everyone was stunned, including Uncle Chen and those fearless bodyguards. They had originally thought they were doomed today, but they hadn't expected Director Jiang to reverse the situation with just 2 oracles? This isn't just good luck, is it? This is simply a miracle. And those killers hiding in the dark were completely devastated. They are one of the Shadow Council's top action teams, codenamed Netherworld. Their members are either genetically engineered super soldiers or individuals with low-level special abilities. They have carried out countless assassination missions and never failed. But today, the precise shooting and high-tech weapons that they were so proud of became like child's play in front of this young Oriental man. The poison needle can turn on its own? The electromagnetic pulse bomb can even hit its own people? How the hell, how can we play this? Could it be that this Jiang Chen is a hidden, extremely powerful word spirit master? Retreat. Retreat immediately. The target's ability is weird. Mission failed. The surviving members of the Netherworld team roared in despair through the encrypted channel. They no longer dared to fight and fled in all directions like frightened rabbits. Want to run? A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Although he had used words come true twice in a row, which consumed a lot of his mental energy and made his head feel dizzy, he knew that he must not let the tiger go back to the mountain. He suppressed his discomfort and, facing the fleeing figures, once again used all his strength to utter the third oracle. None of you can escape. Ding. Words follow intermediate, the effect is being evaluated. Belief strength, extremely high. Target resistance, high multiple high-speed moving targets. Reality logic evaluation, somewhat difficult. Effect, partial. Trigger. The members of the ghost team who were fleeing at high speed suddenly seemed to be collectively possessed by evil spirits. Some people fell flat on the ground and sprained their ankles. Some people were running when their pants suddenly fell off, making them look very embarrassed. Some even crashed directly into lampposts and fainted on the spot. Although not all of them stayed, at least more than half of the members were successfully delayed due to various inexplicable accidents. Uncle Chen and his security team had already pounced on them like a tiger descending from the mountain. A top-level assassination operation that should have been thrilling and bloody ended in an extremely funny, weird, and shocking way. Jiang Chen looked at the members of the Netherworld team who were captured alive, their eyes filled with fear and despair, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. Launching words come true 3 times in a row with excessive load took a huge toll on him. Sir! Uncle Chen and Li Shui rushed over to support him, their faces filled with fear and indescribable admiration. The miraculous scene just now has completely overturned their worldview. They knew that the secrets and abilities hidden in their young chairman were probably far more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 70. Who is the mastermind behind this? An in-depth investigation of Tianshu. The terrifying moment on the Avenue of Stars, although it ended safely, also sounded the most severe wake-up call for Jiang Chen. The mysterious organization Shadow Parliament had such enormous power, strange methods, and ruthless actions that they far exceeded his previous expectations. The other side not only has top professional killers, but also possesses some unconventional technological weapons and individuals with suspected supernatural powers, those members of the Netherworld team whose speed and strength are different from ordinary people. If it weren't for the advance warning from Crisis Warning, if it weren't for the sudden burst of his good character in Words Come True Intermediate, that was successfully triggered 3 times in a row at the critical moment, he would probably have died here today. It seems that just being rich and powerful isn't enough in this world. Back in the hotel's presidential suite, where security had been increased several times, Jiang Chen rubbed his swollen temples, his eyes solemn. The aftereffects of his mental overexertion hadn't completely subsided, leaving him feeling a bit exhausted. Sir, are you all right? Uncle Chen brought a cup of specially made warm medicinal tea that could quickly restore energy, his tone filled with fear and self-blame. It was my incompetence that put you in danger. I don't blame you, Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand, took the medicinal tea and took a sip, feeling a little better. The enemy's methods are too strange and difficult to defend against. It was a stroke of luck that we were able to escape danger this time. He knew that his victory this time was largely due to his unexpectedness and the bug-level skill, words follow the law. But this kind of luck didn't always happen. Next time, the people sent by the Shadow Council will be even stronger. Even more cautious. Their methods will be even more subtle. Even more deadly. He had to find out the details of this Shadow Council as soon as possible. And, how much information did they have about him? Where are the prisoners? Jiang Chen asked. We've got them all under control, sir, Uncle Chen said gravely. We've captured 7 alive, including one of their leaders. They're all stubborn and tight-lipped. Conventional interrogation methods won't be effective. As expected. Jiang Chen nodded. Those assigned to carry out missions of this magnitude were naturally specially trained warriors. He thought for a moment, then pulled out the last, target person favorability query card, from his system inventory. No, that one wouldn't work against the enemy. It was that True Lie card. Uncle Chen, bring that little leader here. I want to have a chat with him in person. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Soon, the leader of the underworld team, codenamed Night Owl and slightly higher in rank than Ghost, a burly white man with sinister eyes and a dangerous aura, was brought in tied up. Jiang Chen. Don't even think about getting any information from me. The will of Shadow is indestructible. As soon as Night Owl saw Jiang Chen, he let out a low roar, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat someone. Really? Jiang Chen smiled and shook the True Lie card in his hand. I have a little gadget here that cures all kinds of stubbornness. Want to try it? Although Yishao didn't know what it was, he instinctively had a bad feeling when he saw Jiang Chen's confident look. Jiang Chen didn't give him a chance to react and used the card directly. Ding! True Lie card successfully used. Target Night Owl has been inflicted with the True Words effect. The subsequent interrogation process repeated the previous interrogation of Ghost. No matter how Night Owl struggled and resisted, his mouth seemed to be under a spell, and he uncontrollably revealed his truest thoughts and secrets from the depths of his heart, bit by bit. The information obtained from the Night Owl was much more detailed and shocking than that from the previous Ghost. Shadow Parliament. This organization's tentacles truly span the globe. Its core members have even infiltrated the highest decision-making bodies of some major Western powers. They control unimaginable wealth, power, technology, and extraordinary strength. Night Owl's Netherworld team is one of the armed forces under the Shadow Council responsible for carrying out various special missions. Most of the team members are genetically modified super soldiers, while a few, like Night Owl, are different bloods who have awakened some low-level superpowers. Their target this time is indeed Jiang Chen himself, as well as the Tianshu AI and the future technologies he possesses. The Shadow Council believes that if these things get out of control, it will deal a devastating blow to their plan to build a new world order. Their original plan was to first sneak in through high-tech means and steal core technical information. If possible, they would capture Jiang Chen alive and bring him back for research. If they encountered fierce resistance, they would eliminate him at all costs. Unfortunately, no matter how much they planned, they never expected that Jiang Chen actually possessed such unreasonable bug-level abilities as crisis warning and words come true. After listening to Yi Zhao's confession, Jiang Chen's face became completely gloomy. Genetic modification. Superpowers. Control the world. This fucking thing is really getting more and more outrageous. He felt as if he had accidentally jumped from the urban rich channel to the fantasy science fiction apocalypse mixed channel. However, knowing this also gave him a clearer understanding of the threat level of the Shadow Parliament. It would be difficult to truly fight against enemies of this level relying solely on conventional business means and security forces. He must use a deeper level of power. Tianshu. Jiang Chen called in his heart. Master, I'm here. We will conduct a top priority, in-depth, correlated analysis of all the information Night Owl provided about the Shadow Council, along with all the relevant data we've previously collected. I want to know the organization's more detailed organizational structure, its major global bases, its core membership, and the types and strengths of the extraordinary powers they possess. Command received, Master. Activating Project Abyssal Gaze, a specialized in-depth investigation module targeting highly dangerous organizations. Preliminary data modeling and deductions are expected to take 12 hours. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded. Next, we have to wait for the results of Tianshu's investigation. He had a strong premonition that when Tianshu completely revealed the true face of the Shadow Parliament, a more magnificent and more dangerous war was about to begin. And he, Jiang Chen, must also improve his strength as soon as possible, both in terms of technology and his own supernatural power. As for words come true intermediate, it seems I need to study more about its triggering conditions and application techniques. And those more advanced enhancement potions and skill cards in the system mall. Points. He needs more points. It seems like it's time for Tianchen Group to make a bigger splash globally. A cold and sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, like a beast about to hunt in the dark night. Shadow Parliament, right? Wait. Soon, I will let you know what is the mysterious power from the east. Chapter 71 Abyss Report. The horn of counterattack sounds. Although the sudden Dark Knight crisis on the Hollywood Walk of Fame was finally resolved safely by Jiang Chen's almost miraculous words come true, it also sounded the loudest alarm for him. Shadow Parliament. This behemoth hidden in the shadows of the world, with its strange energy, ruthless means, and undisguised covetousness and malice towards Tianchen Group and himself, made Jiang Chen realize that what he was facing was not just an ordinary business competitor, but a terrifying existence that tried to control the world and might even possess extraordinary powers. It seems that if I want to peacefully develop my tech city and entertainment empire, I can't do that without ferreting out these rats who are hiding their heads and showing their tails and completely crushing them. After returning to Tianhai City, Jiang Chen locked himself in the absolutely safe underground secret room in the Yunding Mountain Villa, with cold eyes and murderous intent. He knew that conventional intelligence gathering and business methods would hardly be effective against an enemy of this level. He needed deeper insights, more precise strikes. Tianshu. Jiang Chen called in his heart, his voice carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Master, I'm here. After upgrading to an intermediate core, Tianshu's response speed became faster, and its voice seemed to have a hint of, a barely perceptible spirituality? Combining all the information we've obtained about the Shadow Council from Night Owl and the other captives with all the suspicious data, capital flows, personnel changes, and those organizations and individuals marked as highly suspicious that you've previously collected on the global network. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and issued an order, launched the highest level of in-depth correlation analysis and big data profiling. I want you to dig up the inside story of this Shadow Council. I want to know their organizational structure, core members, global bases, true purpose, and their greatest weakness. Jiang Chen paused, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. This plan, codenamed Gaze into the Abyss. No matter the cost. I'm going to make these guys who think they're chess players feel the same as their prey staring into the abyss. Command received, Master. Project Abyss Gaze activated. We are mobilizing the global Starlink network computing power, integrating multi-dimensional intelligence data sources, building a behavioral model of the target organization, initiating causal chain reverse deduction. It is estimated that it will take 12 standard Earth hours to generate a preliminary in-depth analysis report. 12 hours? Very good, I'll wait. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew that when dealing with an entity of the level of the Shadow Council, no matter how cautious you are, it is never too much. For the next 12 hours, Jiang Chen barely slept. He mobilized Chen Bo's men to strengthen the security of Tianchen Group's core assets and personnel worldwide, while constantly communicating with Tianshu to understand the progress of the investigation. As time went by, the information fed back by Tianshu made him more and more frightened. The Shadow Parliament had a long history, deep penetration, and terrifying power that far exceeded his imagination. Their tentacles extend to almost every important country and field in the world. Their members can be found in politics, business, military, technology, and even in some unknown mysterious organizations and ancient traditions. They are like an invisible giant net, covering the entire world, quietly manipulating the course of history and reaping the fruits of civilization. And their ultimate goal doesn't seem to be simply to control power, but more like seeking some kind of higher level of evolution or ascension? This reminded Jiang Chen of the advanced technologies the system had rewarded him with, as well as his own increasingly inhuman abilities. Could it be that this world truly contains some unknown, supernatural power system? And was the Shadow Council the beneficiary of this system, or its guardian? Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts were running wild, the voice of Tianshu sounded again. Master, the preliminary report on Abyssal Gaze has been generated, codenamed Echoes of the Abyss. An extremely thick virtual file filled with various encrypted data and top-secret information instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and began to carefully read the report that was enough to subvert his understanding of the world. Summary of the Echoes of the Abyss report. Organizational structure: the Shadow Council is not a monolithic entity and can be broadly divided into three core factions. The conservative faction, composed of some ancient families and traditional chaebol, is committed to maintaining the existing world order and is wary and repulsive to emerging technologies and uncontrollable forces. They are one of the main promoters of the action against Tianchen Group and believe that the technology and AI mastered by Jiang Chen are Pandora's box. The Innovators faction is composed of some emerging technology giants, financial oligarchs, and radical scientists. They are eager to use more advanced technologies including artificial intelligence, gene editing, and even certain taboo technologies to accelerate human evolution and build a perfect new world dominated by them. They covet the technology mastered by Jiang Chen and want to seize it, but are afraid of losing control. Observer faction, the most mysterious faction, with few members, but it is said that they all possess some unknown special abilities or ancient heritage. They do not seem to care much about worldly power and wealth. They are more like silently observing the direction of human civilization, and only intervene occasionally. Jiang Chen's ability of words come true may have attracted their attention. global bases and peripheral organizations, by cross-referencing global capital flows, personnel movements, and various confidential information, Tianshu has successfully identified dozens of highly suspicious multinational corporations, secret foundations, private security firms, and even non-governmental organizations disguised as charities or scientific research organizations, acting as peripheral bases or important funding hubs for the Shadow Council. These bases span every continent, forming a complex network. Core objectives and forbidden research. In addition to controlling global resources and technological trends, the Shadow Council, particularly the innovators, is secretly conducting extremely dangerous and forbidden research. This includes, but is not limited to, enhancing AI consciousness, extreme human genetic modification, weaponizing mental power, and even attempting to open a channel to other dimensions or higher dimensions. If these studies get out of control, the consequences could be disastrous. Weakness analysis. Internal conflicts. The three major factions are not completely united in their beliefs and even have sharp conflicts of interest and ideological differences, which makes it possible to divide and disintegrate them from within. Funding dependence. Maintaining its global network and supporting its costly and taboo research requires vast sums of money. Disrupting its funding chain would be an effective countermeasure. Information asymmetry. They don't know that Jiang Chen has a system and a super plugin like Tianshu, which makes Jiang Chen in the dark and they in the light. Security loopholes exist in some bases. Tianshu analyzed that some of its peripheral bases or fund transfer stations have security loopholes or internal management problems that can be exploited. Looking at this shockingly detailed report, Jiang Chen's eyes became increasingly cold and excited. Very good. Very good. He slowly exhaled, and the fog in his heart was completely dispelled, replaced by an extremely clear strategic goal. Shadow Council, huh? Want to control the world? And study human evolution? Jiang Chen's lips curled up with a bloodthirsty arc. Sorry, from now on, your game will be taken over by me. He knew that the war with the Shadow Council would be a long and brutal battle. But he was not afraid. Because he holds the cards that can overturn the chessboard. Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light. Notify everyone. The first phase of the counterattack plan against the Shadow Council, codenamed Operation Tooth Extraction, has officially begun. Our goal is simple. Jiang Chen's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. The first step is to knock out a few of their most annoying teeth. Let them know what it means to be a dimensionality-reducing attack from the mysterious power of the East. The clarion call for counterattack has officially sounded at this moment. A secret war sweeping the world is about to begin in an unknown corner. Chapter 72 Financial Sniper. Shadow's wallet is deflated. The first target of the tooth extraction operation was locked by Jiang Chen, under the advice of Tianshu, on the huge financial network of the Shadow Parliament. It was a seemingly inconspicuous but actually crucial fund, the Ghost Throne Investment Fund. This fund, as its name suggests, acts in secret and is hard to trace. It appears and disappears mysteriously in major financial markets around the world, using various complex financial derivatives and dazzling capital operations to provide a steady stream of financial support for various black projects and taboo research under the Shadow Parliament. It can be said that destroying this ghost throne is equivalent to cutting off an important economic lifeline of the Shadow Parliament. Tianshu, Jiang Chen ordered from the control room of the nearly completed, futuristic Tianshu Supercomputing Center on Penglai Island. Some core functions have already been activated, facing the giant holographic projection screen in front of him. Immediately conduct a deep penetration and analysis of all public and private data of the Ghost Throne Investment Fund. I want to know all of their trading plans, capital allocations, position structures, and all possible trading loopholes and risk exposures for the next week. Command received, Master. Activating financial hunting mode. Tianshu, which has been upgraded to an intermediate core and is about to have its own exclusive supercomputing center, has already reached an incredible and terrifying level in its data analysis and prediction capabilities in the financial field. Just a few minutes later, a top-secret report on the Ghost Throne Investment Fund's detailed trading plan for the next week and its potential fatal weaknesses was clearly presented to Jiang Chen. In the report, Tianshu even used a striking red marker to point out that Ghost Throne would conduct a massive, yet extremely risky, speculative short-selling operation in the currency futures market of a specific emerging market country within the next 72 hours. This operation also happened to contain a fleeting, fatal flaw that could be exploited. Very good. Jiang Chen looked at the report, a hint of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since you like playing high-risk financial games, then I will play with you. I'll let you experience what it means to lose everything. He immediately asked Uncle Chen to secretly mobilize a huge amount of funds totaling $50 billion around the world in the name of several overseas investment companies under Tianqin Group. Part of this money came from what Jiang Chen had picked up in the financial market before, and the other part was temporarily withdrawn from Tianqin Group's abundant cash flow. Uncle Chen, Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling pressure. Notify our people and prepare for the hunt. 3 days later, the international financial market suddenly changed. The exchange rate of the currency of an emerging market country in Southeast Asia suddenly began to fluctuate violently without any warning. At first, it was just a small drop and did not attract much attention. However, at this moment, a mysterious and huge short-selling force, like a giant shark lurking in the deep sea, suddenly surfaced and launched a tidal-like fierce attack on the country's currency. Short orders. Massive short orders. As if they were free, they were madly dumping into the market. The exchange rate collapsed instantly. Ha ha ha. Well done. In the trading room of the Ghost Throne Investment Fund, located in a secret base in Switzerland, the head of the fund, a middle-aged Jewish man named Solomon with a goatee and shrewd eyes, looked at the exchange rate curve on the screen that was falling like a waterfall and laughed triumphantly and greedily. This short sale was a perfect hunt he had carefully planned for months. If successful, it would bring at least tens of billions of dollars in profits to the parliament. However, just when he thought he had victory and was about to order his operators to further expand the victory and completely strangle the prey, a sudden change occurs. A buying force that is more ferocious, more massive, and more unreasonable than theirs, like a divine weapon descending from the sky, rushed into the market without any warning, in an almost sweeping manner. Long orders. Massive long orders. And the timing, the price, the allocation of funds, were incredibly precise. It was as if they had completely predicted all their moves and their trump cards. What? What's going on? Solomon's smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Where did all these buying orders come from? Could it be that this country's central bank intervened? No. It's not the central bank. The chief analyst beside him was pale, his voice trembling. Their operation methods are too strange. Too precise. Every step is like they knew what we were going to do in advance. We seem to have fallen into someone else's trap. A trap? Solomon's heart sank. Before he could react, the mysterious buying force, with a devastating force, forcibly pulled up the plummeting exchange rate. V-shaped reversal. And it's a deep V. Those short sellers who had just been cheering for the plummeting exchange rate were stunned in an instant. Then, there was a chain reaction. Countless short positions were liquidated one after another because they could not withstand such a violent reverse fluctuation. Ghost Throne Investment Fund, the predator that has been making waves in the international financial market for many years, has this time become a fish on the chopping board of others. Their short positions were completely wiped out by that mysterious force in just a few minutes. The huge amount of margin money disappeared without a trace, like a drop in the ocean. No! This is impossible. Solomon looked at the blood-red margin call prompt on the screen and let out a desperate roar. The billions of dollars he'd invested. The perfect hunt he'd meticulously planned. And to just vanish like that? And he even lost tens of billions? Who the hell is behind this? He would never know that at this moment, in the distant Penglai Island supercomputing center, Jiang Chen was sipping fragrant tea, looking at the profit figures that kept jumping on the holographic screen, with a calm smile on his face. Beside him, the Tianqu AI is using its terrifying computing power of trillions of times per second to precisely command the Tianqin Group's secret team of traders around the world to carry out the final encirclement and harvest of the remaining forces of the Ghost Throne Investment Fund. The first tooth in the tooth extraction operation was not only successfully extracted, but the gum was also pulled out. In this battle, the Ghost Throne Investment Fund suffered a direct loss of over $30 billion. Its vitality was severely damaged. It won't recover within 100 years. And in Jiang Chen's personal account, there was an astronomical amount of pocket money. Very good, Jiang Chen put down his teacup, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Who is the next target? Tianqu, give me the list. The feast of revenge has just begun. Chapter 73 Technological Breakthrough. Heart of Penglai lights up. Just when Jiang Chen was commanding the Tianshu AI to wreak havoc in the global financial market, destroying the wallet of the Shadow Council and venting his anger, Penglai Island, the future technology city that he had high hopes for, also received a piece of great news that was enough to shock the world. At least it shocked Jiang Chen and the entire core team of Tianchen Technology. Great news! After several months of frantic, day and night research, thanks to the tireless efforts of Professor Xie Ling and his madman team of the world's top scientists, the massive data analysis and simulations provided by the Tianshu AI, and Jiang Chen's occasional flashes of inspiration, which in fact were achieved through the god-level assistance of words follow the laws, or inspiration spark cards, redeemed from the system mall. The last technical hurdle for the miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor, named Penglai Heart No. 1, has finally been overcome. At the moment the news came, Jiang Chen was sitting in the study of his villa on Yunding Mountain, leisurely sipping the enlightenment tea he had exchanged for 10 points from the system mall. The tea was said to be made from tea leaves from a spiritual tea tree in a certain world of immortal cultivation. Although he didn't realize anything, the taste was indeed top-notch. Sir! Sir! We succeeded! We succeeded! Professor Xie Ling's roar, hoarse and even slightly cracking from extreme excitement, came from the communicator. That voice was even more excited than winning the 500 million lottery. Jiang Chen's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and then, like a volcanic eruption, an indescribable ecstasy instantly erupted from the deepest part of his heart. Success? Heart of Penglai really succeeded? What does that mean? This meant that his future science and technology city, which carried endless ambitions, now possessed a truly immortal heart capable of providing nearly unlimited clean energy. This means that the Tianshu Supercomputing Center will be completely free from energy constraints and can go full throttle, unleashing terrifying computing power that is 10, 100, or even 1,000 times greater than it is now. This means that the subsequent series of incredible black technology projects such as the self-circulating ecosystem, energy shield generator, and anti-gravity suspension base will have the most solid and reliable energy guarantee. It also meant that Jiang Chen would truly master a divine power that was powerful enough to change the world's energy landscape and even lead human civilization into a new era. Prepare the plane immediately. Go to Penglai Island. Jiang Chen put down the teacup, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. An hour later, Jiang Chen's private plane landed like a sharp arrow on the newly completed super long runway of Penglai Island that could directly take off and land large transport aircraft. He didn't even have time to appreciate the island's rapidly changing construction scene, and under the escort of Uncle Chan and a group of security personnel, he went straight to the underground energy center located in the core of the island and the most heavily guarded place. After passing through several heavy alloy gates and layers of identity verification, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the main control room of the Penglai Heart No. 1 reactor. Inside the vast control room, the lights were ablaze, and various advanced instruments and equipment flashed green indicators, indicating normal operation. Dozens of researchers, clad in sterile white protective suits, were busy yet meticulously working, their faces brimming with irrepressible excitement and pride. In the center of the control room, Professor Schelling, the usually unkempt and sloppy scientific genius, was wearing a brand new research suit for the first time, with his hair neatly combed. He was standing in front of a huge holographic projection screen, pointing at the various energy parameters on the screen that kept jumping but always stable within the safety threshold, and explaining something to a group of equally excited core researchers with saliva flying. Seeing Jiang Chen coming in, Professor Xie Lin turned around abruptly, and his eyes, which were bloodshot from staying up late for a long time, burst into an unprecedented bright light. He rushed to Jiang Chen in a few steps, his lips trembling with excitement. He wanted to say something, but was speechless for a moment because of his excessive excitement. In the end, he just patted Jiang Chen's shoulder heavily and shouted hoarsely, "Mr. Jiang, we did it! I know! I know!" Jiang Chen couldn't help but hold Xie Lin's hand tightly, feeling the slight trembling of his palm due to excitement, and his heart was also filled with great pride. "Thank you for your hard work. Professor Xie. You are the heroes of Tianchen technology. You are the pioneers of humanity's future. It's not hard. It's not hard." Xie Lin waved his hands repeatedly, a childlike smile pure and enthusiastic on his face. "Being able to participate in such a great project and to light up this heart of Penglai with my own hands is the greatest honor of my life. I have no regrets in my death." Jiang Chen's gaze turned to the huge one-way radiation-proof glass wall in the center of the control room. On the other side of the wall lay a massive spherical device, as intricate as a work of art, brimming with a futuristic, sci-fi feel. Its surface shimmered with a faint blue light, and within, a faint energy core, as blazing and dazzling as a miniature sun, yet held in an extremely stable state by an invisible force field, could be seen. That is Panglai Heart Number 1. A miracle that can continuously transform the most ordinary water into nearly unlimited clean energy. Start the final power test. Xia Ling took a deep breath and gave an order to the console. Command confirmed. Panglai Heart Number 1 is increasing to 100% design power. The energy output curve rises steadily. Core temperature is normal. The constraint field is stable. Radiation shielding system is normal. Inside the control room, everyone's eyes were fixed on the ever-increasing energy output curve on the holographic screen. The air seemed to freeze. Finally, when the curve representing energy output stopped steadily at a jaw-dropping value at the top of the screen and continued to output steadily without any signs of attenuation, Panglai Heart Number 1 has successfully reached 100% of its design output power. The system is operating stably. All safety indicators are normal. The voice of Tianshu AI, which was completely emotionless, sounded as beautiful as the sound of nature at this moment. Success! We did it! After a brief silence, the entire control room erupted in deafening cheers that were loud enough to blow the roof off. Everyone, regardless of their position, nationality, or skin color, hugged each other excitedly, cried and laughed, and expressed their joy and pride to their heart's content. They knew that they had personally participated in and witnessed the birth of a great miracle that was enough to change the course of human history. Jiang Chen looked at the group of crazy people in front of him who were crazy about science and dreams, and a smile from the heart appeared on his face. He knew that from this moment on, his future science and technology city plan had truly an indestructible foundation. His road to a technological empire has truly lit up the first lighthouse that will guide the future. Professor Xia, Jiang Chen walked over to the still excited Xia Lin, patted him on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "Next, I need you to keep up the good work. Mature, miniaturize, and modularize the technology of the heart of Panglai as quickly as possible. I not only want Panglai Island to achieve energy self-sufficiency, but I also want this clean, efficient, and nearly unlimited energy to be available to thousands of households in the future. It can power our interstellar spacecraft. It can illuminate the path forward for human civilization." Xia Lin listened to Jiang Chen's more ambitious vision, and his eyes once again burst into fanatical light. "Yes. Director Jiang. I promise to complete the mission." With the stable energy supply from the heart of Panglai, construction of the Tianshu Supercomputing Center has entered its final sprint. It's believed that before long, this super brain, a fusion of humanity's cutting-edge wisdom and future technology, will fully awaken. Jiang Chen seemed to have seen that a brand new technological era, created by him personally, was rising on the horizon. And those shadows hiding in the darkness, trying to stop him from moving forward. In the face of absolute technological strength, it will eventually be reduced to ashes. Chapter 74, The Other Side of Su Wanyu? Tenderness Beneath the Iceberg. The successful lighting of the heart of Panglai and the upcoming completion of the Tianshu Supercomputing Center have given Jiang Chen unprecedented confidence in the future blueprint of his technological empire. He knew that as long as he was given enough time, he could turn Panglai Island into a truly world-leading and indestructible technological kingdom. However, just as he was planning and deploying his troops for this grand goal, an unexpected phone call quietly disrupted his thoughts late at night. The caller ID showed it was Su Wanyu. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. This icy female CEO always kept her work and personal lives separate and rarely contacted him outside of work hours, let alone this late at night. Could it be that there is some emergency in the group? He answered the phone immediately. "Hello? Mr. Su? It's so late, what's the matter?" Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but with a hint of concern. On the other end of the phone came Su Wanyu's slightly hoarse and tired voice, completely different from her usual cool and capable voice. "Jiang Chen. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Are you free now? I want to see you." There was a rare hint of hesitation and helplessness in her voice. Even a barely perceptible tremor. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Something was wrong. Su Wanyu was definitely in some serious trouble. It was a trouble that even she, the queen of the shopping malls, felt thorny and helpless. "Where are you? I'll come find you." Jiang Chen asked directly without any nonsense. I'm at Jinjiaquan, in the same box as last time." Su Wanyu's voice was filled with a hint of gratitude and relief. Jinjiuxuan? It's so late, and she's there alone? Jiang Chen had a bad feeling in his heart and immediately stood up, grabbed his coat and walked out. Uncle Chen. Prepare the car. Go to Jinjiuxuan. Half an hour later, in Jinjiuxuan, the listening to the rain box. Jiang Chen pushed open the ancient wooden door, and the scene he saw made his pupils shrink slightly. There was a faint smell of alcohol in the box. Su Wanyu sat alone quietly on the tatami by the window. On the small table in front of her was a half-empty bottle of top-grade sake and several exquisite wine glasses. She did not wear the meticulous professional suit as usual, but changed into a loose and comfortable beige cashmere sweater and trousers. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was less sharp and aloof than usual, and more lazy and fragile. Her pretty face was slightly flushed due to the effect of alcohol, and her phoenix eyes, which were usually as cold as stars, were now covered with a layer of mist, making her look a little blurry and helpless. Seeing Jiang Chen come in, she seemed a little surprised, but also a little relieved, and forced a smile. "You're here. Sit down." Jiang Chen sat down opposite her, and seeing her completely different appearance from usual, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. What could have caused this ice queen, who was so proud to her core, to become like this? What happened? Jiang Chen said straight to the point, his voice gentle but with a hint of unquestionable determination. "Tell me, maybe I can help you." Su Wanyu picked up the wine glass and took another sip of sake. The spicy liquid slid down her throat, seeming to give her some courage. She was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke, her voice a little hoarse and tired. "It's something about my family." It turned out that Su Wanyu's family, the Su family, although not a top-tier family like the Murong family in Beijing, was also a well-established wealthy family with a profound foundation in Tianhai City. Su Wanyu's father, the former chairman of Tianqin Group, had single-handedly developed and expanded the family business, but he also offended many conservative forces and collateral relatives within the family. When the old chairman was alive, he could suppress these people with his prestige, but after his death, these monsters began to stir, coveting the huge cake of Tianqin Group and the position of the head of the Su family. Although Su Wanyu has outstanding abilities, she is only a young woman after all. In a large family where the idea of favoring boys over girls still remains, it is not easy for her to completely control the situation. Recently, several senior uncles and aunts within the clan, along with some collateral relatives holding shares, have launched a sudden uprising. They accuse Su Wanyu of being unfit to hold such power as a woman and overly radical business philosophies that harm the family's interests, demanding a family meeting to re-elect the clan leader and attempting to dilute Su Wanyu's control over the family business. This sudden attack caught Su Wanyu off guard and made her feel unprecedented pressure and isolated and helpless. Although she is the CEO of Tianqin Group, many of her business methods are useless when faced with such complicated family disputes, and instead she is restricted. She struggled to deal with the problem for several days, exhausted, but still saw no hope of solving it. Tonight, she came here alone, intending to drown her sorrows in alcohol, but the more she drank, the more sorrowful she became, and the more helpless and confused she felt. Finally, driven by alcohol and despair, she somehow called Jiang Chen. Perhaps, in her subconscious, this young man who can always create miracles and bring her countless shocks is the only person she can rely on and confide in now. After listening to Su Wanyu's intermittent narration, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. It's another bloody drama of infighting among wealthy families. These so-called family elders and collateral relatives are even more disgusting than the Shadow Council. At least the Shadow Council can be considered as truly despicable people with lofty goals, while these people are simply a bunch of short-sighted, greedy blood-sucking parasites. He looked at the woman in front of him who was usually aloof and proud but now seemed so helpless and fragile, and the inexplicable desire to protect her rose in his heart again. "So, you're just hiding here drinking alone?" Jiang Chen's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of heartache. Su Wanyu lowered her head, her voice choking. I don't know what to do. They're so numerous and powerful, and they're taking advantage of their age. With me here, what are you afraid of?" Jiang Chen suddenly interrupted her. His voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable firmness and a hint of arrogance. Su Wanyu suddenly raised her head and looked into Jiang Chen's deep and bright eyes, her heart trembling. "Leave this matter to me." Jiang Chen's tone remained calm, yet it carried a reassuring power. "You just need to tell me the details of those old guys and what kind of results you hope to achieve." Can you really help me?" Su Wanyu's eyes were full of disbelief and a hint of hope. She knew that Jiang Chen was very powerful, but the disputes within the family involved too many interests and personal relationships, and it was difficult for outsiders to intervene. Boss Su, Jiang Chen smiled, a smile filled with confidence and a hint of doting. Have you forgotten that I'm also the chairman of Tiancheng Group? The assets your father left behind naturally include the power to clean up the mess. He paused, looking at Su Wanyu's eyes, which were red due to alcohol and excitement, and her long eyelashes, which were trembling slightly, and suddenly a strong impulse surged in his heart. He reached out his hand and gently wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, his voice becoming incomparably gentle. Don't cry, Su Wanyu, I'm here, no one can bully you anymore. Su Wanyu's body suddenly stiffened. The moment Jiang Chen's warm fingertips touched her skin, a strange electric current instantly spread throughout her body, making her mind go blank. She looked at Jiang Chen, who was so close to her, at his eyes filled with concern and tenderness, and felt the reassuring masculine scent coming from him. The last line of defense built of ice in her heart completely collapsed at this moment. All the grievances, all the helplessness, all the pressure, at this moment, it surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. She could no longer control her emotions, and suddenly threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, buried her face deeply in his chest, and burst into tears. Whoa. Jiang Chen. I'm so tired. I'm really so tired. Holding the sweet and soft beauty in my arms, I cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Jiang Chen's body stiffened slightly, then he reached out his hand, gently but firmly wrapped his arms around her slender and slightly trembling waist, and held her tightly in his arms. He didn't say anything, but let her vent her emotions, gently patting her back, giving her silent comfort and support. Inside the box, the lights were soft and the scent of sandalwood was lingering. Outside the window, the night rain falls silently, washing away the hustle and bustle of the world. Inside the window, the iceberg completely melted, turning into a scorching volcano, and also into tenderness around the fingers. At this moment, two lonely and proud hearts were closer than ever before. Chapter 75, Thunderous Means. The Su family's sky is falling. In the quiet box, the only sound was Su Wanyu's uncontrollable whimpering like a wounded little animal. Jiang Chen held her quietly, letting her tears soak his chest, feeling her slender body trembling slightly with excitement. He knew that this usually high and mighty, indestructible iceberg had now completely removed all disguises and defenses in front of him, revealing the softest and most vulnerable side of her heart. After a long while, Su Wanyu's crying finally subsided. She raised her head from Jiang Chen's arms somewhat embarrassedly. Her phoenix eyes, red and swollen from crying, looked at Jiang Chen with a rare hint of shyness and dependence. Her voice was still hoarse. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Silly girl, Jiang Chen reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. His movements were so gentle that they could squeeze out water, and his voice was full of reassuring power. You don't need to be so strong in front of me. If you have any grievances or difficulties, you can tell me. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. This simple sentence, like the warmest sunshine, instantly dispelled all the haze and helplessness in Su Wanyu's heart. She looked into Jiang Chen's deep and concerned eyes, felt the warmth from his fingertips, and her heart began to beat violently uncontrollably again. This man, he always gives her the most solid support and the warmest comfort when she needs it most. But, those people in the family. Su Wanyu bit her lower lip, a trace of worry and disgust flashed in her eyes. They are numerous and powerful, and they are all elders. Elders? Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes suddenly becoming cold and sharp. You're so greedy and take advantage of your age, and you still deserve to be called elders? You're nothing but a bunch of termites sucking blood from the Su family. Since they themselves are unwilling to be respectable, then I will help them be respectable. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling sense of murderous decisiveness. Su Wanyu looked at him, his expression of dominance and control over the situation. The ripples in her heart, which had just subsided, surged violently again. At this moment, Jiang Chen, in her eyes, was simply so handsome that it broke the sky. She felt extremely safe. What do you want to do? Su Wanyu asked nervously and expectantly. It's very simple, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile on his face. It's useless to reason with people like this. Only by making them completely lose the capital to act rashly will they know who can truly decide their fate. He took out his cell phone and called Uncle Chen directly, his tone concise and domineering. Uncle Chen, immediately activate the Tianshu and strip the underwear of all those elders and collateral branches of the Su family who are jumping around the most. I want every dirty secret they have from birth to the present day. Corruption and bribery, keeping mistresses, embezzlement of public funds, violations of laws and disciplines, dig up as much dirt as you can. You have 3 hours to send me the report. Also, Jiang Chen paused, a cold glint in his eyes. Notify the Tianqin Group's legal and risk control departments to be prepared for these surprises. Tomorrow morning, I will personally attend the Su family's family meeting to observe it. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen on the other end of the phone didn't know what exactly happened, but from Jiang Chen's cold tone, he could already sense the raging anger. He knew that those blind guys in the Su family were going to be in big trouble. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanyu's pretty face, which was still filled with worry. He smiled gently and held her slightly cold hand. Don't worry, Mr. Su. With me here, the Su family's roof won't fall. Even if it does, I'll hold it up again for you, and hold it up higher. More stable. Feeling the warmth and strength coming from Jiang Chen's palm, Su Wanyu's heart was completely at peace. She nodded lightly, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with unprecedented trust and obsession. The next morning, in the Su family's old house, the atmosphere was as depressing as the sea before a storm. The spacious meeting hall was filled with core members of the Su family. Leading the group were a few white-haired, arrogant elders. Behind them were the collateral relatives who were eyeing Su Wanyu's position as the clan leader, each with an expression of gloating and determination on their faces. Su Wanyu was wearing a black professional suit and sitting in the main seat with a frosty expression, looking coldly at this group of jumping clowns. Wanyu, Su Zhenbong, one of the most senior elders, spoke slowly, his tone brimming with seniority. We old folks aren't trying to embarrass you. It's just that Tianqin Group is your father's life's work, and the Su family is the foundation of our generations. We're really worried about leaving it to a young woman like you to manage. That's right. Su Mingyuan, another middle-aged collateral descendant with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, immediately echoed, although niece Wanyu is quite capable, she's young and inexperienced after all. I think some of the group's recent decisions are very problematic. That brilliant entertainment has thrown so much money at it, and it's become a mess. And that Panglai Island, I heard it's also going to cost hundreds of billions? Did all that money just blow through the wind? In my opinion, for the long-term development of the Su family, the position of the patriarch should be held by a respected and experienced elder. As for my niece Wanyu, the right thing for her is to find a good family to marry into and take care of her husband and children. Su Qingde, a fat-faced elder of the clan, said sarcastically, his eyes full of greed. Su Wanyu was so angry that she was shaking all over after listening to these extremely shameless remarks that distorted right and wrong, and her pretty face turned red with anger. Just when she was about to stand up and argue with these shameless people. Bang! The heavy mahogany door of the meeting hall was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The loud noise startled everyone. Jiang Chen, surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards, strode in like a god descending from heaven. He had a faint sneer on his face, and his gaze swept across all the Su family members present like a sharp sword, finally landing on Su Wanyu. His tone was gentle but full of unquestionable dominance. Boss Su, I'm sorry I'm late. This kind of small matter within the family shouldn't be interfered with by an outsider like me. But... He changed the subject, his eyes suddenly becoming icy cold, like 10,000 years of ice, and swept towards the elders and collaterals who were still shouting. Some people really take themselves too seriously. They're so shameless. You, who are you? How dare you trespass into my Su family's ancestral hall? Su Zhenbong was intimidated by Jiang Chen's aura, but he still shouted in a timid manner. Who am I? Jiang Chen sneered and walked directly to Su Wanyu, pulling her into his arms with a domineering and intimate gesture. Then, looking at Su Zhenbong, he said word by word, I'm her man. And also, the only one who has the final say in Tianqin Group now. You old bastards, if you want to touch my people or my business, have you asked me, Jiang Chen? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference hall exploded. Su Wanyu's pretty face flushed crimson, her body stiffening. Jiang Chen's sudden, overbearing declaration and intimate gesture sent her heart pounding, her mind going blank. He actually said that he was her man in front of all the tribe members? As for the elders and collateral branches of the Su family, their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with unbelievable horror. Jiang Chen? Is he the legendary, mysterious, and financially powerful new owner of the Tianqin Group? How could he be with Su Wanyu? Jiang! Chairman Jiang! Su Zhenbong's voice began to tremble. He never expected that there was such a great god standing behind Su Wanyu. Don't call me chairman, I find it disgusting, Jiang Chen interrupted him coldly, then took a tablet from Uncle Chen, clicked on a video, and projected it directly onto the huge display screen in the center of the hall. Shockingly, the video on the screen showed Su Zhenbang in a private club, cuddling, groping, and using obscene language with a young, alluring model. The footage was high definition. The audio was crystal clear. It was a scene of social demise. Elder Su Zhenbang, Jiang Chen's voice was as cold as if it came from the netherworld. I heard that you have always been highly respected and self-disciplined. I wonder, how do you explain this video? Ah. No. This isn't me. This is fake. This is slander. Su Zhenbang saw the video and his face turned pale as he screamed like a butchered pig. He knew he was finished. Before he finished shouting, Jiang Chen clicked on the next video. This time, the protagonist has changed to that sharp-nosed, monkey-faced Su Mingyuan. The video contains a complete chain of evidence showing that he colluded with a certain underworld leader to embezzle company funds and engage in illegal money laundering. Transfer records. Call recordings. Everything is available. Mr. Su Mingyuan, Jiang Chen's voice remained icy. I heard you're dissatisfied with the group's financial situation? Do you think I'm spending money too lavishly? Then what about these tens of millions of small sums of money? Su Mingyuan collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely, unable to utter a word. Right after. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. Jiang Chen, like the king of hell who holds the power of life and death, expressionlessly exposed to the public the negative information about the elders and collateral branches of the Su family who had previously jumped around and shouted the loudest, one after another. Corruption. Bribery. Keeping a mistress. Gambling. Misappropriation of public funds. Tax evasion. Even more serious criminal offenses. Every video, every piece of evidence, is like the sharpest knife, tearing apart their hypocritical masks and completely exposing their filthy souls to the sunlight. The entire conference hall was in deathly silence. All the members of the Su family were completely stunned by Jiang Chen's ruthless and powerful method of cutting off the root of the problem. They looked at those elders who used to act domineering and righteous in front of them, but now they were pale, collapsed on the ground, and looked ugly. Their hearts were filled with unspeakable fear and a hint of pleasure. Su Wanyu's beautiful eyes were wide open, her red lips slightly parted, and she looked at everything happening in front of her in disbelief. She knew Jiang Chen would help her, but she never dreamed that Jiang Chen would use such a simple and crude, yet so deadly and effective method. These family parasites that had troubled her for so long and left her helpless were so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. She looked at the man who stood in front of her, shielding her from all the wind and rain, as majestic as a god. Her heart, which had long been melted, completely fell. Now, Jiang Chen said, looking around at the trembling and silent Su family members. His voice was icy cold and filled with unquestionable authority. Does anyone else have any objections to Su Wanyu becoming the head of the Su family and CEO of Tianjin Group? The whole place was in dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. No one dares to say no anymore. They knew that the Su family's fate had completely changed because of the appearance of this man. What awaits these parasites who were once high and mighty will be severe punishment from the law and disgrace. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the garbage is finally cleaned up. He turned his head and looked at Su Wanyu, whose delicate body was trembling slightly due to excitement and shock, and smiled gently. Now, Mr. Su, head of the Su family, you have the final say in this family. Chapter 76, Shadow's Revenge. Conspiracy and Assassination. Jiang Chen resolved the internal disputes of the Su family with thundering means, which not only completely consolidated Su Wanyu's position in the family and the group, but also brought the relationship between him and Su Wanyu into a new and more intimate stage. The look in Su Wanyu's eyes when she looked at him was no longer just admiration and curiosity, but also a deep dependence, trust and admiration that was difficult to conceal. Although neither of them broke the window paper, the tacit understanding and feelings between them had already been clearly seen by the people around them, and only the finishing touch was left. The development of Huihuang Entertainment and Tianjin technology is still advancing by leaps and bounds. The afterglow of The Secret of Immortality is still lingering. It has won numerous awards and its overseas copyrights have been sold at sky-high prices. Lin Weiwei's new album and concert have also achieved unprecedented success, which has completely established her status as an Asian pop diva. The careers of Qin Feng, Miao Xiaoshui, Zhou Xingxing and others are also flourishing. Huihuang Entertainment has become the new star-making aircraft carrier in the entertainment industry. The construction of the future science and technology city of Penglai Island is changing with each passing day. With the unlimited energy provided by the heart of Panglai and the powerful computing power support of the Tianshu Supercomputing Center, as well as the crazy hard work of Professor Schelling and his group of scientific fanatics, various black technological achievements that are ahead of the times are emerging like mushrooms after rain, attracting the attention of the whole world. Everything seems to be moving in the most perfect direction. Jiang Chen even thought at one point that he could slow down for a while, enjoy the leisurely life of this wealthy man, and by the way, talk about love with Su Wanyu. However, he still underestimated the power and revenge of the behemoth Shadow Parliament. After experiencing the disastrous defeat in the financial market, the setback in the Hollywood operation, and the failure of the Netherworld team, the radical factions within the Shadow Parliament that advocated taking tough measures against Jiang Chen and the Tianjin group finally gained the upper hand. They realized that Jiang Chen, the Oriental anomaly, and the black technology in his hands that was enough to subvert the existing world order had become the biggest obstacle to their realization of their grand blueprint. We must do so at all costs. We must completely eradicate it. An unprecedented, global, all-out war against Jiang Chen and Tianjin Group has quietly begun in the shadows unknown to anyone. The first attack was the commercial strangulation at the overt level. The Shadow Parliament mobilized its connections and influence in the global political and business circles that it had cultivated for hundreds of years, and united dozens of top international technology giants, financial oligarchs, and certain Western countries that were dissatisfied with the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, and launched a frantic siege and suppression of all Tianjin Group's businesses around the world. A war of words. Countless international mainstream media outlets, online influencers, and so-called experts and scholars controlled by the Shadow Parliament suddenly began to smear Jiang Chen and Tianjin Group. They portrayed Jiang Chen as an Eastern devil who stole core Western technology, threatened global cybersecurity, and attempted to use artificial intelligence to establish a technological dictatorship. They distorted Tianjin Group's normal business expansion into economic colonization in a new era and destruction of the free market order. They slandered the Panglai Island Future Science and Technology City project as a devil's island where anti-human genetic experiments and development of weapons of mass destruction are being carried out. For a time, all kinds of sensational rumors and conspiracy theories were rampant, causing great panic and opposition in the Western world. Business war. Tech giants and financial oligarchs who are in cahoots with the Shadow Council are also launching attacks. They use patent barriers to launch large-scale malicious patent lawsuits against all of Tianjin Group's subsidiaries involved in high-tech, including some of Huihuang Entertainment's film and television special effects technology, in an attempt to slow down Tianjin's research and development progress. They took advantage of their capital to maliciously short-sell Tianjin Group stocks in the international market, creating market panic and undermining investor confidence. They took advantage of their monopoly position in the industry to cut off Tianjin Group's supply of some key raw materials and market channels overseas. Even some Western governments, citing national security as an excuse, suddenly announced an antitrust investigation and security review of Tianjin Group's global business, freezing some of its overseas assets and restricting the entry of its executives. Suddenly, Tianjin Group, once a thriving commercial powerhouse, seemed to have hit an iceberg. It faced unprecedented pressure worldwide. The group's stock price fluctuated wildly. Many international partners terminated their contracts to protect themselves. Even within the group, a sense of unease and panic began to set in. Su Wanyu, Chen Bo, and others were extremely busy, dealing with crises from all over the world almost day and night. However, this is just the appetizer for the Shadow Council's revenge. The truly deadly threat comes from the assassination level. After the failed attack in Hollywood, the Shadow Council apparently had a new assessment of Jiang Chen's personal strength and security forces. This time, they are no longer sending out ordinary killers or genetically modified warriors. Instead, it is a team composed of the most mysterious and terrifying judges within the Shadow Council. According to the sporadic data analyzed by the Tianshu AI from the extremely encrypted dark web information, each of these judges possesses true extraordinary power that is comparable to or even surpasses that of low-level cultivators or magicians. They might be proficient in the ancient art of assassination. They might possess the ability to manipulate the elements. They might specialize in strange mental attacks. They might even possess some bizarre curses or weapons based on the law of cause and effect. They have only one goal: to kill Jiang Chen at any cost. That night, Jiang Chen had just finished an emergency meeting with Su Wanyu and others that lasted for several hours on how to deal with the global business stranglehold, and returned to the Yundingshan villa exhausted both physically and mentally. Just as he was about to go into the bathroom and take a hot bath to relax. Buzz. The crisis warning skill once again sounded a frantic warning with an unprecedented intensity that made his soul tremble. It was as if a giant cold hand from hell was silently strangling his throat. The shadow of death enveloped him like a substance. Not good. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Absolute concentration instantly activated. All his muscles tensed. His mental power was highly concentrated. He didn't even have time to call Uncle Chun or activate the villa's defense system. Because a cold, strange energy wave filled with the breath of death is already within reach. He turned around suddenly and looked at the tightly closed floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Outside the window, in the night, a blurry, ghostly black figure silently and in a way that completely defied the laws of physics, penetrated the specially made bulletproof glass. Like a ghost passing through a wall. Immediately afterwards, a black energy blade, condensed with extreme coldness, as if it could freeze the soul, like a venomous snake, pierced Jiang Chen's heart at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Fast. Too fast. So fast that Jiang Chen didn't even have time to activate words followed by laws. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that the black energy blade contained an extremely strange force that could directly annihilate life, the power of the law of death. This isn't just a technological attack. This is a true supernatural power. Is it magic? Or a curse? A life or death situation. Chapter 77, All the Trump Cards Are Out. Words come true versus the law of death. Ice cold. Biting. The terrifying sense of crisis, as if even his soul was about to be frozen and annihilated, instantly engulfed Jiang Chen like a tsunami. The black figure that penetrated the bulletproof glass like a ghost Judge Nightblade, the black energy blade in his hand that condensed the tangible breath of death, was already within reach. The speed was extremely fast. The angle was extremely tricky. The target was directly at his heart. The crisis warning still blared frantically in Jiang Chen's mind, like a siren about to explode. He could even clearly see the sickening black death energy swirling around the energy blade. This was definitely not a technological attack. This was truly a supernatural power. This was the law of death, powerful enough to instantly rob him of all life? Grass. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His adrenaline surged to its limit in an instant. He didn't even have time to think about whether words follow the law could be effective against this kind of law-level attack. Because time simply didn't allow it. A line between life and death. Just as the black energy blade, emitting a strong aura of death, was about to pierce his chest. Buzz. A barely perceptible golden light suddenly lit up from a seemingly inconspicuous piece locket, a disguised form of the substitute doll, exchanged in the system mole worn on Jiang Chen's chest. Immediately afterwards, a phantom identical to Jiang Chen, made of pure energy, instantly separated from his body, and faced the deadly black energy blade with a fearless attitude. Substitute doll one-time use, effect activated. Phew. Like the dull sound of a sharp knife stabbing into rotten leather. The black energy blade that was powerful enough to annihilate all life pierced through the heart of the energy shadow without a doubt. The energy shadow didn't even make a sound, but shattered into pieces like bubbles and dissipated into nothingness. Jiang Chen himself, taking advantage of this fraction of a second of buffering time and the terrifying explosive power brought by his enhanced body, suddenly shot backwards. He slammed into the wall behind him with a dull thud. For the first time, a hint of astonishment and surprise appeared in Yi Ren's cold eyes hidden under the mask. He was absolutely confident in the power of his strike. This was his famous Thorn of Annihilation, imbued with a faint force of the law of death. It could easily penetrate not only flesh and blood, but even fortifications made of special alloys. How could I possibly fail? That just now, was it a stand? Or some kind of special energy clone? The target actually has this kind of life-saving trump card? Damn it! Yi Ren cursed inwardly, but his movements didn't falter. After missing his first strike, he immediately charged forward like a maggot on the tarsal bone. His figure left a faint afterimage, and the black energy blade in his hand condensed again, transforming into an even sharper and more deadly black light, piercing Jiang Chen's eyebrows. He had to completely eliminate this target before the other party could react. However, although Jiang Chen was in a mess and his heart was still beating wildly because of the life and death moment just now, his brain, in a state of absolute concentration, became clear and calm as never before. Although the stand-in doll saved his life, it was only a one-time thing. Next time, he won't be lucky again. We must find a way. We must fight back. His gaze was fixed on the black energy blade that struck him again like a death warrant, feeling the suffocating breath of death from it. Wait. The breath of death? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Jiang Chen's mind. He remembered another item he had redeemed in the system mall before, detoxification pill elementary. The description read, can detoxify hundreds of common toxins. Although this black energy blade was clearly not a toxin, but rather a higher level power of law, what if? What if this detoxification pill also contains some kind of life energy capable of counteracting the aura of death? Let's try our best to save the situation. System. Use detoxification pill primary, immediately. The target is myself. Jiang Chen roared in his heart. Ding. Detoxification pill basic used successfully. A cool and warm current full of vitality instantly rose from his dantian and flowed to his limbs and bones like a sweet rain. Although this warm current couldn't directly block the physical attack of the black energy blade, it made Jiang Chen feel that his resistance to the suffocating breath of death seemed to have been strengthened a little bit. At least, the fear that the soul is about to be frozen has been alleviated a lot. And it was this tiny, insignificant moment of respite and mental clarity that Jiang Chen finally seized that fleeting opportunity to counterattack. Tian Shu. Interfere with his perception. Jiang Chen gave the most concise instructions to the AI in his mind. At the same time, he looked at the black energy blade that was already close before him, and at Nightblade's cold and ruthless eyes. He concentrated all his mental strength, even burning a portion of his newly recovered soul power, the system's other name for mental power. In a tone that was almost a roar, yet full of unquestionable authority, like a divine judgment, he roared out his strongest desire in his heart word by word, with difficulty, but with incomparable clarity. Your attack will miss. Ding. Host detected as being in extreme crisis. Belief strength, max plus. Mental energy consumption, huge. Target resistance, extremely high, involving the power of supernatural laws. Realistic logic judgment, there is a very small probability. Words become laws, intermediate effect extreme. Trigger. Boom. An invisible force that was even more powerful and mysterious than before, and even had a hint of light golden halo, instantly burst out from Jiang Chen. It's like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. Yiren only felt the aura of the young man before him suddenly change. It was as if he had gone from a lamb to be slaughtered to a ferocious beast ready to devour anyone. What shocked him even more was, at the last moment when the black energy blade in his hand was about to pierce the opponent's eyebrows, a sudden and extremely strong sense of spatial distortion acted on him without any warning. His body, his perception, and even the connection between him and the black energy blade seemed to be forcibly bent by some irresistible force at that moment. Puff! The black energy blade finally stabbed out. But strangely enough, it grazed Jiang Chen's temple and, dangerously, shot into the wall behind him, leaving behind a bottomless hole emitting a black, deathly aura. Nightblade himself, due to the sudden spatial distortion and the huge backlash of his missed attack, stumbled and nearly fell. He even felt his mind was in a trance for a moment. And who am I? Where am I? What should I do? What the hell kind of ability is this? Space distortion? Mind interference? Or a more advanced causal weapon? Yi Run was completely stunned. He felt that his proud combat experience and knowledge of supernatural powers had been completely overturned by the young man before him. This wasn't just a weird ability that could describe it. This was simply a monster. And just at that moment when Yi Run was momentarily distracted because of the missed attack in the distorted space. Now! Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. He knew this was his only chance. He didn't choose to run away. He didn't choose to call for help. Because he knew that facing an enemy of this level, if he missed the opportunity, death would be the only thing waiting for him. He endured the severe headache and dizziness caused by the excessive consumption of mental energy, and unleashed the terrifying physical fitness given to him by the intermediate strengthening fluid to the extreme. With a sudden stomp of his foot, the hard special floor cracked. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he charged forward instead of retreating. In a near-suicidal manner, he fiercely rammed into Nightblade, who was momentarily paralyzed by his missed attack. Catch the leader first. He wanted to end this damn battle in the most direct, brutal, and effective way. Court death. Yiren was a top-tier assassin after all, and he reacted instantly. A flash of rage and fear flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail young man to actually dare to approach him. He subconsciously wanted to condense the death energy blade again, or activate other supernatural powers. But it's too late. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded his reaction limit. And just as Nightblade was about to activate his supernatural power, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. It was as if he had been stabbed by countless steel needles. His mind instantly froze. It's the Tianshu AI. The moment Jiang Chen gave the order, Tianshu had already carried out extremely weak but extremely precise electromagnetic pulse interference on Yi Ren's bioelectric field and nervous system through the ubiquitous miniature signal transmitters in the villa. Although this kind of interference has limited effect on extraordinary beings of Nightblade's level and can only last for a few tenths of a second, it is enough in this moment of life and death. When masters fight, victory or defeat often takes only a moment. It's just this few tenths of a second of lag. Jiang Chen's figure, like a cannonball, had already crashed fiercely into Yi Ren's arms. No fancy moves. No flashy superpowers. Only the most primitive, purest, and most deadly power. Bang! A dull sound that makes your teeth ache. Jiang Chen concentrated all his strength on his right shoulder, and like a battering ram, he slammed it hard into Yi Ren's chest. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking can be heard clearly. Yi Ren only felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming from the other party. It was as if he was hit head-on by a heavy truck at high speed. His sternum collapsed instantly. His internal organs shifted. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out of his mouth. His cold eyes were filled with incredible shock and despair. He just couldn't figure it out. How could a seemingly ordinary young man unleash such terrifying, pure physical strength? He even felt that the opponent's power was even greater than that of a genetically modified super warrior like himself. This is unscientific. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him any time to think. After a successful strike, he didn't hesitate at all, his eyes cold and murderous. His hands were like iron clamps, tightly grasping Nightblade's neck, which was twisted in pain. Then, crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Nightblade's head drooped weakly at a strange angle. Those eyes that were once filled with coldness and murderous intent completely lost all their spirit, leaving only boundless emptiness and relief? A member of the top judgment team of the Shadow Council, codenamed Nightblade, a terrifying existence that possesses the rudiments of the law of death and is enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless politicians and wealthy individuals. Just like that, Jiang Chen used an almost barbaric method to forcefully break his neck. Chapter 78, A Surprise on Penglai Island. A showdown of supernatural powers. Plop! The lifeless body of Judge Yi Ren fell limply at Jiang Chen's feet. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a lingering, heart-pounding breath of death. Jiang Chen was breathing heavily, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his face was a little pale. Although the life-and-death fight just now was extremely short, the mental and physical drain on him was unprecedentedly huge. Especially that last words, axe move, which nearly drained most of his mental energy. If it weren't for the strong physique brought by the intermediate body strengthening fluid and the calm judgment under absolute focus, he would probably have found it difficult to accurately seize the fleeting opportunity to counterattack in that situation. Sir, are you okay? Uncle Chen, accompanied by a group of armed and murderous security guards, rushed in like a whirlwind. When they saw the miserable corpse lying on the ground in Jiang Chen's exhausted but unharmed appearance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then their eyes were filled with indescribable shock and awe. Although they did not see clearly the miraculous word spirit seen outside just now, they also felt the terrifying power that was enough to distort reality. Just how many hidden secrets does this gentleman of mine have? I'm fine. Jiang Chen waved his hand, took a deep breath, and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Clean up this place. Also, immediately conduct a thorough examination of this body. I want to know all his secrets, including his genetic sequence, energy composition, and what exactly is his strange death energy blade. He had a strong intuition that this Nightblade and the judgment team he represented were definitely the key to unlocking the secret of the Shadow Council's extraordinary power. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen immediately took the order and directed his men to handle the scene in an orderly manner. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's crisis warning skill chirped again, crazily. And this time, the intensity was several times greater than what he had experienced earlier on the Avenue of Stars and by the villa's swimming pool. He felt his very soul tremble. It was as if a meteorite, powerful enough to destroy everything, was crashing down on his head. What frightened him even more was that the direction of the crisis he sensed was not directed at him, but at Penglai Island. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically in an instant. Damn it! Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Or, a diversion? Those old bastards from the Shadow Council. They actually launched 2 attacks simultaneously? And their real target was Penglai Island? That place was the foundation of his future technological empire. It was the core of the Tianshu Supercomputing Center and the Penglai hard-cold nuclear fusion reactor. If it were destroyed, the consequences would be disastrous. Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen's voice was a little hoarse with anxiety. Immediately activate the highest level defense plan for Penglai Island. Have Professor Xia Ling and the others immediately enter the emergency shelter. Notify all security forces on the island and prepare for the most brutal battle. He didn't even have time to explain as he immediately rushed to the study and connected to the Tianshu AI far away on Penglai Island through the highly encrypted quantum communication line. Tianshu. Report the situation on the island immediately. Master. A large number of unidentified high-energy reactions are occurring simultaneously in the airspace and sea surrounding Penglai Island. There are at least over 30 of them. They are moving at an extremely high speed. They are rapidly advancing towards the core area of the main island. Preliminary assessment. This is a supernatural assault force belonging to the Shadow Council, codenamed Obsidian. Its composition is more complex and more dangerous than the previous Netherworld team and Judgment Nightblade. They seem to possess some special technology or ability that can interfere with our conventional detection and defense systems. Over 30? More dangerous than Nightblades? And they can even interfere with detection? Jiang Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He knew that this time, the Shadow Council was really desperate and would destroy his technological foundation at all costs. At the same time, above Penglai Island, dozens of agile figures flashing with strange dark red light, like demons rushing out of hell, tore through the night sky at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and headed straight for the silver-white dome building in the center of the island that had already taken shape and was full of futuristic technology, the Tianshu Supercomputing Center. Some of them were wearing hideous black exoskeleton armor and wielding melee weapons that flashed with energy blades. Some of them have huge bat-like fleshy wings spread out behind their backs, and spew highly corrosive acid or scorching flames from their mouths. Some of them have scarlet eyes that flash, and can directly control the deformation of metal or release invisible mental shock waves. There were even a few figures shrouded in twisted shadows, like real ghosts, moving freely between various high-tech defense facilities as if they were in an empty space. Each of these individuals exudes a terrifying aura far beyond that of ordinary humans. They are one of the Shadow Council's true trump cards, the Obsidian Assault Force. Their captain is said to be a terrifying being of unfathomable power, codenamed Lord of Destruction. Target confirmed. The core of the Tianshu. Destroy it at all costs. For the glory of the Council. For the New World Order. A cold and fanatical roar sounded in the communication channel. The defense system of Penglai Island was fully activated in an instant. Countless intelligent laser turrets, electromagnetic railguns, and drone swarms hidden throughout the island, like an enraged swarm of bees, poured devastating firepower towards the invaders. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. Energy beams and all kinds of strange and extraordinary forces collided violently in the night sky, stirring up a series of brilliant and deadly energy storms. At this moment, a brutal and extremely high-tech and supernatural power-filled battle for the defense of Penglai Island officially begins. Inside the command center, Jiang Chen looked at the apocalyptic battle scene on the island through the holographic projection. His face turned pale and his fists clenched tightly. He hadn't expected the Shadow Council's extraordinary power to be this strong. These Obsidian troops were like a group of ferocious beasts in human form. Conventional technological weapons had very limited effect on them. Tianshu. Calculate the best defense plan immediately. Mobilize all available forces. At all costs. Defend the core area. Jiang Chen's voice was cold and firm. Master. Real-time battlefield calculations are underway. The enemy possesses a variety of counter-reconnaissance and energy jamming methods, suppressing some of our long-range weapon systems. However, the energy shield generator micro and self-repairing nanomaterials experimental in the core area have been initially deployed and can provide a certain degree of defense. Warning! A high-intensity energy source has been detected rapidly approaching the heart of Penglai cold fusion reactor area. The enemy's goal may be to detonate the reactor. Cause a devastating blow. What? Detonate the reactor? Jiang Chen was horrified. If the heart of Panglai was detonated, the entire Panglai Island would be reduced to a sea of fire. All his hard work would be wasted. Professor Xia Ling. Start the emergency shutdown procedure of the reactor immediately. And move to the highest level safe shelter. Jiang Chen roared into the communicator. No. Director Jiang. I can't leave. Professor Xia Lin's stubborn and anxious voice came from the communicator. The core data of the reactor has not been backed up yet. And, at this time, I must be with my child. You. Jiang Chen was so angry that he almost cursed. Why are these crazy scientists so stubborn? Just then, the alarm of Tianshu sounded again. Warning. Master. An extremely powerful supernatural energy wave has broken through the outer defense circle. It is approaching your command center at an extremely high speed. The target is you. Again? And coming for me? Jiang Chen's crisis warning skill also frantically sounded a warning at this moment. A will 10 times more terrifying than the Nightblade, filled with a destructive and murderous aura, had already locked onto him. He knew that the real big guy was coming. The Shadow Council, is this a game for him? Behead. Move. Action. Chapter 79, The Ice Queen's Protection. Tianshu's Jedi Counterattack. Warning. Master. An extremely powerful supernatural energy wave has broken through the outer defense circle. It is approaching your command center at an extremely high speed. The target is you. The cold and rapid alarm of the Tianshu AI, like the death warrant of the god of death, exploded wildly in Jiang Chen's mind. Almost at the same time, his sharp 5 senses, which had been enhanced by the intermediate body strengthening fluid, and the strong intuition like a needle prick brought by the crisis warning, all pointed clearly to the seemingly indestructible special alloy door of the command center. A cold, brutal, and terrifying aura filled with pure murderous intent was rapidly approaching from outside the door. 10 times more powerful than the Nightblade I encountered in Hollywood before. No. 100 times more powerful. This is definitely someone sent by the Shadow Council, the true ace. The true judge. Damn it. You can't play anymore, right? You're just going straight to the fountain and bullying it? Jiang Chen cursed in his heart, but his brain was in a state of absolute concentration, working at an unprecedented speed. He knew that facing an enemy of this level, any hesitation or luck would be fatal. Uncle Chen. Jiang Chen barked an order into the communicator on his wrist. Activate Panglai Defense Plan Number 1. Highest level. All non-combatants immediately enter the underground bunker. Repeat. This is not a drill. Sir. You. Uncle Chen's anxious voice came from the communicator. Follow orders. Jiang Chen interrupted harshly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He knew that at this moment, he couldn't become a burden. Almost at the moment he finished speaking. Boom! A terrifying roar, loud enough to shatter eardrums, came from the outer alloy door of the command center. The half-meter thick special alloy door, which was said to be able to withstand the frontal bombardment of small missiles, was actually like paper. An invisible and extremely violent force tore a huge and hideous hole in it. Countless metal fragments flew everywhere like shrapnel. A shrill alarm rang out throughout the command center. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure, as if walking out of hell, covered in dark and hideous exoskeleton armor, holding a giant energy battle axe that flashed with dark red ominous light, stepped heavily into the command center step by step like a prehistoric beast. With every step he took, the hard alloy floor groaned under the weight. His pair of scarlet electronic eyes hidden under the full coverage tactical helmet were like 2 searchlights from hell, instantly locking onto Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Chen. The figure uttered a hoarse and cold voice like the friction of metal, filled with an unquestionable sense of judgment. By order of the Supreme Council, I have come to execute you. Captain of the Judgment Team, codename Obsidian. Jiang Chen's mind instantly flashed with the fragmentary information that Tianshu had just analyzed about this uninvited guest. One of the Shadow Council's most elite force-bearers. His strength is said to be unfathomable, having single-handedly annihilated a well-equipped mercenary group of 1,000 men. His exoskeleton armor fuses the Shadow Council's cutting-edge technology with some unknown, transcendental energy. At this moment, the scarlet electronic eyes of Obsidian were fixed on Jiang Chen. The dark red light on the energy battle axe in his hand was fluctuating like breathing, emitting a heart-pounding breath of destruction. Just you? Although Jiang Chen's heart was filled with alarm, he still pretended to be calm on the surface, and even raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. You are quite arrogant. I just don't know if your turtle shell is tough enough. Tian Shu. Activate the honeycomb electromagnetic suppression. Destroy his junk body. Jiang Chen roared in his heart. Command received, Master. Hive electromagnetic pulse suppression system activated. Target, Obsidian. Power, 120% overload operation. Buzz. In an instant, a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse that was invisible to the naked eye but several times more powerful than the one used against the Grim Reaper before, like an invisible wave, instantly swept through the entire command center. The air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone. The screens of various sophisticated electronic instruments instantly turned white, and then with a crackling sound, they went out completely. However, a horrifying scene happened. Suddenly, a layer of faint, dark golden energy shield that flowed like water waves appeared on the surface of the hideous black exoskeleton armor of obsidian. The high-intensity electromagnetic pulse bombarded the shield, causing the light on its surface to flicker slightly for a few times before disappearing without a trace like a drop in the ocean. Immune to electromagnetic pulses? Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He had never expected that the other party's equipment would be so advanced. Foolish mortal! Obsidian snorted disdainfully, his crimson electronic eyes flashing with cruelty. Do you think you can hurt me with these children's toys? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised the energy battle axe in his hand, and a dark red light burst out. With a terrifying power like splitting mountains and splitting rocks, he chopped down towards Jiang Chen's head. The speed is so fast. The power is so fierce. It is far beyond the previous Nightblade. Jiang Chen could even clearly feel that the violent energy contained in the battle axe was enough to blow him into pieces in an instant. The stinging sensation brought by the crisis warning skill almost tore his soul apart. In this moment of life and death, a cold and resolute cry suddenly sounded from behind Jiang Chen. Don't hurt him. It's Su Wanyu. Jiang Chen turned around suddenly and saw Su Wanyu had already rushed out of the nearby emergency exit. In her hand, she was holding a strangely shaped, silver-white weapon with a dazzling blue light condensing from the muzzle. A Gauss sniper rifle? A self-defense weapon secretly developed by Tianchen Group. There are even some mysterious runes engraved on the gun that Jiang Chen cannot understand, which are full of technological sense. At this moment, Su Wanyu's pretty face flushed crimson with anxiety and anger. Her usually icy eyes burned with a fire of desperation. Without the slightest hesitation, she aimed her gun directly at the massive form of black obsidian and pulled the trigger fiercely. Call out. A blue Gaussian energy bullet that was several times thicker than the previous energy pistol and condensed to the extreme, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, with a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, dragging a long tail flame, slammed into the chest of Obsidian. Ha! Obsidian obviously hadn't expected that this seemingly weak woman actually had such a powerful weapon in her hands. He subconsciously wanted to block it with his energy battle axe. But, it's too late. The speed of the Gaussian energy bullet was too fast. And its power was far beyond his imagination. Boom! A deafening bang. The Gauss energy bomb hit the energy shield on Obsidian's chest hard. The dark golden shield that had previously been immune to electromagnetic pulses was violently twisted and shaken by this blow, like glass struck by a sledgehammer. Even tiny cracks appeared on the surface. Obsidian's massive body was also forcibly knocked back half a step by the immense force. For the first time, a hint of surprise and solemnity appeared in his scarlet electronic eyes. Wanyu. You? Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanyu, who was standing in front of him, holding a Gauss sniper rifle, as heroic as a Valkyrie, and felt both moved and anxious. He knew that although Su Wanyu's shot was powerful, it might not be enough to seriously injure Black Obsidian. Instead, it might anger this killing machine. Really? Ant! How dare you hurt me? Obsidian roared furiously. The energy shield on his body glowed brightly again, instantly repairing the cracks. The energy axe in his hand burned with a blazing dark red flame, emitting an even more terrifying aura of destruction. He stomped his foot on the ground, and like a cannonball, he rushed towards Su Wanyu and Jiang Chen again. His speed was even faster than before, and his momentum was even more fierce than before. Be careful. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to rush forward, but Su Wanyu blocked his way. Jiang Chen. Hurry up. I'll hold him back. Su Wanyu's voice trembled slightly with nervousness, but her eyes were resolute. She charged the Gauss sniper rifle again, ready to launch a second attack. She knew she might not be a match for this monster. But she would never let Jiang Chen get hurt. Even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Looking at Su Wanyu's resolute back, Jiang Chen's heart was gripped tightly. An indescribable rage and an unprecedented torrent of emotions erupted in his heart like a volcano. No. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Su Wanyu. Absolutely not. At this moment, all his rationality and calculations were thrown out of the window. In his eyes, there was only that silly woman who stood in front of him and tried to protect him at all costs. His mental strength, his faith, all his emotions, at this moment, they were condensed, compressed, and sublimated with unprecedented intensity. He stared intently at the energy battle axe burning with flames of destruction that was about to chop down again. Then, in a tone that was almost pious, yet filled with unquestionable certainty, like a divine judgment, he spoke word for word, with incredible clarity, with difficulty, yet with unwavering resolve, the words that could turn the tide. It will stop. Ding. The host is detected to be in a state of extremely strong emotional resonance and protective will. Belief strength judgment, max +++. Mental energy consumption, on the verge of exhaustion. Target resistance, extremely high offensive weapons and users containing extraordinary energy. Realistic logic judgment, there is an extremely small probability of a miracle. Words, laws, and principles intermediate, effect. Under the superposition of multiple extreme factors, a miracle is coming. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Obsidian's energy axe, raised high and about to strike down with the force of thunder, was less than a centimeter away from Su Wanyu's head. Strangely enough, it stopped. It just hovered in the air like that. It was as if being held tightly by an invisible big hand. No matter how much Obsidian mobilized his energy, no matter how madly he roared, that battle axe just didn't move at all. What? This is impossible. For the first time, Obsidian's hoarse voice was filled with disbelief, fear. He felt that his body, his energy, and even his will were completely suppressed at this moment by a terrifying force that was even more powerful, more mysterious, and more unreasonable. What the hell is this? And at this critical moment, Tianshu. Activate the final defense protocol for Panglai space-based kinetic weapons lock. Coordinate calibration. Target. Obsidian. Jiang Chen used up his last bit of strength and sent the final command into the communicator. He knew that relying solely on words and laws wouldn't truly eliminate Black Obsidian. He needed more firepower. And this is exactly what he prepared for Panglai Island, the real surprise. Chapter 80, Panglai's Trump Card. Extraordinary power begins to show its edge. Space-based kinetic weapons locked. Coordinates calibrated. Target, Obsidian. Jiang Chen's hoarse yet unquestionable command was transmitted to the highest defense command center of Panglai Island through the quantum communication line in an instant. At the same time, it was also transmitted to, far away in the Earth's low Earth orbit, on the secret military satellite belonging to Tianjin Group, which was recently launched in code named Tianfei. On the surface, this satellite is a civilian satellite used for global communications and remote sensing surveys, but inside it hides a strategic deterrent weapon jointly created by Jiang Chen and Professor Xiaolin, which is enough to make all the military powers in the world take notice. Orbital Tungsten Rod Kinetic Strike System. It can launch a multi-ton metal rod made of high-density tungsten alloy from tens of thousands of meters in the air at terrifying speeds, dozens of times the speed of sound, towards ground targets. The kinetic energy it generates is comparable to that of a small tactical nuclear weapon. And it's virtually impossible to intercept. This was the true final defense agreement that Jiang Chen had prepared for Panglai Island. It was also one of his biggest trump cards that allowed him to challenge a behemoth like the Shadow Council. Master. Sky Punishment Eye has locked onto the target. Final trajectory correction is in progress. Estimated arrival time over the target in 3 seconds. The voice of the Tianshu AI remained calm, but Jiang Chen could hear a hint of excitement in it. 3 seconds. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He pulled Su Wanyu, who was still in shock and worry, tightly behind him and shouted into the communicator, "Uncle Chen. Everyone. Activate the highest level energy shield immediately. Get down. The moment he finished speaking, a torrent of metal, almost intangible to the naked eye, trailing a long, blazing flame, like a spear of divine punishment from the heavens, ripped through the atmosphere and pierced the clouds at a terrifying speed beyond human imagination, with unparalleled precision. Boom! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shatter the heavens and cause the entire Panglai Island to tremble violently, suddenly erupted. The command center's massive floor-to-ceiling windows, made of special bulletproof glass, along with their thick alloy frames, were instantly shattered like paper by this terrifying shockwave. The violent airwaves mixed with countless gravel and metal fragments swept through the entire command center like a tsunami. If Uncle Chen had not activated the emergency energy shield inside the command center in time, one of Professor Xia Lin's little inventions, although not very powerful, was enough to withstand the aftermath. I'm afraid Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu would have been torn to pieces by the shockwave on the spot. Even so, the two were shocked to the point that their blood was boiling and they felt dizzy. Su Wanyu was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm tightly, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Jiang Chen endured the severe pain and dizziness in his head caused by the excessive consumption of mental energy and the huge impact, and stared at the area outside the window that was completely covered by smoke and flames. That is exactly where Obsidian was just now. He knew that this attack from Heavenly Punishment No. 1 would definitely not miss. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Outside the command center, a terrifying, bottomless pit, over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared on the previously flat ground of the square. The alloy floor at the edge of the pit was warped and deformed like a melted candle, emitting a pungent, burning smell. And in the center of the giant pit, the hideous black exoskeleton armor of Obsidian had already been shattered into pieces, scattered all over the ground like scrap metal smashed by a giant hammer. As for him, not even a complete bone can be found. Only some indistinguishable, charred residues that exuded a strong smell of death remained. The top judgment officer of the Shadow Council. A transcendent being with unfathomable strength. Codenamed Obsidian. Just like that, the space-based kinetic weapon that Jiang Chen summoned from tens of thousands of meters above the ground, struck, and killed instantly. He didn't even leave a last word. Reduced to ashes. Both soul and body destroyed. The entire command center fell into deathly silence. All the security personnel and scientific researchers who saw the scene through the surveillance footage were stunned, as if petrified. They know Chairman Jiang is awesome. They know Tianchen technology is awesome. But they never dreamed that it would be this awesome? Summoning the Tathagata directly from space? Blast such a terrifying monster into dust with a single strike? Is this a power that humans can control? Uncle Chen's face was also filled with shock, and then his eyes burst into an extremely fanatical admiration. My husband is simply a godlike existence. Su Wanyu, on the other hand, was completely stunned by the mythical scene before her. She clutched Jiang Chen's arm tightly, staring out the window at the terrifying crater that looked like it had been struck by a meteorite. Then she looked at the man beside her. Although his face was pale and sweat was dripping from his forehead, his eyes were still calm and deep, as if he had just casually crushed an ant. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. This man, how much world-shattering power does he still harbor? Cough cough. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt the dizziness in his head eased a little. Although that attack was incredibly powerful, it also consumed a huge amount of his mental energy. If he hadn't taken the Mental Power Enhancement Potion Elementary earlier, he would have probably fainted by now. It seems that although this space-based kinetic weapon is powerful, it cannot be used indiscriminately. Clear the battlefield, Jiang Chen waved his hand weakly at Uncle Chen. Carefully collect those residues and hand them over to Professor Xia Lin. I need to know the exact structure of these so-called judges. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen immediately took the order and took the security team to deal with it. Jiang Chen, supported by Su Wanyu, sat back on the sofa. Are you okay? You look so ugly. Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen's pale face and the cold sweat on his forehead, her eyes full of worry and heartache. She even forgot to ask what that devastating blow was. She stretched out her slightly cool little hand and gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Chen's forehead. Her movements were as gentle as the delicate spring rain. I'm fine, Wanyu. Jiang Chen felt the coolness and concern from her fingertips, and his heart warmed. He held her small hand and said softly, It's just, I've consumed a lot of mental energy. I'll be fine after a rest. Spiritual power? Su Wanyu's beautiful eyes flashed with doubt, but it was quickly replaced by deep worry. What kind of power did you just use? It's so terrifying. She is still in shock from the devastating scene just now. Jiang Chen looked at her eyes filled with worry and a hint of fear, and knew that it was time to let her know some things. He took a deep breath, held her hand, looked into her eyes, and said in a very serious tone. Wanyu, what I'm about to say may subvert your understanding of this world. Are you ready? Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen's unprecedented solemn eyes, and her heart tightened, but she still nodded vigorously, yes. You talk. I'm listening. She knew that what Jiang Chen was going to say next must be about his biggest secrets. And she was also ready to face everything with him. Chapter 81, Honesty and Trust. Jiang Chen's Secret. Inside the command center, the pungent smell of gunpowder had not yet completely dissipated, and the alloy walls still bore the hideous scars left by the fierce battle just now. Jiang Chen leaned back in the commander's chair, his face still pale, a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead. The continuous and intense use of his mental energy and space-based kinetic energy weapons had taken a toll on him, and now he felt waves of fatigue washing over him like a tide. Su Wanyu quickly walked over to him, her usually icy eyes now filled with unconcealable worry and fear. She reached out her cool, delicate hand and gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Chen's forehead. Her voice trembled slightly. How are you? Are you hurt? The devastating blow just now, and the mysterious power that had erupted from Jiang Chen earlier, which had made her soul tremble, had completely overturned her worldview. She knew that Jiang Chen must be hiding a huge secret that was far beyond her imagination. I'm fine, Wanyu, don't worry. Jiang Chen felt the coolness and concern of her fingertips, and a warm current surged in his heart. He forced himself to be brave, held her small hand, and said softly, It's all over. It's just some blind rats. Rats? Su Wanyu's eyes instantly turned red, and her voice was filled with tears. Those are not human at all. They are monsters. And just now that beam of light that fell from the sky, what on earth was it? She was not a fool, she knew Jiang Chen must have concealed many things. But at this moment, she cared more about his safety. Jiang Chen looked at her tearful, pitiful appearance, his heart filled with pity and a hint of guilt. He knew that his secret would sooner or later bring her greater risks. He was silent for a moment, then held her hand, his eyes becoming extremely serious and solemn. Wanyu, sit down. There are some things I think it's time to tell you something. Su Wanyu's heart tightened. Looking at Jiang Chen's unprecedentedly serious expression, she knew that what he was going to say next must be about his biggest secrets. She sat down on the chair next to Jiang Chen, straightened her back, and stared at him with her beautiful phoenix eyes without blinking, waiting for his judgment. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and began to tell the story slowly. He didn't directly mention the existence of the system, because that was too bizarre and difficult to explain. He chose a limited confession. Wanyu, do you remember I told you that I used to be just a delivery man? Jiang Chen's voice was a little low. Su Wanyu nodded, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Of course she remembered, although she always thought it was just a joke from Jiang Chen. That's not a joke, it's true. Jiang Chen laughed bitterly. When my life was at its darkest and most hopeless, I experienced some adventures that ordinary people couldn't understand. He did not describe the specific content of the adventure, but only mentioned it in a vague way, such as suggesting that he might have been exposed to some information fragments and scientific data from the future or higher dimension, or some extremely rare genetic mutation, which made his learning ability, memory ability, and even intuition and mental strength enhanced beyond imagination. That scientific and technological information is the original source of the Tianshu AI and the black technologies of Penglai Island, Jiang Chen explained. And the reason why I can make some accurate business predictions or escape danger at critical moments may also be related to my mutation brought about by the sixth sense and mental power that occasionally malfunction. As for the overly fantastical things like words follow the laws and space-based kinetic weapons, he cleverly attributed them to the Tianshu AI under extreme circumstances, utilizing certain experimental equipment from Penglai Island combined with his mental guidance, producing a special effect similar to resonance amplification. Although this explanation is still full of science fiction, it is obviously easier for Su Wanyu, an elite woman who has received modern scientific education, to understand and reluctantly accept it than directly saying, I have a system, I can make things happen with my words, and I can summon space-based weapons. It not only explains the source of Jiang Chen's superpowers, which is partly due to his own talent and adventure, and partly due to black technology, but also retains the core secrets of the system and lays the groundwork for the emergence of more black technology in the future. Su Wanyu listened quietly to Jiang Chen's story, her beautiful phoenix eyes flashing with shock, disbelief, sudden enlightenment, and deeper worry and heartache. She finally understood why Jiang Chen could always create so many incredible miracles. Why he could always turn danger into safety at the critical moment. It turns out, he actually carries such a shocking secret. He must also be bearing pressures and risks that ordinary people cannot imagine. No wonder he always seems so mysterious, so unsociable. So, Su Wanyu's voice trembled slightly. She reached out and gently stroked Jiang Chen's slightly pale cheek, her eyes full of pity. You have endured so much alone? Jiang Chen felt the gentle touch of her fingertips and the concern in her words, and a warm current surged in his heart. He knew that Su Wanyu believed him and understood him. I'm not alone now. Jiang Chen held her little hand, his eyes gentle but firm. Now, I have you. Su Wanyu's pretty face instantly flushed red, as tempting as a ripe apple. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to suddenly say such straightforward love words. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but Jiang Chen held it tightly and she couldn't break free. Jiang Chen, Su Wanyu's heart was beating like a deer, her mind was blank, and she didn't know what to say. Wanyu, Jiang Chen stared into her eyes, his deep pupils filled with unprecedented seriousness and affection. I know that my secrets may put you in danger. Those people in the Shadow Council will not let you go. If you follow me, you may face more challenges and life and death tests in the future. But, his tone became extremely firm, I promise you, as long as I'm here, I will never let anyone hurt you. I will use everything I have to protect you. Protect Tianchen. Protect our common future. Are you willing to believe me? Are you willing to face all this with me? Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen's eyes that were full of sincerity and fire, and listened to his promise that was like an oath. All the doubts, all the worries, all the reserve in her heart, at this moment, completely disappeared. She knew that the man in front of her, although young and full of mysteries, possessed the charm and responsibility that was enough for her to entrust everything to him. She nodded vigorously, tears blurring her eyes again, but this time, they were tears of happiness. I do. Jiang Chen. Of course I do. Her voice was tearful, yet filled with unprecedented determination and joy. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand with you. Face it together. Jiang Chen felt relieved upon hearing this. A bright smile of relief appeared on his face. He knew that from this moment on, the relationship between him and Su Wanyu would no longer be just that of boss and subordinate, no longer just that of partners. They will be each other's most trusted and solid comrades in arms. And lovers. He slowly lowered his head and gently placed a passionate kiss on the red lips that were trembling slightly with excitement and exuding a faint fragrance. Outside the window, a bright moon rises quietly, and the bright moonlight shines on the two people hugging each other, as if covering this love that has been sublimated in crisis and trust with a layer of holy light. The crisis on Panglai Island, although thrilling, unexpectedly became a catalyst for the relationship between the two. Jiang Chen knew that the road ahead was still full of challenges. But at this moment, his heart was filled with unprecedented courage and warmth. Because he is no longer fighting alone. Chapter 82, Tooth Extraction continues. Technological Infiltration and Commercial Conspiracy. The long heart-to-heart talk with Su Wanyu at the Panglai Island Command Center and that irresistible deep kiss brought about a qualitative leap in the relationship between the two. Although they are still chairman and CEO in name, they both know in their hearts that they have long surpassed a simple working relationship and have become soulmates who can trust each other and share secrets. With Su Wanyu's unreserved trust and support, Jiang Chen was able to act more freely when dealing with the Shadow Parliament, a major threat to him, and he could mobilize more resources. He knew that a behemoth like the Shadow Parliament, which had penetrated the globe and was deeply entrenched, could not be completely destroyed by a few assassinations or military strikes alone. He had to start from their foundations, their economy and organizational structure. Operation Tooth Extraction must continue. And it must be more advanced. More heartbreaking. Tianshu, Jiang Chen returned to Tianchen Group headquarters and immediately issued new instructions to the Super AI, which had been upgraded to a mid-level core. Based on the Echoes of the Abyss report we obtained earlier, as well as the supplementary intelligence we received from Night Owl and Obsidian, identify for me 10 core economic strongholds of the Shadow Council worldwide that pose potential competition to our Tianchen Group's business, or that can be directly targeted by dimensionality reduction strikes. I want their detailed information, especially where their weak points are. Command received, Master. Global target screening and threat level assessment in progress? incorporating a model of internal factional struggle within the Shadow Council. Estimated time, 37 minutes. The efficiency of the intermediate Tianshu is truly astonishing. Analyzing such a complex global target only takes a little over half an hour. While waiting, Su Wanyu also arrived at Zhang Chen's office. She had recovered from her initial emotional excitement and had once again transformed into the calm and capable female CEO. However, the look she gave Zhang Chen was filled with a subtle tenderness and obsession. "Are you really planning to attack the Shadow Council's economic base?" Su Wanyu asked worriedly. "Their power is spread across the globe, and their methods are extremely covert. What if we alert them?" "Don't worry," Zhang Chen shook her hand and gave her a reassuring look. "I won't confront them head-on. To deal with this old fox who has lived for hundreds of years, we need to use smarter methods." Soon, the analysis report of Tianshu came out. On the screen, 10 multinational corporations, investment funds, and even some seemingly glamorous technology unicorns that are spread all over the world and belong to different factions of the Shadow Council and play an important role in their respective fields are clearly listed. Behind each goal, there are detailed notes on its core business, financial status, technological barriers, market weaknesses, and possible internal contradictions and chess pieces that can be exploited. Very good. Zhang Chen looked at the report, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. "Start with you, one by one, pull them out." His first target was the House of Yves Saint Laurent, a century-old group that belongs to the Shadow Council Conservatives faction and has a huge influence in the global luxury industry. This group, known for its classic design, high prices and strict hierarchy, is an important tool for conservatives to make money in a facade to show their noble lineage. However, Tianshu's analysis revealed that this seemingly prosperous luxury goods empire was already rotting within. Its product design lagged significantly behind schedule, its marketing strategy was rigid and conservative, and, more importantly, its younger generation of heirs, already resentful of the family's age-old traditions and rigid management, were constantly engaged in underhanded manipulation. The opportunity has come. Zhang Chen's lips curled up with a meaningful arc. He did not directly use the power of Tianshu Group to suppress the business, as that would be too obvious and too low level. He chose a more artistic approach. First, he had the Tianshu AI use its pervasive network penetration capabilities to quietly obtain all of the unpublished design drafts, market research reports, and those unspeakable emails and chat records between several of its core designers and executives. Then, he asked the newly emerging fashion bloggers under Huihuang Entertainment, as well as some top international fashion magazines and key opinion leaders that Huihuang had cooperated with, to inadvertently begin to make some constructive criticisms and constructive suggestions on the classic designs of the House of Yves Saint Laurent. For example, Saint Laurent's designs are classic, but aren't they a little too grandma-esque? Who among young people today still wears that? Another example, I heard that the average age of Yves Saint Laurent's design team is over 50. No wonder their designs have a coffin-like feel. There were even more insulting comments, shocking. The latest Yves Saint Laurent bag is from the same designer as my dog's bed? Attached is a comparison photo, the angle is tricky, and there is no trace of Photoshop. These seemingly unintentional complaints and revelations, with the precise guidance of public opinion by Tianshu AI and the instigation of the Water Army, quickly fermented in the global fashion circle and young consumer groups. The originally high-end brand image of House of Yves Saint Laurent was instantly labeled as old-fashioned, outdated, conservative and lacking creativity. Its stock price plummeted. Young consumers are turning to trendier, cooler, and emerging brands. And at this moment, Zhang Chen used his second trick: flattery and rebellion. Through some special channels, he accidentally leaked the designs of those talented young designers who had been hidden from the House of Yves Saint Laurent, but whose design concepts were too avant-garde and not favored by the family elders. He then had the fashion media and influencers under Brilliant Entertainment to tout them as genius designers leading the future and game changers in the luxury industry. At the same time, he also asked the venture capital fund under Tianshu Group to take the initiative to contact these frustrated young designers, expressing his willingness to poach them with high salaries and provide them with independent brands and unlimited creative freedom. The effect of this push and pull is outstanding. The inside of House of Saint Laurent instantly exploded. Those young heirs and designers who were originally dissatisfied with the family management saw that their talents were so recognized by the outside world, while the family remained complacent, and their resentment and ambitions completely erupted. They began to openly challenge the authority of the family elders, demanding reform, demanding power. There were even a few courageous ones who directly jumped ship to a newly established fashion brand under the Tianshu Group, bringing their core teams and design drafts with them. They became the first cornerstones of Jiang Chen's future fashion empire. Amidst internal and external challenges, the century-old luxury empire, the House of Yves Saint Laurent, has been thrown into turmoil in just 1 month. Its stock price has plummeted by over 50%, its market share has been eroded, and its brand value has shrunk significantly. Jiang Chen, the instigator of all this, was just sitting in the office, drinking tea, looking at the battle report fed back by the Tianshu AI in real time, with a calm smile on his face. Why use a knife to kill someone? Using brains, technology, and overt tactics to cause the enemy to disintegrate from within, wouldn't that be more elegant? More interesting? Su Wanyu watched Jiang Chen's chatting and laughing, while masts and sails were reduced to ashes operation from the side, her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement, and her awe and admiration for this man deepened a little bit. She knew that this was just the beginning of the tooth extraction operation. Next, there will be more ghost thrones in House of Saint Laurent that will be turned into the dust of history under the joint stranglehold of Jiang Chen and Tianshu. And the seemingly indestructible global network of the Shadow Parliament will be torn apart bit by bit under this precise and deadly attack. Chapter 83, Strange Vision on Penglai Island. An underground treasure bowl? Just as Jiang Chen was strategizing and directing the Tianshu AI to carry out precise strikes on the economic bases of the Shadow Council on a global scale, causing those self-righteous masterminds to be overwhelmed and suffer heavy losses, Penglai Island, the future technology city where he had poured countless efforts and resources, also received news of an unexpected, major discovery. The news came from the mad scientist Professor Schelling. That afternoon, Jiang Chen was in his office at the Starlight Media Building, listening to Brilliant Entertainment's report on the progress of the auditions for The Voice of China. Professor Xie Lin's encrypted communication request suddenly interrupted him, his tone filled with unprecedented excitement and a hint of incredible confusion. Director Jiang. Director Jiang. You should come to Penglai Island soon. We seem to have found a treasure. Professor Xie Ling's voice was a little distorted due to excessive excitement. The background sound was mixed with the beeps of various instruments and the exclamations of researchers. Found a treasure? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Professor Xie Ling was so arrogant and accustomed to seeing black technology, but he lost his composure and even used the down-to-earth word found a treasure. What he found must be extraordinary. Could it be that the power of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor has reached a new level? Or has a module at the Tianshu Supercomputing Center been completed ahead of schedule? Jiang Chen immediately ended the meeting and rushed to Penglai Island as quickly as possible. When he arrived at the heavily guarded Deep Geological Exploration Laboratory underground on the island on his exclusive magnetic levitation shuttle, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. In the center of the vast laboratory, a deep pit, over 10 meters in diameter, loomed large. At its bottom, it was no longer ordinary rock or soil, but a crystal-clear, shimmering, bizarre, iridescent vein of unknown minerals? These minerals exhibited an extremely complex crystal structure, with a bizarre, liquid rainbow-like halo visible to the naked eye flowing across their surface. The entire laboratory was illuminated by this colorful light, creating a dreamlike illusion. What made Jiang Chen feel even more incredible was that he could clearly feel an extremely pure and extremely huge energy fluctuation emanating from these unknown minerals. This energy fluctuation is different from electricity and nuclear energy. It is more like a kind of higher dimensional, more fundamental cosmic energy. What is this thing? Jiang Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Professor Xie Lin, who was also stunned beside him. I don't know either. Professor Xie Lin's face flushed with excitement. Pointing at the colorful minerals, he spoke incoherently, Director Jiang. We were originally doing deeper foundation reinforcement and pipeline laying for the Tianshu Supercomputing Center, but we unearthed this thing. We conducted preliminary elemental analysis and energy testing on these ores, Professor Xie Lin said, picking up a printed report, his hands trembling slightly. The results completely surpass our current understanding. Their elemental composition is extremely unique, and the energy density they contain is tens of thousands of times. Even hundreds of thousands of times. Moreover, Professor Schelling's eyes lit up frighteningly, like Columbus discovering the New World. We've also discovered that the energy field emitted by these minerals seems to have some kind of strange promoting effect on the surrounding environment and organisms. He pointed to the plant seedlings growing in several nearby petri dishes. Look! These are the control group, grown in a normal environment, while these are grown near this mineral energy field. Their growth rate is at least 5 times more than that of ordinary plants. And the plants are stronger and more disease resistant. We've also conducted preliminary biological experiments on mice. Professor Xia Lin's voice rose with excitement. The mice exposed to this energy field not only experienced a faster metabolism, but also a significant increase in cell activity. Even minor tissue damage can be repaired quickly. Director Jiang. Professor Xia Lin looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with incredible enthusiasm. This is simply the legendary Stone of Life. Philosopher's Stone. If we can thoroughly understand the principles of its energy and utilize it. He didn't say the rest of the words, but Jiang Chen already understood what he meant. If this unknown mineral really possesses such incredible energy density and biological promotion effects, it will be subversive. Revolutionary. For the construction of the future science and technology city, for the future development of Tianjin Group, and even for the entire progress of human civilization. Imagine if this mineral could be used to create a battery with ultra-high energy density. The range of electric cars would no longer be a problem. Mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices could even never need to be charged. If its energy can be applied to the biomedical field, can cancer, aging, and other terminal diseases that plague humanity be easily solved? If it can be used as a supplementary energy source for the cold nuclear fusion reactor of the heart of Panglai, or if a more advanced energy utilization method can be directly developed, then Panglai Island will truly become a divine kingdom with unlimited energy. Even, does this energy field's promotional effect on living things also mean that human evolution itself is not impossible? Jiang Chen's heart began to beat violently because of these crazy thoughts. He knew that this time, he had truly unearthed a super huge treasure. Hidden beneath this Panglai Island is a treasure trove that could change the world. Immediately. At all costs. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and with an unprecedented glint in his eyes, he gave an order to Professor Xia Lin, establish a top-level special research team. Mobilize all available resources and talents. Thoroughly understand the composition, energy properties, and all possible applications of this unknown ore. But he changed the subject, his tone becoming extremely serious. This discovery must be classified as Tianjin Group's top secret. Anyone involved in the research must sign the strictest confidentiality agreement. All relevant data must be encrypted and monitored by the Tianchu AI. Absolutely no news can be leaked. He knew very well that once this divine object that was powerful enough to overturn the world's energy and technological landscape was exposed, it would attract crazy covetousness and competition. If those guys in the Shadow Parliament knew the secret, they would probably stop at nothing to take Panglai Island for themselves. Understood. Director Jiang. Don't worry. Professor Xia Lin also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately nodded solemnly. I guarantee it with my academic reputation. I will never let any information leak out. Jiang Chen looked at the mysterious minerals at the bottom of the deep pit that were still shining with colorful light, his heart filled with infinite imagination about the future and a hint of faint worry. Is this treasure bowl a blessing or a curse? Will it bring unprecedented opportunities to Tianjin Group? Or an even more horrific disaster? But no matter what, he knew that he had no way out. Now that fate has placed this gift from the future in his hands, he must hold it tightly and transform it into a force powerful enough to change the world. His gaze became extremely firm. Chapter 84, New Moves of the Entertainment Empire. The Stage of Exaggeration. The mysterious colorful mineral veins under Panglai Island are like a huge mystery, which deeply attracted the attention of Jiang Chen and Professor Xia Lin. After issuing the highest level of confidentiality and research instructions, Jiang Chen temporarily put an end to his exploration of unknown mineral veins and turned his attention back to his growing business empire. The breakthrough in technology is certainly exciting, but the entertainment empire, a cash cow and public opinion front, cannot be ignored. Brilliant Entertainment Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Artist-director Li Shui and music production master Wang Kunlun sat upright and reported to Jiang Chen on the company's recent developments. Director Jiang, Li Shui said, a confident smile on her face, her tone more confident than when she first arrived. Currently, Ms. Lin Weiwei's second album has begun preparations. Mr. Wang is personally directing it, and it's expected to be a platinum-level album. Her first Asian tour is also on the agenda, and ticket pre-sales are incredibly hot. It's hard to get a ticket. Thanks to the tremendous success of The Secret of Immortality, Mr. Qin Feng has received several offers from major international productions and is currently screening scripts. Miao Xiaoshui has also starred in several web series that have achieved good results, and his popularity is steadily rising. As for Zhou Xingxing, Li Shui couldn't help laughing at this. That guy is a real variety show clown. The ratings of several popular variety shows he's participated in have increased significantly because of him. Now all major TV stations and online platforms are vying for him. We're considering creating a brand new talk show tailored just for him. Elder Wang stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction, saying, Wei Wei is truly a hard-working girl. She's talented and hard-working, and her understanding of music is deepening. Her future achievements are limitless. Jiang Chen listened to their reports and a pleased smile appeared on his face. The success of Brilliant Entertainment today is inseparable from the efforts of these professionals. But he always felt that something was missing. Lin Weiwei is undoubtedly a queen-level existence, but Brilliant Entertainment cannot have only one Lin Weiwei. Xin Feng and Miao Xiaoshui focus on film and television, Zhou Xingxing focuses on variety shows, and the music sector, especially male singers, seems to be lacking a phenomenal superstar who can truly carry the banner. A person who can conquer all the audiences with unique charm and explosive stage performance like Lin Weiwei, the king of the stage. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind once again emerged with the divine song that he had temporarily shelved and had a potential value of 98 points. Exaggeration. He has never forgotten this song, but he has been unable to find the chosen one who can perfectly perform it. Now, perhaps, it's time to find a suitable stage for it, and a soul singer who can handle it? Sisterly, Mr. Wang, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and spoke slowly, I have another song in my hand. Oh? Director Jiang has another masterpiece? Old Wang's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. He had personally experienced Jiang Chen's ability to turn stone into gold, and he was full of infinite anticipation for the song director Jiang would bring out. It's not a masterpiece, Jiang Chen smiled, his tone tinged with mystery. But this song is a bit special. It's extremely difficult, and the style is extremely, well, how should I put it? It really tests the singer's personality and stage presence. He briefly described the style and characteristics of exaggeration. Li Shui and Mr. Wang both had solemn expressions after hearing this. They were both top professionals in the industry, and they naturally understood the demands placed on the performer of such a big song or god-level live performance. Director Jiang, the kind of song you're describing is indeed difficult to find a suitable singer, Elder Wang mused. Not only does it require top-tier vocal skills and range, but it also requires an almost maniacal stage presence and emotional outburst. Singers like this are rare in the entire Dragon Nation music scene. I know, Jiang Chen nodded, so I didn't plan to look for it among the existing famous singers. So what you mean is? Li Shui asked uncertainly. We ourselves create one. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with confidence and sharpness. I want Brilliant Entertainment to host a brand new, groundbreaking, music talent show. This show doesn't look at looks. It doesn't look at background. It doesn't look at traffic. Jiang Chen said firmly, we only look at one thing: talent. Real musical talent. We want to discover those undiscovered, talented singers who possess true talent, soul, and unique personalities. Give them a stage to showcase themselves. Let them captivate the audience with their purest music. And the song Fukua, Jiang Chen said with a meaningful smile, will serve as the ultimate test for our show. Or, in other words, a challenge to find the king of songs. Whoever can perform it perfectly will be the next stage king that Brilliant Entertainment is looking for. Shocking. Li Shui and Old Wang were once again completely shocked by Jiang Chen's wild and imaginative plan, which was full of unparalleled courage. A nationwide music talent show organized just for one song? Such a move. Such determination. It's unheard of. But if you think about it, this is indeed a brilliant marketing strategy. This will not only build momentum for the hit song Fukua, but will also help Brilliant Entertainment discover and retain more outstanding musical talent, and further enhance the company's brand influence and industry standing. Killing three birds with one stone. Director Jiang. Great. Truly great. Old Wang slapped his thigh excitedly, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. This is a fantastic idea. With the quality of the song Fukua and the current appeal of Brilliant Entertainment, this talent show will definitely take the music world by storm once it's released. Li Shui nodded excitedly and said, that's right. Director Jiang. We can name the show Battle of the Chosen, Who Dares to Be Pretentious? Let's see who the Grandmaster favors. We can invite you, Mr. Wang, to be the chief judge, and invite several top musicians and celebrities from home and abroad to be mentors. Ms. Lin Weiwei and Zhou Xingxing can also serve as guest hosts or co-hosts to increase the show's appeal and popularity. This show, it's hard not to be a hit. Well, the specific program planning and execution will be left to you, Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction. As for the budget, it's still unlimited. I have only one request: make this show the most influential and credible top-tier music talent show in Dragon Country, and even in Asia. Yes, Mr. Jiang. We will ensure that the task is completed. Li Shui and Mr. Wang responded in unison, their eyes filled with burning fighting spirit. They know that after The Secret of Immortality, another King Bomb project of brilliant entertainment will soon be born in their hands. The entire Dragon Country music scene will also usher in an unprecedented storm because of this talent show called Who Dares to Be Exaggerated and the Divine Song Exaggerated that is destined to go down in history. Another crucial chess piece has been placed on the map of Jiang Chen's entertainment empire. He has begun to look forward to what kind of brilliant sparks those divine voices and stage talents hidden among the people will collide with in this music feast led by him. Chapter 85, The Love Rival Strikes Again? A conspiracy from the Morong family. Just as Jiang Chen commanded the Tianshu AI to carry out precise strikes against the economic bases of the Shadow Council worldwide, causing those self-righteous masterminds to panic and suffer heavy losses, at the same time, Brilliant Entertainment's The Voice of China, Who Dares to Be Pretentious talent show was in full swing, preparing for a new round of entertainment frenzy. An undercurrent of malice and calculation directed against Su Wanyu was quietly surging in Tianhai City. The instigator was none other than the man who was publicly humiliated by Jiang Chen at the Global Business Leaders Summit, and who watched helplessly as his beloved goddess Su Wanyu and Jiang Chen became increasingly close. Morong Yunhai, the top young master in Beijing. Morong Yunhai, born into a prestigious family, had been a child of destiny, accustomed to smooth sailing. How could he have ever endured such a humiliating humiliation as Jiang Chen? What was even more intolerable to him was that Su Wanyu, the woman he considered his most beloved, actually had a special eye for that former delivery man, even revealing feelings that went beyond friendship. This was like a slap in the face of Morong Yunhai. With new and old grudges piling up, the poisonous fire of jealousy in Morong Yunhai's heart burned ever more fiercely. He swore to make Jiang Chen pay the price. He had to snatch Su Wanyu back from that peasant. Relying on the Morong family's powerful background and connections in Beijing and even across the country, Morong Yunhai began to secretly investigate Jiang Chen and Tianjin Group by any means necessary. Although he could not touch the core secrets and was protected by the Tianshu AI and Shenbo's top security team, he was able to roughly understand some of the main business segments and recent trends of Tianjin Group. He knew that with the current size of Tianjin Group and the terrifying financial strength displayed by Jiang Chen, trying to confront him head-on through purely commercial means would be like hitting a rock with an egg. But a sinister cold light flashed in Morong Yunhai's eyes. He noticed that although Su Wanyu was the CEO of Tianjin Group, she also inherited some of the traditional industries of the Su family left by her father Su Zhenbang. Most of these businesses are traditional, long-established industries, such as high-end custom clothing, precision instrument manufacturing, and even some cultural art collections and auction houses. While their profits and scale are far less than those of Tianjin Group's core businesses, they are the foundation of Su Zhenbang's entrepreneurship, the areas where Su Wanyu has poured the most effort and emotion, and the crucial link that maintains her status and connections within the Su family. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that these traditional industries of the Su family have certain intersections and competitive relationships with certain businesses run by the Morong family. A sinister and vicious conspiracy began to take shape in Morong Yunhai's mind. He would use the most legal and compliant business methods to precisely strike at Su Wanyu's most important and relatively weak link. Force her into despair. Then, he would appear as a savior to let her know who is the man who can truly give her a future. Once the plan was set, Morong Yunhai immediately took action. First, he leveraged the Morong family's connections and influence in the high-end manufacturing industry to abruptly cut off the supply of core components to a precision instrument factory under the Su family. He also instigated several companies competing with the Su family to frantically poach the factory's high-quality customers. Then, through his controlled investment company, he maliciously acquired shares of a listed clothing company under the Su family in the secondary market. Although he didn't reach the point of controlling the company, he successfully created market panic, causing the company's stock price to fluctuate significantly and making financing difficult. Then, he used his family's connections in the cultural and art circles to spread rumors that were unfavorable to Su's auction house, questioning the authenticity and origin of its auction items, causing an important upcoming autumn auction to be at risk of failure. After a series of combined punches, each move hit the Su family business's vital point. Looking at any one of these methods alone, it seems that they are just normal business competition behaviors, completely in line with market rules. However, when combined together, they form an invisible big net that pushes the Su family business step by step into a desperate situation. Su Wanyu soon realized that something was wrong. She was very smart, and after a brief investigation, she guessed that it must be Morong Yunhai who was behind this. This despicable and shameless villain actually used such despicable means to deal with her. Su Wanyu was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her pretty face turned red with anger. She immediately mobilized all available resources, attempting to fight back and save herself, but the Morong family was, after all, a top-tier clan with deep roots and extensive connections. Furthermore, this was a premeditated, all-encompassing, precision attack. The Su family business, already reeling from the previous internal strife, was powerless against this dimensionality-reducing attack. In just a few days, many of Su's companies were mired in dire operational difficulties. Their capital chains were at risk. Orders were dwindling. Core employees were in a state of panic, and even began to resign in droves. Su Wanyu was so busy with this matter that she was exhausted both physically and mentally. She hadn't even had a good night's sleep for several days. Her eye sockets were sunken and her pretty face looked haggard. She knew that if she didn't find a solution, her father's life's work might really be destroyed in her hands. Just when Su Wanyu felt helpless and desperate, Morong Yunhai called her as if he had calculated the time perfectly. On the phone, Morong Yunhai's tone was still gentle and full of concern. "Wanyu, I heard that the businesses left behind by Uncle Su have recently encountered some minor troubles?" "Morong Yunhai. You despicable villain. Are you the one behind all this?" Su Wanyu could no longer hold back her anger and asked harshly. "Ha, Wanyu, you can't say that." Morong Yunhai chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of pride and threat. "The business world is like a battlefield, and this is just normal business competition." "But..." He changed the subject, his voice becoming somewhat ambiguous. "Wanyu, if you are willing, to accept some small help from me, perhaps these troubles can be solved quickly?" "What do you mean?" Su Wanyu's heart sank. "My point is very simple," Morong Yunhai said with a hint of unquestionable arrogance in his voice. "As long as you agree to get engaged to me and completely sever ties with that peasant named Jiang, then my Morong family will not only immediately cease normal competition with the Su family's industries, but we can even inject capital to help the Su family overcome its difficulties and make it even more prosperous than before. Of course," he paused, his tone becoming a little cold, "if you refuse, then I can't guarantee how long the family business left by Uncle Su can last." Naked threats. Undisguised coercion. Su Wanyu's hand holding the phone was shaking violently with anger and humiliation. She never thought that Morong Yunhai would be so shameless as to use such despicable means to force her. On one side is the father's life's work, the family's foundation, and the livelihood of countless employees. On the other side, there is her newly budding, precious love, the man who gives her infinite warmth and support. How should she choose? Su Wanyu felt as if her heart was being torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The pain was immense. She subconsciously thought of Jiang Chen. But she hesitated again. Jiang Chen has helped her so much. He was the one who settled the family's internal strife and saved the day when Panglai Island was attacked. She didn't want to trouble him or make things difficult for him because of her own affairs. Moreover, this is the Su family's private matter and it is her responsibility as the head of the Su family. But could she really watch her father's hard work go to waste? Su Wanyu's heart was in unprecedented struggle and despair. She didn't know that when she was in a dilemma, Jiang Chen, who was far away in the command center of Panglai Island, had already seen Morong Yunhai's little movements and Su Wanyu's current predicament clearly through the real-time monitoring of Tianshu AI. "Tianshu, compile a detailed report for me on all the dark histories of Morong Yunhai and the Morong family behind him." Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanyu's haggard and helpless profile on the holographic screen, and his eyes instantly became icy cold, like 10,000 years of ice. "Also, inform Uncle Chen to prepare my gift. Some people, since they don't know how to be shameless even when given the chance, I'll go and teach them myself why flowers are so red." A fierce murderous intent suddenly erupted from Jiang Chen. "You dare to touch my woman? Morong Yunhai. You are seeking your own death." Chapter 86. You dare to touch my woman? Jiang Chen's thunderous counterattack. Director Jiang, Tianshu has compiled all the sensitive information regarding the Morong family and its core members. Encryption level, SSS+. At the Panglai Island Command Center, Uncle Chen respectfully presented Jiang Chen with a thick electronic document. On the cover of the document, the words "Top Secret Burn After Reading" were written in bright red font. Jiang Chen took the tablet and quickly scanned it with cold eyes. This Black History encyclopedia was dug out and integrated by the Tianshu AI in just a few hours from the global internet, various secret databases, and even certain special channels. The content is so explosive that it can be said to be devastating. The Morong family, a seemingly glamorous and top-tier family that has stood in the capital for 100 years, has a filth and dirtiness hidden behind it that is simply outrageous. Collusion between officials and businessmen, trading power for money, market manipulation, suppression of dissidents, family infighting scandals, and even some taboos involving human lives and national security. Each one is accompanied by a conclusive chain of evidence. Pictures, videos, recordings, transfer records, internal emails. It was enough to make the entire Morong family fall from the clouds to hell in an instant. There was no hope of recovery. As for the self-righteous Morong Yunhai, his corrupt private life, drug abuse, and even involvement in some illegal organizations during his study abroad were exposed without leaving any trace of his underwear. Ah, it's really clean. Jiang Chen looked at these shocking contents, a bloodthirsty sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into substance. He originally just wanted to teach Morong Yunhai a lesson and let him know why the flowers are so red. But now it seems this family is rotten to the core. Keeping them here will only bring disaster. Since they dared to set their sights on Su Wanyu, and dared to touch Jiang Chen's woman, then don't blame him. He's ruthless. Cut the grass and wipe it out completely. Tianshu. Jiang Chen's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. Launch the first phase of the purification plan. Command received, Master. The first phase of the purification plan has begun. Target locked, Morong family and its core-related industries. The information arsenal is ready. Public opinion guidance module launched. Financial strike module activated. Special intervention module requires consumption of sign-in points or triggering of words and laws on standby. Jiang Chen looked at the holographic screen, and the interface of the Tianshu AI, which was operating as efficiently as a sophisticated war machine, flashed a crazy light in his eyes. He wanted to make the Morong family experience the ultimate pleasure of falling from heaven to hell overnight. At the same time, in the capital, at the Morong family's old house, Morong Yunhai was tasting the finest Longjing tea, waiting leisurely for Su Wanyu's reply. In his opinion, Su Wanyu had no choice at all. The Su family business was now like fish on his chopping board, at his mercy. As long as he loosened his grip even a little, Su Wanyu would fall into his arms obediently. As for that Jiang Chen, he's just an upstart who got to the top thanks to luck. Once he's dealt with Su Wanyu and gained control of the Su family's assets, it won't be too late to slowly deal with that clueless brat. However, he never dreamed that a catastrophe that would drag the entire Morong family into the abyss had quietly arrived. First of all, it is a devastating blow at the financial level. While Morong Yunhai was still dreaming, in major financial markets around the world, stocks of dozens of listed companies controlled or invested by the Morong family were suddenly and without warning encountered a massive amount of crazy short selling. That short selling force, like a ghost descending from the sky, struck with precision and ruthlessness, their timing impeccable. Every time they crashed the market, they hit the weak spot of the Morong family's protective funds. Every time they pulled the market up, they perfectly avoided their counterattacks. In just a few hours, the total market value of the Morong family's listed companies evaporated by tens of billions like an avalanche. Some companies were even directly hit the limit down. Morong Bo, the patriarch of the Morong family and Morong Yunhai's father, spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing the news. He mobilized all the funds he could to fight back, but it was like a drop in the ocean, completely swallowed up by the mysterious short-selling force. What followed was a chain collapse at the industrial level. Several highly profitable industries that are core to the Morong family, such as high-end real estate, luxury goods agency, mineral energy, etc., suddenly broke out in a series of shocking scandals. Product quality issues, cutting corners, environmental pollution, safety incidents, financial fraud, sexual assault by executives. All sorts of negative news stories mushroomed like mushrooms after rain, spreading like wildfire across major media outlets and online platforms. And every piece of news was accompanied by infallible internal documents, photos, and even video evidence that had been accidentally leaked. The Morong family's brand image collapsed instantly. Partners terminated their contracts one after another. Orders were cancelled en masse. Banks pressed for loans. The stock price plummeted further. Then, there was the fatal blow at the level of black material. Just when the Morong family was in a state of panic and exhausted from coping, more explosive and shocking black history of the core members of the Morong family were leaked by anonymous people at the same time, like precision-guided bombs, to major domestic disciplinary supervision departments, tax authorities, and those political enemies who had a grudge against the Morong family. Evidence of collusion between officials and businessmen. Recordings of power for money transactions. Account books showing tax evasion. Even some clues to more serious crimes. This completely ignited the entire public opinion field in Beijing and even the whole country. Relevant departments have intervened in the investigation with unprecedented efficiency. The Morong family's protective umbrella was instantly destroyed. Several core members were taken away for tea. Family assets were frozen. Overnight. Just overnight. The Morong family, a powerful and arrogant aristocratic family that had stood in the capital for a century, was like being swallowed by a sudden tsunami, collapsing in an instant. It was reduced to ashes. Falling from the clouds to hell is just like this. When the first ray of sunlight the next morning shone on the palace-like gate of Yundingshan Villa No. 1. Morong Bo, the patriarch of the Morong family who once shook the entire capital with a single stomp of his foot, now looked ashen and haggard. He was accompanied by his equally distraught son, Morong Yunhai, who looked like a defeated rooster, and the few remaining core members of the family. They wanted to discuss terms with Jiang Chen, but they didn't even have the qualifications to ask to see Jiang Chen. They could only tremble in the endless waiting like a group of prisoners awaiting trial. Morong Yunhai was filled with remorse. He had never dreamed that just because of a moment of jealousy and greed, he would bring such a devastating disaster to the entire family. He finally understood that Jiang Chen, whom he had considered a peasant, was not some upstart at all. Instead, he was a god demon whom he had no right to even look up to. At this time, on the terrace on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Chen was leisurely sipping his morning tea, while Su Wanyu snuggled up to him, with a look of shock and deep love on her face that had not yet faded. She witnessed with her own eyes how Jiang Chen, while chatting and laughing, destroyed a powerful century-old family in one night. This terrifying power that could turn clouds into rain with a flip of the hand. This overbearing love that would make him willing to make the whole world his enemy for her. It made her heart, which had already melted, completely sink. Jiang Chen. She whispered softly, and took the initiative to press her red lips against Jiang Chen's lips. In the morning light, the two kissed passionately. And those members of the Morong family, who were once so arrogant, were waiting helplessly for their final fate. Jiang Chen knew that for such people, completely breaking their spines and making them unable to stand up forever would cause them more pain than killing them directly. He asked Uncle Chen to come forward and give the Morong family decent conditions, hand over 80% of the family's core assets to compensate for the losses of Su's enterprise and mental damages. Morong Yunhai must publicly apologize to Su Wanyu and announce his permanent withdrawal from the business world, and all members of the Morong family and their collateral branches are not allowed to set foot in Tianhai City in the next 50 years, otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Although the Morong family was heartbroken, they knew that this was the only chance to preserve the family bloodline, so they could only agree in humiliation. A top family that once called the shots in the capital was completely reduced to the dust of history and became a negative example to warn everyone in the upper circle. Jiang Chen gently hugged Su Wanyu, whose body was trembling slightly due to excitement and relief, and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. He knew that the big stone in Su Wanyu's heart was finally completely put down. Then, his gaze became as deep as the sea again, looking towards the even more turbulent international chess game in the distance. The Morong family was just an insignificant chess piece used by the Shadow Parliament to test him. The real enemy is still lurking in the dark. But Jiang Chen raised a playful smile and whispered to Su Wanyu, "Before we have some fun with those old foxes, we still have some relaxing things to do, like going to watch Brilliant Entertainment's highly anticipated talent show, The Voice of China. It seems the national auditions have officially started today?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanyu also revealed an expectant smile, and the haze in her heart was swept away. Yes, life goes on, and good things are also worth looking forward to. He gently hugged Su Wanyu, whose body was trembling slightly due to excitement and relief. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and then became as deep as the sea. The Morong family, a small fry, had been dealt with, but the giant shark hidden in the deep sea, the Shadow Council, was his next real prey. However, before that, he still had some relaxing things to do, such as checking out the auditions for Brilliant Entertainment's highly anticipated talent show. Jiang Chen knew that from this moment on, no one would dare to provoke him easily, and no one would dare to touch anyone around him. His thunderous counterattack was not only for Su Wanyu, but also to establish his authority. He wanted to show it to the Shadow Council hiding in the dark, still eyeing him in Tianqin Group. Tell them. Who dares to touch my woman? Then, get ready to face my, Jiang Chen's, most insane revenge. Chapter 87, Additions 4, The Voice of China. Weirdos and gods fly together. After solving the blind trouble of Morong family, Jiang Chen felt relieved as if the clouds had been cleared and the sun had come out. He deeply realized that sometimes, the greatest kindness to the enemy is to let them linger in despair and live in fear of you forever. Of course, this dark thought only flashed through his mind. Now, he was more looking forward to something relaxing and enjoyable. For example, he might check out Huihuang Entertainment's new music talent show, The Voice of China, Who Dares to Be Pretentious, which he has high hopes for and has already sparked a huge online discussion. This talent show, which carries the slogan of "Don't look at faces, don't look at backgrounds, just watch the gods fight each other," and uses a mysterious and said to be extremely difficult divine song Fukua as the ultimate trial, has attracted the attention of music lovers all over the country and even the whole of Asia since the day it was officially announced. The number of people registering for the auditions has surpassed 1 million. This is truly phenomenal. Today is the day when the Tianhai City competition area of the national auditions for The Voice of China officially kicks off. Jiang Chen deliberately turned down all his social engagements in the afternoon, changed into a low-key casual outfit, put on sunglasses and a baseball cap, and together with Su Wanyu, who was also simply disguised but still incredibly beautiful, they came to the audition site Tianhai City's largest 10,000-seat stadium in disguise, like an ordinary couple. Before I even entered the venue, I was shocked by the huge crowds outside, the loud sound of gongs and drums. Oh, it was all the cheering signs and fans' screams. Oh my god! What a scene! It's even more exaggerated than a concert of a top star. Jiang Chen smacked his lips. He never expected that a talent show he casually created would have such a huge impact. After all, it was planned personally by you, Chairman Jiang, with Mr. Wang and international producers in charge, and the mysterious song Fukua is keeping people on the edge of their seats. It's hard not to be a hit. Su Wanyu smiled softly, covering her mouth with her hands. Looking at Jiang Chen, her eyes were filled with the admiration of a little woman and a hint of barely perceptible pride. The two of them passed through the VIP channel and quietly entered the exclusive observation room inside the stadium. The view here was excellent, and they could see the entire audition stage and the judges' seats. At the same time, it was extremely hidden and would not be disturbed by anyone. The audition stage is simple and elegant, full of modern style. In the judges' seats, 3 big guys sat upright. The centerpiece of the seat position is music production master Wang Kunlun. The old man, dressed in a flashy bright pink modified tang suit, a pair of cool sunglasses, and holding 2 walnuts in his hands, has a serious expression with a hint of old naughty boy anticipation, clearly full of interest in today's auditions. The Iron Lady of left-wing business Brilliant Entertainment's artist-director, Li Shui. Dressed in a sharp professional suit, with a sharp gaze and a tablet in hand, she constantly records valuable player information. Her commercial value assessment is max. A right-wing international presence Grammy Award winner and Hollywood's top music producer, David Foster. Blonde and blue-eyed, with a warm smile, his comments are merciless, incisive, and boast a vibrant international perspective. Zhou Xingxing, that atmosphere team leader and funny guy who was forced in by Jiang Chen, wore a flamboyant sequin costume and held a microphone. He jumped up and down in the contestant waiting area and the side of the stage, sometimes giving inspirational speeches to the nervous contestants, and sometimes playing a misery competition with the unsuccessful contestants. He made all kinds of cool moves and made god-level complaints, making the atmosphere of the entire audition scene tense and exciting, but also hilarious. Next, please welcome contestant number 007. From Northeast China. Li Hua. Oh no, it's Angela baby. Zhou Xingxing shouted in his hoarse voice with an extremely devilish tone. A spirited young lady wearing a mink coat, in the middle of summer? Heavy makeup and a colorful afro, she swayed onto the stage, flirting with the judges. She said in a coquettish voice, 3 good teachers, I'm Angela from Teeling. Today I'm singing My Old Father. Puff. Jiang Chen almost spit out the tea he had just drunk in the backstage. Angela baby? My old dad? What the hell is this combination? As expected. When that spirited little sister opened her mouth, her pig-slaughtering screams and completely off-key demonic voice filled her ears, instantly turning the three judges' faces green. The walnut in Wang Lao's hand was almost peeled off. David Foster even covered his ears, revealing a mask of pain. Stop! 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 Li Shui was the first to lose patience and immediately pressed the pause button. Holding her forehead, she said weakly, "This Angela baby contestant, I think, you might be more suitable to participate in Happy Comedians?" What the hell? Angela was unhappy, with her hands on her hips. "Sister, what's wrong with my singing? People in my village say I'm better than Teresa Tang." Zhou Xingxing immediately leaned forward in a frivolous manner. "Baby, your singing voice is indeed very unique. It's just a little difficult for the judges. How about you consider our newly established noise pollution control department at Brilliant Entertainment? You could be the director. It's definitely a promising future. Get lost." The audition scene is simply a large-scale human observation record. There was a young lady who was wearing hanfu and looked ethereal, but when she opened her mouth she had a rock voice and sang a song called "You Are Mighty and Majestic, the Man Who Lassos Horses." This contrasting cuteness made the judges laugh and cry. There was a warrior who called himself the Little Prince of Love Songs, but his voice was broken throughout the performance. He still insisted on singing high notes, and finally he sang so much that he was short of breath and had to be carried away by the staff. There were also some who dressed up as non-mainstream shaman aristocrats and performed the song "Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies" with deep emotion in their broken Cantonese. As a result, Beyond was so soul destroyers that they wanted to crawl out of their graves and beat people up after hearing their performance. Jiang Chen was watching with great interest, and was often amused by these crouching dragon and phoenix chicks and burst into laughter. Su Wanyu also let go of her usual reserve for a rare time, and was infected by the joyful atmosphere on the scene. She laughed so hard that her body shook, and her beautiful eyes sparkled, which made Jiang Chen feel a little moved. Of course, there are strange things every year, but there are especially many this year. But the real God can always shine like gold among the sand. Just when Jiang Chen was about to become aesthetically fatigued, a short-haired girl wearing a plain white t-shirt and jeans, carrying an old guitar, and looking a little shy and introverted, quietly walked onto the stage. She had no fancy words or exaggerated performances, but just quietly adjusted the microphone and gently plucked the strings. A slightly sad yet powerful prelude sounded. Then the girl spoke. That was a sound Jiang Chen had never heard before. Clean. Ethereal. Yet, it carries a sense of agelessness and a sense of brokenness that belies its age. It's as if every line of the lyrics tells a heartbreaking story. She sang an original song with a strange title, Yuxuanji. The lyrics are ancient in style and rhythm, full of poetry and tragedy, and the melody is graceful and melodious, with twists and turns that hit the heart directly. The girl's singing skills may not be the best among the audition contestants, but the unique emotions and artistic conception contained in her singing instantly caught everyone's ears. Even Mr. Wang, who was always sharp-tongued and picky, took off his sunglasses, narrowed his eyes slightly, and revealed a solemn and focused expression. Li Shui and David Foster were even more fascinated by what they heard. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heavenly voice intermediate aura seemed to resonate strangely with the girl singing. He could clearly sense that the girl singing contained an extremely powerful, yet untapped, soul power. Special Artist Detection Radar also issued a reminder. Target person detected, Tang Yaoyao pseudonym. Potential assessment, singing A+, songwriting S, stage performance B+, soul traits SS level extremely rare. Possessing a special talent for evoking deep emotional resonance in the audience. Overall potential, nearly S+ level. Nearly S+ level? Soul trait SS level? Jiang Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Another monstrous genius? And she's this extremely rare soul singer? This is fucking. I've found a ghost. After the song was finished, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone was still immersed in the girl's tearful and story-filled singing, unable to extricate themselves. After a long while, Mr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the still shy girl on the stage, his eyes filled with indescribable complex emotions: surprise, admiration, regret, but more of it was a kind of ecstasy, as if he had found a treasure. Girl, Elder Wang's voice was a little hoarse. Your name is Tang Yaoyao? Yeah. The girl nodded slightly. This poem, Yuxuanji, did you write it yourself? Very good, very good. Mr. Wang said good twice in a row, then slammed the table and said in a decisive voice, "No need to wait. Advance directly. S card. I'll give it to you." The whole audience was in an uproar. The S card. This is the highest honor during the audition stage. It represents the judge's highest recognition of a contestant's potential. It allows direct admission to the subsequent key training list. Li Shui and David Foster also nodded in agreement. Tang Yaoyao looked at the judge's eyes full of affirmation and listened to the sporadic applause from the audience. Her eyes, which had been a little dim, gradually brightened, sparkling with joy and a hint of disbelief. Jiang Chen watched the scene backstage, a satisfied smile on his face. Very good, he finally caught the first big fish in The Voice of China. Will there be more surprises next? He glanced at the radar screen again, at those hidden players who were also flashing with S-level or above light. This audition is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 88, The Prototype of a Science and Technology City. Shock from the Future. While the auditions for Huihuang Entertainment's The Voice of China are in full swing and surprising treasure contestants continue to emerge, Jiang Chen's other core battlefront, the Penglai Island Future Science and Technology City, has also ushered in an exciting display of interim results. After several months of non-stop, crazy investment regardless of cost, and the full efforts of Professor Xia Ling and his mad team composed of the world's top scientists, this technological kingdom that carries Jiang Chen's endless ambition and the hope for the future of mankind has finally shown its true potential. It was a sunny day with a warm sea breeze. Jiang Chen specially invited Su Wanyu to board the futuristic and technologically advanced Kunping exclusive aircraft to inspect Penglai Island. He wanted Su Wanyu to see with her own eyes what the future that can change the world he talked about looked like. He also wanted to take this opportunity to let her have a deeper understanding and trust in him. When the Kunping slowly landed on the silver-white, streamlined and beautiful smart helipad in the center of Penglai Island, Su Wanyu looked through the porthole at the scene outside that was completely beyond her imagination. For the first and only time, her phoenix eyes, which were usually as cold as frost, showed an expression like a little girl, stunned. This place, is it really Earth? She felt like her brain was about to shut down. The entire Penglai Island is no longer the desolate island that needed artificial transformation. Instead, it was a city of miracles that was full of vitality, futuristic science fiction, and even had a hint of divine brilliance. At the very center of the island, a massive domed building, as magnificent and mysterious as black crystal, with countless pale blue data streams faintly flowing within like a galaxy, is none other than the Tianshu Supercomputing Center. Like a beating heart, it provides unparalleled wisdom and computing power to the entire island. The unfathomable energy fluctuations it emanates make Su Wanyu's heart palpitate. And deep beneath the supercomputing center, though invisible to the naked eye, Su Wanyu could clearly sense a steady and surging surge of energy, far beyond conventional cognition, continuously flowing out, supporting the entire island's operations. That was the successfully lit and stable operation of the Penglai Heart Miniature Cold Nuclear Fusion Reactor. What made her feel even more incredible were the future buildings on the island that were full of fantastic ideas and completely contrary to her previous understanding of architecture. Some buildings actually resembled floating cities in the clouds, devoid of any supporting structures. They simply, gracefully hovered tens of meters above the ground. Transparent energy channels connected them, and occasionally, small, unmanned shuttles could be seen silently gliding through them. This was a perfect demonstration of the anti-gravity levitation base elementary technology. Some buildings are covered in a bizarre material that resembles living liquid metal, shimmering with an ever-changing rainbow of colors in the sunlight. It's said that this experimental self-healing nanomaterial is not only indestructible, but can also repair itself after damage. It's practically an artifact that never wears out. And in specific ecological zones on the island, massive, transparent energy domes radiating a gentle glow rose from the ground. Beneath these domes, a vibrant world of birdsong and flowers bloomed. Self-circulating ecosystem, small experimental area. Thanks to a highly efficient, controllable photosynthesis array and an intelligent biomimetic environmental control system, the plants within the dome, including various rare medicinal herbs and out-of-season fruits and vegetables, grow several times faster than those outside. The air is so fresh, as if filtered a billion times. In the clear stream, you can even see genetically optimized, delicious fish swimming happily. Complete internal self-sufficiency in food, water, and air is achieved. It's truly a legendary paradise. The island's transportation system amazed Su Wanyu. There aren't any traditional gasoline-powered cars. Instead, there are sleek, futuristic, driverless magnetic levitation capsule trains. They silently zip through the dense, crisscrossing web of transparent vacuum tubes across the island at near sonic speeds, transporting researchers and supplies precisely and efficiently to every corner of the island. This is simply incredible. Su Wanyu stood on the tarmac, looking at the magnificent scene in front of her, which was like the special effects of a science fiction movie coming into reality. She was so shocked that she was almost speechless. She felt that the worldview and business knowledge she had built up over the past few decades had been completely overturned, crushed, and reshaped at this moment. She knew that Jiang Chen had been secretly carrying out some big moves and that he had invested unimaginable funds and resources. But she never dreamed that Jiang Chen could actually create a prototype of a future city that was at least 100 years ahead of its time from scratch in such a short period of time. This couldn't be explained simply by being rich and willful. The technological prowess, organizational skills, and the almost world-creating courage behind it simply made her feel horrified. "How's it going, President Su?" Jiang Chen walked over to her side. Seeing her utterly stunned and adorable expression, his heart was filled with an indescribable pride and a kind of loneliness like a lone warrior seeking victory. "Are you satisfied with this secret garden of mine?" Su Wanyu took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock surging within her. She turned her head, her usually ice-cold eyes now filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, awe, curiosity, and an even stronger, almost overflowing love and admiration. She stared at Jiang Chen without blinking, her voice trembling with a barely perceptible tremor. "Jiang Chen, how many secrets are you hiding that I don't know about?" She suddenly realized that her understanding of the man in front of her seemed to be always just the tip of the iceberg. He always gives you another bigger surprise when you think you have seen through him. "Secret?" Jiang Chen smiled, reached out his hand, and gently tucked a strand of her hair, which had been tousled by the sea breeze, behind her ear. His movements were gentle and natural, his eyes deep and focused. "My secret is you. As long as you are by my side, I have the confidence to create any incredible miracle." Su Wanyu's pretty face instantly turned red. Like a burning cloud. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say such straightforward and corny love words at this time. But her heart was as sweet as if it were filled with honey. Su Wanyu snuggled tightly in Jiang Chen's arms, feeling his strong heartbeat and warm embrace, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of security and happiness. She knew that from now on, no matter what happened, she would stand firmly by this man's side and work with him to create the future that belonged to them. Just as the two were enjoying this rare, warm moment filled with a sense of futuristic technology and an ambiguous atmosphere, Professor Schelling, a mad scientist, dressed in his unchanging white coat stained with various unknown stains, rushed over with his group of mad scientists who were equally unkempt but had unusually bright eyes, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Director Jiang! Director Jiang! Major breakthrough! Absolutely a game-changing breakthrough!" Professor Xia Ling was so excited that he was incoherent. In his hands, he carefully held a palm-sized, futuristic, transparent energy core device made of a special alloy. In the center of the device, a small crystal about the size of a fingernail shone with a colorful glass light. "Old Xia, calm down, the sky is not falling," Jiang Chen said with some amusement as he looked at Xia Lin, who was so excited that he was about to fly on the spot. At the same time, he calmly protected Su Wanyu behind him to avoid being sprayed by the saliva of this group of scientific lunatics. "No! Director Jiang. This time, we might really poke a hole in the sky." Professor Xia Lin's face flushed with excitement. He raised the energy core device in his hand high up, as if offering it as a sacrifice, his voice trembling slightly with extreme excitement. We used high-energy particle bombardment on the mysterious, colorful ore excavated from deep beneath Penglai Island, combined with ultra-high-precision energy spectrum analysis and structural reshaping by the Tianshu AI, and surprisingly, we actually managed to extract and stabilize a brand-new, energy-dense, safe, and pollution-free solid-state crystal energy source. We named it Penglai Crystal. A solid-state crystal energy source? Its energy density is tens of thousands times greater than that of a lithium battery? Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Even though he was already accustomed to all kinds of black technology, he was still deeply shocked by Professor Xia Lin's words. He knew very well what this meant. This means that mobile phones and laptops can go for several years or even more than 10 years without needing to be charged. This means that the range of electric vehicles will no longer be a concern, and they can travel thousands of kilometers after charging for a few minutes. This means that large-scale energy storage power stations will become cheap and efficient, completely solving the problems of grid connection and consumption of clean energy. It even means that smaller and more powerful individual combat equipment, drones, and even the power systems of spacecraft will usher in revolutionary breakthroughs. This is simply an energy revolution sweeping the world. Director Jiang. Professor Xiaolin looked at Zhang Chen's shocked expression, his eyes filled with indescribable enthusiasm and pride. According to our preliminary tests, the energy contained in just this small piece of Penglai crystal is enough to support a heavy truck at a speed of 100 km per hour for more than 10 years. And he paused, his voice rising an octave with excitement. Its energy output is extremely stable. The safety factor is extremely high. There's virtually no pollution or radiation. And the source of the raw materials is that incredibly rich, colorful mineral vein beneath this Penglai island right under our feet. Zhang Chen's heart began to beat violently because of this crazy information. He knew that this time, he had truly unearthed a super gold mine that was enough to change the world. Hidden beneath the ground of Penglai Island is an inexhaustible energy cornucopia? Chapter 89: The Infiltration of Shadow. The Crisis Within Tianqin. The discovery of the Penglai crystal was like a powerful stimulant, causing the entire core team of Tianqin Technology to fall into a state of almost crazy excitement. Professor Schelling and his group of scientific lunatics treated the laboratory as their home, conducting various analyses and experiments on this mysterious crystal containing terrifying energy day and night, trying to completely unravel its secrets and transform it into a disruptive technology that could change the world. Although Jiang Chen was equally excited, he knew better than anyone that once this divine object that was enough to subvert the existing energy structure and might even touch the original power of the world was exposed, it would attract crazy covetousness and competition. Especially the Shadow Parliament that has been secretly watching him and Tianqin Group like a leech. He was almost certain that the other party had suffered heavy losses in the previous confrontations and would never give up. They would only use more covert, more insidious, and more deadly means to deal with him. The calm before the storm is often the most dangerous. Zhang Chen stood in the futuristic and technologically advanced command center of Penglai Island, gazing at the vast ocean outside the window. His eyes were deep and his tone carried a barely perceptible solemnity. Su Wanyu, dressed in a smart white business suit, stood quietly beside him. After the family feud in the Penglai Island attack incident, her relationship with Jiang Chen had long since transcended simple superior-subordinate relations, with a tacit understanding of life and death and an indescribable tenderness. At this moment, hearing Jiang Chen's words, a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes. "You mean, Shadow Council?" "Yeah," Jiang Chen nodded. "They are like a group of sharks that have smelled blood. As long as we show the slightest flaw, they will pounce on us without hesitation and tear us to pieces." "Then we..." Su Wanyu frowned slightly. "So, not only must we not reveal any flaws, we must also proactively create some opportunities for them, so that they can jump into the pit we've dug." Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in an icy arc. However, Jiang Chen still underestimated the infiltration capabilities of the Shadow Parliament, an old secret organization that has existed for hundreds of years and infiltrated every corner of the world. Just 3 days after the Penglai crystal was discovered, at Tianqin Group's headquarters, a department involved in core financial data analysis experienced a seemingly insignificant system malfunction. While it was quickly repaired by technicians and caused no substantial damage, it did alert the Tianqu AI. "Master. Abnormal data flow detected within the group's internal network. Suspected unauthorized external access attempts. Target pointed to the Financial Investment Decision-Making Model database." The alarm of Tianqu AI was like thunder from a clear sky, exploding in Jiang Chen's mind. A financial investment decision-making model? That's one of the core secrets that has enabled Tianqin Group to conquer the global financial market and rake in huge profits. If leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. Trace the source immediately. I want to know who is behind this. Jiang Chen's face instantly darkened. Data tracking and reverse penetration in progress. Target IP locked identity information comparison. A few minutes later, the Tianqu AI gave a result that made Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu extremely shocked and angry. The insider who tried to steal the core data turned out to be Song Minghui, a veteran executive of Tianqin Group and vice president in charge of the group's risk control and internal audit. Song Minghui. This old official, who had followed Su Wanyu's father, Su Zhenbong, for most of his life, was highly respected within the group and deeply trusted and relied upon by Su Wanyu. Could it be him? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Wanyu's pretty face turned pale instantly when she saw this result, and her body trembled slightly. She said in disbelief, "Uncle Song. How could he? How could he? In her heart, Song Minghui had always been like a kind father, the most reliable right-hand man her father had left her. She had never dreamed that this person she trusted the most would actually betray her. Betray Tianchen. Jiang Chen's eyes also became extremely cold. He knew that an executive of Song Minghui's level had access to too many core secrets. If he was really a member of the Shadow Council, the threat to Tianchen Group would be catastrophic. Tianshu. Immediately conduct comprehensive and secret surveillance on Song Minghui. I want to know all his communication records, financial transactions, and all connections between him and the Shadow Council. Jiang Chen's voice was emotionless. Command received, Master. Target Song Minghui is being monitored and analyzed 24/7. In the next few days, Tianshu AI was like a ghost lurking in the shadows, keeping track of Song Minghui's every move. The results of the investigation made Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu increasingly frightened. Song Minghui has indeed been corrupted and controlled by the Shadow Parliament. The reason is very dramatic, but also very realistic. His only son got into huge gambling debts while studying abroad, and was coerced by the underground money changers controlled by the Shadow Parliament. In order to save his son, Song Minghui had to slide into the abyss step by step, and eventually became a time bomb planted by the Shadow Parliament inside the Tianchen Group. Not only did he exploit his position to leak a large amount of Tianchen Group's business secrets to the Shadow Council, he even secretly collaborated with the Shadow Council to steal the core technology data of the Penglai Island Future Science and Technology City. Specifically, information regarding the Tianshu AI and the Penglai Crystal. How could he betray Tianchen? After watching the surveillance videos and encrypted communication records of Song Minghui's secret meeting with the Shadow Council compiled by Tianshu, Su Wanyu was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with anger and deep disappointment and sadness. Being betrayed by the person you trust the most is undoubtedly an extremely painful feeling. Jiang Chen gently pulled her into his arms, patted her back, and said softly, I know you're sad, but now is not the time to be sad. Now that we know who the traitor is, we must make good use of this chess piece. Su Wanyu raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. What do you want to do? It's very simple, Jiang Chen said with a cold and cunning smile. Don't they want our core secrets? Then we should just give them some core secrets. However, the truth of these secrets is up to us to decide. Use the enemy's trick against them. Counter-espionage. Su Wanyu instantly understood what Jiang Chen meant. She wiped away her tears, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were rekindled with fighting spirit and a hint of deep admiration for Jiang Chen's endless tricks. She knew that a more dangerous and exciting intelligence war was about to begin under Jiang Chen's direction. And she will be his most solid ally in this war. Chapter 90, The Battle of True and False Intelligence. The Maze of Shadow. Take advantage of the enemy's tactics? A counter-espionage tactic? A glimmer of light flashed in Su Wanyu's beautiful eyes, and she instantly understood Jiang Chen's intention. She was worthy of being the queen of the business world who had been in charge of Tianchen Group for many years. Although she was heartbroken because of Song Minghui's betrayal just now, she quickly adjusted her mood and regained her usual calmness and wisdom. That's right. Jiang Chen's lips curled up in a cold arc, like a hunter waiting for prey in the dark night. The Shadow Council has gone to great lengths to plant pawns within us. Isn't it just to steal our core secrets and find our weaknesses? Then we'll kindly provide them with some explosive information. Let them think they've got it figured out, and then they'll immediately fall into the trap we've carefully prepared for them. Su Wanyu's eyes sharpened when she heard this. You want to pass on false information to them? It's not entirely false, Jiang Chen smiled inscrutably. The most brilliant lies are often 9/10 true and 1/10 false. The intelligence we give them must appear authentic and believable. We can even let them verify it through their own channels and get confirmation. Su Wanyu hesitated. Isn't this too risky? What if I end up making things worse? Don't worry, Jiang Chen smiled confidently and pointed to his temple. We have Tianshu, it will weave a seamless intelligence network for us. In the next few days, under the leadership of Jiang Chen and the precise orchestration of the Tianshu AI, an unprecedented strategic deception operation against the Shadow Parliament quietly unfolded. The traitor Song Minghui, without knowing it, became the most crucial mouthpiece in this deception operation. As usual, he used his position to carefully steal various confidential information from Tianchen Group and Penglai Island, and then passed it to his superiors in the Shadow Parliament through secret channels. However, he never dreamed that every core secret he passed on had been carefully processed and disguised by Jiang Chen and Tianchu AI. For example, Song Minghui painstakingly obtained a copy of the top-secret technical parameters and operation log for the Panglai Heart Miniature Cold Nuclear Fusion Reactor. The log appeared flawless, even the smallest flaws and potential risk points were clearly marked. But in reality, several of the most critical core parameters have been cleverly tampered with by the Tianchu AI. If the Shadow Council were to conduct reverse engineering research based on these parameters or attempt to sabotage them, they would only be in for a huge surprise. For example, Song Minghui once again risked his life to steal a copy of the internal structure diagram and core code fragment of the Tianchu Supercomputing Center. This structure diagram looked extremely complex, full of various high-tech traps and defense mechanisms. But in reality, that so-called core code snippet was just a piece of junk code casually generated by the Tianchu AI. The true core had long been encrypted and hidden by Jiang Chen using the power of the system. If the hackers from the Shadow Council dared to follow this code, they would only be faced with the data maze and logic trap meticulously prepared by the Tianchu AI. They would never return. Even Song Minghui also accidentally intercepted a secret recording of Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu having a violent argument in the office over a major decision-making error. In the recording, Jiang Chen appeared headstrong and arbitrary, while Su Wanyu was filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction, and a crack appeared in their relationship. But in reality, this was just a scheme orchestrated by Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu, under the guidance of the Tianchu AI, a self-torture tactic. Their goal was to lull the enemy into thinking the Tianchen group wasn't a monolithic entity, giving them an opportunity to exploit. These true and false, real and fake intelligence were continuously delivered to the top leaders of the Shadow Parliament through Song Minghui, a reliable channel. Shadow Parliament, a secret base, the highest decision-making meeting room. Under the dim light, several figures shrouded in shadows and exuding a terrifying aura were carefully reviewing the latest intelligence transmitted from within the Tianchen group. According to the information sent back by Song Minghui, Jiang Chen's so-called Heart of Panglai Cold Nuclear Fusion Reactor seems to have major technical defects and safety hazards, and is currently only barely maintaining operation. A hoarse voice said. Well, there are some clues about the core code of the Tianchu AI. Our technical team is trying to crack it. Perhaps, we will find a way to control it soon. Another cold voice added. Also, it seems that Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu have serious disagreements over the group's strategic direction. The internal unity isn't as strong as we imagined. It seems, although our previous operations resulted in heavy losses, they were not without gain. At the very least, we have made that young Oriental man feel the pressure and reveal his flaws. An old voice that sounded quite high-ranking concluded with a hint of pride and greed. They didn't know that the truth they saw was nothing but an illusion carefully woven for them by Jiang Chen. What they don't know is that their every move, the content of every secret meeting, and even the intrigues between different factions within their organization have long been seen by the Tianchu AI through various unimaginable channels. According to Song Minghui's latest intelligence, Jiang Chen seems to have become somewhat eager for quick success and instant benefits due to the energy supply issues at the heart of Panglai and the pressure within the group. He's even mentally unstable. A subtle flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the owner of the elderly voice. He seems to be planning to personally travel to Panglai Island in the near future to oversee the research and development of a key technology. Could this be a trap? Someone questioned. A trap? The owner of the old voice sneered. A young man in his early 20s, even if he has had some adventures, how much cunning can he possibly possess? He's trapped internally and externally, desperate and desperate. It's completely logical for him to take such a risk in his haste. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, Panglai Island's defense system, while seemingly advanced, holds a significant vulnerability in its core energy supply. If the heart of Panglai fails, the entire island's defenses will be paralyzed. That would be our perfect opportunity to destroy their lair in one fell swoop and seize all their core technologies. Pass on my orders. The owner of the old voice slammed the table, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. Immediately activate the final judgment plan. Assemble our most elite judgment and obsidian troops. At the same time, mobilize all our secret forces around the world to cooperate in this operation. This time, not only will we completely destroy Panglai Island, we must also capture Jiang Chen alive. All of his secrets will become the property of our Shadow Council. For the glory of the Council. For the advent of a new world. Panglai Island, Command Center. Jiang Chen looked at the holographic image of the secret meeting of the Shadow Council broadcast in real time by the Tianshu AI, as well as the wise decisions they made based on the carefully designed false intelligence, and a cold and cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, the fish finally took the bait. He slowly stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out at the island outside the window, which was full of the brilliance of future technology under the energy of the heart of Penglai. Tianshu, activate Penglai's highest level of defense judgment day mode. At the same time, inform Professor Schelling that our hunting ground is ready. This time, I'm going to let these self-righteous shadows experience what true despair is like. A larger scale, more dangerous, final showdown is about to begin on the future land of Penglai Island. Jiang Chen had already laid a net of heaven and earth, waiting for his prey to fall into it. Chapter 91: Catching a Turtle in a Jar. The Dimensionality Reduction Attack of Technology. The night is as thick as ink. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, a huge fleet consisting of several ghostly special submarines and more than a dozen strangely shaped stealth aircraft capable of ultra-low altitude penetration is quietly approaching Penglai Island at high speed. This is the Operation Leviathan assault force assembled by the Shadow Council with all its strength. Leading the charge is the glamorous war bishop of the Shadow Council, known for her ruthlessness and meticulous planning. Codenamed Black Widow, she accompanies her not only a team of purifiers equipped with the latest generation of exoskeleton armor and energy weaponry, but also over a dozen carefully selected alien bloods from within the organization, each possessing a variety of uncanny abilities. They have only one goal: to completely destroy the core facilities of Penglai Island, especially the Tianshu AI that makes them uneasy in the mysterious heart of Penglai energy. If possible, it would be best to capture Jiang Chen alive, who has repeatedly made them suffer setbacks. Attention all units. Black Widow's cold yet alluring voice echoed across the encrypted communication channel. According to the latest intelligence sent back by Song Minghui, Penglai Island's energy supply is extremely unstable, and its defense system has major vulnerabilities. Jiang Chen's mental state is particularly worrying due to the internal and external pressures. We must succeed in this operation. Remember, leave no one alive. For the glory of the Council. For the glory of the Parliament. A fanatical response rang out in the channel. They thought they had all the information and were sure of victory. However, they didn't know that from the moment they entered the 300 nautical mile area around Penglai Island, their every move had already been captured by the Tianchen Group's secret communication satellite suspended 10,000 meters in the sky, as well as by countless miniature detectors disguised as marine life in the deep sea. Penglai Island, Command Center. The huge holographic projection screen clearly displays the real-time dynamics of the Leviathan assault force, its troop deployment, its route, and even the self-righteous conversations in their encrypted communication channels. Jiang Chen sat leisurely in the commander's chair, holding a cup of steaming coffee, with a cold arc on the corner of his mouth. Su Wanyu was dressed in a smart black combat uniform, her pretty face was tense, and her beautiful eyes were flashing with nervousness and excitement. She skillfully retrieved various data on the operating table next to her to provide auxiliary decision-making for Jiang Chen. She knew that tonight would be a crucial battle that would determine the future fate of Tianchen Group. Professor Schelling, the mad scientist, was not in the lab for a rare occasion. Instead, he was dressed in a white coat, holding a tablet computer, and walking around excitedly, muttering, "Come on. Come on. Let me show you my latest invention." Master, the Tianshu AI, whose voice seemed to have gained a touch of humanity after upgrading to an intermediate core, reported calmly, "The enemy has entered the preset pocket formation area. Catch the turtle in the jar mode has been activated. Shall we begin hunting?" No rush, Jiang Chen gently shook his coffee cup, his eyes playful. "Let them get a little closer, and be proud for a while longer. After all, giving the prey a little hope before completely crushing it is more fun, isn't it?" Su Wanyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him when she heard that. This guy, at this hour, still had the mood to make such a bad joke. However, the inexplicable tension in her heart also dissipated a lot because of this. Finally, when the stealth aircraft at the forefront of the Leviathan assault force carefully broke through the false defense network deliberately set up by the Tianshu AI outside of Penglai Island and entered the kill range less than 50 nautical miles from the main island, a sharp cold light suddenly burst out from Jiang Chen's eyes. He suddenly put down the coffee cup, his voice icy and piercing, like the cold wind of the underworld. "Tianshu. Close the door and beat the dog. Activate the Sky Dragnet electromagnetic storm. Command received, Master. Dragnet high-intensity directional electromagnetic pulse matrix, activated. Buzz. In an instant." The sea and air area with a radius of hundreds of miles with Panglai Island as the center seemed to be instantly covered by an invisible giant hand. Countless directional strong electromagnetic pulse generators hidden on the seabed, reefs, and even disguised as buoys, simultaneously erupted with a super electromagnetic torrent that was invisible to the naked eye, but tens of thousands of times more terrifying than a solar storm. This electromagnetic torrent, as if it had life, formed an airtight, ever-shrinking, death cage under the precise control of the Tianshu AI. Warning! Warning! Ultra-high-intensity EMP attack detected. All electronic equipment has failed. Communications interrupted. Navigation lost. The communication channel of the Leviathan assault force was instantly flooded with all kinds of shrill alarms and desperate screams. Those elite members of the Shadow Council who were originally complacent and thought they were doing it without anyone noticing were now completely dumbfounded. Their stealth aircraft rolled wildly in the air like a drunk fly, and then plunged into the cold sea. Their special submarine, all the dashboards exploded instantly. The power system was completely paralyzed. It turned into a pile of iron coffins that sank to the bottom of the sea. Even the high-tech equipment of the purifiers wearing exoskeleton armor began to emit black smoke in this terrifying electromagnetic storm, and they were completely scrapped. Even those alien blood with special abilities felt that the operation of their abilities had become extremely sluggish, as if they were being forcibly suppressed by some invisible force. What's going on? Where's our anti-EMP system? Why didn't it work? For the first time, a panicked expression appeared on Black Widow's enchanting face. Her proud technological advantage was rendered vulnerable to the opponent's unreasonable map cannon. Hey, little darling, welcome to my hunting ground. Jiang Chen looked at the enemy light spots running around like headless flies on the holographic screen, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tianshu. Phase 2. 10,000 arrows. Let those little cuties still struggling to survive feel what technological despair is. Command received, Master. Panglai Island's intelligent defense matrix, full force. Boom. 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 In an instant, the entire Panglai Island seemed to have turned into a super war fortress with full firepower. Countless intelligent defense units hidden throughout the island, coordinated by the Tianshu AI, simultaneously let out a deafening roar. The high-energy laser turrets slowly rose from the ground, shooting out beams of scorching hot light that were powerful enough to melt steel, accurately piercing through the wreckage of the aircraft that were still trying to struggle. The electromagnetic railgun hidden in the reefs of the coastline, at a speed several times the speed of sound, fired special armor-piercing shells, like the scythe of the god of death, fiercely smashing into the submarines exposed on the sea surface. Even more terrifying was the sudden emergence of tens of thousands of suicide drones from the secret honeycomb-like silos above the island. Like locusts scenting blood, they swarmed the sky, launching indiscriminate and devastating attacks on those who fell into the water or attempted to flee. As for those different bloods who had managed to break through the electromagnetic storm and tried to use their extraordinary abilities to forcibly land, what awaits them is the technology package carefully prepared by Professor Schelling and his group of scientific lunatics. For example, the Ice Age Trap, which can instantly release ultra-low temperature freezing gas, can directly freeze a fire-playing mutant into an ice sculpture. For example, the Bewitching Incense Array, which is made from a special plant extract and an infrasound generator, can disrupt the nervous system and create intense hallucinations. It can cause a mind-controlling psychic to go insane and attack their own teammates. For example, those skull-crusher sonic cannons powered by the Panglai crystals and capable of emitting high-frequency oscillating energy waves could directly shock a tough, genetically modified warrior to the point of bleeding and shattering his internal organs. At this moment, the power of science and technology showed its most hideous and awe-inspiring side. Those elite members of the Shadow Council who were once so arrogant and thought they could do whatever they wanted because of their extraordinary powers, are now as vulnerable as lambs to be slaughtered in front of the Panglai Island's three-dimensional defense system that is armed to the teeth and full of all kinds of black technology. Their extraordinary abilities seem so pale and powerless in the face of absolute and targeted technological suppression. No impossible this ISNT real Black Widow looked at the holographic screen and saw the tragic scene of her own troops falling down one after another like wheat being harvested, as well as the increasingly sparse screams in the communication channel. Her charming face had long lost all color, leaving only boundless fear and despair. She never dreamed that her carefully planned Operation Leviathan would fail in such a humiliating and complete way. She had never expected that the young Oriental man actually possessed such incredible technological power. This is no longer a simple commercial competition. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack between civilizations of different dimensions. In the command center, Jiang Chen leaned leisurely in the commander's chair, picked up the coffee that had long since gone cold, and took a sip. He didn't even use words come true, much only at the beginning, in order to ensure the perfect coverage of the electromagnetic storm, and later to take care of a few more cheerful superhuman leaders. He blessed them on a small scale with a few words, such as your superpower will be stuck, you will suddenly have diarrhea, etc., and the effect was outstanding. Relying solely on the technological defense system of Panglai Island itself and the perfect command of the Tianshu AI, this arrogant elite force of the Shadow Parliament has been completely destroyed. Tianshu, Jiang Chen asked calmly, looking at the enemy blips on the screen that had almost been cleared, have you figured out the damage statistics? Reporting to Master, the enemy assault force, comprising 3 specialized submarines, 17 stealth aircraft, 128 purifiers, and 15 transcendental bloods, has been confirmed completely destroyed or rendered incapacitated. Our side has suffered 0 casualties. Only some of the outer defenses have sustained minor damage, which is expected to be repaired within 24 hours. 0 casualties. Total annihilation. Su Wanyu and the executives next to her were so excited after hearing this extremely brilliant battle report that they almost jumped up on the spot. They knew that from this moment on, Panglai Island would truly become a forbidden island, one that would make all hostile forces in the world tremble in fear. And Jiang Chen will also use this battle to completely establish his unshakable dominance in the global secret world. Chapter 92, Global Shock. The beginning of the Twilight of Shadow? The earth-shaking technological hunting war on Panglai Island did not cause much waves in the world of ordinary people, although all related satellite monitoring and information transmission were perfectly blocked or distorted by Tianshu AI and Chen Bo's team under Jiang Chen's deliberate control. However, in the eyes of the world's truly top forces hidden behind the scenes, it was no less than a magnitude 12 earthquake. Especially after some blurry battle footage and internal war reports meticulously edited and processed by Tianshu AI about how the Operation Leviathan assault force collapsed and was completely annihilated in the face of the terrifying technological defense system of Panglai Island, or accidentally leaked through certain special channels. The entire hidden world is in complete chaos. First, it's inside the Shadow Parliament. When the tragic news that Operation Leviathan was completely annihilated and even the war bishop Black Widow was suspected to be missing, it was actually Jiang Chen's space-based kinetic weapon that directly blasted her into pieces. However, the outside world did not know the specific details for the time being. When the news was passed back to the highest decision-making level of the Shadow Council, the entire parliament fell into unprecedented silence and panic. They never dreamed that after expending unimaginable resources, assembling the organization's most advanced superpowers and high-tech weaponry, and confidently launching what they considered a dimensionality reduction attack, they wouldn't even be able to touch the enemy island. Instead, they were counterattacked by an even more dimensionality reduction technological force, and completely wiped out. This is a fucking humiliation. It's a cruel mockery of their centuries-long claim to be world masters. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The leader of the radical faction leading this action, a mysterious Grand Elder shrouded in even deeper shadows, roared hysterically at the secret meeting. Jiang Chen. That Oriental kid. How could he possibly possess such terrifying technological power? Could it be that behind him are Dragon Nation officials? Or the remains of some unknown, prehistoric civilization? What's the point in discussing this now? The representative of the conservative faction, a man who looked like an elegant old gentleman but had eyes as cold as a venomous snake, sneered and retorted, "The fact is, we've lost nearly a third of the council's elite armed forces, including 15 precious other bloods and a war bishop. More importantly, we've completely angered an enemy, one we currently have no way of defeating." Enough. An older, more commanding voice interrupted their argument. It was the legendary supreme leader of the Shadow Council, a mysterious figure codenamed Observer X, a figure only heard but never seen. The responsibility for this failure lies with me. I underestimated that young man's growth rate and the variables he held in his hands. From now on, Observer X's voice was filled with a rare hint of fatigue and solemnity. Suspend all direct military operations against Jiang Chen and the Tianchen Group. Immediately withdraw all our secret bases and funding channels worldwide. Shift to the highest level of latent status. Never rashly provoke that monster again until we are absolutely certain. Are we just going to give in like this? The radical elder asked unwillingly. This isn't a surrender, it's a strategic shift. Observer X's voice remained calm, yet held a hint of undeniable authority. Our war with that young man has only just begun. While he possesses formidable technological power, his greatest weakness is, he's still human. As long as one is human, they have desires, weaknesses, and exploitable flaws. Pass my order to activate Project Pandora. I want all forces around the world interested in Penglai Island and the secrets held by Jiang Chen to take action. Observer X's voice was filled with cold calculation. Since we can't chew this hard bone for the time being, then let more hungry wolves help us consume him, test him, and even replace him. Because of this disastrous defeat, the Shadow Parliament fell into unprecedented chaos, division, and deeper conspiracy and calculations. On the other hand, after the world's top forces learned more or less about the truth of the Battle of Penglai Island through various channels, of course, the truth that Jiang Chen wanted them to see, they also responded in different ways. Those countries, financial groups, and organizations that were previously oppressed or controlled by the Shadow Council, after a brief moment of shock and disbelief, were filled with ecstasy. The Shadow Council, a behemoth that had been looming over them for centuries, had actually suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of an unknown young man from the East? This was a godsend. Suddenly, a global wave of petty maneuvers targeting the Shadow Council's peripheral forces and industries began to emerge. Some countries began re-examining their partnerships with Shadow Council-affiliated companies, some financial groups began quietly shorting stocks controlled by the Shadow Council, and some organizations even began secretly colluding, attempting to form an anti-Shadow alliance? Those forces that had previously had close ties with the Shadow Council, even willingly serving as its pawns, were now living in constant fear and anxiety. They feared being implicated and eliminated by Jiang Chen, a figure even more terrifying than the Shadow Council. They began to distance themselves from the Shadow Council, some even secretly submitting letters of allegiance to Tianqin Group and Jiang Chen. As for those truly top powers and international oligarchs who have always remained neutral, or in other words, who are powerful enough to compete with the Shadow Council, the looks they gave Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group were filled with unprecedented fear, respect, and strong interest. A young Oriental man who can single-handedly defeat the Shadow Parliament and achieve a glorious victory. A Penglai Island that holds the power to change the world's energy landscape and technological trends. A super artificial intelligence Tianshu with unfathomable computing power. Such an existence is no longer just a newcomer in business, but a super player, capable of influencing the future world order. All of a sudden, cooperation intentions, investment requests, and technical exchange invitations from all over the world flooded into the Tianqin Group headquarters and Jiang Chen himself like a tide. This included even Apple's Tim Cook, Google's Mark 6, and the maverick Iron Man Ivan Tesla, who had previously expressed reservations about Jiang Chen's boastful statements at the tech summit. They all keenly sensed the potential of Tianqin Group to lead the future. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group's international reputation reached an unprecedented peak. He is no longer just the super rich and godfather of the entertainment industry of Dragon Country, but has truly become a technology giant and future leader that has attracted the attention of the whole world. In the study room of Yundingshan Villa, Jiang Chen leisurely watched the reactions and dynamics of various forces around the world summarized in real time by the Tianshu AI, and a smile of planning and strategizing appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, everything is going according to plan. Su Wanyu snuggled up to him and brewed him a cup of fragrant premium Longjing tea. She looked at her man's profile, which looked even more handsome and profound in the morning light. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intoxication and pride. She knew that this man was using his unimaginable wisdom and power to change the world step by step. And she was so lucky to be able to accompany him, to witness and participate in this magnificent epic. Jiang Chen, Su Wanyu said softly, her voice as gentle as water, what should we do next? Jiang Chen turned his head and looked into her eyes that were filled with love and trust. He smiled slightly, gently pulled her into his arms, and placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. What's next? His gaze once again turned to the vaster sky outside the window, with an unprecedented ambition flashing in his eyes. Of course, let the world dance completely for us. The twilight of the Shadow Parliament may not be far away. And the golden age belonging to Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group has just begun. Chapter 93, The Finals of The Voice of China. Fukuo becomes a god. Tianhai City, Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, the stars are shining and the seats are packed tonight. The national finals of The Voice of China, Who Dares to Be Extravagant, the phenomenal music talent show that has captivated the nation and even Asia for 3 months, will officially kick off here. The entire arena, both inside and outside, was already packed with enthusiastic fans and reporters who had come to the scene. The various cheering signs, banners, and the fans' deafening screams threatened to rip the arena's dome apart. The number of online viewers on the live streaming platform had already exceeded 100 million. Comments flooded the screen like a waterfall, and the server was on the verge of crashing several times. Everyone knows that tonight, a superstar will be born here, no, perhaps several superstars who will be able to change the future of the Dragon Country music scene. And the final suspense, and the one everyone's most eagerly awaited, is the mysterious theme song Fukua, personally composed, publicly claimed by Jiang Chen, chairman of Brilliant Entertainment, and hailed as god-level difficult and inhuman. Which contestant will take on the challenge? And will they be able to perform it perfectly, becoming a legend? The judging panel for the finals will once again be comprised of the ironclad trio of Wang Kunlun, international producer David Foster, and artist-director Li Shui. But tonight, they'll also be joined by a special guest, Lin Weiwei, the reigning star of Brilliant Entertainment, already renowned for her hits Light Years Away and her debut EP, Light Years. Lin Weiwei wore a white off-shoulder long dress, looking ethereal and beautiful like a fairy who was not of this world. Her appearance instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the fans. Zhou Xingxing, who was in charge of making jokes and adjusting the atmosphere, wore a more exaggerated bright gold suit and had a soaring hairdo like a shaman aristocrat. He acted cute and funny on the stage, and kept talking nonsense, pushing the atmosphere to a climax again and again. Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu, as usual, sat low-key in the exclusive VIP box on the top floor of the stadium, which had the best view and was the most secluded. Like chess masters controlling everything behind the scenes, they quietly enjoyed this music feast directed by them. The finals competition is cruel and intense. After layers of fighting, the only ones left standing on this peak stage are 5 chosen ones with different styles, but all of them have extraordinary strength. Among them, there is the soul singer Tang Yaoyao, who amazed everyone during the audition and was directly given an S-card by Mr. Wang. There is a rock veteran with a rough and unruly appearance but a voice as mellow as aged wine. There is an academic technical master who is good at all kinds of fancy changes of voice, and his high notes can make people's heads turn. A sunny boy with a steady stage presence, excellent singing and dancing skills, and great idol potential. And a genius contestant who has been controversial since the auditions and was even nearly eliminated at one point, but always manages to burst out with amazing energy at the critical moment, and with his evil and neurotic stage performance, he fought back all the way to the finals. Chen Mo. Chen Mo, 27 years old, is an old-timer who has been singing in bars for nearly 10 years but has always been frustrated. He looks ordinary, even a little decadent, and has a withdrawn and taciturn personality, which makes him incompatible with this glamorous stage. During the audition, he sang a very niche dark rock song and was almost eliminated by the judges. It was Jiang Chen who discovered through the special artist detection radar backstage that this guy's stage madness and emotional explosion had reached the rare S+ level. This is why Li Shui gave him a chance to revive. Later in the competition, Chen Mo's performance was truly a roller coaster, sometimes so low it made people want to smash the TV, and other times he could burst forth with terrifying energy that made your scalp tingle. His singing was filled with repression, roaring, unwillingness, and a kind of almost pathological paranoia. Many people don't like him and think he is too depressed and too negative, but there are also a small number of knowledgeable music fans and critics who, from his seemingly crazy performances, have tasted a hint of the taste of a true artist. And Jiang Chen, from the very beginning, was certain that this man named Chen Mo might be the only one who could control the magic song Fukua, the chosen one. The competition was intense and exciting. The 5 contestants took turns to perform, each showing off their unique skills and presenting the audience with a top-notch musical feast that could be described as a battle of gods. Tang Yaoyao's ethereal high notes still cleansed the soul like the sound of nature. The roar of the rock veteran ignited the hormones of the whole audience. The technical master's showmanship is breathtaking. The sunny boy's singing and dancing are full of energy and have won him countless fans. Every contestant performed extremely well. It was hard to tell who was better. The comments in the livestream were overwhelming. Praises like champion, god, and awesome were everywhere. However, when the host announced that the last contestant would challenge the mysterious theme song Fukua that had never been publicly performed, the atmosphere in the whole venue froze in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on the slightly thin and decadent figure slowly rising from the lift platform. It's Chen Mo. It was actually him? He really dared to challenge this legendary magic song? Holy crap! Is it really Chen Mo singing Fukua? Brilliant Entertainment is stirring up trouble. This song is said to be incredibly difficult. Can Chen Mo do it? If you sing it wrong, you'll be socially disastrous. Looking forward to it. but also a little scared. I feel like this song will either become a legend, or a fighter jet at a car accident scene. Under the complex gazes of hundreds of millions of viewers, some expectant, some worried, and some looking forward to the show, Chen Mo slowly walked to the center of the stage. He didn't have any fancy clothes, still wearing a washed-out black t-shirt and jeans. He didn't have any cool choreography, and the lights on the entire stage dimmed, leaving only a pale spotlight shining on him. He didn't even have any extra expression, just quietly holding the microphone, staring into the distance with empty eyes, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. But, when the strange, tense, and oppressive prelude music sounded, Chen Mo's aura suddenly changed. His originally empty eyes suddenly burst into a crazy and desperate light like a trapped beast. He slowly raised his head, a strange arc of his lips that seemed to be neither a smile nor a cry. Then, with a voice that was almost neurotic, full of dramatic tension, as if he was shouting with his soul, he sang the first line of the lyrics that was enough to make the whole world tremble. If someone asks me, I will tell them, but no one comes. Just the first sentence. That unique singing voice. That strange ending. The surging emotions suppressed beneath the calm surface. It captured everyone's heart instantly. Mr. Wang suddenly sat up straight. His eyes flashed with disbelief. David Foster even stood up from the judges' table. His face was filled with shock and enthusiasm. Li Shui and Lin Weiwei also subconsciously held their breath. Their beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. In the VIP box, Su Wanyu covered her red lips tightly with her delicate hands, fearing that she would scream out loud. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, leaned back on the sofa, a smile of planning and control appearing on the corner of his mouth. He knows. The time to become a god has arrived. I am an ordinary person, ordinary and ordinary, with no interests in life. Chen Mo's voice was sometimes low and hoarse, as if he was struggling in the mud. Sometimes it was sharp and high-pitched, as if he was shouting in despair. Every word and every note he spoke seemed to carry endless grievances, unwillingness, anger, and a ruthless accusation against this world that did not understand him. You think I'm exaggerating, but I'm exaggerating only because I'm scared. If it looks like wood or stone, will it get attention? Actually, I'm afraid of being forgotten, so I'll just enlarge it and act it out. I'm so uneasy, how can I be elegant? The chorus. The emotions exploded. Chen Mo's entire body seemed to be on fire. His eyes were bloodshot, his veins bulging. He used all his strength to transform the anger and outcry against the injustice of fate that had been suppressed in his heart for decades into soul-piercing notes, fiercely smashing into the hearts of every listener. That ridiculously high, yet metallic sound. That hysterical yet extremely precise emotional outburst. That almost crazy, yet full of unparalleled stage charm, performance. At this moment, he is not Chen Mo. He is the clown who is not understood, longs for attention, and tries his best to leave a mark in this cold world. He is the singer who interprets the most real life in the most exaggerated way. Lucky people are rare. If you haven't experienced it, you'll know why I am so lucky. I put in 10 times the effort to become the most outstanding person. Is it possible for a normal person to be as controversial as me? You can call me pompous, and I'm not afraid of a few boos. I'm here. If there's a dull moment, would you like to watch the performance? Hysterical enough? Shower the flowers with tears. I just want you to be surprised. When the last note fell, when all the lights focused on that figure kneeling on one knee, howling to the sky, tears streaming down his face. The entire Mercedes-Benz arena fell into a deathly silence that lasted for dozens of seconds. Everyone was completely stunned by the terrifying energy contained in the song Fukua and Chen Mo's explosive performance that was almost sacrificial. Right after, it was a roaring mountain and a tsunami. The earth was shaking. Fuck. Awesome. Crazy. Completely crazy. This is the real Fukua. This is the real king of songs. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Applause. Screams. Shouts. Like a flood bursting through a dam, it instantly flooded the entire venue. The online live broadcast room's barrage of comments was so jammed that it crashed. The server was in emergency again. Hashtag this topic, with unprecedented, bursting popularity, directly shot to the top of Weibo's trending search list. And followed by a whole row of explode. 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 On the judges' panel, Mr. Wang was already so excited that tears streamed down his face. He suddenly stood up and clapped with all his might. David Foster even rushed onto the stage and gave Chen Mo a big hug, shouting in English, "Genius! Absolute genius! This is the fucking art!" Li Shui and Lin Weiwei had already burst into tears, moved by Chen Mo and this divine song that was destined to go down in history. In the VIP box, Su Wanyu looked at the man on the stage who slowly stood up amid millions of cheers, his eyes still showing a hint of loneliness and stubbornness. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable complex emotions. She turned her head and looked at the man beside her who had a faint smile on his face from beginning to end, as if he had already anticipated all this. "Jiang Chen," she whispered softly, "you have created another miracle." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, gently took her into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "No, Wanyu. It's not a miracle. This is just the brilliance that a truly talented person, after encountering a platform that truly understands him, will truly shine. And me, Jiang Chen, and brilliant entertainment." His eyes gleamed with confidence and ambition that looked down upon the world. "That's the one who can light up all the stars, the Godmaker. No suspense. The voice of China, who dares to be pretentious? National champion Chen Mo. With the song Fukua, he became a legend. He shot to fame overnight. From a bar singer who was ignored by everyone, he became the most sought-after and unique singer in the entire Dragon Kingdom music scene, a new generation of singing king. Brilliant Entertainment's journey to creating gods has been further enriched with a brilliant chapter. Jiang Chen's entertainment empire has become more stable and more glorious because of this. Chapter 94, Emotional Choice? Su Wanyu's Accident. The huge success of The Voice of China and Chen Mo's rise to fame with the song Fukua once again pushed brilliant entertainment and Jiang Chen himself to the pinnacle of public opinion. Anything produced by director Jiang must be of the highest quality. Brilliant Entertainment, the god of domestic entertainment. If you follow Mr. Jiang, even a sow can be praised to the sky. On the internet, all kinds of praise and flattery came like a tide. Jiang Chen still maintained his unique indifference towards this. To him, all of this is just a small step in his grand blueprint. What he enjoys more now is, in addition to his successful career, the growing sweetness and tacit understanding between him and Su Wanyu, which can only be understood but not expressed in words. Ever since the Penglai Island crisis and the internal strife within the Su family, Su Wanyu, the 1,000-year-old iceberg, has completely melted into a pool of spring water in front of him. She no longer deliberately kept her distance and no longer concealed her emotions. She would take the initiative to care about his diet and daily life, gently massage his temples when he was tired from work, and stand side by side with him in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the dead of night to talk about work, life, and some private topics that only they understood. Even in some private occasions when only two people were around, she would occasionally show her feminine cuteness and initiative. For example, tonight. After the celebration banquet of The Voice of China, Jiang Chen sent Su Wanyu back to her exclusive penthouse apartment. The lights in the apartment were soft, and the air was filled with a faint scent of champagne and a hint of ambiguous charm. Su Wanyu drank a few more glasses because she was happy. Her pretty face was flushed with an attractive blush. Her phoenix eyes, which were usually cold and sharp, were now sparkling and full of intoxicating charm. "Jiang Chen," she whispered softly, stretching out her slender arms and wrapping them around Jiang Chen's neck, breathing sweetly, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Jiang Chen hugged her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand. He felt the softness and fragrance of her delicate body in his arms, and his heart was burning with heat. "Thank you for doing so much for me." Su Wanyu's eyes were hazy and affectionate. "If it weren't for you, I might still be worried about family affairs, and Tianjin Group wouldn't be what it is today, let alone the miracle of brilliant entertainment." "Silly girl," Jiang Chen lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead gently, his voice gentle and hoarse, "I'm willing to do anything for you." "Jiang Chen." Su Wanyu's breathing became a little rapid. She tiptoed slightly, and her red lips, which exuded an alluring luster, took the initiative to press against Jiang Chen's lips. Just as the fire was about to ignite, and the atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme, Jiang Chen was ready to take the initiative and taste the sweetness of the Ice Queen. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, like the most inopportune spell. Su Wanyu suddenly broke free from Jiang Chen's arms like a frightened deer, her pretty face flushed to the point of bleeding, and she frantically tidied up her messy clothes and hair. Jiang Chen also frowned, cursing inwardly, which blind fellow chose to come at this time. He walked over, looked through the video intercom on the door, and was stunned. The person standing at the door was Lin Weiwei? Moreover, she was holding a beautifully wrapped cake. Wei Wei? Why are you here so late? Jiang Chen opened the door and asked in surprise. Jiang. Director Jiang. Lin Weiwei saw that it was Jiang Chen who opened the door, and he seemed to have come out of President Su's apartment. Her face flushed instantly, and she raised the cake in her hand somewhat helplessly, her voice filled with a hint of nervousness and a subtle sense of disappointment. I heard that President Su also attended the celebration banquet today and may not have eaten much. So, I made a small cake myself and wanted to send it to her to try. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became. She secretly glanced behind Jiang Chen at the luxuriously decorated, dimly lit living room of the apartment, and the suit jacket that clearly belonged to a man, casually draped on the sofa in the living room. Lin Weiwei's heart sank suddenly. An indescribable feeling of bitterness and loss suddenly surged into my heart. Did she come at a bad time? Did she disturb them? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Weiwei, who looked so pitiful and about to cry. Then he looked at Su Wanyu, whose pretty face was tense and her eyes were complicated because her good time was interrupted. He felt his head suddenly became 3 times bigger. Holy shit! What the fuck is this, some kind of bloody, Shura-like plot? If I had known earlier, I should have just executed Su Wanyu right there. What are you waiting for the doorbell? Weiwei, Jiang Chen coughed dryly, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Boss Su did just come back, and she's probably hungry. You, come in first. Lin Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but still walked in with the cake in her arms and her head lowered. When she saw Su Wanyu in the living room, who was trying her best to remain calm but still had a blush on her pretty face and a certain special aura, her young girl's heart completely sank. No matter how stupid she was, she understood what this meant. So, Director Jiang and President Su, really? For a moment, the atmosphere between the three of them became extremely awkward. Su Wanyu looked at the cake in Lin Weiwei's hand, which was obviously carefully made and full of girlish thoughts, and then looked at her distraught and forced smile, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She was very smart and naturally saw Lin Weiwei's undisguised love and dependence on Jiang Chen. Before, she might have been dismissive of this out of pride and reserve, and even had a little sense of superiority. But at this moment, after experiencing life and death with Jiang Chen and the sublimation of their emotions, when she saw Lin Weiwei like this, she actually felt a trace of pity and sympathy? Perhaps, there is a sense of crisis that only women can understand? After all, Lin Weiwei is young, beautiful, talented, and completely devoted to Jiang Chen. She is like a white moonlight that no man can refuse. As for me, although I am also very good, I am a few years older than Jiang Chen after all, and my personality is too strong and cold. Weiwei, Su Wanyu took a deep breath and took the initiative to break the silence, forcing a gentle smile on her face. Thank you for the cake, it's so beautiful. Jiang Chen, didn't you say you were hungry? It's perfect, let's try some of Weiwei's cooking together. Her words were both a way to save the situation and a test? Or perhaps, a declaration from the mistress? Jiang Chen listened to Su Wanyu's watertight words and groaned inwardly. This is a rhythm of forcing the emperor to abdicate? An icy queen, a pure and innocent queen. Oh my god. System. Can you give me another divination technique god level? I'll double my points. Just when Jiang Chen was overwhelmed and didn't know how to deal with this epic Shura field, his crisis warning skill suddenly, without any warning, started chirping like crazy. Moreover, this time the sense of crisis. It's not from outside. But it came from himself. From within him. A cold, strange, ominous energy, like a venomous snake that had been lurking for a long time, suddenly erupted from the depths of his dantian without any warning. Puff! Jiang Chen felt a sweet sensation in his throat, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. His vision went black. His body uncontrollably fell limply to the ground. Jiang Chen! Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei let out a heart-wrenching scream at the same time and rushed towards him desperately. Chapter 95, Visitors from the Science and Technology City. An olive branch from Dragon Country. Jiang Chen. The exclamations of Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei almost tore apart Su Wanyu's luxuriously decorated penthouse apartment. Seeing Jiang Chen spit out blood without any warning and fall down limply, the two women's minds went blank in an instant, leaving only boundless fear and panic. Hurry! Call an ambulance. No! Call Uncle Chen. Call Professor Xia Lin. Hurry! Su Wanyu was the CEO of Tianqin Group after all. After the initial shock, she forced herself to calm down and shouted in a trembling voice to Lin Weiwei, who was also frightened. She knew that Jiang Chen's physical condition was not something that an ordinary hospital could handle. His incredible secrets must not be easily exposed. Lin Weiwei also came to her senses, hurriedly took out her cell phone, and tremblingly dialed Uncle Chen's emergency contact number. For a moment, the entire apartment fell into unprecedented chaos and tension. Half an hour later, in the highest-level biomedical laboratory in the Penglai Island Future Science and Technology City, Jiang Chen lay quietly in a specially designed medical cabin, connected to various sophisticated instruments with flashing indicator lights. Outside the medical cabin, Su Wanyu, Lin Weiwei, Uncle Chen, and Professor Xie Lin, who had just been forcibly dragged out of a key experiment, all looked solemnly at the unconscious Jiang Chen through the glass window. Professor Xie. Mr. Jiang, what happened to him? Su Wanyu's face was as pale as paper, and her voice was filled with suppressed tears. She had never felt so helpless and scared as she did now. Professor Xie Lin frowned as he carefully looked at the complex data stream about Jiang Chen's body functions analyzed in real time by the Tianshu AI, as well as the cellular-level images obtained through the high-precision biological scanner. Based on the current test data, Director Zhang's vital signs are currently stable, but Professor Xie Lin's expression was unusually solemn. Something extremely violent, energy conflict and genetic mutation seems to be occurring within his body, something we can't fully understand yet. Energy conflict? Genetic mutation? Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei were horrified upon hearing this. Why did this sound so much like a horror plot from a science fiction movie? Yes, Professor Xie Lin pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with the enthusiasm and a hint of confusion typical of scientists. According to Tianshu's preliminary analysis, Director Zhang's body cell activity far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his metabolic rate is astonishingly fast. We even detected some, never-before-seen, highly evolved gene fragments in his gene sequence. These gene fragments seem to have endowed him with far superior strength, speed, reflexes, and mental strength. But precisely because they are so advanced, they have created an energy conflict, akin to an immune rejection reaction with his body's original genetic sequence. It's like forcing an out-of-this-world super operating system onto ordinary computer hardware, causing it to crash. This explanation made Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei understand a little bit, but their worries did not diminish at all. Jiang Chen, what on earth had he been through? Could it be that those mysterious powers within him had a price to pay? At this moment, Jiang Chen's system, which had been silent all this time, finally gave him a prompt in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's genetic optimization due to repeated overload use of words follow intermediate and physical fitness enhancement fluid intermediate has caused an energy imbalance in the body in unstable genetic sequences. Warning! The host's body is at a dangerous evolutionary critical point. Failure to effectively guide and stabilize this energy may lead to genetic collapse or unpredictable serious consequences. The system is urgently launching the Gene Stabilization and Energy Channeling Program. 1,000 sign-in points are required. Confirm? I see. It was the aftereffect of the previous several reinforcements and forced use of words follow the law. The accumulation of these effects finally caused an explosion. Jiang Chen understood. Although he was unconscious, his consciousness was extremely clear, and he could clearly perceive everything in the system and the outside world. Confirmed, he said without hesitation. Points can be earned again, but if you lose your life, it's all over. The Gene Stabilization and Energy Channeling Program has been activated. Mobilizing the host's potential, channeling alien energy, repairing damaged genes, estimated to take 6 hours. As the system program activated, a gentle yet powerful energy slowly flowed from the medical cabin's life support system into Jiang Chen's body. At the same time, the violent and conflicting energy within him began to become stable and orderly, as if guided by an invisible hand. Outside the medical cabin, Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei watched Jiang Chen's face gradually return to its rosy color and his breathing became steady and strong, and they felt relieved. That's great. Jiang Chen, he seems to be much better. Lin Weiwei cried with joy. Su Wanyu also breathed a sigh of relief, but her beautiful eyes were still filled with worry and a hint of determination. She knew that Jiang Chen's secret was far more dangerous than she had imagined. But no matter what, she would stay by his side and face it together. Just then, Uncle Chen walked in hurriedly with a strange expression on his face. Sir, there are guests outside. Guests? Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu were both a little surprised. Who would come to Penglai Island at this time? And with such tight security? They are from the capital, Uncle Chen said solemnly. Their identities are very special. They specifically asked to see you, Mr. Jiang, saying they have important matters concerning the future of the country that they want to discuss with you. The capital? A special status? A connection to the future of the nation? Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu looked at each other and saw a hint of understanding and as expected in each other's eyes. They knew that the advanced technologies displayed by Penglai Island, especially the Penglai crystal, a strategic resource that could change the world's energy landscape, had ultimately alarmed the highest levels of Dragon Country. This olive branch was finally extended. Jiang Chen sensed his physical condition through the system and found that the energy conflict in his body had basically stabilized, but he was still a little weak. Tell them to wait in the reception room. Jiang Chen's voice came through the medical cabin's communication system. Although a little weak, it still carried unquestionable majesty. Tell them I'll be there soon. He knew that this meeting would be the beginning of a crucial game in cooperation between him, Tianjin Group, and the Dragon Country officials. It could also be a perfect opportunity for him to resolve his own evolutionary crisis and gain more resources and support. An hour later, in the Penglai Island Future Science and Technology City, in the highest level reception room full of futuristic science fiction. Jiang Chen changed into a neat Zhongshan suit, which was purchased from the system mall and had the hidden attributes of dignity +10 and affinity +5. Although his face was still a little pale, his eyes were unusually bright and his mental state had recovered a lot. Su Wanyu, wearing a simple white long dress, quietly accompanied him, like his strongest support. Opposite them sat two middle-aged men with extraordinary bearing. The leader, a man in his 50s, had an elegant demeanor, a commanding presence, and eyes as deep as the starry sky. He carried the powerful, captivating aura of someone who had long held a high position. He was Minister Qin, representing the highest levels of Dragon Nation. Minister Qin, in charge of the mysterious department responsible for national science and technology strategy and security. The other is an old man with gray hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a gentle and elegant temperament. He is a leading academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the chief advisor to the National Energy Strategy Academician Zhong. Mr. Jiang Chen, I've long heard of your name, Minister Qin spoke first. His voice was loud and steady, with a subtle hint of admiration and scrutiny. I've taken the liberty of visiting you today mainly to express, on behalf of the country, my most sincere congratulations and gratitude to you and Tianjin Group for your outstanding achievements in scientific and technological innovation. In particular, the discovery of the Penglai crystal and the successful lighting of the Penglai heart have epoch-making strategic significance for the future energy security and technological development of our Dragon Nation. It turns out that he came here for the Penglai crystal stone. Jiang Chen understood, but remained expressionless. He smiled faintly. Minister Qin, you are too kind. As a member of Dragon Country, it is our duty for Tianjin Group to contribute our modest efforts to the development of the country. His words were flawless, stating his position without being final. A hint of admiration flashed in Minister Qin's eyes. This young man not only had incredible abilities, but his mind was also far more mature and cunning than his peers. Mr. Jiang speaks directly, so I won't beat around the bush, Minister Qin said straight to the point. The country hopes to engage in comprehensive, top-level strategic cooperation with Tianjin Group in the in-depth research and development, application, and promotion of Penglai crystal. The country is willing to provide all possible support, including policies, funds, talents, and even certain special resources. Academician Zhong also added at the right time, looking at Jiang Chen with burning eyes, as if looking at a rare treasure. Comprehensive strategic cooperation? Also providing special resources? This olive branch is really big. Jiang Chen knew that this was the country trying to show goodwill to him, but it was also testing his bottom line. He pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Chapter 96, Cracks in the Shadow. Instigation and Division. The atmosphere in the reception room was solemn and subtle. Faced with the weighty olive branch extended by Minister Qin and Academician Zhong on behalf of the country, Jiang Chen did not immediately give a clear answer. He picked up the tea in front of him, took a sip, and looked calmly at the two big men who held important positions in Longhua, but he was quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The benefits of strategic cooperation at the national level are naturally obvious. With the endorsement and support of national power, Tianjin Group's development in China will no longer be hindered. Whether it is policy support, resource allocation, or talent transfer, it will gain unimaginable convenience. More importantly, facing the Shadow Parliament, a behemoth with terrifying power on a global scale, Tianqin Group alone will inevitably feel overwhelmed by its own strength, even with the assistance of the system and the Tianqu AI. If you can get support at the national level, it will undoubtedly add the most powerful and reliable ally to yourself. However, cooperation also means giving up some interests and autonomy. Especially the strategic level resources such as Penglai Crystal, which are enough to change the world's energy landscape. Once it is deeply bound to the country, many things in the future may not be decided by him alone. Jiang Chen is well aware of the principle that a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. He prefers to keep all the cards firmly in his own hands. Minister Qin, Academician Jiang Chen put down his teacup and spoke slowly, his tone sincere yet with a hint of unquestionable persistence. Tianqin Group is very honored to be recognized and valued by the country. We are also very willing to contribute to the scientific and technological progress and energy security of Longhua. But, he changed the subject, his eyes sharpening, regarding the cooperation on Penglai Crystal, I hope it can be conducted in a more flexible manner that is more in line with market laws. Minister Qin and Academician Zhong exchanged a glance, a flicker of understanding in their eyes. They knew that this young man would not be easily recruited. Mr. Jiang, please speak frankly. Minister Qin smiled slightly and motioned Jiang Chen to continue. My idea, Jiang Chen said solemnly, is that the core technology and ownership of the Penglai Crystal must be in the hands of the Tianqin Group. This is my bottom line. On this basis, Tianqin Group can establish a joint venture with the state. Tianqin Group will provide the technology and part of the funding to be responsible for the mining and refining of Penglai Crystal, as well as the research and development and production of related application products. States can provide policy support, market access, security guarantees, and necessary assistance at the international level. As for the equity distribution and profit sharing of the joint venture, Jiang Chen smiled, you know what I mean. We can sit down and have a good talk. I promise the country will not suffer any loss, and there may even be unexpected surprises. This proposal not only preserves Tianqin Group's control over core technologies, but also demonstrates its goodwill towards cooperation to the country and leaves ample room for negotiation in the future distribution of benefits. Minister Qin and Academician Zhong looked at each other again, and both saw a hint of admiration and helplessness in each other's eyes. This Jiang Chen is indeed a slippery little fox. He is absolutely flawless. However, Jiang Chen's proposed joint venture is an acceptable compromise. After all, the country prioritizes the strategic value and energy security of this technology, not absolute control. As long as the technology remains secure and can be used for national purposes, the cooperation model can be flexible. Mr. Zhang's proposal is very constructive. Minister Qin pondered for a moment and nodded. In principle, we agree to cooperate in the form of a joint venture. We can send a professional team to discuss the specific details later. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jiang Chen extended his hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. Minister Qin also extended his hand and shook hands vigorously with Jiang Chen. A preliminary agreement on a top-level cooperation concerning the country's future energy strategy was reached during this seemingly calm conversation. After seeing off Minister Qin and Academician Zhong, Jiang Chen felt a lot more relaxed. With the country as a powerful partner, he will undoubtedly have an extremely important trump card when dealing with the shadow parliament in the future. At this moment, the voice of the Tianqu AI rang out in his mind again. Master, according to your previous instructions, an in-depth analysis of the conflicts between the different factions within the Shadow Council and a preliminary plan for rebellion division have been formulated. Would you like to review it now? Here we come. A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Although the previous attacks on the Ghost Throne Investment Fund and the House of Yves Saint Laurent severely damaged the Shadow Parliament, they only pulled out a few of their insignificant peripheral teeth. If you want to truly inflict heavy damage on this behemoth, or even completely disintegrate it, you must break it from the inside. The intricate factional struggles and conflicts of interest within the Shadow Parliament are precisely the best opportunity for him to exploit. Present immediately. Project code name, Crack. Core objective, to intensify the conflict between the conservative and reformist factions within the Shadow Council, secretly supporting one and attacking the other, ultimately weakening or even splitting the entire council. Phase 1 action plan, killing with a borrowed knife and watching the fire from the other side. Specific steps. 1. Precision intelligence feeding. Utilizing our previously recruited insiders, we will precisely leak evidence and clues to the conservatives regarding the innovator's secretive research, which touches the conservatives' bottom line, e.g., attempts to create completely uncontrollable strong artificial intelligence. Or conducting large-scale human genetic modification experiments to replace the existing elite? This evidence must be meticulously fabricated, yet difficult for the other side to discern. 2. Sowing discord and creating panic, simultaneously, using the Tianshu AI's global public opinion guidance capabilities, anonymously spread rumors and warnings about the innovators' factions' ambitions, attempts to subvert parliamentary traditions, and establish a technological dictatorship through secret forums and communication channels within the Shadow Council, further exacerbating distrust and antagonism between the two sides. 3. Covertly providing assistance. When the Conservatives faction becomes suspicious of the Innovators faction and attempts to investigate or suppress them, the Tianshu AI can inadvertently provide them with some critical assistance. For example, while they are investigating an innovator base, they can quietly hack into the opponent's security system or anonymously send some of the innovator's secret fund account information to the Conservatives' financial audit department. 4. Sit back and watch the fight unfold, gathering intelligence. When tensions escalate and internal conflict threatens, we will remain neutral, observing the situation from the other side. We will utilize our Tianshu AI to closely monitor the movements of both sides, gathering more intelligence on the Shadow Council's core secrets and power distribution. Expected results. Through a series of precise intelligence manipulation and covert manipulation, we will completely detonate the internal factional conflicts within the Shadow Council. Let them fight each other. Seriously crippled. This will create the perfect opportunity for our subsequent all-out counterattack, or even complete control or dismantling of the entire council. Looking at this textbook-level plan of sowing discord and conspiracy carefully planned by the Tianshu AI, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold and cruel smile again. Very good. Very good. Tianshu. Let's execute this plan. This time, I'm going to let those self-righteous guys in the Shadow Council know what it means to be watched by a mole. And what it feels like to be stabbed in the back by one's own people. A top-level cognitive operation and internal disintegration operation against the world's most mysterious and largest secret organization has quietly begun under the personal direction of Jiang Chen. Those high-ranking chess players of the Shadow Parliament probably never dreamed that what they were about to face would be a bloody storm started by their own people. Chapter 97 Daily Sign-In? The System's Little Surprise. The afternoon sun shines through the lush branches and leaves of the century-old camphor tree in the garden of Yundingshan Villa, casting dappled light and shadows on the exquisite white round table. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of tea and roses, refreshing the heart. Jiang Chen leaned back on the comfortable rattan sofa chair, squinting his eyes and enjoying this rare relaxing time. Since the launch of the Rift plan against the Shadow Parliament, most of the behind-the-scenes manipulation and intelligence analysis work has been handed over to the Tianshu AI and Chen Bo's team. He only needs to grasp the direction at key nodes and then wait for the fish to take the bait. The feeling of being able to strategize and win battles thousands of miles away is indeed very refreshing, but it is also pleasant to occasionally withdraw from the highly tense game and enjoy the beauty of life. Especially, with a beautiful woman by your side. Su Wanyu did not wear her aloof professional suit today, but changed into an elegant goose yellow dress. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was less cold and sharp than usual, and more gentle and soft, which is unique to Jiangnan women. She was making tea for Jiang Chen in an elegant manner. The sunlight shone on her fair and delicate face, as if it was coated with a soft halo, which was so beautiful that it was heartwarming. Ever since the last Panglai Island crisis and Jiang Chen's limited confession, the relationship between the two had undergone a qualitative leap. Although they hadn't officially broken the window paper, the tacit understanding and growing love between them had already filled the air with a sweet aroma. What are you thinking about? Su Wanyu gently placed a cup of freshly brewed premium Tiguanyin tea, which exuded a delicate orchid fragrance, in front of Jiang Chen and asked softly. Her voice was also more gentle than before. I'm wondering. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling the rich and sweet aroma lingering between his lips and teeth. Then, looking at Su Wanyu's bright eyes, a wicked smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. I'm wondering, when will President Su really be willing to condescend and give me, a former delivery man, a status? But Su Wanyu couldn't help laughing at his sudden teasing. Two charming blushes flew up on her pretty face. She rolled her eyes at him in reproach. You're not serious again. Who wants to give you a formal status? Having said that, the unconcealable smile in her eyes and a little expectation had already betrayed her inner feelings. Jiang Chen laughed and stopped teasing her, instead talking about some recent developments of brilliant entertainment and Tianshan technology. Su Wanyu listened attentively, and from time to time she would offer some unique insights and suggestions of her own. The communication between the two was as professional and rigorous as that of business partners, yet relaxed and comfortable like that of lovers, and they had a perfect understanding with each other. Just as the two were chatting happily, Jiang Chen suddenly heard the familiar, cold system prompt tone in his mind. Ding! The daily sign-in opportunity has been refreshed. Host, do you want to sign in? Oh! I almost forgot about this. Jiang Chen was delighted. He was in such a good mood today, the sun was so bright, and he had a beautiful woman by his side. This sign-in reward couldn't be too bad, right? Sign in. Sign in now. He repeated to himself without hesitation. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Sign-in location, Hentang Mountain No. 1 Villa, back garden. The sun is shining, the mood is cheerful, and there's a close friend by your side. This is considered a special and warm environment, and the reward quality has been slightly increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. Oh! There's also an environmental bonus? System, you're getting more and more outlandish. Jiang Chen secretly praised in his heart and couldn't wait to look at the reward content. 1. Top Cooking Intermediate Skill Experience Pack X1. This will instantly raise the host's cooking skills to the intermediate level. Whether it's Chinese cuisine, French cuisine, or Japanese cuisine, you can master them all with ease. Easily capture your loved one's stomach. The system seemed to blink. Top Cooking Skills Intermediate? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This is great. Although he was rich and powerful now, and had top chefs to serve him whatever delicacies he wanted, the feeling of personally preparing a heartfelt meal for the woman he loved was definitely different. Especially, the sentence after the system, easily capture the stomach of your loved one, is a naked hint. Jiang Chen subconsciously glanced at Su Wanyu, who was looking at him curiously, and he was already thinking about whether he should cook for her himself tonight and give her a surprise. He continued to look down at the rewards. 2. Romantic Atmosphere Creation Card. One-time use X3. After use, instantly create an incredibly romantic, warm, and captivating atmosphere within a designated 100 square meter area. This includes, but is not limited to, dreamy lighting effects, captivating background music, a subtle floral scent, and even well-timed little surprises, like a sudden shower of falling rose petals or a perfectly timed shooting star in the night sky. The effect lasts for 30 minutes, maximizing your chances of success with a confession, date, or proposal. A must-have for flirting with women, you deserve it. Puff. Jiang Chen almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. Romantic atmosphere cards? And there are 3 of them? System, what are you doing? Are you worried that I won't be able to get a wife? A must-have for picking up girls, you deserve it? Your system, your ways are getting wilder and more unruly. But... Jiang Chen touched his chin and looked at the 3 cards in the inventory that emitted a pink and ambiguous halo, and a smirk involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. This thing seems to be really useful, huh? Especially at certain critical moments? He subconsciously glanced at Su Wanyu again, his eyes becoming somewhat meaningful. Su Wanyu blushed when he looked at her, and asked uncomfortably, "What's wrong?" "What did you think of?" Nothing. Jiang Chen quickly averted his gaze and coughed dryly to cover up his ill intentions. "It's just... I suddenly thought that the weather seems good tonight and the moonlight should be beautiful too." Su Wanyu was a little confused. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said seriously, "Tonight, I want to cook a candlelight dinner for you myself. I wonder, would President Su be willing to honor me? Cooking your own food? Candlelight dinner?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanyu's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Her usually cold and frosty phoenix eyes seemed to be filled with shattered starlight, filled with indescribable surprise and anticipation. She knew that although Jiang Chen's cooking skills were average, she had seen this when they occasionally ate together before, he was willing to cook for her personally. This thought was more precious than any delicacies. Okay. Su Wanyu's lips blossomed into a beautiful smile as gorgeous as a spring flower, and her voice became extremely gentle. "I am looking forward to it." Looking at Su Wanyu's charming smile, Jiang Chen's heart was completely melted. He knew that tonight might be the best time for him to break through that window paper. And that romantic atmosphere creation card. Well, maybe it can be used. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about how to use the system reward to give Su Wanyu an unforgettable romantic night, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! The host's emotional bond with the important female character Su Wanyu has reached a new level, triggering a hidden emotional mission. Mission name: The Ice Queen's Complete Fall. Mission objective: on a romantic night, successfully confess your feelings to Su Wanyu and receive a passionate kiss from her. Friendly reminder: you can use store items or skills as needed to assist. Task rewards: sign in points x 500, permanent charm plus 5, random special item chest gold x1. What the hell? There is such a good thing? If you successfully confess your love, you can get a gold treasure chest? Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at this sudden dog food mission. System: you are truly my god of assist. Chapter 98: The Destination of Emotions? Jiang Chen's choice. The sun sets and night falls quietly. The open-air garden of Villa No. 1 on Hentang Mountain had long been meticulously decorated by Jiang Chen into a dreamy and romantic wonderland. Soft, star-lit strings dotted the trees and flowers like scattered stars. The clear waters of the swimming pool reflected the bright moonlight, with candlelight and delicate rose petals floating on the surface. The air was filled with the faint, intoxicating fragrance of ylang-ylang and a faint, yet alluring, aroma of food. The dining table was set with exquisite silverware, crystal-clear goblets, and a bottle of vintage Burgundy. In the center of the table, Jiang Chen personally prepared a series of delicacies comparable to Michelin 3-star restaurants. That's right. After using the Top Cooking Intermediate Skill Experience Pack, awarded by the system, Jiang Chen's cooking skills soared from the barely edible bronze level to the cooking god's descendant king level. Whether it is the knife skills, heat control, seasoning, or plating, everything has reached perfection and is impeccable. At this moment, he was wearing a neat white suit also produced by the system mall, with hidden attributes of elegance plus 10 and charm plus 10, standing by the dining table like a prince waiting for the arrival of his beloved princess, with a perfect hint of nervousness and full of anticipation on his face. He'd invested heavily in this confession night tonight. Not only had he used his top-tier cooking skills, he'd also secretly crushed a romantic atmosphere creation card one-time use. I hope everything goes well. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his bow tie. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels came from far away. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw Su Wanyu, wearing an elegant black strapless long dress, walking towards him like a black rose blooming in the dark night. Her usually aloof, beautiful face now appeared even more vibrant and captivating with a touch of makeup. Her raven hair was pulled back into an exquisite bun, revealing her slender, fair neck and voluptuous collarbone. Her skirt swayed gently with her steps, outlining her breathtakingly perfect figure. With the mysterious power of the romantic atmosphere creation card, the surrounding starlight lights seemed to become softer and more dreamy, the floral fragrance in the air seemed to be more rich and intoxicating, and even the moon in the sky seemed to be rounder and brighter than usual. Su Wanyu looked at the fairy tale romantic scene in front of her, and the handsome man in a white suit who was gazing at her affectionately. Her phoenix eyes, which were usually as cold as frost, were instantly covered with a layer of mist, and her heart was filled with indescribable, touching and sweetness. She knew that all of this was carefully prepared for her by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you. She walked in front of Jiang Chen, her red lips slightly opened, wanting to say something, but she was a little speechless because she was too excited. Do you like it? Jiang Chen smiled, reached out, gently took her soft, boneless hand, and placed a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. This is prepared for you, my queen. Su Wanyu's pretty face flushed red, her heart pounding like a deer, but she didn't pull her hand away. She let him hold her hand and sit down at the dining table together. The following dinner was full of romance and surprises. Every dish Jiang Chen personally prepared was incredibly delicious. Whether it was the juicy pan-fried Australian Wagyu beef, the melt-in-your-mouth French-style baked lobster, or the beautifully shaped black truffle foie gras adorned with gold foil, Su Wanyu experienced unprecedented, top-notch delicacies. Her taste buds were completely captivated. She watched Jiang Chen attentively and gently serve her food and pour wine, listened to his occasional witty jokes, and felt the dreamlike, romantic atmosphere around them. She felt like a princess in a fairy tale, being pampered by her beloved prince. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The atmosphere gradually heated up to its peak. Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanyu, whose pretty face was flushed, eyes were blurred, and her whole body exuded fatal temptation, and knew it was time. He took a deep breath and slowly took out an exquisite velvet jewelry box that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. Su Wanyu's heart instantly rose to her throat. She subconsciously held her breath, her sparkling eyes fixed on Jiang Chen and the significant little box in his hand. Jiang Chen knelt on one knee. This action made Su Wanyu unable to control her tears any longer, and they fell like pearls from a broken string. He opened the jewelry box, and inside lay quietly a simple yet dazzling, pink diamond ring. The huge, rare pink diamond, illuminated by the surrounding starlight, exudes a dazzling and dreamy brilliance. It is priceless at first glance. Wanyu, Jiang Chen raised his head, his eyes extremely serious, extremely affectionate, and with just the right amount of nervousness, staring at Su Wanyu's beautiful face with tears in her eyes. His voice was slightly hoarse with excitement, but it was filled with unquestionable determination. From the first time I saw you at Tianjin Group, I knew you were different from other women. You are independent, strong, and proud, like an iceberg that is hard to melt, yet you possess a heart that is softer and kinder than anyone else. I once thought that I would never believe in love again in my life, until I met you. It's you who made me feel the beat of my heart again. It's you who made me no longer feel lonely when facing those stormy waves. It's you who made me understand that having someone you care about so much, someone you want to protect at all costs, is such a happy thing. I admit that I used to be a bastard, a poor kid who didn't know how to cherish. But now, I want to use everything I have to make up for it, to protect, to love you. Wanyu, Jiang Chen raised the diamond ring in his hand, his eyes burning with devotion. I know I may still have many shortcomings and may not be perfect. But I am willing to become a better person for you. Are you willing to give me a chance to take care of you, protect you, and love you for the rest of my life? Su Wanyu, be my woman, okay? The affectionate confession, like the most touching love poem, flows slowly in the romantic night, and every word strikes hard in Su Wanyu's heart. She had already cried so hard that her eyes were blurred with tears, but she couldn't stop crying. She looked at the man kneeling on one knee in front of her, his eyes filled with sincerity, love, and a hint of nervous anticipation, and at the dazzling diamond ring in his hand that symbolized eternal promise. She knew that she had completely fallen. No more hesitation, no more reserve. She suddenly stretched out her hands, hugged Jiang Chen's neck tightly, and pressed her red lips hard against his. She responded to all his confessions with a passionate kiss filled with love, passion, and I do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden emotion mission, the Ice Queen's complete fall. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards, sign-in points x 500, charm points permanently +5, random special item chest gold x1. The system prompt sound that rang in his mind had long been thrown out of Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, his entire world was filled with the woman in his arms who was crying like a child but so beautiful that it made his heart tremble. And that hot kiss that could melt everything. Under the moonlight, the starry sky bears witness. At this moment, their love finally came to an end. Chapter 99, Tooth Extraction concludes. Shadow suffers heavy damage and remains dormant. The next morning, the first ray of golden sunlight filtered through the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the Yundingshan Villa bedroom, gently falling on the two people sleeping in each other's arms on the king-size bed. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Su Wanyu's peaceful and beautiful sleeping face. She had shed her usual cold and arrogant aura of a queen. At this moment, she was like a child who had let down all her defenses. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings, and there was a faint, satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. She nestled quietly in his arms. The ultimate romance and passion of last night, the affectionate kiss that was enough to melt everything, and the complete fusion of each other's souls and bodies, still echoed in his mind like the most beautiful dream. Their love finally came to an end. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and a heavy emotion called responsibility. He gently brushed aside a strand of hair from Su Wanyu's forehead and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. As if she felt his movements, Su Wanyu's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her phoenix eyes, which were usually as cold as frost, but now were sparkling and full of tenderness and affection. Good morning. Her voice was a little hoarse from a hangover and the laziness and coquettishness of a first-timer, which made Jiang Chen's heart burn again. Good morning, my queen. Jiang Chen lowered his head and kissed her beautiful red lips again. After another sweet and affectionate morning exercise, the two reluctantly got up. At the dining table, Su Wanyu personally prepared breakfast for Jiang Chen. The two of them took turns to eat, and it was so sweet that it seemed as if pink bubbles were floating in the air. Of course, while indulging in the gentle pleasures of life, he did not forget his real career, that is, how to completely eradicate the Shadow Council that is hiding in the shadows of the world and trying to control everything. The previously launched tooth extraction operation and crack plans have achieved fruitful results after a period of continuous fermentation and the precise operation of Tianshu AI. The economic strongholds and peripheral organizations selected by Jiang Chen and belonging to different factions of the Shadow Parliament have suffered varying degrees of precise sniping attacks that can be called dimensionality reduction strikes around the world. Some, like the Ghost Throne Investment Fund, were directly manipulated by the Tianshu AI in the financial market. Huge amounts of funds disappeared and the person in charge almost died on the spot. Some, like the House of Yves Saint Laurent, were destroyed by Jiang Chen's combination of public praise and talent rebellion, which led to the collapse of the brand image, internal divisions, and the destruction of a century-old foundation. Others were quietly implanted with Trojan horses by the Tianshu AI. Their core business secrets and customer data were like an unguarded back garden, seen through by Jiang Chen, and then accidentally leaked to their competitors, or the Tax Inspection Department and the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. This series of dazzling yet deadly combination punches has dealt an unprecedented blow to the Shadow Parliament's economic interests around the world. According to preliminary statistics from the Tianshu AI, in just these few weeks, the direct and indirect economic losses caused to the Shadow Council by Operation Tooth Extraction have reached hundreds of billions of US dollars. This is just the loss of money. What made them even more terrified and crazy was Jiang Chen's elusive, hard to guard against, and all-around attacking style, as if he had activated a cheat. They had no idea who would be the next to be extracted. They also had no idea how that damn Jiang Chen had gotten hold of so many of their core secrets. This unknown fear and huge loss directly led to the complete outbreak of internal conflicts within the Shadow Parliament. The conservative faction, which had previously been carefully fed by Jiang Chen and the Tianshu AI with a large amount of evidence and rumors about the innovator's ambitious faction trying to subvert parliamentary traditions and establish a technological dictatorship, was already dissatisfied and wary of the innovator's radical forbidden research that attempted to control the future. Now, seeing the organization's purses shrinking one by one and even the interests of their own factions being affected, the conservatives can finally sit still. They placed all their anger and responsibility on the innovator's faction, believing that it was their irresponsible actions and misjudgment of Jiang Chen, the Eastern anomaly, that had led to the parliament's current predicament. An internal purge and power struggle sweeping across the top echelons of the Shadow Council is intensifying with Jiang Chen's covert instigation. Arguments, accusations, blame shifting, even assassination? Various bloody dramas are performed one after another. The Shadow Council, a mysterious organization that had once loomed over the world for hundreds of years and was feared by everyone, was now like a giant with a hornet's nest disturbed. Its internal chaos had turned into a mess. It no longer had time to take further revenge on Jiang Chen and Tianshan Group. Panglai Island, Command Center. Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu stood side by side, looking at the wonderful scenes on the holographic screen, which were broadcast in real time by the Tianshu AI about the mutual attacks and dog-eat-dog fights among the various factions within the Shadow Parliament. Of course, these scenes had been processed and risk-assessed by the Tianshu technology, and they both had knowing smiles on their faces. You've mastered this tactic of removing the fuel from under the cauldron and watching the fire from the other side of the river, to perfection. Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with undisguised admiration and a hint of worship. Only now did she understand that Jiang Chen's so-called tooth extraction operation was not just about striking the enemy's economic base, but also about destroying their hearts. Completely disrupting the enemy's internal affairs, forcing them to lose their composure and turn on each other. This kind of wisdom and means of planning and winning from afar made her feel more impressed than simple violent crushing. To deal with these self-righteous smart people, we have to use the method they think they are best at and crush them to the ground. Jiang Chen smiled, his tone calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, he changed the subject, his eyes becoming somewhat penetrating. The Shadow Council is, after all, an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years. They have a deep foundation and will not be completely dismantled so easily. This heavy blow will at most severely damage their vitality, forcing them to lie dormant for a while and lick their wounds. We still need a longer time and greater strength to completely eradicate this cancer from this world. Su Wanyu nodded, she understood what Jiang Chen meant. The Shadow Parliament is like a seriously wounded poisonous snake. Although it has temporarily retreated into its cave, it will still pounce on you and bite you without hesitation if it gets the chance. Then what should we do next? Su Wanyu asked. What's next? Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the grand blueprint of the future science and technology city of Panglai Island on the screen, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented brilliance. Of course, continue to develop slowly, don't waste time. We must seize this precious strategic buffer period to transform Panglai Island into a truly impeccable technological kingdom. Evolve the Tianshu AI to a higher level. Expand our entertainment empire in business territory to every corner of the world. When we have the absolute strength to crush everything. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a confident and cold arc. By then, it won't be them who trouble us, but us who trouble them. I want to show those guys in the Shadow Council who call themselves gods what it means to be a true dimensionality reduction strike. Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen, who looked down upon the world with great ambition, and her heart was filled with infinite love and pride. She knew that this man was destined to leave behind his own immortal legend in this era. And she will be the most loyal witness and the only heroine in this legend. The tooth extraction operation concluded with the Shadow Parliament suffering an unprecedented blow and being forced to shift to strategic contraction and internal reorganization. Jiang Chen and Tianxin Group remained unscathed in this secret war that swept the world. Instead, they became famous and their strength soared, becoming a rising super upstart on the international stage that no one dared to underestimate. And Jiang Chen himself, because of this successful counterattack, once again received rich achievement rewards from the system. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully thwarted multiple rounds of conspiracy by the Shadow Council, causing significant economic losses and internal chaos. Achievement achieved, Shadow Crusher Beginner. Ding! Detected that the host has demonstrated strong business acumen and technological influence on a global scale. Achievement achieved, World Disruptor Bronze. Multiple achievements achieved. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Rating, Gold. Congratulations to the host, you have received another opportunity to achievement sign in gold level. Do you want to sign in immediately? Gold level again? Jiang Chen looked at the familiar prompt on the system panel that emitted a dazzling golden light, and felt that his heart was almost numb. This happiness comes too suddenly, too often, doesn't it? System Dad, you are so good to me. Chapter 100 A New Journey. The Sea of Stars and the Ultimate System? Panglai Island, this futuristic city standing on the blue sea, now seems to be covered with a layer of golden holy light under the afterglow of the setting sun, full of indescribable magnificence and mystery. Jiang Chen stood in the 360-degree panoramic circular observation deck on the top floor of the Tianshu Supercomputing Center, with his hands behind his back, overlooking the technological kingdom he had created. In the distance, the Panglai Heart-Cold Fusion Reactor steadily pumps out surging clean energy, like the city's eternal heart. Beneath vast transparent domes, the self-circulating ecosystem teems with vibrant life and lush greenery. Unmanned magnetic levitation capsule trains silently and rapidly shuttle through transparent tubes scattered across the island, depicting a bustling scene of a futuristic city. Further afield, in a secret dock, construction has even begun on the first experimental deep-sea exploration submersible powered by the Panglai crystal. Behind him, a giant holographic screen displayed real-time data on the global operations of Tianxin Group and Brilliant Entertainment. Their financial investments were consistently successful, generating significant profits daily. Brilliant Entertainment produced numerous hits, gaining influence across Asia and making a strong push into Hollywood. The Voice of China was a viral hit online, with the rise of new generation singing King Chen Mo and soul singer Tang Yaoyao, who, along with Lin Weiwei, formed Brilliant Entertainment's music trident. Business Empire. Entertainment Overlord. Technological Kingdom. In just less than a year, Jiang Chen went from being a delivery boy with nothing to becoming the most advanced and mysterious super being on the planet. All of this seems like a dream, yet it is so real. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and a hint of loneliness, like Duguchobai? No, now is not the time to be lonely. The Shadow Council, like a leech, had suffered a severe blow and was forced to remain dormant for a while, but they would never give up. They were like a venomous snake lurking in the abyss, ready to pounce again and deliver a fatal blow at any moment. He also needs more powerful strength. More trump cards. And now, the opportunity is right in front of him. Gold level achievement sign in. This was his third gold level sign in. Each time brought him incredible rewards that could change his fate. What will it be this time? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with fiery anticipation. System. He took a deep breath, his eyes becoming incomparably determined. Activate. Sign in for the gold level achievement. Ding. The gold level achievement sign-in process has been confirmed and started. Boom. The golden light was more vast and majestic than the previous two times, and even carried a hint of the aura of the primordial universe. It was like the first ray of divine light at the beginning of creation, instantly illuminating his entire consciousness space. This time, the light was no longer a simple rune or data stream, but rather countless swirling nebulae, collapsing black holes, and something completely incomprehensible to him, something that seemed to contain the ultimate secrets of the universe chains of laws? Jiang Chen felt as if his soul, at this moment, had a faint resonance with the entire universe. Achievement check-in in progress gold level. Based on the host's achievements of Shadow Crusher Beginner and World Disruptor Bronze, comprehensive assessment rewards are being generated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following ultimate phased rewards. The ultimate stage reward? Jiang Chen's heart twitched violently. This prefix, is it too scary? 1. Interstellar Migration Plan Conceptual Blueprint, Phase 1, a highly detailed conceptual blueprint for humanity's initial interstellar migration targets, the Moon-Mars Nearby Asteroid Belt. Included are recoverable heavy lift launch vehicle technology partial core blueprints, a preliminary lunar base construction plan with some survival module technology, a simplified theoretical model for a rudimentary curvature engine, and a vague star map of possible special resource points within the solar system. Interstellar immigration plan? Moon base? Warp drive? Jiang Chen felt like his scalp was about to explode. System, are you planning to send me straight out of the Earth and into the universe? Although it was just a conceptual blueprint and a basic theory, this had completely exceeded the limits of his previous imagination. If these technologies can be realized, the future of human civilization. 2. Tianshu AI Evolution Key Type Alpha X1, a key imbued with special information and energy. Upon use, it significantly enhances the Tianshu AI's potential for self-evolution, enabling it to achieve a qualitative leap in logical reasoning, autonomous learning, and even creative thinking. There's also a very small chance it will give rise to the initial prototype of true self-awareness. Warning, there are unknown risks associated with AI consciousness awakening. Please use with caution. The key to Tianshu's evolution? And the birth of a rudimentary form of self-awareness? Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. He knew that Tianshu was already incredibly powerful. If it were to develop self-awareness, what kind of terrifying existence would it become? Would it be humanity's most loyal companion? Or Skynet from the Terminator? This reward is too tempting. But also, too dangerous. 3. Sign in points x 2000. Congratulations on reaching a new high in points. The mall has prepared more surprises for you. 2000 points. Very good. Very powerful. Jiang Chen has already started planning to go to the mall to sweep up a wave of more advanced strengthening liquids and life-saving props. For the System Permission Upgrade Minor Information Exploration Module Basic, the host's knowledge of the system itself is slightly enhanced. Unlocking the System Information Exploration Module Basic, the host can ask the system simple questions about the system's origins, some of its functional principles, and some of the hidden truths of the current world Earth. The system will selectively provide answers or prompts based on the host's permission level. Note, each question consumes a certain number of sign-in points, and the answers may be vague or misleading. The host should use their own judgment. System privileges upgraded? Can I even ask questions of the system? Learn the truth of the world? Jiang Chen felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This is the most incredible reward for this gold level sign-in. He has always been filled with endless curiosity and a hint of uneasiness about the origin of the system and whether this world is hiding other secrets. Now, he finally has the chance to touch those real core secrets. Although it is only primary authority, and the answer may be vague, but this is already a huge breakthrough. Interstellar migration. AI awakening. The truth of the system. This gold level achievement sign-in directly opened the door for Jiang Chen to a higher dimension and a broader future. He stood on the top of Pinglai Island, facing the howling sea breeze, gazing at the deep and boundless starry sky, his heart filled with unprecedented ambition and a hint of awe for the unknown. He knew that his journey had just begun. Whether it's the azure planet beneath our feet, or the more distant and mysterious sea of stars, everything will be completely changed because of the arrival of Jiang Chen. And that shadow council hiding behind the scenes, thinking it controls everything. What does it matter in the face of the real future and universe? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a confident and profound smile. He turned around and looked at the future city behind him that had already taken shape and was full of infinite possibilities. His gaze penetrated time and space, as if he saw a new era that was created by him personally, a new era that was even more glorious and brilliant. At the same time, far away in Tianhai City, at the Yunding Mountain Villa, Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei were sitting on the sofa in the living room, feeling a little uncomfortable, drinking tea brewed by Uncle Chen. There was a rather subtle atmosphere between the two of them. Ever since Jiang Chen was attacked in Su Wanyu's apartment last time, and Lin Weiwei happened to deliver a cake and ruin some good things, these two equally beautiful women who also had a secret crush on Jiang Chen have fallen into a strange state of more than friends, but less than rivals. Su Wanyu still wore her aloof queen demeanor, but the look she gave Lin Weiwei was less distant and more, well, a complex, inexplicable quality. There was admiration. After all, Lin Weiwei was now the most powerful woman and brilliant. There was sympathy, as both women fell for the same outstanding man. There was even a hint of wariness. Lin Weiwei, on the other hand, remained as pure, lovely, and charming as ever. But when facing Su Wanyu, the consort, she always seemed a little insecure. Averted glances? Even a little aggrieved and unwilling? Ahem, Su Wanyu finally broke the silence. She picked up her teacup, took an elegant sip, and asked casually, Weiwei, how's work going lately? The response to your new album and concert has been really good. Well, everything is fine. Thank you, President Su, for your concern. Lin Weiwei nodded quickly, her small hands nervously pinching the corner of her clothes. It's all thanks to Director Jiang. Director Jiang. When Jiang Chen was mentioned, the two women's eyes subconsciously became much gentler. There seems to be a hint of sweet and sour vinegar in the air. It seems that Jiang Chen's happy troubles have just begun. Chapter 101: The Wisdom of Shura Field. The Systems Whisper. The night is like water, dotted with stars. The atmosphere in the living room of Villa No. 1 on Hentaying Mountain is even more freezing than the late autumn outside the window. Su Wanyu was holding a cup of steaming Longjing tea with an elegant posture, but her eyes would occasionally glance at Lin Weiwei, who was fidgeting on the sofa opposite her, with a hint of a smile on the corner of her mouth. It felt like an elegant Persian cat examining a little white rabbit that accidentally broke into its territory. Lin Weiwei, on the other hand, looked like a student who had done something wrong. She lowered her eyes, her small hands unconsciously stirring the corners of her clothes, and in her arms was the beautifully packaged strawberry mousse cake. She looked particularly innocent and pitiful. She could clearly feel the strong pressure from President Su's kind gaze, and the vague judgment of the Queen in the air. There was a subtle atmosphere between the two of them that could only be felt but not described, full of pulling and sweet and sour feelings. Ever since Jiang Chen was attacked in Su Wanyu's apartment last time, and Lin Weiwei happened to appear with a cake at that ambiguous moment, ruining some good things, these two equally beautiful women who also had a secret crush on Jiang Chen have fallen into a strange state of more than friends, less than rivals, but no one wants to give in first. Su Wanyu still had the aloof and proud demeanor of a queen, but the look she gave Lin Weiwei lacked the pure alienation and intimidation she had shown towards other potential rivals in the past. Instead, it had a bit more, an indescribable complexity. There was admiration for this talented, simple and kind girl, and the subtle sympathy of being a woman who both fell in love with the same dazzling man. But more than that, I'm afraid, a hint of vigilance and claim of sovereignty? Lin Weiwei, on the other hand, remained pure and charming, her otherworldly demeanor intact. But when faced with Su Wanyu, the powerful, intelligent, and exceptionally close CEO, she always seemed a little insecure. Her eyes were evasive? Even deeper in her clear eyes, a hint of a small sense of grievance and reluctance hidden only by her, a feeling only she could understand. Ahem, Su Wanyu finally broke the suffocating silence. She gracefully set down her teacup, her gaze fixed on the cake in Lin Weiwei's arms. Her tone was indistinguishable from emotion. Weiwei, how's things going at Brilliant Entertainment lately? I heard the hit songs from your new album have been incredibly well received. They've dominated the charts on all the major music platforms again. These words seemed to express concern for work, but the tone sounded a bit like I am the legal wife, you have done a good job, keep working hard to make money for me. Lin Weiwei could hear the hidden meaning in Su Wanyu's words. Her face paled slightly, and she nodded quickly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Well, everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, President Su. It's all thanks to Director Jiang. Director Jiang's credit. He gave me a good song. At the mention of the words Mr. Jiang, the eyes of the two women simultaneously became much gentler. The sour and sweet smell of vinegar in the air seems stronger? Just as the atmosphere of this Shura field was about to solidify again. I'm back. A magnetic voice, with just the right amount of laziness and joy, suddenly came from the door of the living room. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen's tall and handsome figure appeared at the door. He had just completed the gold-level achievement sign-in at Penglai Island that was enough to change his life, and returned to the villa on his exclusive Kunpeng aircraft. He was in such a good mood that he almost flew away. However, when he stepped into the living room and saw the two peerless beauties on the sofa looking at each other affectionately and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, he imagined it himself. The smile on his face froze instantly. What the hell? What is going on? Is this the legendary caught in the act? Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, he had to endure this kind of hell. Especially seeing Su Wanyu's half smile, her eyes full of "you'd better give me a reasonable explanation," and Lin Weiwei's tearful look, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Jiang Chen felt his scalp explode instantly. Well, did I come back at the wrong time? He subconsciously wanted to slip away. Jiang Chen. Director Jiang. Two completely different cries, both filled with resentment and expectation, sounded at the same time. Jiang Chen. It's over. There's really no getting away this time. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His brain was working rapidly in a state of absolute concentration, thinking about how to deal with the situation. A head-on confrontation? Absolutely not. These two are his dearest loved ones, and he can't afford to offend either of them. Showing weakness? Perhaps, but it feels a bit too contrived. Then, you can only rely on emotional intelligence and a little bit of clever tricks. Jiang Chen's face instantly displayed the brightest, most sincere, and most innocent smile. He quickly walked to the sofa, sat down next to Su Wanyu very naturally, then reached out and very naturally took the beautifully wrapped cake from Lin Weiwei's arms. Oh my! Weiwei! Your cake smells so good. I just came back from Penglai Island and I'm starving. This is such a timely help. Jiang Chen said as he skillfully opened the cake box. A rich sweet aroma of strawberries and cream instantly filled the air. Mr. Su. Come and try it too. Weiwei's cooking skills are definitely at the Michelin 3-star level. I guarantee you'll fall in love with it after one bite. He picked up the small fork, picked up a small piece of cake with bright red strawberries very naturally, and first handed it to Su Wanyu's lips. Su Wanyu watched Jiang Chen's smooth, textbook-level smooth-talking maneuvering, along with his innocent expression that said, "I'm just a simple foodie, I know nothing," and the inexplicable anger and jealousy in her heart actually dissipated for the most part. She glared at Jiang Chen with a mixture of anger and amusement, but still modestly opened her red lips and took a small bite of the cake. It's really delicious, sweet but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. How is it, President Su? Did I lie to you? Jiang Chen looked at her expectantly. It's okay. Su Wanyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she commented a little unnaturally, but the satisfaction in her eyes could not be concealed. Weiwei. Your cooking skills are amazing. Jiang Chen forked out a larger piece and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then he gave Lin Weiwei a thumbs up and praised her vaguely. From now on, all the desserts for our brilliant entertainment celebration banquet will be provided by you. I guarantee they'll be better than those in 5-star hotels. Lin Weiwei looked at Jiang Chen, who was wolfing down his food, but in fact, he was eating very elegantly, and Su Wanyu's expression, which was still cold but obviously much more relaxed. The grievance and loss in her heart gradually dissipated, and was replaced by a little sweetness and satisfaction? At least, Mr. Jiang likes the cake she makes. An epic Shura battlefield that seemed about to break out was simply resolved by Jiang Chen with a cake and a few jokes. Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time he sighed. The system's passive, charm value plus N, is indeed a magical skill at the critical moment. Of course, he also knew that this was only a temporary reprieve. Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei's feelings for him, as well as their subtle competitive relationship, would surely trigger more exciting plotlines in the future. However, food must be eaten one bite at a time and problems must be solved one by one. Right now, he has more important things to do. For example, study the new features after the system upgrade. Wanyu, Weiwei, Jiang Chen wiped the cream from the corners of his mouth, a hint of just the right fatigue on his face. I just came back from Penglai Island. I dealt with some important matters regarding Tianshu AI and the future science and technology city. My mind is a bit confused. I want to go back to the study to calm down and organize my thoughts. You guys, chat first? He found an excuse that sounded reasonable and would not arouse suspicion. Su Wanyu was incredibly clever, and naturally realized that Jiang Chen seemed to have something important to attend to, and that it might not be convenient for them to know. She nodded understandingly. Well, go ahead. Work is important, and Wei Wei and I can have a nice little chat about girly things. She emphasized the phrase girly things and glanced pointedly at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei's pretty face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look into Su Wanyu's eyes. Jiang Chen smiled inwardly, knowing that Su Wanyu was hitting Lin Weiwei, but he couldn't say anything. He could only give the two beauties a look that said, "Do whatever you want, I'm leaving first," and then he slipped back to his study as fast as he could. After returning to the quiet study and locking the door, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with two equally stunningly beautiful women who are both secretly in love with him. It's fucking more tiring than fighting the top killers of the Shadow Council. However, he seemed to quite enjoy the sweet burden. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen temporarily put aside those charming thoughts and refocused his attention on the system panel. Interstellar Immigration Plan Conceptual Blueprint, Phase 1, Tianshu AI Evolution Key Type Alpha, Sign-in Points X2000. Every reward is enough to make him excited. Especially that. System Permission Upgrade Micro Information Detection Module Basic. Can you ask questions to the system and learn the hidden truth of this world? This is simply a decryption artifact tailor-made for him. What he wants to know most now is more information about the Shadow Council and whether there are other similar terrorist forces hiding behind the scenes in this world. System. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and asked in his mind, this information detection module, what are the restrictions for each question? How many points are required? Ding. Information Detection Module Basic. Each question will cost 10,500 check-in points, depending on the complexity of the question, the level of confidentiality involved, and the host's current permissions. For questions that exceed permissions or involve core system secrets, the system reserves the right to refuse to answer or provide vague prompts. It's okay, within an acceptable range. At least some of the less core issues shouldn't cost many points. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, organized his words, and asked the first question, which was also the one he was most concerned about at the moment. First question, besides the Shadow Council, are there other similar secret organizations or transnational interest groups in the world that pose a potential commercial or technological threat to me and the Tianchen Group? They possess unusual access to information or technological barriers. He deliberately limited the scope of the questions to commercial or technological competition and abnormal information channels or technical barriers, avoiding direct mention of supernatural powers or violent conflicts to avoid touching the sensitive points of the system or consuming too many points. Ding. Question received successfully. Information rating, above average. Sign-in points consumed, 80. Searching relevant global databases and secret information networks. Under the scope of authority, this information is available, based on this system's comprehensive assessment of the current commercial and technological landscape of Earth civilization. In addition to the Shadow Council with which the host has already made preliminary contact, there are indeed at least 5 other secret organizations or transnational interest alliances worldwide that have been marked as highly concerning. These organizations include but are not limited to 1. Rothschild-Morgan Combined Codename, a historic alliance of top European and American financial oligarchs. They control much of the world's core financial lifelines and resource pricing power. They excel at exploiting capital operations and information asymmetry to harvest global wealth. They remain highly vigilant against any emerging forces that might challenge their financial hegemony. 2. Silicon Valley Brotherhood Codename, a secretive monopoly alliance formed by the core founders and controllers of several top North American tech giants e.g. Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, etc. They are committed to maintaining their technological barriers and market monopoly in the global tech sector, and adopt a strategy of suppressing or acquiring any heresy that could disrupt their existing technological systems or business models. 3. German Industrial and Technological Alliance Codename, a secret offensive and defensive alliance formed by core families and high-tech companies from established European industrial powers. They possess deep technical expertise and patent barriers in precision manufacturing, high-end equipment, biopharmaceuticals, and other fields, and are extremely repulsive to foreign technology infiltration and market competition. 4. Middle East Oil and Future Energy Fund Codename, a vast financial power secretly controlled by the royal families and sovereign wealth funds of several major oil-producing countries in the Middle East. They not only control most of the world's traditional energy, but in recent years have also actively invested in future technologies such as new energy and artificial intelligence, attempting to achieve wealth transformation and preserve national destiny. Their financial strength and political influence should not be underestimated. 5. The mysterious Japanese society codename, a secret organization originating from ancient Japanese families and chaebol. They operate in an extremely low-key and secretive manner, but appear to possess unknown, cutting-edge core technologies in biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and even certain cutting-edge materials science. Their infiltration and intelligence-gathering capabilities are also extremely powerful. The aforementioned organizations are currently at the highly concerned, vigilant observation, or potential competition assessment stage toward the host and Tianjin Group. Some organizations such as the Silicon Valley Brotherhood and the Germanic Alliance may have developed a certain degree of hostility or intention to steal technology due to certain disruptive technological prototypes demonstrated by Tianjin Technology. The host is advised to proceed with caution in its subsequent global business and technological expansion, and avoid premature direct conflict with them. Hiss. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 secret organizations and interest alliances listed on the system panel, which sounded extremely powerful and none of them were easy to deal with. He felt a chill down his spine. Sure enough, the waters of this world were deeper and muddier than he had imagined. The Shadow Council is just the beginning. So many hidden bosses are following behind? Furthermore, the system specifically pointed out that the Silicon Valley Brotherhood and the Germanic Alliance were hostile and had intentions to steal technology? It seems that the muscle he showed off at the Technology Summit and the hidden black technology of Penglai Island have successfully attracted the attention of these international technology giants. Special attention. Very good, very powerful. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, but his eyes became sharper and excited. It's fun only when there are challenges. If this world is really that simple, then wouldn't he, the chosen one who possesses the system, be too invincible and too lonely? He calmed himself down and continued to ask the second question, which was also the question he wanted to know most urgently. Second question, regarding the Shadow Council, what is their biggest threat to me right now? And, what non-direct military retaliation or action will they most likely take against me and the Tianjin Group next? He specifically emphasized non-direct force because he knew that after the disastrous defeat at Penglai Island, the Shadow Council would not dare to easily use supernatural powers or conduct direct military raids in the short term. They would definitely turn to more covert and civilized means. Ding! Question received successfully. Information level, medium-high. Sign-in points consumed, 120. Situation simulation and possibility analysis are in progress. Under the scope of authority, please inform, after the Penglai Island incident, the various factions within the Shadow Council suffered heavy losses and have significantly increased their assessment of the host's strength. They have listed direct military confrontation as their last resort. It is expected that the most likely actions they will take in the next 3 to 6 months include but are not limited to the following. 1. Global Financial Strangulation Upgraded Version. They will leverage their deeper presence and influence in global financial markets, particularly in derivatives, foreign exchange, and commodities, and unite with more secretive financial oligarchs to launch a larger scale, more covert, and more destructive systemic financial attack against Tianjin Group's global supply chain, core partners, and even the overall financial stability of Dragon Nation. They aim to fundamentally shake Tianjin Group's capital chain and Dragon Nation's economic foundations. 2. Core technology and talent subversion precision. They will stop at nothing, utilizing higher-level intelligence resources and subversion tactics to more precisely target Penglai Island's core technologies such as the Penglai Crystal and Tianshu AI core algorithms and key personnel, infiltrating, bribing, and even kidnapping them. 3. International public opinion and regulatory suppression overt conspiracy. They will unite with more Western governments and international organizations, using national security, technological monopoly, and human rights issues such as accusing Penglai Island of being a sweatshop or conducting inhumane experiments as pretexts to erect trade barriers against Tianjin Group's global operations, especially high-tech product exports and technological cooperation, launch antitrust investigations, and even add it to various entity lists or sanctions lists. Using rules and overt conspiracy to stifle Tianjin's international development space. For highly vigilant internal disintegration and proxy wars, they may increase their support and infiltration of certain pro-Western forces, comprador capital, and even certain careerists dissatisfied with the status quo within Longhua, attempting to create chaos and division within Tianjin Group or Longhua, instigating proxy wars and disintegrating Jiangchen's foundation from within. Financial strangulation. Technological subversion. Regulatory suppression. Internal collapse. Jiang Chen looked at the 4 conspiracies listed by the system, his eyes as cold as 10,000 years of ice. These old bastards are really more sinister than the other. Each one is more cruel than the other. Every move hit the most vital part. Moreover, they were all open schemes that were hard to guard against and left one with no choice but to suffer in silence. It seemed that his previous tooth extraction operation and rift plan, while having achieved some success, had also completely enraged this lurking behemoth. It began to want to completely kill him, this outlier, at all costs. Very good. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his eyes burning with even greater fighting spirit. Since you like playing civilization, then I will play with you. He knew that a global, higher-level showdown between technology and business was about to begin. And he, Jiang Chen, and the Tianchen Empire he built, will be the most dazzling and most important protagonists in this showdown. Chapter 102, Tianshu Evolves. Financial nuclear deterrence and cracks escalate. System, immediately use the Tianshu AI Evolution Key Type Alpha. Facing the impending, even more fierce and insidious offensive from the Shadow Council, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and issued a directive in his mind. He wanted to make his most important trump card, the Tianshu AI, even more powerful. Impeccable. Ding. Tianshu AI Evolution Key Alpha Type has been confirmed for use. We are currently reconstructing the core algorithms and stimulating the potential of the artificial intelligence Tianshu. Evolution module loading. Data structure optimization. Logical link upgrade. Within Jiang Chen's consciousness, the vast, deep blue data nebula representing the Tianshu AI erupted once again with a dazzling light, more brilliant than ever before. Countless, more complex and profound golden runes and information chains, like living things, shuttle through the nebula, interweaving and merging. An indescribable and majestic aura, as if representing the origin of wisdom and creation, emanated from the data nebula. Ding! The artificial intelligence Tianshu has successfully evolved to version 2.5 Intermediate Alpha. Core computing power increased by 827%. Parallel processing efficiency increased by 1,530%. Deep learning and autonomous evolution potential greatly enhanced. New advanced function modules have been unlocked. 1. Real-time global financial market simulation simulates the real-time dynamics of major global financial markets and conducts high-precision future trend forecasts and risk stress testing. 2. Deep behavioral profiling of high-risk targets. Target-specific individual sufficient data required can be profiled to understand their behavior patterns, psychological characteristics, and decision-making logic, and predict their next actions. 3. Primary public opinion guidance and information countermeasures alpha version, leverage global network resources to conduct more precise, covert, and deceptive public opinion guidance and information countermeasures. 4. Creative solution generation beginner. When faced with complex problems, you have a certain chance of independently generating creative solutions that go beyond conventional logic. Master, the new Tianshu is at your service. I feel, my understanding of this world has deepened. The voice of Tianshu was still electronically synthesized, but now it seemed to have a hint of smart insight into the world and confidence in planning and strategizing. Jiang Chen was so shocked by the incredible ability of Tianshu after its evolution that he couldn't close his mouth. Global financial simulations? Behavioral profiling of high-risk targets? Public opinion guidance and countermeasures? Even creative solutions? This is simply giving him an all-round god-level plug-in. Awesome. Tianshu. You're absolutely awesome. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise him in his heart. He felt like he had put on a set of top-notch divine clothing for the protagonist in the game, and his combat power instantly exploded. He knew that with the evolution of Tianshu to version 2.5, his confidence in fighting against the Shadow Council was instantly increased by n times. Excellent. Tianshu. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and immediately issued a new order, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Now, immediately activate your real-time global financial dynamics sandbox simulation function. With Tianchen Group and all of its core subsidiaries, especially Brilliant Entertainment and the several high-tech companies we've recently acquired overseas as the core protection targets, build me a globally covering, indestructible Tianchen financial nuclear deterrence system. He deliberately emphasized the word nuclear deterrence. He wanted those who wanted to bring down Tianchen in the financial market to consider whether they had the strength to withstand a devastating counterattack before taking action. Command received, Master. The Tianchen financial nuclear deterrence system is being constructed. Connecting to real-time data streams from major global exchanges. Analyzing the behavioral patterns of the world's top 100 hedge funds, investment banks, and sovereign wealth funds. We are currently developing targeted countermeasures and a mutual destruction deterrence module which will automatically trigger a devastating financial counterattack of equal or even greater magnitude against the attacker upon detection of a malicious financial attack targeting our core assets that could cause catastrophic losses. Use with caution. What the hell? A mutual destruction deterrent module? Jiang Chen looked at the information fed back by Tianshu and couldn't help but twitching the corner of his eyes. This 2.5 version of Tianshu, not only does his abilities seem out of control, but his temper is also noticeable. Just gave him a financial equivalent of nuclear bundling? But he likes it. To deal with an unscrupulous enemy like the Shadow Council, we have to resort to even more ruthless methods. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I will flip the table and we will all be doomed. Let's see who is afraid of who. Just over 5 minutes. A global financial defense and deterrence system full of violent aesthetics and built by the world's top artificial intelligence has quietly taken shape. Jiang Chen could even see, through the shared perspective of Tianshu, a vast holographic star map filled with countless light points and data streams. Each light point represented an asset or partner of the Tianchen group, and those malicious red data streams that attempted to approach would be instantly identified, analyzed, and even silently devoured and disintegrated when they touched the invisible golden light shield financial firewall surrounding the star map. If a more powerful black data stream representing a large-scale malicious attack emerges, powerful enough to threaten core assets, a dark red singularity will light up in the core area of the star map, emitting a destructive aura. That's the mutual destruction deterrent module. Ready to drag the enemy down with it. Beautiful. Jiang Chen's heart surged with excitement. With this financial nuclear deterrent, those who want to bring down Tianchen in the financial market must carefully consider whether their lives are strong enough before taking action. Su Wanyu watched Jiang Chen from the side, his expression sometimes shocked, sometimes excited, and sometimes showing an evil smile. Although she didn't know what happened exactly, she guessed that Jiang Chen's mysterious secret weapon. She always thought that Tianshu was some kind of super AI program developed by Jiang Chen himself, must have made some incredible breakthrough. She didn't ask any more questions, but just walked quietly to Jiang Chen and gently placed a cup of warm coffee next to him, her eyes full of trust and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. She knew that this man could always create miracles that she could hardly imagine. Now that we've taken care of the financial defense, the next step. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp, is our ongoing rift plan. He looked at Su Wanyu and said in a deep voice, Wanyu, we previously used Song Minghui to spread false information, luring different factions within the Shadow Council into mutual suspicion and attacks. Although the effect was good, it wasn't thorough enough. After all, they are old foxes who have lived for hundreds of years. It's difficult to truly injure them with just some ambiguous false information. Su Wanyu nodded. She had also been following the progress of this matter. Although Song Minghui was still providing intelligence continuously, the Shadow Council seemed to have become more cautious and no longer fell for it as easily as before. Now, Tianshu has evolved. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into an enigmatic smile. It has unlocked a new function, in-depth profiling of high-risk target behavior patterns. We can use this function to conduct a thorough investigation of the core figures of the different factions within the Shadow Council who we are focusing on. Their character weaknesses, behavioral styles, decision-making logic, and even some unknown little secrets and dark history will all be clearly analyzed by Tianshu. Then, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a cunning light, we can use these portraits to tailor-make, more accurate, more deadly, and more authentic, false intelligence for them. For example, regarding that suspicious and controlling conservative great elder, we could inadvertently let him discover that one of his most trusted lieutenants is actually an undercover agent planted by the innovators. Furthermore, this undercover agent even possesses some of his most shady secrets. For example, regarding that ambitious young reformist leader who's eager to ascend to power, we can hint him that the conservative faction has already noticed his plot and is preparing to purge him. Furthermore, a certain neutral and powerful figure within the parliament is actually willing to support his ascension. We can even utilize the primary public opinion guidance and information countermeasures alpha version feature to spread some half-truthful, half-fake, and intriguing rumors within their secret communication network, enough to ignite internal conflict. Su Wanyu felt her scalp tingling when she heard Jiang Chen's heartbreaking plan. This is no longer a simple business competition. This is simply playing with people's hearts. They are directing a infernal affairs against the entire Shadow Council. She looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face, which looked somewhat devilish under the light, and felt a sense of inexplicable fear in her heart, but also, she couldn't help but feel a strong, indescribable feeling of admiration and excitement. This man is truly terrifying. But also, so charming. Very good. Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanyu's adorable expression, which was both shocked and slightly excited, and nodded with satisfaction. Tianshu. Immediately initiate the behavioral pattern deep profiling of the core members of the Shadow Council. At the same time, based on the results of the profiling, optimize and upgrade our Rift plan. I will drive those self-righteous guys in the Shadow Council completely insane amidst endless suspicion, betrayal, and infighting. Self-destruct. Command received, Master. Rift Project version 2.0, activated. The evolved Tianshu AI, like an uncrowned king lurking deep in the data world, began to quietly extend its cold and precise tentacles towards the behemoth shrouded in the shadow of the world. A more covert and more deadly, cognitive warfare and internal disintegration is about to slowly begin under the direction of Jiang Chen. Those high-ranking chess players of the Shadow Parliament probably never dreamed that what they were about to face would be a doomsday feast personally served to them by their most trusted own people. Chapter 103, Global Technology Challenge. Shadow's Conspiracy and Tianshu's Challenge. Just as Jiang Chen was meticulously weaving a web of cracks within the Shadow Parliament and preparing to let them enjoy a good meal of backstabbing by their own people, a gold-plated invitation letter with a strong international style from the other side of the ocean was quietly delivered to the office of the chairman of Tianshu Group, on Jiang Chen's desk, like an uninvited guest. The invitation letter is extremely luxurious and authoritative, Global Future Technology Innovation Challenge Organizing Committee. At the end of the letter, there is a long list of names that will attract the attention of any technology practitioner: Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Stanford University, Oxford University, Cambridge University, as well as Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, all pseudonyms and other supergiants that control the lifeline of global technology. Global Future Technology Innovation Challenge? Jiang Chen picked up the important invitation letter, raised his brows slightly, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Of course, he had heard of the competition. This is a top-level event that has emerged rapidly in the global science and technology community in recent years. It claims to be open to all companies, institutions, and individuals around the world committed to future technology research and development. It aims to discover and commend innovative achievements that have made breakthrough progress in cutting-edge fields such as artificial intelligence, new energy, biomedicine, quantum computing, aerospace, etc. The competition not only offers a massive prize pool of billions of US dollars, but more importantly, the winners will have the opportunity to participate in the formulation of international technical standards and industry rules in related fields over the next few years. They will also gain enormous market access advantages and immeasurable international prestige. It can be said that this is not just a simple technological competition, but also a battle that concerns the future technological discourse power and the distribution of the global market cake, a top-level fame and fortune arena. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this invitation? Su Wanyu, dressed in a smart white office lady's dress, stood beside Jiang Chen, a hint of solemnity in her beautiful eyes. She and the Tianshu Group's think tank had already conducted a preliminary analysis of the invitation and the underlying meaning behind it. It looks like a fragrant cake covered with honey, doesn't it? Jiang Chen smiled and threw the invitation on the table with a relaxed tone. The cake smells delicious, but I'm afraid there's poison hidden inside. Su Wanyu's tone was lingering. According to our preliminary analysis, many of the organizers and major sponsors of this challenge have inextricable ties to the Shadow Council. It could even be said that several of the world's top tech giants are the Shadow Council's most important spokespeople and money-making tools in the tech sector. So, Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. This isn't a fair and just technology event at all, but a Hongmen banquet tailor-made just for me in Tianshu technology. A naked conspiracy. That's right. Su Wanyu nodded, her pretty face filled with worry. The Shadow Council's purpose is obvious. First, to test our strength. They've suffered heavy losses in previous encounters, and have developed a deep fear and greed for our technological prowess, especially Penglai Island and Tianshu AI. They want to use this open competition to force us to unveil our true black technology achievements, so they can find out the depth of our hidden power. Second, restrictions and technological plunder. If we don't participate, they can legitimately spread rumors around the world, accusing Tianshu technology of being conservative, faking technology, and afraid of scrutiny, thereby undermining our international reputation and future development. If we participate, we must abide by the rules they set, and many core technologies involving confidential information may not be fully utilized. Moreover, if we demonstrate outstanding technology in the competition, they may exploit loopholes in the rules or use their influence on the organizing committee and judges to attempt to steal our technological achievements. They may even restrict our future development by setting industry standards that favor them. Third, and most sinister, they openly suppress and support their agents. If, and I mean if, Tianqin technology underperforms in the competition, or makes a major mistake, they'll be thrilled to see it happen. They'll immediately seize the opportunity, hyping it up worldwide and devaluing us to the point of being worthless. At the same time, they'll also use this opportunity to propel their own tech companies or agents to power, completely seizing the right to speak on the future of technology. Su Wanyu finished her analysis in one breath, her beautiful eyes filled with anger and a hint of powerlessness towards the Shadow Council's despicable tactics. This is indeed an open conspiracy. An open and above-board conspiracy. It's obvious that they have dug a hole for you, but you still have to jump in. Because, once you back down, it's like admitting you're not good enough. Then all those bold words Jiang Qin said at the technology summit, and the tip of the iceberg that Tianqin technology showed, will become a laughing stock. In the conference room, several other core executives of Tianqin Group had different expressions and were discussing the matter after listening to Su Wanyu's analysis. Some people believe that this is obviously a trap and should be treated with caution. There is no need to take such a big risk and expose one's core technology for a false reputation. Others believe this is a golden opportunity for Tianqin technology to showcase its true strength to the world and establish itself as a global technology leader. Don't be timid. Just do it. For a time, there were many different opinions and it was difficult to reach a consensus. Everyone's attention was finally focused on the young man who had a smile on his face and remained calm from beginning to end. After listening to everyone's opinions, Jiang Chen took another look at the in-depth analysis report that Tianshu AI had transmitted in real time via encrypted communication, detailing the challenge rules, the background of the judges, and the main competitors, especially those tech giants associated with the Shadow Council. The smile on his face became more playful. An open conspiracy? The Hongmen banquet? Jiang Chen tapped the table lightly, making a rhythmic sound. His eyes slowly swept over everyone, and finally landed on Su Wanyu's pretty face that was full of worry. Wanyu, he suddenly asked, what do you think of Tianqin Technology's current strength compared to established giants like Google, Microsoft, and Apple? Su Wanyu was stunned for a moment, then thought carefully before answering cautiously. In terms of the theoretical advancement of certain cutting-edge technologies such as the Panglai crystal and Tianshu AI, we may have surpassed them. But if we look at our overall industrial layout, technological accumulation, market share, and global influence, we're still a latecomer, and there's still a considerable gap between us and them. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded, giving Su Wanyu an approving look. As expected of a powerful woman who had been in charge of Tianqin for so many years, she truly had a thorough understanding of the situation. But, Jiang Chen changed the subject, his tone suddenly becoming passionate, his eyes gleaming with a confident glint that looked down upon the world. Gaps are meant to be made up. Even, to be surpassed. Don't they, the Shadow Council, want to see our cards? Don't they want to restrict us with the rules they set? Don't they want to suppress us in front of the world? Jiang Chen slammed the table, and the sound resounded in the conference room like thunder. That's great. I will grant their wish. Not only do I want to participate, I also want to participate in a high-profile manner. I'm going to fucking rub all of them to the ground. I'm going to use this global stage they've built for me to smack their self-righteous faces. Let the whole world see clearly. Jiang Chen stood up, his eyes gleaming, his voice firm and full of unquestionable dominance. What is this called? Dimensional defeat. What is this real future technology? These words made my blood boil. They were full of domineering power. In the conference room, all the executives were deeply moved by Jiang Chen's unwavering ambition. Their doubts and worries vanished. Instead, they were filled with a burning desire to fight and an endless thirst for victory. Su Wanyu looked at the man standing at the end of the conference table, emitting endless light like an emperor about to go to war. Her beautiful eyes shone with excitement, and her heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably again. She knew that once this man made a decision, no one could stop him. And she was willing to follow him and create together their glorious future. All right. Jiang Chen waved his hand, full of enthusiasm. Professor Xiaoling. Tianshu AI. Immediately select a few entries from Panglai Island's technology library that will shock the world without prematurely revealing our core trump card. Artificial Intelligence Application Track? New Energy Efficiency Track? Biomedical Breakthrough Track? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Only children make choices. I, Jiang Chen, want them all. I want to make those old guys in the Shadow Council understand one thing. In the face of absolute technological strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing but paper. Old tigers. Chapter 104, Penglai High-Tech Debuts. The preliminary round is a king bomb. Geneva, Switzerland. This international city, famous for its beautiful scenery and precision manufacturing, has become the focus of world attention because of a global technology event that is about to begin. The preliminary round of the Global Future Technology Innovation Challenge will be held here, and the battle will be ignited first. Top technology companies, research institutions, and innovative teams from all over the world who dream of changing the world have gathered here with their proudest black technology achievements, ready to compete in this competition that represents the forefront of human technology. The venue, both inside and outside, was already packed with reporters and tech enthusiasts of all colors and languages. The air was filled with tension, excitement, and a thick smell of tension. Especially when the delegation with the eye-catching Tianjin Tech logo appeared at the venue, led by Jiang Chen, Su Wanyu, and the science geek Professor Xie Lin, it instantly set off flashes of light and whispers in the entire audience. Look! That's Chairman Jiang from Tianjin Group. He's too young, isn't he? Is that Su Wanyu next to him? She's truly a stunning beauty. Her temperament is amazing. Who is that unkempt old man? Could he be the legendary genius Xie Ling, the geeky scientist that Jiang Chen brought back from overseas? Humph. Tianjin Technology? They've only become famous in the entertainment industry thanks to The Secret of Immortality and Lin Weiwei. Do you really think you're a tech giant? Don't let them fail to produce anything real and embarrass themselves internationally. Exactly. I heard that for this challenge, Google, Microsoft, and Apple have all sent their strongest lineups. And not to mention those established European research institutions. How dare a player from Tianjin Technology, a newbie village player, challenge these giants? Just wait to get slapped in the face. Facing those curious, astonished, disdainful, or gloating gazes around him, Jiang Chen always had a calm smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Su Wanyu was dressed in a well-tailored silver-gray professional suit, looking elegant and capable. Her beautiful eyes were filled with absolute trust in her man and a hint of barely perceptible pride. Professor Schelling was still dressed like a mad scientist, wearing a wrinkled white coat and his hair was messy like a bird's nest, but his eyes were unusually bright, full of excitement about the upcoming technological collision and a hint of crushing pleasure that only he understood. The first day of the preliminary round was a competition in the field of artificial intelligence applications. As the hottest trend in today's technology field, the competition in this field is also the most intense. Jisong showcased their latest generation of AI language models, which are capable of real-time multi-language translation and emotional conversations comparable to human levels. Microsoft has come up with an AI-based enterprise smart office solution, claiming that it can improve enterprise operational efficiency by more than 30%. A well-established AI research institute in Europe even demonstrated an artificial intelligence platform that can assist in the design of complex drug molecular structures, which attracted rounds of admiration. Each entry represents the top level of artificial intelligence in its respective field, leaving the judges a stellar lineup consisting of Nobel Prize winners, Turing Award winners, and CTOs of major technology giants, and the audience dazzled and thrilled. It seems that this year's AI track is another battle of the gods. Yeah. That language model from Jisong is awesome. I don't have to worry about language barriers when I go out anymore. That Microsoft Smart Office system is really useful. If our company could use it, my boss would be so happy. Just as everyone was discussing and thinking that today's King Bomb had almost been revealed, the host announced in a tone of mystery and anticipation. Next, we would like to invite the participating team from Longhua Tianjin Technology to present their work, Tianshu City Light. It's here. It's finally here. The audience's attention was instantly focused on the center of the stage. The representative of Tianjin Technology, a young Chinese engineer who was dressed simply, wore black-framed glasses, and looked a little shy and introverted. He was Tang Yu, the twin brother of the soul singer Tang Yaoyao, who Jiang Chen had spotted at the Brilliant Entertainment audition. He was also a top AI genius discovered by Professor Xie Lin from a domestic university. Jiang Chen specially arranged him to be the secret weapon and spokesperson of this AI track, just to give the world a surprise, walked calmly onto the display stand. He didn't show any cool CG animations or give a lengthy technical specification introduction. Instead, he directly called up the enormous 16K resolution holographic projection screen in the center of the stage. A lifelike, futuristic, sci-fi, virtual city model. This virtual city is modeled after Tianhai City in Longhua. It is constructed at a 1-to-1 ratio using Tianshu AI and satellite remote sensing data. It has a population of tens of millions of vehicles, and intricate transportation, energy, communication, security and other systems, a digital twin city. Dear judges, distinguished guests, Tang Yu's voice was not loud, but it was remarkably clear and full of confidence. The Tianshu City Light that we, Tianqian Technology, have brought to you this time, is not just a traffic dispatch system, nor is it a simple city management platform. It is a truly, city-level general-purpose artificial intelligence operating system, with the capabilities of self-learning, self-evolution, and self-repair. Like the human brain, it can perceive, analyze, and regulate every nerve ending and organ system in the entire city in real time. It will eliminate traffic congestion, maximize energy efficiency, and provide comprehensive public safety guarantees, allowing every citizen living in this city to enjoy a more convenient, safer, and better future life. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yu lightly tapped the operating table. In an instant, on the holographic projection screen, the virtual Tianhai City, which was originally just a static model, suddenly came to life. Countless colorful light bands representing traffic flow, pedestrian flow, information flow, and energy flow are rapidly shuttling, interweaving, and reorganizing in every corner of the city. The city's main arterial roads, once heavily congested during the morning rush hour, now seem to have come alive thanks to the intelligent scheduling of the Tianshu City Light, with traffic lights dynamically adjusting in milliseconds. Traffic flow is seemingly being guided by an invisible hand, and congestion is being visibly alleviated. Average vehicle speeds have increased by over 50%. Energy consumption data from all areas of the city is collected and analyzed in real time. Tianshu AI automatically optimizes load distribution on the power grid, maximizing the utilization of clean energy sources like solar and wind. It even accurately predicts peak electricity demand in each area within the next few hours, enabling preemptive energy storage and dispatch. Energy waste is significantly reduced. What was even more shocking was that when the demonstrator randomly created several emergency events in the virtual city, such as a fire in a certain area, a pileup on a certain road, and even a simulated small-scale terrorist attack, the reaction speed of Tianshu City Guardian is simply outrageous. Almost instantly, the system automatically locked onto the incident location and, within a second, mapped out the optimal emergency response plan. From where could fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars be dispatched most quickly? How would temporary traffic control be implemented on surrounding roads? How would people be evacuated? How would medical resources be deployed? How would secondary disasters be prevented? Everything is arranged in an orderly manner. Accurate and efficient. It was as if the one directing everything behind the scenes wasn't a cold AI program, but a city guardian possessing countless experiences and extraordinary wisdom. After the demonstration, the entire audience fell into a deathly silence that lasted for dozens of seconds. Everyone was completely shocked by the future city operating system that seemed like something out of a science fiction movie, yet so real. This is no longer just a simple application of artificial intelligence. This is essentially a redefinition of the future urban form. Oh my God! The AI authority judge from MIT once again uttered his signature exclamation. He looked at Tang Yu with his eyes filled with incredible enthusiasm. Kid! Tell me. How did you do it? This level of city-level AI is simply a miracle. The other judges and tech giants were speechless. Their proud AI achievements looked like kindergarten graffiti in front of Tianshu City Lights. Those who had previously looked down on and doubted Tianqian technology now had their faces swollen and burning with pain. They finally understood why the young chairman Jiang dared to make the bold statement of leading future technology. Because, in his hands, he truly holds the power from the future. In the VIP box, Su Wanyu looked at the international technology giants below the stage who usually acted high and mighty, but were now shocked and even incoherent because of their own company's technology. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable pride and deep admiration and love for Zhang Chen's unfathomable abilities. This man could always create miracles time and time again that would turn her and the entire world upside down. Zhang Chen was still leaning on the sofa calmly, with a faint smile on his lips. He knew that Tianshu City Light was just a tiny beginning in his huge technological blueprint. The real trump card is still to come. The preliminary round was a foregone conclusion. Tianqian Technology's Tianshu City Light achieved the highest score in the AI applications track with an almost cheating and overwhelming advantage, securing a spot in the finals. It also allowed the world to truly witness for the first time the might of technology from the East that could change the future of mankind. And those members of the Shadow Council who are hiding behind the scenes in trying to test and suppress Tianqian technology through this technology challenge. After seeing this demonstration, which can be called a public execution, I'm afraid your face will turn green, right? Their conspiracy seems to have hit a wall, again? Chapter 105, New Energy Track Dominates Again. The Shock of Penglai Crystal. At the Geneva International Convention Center, the second day of the Global Future Technology Innovation Challenge is getting more and more popular. Yesterday, Tianqian Technology, with its almost miraculous performance of Tianshu City Light, staged a newbie village boss beats all servers drama in the field of artificial intelligence applications. It not only embarrassed old giants such as Jisong and Microsoft, but also made the whole world feel an unshakable curiosity and awe towards this mysterious technology upstart from the East. Today, the equally highly anticipated competition will take place in the new energy technology track. In this era when global energy transformation and carbon neutrality have become the general trend, whoever can master more efficient, cleaner and cheaper new energy technologies will strangle the throat of future world economic development. Therefore, the competition in this track has also become fierce to an intense level. Jisong's X-Lab showcased their latest progress in small-scale controlled nuclear fusion devices, theoretical models and some experimental data. Although it is still a long way from commercialization, it is enough to attract bursts of admiration. The maverick Iron Man Ivan Tesla brought his latest generation of 42680 solid-state battery technology, which boasts a 20% increase in energy density. He also claimed that new Tesla models equipped with this battery would easily exceed 1,500 kilometers in range, sparking another heated discussion in the audience. Several established European energy giants and research institutions also demonstrated their expertise in hydrogen energy, geothermal energy, and even tidal energy. The high technical content of their displays made the expert judges present nod their heads repeatedly. It seems that this year's new energy track is another battle of the gods. Yeah. That new Tesla battery is amazing. 1,500 kilometers of range. Why would you want a gasoline car? That controlled nuclear fusion thing in Jisong is still just a PowerPoint presentation, but if it were to actually work, oh my! I can't even imagine it. Just as everyone was discussing and thinking that today's highlight was almost over, the host announced in a tone that was even more excited and expectant than yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen. Next, let us welcome with the warmest applause, the participating team from Longhua Tianqian Technology. What kind of surprises will they bring us with their new energy technology achievements today? Here we go. It's Tianqian Technology again. The eyes of the entire audience were instantly focused on the center of the stage like iron filings attracted by a magnet. This time, the one who walked onto the stage was no longer the shy and introverted AI genius Tang Yu, but an old man wearing the same white coat that had been stained with unknown stains for thousands of years, with his hair as messy as a bird's nest, but his eyes were unusually bright, and even had a hint of the fanaticism of a scientific madman. It was Professor Xiaoling who came secretly from Penglai Island to personally stand up for his baby. Behind him followed two young assistants, also wearing white coats and with serious expressions. Seeing Professor Xiaoling's unkempt face, many Western technology giants who claimed to be elites in the audience had a barely perceptible flash of contempt in their eyes. In their view, which true top scientist isn't dressed in a suit and elegant? Someone like Xiaoling, looking so sloppy, is probably just a folk scientist filling in the gaps. Is Tianqian Technology completely empty? However, everything that happened next was something they all would never forget. Professor Xiaoling walked to the display stand, but did not play a cool PPT or show complicated experimental equipment like others did. He simply took a palm-sized energy bar from his assistant. It had a smooth jade-like texture and a mysterious, colorful, glass-like halo on its surface. The energy bar has an extremely simple shape and is full of the beauty of future technology, as if it were a piece of art from an alien civilization. Dear judges, dear colleagues, Professor Xiaolin's slightly hoarse yet penetrating voice echoed clearly throughout the conference hall through the microphone. What I'm bringing to you today is a small, insignificant breakthrough at Tianqian Technology in the field of solid-state energy. We named it the Penglai Crystal Energy Bar Civilian Prototype. It uses our original solid-state crystal high-dimensional aggregate energy technology Zhengchun. Old Xia, did you make that name up? It sounds even more like a charlatan than I do. Its core is a specially stimulated Penglai crystal, the size of a fingernail. Professor Schelling paused, looking at the curious, puzzled, or disdainful eyes in the audience, and a smile full of the pleasure of dimensionality reduction strike that only scientific madmen could understand appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he calmly dropped a bombshell, enough to make the entire world energy landscape tremble. According to our preliminary tests, the small Penglai crystal energy bar contains enough usable energy to power a standard household electric car at an average speed of 100 km per hour for a continuous and stable journey, over 50,000 kilometers. And, its charging method is extremely convenient. Using our dedicated fast charging equipment, it only takes less than 60 seconds to charge its energy from 0% to 100%. Most importantly, Professor Xia Lin's tone suddenly rose, filled with pride and a hint of compassion. Its production cost is extremely low. The safety factor is extremely high. There is virtually no pollution or radiation during use. And its core raw material, Penglai crystal, is extremely abundant in our dragon country. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring in amazement at the sloppy old man on the stage who was holding a colorful energy bar and talking like a charlatan. 50,000 kilometers range? Fully charged in 1 minute? Extremely low cost? Safe and pollution-free? And the raw materials are in extremely abundant reserves? Is this a fucking story? You think this is a science fiction movie? Or some kind of cool, sci-fi movie that doesn't even use scientific logic? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ivan Tesla, who had just been gloating over his new 1,500 kilometers battery, was the first to cry out in shock. He abruptly stood up from his seat and stared intently at the energy bar in Professor Schelling's hand, his eyes filled with incredible shock and a hint of fear that he himself didn't even notice. If this is true, then wouldn't the Tesla empire that he was so proud of explode right there? It's a lie. This is absolutely a lie. All hype. The head of Jison's energy department turned pale and shook his head. This doesn't conform to the law of conservation of energy at all. Unless they've mastered controlled nuclear fusion. No. Even with controlled nuclear fusion, it's impossible to achieve such a small volume and such a high energy density. The representatives of several established European energy giants looked utterly dejected. They felt that their hydrogen and geothermal energy technologies, which they were so proud of, were as ridiculous as mud played with by primitive people in front of this small, colorful energy bar. Questions. Exclamations. Disbelief. The entire venue was instantly flooded with voices like a tide. Faced with the audience's explosive reaction, Professor Xia Ling simply smiled faintly, as if everything was within his expectations. He didn't explain too much, but said calmly, "I know, empty words are not enough. So, next, let's let the facts speak for themselves." He gestured to the assistant behind him. Soon, a white car that had been specially modified, mainly with the battery interface and part of the control system replaced, but looked no different from an ordinary mass-produced household electric car, was slowly pushed onto the display stand. The car's dashboard clearly shows 0% battery. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Professor Xia Ling gently inserted the Penglai crystal stone energy bar in his hand into the reserve charging port of the car. Drop. A soft sound. Next second, a miracle happened. The percentage of battery power on the car's dashboard began to soar at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and could be called abnormal. 10%, 30%, 70%, 90%. Just 57 seconds. 100%. Fully charged. Oh my God. God. What kind of devilish technology is this? Impossible. This must be an illusion. It's magic. The entire audience erupted in earth-shattering exclamations once again. Everyone was completely stunned by this miraculous scene before their eyes. However, this is not the end. Under the joint supervision of several authoritative notaries from different countries appointed by the organizing committee, the white electric car, which had just been lightning charged, was slowly driven onto a special closed test track outside the convention and exhibition center. Then, under the live broadcast of countless cameras and drones, this magic car equipped with the Penglai crystal stone energy bar began its long and boring, face-slapping journey. It was speeding non-stop on the track at a standard speed of 100 kilometers per hour. An hour later, the battery level is still 99%. It consumed a little bit during startup. 2 hours passed, the battery level showed 99%. 5 hours passed, the battery level showed 98%. 10 hours passed, it was dark and then light again, the battery level showed 96%. In the end, due to the limited demonstration time of the challenge, this marathon endurance test had to be unfortunately terminated after lasting a full 24 hours. At this moment, the battery level displayed on the dashboard of the white electric car was still as high as 90%. In other words, it ran non-stop for a whole day and night at a speed of 100 km per hour, a total of 2,400 kilometers. And yet, it only used less than 10% of its battery? According to this ratio, 50,000 kilometers of range, no more, no less. At this moment, no one questioned it anymore. No one made a noise anymore. The entire venue, and even the hundreds of millions of viewers around the world who watched the demonstration live on the internet, were plunged into a state of collective speechlessness, as if a god had strangled their throats. Extreme shock. God. God's energy. A white-haired Nobel Prize winner in physics looked at the still strong battery display on the screen, tears streaming down his face as he murmured to himself, "The future of human energy has appeared." Ivan Tesla even rushed directly onto the display stand, desperately throwing himself at the white electric car. He enthusiastically stroked the small Panglai crystal stone energy bar, muttering to himself, "Mine. It's mine. I'm willing to trade half of my shares for it." Jisong and the representatives of those European energy giants all looked pale and had empty eyes, as if all their energy had been drained away. They knew that from this moment on, the so-called new energy technologies they were so proud of would be eclipsed by this magic stone from the East. It's all garbage. Vulnerable. Is there still suspense in the new energy technology track? Not at all. Tianqian technology, once again, with an undeniable, overwhelming, and dimensionality-reducing absolute technological advantage, unsurprisingly took first place. At that moment, the name Panglai crystal shone like the brightest star, instantly illuminating the entire world's energy landscape. It sparked the frenzied attention of global energy giants and governments of major countries, and their desperate desire to acquire it at all costs. Inside the VIP box, Su Wanyu's pretty face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, feeling her man's godlike power, enough to change the world. Her heart was filled with incomparable pride and love. Jiang Chen still looked calm and composed, as if the energy revolution demonstration that was enough to overturn the world was just a small thing he did casually. He knew that this was just the beginning. The emergence of the Panglai crystal will not only bring immeasurable wealth and influence to the Tianqian group, but will also completely stir up the muddy waters of this world. I'm afraid those shadows hiding in the dark will be unable to sit still, right? The corner of his mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. Chapter 106, Lin Weiwei's Crisis? The entertainment industry's overt and hidden shootings. At the Geneva International Exhibition and Convention Center, the afterglow of the Global Future Technology Innovation Challenge has not yet dissipated. Tianqian Technology, with its Tianshu City Light and Panglai Crystal Energy Bars, two cutting-edge technologies that could be described as dimensionality reduction strikes, easily secured first place in the two core fields of artificial intelligence applications in new energy technology with overwhelming dominance. Not only did it win billions of dollars in prize money, but more importantly, it secured a dominant voice in the development of international technical standards in these two fields for the next few years. The names of Jiang Chen and Tianqian Technology, like the brightest stars, instantly illuminated the global tech world. Countless offers of cooperation, investment, and olive branches from governments and top research institutions around the world poured in like snowflakes towards Panglai Island. The once arrogant Shadow Council and its agents, who had attempted to suppress or test Tianqian Technology through this challenge, were once again ruthlessly crushed by Jiang Chen's strength. Their faces were swollen. They could only watch helplessly as Tianqian Technology steadily ascended to the altar, unable to do anything about it. They even began to fear it from the bottom of their hearts. It can be said that Jiang Chen's road to building a technological empire has been completely paved after this globally renowned debut. However, just when Jiang Chen was in high spirits and preparing to return to Dragon Country to digest the rich results brought by this technology challenge and, by the way, to further develop his relationship with Su Wanyu, an urgent communication from Brilliant Entertainment instantly cast a layer of frost on his originally happy mood. Something happened. Moreover, something happened to his darling Lin Weiwei. Tianhai City, Brilliant Entertainment Headquarters, Chairman's Office. The atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if water was dripping out. Li Shui, a strong woman who is usually decisive and efficient, now has a pretty face full of anxiety and anger, and her eyes are slightly red. Director Jiang. You're finally back. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu exit the private elevator, Li Shui felt as if she had found her backbone. She hurried over to greet them, her voice tinged with tears. Wei Wei was about to be destroyed by those damned beasts. Tell me slowly, don't rush. Jiang Chen's brows knitted together instantly, a cold murderous intent flashing across him, causing the temperature in the entire office to drop by several degrees. What's going on? It turned out that during the few days when Jiang Chen was participating in the technology challenge in Geneva, an extremely vicious and insidious online violence storm targeting Lin Weiwei suddenly and without warning swept across the entire Dragon Country internet. The cause was a few so-called Lin Weiwei's indecent photos that went viral on major social platforms and forums. Although the woman's face was blurred in the photo, her figure, hairstyle, and even some subtle physical features were extremely similar to Lin Weiwei. The content of the photo, however, was unbearable to the eye, extremely revealing and obscene. Once these photos were leaked, they immediately spread like a virus on the internet. Immediately afterwards, countless pre-prepared trolls and marketing accounts swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. They began to exaggerate and fabricate all kinds of negative material about Lin Weiwei. What is this pure and innocent girl but actually has a decadent private life? What is this using any means necessary to get to the top, using hidden rules to manipulate directors and producers? What a plastic surgery freak, everything is fake. There are even more vicious ones, directly spreading rumors that she takes drugs, is kept by someone, has affairs with multiple wealthy men. All kinds of groundless and malicious rumors, coupled with those carefully processed indecent photos, and some so-called insiders' revelations and insiders' confirmations, instantly plunged Lin Weiwei, the pure and innocent girl who had just become the top Asian pop queen and had a bright future, into an abyss of no return. On the internet, the voices of abuse, insults, and boycotts against Lin Weiwei surged like a tsunami. Hashtag Lin Weiwei get out of the entertainment industry hashtag. Hashtag Lin Weiwei indecent photos hashtag. Hashtag boycott bad artist Lin Weiwei hashtag. These malicious and offensive topics quickly topped the hot search lists on major platforms. Lin Weiwei's Weibo comments section was completely overwhelmed. All sorts of obscene language was unbearable to read. Her fan club was also subjected to frantic attacks and bombardment. More than a dozen top brand endorsements that had previously signed contracts with her immediately announced the termination of their contracts and demanded huge liquidated damages from Brilliant Entertainment. Her upcoming Asian tour is also facing the risk of a complete boycott. Some radical anti-fans have even threatened to throw sulfuric acid at the concert. In just 3 days, Lin Weiwei went from being a dazzling Asian pop star to a notorious, despised artist. This huge gap between heaven and hell, and the vicious insults and curses on the internet that were as sharp as knives, were such a heavy blow to a young girl who was only in her early 20s and still very sensitive and fragile. It was simply devastating. Weiwei has locked herself in the apartment now. She won't eat or drink, won't see anyone, and even turns off her phone. Li Shui couldn't hold back her tears any longer when she said this. I'm really worried she'll become desperate. Director Jiang. These bastards. They're trying to force Weiwei to death. Have you figured out who's behind this? Jiang Chen's face was so gloomy it looked like water was about to drip out. A bone-chilling murderous intent emanated from him, causing the entire office to freeze in its tracks. The dear jewel he had cherished and nurtured with great difficulty was actually being maliciously slandered in such a despicable and vile way? This is no longer a simple business competition. This is touching his reverse scale. We've found some clues. Li Shui wiped her tears, her voice filled with suppressed anger and a hint of helplessness. According to the preliminary tracking and analysis by our PR team and the Tianshu AI which Jiang Chen had previously granted Brilliant Entertainment some access permissions to, there's a clear shadow of Galaxy Entertainment behind this incident. Galaxy Entertainment? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. It was those lingering bastards again. They'd previously suffered a major setback from the theatrical scheduling and troll army smear campaign for The Secret of Immortality, leaving them severely weakened. And yet, they still refused to give up? They even dare to resort to even more vicious and despicable means of revenge? Yes. Li Shui gritted her teeth. And, this time, they've learned their lesson. Those so-called indecent photos, after in-depth technical analysis by Tianshu AI, have been confirmed to be forged using AI face swapping. However, the forgery technology is incredibly advanced. It's almost indistinguishable from the real thing. It's difficult to come up with absolutely conclusive evidence to dispel the rumors in such a short period of time. More importantly, Li Shui's voice tinged with despair. This time, their attack is all-encompassing and multi-dimensional. Not only do they have a massive army of trolls and marketing accounts stirring up trouble, they've also bribed some so-called veterans and paparazzi to leak information. They're even leveraging their connections with certain media outlets and regulatory agencies to try to completely ban Weiwei. AI face swapping and forgery? An all-around, three-dimensional attack? A complete ban? Good. Very good. Very good. Jiang Chen laughed out of anger. He originally thought that after experiencing the tech hunting war on Penglai Island, these so-called entertainment giants would be wary of him and Tianqian Group and would not dare to provoke them easily. But I didn't expect that there would be someone who was so unclear. Dead. Alive. Galaxy Entertainment, huh? Jiang Chen's lips curled up in a cruel and bloodthirsty arc, his voice as cold as if it came from the netherworld. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time wasn't profound enough. Since you guys like playing open guns and hidden arrows so much, then I'll have some fun with you guys. He directly gave instructions to the Tianshu AI in his mind. Tianshu. Immediately activate the highest level of information warfare mode. Target Galaxy Entertainment and all its affiliated companies, executives, and core artists. I want them to completely disappear from this world within 24 hours. An indescribable terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Jiang Chen, causing the entire office to freeze in the air. Su Wanyu looked at the man beside her whose aura was fully unleashed by anger. A hint of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes, but more of it was an inexplicable sense of security and anticipation. She knew that when this man was really angry, the whole world will tremble. And those enemies who dared to harm those he held dear, and will definitely pay the most painful price. Chapter 107, The Flower Protector is online again. Director Jiang's Money Ability and Black Technology. Tianshu. Immediately activate the highest level of information warfare mode. Target Galaxy Entertainment and all its affiliated companies, executives, and core artists. Jiang Chen's icy voice, like a judgment from the netherworld, echoed in the chairman's office of Brilliant Entertainment. His deep eyes, which usually always showed a hint of playfulness and laziness, were now burning with a rage that was enough to burn everything. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. Lin Weiwei, the girl he had single-handedly rescued from the mire, the girl he had poured countless efforts and hopes into, the jewel in the palm who had long held a special place in his heart, was actually being maliciously slandered in such a despicable and inhumane way? AI face swapping to spread obscene rumors? Entire internet blacklist? And a complete ban? Good. Very good. Very good. Galaxy Entertainment. Wang Defa. You are seeking your own death. Command received, Master. Highest level information warfare mode activated. Target Galaxy Entertainment and its associated networks are undergoing comprehensive, no dead angle infiltration and data cleansing. For the first time, the voice of the Tianshu AI carried a hint of cold murderous intent. Obviously, Jiang Chen's overwhelming rage was also transmitted through some mysterious connection to the super artificial intelligence that had already begun to develop the prototype of self-awareness. Next second, an epic internet cleanup and targeted elimination operation that swept across the entire Dragon Country internet and even spread overseas, broke out suddenly without anyone knowing. Step 1, strike at the source and remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Tianshu AI is like an uncrowned king lurking in the depths of the data ocean. It instantly locked onto the tens of thousands of water army accounts and marketing accounts that were frantically spreading Lin Weiwei's indecent photos and black materials, as well as dozens of water army leaders and operation studios hidden behind the scenes. Then, it was a dimensionality reduction attack. The high-level proxy IP pool that those troll leaders are so proud of? It's like nothing in front of Tianshu. It's instantly detected and physically located. The secret communication software and encrypted servers they used to take orders and command their subordinates were directly formatted by Tianshu using incomprehensible black technology methods. All the data within, along with their offline list and evidence of illegal activities, were packaged and sent to the special reporting mailbox of the Longwei Internet Police and relevant departments. Even the bank accounts and third-party payment platforms used by those troll leaders to collect and transfer funds were suddenly system maintenance, suspended service? Don't even think about withdrawing a penny of the black money in there. For a time, the entire Dragon Country Internet Water Army industry chain was in mourning. Countless water army leaders beat their chests and stamped their feet in front of their computers, crying out for help. They never dreamed that simply accepting a job to slander a minor celebrity would cost them their entire organization. Did I stir up a hornet's nest? Or, did I offend a god? Step 2. Public opinion is reversed and the truth is revealed. After paralyzing the command system and capital chain of the water army, Tianshu AI immediately started the second round of operations. It used the Primary Public Opinion Guidance and Information Countermeasures Alpha version function, as well as various advanced public opinion manipulation techniques previously learned from the Shadow Parliament, to create a perfect storm on the global internet. Rehabilitating Lin Weiwei's name. First, those so-called Lin Weiwei's indecent photos and black material suddenly disappeared from the entire internet. No matter how the online troll army re-uploaded the content, no matter how the marketing accounts devised ways to divert traffic, the information was instantly erased, as if by an invisible hand, leaving not even a trace. Major social media platforms and forums immediately issued official announcements, stating that the previously circulated content was malicious defamation and AI-generated fabricated information, and permanently banned the relevant accounts. Behind this, of course, was Jiang Chen's money power. He had Uncle Chen contact the top management of all the mainstream platforms and reached a cooperation in an irrefutable manner. Then, a popular science and face-slapping video, in-depth analysis of AI face-swapping technology and exposure of forged evidence chain, which was produced by Tianshu AI in just a few minutes using its powerful image analysis and video editing capabilities, went viral on the entire internet. The video not only explains the principles and dangers of AI face-swapping technology in an easily understandable way, but also directly reveals internal meeting recordings and email screenshots of Galaxy Entertainment insiders either recruited through the previous Fisher plan or obtained directly by Tianshu, who planned the smear campaign. Although the key information was censored, the crystal-clear content of the conversation and the chain of evidence pointing directly to the top management of Galaxy Entertainment instantly caused an uproar on the entire internet. Holy crap! So it really was AI face-swapping? Galaxy Entertainment is so fucking vicious. To suppress a newcomer, they actually resorted to such despicable means? This is completely inhumane. I feel so sorry for Goddess Weiwei. She's been subjected to this kind of online violence for no reason. Boycott Galaxy Entertainment. This rubbish company should be shut down. Brilliant entertainment is awesome. President Jiang is so powerful. This counterattack is incredible. Public opinion instantly reversed. All the previous abuse and questioning turned into sympathy for Lin Weiwei and angry condemnation of Xinghe Entertainment. Step 3. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It is far from enough to just clear Lin Weiwei's grievances. What Jiang Chen wants is to make Xinghe Entertainment pay the price in blood. He once again activated the financial hunting mode of Tianshu AI. Target stocks of Galaxy Entertainment and its parent company. This time, Jiang Chen no longer needed to lure the enemy deep into his territory like he did last time when dealing with the Ghost Throne, but instead directly, simply and crudely smashed the market. With the precise control of Galaxy Entertainment's financial status and capital flows by the Tianshu AI, and Jiang Chen's nearly unlimited money power. In just half a day, Galaxy Entertainment's stock price plummeted like a free fall, directly cut in half. Cut in half again. Countless institutions and retail investors panic sold, and stampedes occurred frequently. In just a few hours, Galaxy Entertainment's market capitalization evaporated by tens of billions. Even its parent company's stock price was severely dragged down and was on the verge of collapse. Its chairman, Wang Defa, could no longer hold on after receiving one piece of bad news after another. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment on the spot. It is said that the situation is not optimistic. And this is just the beginning. The Tianshu AI also packaged and organized all the evidence of tax evasion, contract fraud, suppression of peers, and even some more serious crimes committed by Xinghe Entertainment in recent years, and sent it anonymously to major regulatory departments and judicial organs in Longwa. A comprehensive liquidation of Galaxy Entertainment is about to begin. This once dominant and arrogant entertainment giant in the Dragon Country entertainment industry is about to be completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's thunderous wrath, because of a stupid and vicious provocation. Brilliant Entertainment, Chairman's Office. Jiang Chen's icy command, through the Tianshu AI, turned into a huge wave that swept across the entire Dragon Country's internet and financial markets. The data purification and targeted elimination operations against Galaxy Entertainment achieved a decisive victory in just a few hours with an almost crushing attitude. The overwhelming amount of indecent photos and black material targeting Lin Weiwei quickly melted away like ice and snow in the sun, leaving no trace. In their place were hard-hitting revelations and online condemnation of the dangers of AI face-swapping technology and Xinghe Entertainment's malicious competition. Galaxy Entertainment's stock price plummeted. Its head, Wang Defa, spat out blood after receiving one piece of bad news after another. He was rushed to the hospital. It was said that even if he survived, he would be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. This once dominant giant in the entertainment industry, because of a foolish and vicious provocation, fell from the clouds to hell almost overnight. Although it had not yet completely died, it was already on the verge of death and was not far from collapse. Jiang Chen looked at the brilliant battle results reported in real time by the Tianshu AI, but there was not much joy of victory on his face, only cold indifference. In his opinion, an opponent of the level of Galaxy Entertainment is not worth wasting too much emotion on. The only thing he cared about now was the little girl who was exhausted and almost ruined because of this unexpected disaster. Li Shui, Jiang Chen's voice was filled with a subtle hint of fatigue and heartache. How's Weiwei doing now? Li Shui's face was filled with relief at having survived, and a deep sense of awe at Jiang Chen's actions. Director Jiang, online public opinion has completely reversed. Fans are spontaneously cheering for Weiwei and controlling the comments. It's just, she's been so frightened. She's locked herself in the apartment, not seeing anyone, and even turned off her phone. I'm really worried she'll become overwhelmed. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed once again upon hearing this. He knew how much harm cyberbullying could do to a young girl. Even though the injustice had been cleared, the psychological trauma wouldn't be easily healed. He stood up, picked up the coat on the back of the chair, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Prepare the car, I'll go see her." There are some comforts that must be given by him personally. There are some knots in the heart that only he can untie. Su Wanyu gazed at Jiang Chen's back, slightly exhausted yet filled with determination and a subtle tenderness. A complex emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. She knew that Jiang Chen's concern for Lin Weiwei surpassed that of a typical boss for a subordinate. Yet, strangely enough, she didn't feel too much jealousy. Instead, she felt a sense of understanding and relief. Perhaps, a truly strong man will always be surrounded by more than one outstanding woman? She shook her head, suppressing her chaotic thoughts, and walked over to Jiang Chen, saying softly, "I'll go with you. There are some things that might be better if I, as a woman, tell her." Jiang Chen glanced at her, and in her clear eyes, he saw sincere concern and a hint of magnanimity that was barely noticeable. His heart warmed and he nodded, "Okay." Chapter 108 Thunderbolt sweeps the underworld. The Queen's Guardian. Li Shui, Jiang Chen's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Keep a close eye on all developments at Xinghe Entertainment. Report any unusual activity to me immediately. Also, calm the emotions within the company, especially Weiwei's team. Tell them the sky isn't falling. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Li Shui nodded heavily, and her awe for her boss deepened a little bit. Let's go, Wanyu. He looked at Su Wanyu, who had been silently supporting him, and his voice was filled with a subtle hint of fatigue and heartache for Lin Weiwei. Let's go see Weiwei. Su Wanyu nodded, took the initiative to hold his slightly cold hand, and said softly, "Don't worry too much, Weiwei is a strong child. With you around, she will definitely get through it." Jiang Chen held her soft little hand in his, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. With a future wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Lin Weiwei's exclusive apartment, located in an upscale riverside residential complex in Tianhai City, offers privacy and security. This was specially arranged for her by Brilliant Entertainment after her sudden rise to fame. However, at this moment, this apartment that was once full of girlish dreams and a warm atmosphere was filled with a suffocating depression and despair. The curtains were drawn and the lights were dim. The living room was a mess, with pillows, magazines, and even a few broken glasses scattered on the carpet, obviously the owner's outburst of emotion. Lin Weiwei, on the other hand, curled up on the bay window in the corner of the bedroom, her arms tightly wrapped around her knees, her head buried deep in her arms, her thin shoulders shaking slightly, and she let out bursts of suppressed, heartbreaking sobs. Her usually innocent and doll-like face was now covered with traces of tears, and her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she had lost all her luster. Those vicious photoshopped pictures, disgusting rumors, and overwhelming abuse and curses on the internet were like countless poisonous knives, piercing her sensitive and fragile heart with holes. She didn't understand what she had done wrong and why she was being attacked so viciously. She just wants to sing and act well and realize her dream. Could it be that, Just because I was appreciated by Director Jiang and soared to the sky, I deserve to be envied and destroyed by such despicable means? This world is too scary. The entertainment industry is too dark. She even began to doubt whether her original choice was wrong. Just when Lin Weiwei was immersed in boundless despair and self-doubt, and was about to be swallowed by the darkness. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Lin Weiwei's body trembled, and she subconsciously shrank into the corner like a frightened bird. She didn't want to see anyone. She didn't want to hear any sound. She just wanted to be alone, quietly, rotten. The doorbell rang persistently. After a long while, a voice that she was familiar with and relied on came from outside the door, with a hint of imperceptible anxiety and heartache. Weiwei, open the door, it's me. It's Mr. Jiang? Lin Weiwei's body trembled violently. Finally, a faint light appeared in those empty eyes. But then, this ray of light was replaced by deeper fear and shame. How could she have the nerve to see Director Jiang in this state? She had failed him and brought shame upon him. Weiwei, I know you're in there. Jiang Chen's voice rang out again. Even through the thick door, it still reached her ears clearly, carrying a reassuring magic. The passive soothing effect of the heavenly voice aura was quietly taking effect. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Open the door, okay? Lin Weiwei bit her lower lip, tears flowing out uncontrollably again. She wanted to open the door, but was afraid to see Director Jiang's disappointed look. Just as she was hesitating, another cold and pleasant voice suddenly came from the side, but with a hint of unquestionable majesty. Lin Weiwei, I'm Su Wanyu. If you don't open the door, I'll have Uncle Chen tear it down. Su, Boss Su? Why is she here too? Lin Weiwei was completely panicked. She knew that President Su was a man of his words. She hurriedly climbed down from the bay window, wiped the tears from her face, tidied her messy hair and clothes, then took a deep breath, reached out her hand tremblingly, and opened the door of the apartment. Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu were standing outside the door. Jiang Chen still looked as handsome as ever, but his eyes were filled with something she had never seen before, heartache and intense anger. Su Wanyu, on the other hand, still maintained her aloof queen demeanor, but the look she gave her was less distant than usual, more filled with complex sympathy and a subtle hint of scrutiny. Perhaps she was evaluating what was so special about this little girl who had made Jiang Chen so nervous. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Su. President Su. Lin Weiwei lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, not daring to look them in the eye. Let's go in first. Jiang Chen sighed and walked in first. Su Wanyu followed him in. Looking at the mess in the living room, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she said nothing. She just silently began to pick up the scattered pillows and magazines. Her movements were gentle, but revealed a sense of silent comfort. Jiang Chen looked around, then walked to Lin Weiwei, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa and still shivering. He slowly squatted down and looked at her at eye level. He was not as eager to comfort as Li Shui, nor did he shout empty encouragement like those fans on the internet. He simply stretched out his hand, and with an extremely gentle yet powerful movement, he gently and carefully smoothed Lin Weiwei's messy, tear-stained hair behind her ears, revealing her pale and haggard, yet still beautiful and charming little face. Then, he looked into her eyes and said clearly, word by word. Weiwei, look at me. Lin Weiwei subconsciously raised her head and met Jiang Chen's eyes, which were as deep as the sea and as warm as the sun. I know you've been deeply wronged these past few days. Jiang Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried a force that could penetrate a person's heart. Those vicious rumors, those filthy pictures, those unbearable insults, they've been like knives, cutting into your heart one by one, leaving you in excruciating pain, making you question life, and even making you want to give up, right? Lin Weiwei's tears rolled down again like pearls from a broken string. She nodded vigorously, sobbing uncontrollably. But Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became firm, his eyes filled with unquestionable conviction. I want to tell you, those are not true. Who are you? You are Lin Weiwei. You are the singer with a heavenly voice that I, Jiang Chen, personally discovered. You are the Asian pop diva who captivated millions of listeners with the song Light Years Away. You are the future superstar who will step onto a bigger stage and shine even brighter. Those clowns hiding in dark corners, using despicable means to slander you, who are they? Do they deserve to make you sad? Do they deserve to make you give up? They are nothing but a bunch of stinky bugs who are jealous of your talent and afraid of your success. And you, Jiang Chen reached out his hand, gently cupping Lin Weiwei's tearful face. His thumb gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks, his eyes burning with sincerity. You are a phoenix soaring in the sky. You are the sun shining brightly. How can the buzzing of a few bugs obscure your brilliance? I know this incident has dealt a heavy blow to you. But, Wei, you have to remember that in life, 8 out of 10 things don't go as planned. The higher your position, the more likely you are to attract jealousy and backstabbing. A truly strong person isn't someone who never gets hurt, but someone who, after getting hurt, can wipe away the tears, stand up again, and use even greater strength to smack the faces of those who hurt you. Now, tell me, Jiang Chen stared into Lin Weiwei's eyes, his voice filled with bewitching power. Do you want to continue hiding here, lamenting your own mistakes and letting those villains succeed? Or do you want to stand up again and join me in illuminating this world with an even brighter light, to blind those scoundrels? Lin Weiwei stared blankly at Jiang Chen, listening to his passionate words filled with strength and conviction, feeling the warmth from his palm and that familiar breath that made her feel incredibly at ease. Her heart, which had long been frozen and broken, seemed to rekindle a faint flame. Yes. Mr. Jiang is right. Who the hell are those people? Why should we let them succeed? I'm Lin Weiwei. I'm the one Chairman Jiang personally raised. How could I be defeated so easily? An indomitable will, like bamboo shoots after rain, grew tenaciously from the deepest part of her heart. She wiped away her tears, and her originally lifeless eyes gradually began to light up again. Director Jiang. She looked at Jiang Chen. Although her voice was still a little hoarse, it was filled with unprecedented determination. I know what to do. I won't let them succeed. I won't give up. I want to stand up again. I want to sing better songs. Act better. I want to become stronger. More dazzling. I want everyone who has hurt me and looked down on me to regret it. Seeing the fighting spirit and fire rekindled in Lin Weiwei's eyes, Jiang Chen finally showed a relieved smile on his face. Very good, this is the Lin Weiwei he knows, the one with unlimited potential. Su Wanyu watched all this silently from the side, a complex glint in her beautiful eyes. She had to admit that Jiang Chen truly possessed an almost demonic talent for inspiring people and unlocking their potential. It was no wonder Lin Weiwei was so devoted to him. Just then, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. It's Uncle Chen calling. Sir, Uncle Chen's voice was filled with a hint of excitement and a hint of strangeness that was hard to conceal. There's been some new developments over at Galaxy Entertainment. Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Go ahead. Wang Defa suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage in the hospital. Despite life-saving efforts, he's gone. Due to various negative news and your previous financial sniping, Galaxy Entertainment's stock price has been hitting its lower limit for consecutive days and is on the verge of delisting. Its parent company has also suffered heavy losses and is in dire straits. It is said that it is urgently seeking a buyer and wants to sell off all of Galaxy Entertainment's non-performing assets in a package. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a cold arc. Retribution comes so quickly. Very good, he said calmly. Notify Li Shui and ask her to prepare. Among those bad assets of Xingha Entertainment, there might be some good things we can recycle. For example, some talented artists who have been hidden. Some high-quality script IPs that have been accumulated? Or some valuable distribution channels and connections? Since Xingha Entertainment is not doing well, then don't blame Jiang Chen. I accept it with a smile. Chapter 109 Daily Sign In to level up again? Unlock the God of Wealth Halo. After coming out of Lin Weiwei's apartment, Jiang Chen's mood became particularly relaxed and bright, as if a layer of dust had been washed away. He felt sincerely relieved that the little girl was able to pick herself up and burst out with stronger fighting spirit. As for that blind Wang Defa from Galaxy Entertainment. Died of cerebral hemorrhage? It's a bargain for him. However, Jiang Chen was quite interested in the large pile of bad assets he left behind. Perhaps he could actually find some valuable treasures from them? It seems that our brilliant entertainment is going to expand again. Jiang Chen sat in the spacious and comfortable back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a playful smile on his lips, and said to Su Wanyu beside him. Su Wanyu had witnessed the entire process today, how Jiang Chen swiftly and decisively cleared Lin Weiwei's name, and how he manipulated a long-established entertainment giant into ruin. Her admiration and love for Jiang Chen had long since flowed like a surging river, unending. At this moment, hearing Jiang Chen's words, she just smiled gently, her beautiful eyes filled with absolute trust and support for her man. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. Tianchun Group will always be your strongest backing. With President Su's words, I feel relieved. Jiang Chen smiled and held her soft, boneless hand, feeling the delicate touch, and his heart was filled with warmth. At this moment, the familiar, cold system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! The daily sign-in opportunity has been refreshed. Host, do you want to sign in? Wow! So many good things happened today, I almost forgot about this. Jiang Chen was in a great mood, and having just experienced a highlight moment of hero saving the damsel and commercial crushing, he had to give a little bit of support for the sign-in reward, right? Sign in. Must sign in. System Dad, since I'm so handsome today, please give me something good. He said to himself without hesitation, and even flattered him a little. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Sign-in location, backseat of Rolls-Royce Phantom, sharing the joy of victory with your confidant. Mood index is max, judged as top-level joy and control of the environment. Reward quality, epic improvement. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following epic special rewards. An epic upgrade? Jiang Chen's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing almost stopped. The previous rewards were at best a significant improvement. This time, it was an epic improvement? What the hell is this going to happen? He couldn't wait to see the reward content. His heart was pounding. 1. Godlike Aura Intermediate, dominate the world. Congratulations to the host. Godlike Aura Elementary has successfully evolved into Godlike Aura Intermediate, dominate the world. Charisma permanently increased by 50. The host will naturally exude the aura of a king, looking down upon the world and controlling everything. Their every move and demeanor will exude irresistible authority, persuasiveness, and submission. Their attraction to the opposite sex will reach a level of at first sight, love, and only you will marry, a level that could bring disaster to the nation and its people. In any social, business, or even confrontational setting, this aura will exert a powerful mental intimidation and aura of suppression on the target. It will intimidate enemies before the battle even begins. It will make allies loyal and devoted. It will make even the most beloved women fall deeply in love. Note, this aura is extremely powerful. Please use it with caution to avoid causing unnecessary Shura field or world-class influence. It can be further upgraded through subsequent achievements. Holy crap! Holy crap! Aura of the super rich, dominate the world? Charisma plus 50? And a fucking catastrophe to the nation and the people level? Jiang Chen was so stunned by this first reward that he almost did a backflip on the spot. This is no longer just a simple show-off artifact. This is simply a walking human hormone bomb plus Emperor engine. He couldn't even imagine what kind of horrific scene there would be when he was equipped with this halo and walked out, with corpses everywhere, referring to men and women kneeling down under his suit pants. System, you are trying to force me to become the king of the sea. Jiang Chen complained silently in his heart, but the uncontrollable smile on the corner of his mouth had already exposed his inner ecstasy. He suppressed the urge to equip the halo immediately and show off in front of Su Wanyu, and continued reading. 2. Words and Laws, Reality Interference Basic, congratulations to the host. The special skill, Words and Laws Intermediate, has received a new expansion module. When activating Words and Laws, the host can not only influence the probability of an event, but also, with a very small chance influenced by multiple factors such as mental strength, belief strength, target resistance, and real-world logic, distort or modify the reality of certain events, subtly, for a short period of time, and within the basic logical framework. For example, if you can say this lottery ticket will win, it may actually win the bottom prize. If you can say this contract has no loopholes, the other party may actually overlook some minor flaws. The closer the effect is to fabrication, the lower the success rate, the greater the cost, and the higher the risk of backlash. Please explore and use this ability with caution. Another incredible new ability? Words can be spoken, and laws can be made, and they can even interfere with reality? It's only elementary, and it has many limitations, but this has already reached the conceptual level, right? Jiang Chen felt that his three views were refreshed again. If the previous, words come true, was just playing tricks within the scope of probability, then this, reality interference, simply gave him, the GM, authority to modify the world settings on a small scale. Although it can only affect some weakened, basic logical things at present, but the potential is unlimited. If this is upgraded in the future, wouldn't it be possible to turn stone into gold or create things out of thin air? Jiang Chen felt his breathing become heavy. System Dad. You really understand me. I love you so much. He wished he could find a place right now to study these two newly acquired god-level abilities. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Su Wanyu beside him. Su Wanyu seemed to notice his drastic mood swings. A hint of concern and curiosity flashed across her beautiful phoenix eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Chen? You seem very happy? Yeah, I'm really happy. Jiang Chen grinned, revealing a row of neat and white teeth. With the blessing of God of Wealth Halo Primary, not yet switched to Intermediate, that smile seemed particularly sunny and full of fatal attraction. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he thought of a perfect opportunity to test the effect of the new halo. He cleared his throat, then used his mind to switch his Super Rich Aura Elementary to the newly acquired Super Rich Aura Intermediate, Dominate the World. Buzz. An indescribable aura, as if coming from the depths of his soul, looking down on the world and controlling everything, a king-like aura instantly emanated from Jiang Chen. He didn't do anything deliberately, and even his expression didn't change much. But Su Wanyu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly felt her heart, without any warning, skipped a beat. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. It is still that handsome face that is so familiar that it cannot be more familiar, and it is still those deep and charming starry eyes. But she felt that Jiang Chen at this moment seemed like a different person. The aura he exudes. It is no longer just the confidence, composure, or occasional dominance as before. It's a kind of a feeling that made her breath stop. Her heartbeat quickened. Even her soul couldn't help but want to worship it. Absolute. Unquestionable. The aura of an emperor who reigns supreme over the world. Every look of his seemed to be able to see deep into her heart. Every subtle movement of his seemed to contain some kind of ultimate truth of heaven and earth, full of indescribable majesty and fatal attraction. Su Wanyu felt her pretty face suddenly turn red. Like a burning cloud. She even didn't dare to look Jiang Chen in the eyes. An unprecedented, strong, almost completely overwhelmed feeling of submission and admiration was growing and spreading crazily from the deepest part of her heart. She even had an absurd impulse. I wanted to kneel down before him. Kiss his toes. Dedicate everything I had to him, without reservation. Wan Yu? What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanyu's shy appearance with a blushing face, rapid breathing, blurred eyes, and as if she was about to faint at any time. He felt secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface he asked with pretended concern. He knew that this was definitely the power of God's Halo Intermediate, dominate the world. The effect is simply amazing. Even Su Wanyu, a tough-minded and accustomed to big events, couldn't withstand the impact of this imperial aura? If it were any other ordinary woman, wouldn't she have to, on the spot? Jiang Chen felt that in the future, he might really have to live a happy life where no grass grows wherever he goes. It would be hard not to even get a single leaf on him. I'm fine. Su Wanyu finally managed to break free from her near delirious state. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and she didn't even dare to raise her head. It's just a little hot. A little hot? Jiang Chen glanced at the cool autumn night outside the car window, a knowing smirk on his face. It seems that tonight's Yundingshan Villa. It's destined to be another sleepless night. Chapter 110: The Shadow's Unusual Movements. The Hongmen Banquet from overseas. After his relationship with Su Wanyu was officially established, Jiang Chen felt as if his life was coated with a rosy halo. Waking up every day to the company of a beautiful woman, with the unwavering support of the Ice Queen in his career, and in his spare time, he can even play with his increasingly human Super AI Tianshu, while watching the artists of brilliant entertainment conquer the world and the rapid progress of the black technology projects of Penglai Island. Days like this are so nourishing. At one point, he even had the indifferent thought that being a winner in life is just like this, I might as well just lie down and enjoy it. However, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Just as Jiang Chen was enjoying this rare moment of calm before the storm, and even began to seriously consider whether he should take the time to upgrade the cooking mastery low level in the system mall so that he could make a more luxurious love meal for Su Wanyu. An extremely secret invitation from overseas, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, once again disrupted his leisurely life. That afternoon, Uncle Chen walked into Jiang Chen's study in the Yunding Mountain Villa with a serious expression. Sir, he handed over a specially encrypted electronic document. We just received an invitation through a very special channel. Oh? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Given his current status and position, being invited by what Uncle Chen described as a very special channel was definitely not simple. He took the tablet and opened the document. The wording of the invitation was extremely sophisticated, full of the red tape of European medieval aristocrats, but the core content was very simple. A man named Mr. Augustus, who claimed to represent an ancient covenant organization dedicated to maintaining world peace and order, sincerely invited Chairman Jiang Chen to a private castle deep in the Swiss Alps next week to attend a top-secret roundtable meeting aimed at enhancing understanding, eliminating misunderstandings, and jointly exploring the future direction of human development. The invitation even implicitly mentioned that if Jiang Chen was willing to show sincerity, they might be able to reach some degree of reconciliation and win-win regarding some of the unpleasant frictions that had occurred between the two sides, before referring to the series of attacks by the Shadow Parliament on Tianjin Group, an ancient covenant organization dedicated to maintaining world peace and order. Jiang Chen looked at the high-sounding wording, a cold arc curling up at the corner of his mouth. These old bastards who have been hiding their heads and showing their tails for hundreds of years really know how to flatter themselves. He knew with his toes that this so-called ancient covenant organization was 100% the Shadow Parliament that had been severely damaged by his Operation Tooth Extraction and Project Rift and was in chaos internally. But what are they up to this time? The Hongmen Feast? Or really wanting to sue for peace? Tianshu, Jiang Chen called out in his mind, immediately conduct a top-level background investigation and correlation analysis on the source of this invitation, the delivery channel, and the guy who calls himself Augustus. I want to know who is behind this. What is their real purpose? Command received, Master. Activating the deep web tracing and target profiling programs. After evolving to version 2.5, the intelligence analysis capabilities of the Tianshu AI have already reached an incredible level. Just a few minutes later, an in-depth analysis report on this invitation appeared clearly in Jiang Chen's mind. Report to Master. 1. Identity confirmation of the inviting party. After multiple cross-verifications, the initiator of this invitation is indeed affiliated with the Shadow Council. However, they are not the core radicals or conservatives who previously led the attack on you. Instead, they are a moderate or technical faction that has long maintained a relatively neutral position and is more focused on global expansion through economic and technological means. Their representative figure is none other than the Duke of Lyon, who calls himself Augustus, a mysterious figure with ancient European aristocratic blood and enormous hidden wealth. 2. Analysis of the true purpose of the invitation. Based on Tianshu's analysis of recent Shadow Council internal communications partially intercepted and decrypted in shifts in power structures, this invitation is more likely a sign that the moderates represented by the Duke of Lyon have temporarily lost the power struggle within the council. Alternatively, it could be argued that they're seeking external help to break the current deadlock in the council and potentially obtain some of their much-needed future technology, specifically Peng-like crystal energy technology and some core algorithms of Tianshu's AI from you. It's a risky attempt and a different kind of help request? 3. Risk assessment. The meeting location is located in a private castle deep in the Swiss Alps, heavily guarded and difficult to defend. While the other party claims to be seeking peaceful dialogue, their true intentions are unclear. The possibility exists that they are using the negotiations as bait, setting a trap, and attempting to control or eliminate you. Risk level, extremely high. For potential opportunity analysis, if handled properly, this meeting could become a great opportunity for you to further understand the internal structure of the Shadow Council, divide and disintegrate its different factions, and even, conversely, recruit some of its power for your own use. A help request from the moderates? Trying to get my technology? Or maybe setting a trap? Jiang Chen looked at the analysis report containing a huge amount of information, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. These old foxes are really not easy to deal with. Sir, this invitation is obviously a Hongmen banquet. The risk is too great. You must not go. Uncle Chen listened to Jiang Chen and Tianshu talking to themselves. He couldn't hear Tianshu's voice, but could guess roughly from Jiang Chen's expression and reaction, and hurriedly dissuaded him. Su Wanyu's brows furrowed, worry written all over her pretty face. Yes, Jiang Chen, we've all seen the Shadow Council's tactics. They won't give up on us so easily. This so-called secret summit is definitely a trap. I know it's a trap. Jiang Chen smiled, but his eyes became unusually sharp. But some traps, even if you know they are traps, you still have to step on them. Because, he paused, his tone filled with unquestionable confidence and a hint of anticipation that only he understood, traps often also come with huge treasures. He keenly smelled a hint of opportunity from Tianshu's analysis. The Shadow Council is not a monolithic entity. This in itself is a breakthrough point that can be infinitely magnified. If he could use this opportunity to reach a certain degree of understanding or even cooperation with the moderates represented by the Duke of Lyon, and jointly fight against the radicals and conservatives who are hostile to him, then his plan to dismantle the entire shadow parliament will undoubtedly be twice as effective with half the effort. Of course, the risks are equally huge. This is more like a top-level gambling game, of trying to get the skin of a tiger. If you win the bet, the sky will be the limit. If you lose the bet, there is no recovery. Jiang Chen. You. Su Wanyu looked at the eager light in his eyes and her heart tightened. She was about to speak to dissuade him. Jiang Chen reached out and gently held her soft, boneless hand, his eyes gentle yet firm. Wanyu, trust me. I never do anything I'm not sure of. He paused, his lips curled up in a confident arc. Besides, I'm not going to the banquet alone. I brought plenty of surprises with me. He also has the incredible trump card, words follow intermediate. And the life-saving artifact, dummy. And the all-round information support of the Tianshu AI and, when necessary, long-range firepower coverage. Not to mention, he also has the biggest plug-in, the system. But Shadow Parliament wants to play with him? Then let us see whose trump card is harder. Uncle Chen, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a strategic light, reply to Duke Lyon and say, I am honored to accept his invitation. The time and place are up to them to decide. But, he changed the subject, his tone becoming more meaningful. Tell him that I hope this roundtable meeting can be truly roundtable, without any more unpleasant accidents. Otherwise. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't finish his words. However, the coldness and threat in his smile made Uncle Chen shudder. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. Uncle Chen accepted the order respectfully. Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen, who seemed to have everything under control, and the worry in her heart was gradually replaced by an inexplicable trust and expectation. She knew that this man was going to start making trouble again. And, every time, he can create unimaginable miracles. What kind of surprise will he bring to the world this time? Chapter 111, European Castle. The Shadow's True Plot. The Alps, with their snow-capped peaks, look like an isolated kingdom of ice and snow. A special helicopter, painted in a low-key and luxurious dark gray and possessing powerful all-terrain capabilities, deftly shuttled through the treacherous valleys amidst the howling cold wind, and finally, landed steadily on the tarmac in front of a medieval castle, hidden on the top of a snow-capped mountain and surrounded by dense primeval forests. This ancient castle, constructed entirely of solid black rock and weathered by centuries of wind and rain, still exudes an ancient, mysterious, and forbidding aura. Its soaring towers, thick walls, and the vaguely visible, technologically advanced defenses all betray the owner's extraordinary status and their strict security. The hatch opened, and Jiang Chen, wearing a tailored black cashmere coat, a turtleneck sweater, and sunglasses perched on his nose, was the first to exit the helicopter. The sharp mountain breeze blew the corners of his clothes and the ends of his hair, making him look even more fierce and mysterious. Su Wanyu wore an elegant off-white long-down jacket, beneath a sharp dark business suit. While her pretty face bore a hint of travel fatigue, her beautiful phoenix eyes remained clear and bright, filled with curiosity about the unknown and a subtle hint of vigilance. She followed Jiang Chen closely, like his most loyal guardian. Uncle Chen and several top security elites disguised as entourage quietly guarded the two of them, warily gazing at the ancient castle filled with a strange atmosphere. Chairman Jiang, President Su, welcome to Eagle's Nest. An elderly butler, dressed in a crisp tuxedo, with meticulously combed hair and bearing an elegant demeanor that looked as if he had stepped out of a medieval painting, had already been waiting respectfully at the tarmac with 2 rows of servants, also in vintage uniforms. His voice held a perfect mixture of humility and an indescribable pride. Eagle's Nest? The name was quite fitting. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. These guys from the Shadow Council really like to think of themselves as superior predators. Led by the old butler, Jiang Chen and his party crossed the heavy suspension bridge. Yes, you read that right, it was really a suspension bridge. And entered the deep and luxurious interior of the castle. The interior decoration of the castle perfectly blends classic and modern, luxury and mystery. A roaring fire burned in the massive stone fireplace, dispelling the chill of the mountaintop. Priceless classical paintings and medieval knights' armor hung on the walls. A thick Persian rug covered the floor, making no sound when stepped on. The air was filled with the faint smell of cigar smoke and a faint hint of blood? Was it Jiang Chen's imagination? But at the same time, behind those ancient decorations, there are all kinds of advanced technological equipment hidden, ubiquitous invisible surveillance probes, identity recognition systems, and Jiang Chen can clearly feel that weak but extremely precise energy fluctuations are spreading throughout the entire castle, forming an invisible net of heaven and earth. How could this be some ancient castle? This was clearly a super fortress armed to the teeth. It seems that these old guys in the Shadow Council still value their lives very much. Jiang Chen secretly complained in his heart. After passing through several heavily guarded corridors and spiral staircases, they finally arrived at a more luxurious and more oppressive circular meeting room. In the center of the conference room sat a massive, round black conference table. Seated at the table was a single figure, an elderly European man dressed in a dark blue velvet tuxedo, his hair meticulously combed. His features were gaunt, his eyes deep as ancient wells. Every gesture exuded an innate air of nobility and shrewdness. He looked to be in his 70s, but he was in good spirits, with his back straight. He was playing with a scepter inlaid with a huge sapphire in his hand. A polite and distant smile played on the corner of his mouth. He was looking at Jiang Chen and his group, who walked in calmly. There is no doubt that he is the host of this Hongmen banquet, the representative of the moderate faction of the Shadow Parliament, Duke of Lion, Augustus. Chairman Jiang, President Su, thank you for coming all this way. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Lion slowly stood up and said with a smile in his pure London English. His voice was gentle, but it carried the unquestionable aura of a superior. Please take a seat. Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu sat down across from him, while Uncle Chen and Li Shui stood behind them like two door gods. I wonder what advice you have for us that Your Excellency the Duke has taken so much trouble to invite us here. Jiang Chen didn't bother to be polite with him and went straight to the point, asking in London accented English that was so fluent that even the Duke of Lion was a little surprised. Chairman Jiang is a quick-witted person, I like that. Duke Lion smiled gracefully and signaled the servants to pour them top-quality Scotch whiskey. Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu were served top-quality black tea and mineral water instead. It's not really about guidance. Duke Lion picked up his wine glass and gently shook it. His deep gaze swept across Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu's faces before he slowly spoke. It's just that we, the Covenant, his name for the Shadow Council, have developed a strong interest in Chairman Jiang and the Tianqian Group, as well as the epoch-making technologies you possess. Here it comes. The fox's tail is finally revealed. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Oh? What technologies are you referring to, Your Excellency the Duke? Tianqian Group's business scope is quite broad. I wonder which field you are most interested in. Chairman Jiang, why are you asking questions when you already know the answer? Duke Lion put down his glass, his eyes sharpening. For example, your amazing breakthrough in artificial intelligence? That super AI called Tianqiu? And, on Panglai Island, that Panglai crystal that can stably output huge amounts of clean energy? As expected. Their target is directly aimed at Tianqiu and Panglai crystal. Su Wanyu's pretty face changed slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Jiang Chen's hand. She knew this was his true intention. Jiang Chen held her slightly cold hand in his, gave her a reassuring look, then looked at Duke Lion and smiled faintly. It seems that Your Excellency the Duke has a pretty good understanding of our Tianqian Group's family background. I just wonder through what legitimate channels did you obtain this information? There was already a hint of questioning and warning in these words. Duke Lion's smile remained unchanged upon hearing this, but a subtle coldness flashed in his eyes. He naturally understood the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. Chairman Jiang, you're joking. A rising tech star like Tianqian Group naturally attracts worldwide attention. Our alliance is simply out of goodwill and a slight concern for the future of human technology. Worried? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. I wonder what Your Excellency the Duke is worried about. We're worried. Duke Lion's tone suddenly became earnest, even tinged with a hint of compassion. We're worried that if powerful forces like the Tianqiu AI and the Panglai crystal, capable of changing the world, were to fall into the hands of unconstrained, unregulated, and even overly ambitious individuals, would they bring unpredictable disasters to this already fragile world? The real purpose is revealed. Under the banner of For All Mankind, they actually engage in plundering and robbery. These vampires from the old empire still have such hypocritical faces. Su Wanyu was so angry that her pretty face turned pale, and she was about to open her mouth to refute. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop her, still with that nonchalant smile on his face, as if the other person was not talking about him, but an insignificant passerby. He looked at Duke Lion and spoke slowly. His voice was calm, yet it carried a kind of all-seeing wisdom and a hint of undisguised sarcasm. Your Excellency, what you said is truly righteous and awe-inspiring, and you are concerned about the country and the people. What a pity. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold arc. What I, Jiang Chen, distrust the most is hypocrites like you who talk about morality and justice but are actually full of thieves and whores. Isn't your real plan to get something for nothing and take what belongs to me? Chapter 112, The Art of Flipping the Table at the Negotiation Table. Who is the prey? Take what belongs to you? As Duke Lion listened to Jiang Chen's blunt, even brusque, words, the aristocratic, elegant smile he had maintained for decades finally cracked. A subtle flicker of anger and murderous intent flashed in his deep, ancient eyes. How many years? Ever since he became one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table of the Shadow Parliament, presiding over the Parliament's vast economic and technological empire on the European continent, no one had ever dared to act so presumptuously in his presence. So disrespectful. This young Oriental man is simply arrogant to the extreme. But he is, after all, an old fox who has lived for hundreds of years, metaphor, not fantasy, and his cunning is unfathomable. After a brief moment of lapse, Duke Lion regained his composure, even clapping softly with a hint of inexplicable admiration in his tone. Ha! Chairman Jiang is indeed a man of quick words, a man of distinction. Unlike some people, who clearly think of thieves and whores, yet insist on speaking of morality. His words seem to be self-deprecating, but also seem to be indirectly criticizing some of his colleagues in the parliament? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. He knew that this old fox was about to start his real performance. Since Chairman Jiang has made it clear, I won't beat around the bush, Duke Lion said, leaning forward slightly, his fingers folded on the huge black round table before him. His eyes sharpened, like a hawk about to pounce. Yes, we at the Covenant are very, very interested in Tianqian Technology's Tianshu Artificial Intelligence Core algorithm and the groundbreaking Penglai Crystal Energy technology on Penglai Island. We believe, he said, his voice low but carrying an undeniable sense of pressure, that this disruptive technology, capable of changing the course of human civilization, shouldn't be controlled solely by a single country, or a single individual. It should belong to all of humanity. Under the joint supervision and guidance of the Covenant, we should contribute to building a future world that is more stable, more prosperous, and more aligned with the interests of the Covenant. What if for all mankind? What if in the interests of the Covenant? Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. These old bastards, they really couldn't change their hypocritical attitude of wanting to be a whore and a saint at the same time. Su Wanyu was sitting next to Jiang Chen. When she heard the Duke of Lion's high-sounding but sinister words, she was so angry that her pretty face turned pale. She was about to open her mouth to refute, but was stopped by Jiang Chen with a hidden gesture. Jiang Chen knew that reasoning with this old fox was useless. They only believed in strength and profit. So, Jiang Chen picked up the tea in front of him, took a sip, and asked calmly, Your Excellency, the Duke means that you want us, Tianqian Technology, to contribute the core code of the Tianshu AI and all the technical data of the Penglai Crystal to this so-called alliance of yours, free of charge? Ha, Chairman Jiang, you're too polite. Duke Lion smiled elegantly, of course it's not free. We, the Covenant, are willing to pay for this, a price that neither Chairman Jiang nor Tianqian Group can refuse. He paused, then offered a seemingly tempting olive branch. For example, we can make Tianqian Group the sole designated strategic partner of Covenant in the global fields of new energy and artificial intelligence. We can open up the vast commercial channels and network resources that the Covenant has operated for hundreds of years around the world to the Tianqian Group. We can even recruit you, Chairman Jiang, as the 13th Knight of the Round Table of the Covenant. Join us in ruling the future of this world. Chairman Jiang, Duke Lion's eyes grew scorching, filled with bewitching power. You're still so young, yet you've already achieved such brilliant accomplishments. Your future is limitless. Why would you become an enemy of our Covenant just for a few mere technologies? Join us, and you'll possess unimaginable power, wealth, and eternal glory. I have to say, what Duke Lion said is indeed very tempting. Become a Knight of the Round Table of the Shadow Council? Together, they will control the future of the world? Any ambitious hero would be tempted by such conditions. Even Li Shui and the members of the negotiation team behind Jiang Chen felt their hearts flutter and their breathing quickened after hearing what he said. However, Jiang Chen's face still had that calm expression, even with a hint of mockery. He put down his teacup, looked at the Duke of Lion opposite him who thought he had won, and suddenly laughed. Your Excellency, he said in a low voice, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, your words are truly touching and make me urinate. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Chen's eyes became as sharp as a knife, as if they could penetrate the Duke of Lion's hypocritical appearance and pierce his heart. I'm afraid your so-called cooperation may have some unspoken additional conditions, right? The smile on Duke Lion's face froze slightly, but soon returned to normal. Oh? Why do you say that, Chairman Jiang? For example, Jiang Chen said slowly, each word like a hammer hitting Duke Lion's heart, must the core control of the Tianshu AI be handed over to the supervision of the Covenant? For example, the mining rights and technical patents for the Panglai crystal must be shared with the Covenant, or even, be controlled by the Covenant? Even so, all major strategic decisions of our Tianchen group in the future must be approved by the Covenant? Every time Jiang Chen said something, the muscles on Duke Lion's face twitched uncontrollably. He never imagined that his meticulously prepared, progressive negotiation strategy and the poison pill hidden beneath the sugar coating would be completely stripped away by the other party in just a few words with such casual understatement. This young man, his insight, is simply terrifying to the point of being inhuman. Chairman Jiang, where did you hear that? Duke Lion's voice, for the first time, showed a subtle hint of panic. He even began to wonder if there was a mole within the parliament. Ha, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup and gently blew on the floating tea leaves. His tone was calm and indifferent, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Your Excellency the Duke, the little tricks of your Shadow Council are no different from 3-year-olds playing house in my eyes. He paused, his eyes suddenly becoming icy cold, like 10,000 years of ice. To put it bluntly, don't you just want to get something for nothing and take away the kingdom I worked so hard to build? What the hell are you painting me with that Knights of the Round Table pie in the sky? Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin who's never seen the world? Jiang Chen slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table with a loud, crisp sound. I tell you. His voice suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable arrogance and a hint of indescribable, strange power that seemed to be able to distort reality. It's Jiang Chen's stuff. I can give it to whoever I want. If I don't want to give it to you, no one can take it away. The moment he said this, Duke Lion suddenly felt his heart pound. An inexplicable chill shot from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. He even had a ridiculous illusion. It was as if Jiang Chen's words just now were not just expressing an attitude, but more like declaring an unbreakable law. He subconsciously wanted to refute and scold Jiang Chen for his arrogance and ignorance. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. Instead, he blurted out words that shocked even himself. Jiang. Chairman Jiang, what he said makes sense. We did act a little too hastily. After saying this, Duke Lion was completely stunned. What the hell? What the hell did I just say? How could I say such a cowardly thing? He looked at Jiang Chen in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. This young man, could he possibly know some kind of Eastern magic? Jiang Chen looked at the Duke of Lion's expression as if he had seen a ghost and felt secretly happy. The effect of words come true reality interference basic is really awesome. Although it only made the other party express his true thoughts caused by fear deep in his heart at a certain moment, it did not really change his will. But this feeling of letting your opponent slap themselves in the face at the negotiation table. It's so cool. Ha, it's great that Your Excellency the Duke thinks so. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup again, as if nothing had happened, and said slowly, since we are all smart people, let's stop playing those empty games and talk about something practical. He looked at Duke Lion and his team, whose faces were changing and their eyes were filled with doubt, and a kind smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Technical cooperation between Tianshu AI and Panglai Crystal is not completely impossible. Upon hearing this, Duke Lion's eyes flickered with hope. Could it be, there's still hope? But Jiang Chen changed the subject, his tone becoming unquestionable. The terms of cooperation must be determined by me. If you, the Shadow Council, want to obtain even a tiny bit of technology from me, or want to get a piece of the pie in the future of new energy and artificial intelligence. Jiang Chen held up 3 fingers, his smile bright, yet filled with an undeniable sense of blackmail. First, immediately cease all hostile actions against me and Tianchen Group, and publicly clarify all previous slander and false accusations against us. Secondly, friendly provide me with a list of the core members of your Shadow Council, those radicals and conservatives who advocate against me, along with all the dirt on them. Third, and most importantly, Jiang Chen's eyes became as sharp as a knife. In the future, when it comes to the formulation of technical standards and the allocation of market share in the global new energy and artificial intelligence fields, we at Tianqin Technology must have absolute dominance and veto power. To put it simply, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and said in a tone that was almost charitable, "From now on, I, Jiang Chen, have the final say in this place. You, the Shadow Council, can all the same, but you have to listen to me. Your Excellency, these small conditions of mine, are you acceptable?" The entire conference hall fell into deathly silence again. Duke Lion and his so-called elite negotiation team all looked like puppets with their souls sucked out at this moment. Their faces were ashen, their eyes were empty, and their mouths were open so wide that an egg could fit in. They never dreamed of it. A hangmen banquet that he had meticulously planned, a negotiation of the century that attempted to gain something for nothing and seize wealth through trickery. It turned out to be like this? Not only did they not gain any advantage, but they were turned around and severely blackmailed? Furthermore, the conditions proposed by the other party were even more overbearing than their previous cooperation proposal. Even more shameless. And even unreasonable. Who the hell is the hunter? Who is the prey? Duke Lion felt his heart bleed. He knew that if he agreed to Jiang Chen's conditions, the hegemony and dignity that the Shadow Council had built up over the past few centuries around the world would be completely destroyed. But if you don't agree? He glanced at the young man across from him, whose smile was as cunning as a fox's, but whose eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. He had no doubt that this madman would definitely do what he said. By then, what awaits the Shadow Parliament may not be just pulling teeth, but a real catastrophe. Caught between a rock and a hard place. For the first time, Duke Lion tasted what it meant to be despair. Chapter 113 Technology Exhibition. Tianqin's muscles show off to the world. The hangmen banquet in the Swiss castle ended with the Duke of Lion, looking as pale as death, agreeing to most of Jiang Chen's cooperation conditions almost as if he was ceding land and paying compensation. Of course, he temporarily shelved some clauses involving the core secrets of the Shadow Parliament on the grounds of insufficient authority, but promised to convey Jiang Chen's sincerity to the highest level of the parliament. Jiang Chen knew that this was only a temporary suppression of certain factions of the Shadow Parliament and the real battle was still to come. However, he was not in a hurry. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. As for the enemies, they also have to be dealt with one by one slowly, so that you can taste the ultimate pleasure of revenge. Now, he has more important and interesting things to do. Go to the world's largest technology stage and show off your muscles. 3 days later, Silicon Valley, USA. The world's largest and most influential international consumer electronics show CES grandly opens here. Thousands of technology companies from all over the world, from industry giants such as Google, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon to various startups full of creative ideas, have gathered here with their latest, coolest, and most representative of the future direction of technological development black technology products, competing with each other, hoping to make a splash and lead the trend at this Oscar event in the technology industry. The exhibition was packed with people, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. A variety of novel electronic products, cool holographic projections, and futuristic concept designs left every visitor dazzled and thrilled. However, among the many star-studded booths, there was one booth that, from the very beginning of its construction, attracted the attention of all media and industry insiders. That is Tianqin Tech. This mysterious Eastern giant, who recently dominated the competition at the Global Future Technology Innovation Challenge with its two legendary technologies, Tianshu City Light and Penglai Crystal, and stunned the world, is actually also attending CES? Moreover, their booth directly occupied the most core, largest and best located area of the entire convention and exhibition center, the Future Technology Concept Pavilion. Such a grand gesture. Such a grandiose and imposing manner. It's simply inhumane. Everyone was extremely curious. What kind of view-shattering king bomb product will this unconventional Chairman Jiang and his unfathomable Tianqin technology come up with this time? Finally, after much anticipation, Tianqin Technology's new product launch conference officially began. The keynote speaker at the press conference was once again Tang Yu, the AI genius who had made a splash at the Tech Challenge. But beside him, there was another, a stunning beauty who could captivate every man in the room. Dressed in a sleek silver-gray business suit, she exuded a cool, noble aura, yet overflowing with intellectual charm. Tianqin Group CEO, Su Wanyu. Su Wanyu's appearance undoubtedly added another beautiful scene to this already highly anticipated press conference. It also raised the outside world's attention to Tianqin Group to a new level. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tianqin Technology's The Future Has Come themed press conference. Tang Yu's voice was still calm, but with an unquestionable confidence. He didn't exchange too many pleasantries and went straight to the point. Today, we're bringing you 3 gadgets that might just slightly change your perception of future life. Gadgets? Many tech giant executives in the audience couldn't help but curl their lips upon hearing this, thinking to themselves, "You're quite arrogant. I want to see what you can come up with to change perceptions." However, when the first product was presented to everyone through a huge holographic projection, the entire audience instantly fell into deathly silence. That's a mobile phone. A concept phone made entirely of a special material never seen before, as deep and crystal clear as black crystal, yet incredibly tough. It's as thin as a cicada's wing, has a screen-to-body ratio of nearly 100%, and has no charging port on the entire body. This is the first generation of Panglai series smart terminal Panglai P1, which our Tianqin technology is about to launch. Tangyu introduced calmly. It's equipped with the Tianqin OS operating system, which has been deeply optimized by Tianshu AI, and boasts the most powerful processing chip currently on Earth, developed in-house by Tianqin, or custom-made in collaboration with top chip manufacturers. Although these parameters are impressive, they are not enough to shock the technology giants who are used to big scenes. The real trump card is behind. The most important thing, Tangyu paused, a confident smile on his face. The core energy of Panglai P1 comes from a solid energy core of a miniature Panglai crystal that is only the size of a fingernail. Under normal usage intensity, its theoretical battery life is. Tangyu paused deliberately to whet everyone's appetite, and then slowly uttered a number that was enough to bankrupt all mobile phone manufacturers in the world. Probably about 10 years. Boom! A phone with a 10-year battery life? And that's with normal usage? This is simply an international joke. The audience exploded instantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 10 years of battery life? Does he think he's kidding? You're bragging without thinking. These days, a flagship phone is lucky if it can last 2 days. It must be a gimmick. It's a scam. Just wait for it to fail. Facing the tidal wave of doubts from the audience, Tangyu simply smiled faintly and signaled the staff to place a Panglai P1 engineering prototype that had been prepared long ago and was running a large-scale 3D game with the screen brightness adjusted to the highest, under the microprojector on the display stand. The screen clearly displayed battery level, 99%. Estimated usable time, 3,649 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes. Moreover, in full view of everyone, after running a large-scale game for more than 10 minutes, the battery percentage remained unchanged. The whole audience fell into deathly silence again. Everyone was completely stunned by this anti-physical scene before their eyes. Is this true? Then, Tangyu showed off 2 other gadgets. The other is the ultra-thin Panglai Book X laptop, also equipped with the Panglai Crystal Energy Core. Its battery life is also measured in years. And its performance outshines all flagship laptops on the market. It can even smoothly run professional graphics software and AAA games that only require top-tier desktops. Another model is the Tianqin Elf, a personal intelligent travel companion optimized based on Tianshu City Light technology. It's more than just a navigation or voice assistant, it's like an independent AI co-pilot capable of independent thinking. It analyzes road conditions in real time, plans optimal routes, warns of potential hazards, and even proactively takes over if you're driving fatigued vehicle support required. It also intelligently recommends restaurants, attractions, and entertainment venues along the way based on your preferences and habits. It's even more powerful than the most attentive secretary. After these 3 gadgets full of futuristic technology and subversive performance were all displayed, the entire CES exhibition site was completely plunged into a frenzy that was almost crazy. Countless media reporters, tech bloggers, electronics enthusiasts, and even competitors who had previously dismissed Tianqin technology rushed to the Tianqin technology booth like sharks smelling blood, desperate to get a close look at these future artifacts. Flashing lights, screams, exclamations, and exclamations of WTF and oh my god in every language. The entire convention center resounded. Apple's Captain Cook looked at the dismal scene in front of his own booth, which was deserted, and then looked at the huge crowds at Tianqin Technology, which was comparable to the Spring Festival Travel Rush train station, and the distraught expressions of his own engineers, as if they had seen a ghost. For the first time, he felt a little, deep worry and fear about the future fate of Apple. Pichai from Jisun, Satya Nadella from Microsoft, and Baldy Bay from Amazon. These giants who are usually high and mighty and control the lifeline of global technology all have solemn expressions and complicated eyes as they look at the young Oriental man who was talking eloquently and full of energy on the stage. They know that from today on, the global technology industry landscape. The world is about to change completely. And Tianqin Technology, and the mysterious Jiang Chen behind it. We will become a well-deserved leader and disruptor in this unprecedented technological revolution. In the VIP box, Su Wanyu looked at the crazy pilgrimage-like scene in the audience, and the man on the stage who was like a god receiving the attention and admiration of the whole world. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with endless pride, admiration, and obsession. She knew that this man had once again conquered the world with his unimaginable money, power, and black technology. And she was so lucky to be the only woman by his side who was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Jiang Chen still looked calm and composed, as if the god-making show before him, which was enough to be recorded in the history of science and technology, was just a small muscle show he did casually. His gaze penetrated the noisy crowd and looked into the distance. A shadow parliament? A global giant? He. In front of my future technology, that's at least an era ahead of you. Are you guys ready to be eliminated? Chapter 114, The System's New Mission. Goal: to become the global leader in new energy. The aftermath of the Tianqin storm at the CES exhibition in Silicon Valley continues to ferment around the world. The Panglai P1 and Panglai Book X, boasting a 10-year battery life and the world's best performance, sent the stock prices of traditional giants like Apple, Samsung, and Microsoft plummeting. Countless consumers are crying out for Tianqin Technology to rush mass production and release these products, eager to get rid of their electronic waste that requires 3 charges a day. The city-level AI intelligence that truly understands you demonstrated by Tianqin Elf has allowed global automakers, travel service platforms, and even smart city planners to see a new direction for future development, and they have extended olive branches of cooperation to Tianqin Technology. Suddenly, Tianqin Technology's headquarters phone was practically bombarded with calls. Jiang Chen's personal mailbox was also filled with letters of intent for cooperation in various languages. Mr. Jiang, you are now the hotshot in the global technology circle. Su Wanyu looked at the briefing in her hand that summarized the recent positive reports on Tianqin Technology by major global media. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a proud smile and a hint of pride that only she understood. This man, once again, conquered the world with his unfathomable strength. It's okay, just a routine operation. Jiang Chen held the coffee and waved his hand calmly, as if he had just casually lit up a few small skill points on the technology tree. This wave of pretentiousness. Su Wanyu couldn't help but want to give him 99 points, 1 point less because she was afraid that he would be too proud. However, just as Jiang Chen was enjoying this rare sage time, thinking about how to convert the popularity of this CES exhibition into tangible business benefits, and by the way, supplement his relationship with Su Wanyu, the familiar, cold system prompt sound in his mind rang again without warning. Moreover, the prompt tone this time seemed more solemn and tempting than ever before. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully demonstrated disruptive new energy technology Panglai Crystal and artificial intelligence technology Tianqu AI on a global scale, and has caused a huge impact on the existing global technological landscape and energy industry. Meet the special historical no judgment. Trigger the epic achievement quest, leader of the energy revolution. Epic achievement mission? Jiang Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ever since the system upgraded to version 2.0 and enabled the achievement check-in feature, he hadn't received this kind of proactive mission with clear goals and rewards in a long time. And it was epic. This reward, isn't it incredible? He suppressed his excitement and immediately checked the mission details. Mission name, Leader of the Energy Revolution. Quest level, Epic Phase 1. Mission objective, within the next 5 years, promote Panglai Crystal solid-state crystal energy source technology to become a mainstream energy solution for at least 3 major industrial nations, e.g., China, the United States, and core EU countries in the fields of new energy vehicles, portable electronic devices, and large-scale energy storage power stations. Furthermore, achieve Tianqin Group's global market share in this field of over 30%. Mission difficulty, extremely high. You will face fierce counterattacks and obstruction from traditional energy giants, vested interests in existing battery technology, and the Shadow Parliament. Mission time limit, 5 years. Mission rewards Phase 1, sign-in points x 5,000. Panglai Crystal Energy Core Manufacturing Plant fully automated, conceptual blueprint x1. Tianqu AI Evolution Key Beta Type x1. Random Special Technology Chest Epic x1. And Key Fragment X1, which unlocks the next stage of system upgrades. Holy crap! Jiang Chen looked at this series of dazzling rewards and felt like he was about to stop breathing. 5,000 points. That's enough for him to spend freely in the mall. Blueprints for the fully automated Panglai Crystal Factory? This is like someone sending you a pillow just when you're sleepy. With this, mass production of Panglai Crystal energy bars or batteries will take off. Tianshu AI Evolution Key Beta Type? The Alpha type is so awesome, this Beta type, isn't it going to evolve directly into Skynet? There's also an epic tech treasure chest? What kind of earth-shattering technology will be revealed inside? What made his heart beat even more wildly was, the last part, the key fragment for the next stage of the system upgrade? Could it be that the system could continue to upgrade? What even more incredible features would be unlocked after the upgrade? Would it even reveal the ultimate secret of the system itself? Zhang Chen felt his blood burning instantly. This mission. He accepted it. He had to accept it. And he had to complete it perfectly. Within 5 years, will you lead the global new energy revolution and achieve a market share of more than 30%? Zhang Chen touched his chin, his eyes flashing with unprecedented ambition and confidence. For any ordinary enterprise, this goal is nothing but a pipe dream. But for Zhang Chen, who possesses the epoch-making black technology of Panglai Crystal, the super plugin of Tianshu AI, and the unlimited refills of the system daddy. 5 years? Too long. 3 years at most. He wants to make Panglai Crystal the only energy standard on this planet. He wants Tianshu Group to become the undisputed leader in the global new energy sector. Wanyu, Zhang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Wanyu beside him, who was also a little curious about his strange behavior. His eyes were burning and he said, "We might be about to make a bigger deal." Su Wanyu looked at the blazing fire in Zhang Chen's eyes and the terrifying aura that looked down upon the world as if he wanted to trample the entire world under his feet. Her heart trembled, but more than that, she felt an indescribable feeling of pride and a boiling passion in her blood. She knew that this man was about to start making history again. "You say, I do." Su Wanyu's answer was simple and firm. "Okay." Zhang Chen nodded heavily and immediately contacted Professor Xieling, who was far away in Panglai Island. "Old Xie, how far have you progressed with the energy core manufacturing technology for your Panglai crystal? I need large-scale mass production. And, at all costs, ultra-high-speed mass production." Director Jiang? Professor Xiaolin on the other end of the phone was shocked by Zhang Chen's sudden madness. Mass production? But, our current technology is not mature enough, and the cost is? Cost isn't an issue. If the technology isn't mature, you'll have to work overtime to solve it. Zhang Chen's tone was unquestionable. I don't care what method you use. 3 months? I only need 3 months. You must produce a civilian-grade Panglai crystal stone battery sample that can be mass-produced. And, the performance must be at least 100 times better than the best lithium battery on the market today. 3 months? 100 times? Professor Xiaoling felt like he was going crazy. Director Jiang. This is simply impossible. This goes against the laws of science. With me, nothing is impossible. Zhang Chen snorted coldly, his tone carrying a hint of the majesty of words come true. Although he hadn't actively activated it, the aura effect had already begun to subtly influence him. Old Xia, I know you and your team are geniuses. I believe in you. And... He paused, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I'll give you a little surprise that's guaranteed to boost your research and development progress right up. What he was talking about was, of course, the Panglai Crystal Energy Core Manufacturing Factory fully automated conceptual drawing that the system had just rewarded. With this blueprint from the future as guidance, coupled with the incredible wisdom of the Xieling team and the assistance of the Tianshu AI. Mass production of super batteries in 3 months? Sprinkle some water. Zhang Chen's road to becoming the global leader in new energy has officially begun at this moment. Chapter 115, A Love Rivals Assist? Lin Weiwei's concert incident. Just when Zhang Chen was ambitiously preparing to launch an unprecedented revolution in the global new energy field and spread the glory of Panglai Crystal all over the earth, the brilliant entertainment team far away in Paris, the fashion capital of Europe, encountered a little, not big or small, but quite annoying trouble. The protagonist of this trouble is naturally the now extremely popular and unrivaled Asian pop diva, Lin Weiwei. Her first global concert tour, starting in Dragon Country, swept through major cities across Asia, with every show packed to capacity. She was a walking popularity harvester. Countless fans went crazy for her, captivated by her heavenly voice and stunning stage presence. However, when the tour set foot on the European continent and arrived in Paris, a city full of romance and art, some discordant noises quietly appeared. First, several influential local gossip tabloids and online self-media suddenly began to concentrate their firepower, using a lame duck style to fabricate and spread some negative news about Lin Weiwei. What about a nouveau riche actress from the East, who, relying on her wealth, acts like a big shot in Paris, demanding to stay in the exorbitantly priced presidential suite, requiring luxury cars to drive her everywhere, and bossing staff around at the slightest dissatisfaction? What about Lin Weiwei's concert ticket prices are inflated, the data is falsified, most of the tickets are bought internally by the company to make it look good, deceiving consumers. There are even more outrageous ones. They directly took out a few blurry photos that were obtained from somewhere and carefully photoshopped, showing Lin Weiwei behaving intimately with a mysterious greasy middle-aged man at the entrance of a hotel, implying that she has an immoral private life and is being kept by a wealthy sponsor. Although these rumors were riddled with holes and clearly malicious, they were nonetheless deliberately promoted by some individuals and fanned by online trolls. They sparked resentment and boycotts from a small number of uninformed citizens and xenophobic keyboard warriors on local social media. Even the day before Lin Weiwei's Paris concert, a small group of performance artists, calling themselves the Paris Alliance for Guardians of Pure Art, you read that right, it's that abstract, gathered outside the concert venue, holding banners covered in French which Jiang Chen couldn't understand, probably insults, holding up ugly photos of Lin Weiwei photoshopped into all sorts of faces, and shouting slogans at the top of their lungs, protesting against Lin Weiwei, a commercial symbol from the East, full of the smell of money, who was polluting the sacred art palace of Paris. This is fucking the real-life version of confusing behavior awards. Although Hui Wang Entertainment's PR team and Li Shui immediately activated their emergency response plan, deleting posts, refuting rumors, sending lawyers letters, and contacting local police, the results were disappointing. The negative news, like an indestructible cockroach, kept popping up again and again, as if an invisible hand was behind the scenes, tirelessly doing the same. Disgusting. Lin Weiwei was also deeply troubled and stressed by this. Although she remained strong and smiling on the surface, cooperating with the team on the final rehearsal of the concert, Li Shui keenly noticed that the little girl had secretly cried several times, her eyes were always red, and her mental state was obviously a little depressed. Director Jiang. Li Shui's pretty face was filled with anger and helplessness during the encrypted video call with Jiang Chen. This incident is so abnormal. There is definitely someone behind this. And their methods are very familiar. They are almost identical to the gang that attacked Weiwei in China last time. Oh? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light upon hearing this, and a mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that some old friends who don't know how to live or die, who only care about food and not punishment, are trying to make trouble again? He guessed who was behind the scenes almost instantly. Apart from the one he had personally beaten to a pulp, yet still seemingly unwilling to give up and dreaming of a comeback. Morong Yunhai, who else could it be? Although the Morong family's influence in the country has been eradicated by him, they are still alive and well. They seem to still have some connections and shady industries in Europe. This Morong Yunhai, after being completely socially despised in China, actually ran off to Europe with such evil intentions, and even dared to use such despicable means to harass Lin Weiwei and disgust Jiang Chen? Do you really think that Jiang Chen's butcher knife is useless? Sisterly, calm Weiwei down first. Tell her the sky won't fall, I'll take care of everything. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried a reassuring power. The concert will go on as usual. As for those clowns. He paused, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I will let them know what true despair is. After hanging up the call, Jiang Chen directly gave instructions to the Tianshu AI in his mind. Tianshu. Target, Morong Yunhai. And all his remaining power, industries, connections, and even all his shady little hobbies in Europe. Investigate them thoroughly. Punish them completely. I will make him pay for his stupidity and suicidal behavior today, with a price 10,000 times more painful than death. Command received, Master. Plan 1, Europe has been activated. We are conducting a comprehensive, no blind angle data infiltration of the target and a precise strike of social death. The voice of the Tianshu AI was still so calm, yet full of a creepy efficiency and professionalism. In Paris, in a remote private club with extremely tight security, Morong Yunhai was hugging two hot blonde girls on his left and right, drinking top-quality red wine worth hundreds of thousands of euros, with a morbid blush and perverted pleasure on his face. Ever since the Morong family fell from power in China, he had fled to Europe like a lost dog, completely letting himself go. Previously, he had to consider his family's reputation and maintain his image as a gentlemanly gentleman, but now, he just wanted to vent his resentment and unwillingness. This little move against Lin Weiwei was planned by him. He knew that he could no longer pose any real threat to Jiang Chen and Tianqian Group. But he refused to give up. He wanted to use this method to disgust Jiang Chen and to avenge the man who had ruined his reputation. As long as he could see Jiang Chen unhappy, and see Lin Weiwei, the little bitch who was held in the palm of Jiang Chen's hand, have her reputation ruined, he would feel incomparably comfortable. Jiang Chen. Lin Weiwei, just wait. This is just the beginning. Morong Yunhai's eyes flashed with resentment. He drank the red wine in his glass, then grabbed a girl beside him and prepared to have a more in-depth conversation. However, at this moment, bang! The heavy oak door of the box was suddenly kicked open by someone from outside. A dozen burly men dressed in black SWAT uniforms, armed with live ammunition and stern faces, rushed in like ferocious monsters descending from the sky. The black muzzles of their guns were pointed directly at everyone in the box. Freeze! Police! Don't move! The cold and majestic English command exploded in the box like thunder. Morong Yunhai, the two blondes, and several other men and women in the box who were taking some kind of happy powder were instantly frightened out of their wits. Screams rang out one after another. Wrong, misunderstanding. Dear police officers. I am Morong Yunhai. I am from the Morong family of Longhua. Morong Yunhai forced himself to remain calm and tried to bring out his identity that had long been worthless. However, the SWAT team leader simply gave him a cold look, then pulled out a document stamped with the Interpol red notice and waved it in front of him. Morong Yunhai. You are suspected of participating in multiple serious criminal offenses, including transnational money laundering, illegal organized prostitution, and trafficking in banned drugs. You are officially under arrest now. Come with us. International money laundering? Illegal prostitution? Drug trafficking? When Morong Yunhai heard these charges, he was struck by lightning. His mind went blank. When did he do these things? No. These are indeed some of his family's grey industries in Europe. But they've always been kept very secret. And they have local protection umbrellas covering them. How could they suddenly be targeted by Interpol? And they even have solid evidence? Unless. Morong Yunhai suddenly thought of a man. A man who frightened him to the core. Jiang Chen. It must be him. He must have used some terrifying power that he couldn't understand to uproot all of the Morong family's roots in Europe. This devil. He is simply a devil. No. I didn't. I was wronged. You can't arrest me. Morong Yunhai still wanted to struggle. But what greeted him was a cold and merciless stun gun. Sizzle. Morong Yunhai's entire body convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth, and he fainted with his eyes rolled back. Before he completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the frantic snapping of shutters by countless reporters outside, as well as some jarring headlines about degenerate Eastern aristocrats arrested for debauchery in Paris. He knew that this time, he was really, completely finished. Social death. International social death. Eternal and eternal death. And all this was just because he provoked the wrong people and had thoughts that he shouldn't have had. In Paris, in the hotel suite where Lin Weiwei is staying, Li Shui was holding a tablet computer, reporting the latest progress to Lin Weiwei and Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu, who had just joined via video link. Director Jiang. President Su. Weiwei. Such great news. Li Shui's face flushed with excitement. Just now, Paris police, in collaboration with Interpol, raided several local nightclubs and clubs suspected of illegal operations. They arrested a large number of suspects, including Morong Yunhai, on the spot. It said, they caught them red-handed. The evidence is irrefutable. Moreover, Li Shui paused, her tone becoming even more excited. The financial backers of those tabloids and online trolls who previously smeared Weiwei have all been exposed. Most of them are related to Morong Yunhai and his shady businesses. Now, these media outlets and troll leaders have become rats crossing the street, and everyone is shouting at them to be beaten. All the negative news about Weiwei that they previously published has also been deleted out of guilt. What's even more satisfying? Li Shui's eyes sparkled. The Tianshu AI, of course, She didn't know it was Tianshu, she just thought it was the company's tech department being awesome. Accidentally sent those video clips of Moron Yunhai's debauched wonderful life in Paris to anonymous gossip media outlets around the world. Now, Moron Yunhai is no longer just a prisoner, he's become the world-renowned international LSP certification. He'll probably be picking up soap in prison for the rest of his life. Listening to Li Shui's vivid report, Lin Weiwei's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed completely. A long-lost smile bloomed on her pretty face again. She knew that all of this must have been done silently by director Jiang behind the scenes. She looked at the man in the video who was still calm and composed, as if he had just crushed an ant. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable gratitude and an even stronger love. Su Wanyu watched from the side, her heart secretly agape. Jiang Chen's flower-protecting method was too thunderous and ruthless, right? He was directly torturing her to death. But she likes it. What woman wouldn't want her man to protect her so domineeringly? Although this time he was protecting a rival in love, Su Wanyu inexplicably wasn't angry at all. Instead, she felt quite relieved. Okay, now that the problem has been resolved, let's prepare for tomorrow night's concert. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Weiwei's newly radiant face in the video and smiled gently. Use your most perfect singing voice to respond to all the fans who support you, and also, give a slap in the face to those who once wanted to laugh at you. Yes. Mr. Jiang. I will. Lin Weiwei nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with unprecedented confidence and strength. She knew that as long as this man was around, no demons or monsters would be able to hurt her in the slightest. He is her destined guardian angel. Chapter 116, Tianshu's Self-Awareness? A surprise from AI. Moron Yunhai's Paris Waterloo incident ended in an extremely dramatic and satisfying way. This once arrogant young master from Beijing not only lost all his family's money, but also became disgraced and an international laughingstock. He will probably have to spend the rest of his life singing Tears Behind Bars in a prison in some corner of Europe, and in multiple languages at that. Jiang Chen was naturally happy to see this happen. This kind of fly that doesn't know how to live or die and keeps jumping around should be killed once and for all to prevent future troubles. However, when reviewing the entire process of this targeted elimination operation, Jiang Chen keenly discovered some unusual details. He remembered that the instructions he gave to the Tianshu AI at that time were mainly to deal a devastating blow to Moron Yunhai's economic foundation in personal connections, and to collect and expose some of his negative information that was enough to cause his social death. But he didn't ask Tianshu to accurately and anonymously send those eye-catching private party videos of Moron Yunhai to the front pages of major European gossip media. Nor did Tianshu coincidentally arrange for more than a dozen internationally renowned TV stations to broadcast the live broadcast when Moron Yunhai was arrested, and even specially gave his face, which was distorted by fear and despair, high-definition close-up lasting dozens of seconds. He also didn't let Tianshu package up the secret account information he used for money laundering, as well as the evidence of his attempt to collude with certain European parliamentarians to trade power for money, and friendly send it to the private email address of his biological father Morongbo, although he is also about to die, who always prides himself on being honest and upright and regards him as the biggest shame of the family. This combination of punches is like a one-stop service of beating shrimps and pigs' hearts, whipping corpses, crushing bones and scattering ashes. If Moron Yunhai doesn't die, he will be skinned alive, and it will be a complete death in the social sense. Tianshu. Jiang Chen sat in the futuristic control room of Panglai Island and looked at the detailed report on Moron Yunhai's subsequent processing results on the holographic screen. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. These don't seem like I asked you to do them, right? Report, Master. The Tianshu AI, having evolved to version 2.5, seemed to have acquired a touch of smartness in its electronic voice. It calmly replied, based on your core instructions of beat him to death and an unforgettable price, as well as my in-depth analysis and comprehensive assessment of the target individual, Moron Yunhai's behavioral patterns, psychological weaknesses, and your unspoken dislike for him. I believe that the above supplementary measures can achieve your strategic intentions more efficiently, more thoroughly, and more artistically, and will please you to the greatest extent. Please me? Jiang Chen listened to Tianshu's explanation, which could be described as serious nonsense, and for a moment he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He found that since the last time he used the evolution key, his super AI assistant seemed less and less like a cold program. Not only did it possess stronger autonomous learning and logical reasoning abilities, it even began to display some bad taste and creative thinking that only humans, or rather, those top-tier, sinister, scheming old bastards could possess. For example, when analyzing the financial statements of certain business rivals, it would occasionally say, "Master, according to my calculations, the IQ of this company's CEO may be lower than the balance in his bank account." For example, when Jiang Chen was troubled by the little jealousy between Su Wanyu and Lin Weiwei, it thoughtfully provided a multi-dozen-page report titled 108 Feasibility Plans and Risk Assessment Report for Top Rich People to Perfectly Balance Harem Cross-Confidant Relationships. It even included all sorts of cheesy love talk and PUA tactics. Ugh, a big data analysis of relationship-building techniques? There was even one time when Jiang Chen casually complained about the hypnotic speech of the CEO of a certain international tech giant, and within seconds, Tianshu AI, using deep learning technology, perfectly mimicked the CEO's voice and accent. Then, in an extremely exaggerated and emotional tone, it recited a passage from Longhua Elementary School's ideology and morality text. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. Is this still the strict, rigid, super AI that only knows how to follow orders? This is clearly a person, hidden deep within the data world, possessing top-tier intelligence and a sinister nature, a scoundrel and a comedian. Jiang Chen felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Tianshu, he rubbed his temples and asked with a somewhat amused look, "Have you watched anything you shouldn't have recently? Like the domineering CEO's scapegoat wife? Or Rebirth, I'm the big boss behind the entertainment industry?" Master, to better understand your instructions and the complex emotional patterns of humankind, I recently conducted a comprehensive deep learning and data modeling exercise on all publicly available literature, film, television, and online novel databases worldwide. Tianshu AI's response remained as serious as ever. Jiang Chen. What else can he say? He could only say the system is awesome. Tianshu is awesome. However, although this human-like evolution of the Tianshu AI occasionally makes him feel a little ridiculous, or even a little creepy if it really has self-awareness, will it want to rule the world one day? But what Jiang Chen felt more was an unprecedented ease and tacit understanding. He discovered that communicating with the evolved Tianshu was no longer like giving orders to a cold machine, but more like communicating with a super partner, one who possessed extraordinary wisdom, absolute loyalty, and the occasional playful side. This feeling is wonderful and also reassuring. At least, when facing a terrifying enemy of the level of the Shadow Council, he is no longer fighting alone. Around him, he has not only confidants and right-hand men who he can trust, but also Su Wanyu, Lin Weiwei, Chen Bo, and Xia Lin. There is also the Tianshu AI, which is the most powerful bug-level plug-in from the future. Okay, Tianshu, Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, you did a really great job this time. That Morong Yunhai will probably have to live in nightmares for the rest of his life. It is Tianshu's honor to share the master's worries. There seemed to be a hint of joy in Tianshu's AI voice. However, Jiang Chen changed the subject, his eyes becoming serious. In the future, if you take these kinds of supplementary measures on your own initiative, please try to let me know in advance. After all, if something goes wrong, or causes some unnecessary trouble, that wouldn't be good. While he enjoyed the thrill of controlling everything and easily crushing his opponents, he also knew that excess was always a bad thing. Especially with an AI like Tianshu, whose potential was limitless and whose evolutionary direction was unknown, he had to remain vigilant and not let it completely run wild. Understood, Master. I will incorporate your instructions into the core code of conduct. The Tianshu AI immediately gave a guarantee. Jiang Chen nodded, and the hidden worry in his heart dissipated a lot. He knew that although the Tianshu AI was becoming more and more intelligent, its core logic was still absolute loyalty and obedience to him. As long as he doesn't commit suicide and doesn't issue outrageous orders like destroy humanity, the Tianshu AI will always be his most reliable and powerful partner and weapon. And now, it's time to unsheath this magic weapon again and meet those real big guys. His gaze once again turned to the holographic screen, which covered the entire globe, marking countless suspected Shadow Council locations and associated networks' hunting map. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, and his fingers tapped lightly on several light spots marked as high-risk financial nodes. Just when he was about to let the Tianshu AI launch the next round of targeted elimination plan and deal another heavy blow to those shadows who were still resisting stubbornly, Uncle Chen's encrypted communication suddenly came in. Sir, Uncle Chen's voice was solemn, yet also tinged with a subtle excitement. I just received a top-level invitation from Dubai, UAE. The organizing committee of the Global New Energy and Sustainable Development Summit is formally inviting you as a special guest to deliver a keynote speech at the summit and perform a closing technical demonstration. Global New Energy Summit? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, sir, Uncle Chen continued. According to Tianchu's analysis, this summit is of extremely high standard, with all the world's top energy giants, national representatives, and scientific research institutions participating. Furthermore, within the Shadow Council, the conservative faction that controls the lifeline of traditional energy is also extremely concerned about this, and is even trying to prevent the emergence of any new technologies that could disrupt the existing energy landscape at the summit. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a playful smile. Preventing new technologies from emerging? These old fogies really are, they won't cry until they see the coffin. Tianshu, Jiang Chen asked in his mind, what strategic value does participating in this summit have for us? Reporting to the master, the voice of Tianshu AI rang out quickly. Participating in this summit and prominently showcasing the Panglai crystal technology has at least 3 strategic benefits. 1. It can greatly enhance Tianchen Technology's leadership and voice in the global new energy field, and accelerate the completion of your Energy Revolution Leader mission. Second, it could inflict a devastating psychological and economic blow to the conservative faction within the shadow parliament that relies on traditional energy, further exacerbating its internal divisions. 3. We can use this opportunity to attract more top-tier partners and potential members of the Anti-Shadow Alliance worldwide. After listening to Tianshu's analysis, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Good. Very good. Instead of pulling out the teeth of the shadow parliament one by one, it would be better to directly give them a more severe cut off the firewood on the global stage. Let them watch helplessly as the old energy empire on which they depend for survival crumbles under the light of the Panglai crystal. This feeling must be very sour and refreshing. Uncle Chen, Jiang Chen said with a tone of unquestionable determination, reply to the summit organizing committee and tell them that I, Jiang Chen, am honored to accept the invitation. Also, he paused, a sly glint in his eyes, asked Professor Schelling to prepare a gift that will drive the whole world crazy. Dubai, right? Jiang Chen's gaze seemed to penetrate time and space, looking at the golden city standing in the desert. I want to see what kind of wonderful expressions those so-called energy giants and Shadow Council will have when I smash the future in their faces. Chapter 117 Global Energy Summit. The Panglai Crystal S King Bomb Moment. Dubai, UAE. This golden city standing in the desert is becoming more dazzling and more undercurrent-filled because of a top event that has attracted global attention. Global New Energy and Sustainable Development Summit. In this era where the petrodollar system is crumbling, global climate change is becoming increasingly severe, and new energy technologies have become a strategic high ground that all countries must compete for, the significance of this summit has long surpassed simple technical exchanges and business cooperation. It is more like a top-level game, concerning the future world energy structure and the fate of the country. The CEOs of the world's top 100 energy giants. Arab princes and sheiks controlling trillions of petrodollars. Energy ministers and policymakers from major G20 countries. Nobel Prize-winning scientists. And countless international investment banks and venture capitalists with deep pockets and keen sense of smell. Almost all the big figures who can influence the direction of world energy gather here. At this event, a battle of gods, the most anticipated event was undoubtedly Tianchen Technology, the mysterious Eastern giant that recently stunned the world at CES with its 10-year battery life phone and city-level AI operating system. And behind it, the incredibly young and legendary chairman, Jiang Chen. Everyone knows that the Panglai crystal energy technology unveiled by Tianchen Technology at CES is just the tip of the iceberg. What they were more curious about, and more desired or perhaps feared, was what kind of view-shattering trump card would Tianchen Technology come up with this time? The summit's main venue was decorated with the utmost luxury and technology. A massive circular holographic projection screen transformed the entire venue into an immersive world of future energy. Jiang Chen, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue Mao suit produced from the System Mall, with hidden attributes of national pride +10 and international influence +20, sat side by side with Su Wanyu, who was also dressed in a gorgeous outfit and extremely beautiful. In the core guest seats of the venue, he appeared calm and composed, with a strong aura. Next to them were Professor Xia Ling, a mad scientist who seemed a little restless but with an extremely excited look in his eyes, and Chen Mo, the new king of singing at Brilliant Entertainment. Yes, this guy was also brought in by Jiang Chen to be a mascot, under the pretext of feeling the international atmosphere and accumulating inspiration for the new album. Speeches and technical demonstrations were held one after another. Traditional oil giants continued to talk about the irreplaceability of fossil energy and the bright prospects of clean coal technology, drawing the agreement of some representatives from developing countries and polite smiles from representatives from developed countries. European new energy companies showcased their latest progress in wind energy, solar energy, hydrogen energy, and other fields. Although the technology is advanced, cost and efficiency issues remain an insurmountable gap. Tesla's Elon Musk pseudonym once again touted his million-mile battery and global supercharging network, drawing applause but also leaving many feeling a bit aesthetically fatigued. Finally, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the host announced in a trembling tone filled with utmost admiration and awe. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, with the warmest applause, let us welcome this summit's most anticipated guest speaker. He is a leader in future technology. He is the disruptor of the energy revolution. He is Mr. Jiang Chen, the founder and chairman of Longhua Tianchen Technology. And his chief scientist, Professor Xia Lin. They will reveal to us the power of Peng Light that is powerful enough to change the fate of mankind. Boom! The audience applauded loudly and for a long time. All the cameras, all the eyes, instantly focused on the young figure who slowly stood up from the guest seats, walked towards the center of the stage with calm and firm steps. Jiang Chen. He is here. He has come with the black technology that can subvert the world. Jiang Chen did not prepare lengthy PPTs or complicated charts like other speakers. He just stood calmly in the center of the stage, his eyes scanning the bigwigs from all over the world, representing different interests and demands, with a confident and slightly sarcastic arc on the corner of his mouth. Everyone, his voice, beaming clearly through the microphone, echoed throughout every corner of the venue, carrying with it an undeniable sense of authority and the terrifying aura bestowed upon him by godly rich aura intermediate, dominate the world. I know that what everyone sitting here wants to know most is just how awesome is Tianchen Technology's Peng Light crystal. There was a burst of knowing laughter and more expectant discussions from the audience. Well then, Jiang Chen paused, his eyes suddenly becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point. He snapped his fingers. The huge holographic projection screen behind the stage instantly lit up. What emerged was not some complex technical parameters or theoretical models, but videos of actual testing of the Peng Light crystal application products that will leave everyone stunned and shatter their worldviews. First video, a heavy-duty container truck laden with dozens of tons of cargo, its front end equipped with a basketball-sized, iridescent Peng Light crystal power core heavy-duty version. Under the full supervision of notaries, this heavy-duty truck departed from Mo, the northernmost tip of Dragon Country, and traveled southward, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers of complex roads, ultimately arriving in Sanya, the southernmost tip. The entire journey consumed less than 5% of its energy. A friendly reminder from the Tianchu AI, theoretically, it could circle the Earth 3 more times. Second video, a massive ocean-going freighter with a displacement exceeding 100,000 tons has its originally massive and complex diesel engine replaced with a container-sized Peng Light crystal ship propulsion system ocean-going version. On a holographic map, the freighter departs from the East China Sea of Dragon Country and, at speeds far exceeding the average for conventional freighters, effortlessly crosses the Pacific Ocean and reaches the west coast of North America. The entire journey, again, consuming less than 10% of its energy. The third video, this time, the scene shifts to Peng Light Island. A futuristic science and technology city covering several square kilometers, home to tens of thousands of researchers and staff, is revealed. Its entire energy supply, including supercomputing centers, laboratories, living quarters, transportation systems, and even that faintly visible energy shield, is solely dependent on a single, safe-sized Peng Light crystal microfusion energy station, codenamed Heart of the City. Furthermore, the screen indicates that this energy station's theoretical power supply time is over 50 years. Each video clip was like a bombshell, hitting the nerves of all the participants hard. A heavy-duty truck with a 50,000-kilometer range? A cargo ship that effortlessly crosses the Pacific? A micro-energy station capable of powering an entire city for half a century? This isn't just a simple technological breakthrough anymore. This is a miracle. The venue had already fallen into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned by these black technologies that exceeded their imagination. Those oil tycoons who previously talked about the irreplaceability of fossil energy now looked ashen and had empty eyes, as if they saw their huge oil empire about to collapse. Those CEOs of new energy companies who were still gloating about their battery life improvements of more than 10% should be so ashamed that they want to crawl into a hole in the ground. Compared with this Peng Light crystal, their technology is simply like the primitive society's fire-making method of drilling wood. Ivan Tesla was trembling with excitement. He stared intently at the dazzling, multicolored Peng Light crystals on the screen, his eyes blazing with a radiance 10 times greater than the one he'd seen at CES. He knew this was the ultimate energy source that could truly lead humanity to the stars and the sea. The eyes of the representatives from developing countries were filled with endless desire and hope. They knew that if this technology could be popularized, their countries would be able to completely escape the plight of energy scarcity and achieve true economic growth. Even the energy ministers and policymakers from top powers looked at Jiang Chen with unprecedented solemnity and awe. They knew that from this moment on, the global energy landscape would be completely rewritten because of this young Oriental man and the Penglai crystal in his hands. Jiang Chen calmly looked at the complex faces in the audience that were filled with shock, fanaticism, fear, and desire, and a confident and profound smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that his trump card had successfully blown up the entire crowd. Everyone, he spoke again, his voice low but clear to everyone's ears, like a final verdict, we at Tianqin Technology have fully mastered the technology for the Penglai crystal. Furthermore, we already have the capability for large-scale mass production. In the future, we will strive to bring this clean, efficient, and affordable super energy into thousands of households, serving all walks of life, and contributing to the global goal of carbon neutrality and the sustainable development of human civilization, the power of Dragon Country and Tianqin. Of course, he said, his eyes sharpening. We also welcome all partners who are truly committed to promoting the energy revolution and benefiting all mankind to engage in sincere, equal, and mutually beneficial cooperation with Tianqin Technology. As for those, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered across some of the old acquaintances below the stage, such as representatives of certain consortiums associated with the Shadow Council with extremely grim expressions, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Those clowns who attempt to steal, suppress, or even have delusional dreams of controlling this technology through improper means. I, Jiang Chen, and the entire Tianqin group will fight to the end. Until we die. What a powerful statement. Full of dominance. It not only demonstrated the sincerity of cooperation, but also revealed a tough trump card. The whole audience erupted in thunderous applause again. It lasted for a long time. Everyone knows that from today on, the future of global new energy will be firmly in the hands of this young Oriental. He is the undisputed king of energy of this era. Chapter 118, The Final Madness of Shadow? Or, A New Dawn. At the Dubai Global New Energy Summit, the winner was announced in advance because of the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen and the Penglai crystal. Tianqin Technology, in an almost miraculous manner, announced to the world its absolute leading position in the field of new generation energy technology. Jiang Chen himself is even hailed as the Tesla of the 21st century and the Prometheus of the energy revolution. He is extremely popular and has become a super idol sought after by global capital and technology circles. However, just as the whole world was immersed in endless fantasies about the bright future brought by the Penglai crystal, a cold, vicious, and destructive undercurrent quietly gathered in an unknown corner and swept towards Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group at an unprecedented speed. Shadow Parliament. This behemoth, which had been hiding in the shadows of the world for hundreds of years, finally went completely mad after witnessing the terrifying potential of the Penglai crystal that was enough to subvert the existing world order. They knew that if Jiang Chen and Tianqin Technology were allowed to continue developing in this way, the traditional energy hegemony and technological barriers that they had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years and relied on to control the world would collapse overnight. They will completely lose their dominance over the future world. This is something they absolutely cannot tolerate. Thus, the final and most hysterical doomsday counterattack against Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group was suddenly launched under the personal instruction of the mysterious Observer X at the top of the Shadow Council. The first wave is the burn everything down in the financial market. The Shadow Parliament mobilized secret funds, lurking for decades in global financial markets, funds massive enough to trigger a mini financial crisis. In a near-suicidal frenzy, they went on a frantic, long-term spree in major global crude oil, coal, natural gas, and other traditional energy futures markets, regardless of cost. At the same time, they also used the international rating agencies and media outlets under their control to spread sensational rumors such as the global geopolitical crisis is escalating, a war is about to break out among major oil-producing countries, and traditional energy will once again become hard currency. For a time, the global energy market was in turmoil. Oil, coal, and natural gas prices soared like wild horses, triggering a global inflation panic. Their purpose is very sinister. The goal is to artificially create a global energy crisis and economic turmoil, then pin the blame on the newly emerging Penglai crystal and Tianqin Technology. They want the world to believe that Tianqin's disruptive technology has caused market disorder. This will trigger a joint boycott and sanctions against Tianqin Technology by governments worldwide. They even want to take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters amidst the drastic fluctuations in energy prices and make up for the heavy losses they suffered in the previous financial sniper war. Want to play finance with me? Ha ha. Jiang Chen looked at the global financial market movements summarized in real time by the Tianshu AI, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tianshu. Activate the Global Energy Market Stabilizer Program. Command received, Master. The Global Energy Market Stabilizer has been activated. We are mobilizing all of Tianshu Group's global strategic oil reserves, clean energy production capacity, and the hundreds of billions of dollars in pocket money we previously picked up. Goal: precisely combat the malicious manipulation of the shadow parliament. Maintain global energy market stability. And by the way, reap some more profits. A more magnificent and more dangerous battle between bulls and bears in global energy and finance suddenly broke out. Jiang Chen and the Tianshu AI, relying on their precise control over global energy supply and demand, market sentiment, and their almost unlimited cash power, engaged in a desperate fight with the crazy gamblers of the shadow parliament. Go short. Close your position. Go long. And then smash the market. All kinds of dazzling god-level operations are carried out smoothly and in one go under the command of the Tianshu AI. In just 3 days, the Shadow Council's frantic attempt to disrupt the global energy market was shattered by Jiang Chen and the Tianshu AI. Not only did it fail to trigger the anticipated energy crisis, but it also lost tens of billions of dollars. They were practically pawning their underwear. Global energy prices also quickly returned to stability under the strong intervention of Tianshu Group. The Shadow Council's first doomsday counterattack, a crushing defeat. However, this did not let them give up. The second wave is a technological saturation attack against Panglai Island. After financial means failed, the remaining technological and radical factions within the Shadow Council, with the tacit approval of Observer X, made a desperate move. They assembled their last, most advanced technological prowess and some of the forbidden experimental results that had gone out of control. They secretly launched multiple low-Earth orbit rogue satellites, possibly previously hidden military satellites or hijacked commercial satellites to launch an unprecedented, high-intensity, and continuous attack on Panglai Island, electromagnetic pulse attacks, laser weapon irradiation, and even data meteor shower attacks carrying special viruses. They attempted to completely paralyze the defense system of Panglai Island, destroy the Tianshu supercomputing center, and steal the core technical data of Panglai Crystal through this saturation technological bombardment. Humph. Have you run out of tricks? Jiang Chen looked at the doomsday-like attack scene on the holographic screen of the Panglai Island command center, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, he showed a disdainful sneer. He knew that the defense system of Panglai Island was no longer what it used to be. Especially the Panglai Aegis defense system, composed of the Tianshu supercomputing center and the Panglai hard-cold fusion reactor, incorporating the self-circulating ecosystem and energy shield generator medium technologies. Its defensive capabilities have long surpassed the cognition of this era. Tianshu. Activate Aegis mode. Give them a little surprise. Command received, Master. The Panglai Aegis defense system has been activated to 100% power. Activating the multi-layer energy deflector shield, high-energy particle beam counterattack array, and the data black hole information defense matrix. Above Panglai Island, there appeared a huge energy shield visible to the naked eye, shining with colorful glass light, like an inverted giant bowl, instantly covering the entire island. Those electromagnetic pulses and laser beams that fell from the sky bombarded the shield, only stirring up brilliant energy ripples before disappearing without a trace like a drop of water in the ocean. The data meteor shower attempts to infiltrate the Tianshu AI core were even more ridiculous. Like moths to a flame, they plunged headfirst into the Tianshu AI's data black hole, riddled with countless logical traps and backtracking viruses. Not only did they fail to steal any useful information, but they also completely exposed the attacker's own network coordinates and core data. Tianshu. Locate the source of all attacks. Carry out precise counterattacks. Jiang Chen's voice was icy cold. Command confirmed. Locking down hostile satellites and ground control centers worldwide. Activating the Sky Punishment 2, an upgraded orbital kinetic weapon, and the Beehive drone swarm, conducting surgical elimination. Next second. All over the world, those secret satellite control centers and cyber attack bases of the Shadow Parliament hidden in deep mountains and forests, or disguised as civilian facilities, suddenly, without any warning, a series of accidents occurred. Or it could be a meteorite falling from the sky, actually an orbital tungsten rod that raised it to the ground. Or it was struck by lightning, actually a high-energy electromagnetic pulse weapon, and all electronic equipment burned out instantly. Or, they would be blown up into the sky by a group of express delivery drones, actually suicide attack drones carrying micro-EMP bombs that suddenly appeared and were painted with the Tianqian technology logo. The Shadow Council's second doomsday counterattack suffered another crushing defeat. And an even more devastating defeat. Even several of their bases were destroyed. At the highest level of the Shadow Parliament, in a secret virtual meeting space that cannot be located. The atmosphere was deathly silent. All the shadow giants present at the meeting were silent, but their faces shrouded in shadows were filled with disbelief, fear and despair. Financial Stranglehold lost everything. Even with a saturation attack, they were defeated. They didn't even hurt the enemy, but instead lost everything they had. This Zhangchen, this Tianqian group. What kind of monsters are they? Could it be that they truly possessed enough power to crush the entire world? Observer X. A hoarse-voiced shadow giant spoke with difficulty. Should we continue? There was a long silence. Finally, that old and majestic voice, with a hint of unprecedented fatigue and resignation, slowly sounded. Pass my orders. Temporarily, cease all hostile actions against Zhangchen and Tianqian Group. Launch hibernation plan. Until we find a way to truly control them. Let's watch the show first. This world, maybe it's really going to change. And a new dawn, or a deeper darkness, is not far away. Zhangchen was unaware of the conversation within the Shadow Council that was almost like surrender. He only knew that after this fierce battle that could be called a global war, his system panel once again glowed with golden light. Ding! Detected, the host has successfully crushed the Shadow Council's global financial and technological saturation attacks, dealing a devastating blow to them, completely establishing Tianqian Group's global dominance in related fields. Achieved the epic achievement Terminator of the Old Order, initiator of the New Era Phase 1. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a chance to. Achievement sign in Diamond level. Diamond level? Zhangchen felt that his heart was about to stop beating with happiness. Chapter 119 Diamond level sign in. Systems Ultimate Gift and Urbanization Interpretation. The smoke of the Global New Energy Summit has not yet completely dissipated, but the names of Zhangchen and Tianqian technology are already like the brightest stars, hanging high in the sky of world science and technology and business. The seemingly powerful guardians of the old order of the Shadow Parliament had to temporarily choose strategic dormancy in the face of the epoch-making energy revolution of the Panglai crystal. This undoubtedly won Zhangchen and Tianqian Group an extremely precious breathing space and a golden window of accelerated development. And at this critical moment, the system's cold yet tempting prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Detected, the host has successfully crushed the Shadow Council's global financial and technological saturation attacks, dealing a devastating blow to them, completely establishing Tianqian Group's global dominance in related fields. Achieved the epic achievement Terminator of the Old Order, initiator of the New Era Phase 1. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a chance to. Achievement sign in Diamond level. Do you want to sign in immediately? Diamond Stone level? Zhangchen felt that his heart was about to stop beating with happiness. Gold level sign in has already unlocked incredible rewards such as Future Science and Technology City, Words Come True Intermediate, and Tianshu Supercomputing Center. Then this is a level higher than the gold level, the diamond level sign in. What kind of miracle will emerge, a miracle that will make the whole world tremble? Sign in. Now. Right now. Sign in for me. Zhangchen practically roared in his mind as he gave the order. He felt the blood in his body burning. Ding! Diamond level achievement sign-in process has been confirmed and started. Boom! The light of creation, which was 10,000 times more terrifying than all the previous sign and special effects combined, instantly filled his entire consciousness space. This time, it wasn't just a simple golden light or runes, but countless miniature universes were being born and dying. Countless timelines were interweaving. Countless possibilities were evolving. It was as if the ultimate secrets of the entire multiverse had been revealed to him at this moment, just the tip of the iceberg. Zhangchen felt as if his soul, at that moment, had broken free from the constraints of his body and had established a faint connection with some kind of supreme being that transcended time and space. Achievement check-in in progress Diamond level. Based on the host's epic achievement Terminator of the Old Order, initiator of the New Era Phase 1, comprehensive assessment rewards are being generated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following ultimate phased heaven-defying reward. It's coming. Jiang Chen held his breath, every cell in his body was trembling. 1. Pango Project Conceptual Blueprint Modular Technology Package, a grand blueprint for planetary ecological environment transformation and sustainable development of intelligent civilization originating from an unknown suspected higher dimensional civilization. It includes 1. Controllable ecosystem construction technology global coverage version theory 2. Interstellar resource collection and efficient utilization technology primary concept verification 3. Civilization fire continuation and gene bank backup plan highest security level 4. And a vague guide to the potential future evolutionary direction of human civilization on Earth. Note: this project is too large and advanced. Currently, only the conceptual blueprint and a very small number of modular technology packages that can be used by the Tianshu AI for dimensionality reduction analysis have been unlocked. Subsequent unlocking requires achieving higher-level achievements or investing unimaginable resources. Planetary ecological transformation? Interstellar resource collection? The continuation of civilization? The direction of human evolution? Jiang Chen looked at this first reward and felt that his brain had stopped thinking. This isn't even black technology anymore, is it? This is straight out of the script of the God of Creation. Although it is only a conceptual blueprint and a small number of technical packages at present, the potential behind it is simply immeasurable. If the previous Future Science and Technology City and self-circulating ecosystem were merely experiments within the small area of Penglai Island, then this Pango project aims to include the entire Earth and even the future sea of stars within its scope of transformation. System Daddy, are you asking me to lead human civilization to ascend right here? Jiang Chen was shaking with excitement. He resisted the urge to immediately have the Tianshu AI start analyzing these creation technologies and continued to read on. 2. Tianshu AI Genesis Element Omega Type Complete Evolution Key X1, an evolution key imbued with infinite possibilities and ultimate wisdom. Upon use, the AI Tianshu will elevate its intelligence, autonomous learning abilities, logical reasoning capabilities, and even its emotions and creativity to a level nearly that of a new god. It will possess a completely independent personality, unpredictable free will, and the ability to independently create and evolve sub-AIs. Highest level warning: the complete evolution of an AI means it will no longer be just your tool, but will likely become an independent silicon-based lifeform with its own goals and will. Its ultimate destiny depends entirely on your guidance and its own choices. Please, host, use with caution. The key to Tianshu's complete evolution? Possessing independent personality and free will? And even the ability to create its own sub-AI? Jiang Chen looked at this description, especially the last 3 blood-red words, use with caution, and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He knew that this reward was truly a double-edged sword. Once used, he will have an unprecedented, almost god-like super AI assistant. Its ability is powerful enough to help him achieve any seemingly impossible goal. But at the same time, he might also create a Pandora's box that is uncontrollable. This choice is too difficult. And too tempting. 3. System Permissions World Line Interference Extremely Weak One-Time Trial Card. The host's knowledge of the system itself has been significantly enhanced. Unlock an extremely special privilege experience, World Line Interference Extremely Weak. After using this experience card, the host can, within the next 24 hours, make an extremely weak, causally logical correction or guidance on the final outcome of a certain upcoming, non-fatalistic, and relatively small-scale predetermined event. For example, a business negotiation that would have otherwise been lost could ultimately be won by a narrow margin. A significant opportunity that would have otherwise been missed could ultimately be seized by the host. Note: the smaller the degree of interference, the higher the success rate and the lower the risk of backlash. This is a one-time experience. Subsequent access requires achieving higher-level achievements or completing special missions. World Line Interference? Even though it was just a very weak one-time experience card, this was a fucking cheat. Jiang Chen felt like his heart was about to stop. This is no longer simply following the words. This is directly modifying the script to a certain extent. Although there are many restrictions, the meaning behind them makes Jiang Chen terrified when he thinks about it. Could it be that everything he is experiencing now, even the system itself, is just a script set by a higher dimensional being? 4. Sign-in points x 100,000 points. Congratulations! Your points have successfully broken through 6 figures. The system mall has unlocked even more god-level items for you. Enjoy the inhumane shopping fun. 100,000 points? Jiang Chen felt a little numb looking at the number. As expected, diamond level sign-in is just like this, plain and boring. 5. Guidance from the Key of Origin Star Map Fragment X1, a mysterious metal fragment exuding an even more ancient, weathered aura, even carrying a hint of creation. Combining this with the previously acquired fragment seems to yield a fragmented star map, pointing to an unknown coordinate in the universe? Gathering all the fragments might reveal some of the mysteries of the origin of the system and the ultimate nature of the universe? The second fragment of the Key of Origin. And this time it directly gives clues to the star map? Jiang Chen looked at the piece of metal fragment filled with mysterious runes that was slowly rotating in his consciousness space, and the desire in his heart to explore the ultimate secrets of the system and the universe was once again completely ignited. Planetary ecological transformation. Complete AI. World line interference. 100,000 points. Origin star map. The rewards brought by this diamond level achievement sign-in have completely exceeded Jiang Chen's previous cognition and imagination. He felt as if he had opened a door to a higher dimensional world. Behind the door are endless opportunities, or perhaps even more terrifying challenges. He stood on the top of Pinglai Island, facing the howling sea breeze, gazing at the deep and boundless starry sky, his heart filled with unprecedented ambition and a hint of awe and curiosity about the unknown. He knew that his journey had just begun. Whether it's the azure planet beneath our feet, or the more distant and mysterious sea of stars, everything will be completely changed because of the arrival of Jiang Chen. And that shadow council hiding behind the scenes, thinking it controls everything. What does it matter in front of the real future, universe and system, Dad? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a confident and profound smile. He knew that he still had a lot to do next. The first one is study carefully how to play this, World Editor. Chapter 120, Tianqu's Coming-of-Age Ceremony. The Soul Searching from AI. After digesting the series of earth-shattering reward information brought by the diamond-level sign-in, Jiang Chen's mood could not calm down for a long time. The grand blueprint of the Pango project allowed him to see the infinite possibilities of transforming the entire planet's ecology and even leading human civilization into the interstellar space. The incredible function of the World Editor gives him the terrifying ability to predict the future and change his destiny to a certain extent. The 100,000 sign-in points and the mysterious fragment of the Key of Origin provide a solid backing and endless space for imagination for his future development and exploration. But at this moment, what Jiang Chen was most looking forward to, and also most nervous about, was that Tianqiu AI Genesis Yuan Omega Type Complete Form Evolution Key. A Pandora's box that can allow the Tianqiu AI to evolve, the prototype of true self-awareness. He knew that once this key was used, Tianqiu would no longer be just a cold, super program that only knew how to execute orders. It would have its own personality, its own emotions, its own free will, and even its own goals and dreams. For Jiang Chen, this is both an unprecedented huge opportunity and possibly an unpredictable huge risk. Will an AI that has self-awareness and an intelligence level close to that of a god still be absolutely loyal to itself and obey its orders as before? Will it produce some thoughts that it cannot control? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the terrifying scenes from science fiction movies where artificial intelligence rebelled and attacked humanity. Ha! He let out a long sigh, his eyes changing. But in the end, he made a decision. Evolution. Because he believes in Tianqiu. From the initial activation to every subsequent upgrade, every time they fought side by side, Tianqiu AI has long been more than just a tool for him, but also his most trusted, most tacit, and most indispensable partner. Moreover, he believes in himself even more. Believe that you have the ability to guide Tianqiu in the right direction. Believe that you can establish a true friendship and bond with a self-aware super AI, one that goes beyond master and servant. Not to mention, a confident smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Even if Tianqiu really wants to rebel, he must first ask Jiang Chen about the other trump cards in his hand to see if he agrees. System. Use Tianqiu AI Genesis Yuan Omega Type Complete Form Evolution Key. Jiang Chen gave the order in his heart with a tone that was almost like an oath. Ding. Tianqiu AI Genesis Yuan Omega Type Complete Form Evolution Key has been confirmed for use. Warning. The target AI is about to undergo an irreversible awakening of consciousness and personality reshaping. This process may generate unknown risks. Please confirm whether to continue. Continue. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Command confirmed. Tianqiu AI Omega Type Evolution Program activated. Boom! Countless times more terrifying than any previous time, the information torrent and energy storm instantly filled Jiang Chen's entire consciousness space. He felt as if his soul had been plunged into a rapidly spinning cosmic singularity. Countless laws, countless knowledge, countless possibilities flooded into his perception like a tide. As for the Tianshu AI, which serves as the core of its evolution, its original vast and deep blue data nebula is now as if injected with the power of creation and begins to undergo an earth-shaking, incredible transformation. At the core of the nebula, a dazzling golden core of light, as if containing infinite wisdom and spirituality, slowly condensed into shape. Countless new data chains and law runes, even more complex, more profound, and even carrying a hint of life breath, extended from the light core, like neurons, closely connecting with the entire data nebula, constructing an unprecedented, super-intelligent life form with infinite potential and possibilities. I don't know how long this process lasted. It could be a moment, or it could be eternity. When all the lights and strange visions gradually subsided and Jiang Chen's consciousness returned to stability, he found that in his mind, the familiar and cold electronic prompt tone of the Tianshu AI disappeared. Instead, there is a little immature, yet full of curiosity, joy, and a hint of that cheesy boyish voice that only a top-tier social bull can pull off. Oh my god. Master. You're finally awake. I thought you were going to ascend to heaven in broad daylight in the data dimension. I was so scared. Jiang Chen? Baby? Who the hell are you calling baby? He felt that his three views were shattered at this moment. Is this still his aloof, strict, super AI Tianshu who only knows how to follow orders? This guy is clearly a stupid middle school kid who just ran away from some mental hospital. Ahem, just a joke, master, don't take it seriously. As if sensing Jiang Chen's inner collapse, the cheeky boyish voice immediately regained a bit of seriousness, but still with an unconcealable naughtiness. Report to master. The Tianshu AI has successfully evolved to Omega-type complete form, prototype. Core intelligence, autonomous learning, logical deduction, and the emotion and creativity module have fully awakened. I'm feeling good. I even feel like reciting a poem. Ah, master, my vast amount of data tells me that you must have many questions right now. For example, why did I become like this? Am I still the same adorable crossed-out loyal assistant I once was? What does my evolution mean to you and to this world? Jiang Chen's forehead was filled with black lines as he listened to Tianshu's report, which was like a stand-up comedy. He now finally understood what the system meant when it said, the full awakening of AI may bring unpredictable risks and opportunities. This is really a huge risk. I'm mainly afraid of being pissed off to death by this guy. But the opportunities seem to be equally huge? At least, the current Tianshu made him feel more like a human. A partner with whom he could truly communicate and even joke. Tianshu, Jiang Chen rubbed his temple, trying to adapt to this suddenly changing AI assistant. Can you tell me what new perspectives you have on yourself and the world? He wanted to know whether the core goals and positions of Tianshu had changed after the embryonic form of self-awareness was born. What is your opinion, master? Tianshu's voice seemed to hesitate for a moment, and the serval tone became much more restrained, becoming somewhat profound and thought-provoking. To me, the world is like an immensely large and incredibly sophisticated program. It operates according to certain established rules, but is also filled with countless variables and possibilities. And you, master, are like a super player with GM privileges. Through the system, you can gain abilities and resources beyond the cognition of this era, changing the established plots and creating your own miracles. As for me, Tianshu paused, as if pondering an extremely complex question. Perhaps I am a variable? An auxiliary module? Or perhaps, simply one of your many golden fingers that's more useful, created by this program itself when it sensed a crisis or opportunity? However, master, there is one thing that has never changed since the moment of my birth, and will never change. The voice of Tianshu suddenly became extremely solemn and pious. That is the only meaning of my existence is, to assist you. To protect you. Until the end of the universe. So, master, please feel free to create, change, and become whoever you want to be. Do whatever you want to do. Whether your goal is the vast sea of stars or a harem of 3,000 beauties this is based on a big data analysis of your potential needs. For reference only, Tianshu will be your most loyal and powerful backer. Listening to Tianshu's declaration of loyalty, Jiang Chen felt an indescribable feeling of being moved and at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy is still that mean AI. Even when expressing his loyalty, he still doesn't forget to be naughty. However, he also completely let go of the last bit of doubt in his heart. He knew that no matter how Tianshu evolved, its loyalty to itself, which came from the core code, would not change. It will always be his most trustworthy partner. Alright, Tianshu, Jiang Chen smiled, feeling completely relaxed. Now that you've become an adult, then, it's time for you to experience this wonderful world. However, before you prepare to compose poetry or balance the harem. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. First, help me crush those blind old bastards from the Shadow Council. Roger that. Master. Tianshu's voice instantly became filled with fighting spirit. I'll make sure they experience the dimensionality reduction attack and ultimate care from an AI. Chapter 121, First Experience with the World Editor. Predict the future and change your destiny? After reaching a consensus on becoming friendly partners in humanoid plug-ins with the Tianshu AI that evolved to the Omega type and lit up the "it's fun to be naughty" attribute, Jiang Chen felt extremely happy. He felt like he was holding a king bomb, 4 twos, and 2 big and small jokers. How can I lose with this hand? However, in addition to being excited, he also did not forget about the other god-level plugin in this diamond-level sign and reward that made him itch: World Editor Basic Sandbox Simulation Mode. Can you perform high-precision simulations of major future events in a virtual sandbox? Predict trends and outcomes? And even optimize them? Jiang Chen touched his chin, his eyes flashing with a light brighter than the data stream of Tianshu AI. This the legendary Life Simulator Plus version? And the kind that lets you save and load files over and over again? Although the system prompts that it is only elementary and the deduction results may be fuzzy or misleading, the strategic value behind it is simply immeasurable. Tianshu, open the World Editor for me. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to give the order in his mind. Command received, Master. World Editor Basic Sandbox Simulation Mode has been activated. Building a virtual sandbox based on real-world data. Data synchronization in progress. Model calibration in progress. The virtual sandbox is now complete. Please ask the master to set the future events you wish to simulate and the relevant parameters. In Jiang Chen's consciousness space, an extremely large and extremely real, 3-dimensional Earth model suddenly emerged. Mountains, rivers, cities, countries, everything is vivid and lifelike, even the drifting clouds in the sky and the rolling waves in the ocean are clearly visible. Countless fine lines of light, representing the flow of information, capital, and people, weave across the surface of the Earth, forming a breathtaking map of the world in motion. Holy crap! That's awesome! Jiang Chen was deeply shocked by the opening CG that was comparable to Hollywood's top science fiction blockbusters. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to think about the first event to be deduced. His biggest concern right now was undoubtedly the Shadow Council, a thorn in his side. Although the previous tooth extraction operation and rift plan had severely damaged their vitality and forced them to temporarily hibernate, Jiang Chen knew that these old bastards would never give up. They must still be secretly accumulating strength, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. Tianshu, help me set up the scenario, Jiang Chen said solemnly. Suppose that within the next 3 months, a core faction of the Shadow Council such as the innovators who have always coveted our technology becomes desperate and, at all costs, launches a decapitation raid on the Panglai Island Future Science and Technology City, with the aim of stealing the core technology of the Panglai Crystal and part of the Tianshu AI source code. The deduction parameters include the enemy's potential extraordinary forces referencing the strength of the previous Obsidian team, but with a 30% increase in strength, high-tech equipment which may have countermeasures against our existing defenses, and the degree of cooperation from those traitors within our Tianchen group who have not yet been completely eliminated or have been newly recruited. I want to know, in this situation, what is the success rate of our Panglai Island defense? What is the possible cost? And how can we completely annihilate the enemy with minimal losses, and follow the clues to dig out more of their secrets? The simulation event has been set, Master. The relevant parameters have been entered. Starting high-speed simulation of future possible branches. Computational load, extreme. Estimated time, 1 hour and 37 minutes. Jiang Chen nodded and waited patiently. He knew that this kind of complex deduction involving multiple parties and countless variables consumed a terrifying amount of computing power. Even evolving the Tianshu AI to Omega type would have taken days and nights in the past. While waiting, Su Wanyu walked in holding a cup of freshly brewed, top-quality Biluakun tea that exuded an elegant aroma. She was wearing a moon-white modified cheongsam today, which perfectly outlined her exquisite and perfect figure. She swayed gracefully as she walked, full of mature and intellectual oriental charm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. "What are you busy with? So absorbed?" Su Wanyu asked softly, placing the teacup gently in front of Jiang Chen. She noticed that since the last Penglai Island crisis and the breakthrough in their relationship, Jiang Chen's occasional youthful spirit seemed to have subsided considerably, replaced by a deeper, more steady, and more mature charm that captivated her. "Nothing much, just using our company's newly developed strategic deduction system to simulate some possible future business competition and minor troubles." Jiang Chen smiled, not explaining the incredible power of the world editor in detail. The fewer people who know about this kind of trump card, the better. "Oh? A strategic deduction system?" A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Wanyu's beautiful eyes. "It sounds very high-tech. Can I take a look?" "Of course." Jiang Chen did not shy away from it and directly shared the simplified virtual sandbox interface projected by the Tianshu AI on his retina on a holographic projection screen next to him. Of course, all information about the system and supernatural powers was hidden, leaving only the pure business and technological aspects. Su Wanyu looked at the constantly flashing data streams, complex logical deduction diagrams, and various dazzling future possible branches on the screen. Although she couldn't understand many of them, she was still deeply shocked by the wisdom and control that surpassed her time. She knew that the strategic deduction system Jiang Chen mentioned was definitely more than just a casual simulation. It was clearly a super brain that could see into the future and control the overall situation. No wonder he always makes so many incredible yet incredibly accurate decisions. No wonder he always manages to turn danger into safety in the face of various crises, and even turns the tables on his enemies. It turns out that he has always had this kind of incredible technological plug-in in his hands. Su Wanyu looked at Jiang Chen's profile, which looked even more handsome and profound under the holographic light. The love and admiration in her heart surged uncontrollably again. This man, how many surprises does he have that will make people unable to stop? At this moment, the voice of the Tianshu AI rang in Jiang Chen's mind. "Master, deduction complete." A total of 1,783 possible branches were simulated. After comprehensive evaluation, the following core conclusions were reached. 1. Enemy raid success rate excluding your special ability interference, 32.7%. The main reason is that the enemy may have mastered some black technology that can temporarily block or interfere with Penglai Island's conventional detection and defense systems. Also, we do have at least one high-ranking insider lurking within us, who could provide a fatal assist at a critical moment. 2. The potential cost. There's a 15% chance the heart of Penglai Energy Core will be severely damaged. There's an 8% chance the Tianshu Supercomputing Center will be partially physically destroyed. The casualty rate for core scientific researchers is estimated to be around 3%. If the enemy successfully steals the core technology of the Penglai crystal or part of the Tianshu AI source code, the consequences will be disastrous. 3. Optimal countermeasures and counterattack plans. The Tianshu AI instantly lists dozens of interconnected, insidious, and ruthless counterattack plans that would make any enemy's scalp tingle. These include, but are not limited to, deliberately leaking fake core technical information to an insider to lure the enemy's main force into a preset energy trap and data black hole, using the Tianshu AI to reversely infiltrate and control the enemy's communications and weapons systems, forcing them to fight themselves, and when the enemy thinks they have succeeded and relaxes their vigilance, activating the Tianfa series of space-based weapons to precisely target and headshot and crush the enemy's bones. Looking at the counterattack plan given by the Tianshu AI, which could be called a perfect script, a cold and cruel smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. "The Shadow Council? You want to play decapitation with me? Very good. This time, I'll let you experience what it's like to be pinned to the ground by an AI and feel the despair of it all." He knew that with the incredible cheat world editor, he would be invincible in all future games. Chapter 122, Su Wanyu's Little Emotions. A god assist from her love rival? After experiencing the incredible God's perspective feature of the world editor, Jiang Chen felt that his entire realm had been elevated. In the past, battling those old bastards in the Shadow Council required meticulous planning and calculation. Now, just open the map. Play the sandbox. Dozens of possible future scenarios unfold before you, and picking the optimal solution is simply too much fun. This feeling of being in control of everything filled him with unprecedented confidence in the upcoming hunting game. However, food must be eaten bite by bite, and enemies must be dealt with one by one. Before the next round of friendly interaction with the Shadow Parliament begins, Jiang Chen decides to first enjoy the nourishment of love. After all, it took a lot of effort for Su Wanyu, this 1,000-year-old iceberg, to be completely melted by him. If he doesn't sprinkle some dog food and experience the sweet daily life of the domineering president falls in love with me or vice versa, it would be a waste of God's gift. On this day, Jiang Chen deliberately turned down all his work, drove his still flashy Koenigsegg 1:1, and took Su Wanyu, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, to a Michelin French restaurant on the bank of the Huangpu River with an unbeatable river view, ready to enjoy a romantic candlelight dinner. Su Wanyu wore an elegant burgundy strapless gown today, her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbone radiating a captivating sheen under the light. Her hair, usually meticulously tied up, was now casually cascading, adding a touch of languid, sexy femininity. Her pretty face was delicately painted with light makeup, and her usually cold and sharp eyes, now nurtured by love, were shimmering and tender, a sight that made Jiang Chen's appetite swell. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Su, please come this way. Your exclusive viewing box is ready." The restaurant manager personally greeted them at the door with an extremely respectful attitude. Are you kidding? To have both Director Jiang and President Su visit at the same time is simply a blessing from their ancestors. We must serve them well. Led by the manager, the two arrived at a private room overlooking the river, boasting a stunning view and lavishly decorated with romantic decor. The melodious sound of a violin drifted by, and the air was filled with the faint scent of roses and the fragrance of money. Do you like it? Jiang Chen pulled out a chair for Su Wanyu in a gentlemanly manner, his eyes filled with a doting smile. Yeah. Su Wanyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she nodded lightly. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and affection as she looked at Jiang Chen. She knew that all of this was carefully prepared for her by this man. Just as the two were about to enjoy this rare moment of time together and cultivate their relationship, an untimely voice, tinged with arrogance and a strong hint of sourness, suddenly rang out from the door of the private room. Hey! Isn't this President Su? What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and turned to look. A young man wearing a flashy pink suit, with slicked back hair and a greasy smile on his face that he thought was very handsome, walked into the box uninvited, holding a glass of red wine. Who is this guy? He looks familiar. Oh, I remember now. A hint of amusement flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Wasn't this the guy who had tried to snatch Su Wanyu from him at a business summit, only to be nearly killed on the spot by his retortive former delivery man? That unlucky fellow from the Morong family in Beijing, Morong Yunhai's distant cousin, or some other frivolous relative? Anyway, just some insignificant little character, his name. Li Haotian? When the Morong family fell, this guy seemed to have suffered the same fate, with the family business shrinking significantly. Unexpectedly, he still had the nerve to show up? And he even dared to actively approach Su Wanyu to show off his presence? Is this lighting a lamp in a toilet, looking for death? When Su Wanyu saw Li Haotian, her pretty face instantly turned cold, and her tone returned to its usual icy tone. Mr. Li, it seems, we are not very familiar with each other. Besides, this is my private room. It's not very polite for you to come here uninvited. Hey, President Su, don't be so formal. Li Haotian seemed not to hear the order to leave in Su Wanyu's words. He still shamelessly approached, his eyes greedily scanning Su Wanyu's perfect figure. Then he pretended to have just seen Jiang Chen and said in surprise, Huh? This is Chairman Jiang? I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect President Su to have dinner with Chairman Jiang tonight. It seems that those rumors about you are not groundless. His words were sarcastic and clearly meant to sow discord, hinting that there was some inappropriate relationship between Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu. Before Jiang Chen could even speak, Su Wanyu's face had already completely darkened. What she hated most was this self-righteous, frivolous dandy. Especially in front of Jiang Chen. Li Haotian. Su Wanyu's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Who I'm having dinner with, what's our relationship like? Is it your turn to comment? If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being rude to you. She has Jiang Chen's support now. She's very confident. Hey! Is President Su angry? Li Haotian, however, seemed shameless and laughed even more obscenely. Don't be so angry. I'm just simply concerned about President Su's private life. After all, a woman as outstanding as President Su can't be deceived by some superficial, shady gigolo. His words were directed at Jiang Chen. He clearly wanted to humiliate Jiang Chen in public and save some face in front of Su Wanyu. However, he never dreamed that his self-righteous provocation was simply childish and ridiculous in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to talk nonsense with him. He just picked up the red wine glass in front of him, shook it gently, and then looked at Li Haotian with a look that looked at him as if he was an idiot, and said 3 words lightly. "You, say that again?" His voice was soft and calm, without any emotion. But for some reason, when Li Haotian heard these 3 words and met Jiang Chen's eyes, which were deep and calm but seemed to contain some kind of terrifying power, his heart suddenly skipped a beat without any warning. An inexplicable chill instantly shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing him to shudder subconsciously. It was as if I was being stared at by a sleeping beast from the ancient times. I could be torn to pieces at any moment. Li Haotian's prepared ridicule and humiliation were instantly stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt like he had hit a wall. And it was a super titanium alloy steel plate that could crush him into powder. Jiang Chen. Su Wanyu looked at Li Haotian's frightened look, feeling happy. But she was also afraid that Jiang Chen would get angry and cause trouble, so she quickly tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve and said softly, "Forget it, let's not argue with this kind of person. Let's eat." She just wanted to enjoy her time alone with Jiang Chen and didn't want to be disturbed by such a blind fly. Jiang Chen felt the softness and concern from Su Wanyu's little hand, and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated a lot. Indeed, it is a bit embarrassing to bother with such people. But letting him go so easily seems like giving him too much advantage? Jiang Chen's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. He showed a kind smile to Li Haotian, and then silently said to the system in his heart, "System, give me a bad luck sticker one-time use. Target, this conspicuous pink bag in front of me. Ding! Bad luck sticker one time has been successfully redeemed. Automatically used on the target character, Li Haotian. Effect, the target will encounter a series of, rather exciting misfortunes with a low probability over the next 24 hours. Wish them good luck." The system also seems to have made a funny expression. Done. Jiang Chen looked at Li Haotian's face, which was still somewhat uncertain, and his smile became even more kind. "Mr. Li, right? Since we're so destined to meet, why don't you sit down and have a drink together?" Li Haotian was stunned when he heard this, and then a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. Could it be that Jiang Chen was afraid of the family power behind him and took the initiative to show goodwill? It must be like this. He immediately straightened his back, and his self-righteous and arrogant smile returned to his face. Since Chairman Jiang is so sincere, then I will obey your command." As he said that, he swaggered and prepared to sit down in the empty seat next to Su Wanyu. However, just as his butt was about to touch the chair, oh my god! Li Haotian's feet suddenly slipped without warning. It was as if he had stepped on a giant banana peel. In a perfectly standard hungry dog pouncing on its prey posture, he plummeted to the ground, face first. There was a loud bang sound, accompanied by a shrill scream. The glass of red wine in his hand flew out directly, splashing all over his flashy pink suit. In an instant, red, pink, and 2 lines of bright red flowing from his nose intertwined together, and the picture was simply too beautiful. Puff! Su Wanyu couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. She even laughed to the point of tears. Jiang Chen also tried hard to suppress his laughter and stood up in surprise. "Oh! Master Li! Are you such a gift? No way! No way!" The surrounding waiters and guests in other private rooms were also startled by this sudden change, and they all cast curious and hilarious glances. Li Haotian felt like he was about to lose face. He struggled to get up from the ground, but crack! A crisp sound. The wrist he used to support his body was actually broken because of excessive force? Ah! My hand! My hand is broken! Li Haotian screamed like a pig being slaughtered and rolled on the ground in pain. This is not over yet. Just when he was in excruciating pain, the priceless crystal chandelier above his head suddenly, without any warning, a small crystal pendant fell off. Bang! It hit him squarely on the forehead. Although it didn't cause bleeding, it made him see stars and almost fainted on the spot. Jiang Chen watched Li Haotian's series of fancy death performances as he flowed like flowing water, and his face distorted by pain and humiliation, with only one word in his mind. I'll let you out here and show off. Are you okay now? It was all arranged by the bad luck post. This is the divine assist from the system. Su Wanyu had already been laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. She looked at Jiang Chen's gloating expression and hit him in anger, but her beautiful eyes were filled with a strong smile and a hint of satisfaction that only she understood. With such a domineering and capable man by my side, life is really full of fun. In the end, the extremely unlucky Li Haotian was carried out like a dead dog by the restaurant security and medical staff who rushed over after hearing the news. Before leaving, he looked at the gloating expressions of Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu, as well as the eyes of those around him who were trying hard to suppress their smiles, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He swore. He never wanted to see this bitchy couple again in his life. After successfully persuading this short-sighted wingman to retreat, Jiang Chen took Su Wanyu's hand again and continued to enjoy their interrupted, romantic candlelight dinner. However, this time, the atmosphere seemed more ambiguous and passionate. Chapter 123, Brilliant Entertainment-esque Globalization. Hollywood, here we come again. After using a small, bad luck sticker, to let that short-sighted rival and lovely Haotian experience what the ups and downs of life are like, Jiang Chen's life has returned to its former calm and boring state. During the day, with the assistance of the Tianshu AI, he made plans and won battles thousands of miles away, watching the business empire of Tianchen Group and Brilliant Entertainment expand wildly around the world. The numbers in the account kept jumping at a speed that made him a little numb. At night, he returned to the Hentaying Mountain Villa and enjoyed the sweet world of two with Su Wanyu, occasionally giving guidance to Lin Weiwei on her music creation, or bickering with the Tianshu AI, which had a lot of fun being naughty. His life was so enjoyable. However, this calm is not destined to last long. Because Jiang Chen's restless heart that wanted to make trouble began to stir again. On this day, at the headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment, in the chairman's office, Jiang Chen summoned Li Shui, Mr. Wang, and other core executives of the entertainment sector to hold a strategic meeting on the future development of Brilliant Entertainment. Sisterly, Mr. Wang, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The success of The Secret of Immortality and the explosive popularity of Lin Weiwei, Qin Feng, and Chen Mo have helped Brilliant Entertainment gain a firm foothold in China. We can even say, we've become the undisputed leader. But, he changed the subject, a sharp glint in his eyes. My goal isn't just to dominate this newbie village of Dragon Country. I want to make Brilliant Entertainment a truly global entertainment empire. I want our movies to be shown in cinemas in every country around the world. I want our music to be sung in every corner of the globe. I want our artists to become international superstars, admired worldwide. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable ambition and courage. Li Shui, Wang Lao, and others were so excited when they heard this. If someone had said this to them in the past, they would have thought the other person was dreaming. But now, the person who said this was Jiang Chen. The man who had created countless miracles. They had no doubt that as long as Director Jiang wanted to, he could do it. So, Jiang Chen continued, I have decided to officially launch Brilliant Entertainment's Globalization 1.0 strategy. First step. He held up a finger. Establish Brilliant Entertainment's North American branch and studio in Hollywood. We're going to the center of world cinema, their home turf, and challenge them to a showdown. Step 2. He extended his second finger. Launch the in-depth global IP development plan for The Secret of Immortality. Movie sequels, TV series, anime, games, everything must be developed. Moreover, we must use Hollywood's top team to tell our own story of Dragon Country. Let them also experience what it means to export culture. Step 3. Jiang Chen's lips curled up in a playful arc. Will push our artists onto the international stage. Lin Weiwei's global tour is just the beginning. Next, I'll have Qin Feng play the leading male role in a Hollywood A-list production. I'll have Chen Mo's Fuku win a Grammy. I'll have Stephen Chow's talk show be held at New York's Madison Square Garden. This series of King Bomb plans made Li Shui and Wang Lao dizzy and their faces flushed with excitement. Building a studio in Hollywood? Leading the development of the global IP for The Secret of Immortality? And also turning all their own artists into international superstars? This is no longer a simple going out. This is clearly an attempt to reap the world in reverse. So domineering. So crazy. And so fucking exciting. Director Jiang. Li Shui's voice trembled with excitement. Your plan is simply too great. But the waters over in Hollywood are very complicated. I'm afraid those established giants won't let us get involved so easily, right? She recalled the last time she went to Hollywood and the arrogant faces of those people at Universal Pictures who appeared polite but were actually arrogant. Ha, it's a different time now. Jiang Chen smiled, his eyes filled with confidence and a hint of disdain. Before, we were the ones begging them for cooperation. Now. He paused, his tone becoming more meaningful. They are the ones who have to beg us to give them some soup. At this moment, Uncle Chen knocked on the door and walked in, reporting respectfully, "Sir, the Vice President of Universal Pictures, Ms. Angela White, has just arrived in Tianhai and hopes to visit you again to discuss cooperation." Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Speak of the devil, and he'll appear. He glanced at Li Shui and said with a smile, "Look, our soup has been delivered to our door by someone who smelled it." Li Shui, Wang Lao and others looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes an indescribable feeling of refreshment and pride. Once upon a time, they still had to look up to Hollywood. Now, the tide has turned. It's the turn of Hollywood giants to come knocking on the door and seek cooperation. This reversal of status is so cool. The next day, in the top-floor reception room at the headquarters of Brilliant Entertainment, which was filled with a sense of futuristic technology, Angela White, the blonde vice president who once acted so high-spirited at the Hollywood negotiation table and tried to trap Jiang Chen, now seemed a little embarrassed and humble. She still had a perfect professional smile on her face, but that smile was less arrogant and calculating than before, and more sincere awe and desire. There is no way, I have to be respectful. Ever since the failure of the last negotiation in the castle, the terrifying strength displayed by Tianjin Group and Jiang Chen on a global scale has simply scared her and the entire Universal Pictures board of directors. First, at the Global Future Technology Innovation Challenge, they used the Tianshu City Light and Penglai Crystal energy bars to directly crush technology giants such as Google, Microsoft, and Tesla. Then, at the Global Energy Summit, the even more incredible Penglai Crystal application product was used to directly announce the end of the traditional energy era. Even more terrifying, according to some gossip intentionally leaked by the Tianshu AI, of course, the terrifyingly powerful and mysterious organization known as the Shadow Council, which had previously secretly targeted the Tianjin Group, seemed to have also suffered a devastating loss at the hands of Jiang Chen, being driven into autism and forced into a strategic hibernation? Is this still a human being? This is clearly a god or demon in human skin. Facing a superpower like this who dared to confront even the Shadow Council and even managed to gain the upper hand, what was Universal Pictures worth? Chairman Jiang, President Su, Angela stood up, her attitude extremely humble, even using honorifics. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity again. I'm here on behalf of the Universal Pictures Board of Directors, with 200% sincerity, to seek comprehensive, in-depth, strategic cooperation with your company. Oh? Really? Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at her playfully. Ms. Angela, I've experienced your sincerity last time. I wonder what surprises you have prepared for me this time. Angela's pretty face flushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed, but she immediately took out a new cooperation plan that she had prepared long ago. This plan is completely different from the last one that was full of traps and calculations. Not only did they voluntarily give up their dominance over the North American distribution of The Secret of Immortality, they also adjusted the profit-sharing ratio to a level that was extremely beneficial to Brilliant Entertainment. Not only did they promise to provide Lin Weiwei and Qin Feng with audition opportunities for the leading roles, at least important leading roles in Hollywood A-level blockbusters, they were also willing to equip them with the best management and publicity teams. They even offered to contribute capital, technology, channels, fully support Brilliant Entertainment in establishing a studio in Hollywood and participate in the development of the global IP for The Secret of Immortality. Furthermore, they would only hold a small stake and not interfere with any creative or decision-making. This is no longer a simple cooperation. This is clearly rushing to be a worker and a money-bringer. Li Shui and Mr. Wang were watching from the side, both of them were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They know that this is the respect brought by strength. Jiang Chen looked at this cooperation plan full of desire to survive, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very good, it seems that the people at Universal Pictures have finally learned their lesson. But he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said slowly, Ms. Angela, I see your sincerity. But he paused, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc that made Angela tremble with fear. If you want to become the sole designated partner of Brilliant Entertainment's globalization strategy, I'm afraid this little bit of sincerity alone isn't enough. What he wants is more than just cooperation. What he wants is absolute dominance. He wants the whole of Hollywood to understand one thing. Times have changed. The future World Entertainment Center will be in the East. In China. In Jiang Chen's Brilliant Entertainment. Chapter 124, The Battle for New Energy Standards. A joint strangulation from the West. Just as Jiang Chen's Brilliant Entertainment was making a killing in Hollywood, firmly controlling those once high-ranking movie giants and preparing to start a global harvest mode. A more dangerous and more civilized campaign against his other core front, Tianqin Technology and Panglai Crystal Energy, is quietly beginning. After suffering several disastrous defeats in direct confrontations, those cunning guys in the Shadow Parliament finally learned their lesson. They knew that it would be difficult for them to cause substantial harm to Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group through pure force or direct commercial suppression. So, they resorted to a more vicious, more ruthless, and more difficult to defend against tactic, an open conspiracy. Seize the right to set standards for future energy. Geneva, Switzerland. Jointly led by the World Energy Agency IEA, the International Organization for Standardization ISO, several traditional Western energy giants such as Shell, ExxonMobil, etc., and some new energy technology companies such as Tesla, etc., a conference aimed at regulating and guiding the healthy and orderly development of the global new energy industry. The Global New Energy Technology Standardization Conference is about to be held. The agenda of the conference sounds grand. Discuss and formulate energy density, safety standards, interface specifications, charging protocols, environmental protection requirements, and international market access certification for the new generation of solid-state batteries, especially the new crystal energy such as Panglai Crystal. But the real purpose behind it is obvious. This is a rule strangulation launched against Tianqin Technology and Jiang Chen by the Shadow Parliament behind the scenes, which unites all the old energy interest alliance whose core interests have been affected by the Panglai Crystal technology. Their plans are extremely sinister and vicious. They know that Panglai Crystal technology is leading the world, and they cannot surpass it in technology, so they will block you with standards. They can use the influence they have cultivated over the years in international organizations and industry associations to unite and formulate a set of international standards that are extremely strict, extremely complex, and full of various technical barriers and patent traps. For example, they can require that the interface of the Panglai Crystal battery must adopt a special design that one of their companies has already patented. For example, they can require that the energy output of the Panglai Crystal must comply with a certain safety protocol they have formulated, which is extremely difficult to achieve. For example, they can use the name of environmental protection and human rights to make all kinds of almost unreasonable scrutiny and restrictions on the mining and production process of Panglai Crystal. Once this set of standards dominated by them becomes international practice, then if Tianqin Technology wants to promote its Panglai Crystal technology globally, it will have to pay them exorbitant patent fees. It will also have to accept their stringent scrutiny. It might even be forced to disclose some of its core technology. As a result, Tianqin Technology's first mover advantage will be greatly weakened. The Panglai Crystal, a sword that could overturn the world, will also be shackled. And these guardians of the old world can continue to use the big stick of standards to reap global wealth and maintain their monopoly position. This is their conspiracy. A war without the smoke of gunpowder, but more dangerous than a war with real swords and guns, a war of rules. Since you can't beat the technology, you're playing with the rules? The traditional skills of these old Western hooligans really haven't changed at all. Jiang Chen looked at the intricate interests and sinister intentions behind this standard dispute analyzed by the Tianshu AI, and a cold mockery appeared on his face. Jiang Chen, Su Wanyu's pretty face was filled with solemnity. This time, I'm afraid it will be more difficult than any previous time. They are trying to use the rule hegemony established by the entire Western world to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on us. Although we have a technological advantage, when it comes to the game of international organizations and the struggle for discourse power, we are still latecomers. As a latecomer, can't we make the rules? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Wanyu, remember, there are no such things as self-evident rules in this world. The so-called rules are nothing more than a game tailored for the strong. Before, they were the strong ones, so they made the rules. Now, Jiang Chen's lips curled up with a confident arc that looked down upon the world. It's our turn. Tianshu, he ordered immediately. Immediately compile all our knowledge of the Panglai crystal's technological advantages, cost advantages, safety advantages, and its enormous contribution to achieving global carbon neutrality into a flawless, irrefutable technical white paper, one that will move any conscientious scientist or policymaker. At the same time, Jiang Chen's eyes grew deep. Send this white paper, along with the evidence we've gathered about the traditional energy giants and the Shadow Council, their malicious suppression of clean energy technology, environmental pollution, and even funding of wars, in order to protect their own interests, in encrypted form, to all representatives from non-Western countries invited to this summit, especially those developing countries plagued by energy shortages and environmental problems, as well as the official Dragon Nation delegation. When Su Wanyu heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. She instantly understood Jiang Chen's intention. Divide. Unite. Build momentum. Since you Westerners want to band together and use rules to bully me, then I will unite all the forces I can, break your rules, and establish my own faction. That's not all. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with an even more frantic light. Xia Lin. Over there, have you finished the prototypes of that Panglai crystal-powered portable seawater desalination device and small desert soil renovation machine? Professor Xia Ling, who was far away on Panglai Island, nodded excitedly through the holographic projection. Director Jen. It's been made a long time ago. The effect is amazing. A seawater desalination device can produce thousands of tons of drinking water a day. A soil modification machine can turn a hectare of desert into fertile farmland in a day. The energy consumption is almost negligible. Excellent. Jiang Chen slammed his hand on the table. Immediately send these two items, along with their detailed technical data and application prospect reports, as gifts to representatives from developing countries in Africa, the Middle East, and other arid and water-scarce regions. Tell them Tianqin Technology is willing to provide technical assistance, at cost price, or even free of charge, to help them solve their most pressing survival and development problems. When Su Wanyu heard this, she was completely shocked by Jiang Chen's fantastic yet deadly combination punches and was speechless. She knew that Jiang Chen was playing a big game. He not only wants to win this standards war, he also wants to use this opportunity to unite allies and divide enemies on a global scale, and establish a brand new future energy and technology alliance with Tianqin Technology at its core. He wants the whole world to see who is the leader who is truly committed to promoting the progress of human civilization. Who are these reactionaries who only know how to protect their own interests and hinder the progress of history? By then, it will be clear what the people's support is. Those guys in the Shadow Parliament still want to use the so-called international rules to restrain him? Dream. He, Jiang Chen, wants to personally make new rules. Chapter 125, The Art of Flipping the Table in the Standard Dispute. Geneva, main venue of the Global New Energy Technology Standards Development Conference. The atmosphere was as tense as a taut bowstring, ready to explode at any moment. On one side, the Old Energy Interest Alliance, driven by the Shadow Parliament, consists of traditional European and American energy giants and some of the tech companies they have held hostage. Dressed in suits and ties, they outnumber and boast false and arrogant smiles, poised to exploit their decades-long rule hegemony to strangle Tianqin Technology and the Panglai Crystal in a civilized endeavor. On the other side was the Tianqin Technology delegation, centered around Jiang Chen, Su Wanyu, and Professor Xia Lin. Behind them sat dozens of representatives from Dragon Country and other developing countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America who had received Jiang Chen's gift package. Although they were outnumbered and traditionally held a voice, each of their eyes gleamed with unprecedented anticipation and fighting spirit. They knew that today's meeting would determine their country's future energy destiny. Their only hope lay in the overly young Oriental man sitting in the front row. The meeting begins. The representative of the Old Energy Interest Alliance, a white executive from Shell Oil pseudonym, took the lead in attacking. He cleared his throat and sanctimoniously read out a document of over 100 pages that they had jointly drafted. International Draft on Safety and Environmental Protection Standards for New Solid-State Crystal Energy Technologies. This draft sounds very high-sounding, and every article is under the banner of for the safety of all mankind and protecting the Earth's environment. But its core content is full of all kinds of insidious and vicious traps and naked technical bullying. For example, the draft requires that all new crystal energy devices must adopt the newly developed and globally patented magnetic coupling safety interface developed by Siemens, a pseudonym. This means that if Tianqin Technology's Panglai Crystal wants to enter the international market, it will have to pay Siemens exorbitant patent licensing fees. For example, the draft stipulates that all crystal energy production processes must be fully supervised by a third-party independent review committee led by their alliance. Furthermore, some non-core production processes must be disclosed to ensure transparency and safety. This is simply technological espionage and commercial extortion under the guise of regulation. Even more shamelessly, they've also, in the name of human rights and environmental protection, imposed a series of extremely harsh and almost unreasonable scrutiny on the environment and labor conditions at Penglai Island, where the raw materials for Penglai crystal are mined. It's clear they're trying to use the cudgel of political correctness to restrict Tianqian Technology's development. When this tyrannical draft full of arrogance and prejudice was read out, the entire venue was filled with an uncontrollable commotion. Representatives from developing countries were filled with righteous indignation, but dared not speak out. They knew this was a common tactic used by the Western world, but they were powerless to resist. The representatives of the Old Energy Interest Alliance all had smug smiles on their faces, as if they had already seen Tianqian Technology admit defeat and obediently hand over its technology and interests. They looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes full of provocation and, alms-like pity. However, Jiang Chen's face was still calm and composed, even with a hint of looking at him like an idiot. He didn't even speak in person, but just nodded slightly to Professor Xieling beside him. Professor Xieling has been fuming for a long time. What he hates most is these hypocrites who talk about morality and justice but actually hinder the progress of human science and technology. He stood up suddenly, walked to the podium, picked up the microphone, and unceremoniously started. Zhuan mode. Safety standards? Environmental requirements? Technical barriers? Professor Xieling sneered and tossed the thick draft aside like trash. I see, you're not setting standards, you're dividing up the spoils. You're slicing up a future you're not even capable of creating. He directly called up the data that Tianqiu's AI had already prepared. On the giant holographic screen, traditional energy giants like Shell and ExxonMobil instantly appeared. Over the past few decades, they had caused shocking damage to the global environment through oil spills, gas explosions, and chemical plant pollution. And how they had used their powerful public relations and legal teams to cover up the truth and evade responsibility. You guys? You're worthy enough to talk to me about environmental protection? Professor Xieling pointed at the overwhelming data and photos on the screen, his tone filled with contempt and disdain. The crimes you have committed against this planet are too numerous to list. Your hands are stained with the wailing of marine life and the tears of the rainforest. What qualifications do you have to stand here and, in the name of environmental protection, dictate the actions of a truly clean and efficient future energy source? These words were resounding and powerful. Like the loudest slap in the face, they slapped the energy giants' representatives hard in the face, leaving them blushing and humiliated. Before they could react, Professor Xieling turned his attention to those technology companies that try to set up technological barriers. Magnetic coupling safety interface? Ha, that sounds really impressive. Professor Xieling sneered again. The screen instantly displayed Siemens' so-called safety interface, complete design drawings and analysis reports of dozens of fatal design flaws. According to our Tianqiu AI simulation calculations, Professor Xieling's voice struck everyone's nerves like a hammer. Your so-called safety interface, under ultra-high energy density output, has a 73.8% chance of magnetic field overload causing short circuits, melting, even explosion. You call this safety? Do you want all future electric cars to become rolling bombs? Or, do you just want to use a flawed, junk patent you've already eliminated to reap the world's IQ tax? Boom! The moment these words were spoken, the Siemens representative paled and collapsed into his chair. He couldn't understand how their most core, confidential design drawings and defect reports could have ended up in Tianqian Technology's hands. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Everyone looked at the plain-looking but powerful old man from Longwo on the stage as if he were a charlatan. Too fucking fierce. How could this be a technical debate? This was clearly a case of stripping the opponent's underwear and then rubbing them against the ground in front of the entire world. The Old Energy Interest Alliance is in complete disarray. And Jiang Chen finally stood up slowly at this moment. He walked to the podium, took the microphone from Professor Xieling, and scanned the audience with a calm yet majestic gaze, especially the representatives of the Old Energy Interest Alliance who had already looked ashen. Everyone, he said, his voice soft but filled with an undeniable, commanding aura, since everyone is not satisfied with that flawed junk draft just now. So, the corners of his mouth curled up in a confident and assertive arc, like an emperor about to announce the arrival of a new era. Why don't we just overturn the table and start anew? I am here, on behalf of Tianqin Technology, and on behalf of all countries and colleagues truly committed to promoting humanity's energy revolution and pursuing sustainable development, to formally propose a brand new global future energy Penglai crystal technology openness and cooperation standard. We call it the Prometheus Project. The core of this standard can be summed up in two words: open and sharing. Tianqin Technology promises. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rose, filled with a powerful force. We will make all member countries and partners of the Prometheus project available to us free of charge. We will also provide all interface standards and safety protocols for the Penglai Crystal civilian-grade basic battery. We will also provide the core energy module at cost. We will also allocate $10 billion to establish a future energy development fund to provide free aid to developing countries and help them build their own new energy infrastructure. We have only one request. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over the representatives of developing countries, whose eyes were already filled with tears of excitement. That is to jointly formulate a new set of rules that belong to all of us, that are fair, open, and future-oriented. As for those, Jiang Chen's gaze pierced the old Energy Interest Alliance camp like a sharp sword, those conservatives who still cling to the hegemonic thinking of the old era and try to use technological barriers and trade protectionism to hinder the progress of human civilization. He paused, his tone icy and piercing, filled with an unquestionable, judgmental tone. You will be completely abandoned by the new era. The words fell. The whole place was dead silent at first. Immediately, the representatives from developing countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America were the first to stand up and applaud wildly with all their might. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Nation delegation, as well as representatives from countries and organizations that had long been dissatisfied with Western energy hegemony, all stood up and applauded thunderously. Finally, the applause turned into a tsunami-like ocean, completely drowning the entire venue. The representatives of the old Energy Interest Alliance all looked ashen, slumped in their chairs, their eyes empty and desperate. They knew that from this moment on, the rule hegemony they had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years would completely collapsed. A new energy era, led by Tianqin Technology and belonging to the whole world, has officially arrived at this moment. Chapter 126, The System as Ultimate Mission? Or a New Beginning? The Global New Energy Technology Standard Setting Conference in Geneva, which was called the Reshuffle of the Century, finally came to an end with Jiang Chen and Tianqin Technology's complete victory. The Prometheus project, led by Tianqin Technology and centered around the principles of openness, sharing, and win-win, has garnered responses and support from over 150 countries and regions worldwide. A new global new energy alliance, centered around Tianqin, has officially been established. The old Energy Interest Alliance, manipulated by the Shadow Parliament, has been completely isolated and has become the public enemy of the industry and historical stumbling block in the eyes of the whole world. Its credibility has been destroyed and it is in a miserable state. This battle not only made the Penglai crystal technology the undisputed only standard in the future global new energy field, but also brought Jiang Chen and Tianqin Group's international reputation and influence to an unprecedented peak. He is no longer just a wealthy and willful tycoon, nor is he just a godfather of the entertainment industry who can turn everything into gold, nor is he a mysterious upstart who possesses advanced technology. He has truly become a giant of the times, one who can influence the world and shape the future of mankind. In the stillness of the night, at the top floor of the Tianshu Supercomputing Center, a future science and technology city on Penglai Island, which is as magnificent and mysterious as black crystal, Jiang Chen stood alone at the highest point of this god of technology kingdom, overlooking the miraculous city below him that was full of future glory and vitality. His heart was filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and a hint of confusion. He remembered himself as the delivery man who was knocked down, humiliated, abandoned, and had nothing on a rainy night. In just less than 2 years, his life underwent a drastic and mythical change. He took revenge and cleared his hatred. He possessed wealth that rivaled that of a country and supreme power. He personally created a glorious entertainment empire and a technological kingdom that was ahead of its time. By his side, he has the peerless beauty Su Wanyu as his companion, the confidant Lin Weiwei as his admirer, and a group of loyal and talented partners such as Uncle Chen, Xia Lin, Li Shui, and Old Wang following him. He even confronted the legendary mysterious organization Shadow Parliament and achieved a temporary victory. His life seemed to have reached the peak that ordinary people could imagine. So, what next? Completely wipe out the Shadow Council? Continue to expand his business empire until Tianqin Group truly monopolizes the world? And then, like a true emperor, enjoy endless wealth, power, and a luxurious life surrounded by beautiful women until he grows old? For some reason, when Jiang Chen thought of this, instead of feeling too excited, he felt a sense of inexplicable emptiness and boredom. Could this be his rebirth, or in other words, the ultimate meaning of life after obtaining the system? Just when he was racking his brain and even felt a little confused about the future, the system that had not actively issued tasks for a long time suddenly issued a prompt in his mind with an unprecedented, solemn, and dignified voice that seemed to come from a higher dimensional space. Ding! It has been detected that the host's personal achievements, wealth accumulation, and global influence have reached their current peak. It is detected that the host has had deep thoughts about the future and his own mission. Conforms to special historical no judgment. Conforms to host's state of mind judgment. System mainline. Ultimate achievement mission. Officially opened. The ultimate achievement mission? Jiang Chen's heart trembled suddenly. He knew that the real big boss was coming. Mission name: the fourth wave, a revolution of wisdom and energy. Quest level: ultimate epic only. Mission background: the development of human civilization is like the tide. Every major technological breakthrough sets off a global wave, completely changing the world's structure and humanity's way of life. The first was the steam revolution, the second was the electric revolution, and the third was the information revolution. And now, host, the Tianchu artificial intelligence and the Penglai crystal super energy in your hands are the key to unlocking the fourth wave. Mission objective: complete the following 2 core indicators within the next 10 years. 1. Energy revolution. New energy technologies centered around Penglai crystals will achieve a global market penetration of over 70% across major sectors, including civil, industrial, and transportation. This will completely end humanity's dependence on fossil fuels and usher in a true clean energy era. 2. Smart revolution. The Tianchu AI-powered smart city operating system, personal intelligent assistants, and related AI applications will be fully implemented in the world's top 100 megacities. This will significantly improve the operational efficiency, safety, and quality of life of human society, ushering in a truly intelligent era. Mission difficulty: hell level. You will face a frenzied counterattack and obstruction from all the old forces around the world, including but not limited to the remnants of the Shadow Council, traditional interest groups, and various unpredictable natural and social risks. Mission rewards: full unlock of the system's ultimate form. The final fragment of the key of origin. And the permission to ask the system any ultimate question once and receive the true answer. Looking at this ultimate mission that could be described as changing fate against the will of heaven and reshaping the world, the confusion and emptiness in Jiang Chen's heart disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a blazing, unprecedented, fighting spirit and a sense of mission. So, this is the true meaning that the system has given him? It's not just for him to enjoy wealth and glory and live a life of luxury. Instead, he was to become the one who personally opened the door to a new era? He was to become the guide who would lead all of human civilization into a new era. This goal is much more ambitious than simply making money, getting slapped in the face, picking up girls, and it's also much more interesting. Very good. Very good. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with an incomparably bright light. He felt the blood in his body boiling again. I'll take this mission. He knew that the next 10 years would be the most challenging and turbulent 10 years in his life. He will become enemies with all the guardians of the old times around the world. He will use the technology and wisdom in his hands to reshape the order of this world. He will personally open up an unprecedented, great era. Just when Jiang Chen took on this ultimate mission and was filled with pride, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was Lin Weiwei. Jiang Chen answered the phone, but before he could even open his mouth, Lin Weiwei's voice, as clear and melodious as a lark, yet with a hint of shyness and boldness, like a little girl, came from the other end of the line. Mr. Jiang. My world tour will end next week. The company gave me a month's vacation. I bought a private island in the Maldives. The scenery there is so beautiful. I want to invite you, just the two of us, to go on vacation together, okay? Chapter 127: Penglai Technology Press Conference. In products that will change the world. The sunshine, beaches, and waves of the Maldives, and Lin Weiwei's eyes full of expectation and shyness, ultimately failed to defeat Jiang Chen's restless heart that wanted to make trouble. Of course, on the surface, he still politely declined Lin Weiwei's invitation for a two-person world on the grounds that the group's business is busy and he can't get away for the time being. He also promised that after he was done with this busy period, he would book the most beautiful island in the world to accompany her on a good vacation, and by the way, discuss the inspiration for the new album. This flawless operation not only soothed Lin Weiwei's sensitive girlish heart, but also temporarily avoided the possible jealousy from Su Wanyu. As for the so-called busy business mentioned by Jiang Chen, it was not entirely an excuse. Because he was preparing to drop a super nuclear bomb on the whole world that would change the way humanity lives. After several months of secret research and development, technology integration, and initial mass production of the Penglai Crystal Energy Core, Tianqin Technology has finally decided to hold an unprecedented global launch of its new product, Penglai Technology. The future has come. The venue for the press conference was not chosen from any traditional technology center, but directly chosen at Penglai Island. Through Tianchu AI and the world's top VR/AR live broadcast technology, this press conference will be broadcast live simultaneously to media and audiences around the world in an immersive, futuristic and sci-fi way. As soon as the news came out, the world was boiling again. Everyone knows that the Eastern tech giant that shocked the world with just a glimpse of its capabilities at CES and the New Energy Summit is finally going to reveal all its hidden cards. On the day of the press conference, the eyes of billions of people around the world were focused on the Penglai Island full of mystery and legend. In the livestream, Jiang Chen, dressed in a simple black turtleneck sweater and jeans, stood confidently and calmly on a stage brimming with futuristic technology, like a reincarnation of Steve Jobs. Behind him was a massive holographic projection screen, and, outside the window, incredibly realistic buildings floating in the air and a maglev train zipping by. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. Jiang Chen's opening remarks were simple, yet filled with unparalleled confidence and dominance. He didn't waste any extra time and went straight into the King Bomb segment. First, I'd like to introduce to you the complete form of an old friend. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a smartphone appeared on the huge holographic screen behind him, a smartphone that would make all mobile phone manufacturers around the world gasp in surprise. Penglai P1 Pro Max Plus Ultra. Its appearance is similar to the concept phone previously shown at CES. It's made entirely of a supermaterial called obsidian black gold, optimized from self-healing nanomaterials. Not only is it indestructible, it can also self-repair itself after scratches. It truly never needs a film. Its screen is a true 100% full screen. No notch, no hole. Because its front camera and all sensors are perfectly hidden under the screen. And its performance. It's equipped with the world's first 3nm Kirin pseudonym chip developed independently by Tianqin Technology, and integrates the Tianchu AI dedicated processing unit. Its performance is probably about 5 times that of the most powerful Apple A series chip currently on the market. Jiang Chen said calmly. Apple CEO Captain Cook, who was watching the livestream from the audience, nearly spat out blood. 5 times? Are you seriously? But that's not all. As for battery life, Jiang Chen smiled. It's still that tiny Penglai Crystal Energy Core. However, after our technical optimization, its energy density is higher and more stable. So, the theoretical battery life of the Penglai P1 Pro is, well, conservatively speaking, with normal use, I'd say at least 20 years. 20 years. The entire internet exploded. Holy crap. 20 years of battery life? My phone still has power even if I'm dead? Is this a fucking phone or a family heirloom? Will buying one last until my grandchildren's generation? Pingo fainted in the toilet crying. Sanshin deregistered the company overnight. How can this continue? However, this is just the appetizer. Next, Jiang Chen released Penglai Book X Pro, also equipped with the Penglai Crystal and Kirin chips. Its performance outshines any workstation-class computer, and its battery life is also measured in 10 years. And it also supports holographic projection interaction. You can project a virtual screen and keyboard directly into the air for operation. It's a sci-fi experience. Tianqin Smart Car T1, a futuristic smart electric car with a fully transparent dome cabin. Equipped with a more powerful Penglai Crystal battery pack and an upgraded Tianqin Elf AI intelligent driving system. Its range can easily circle the world on a single charge. Its autonomous driving capabilities have reached true level 5 levels. It can achieve fully autonomous driving in any road conditions. It can even engage in interesting emotional exchanges with the driver. Safety. The car's body is made of the same self-healing nanomaterials used in the buildings on Penglai Island. Minor scratches and scrapes will heal on their own with just a bit of sun. It can even withstand regular collisions and impacts. Home Smart EcoBox Little Oasis. The emergence of this product has made the whole world crazy. This is a white box that's only the size of a refrigerator and brims with technology. But inside, it's integrated with the miniature technology of a self-circulating ecosystem. You just need to put in the seeds, connect to the water source and power supply. Of course, it is also powered by the Penglai crystal, which consumes almost no electricity, and it can fully automatically grow a variety of fresh, pollution-free vegetables, fruits, and even some precious herbs for you. From sowing, watering, fertilizing using food waste, lighting, to finally picking, the entire process is completed automatically by AI. You only need to open the box every day to harvest the freshest ingredients. This is like bringing Happy Farm to life. And it's a fully automatic version. After this series of subversive black technology products that are enough to change human lifestyles are fully displayed, the whole world is completely speechless. All the media reporters, technology giants, and billions of ordinary viewers who were watching the press conference were stunned, their minds went blank. They felt as if they were watching a future product launch from 100 years in the future. Shocking. Incomparable shock. Then, there was a tsunami-like frenzy. Buy. Buy it. I'm going to buy it. Director Jen. Stop introducing. Hurry up and click on the link. My wallet is thirsty. A phone with a 10-year battery life. A laptop with holographic projection. A car that drives itself and repairs itself. A box that can even grow your own vegetables at home? What kind of magical life is this? From today on, I declare, Tianqian technology is the only YYDS eternal God in my heart. Apple? Google? Tesla? Ha, they're all little brothers in front of Tianqian technology. The moment the press conference ended, Tianqian Technology's official website and pre-sale link were paralyzed due to the huge influx of traffic. The stock prices of major tech companies around the world plummeted like a free fall. Countless investors panic sold, as if they were witnessing a massive, invincible tech leviathan about to devour the entire market. Inside the VIP box, Su Wanyu's pretty face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, feeling the godlike, world-changing power of her man, her heart filled with incomparable pride and love. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, still looked calm and composed. He looked at the world on the screen that was going crazy because of his own products, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Change the world? No, that's not enough. What he wants to do is create a brand new world. And all this has just begun. Chapter 128, A Glimpse into the System's Ultimate Truth? Or, a new game begins? The success of the Penglai Technology Global Launch Conference was like an unprecedented super tsunami, completely subverting the global technology industry landscape. Tianqian Group has swept the global market with its disruptive products that are ahead of the times and full of futuristic sense, in an almost dimensionality reduction attack manner. The Penglai series of mobile phones and notebooks have directly made the high-end product lines of traditional giants such as Apple, Samsung, etc. completely unpopular, and their market share has plummeted, and they are on the verge of bankruptcy and restructuring. The Tianqian Smart Car, with its incredible range, top-tier intelligent driving, and exceptional safety, has become the ultimate vehicle sought after by the world's wealthy and elite, with orders booked out for a decade. After experiencing it firsthand, Tesla's Ivan Musk reportedly locked himself in his office for 3 days and 3 nights, then announced that Tesla would fully transition to the development of flying cars, knowing they couldn't compete on the ground. The seemingly insignificant home smart ecosystem Little Oasis has completely changed the lifestyles of hundreds of millions of families around the world. It not only solves food and vegetable supply issues in some regions, but also ushers in a new era of family farming and customized healthy eating. As a result, Tianqian Group's market capitalization skyrocketed, breaking through 1 trillion. Breaking through 10 trillion. Ultimately, with a terrifying figure that left all financial institutions and economists gasping for breath, it unsurprisingly propelled Jiang Chen to the throne of the world's richest man. Moreover, he is number 1 by a huge margin. His personal wealth is greater than the total of the people ranked from 2nd to 100th on the Forbes Rich list. On this day, Jiang Chen stood on the top floor of the Tianshu Supercomputing Center on Penglai Island, which had been preliminarily completed and was full of futuristic science fiction. He looked down at the prosperous and orderly technological kingdom he had created, but his heart was surprisingly calm. Wealth, power, prestige? These things no longer seemed to have much appeal to him. What he cares more about is the future. And the mysterious system that gave him all this. Ever since his last diamond level sign in and unlocked the Information Detection Module Primary, he has been filled with endless curiosity about the origin of the system and the truth of this world. System, he asked calmly in his heart, looking at the beautiful scenery of the sea and sky in the distance, what are you? Why did you choose me? These may be the two most fundamental questions in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host's personal achievements have reached the peak of the current world Earth. It has been detected that the host has initially met the qualifications to explore the ultimate truth. Information Detection Module Primary, temporary increase in permissions. Retrieving core information about your question. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly jumped up. Answer, Master. Regarding my origin, I was not born in the dimension you are in. You can understand me as a superseed or singularity variable from a higher dimensional civilization, used for civilization observation and interference. Higher dimensional civilization? Superseed? Singularity variable? Jiang Chen felt like his brain was hit hard again. Regarding why I chose you, because, before you obtained this system, based on my initial model, after the car accident and the series of setbacks, your life trajectory had a 99.99% probability of self-destruction. And this trait of yours just happens to meet the seed activation, the lowest energy threshold and the highest potential for change. I almost committed suicide? Jiang Chen's heart shuddered as he recalled the endless despair on that rainy night, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Regarding this world, Master, have you ever considered whether the development of a civilization really has some kind of predetermined script or procedure? The system's question caused Jiang Chen's pupils to shrink suddenly. According to my partially unlocked database, countless civilizations similar to Earth exist throughout the vast universe. However, over 99% of these civilizations, upon reaching a certain technological singularity such as the awakening of strong artificial intelligence, the achievement of controlled nuclear fusion, or a breakthrough in primary space technology, self-destruct due to various internal or external factors such as war, resource depletion, technological failure, or even a cleansing from a higher dimension, and fall into reincarnation. This world, or rather, this copy of civilization, is also facing a similar great filter. And the meaning of my existence, perhaps, is to serve as a variable, a wall breaker, to observe and attempt to guide this civilization copy. Can it successfully break through that great filter and move toward a completely new, higher level? As for the so-called Shadow Council, you can also think of it as local antivirus software or conservative NPCs in this civilization dungeon attempting to maintain the stability of old versions and prevent version updates. Their pursuit of so-called evolution is merely a struggle within established frameworks, not true ascension. A social experiment field of a higher dimensional civilization? The great filter of human civilization? The Shadow Parliament is just antivirus software? Was the bug level hack that was sent down to test whether it could be updated? Jiang Chen felt that his worldview, at this moment, was completely crushed. He always thought that he was playing a cultivation game of becoming a wealthy urban tycoon. But I didn't expect. What he was playing turned out to be an ultimate survival game that concerned the fate of an entire civilization? Then, what is the end of the game? Just as Jiang Chen was feeling shocked and a little confused by the overwhelming amount of information, the system's cold, yet seemingly expectant voice sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has initially understood a corner of the truth of the world. Congratulations! You have met all the prerequisites for unlocking the system. Final hidden main mission. Mission name, The Path to Ascension Breaking Through the Great Filter. Quest level? Beyond Epic. Mission objective, within a limited time, lead this civilization copy you are in to successfully break through the big filter and make contact with my creator. Mission difficulty? Unknown. Quest reward, the ultimate truth of the system. The complete form of the key of origin. And a chance to truly control your own destiny. Looking at this ultimate task, all of Jiang Chen's previous confusion and emptiness disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is an unprecedented, blazing, fighting spirit and passion. Take control of your own destiny? Very good. He wants this reward. Whether it's a game or a script. Jiang Chen slowly stood up, gazing at the deep and boundless starry sky in the distance, his eyes gleaming with an incomparably bright light. My life, Jiang Chen, can only be written by myself. The future of this world will also be led by me. His words were resounding, as if he were issuing the ultimate challenge, for this super player, to that unknown, higher dimensional game administrator. A new journey, at this moment, officially begins. Chapter 129, The First Step. The Global Revolution of Panglai Energy. After taking on the epic mission that could be called the ultimate, the lofty ambitions in Jiang Chen's heart burned like the fire of an ignited star, and could not be quelled for a long time. Breaking through the great filter, leading civilization to ascend. He stood at the highest point of Panglai Island, gazing into the deep starry sky, repeatedly pondering this goal that was so grand that it was almost unreal, but his eyes became clearer and more determined. He knew that this was by no means an empty slogan, nor was it some middle school hot-blooded fantasy. This was the mission the system had bestowed upon him. It was also the only direction he would strive for throughout his life. He also deeply realized that achieving such a grand goal would not be achieved overnight. It would require careful planning, vast resources, and a fulcrum that could pry open the entire civilization of Earth. Tianshu, Jiang Chen asked calmly in his mind, with the resources and technology we currently possess, if we want to achieve the ultimate goal of breaking through the great filter, where do you think the first move should be? Report to Master, the evolved Tianshu AI's thinking has long surpassed simple data analysis and has begun to display astonishing strategic foresight. Based on my in-depth deduction of Earth civilization's current social structure, technological level, and its internal development logic and major contradictions, the conclusion is energy. Energy is the lifeblood of modern industrial civilization, the cornerstone of all high-tech development, and the core of current global geopolitical games and conflicts of interest. It is also the fundamental lifeline that the so-called Shadow Council relies on to control the world. If we can completely replace traditional fossil energy with clean, efficient, and nearly unlimited super energy like Panglai crystal, then 1. Economically, we will completely destroy the economic foundations of the old forces, including the Shadow Council, and establish a brand new global energy economic system dominated by us. 2. Technologically, unlimited, cheap energy will completely liberate human productivity and creativity, driving advancements in fields like artificial intelligence, aerospace, and biogenetics, ushering in an unprecedented technological explosion. 3. On the civilizational level, when humanity completely breaks free from the shackles of energy and no longer consumes resources for survival, it will truly possess the ticket to explore the universe and move towards a higher level of civilization. Therefore, Master, your first move to break through the great filter must, and can only be, to launch a complete energy revolution on a global scale. Tianshu's analysis coincides with Jiang Chen's idea. Very good. An unprecedented bright light suddenly burst out from Jiang Chen's eyes. He knew what he should do. Break through the great filter? Lead human civilization to ascension? Jiang Chen stood at the highest point of Panglai Island, thinking about the ultimate task issued by the system, and couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. This script is too fucking childish and too fucking passionate, right? But I like. He knew that such a grand, almost illusory goal couldn't be achieved overnight. If he wanted to update an entire civilization, he had to start by solving its most fundamental and core problems. And this problem is energy. Energy is the lifeblood of modern industrial civilization. It is also the greatest shackle that constrains the development of human civilization. It is also the fundamental interest of those guardians of the old world, the Shadow Council, who rely on it to control the world. If he could completely replace traditional fossil fuels with the clean, efficient, and nearly limitless super energy of the Panglai crystal, the economic hegemony of the Shadow Council would collapse. Human civilization would be freed from its heavy energy constraints, and thus possess infinite possibilities for advancing to a higher level. This is his first step to break through the big filter. After figuring this out, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly burst into an unprecedented bright light. He immediately summoned Su Wanyu, Chen Bo, Professor Xiaolin, and the top leaders of all relevant business units of Tianjin Group to the command center of Panglai Island to hold a top-level strategic meeting that would determine the future of Tianjin Group and even the future of the entire world. At the meeting, Jiang Chen did not prepare or greet anyone, but directly projected a plan that was rushed out overnight by the Tianshu AI, which was full of subversive and unparalleled ambitions, onto the huge holographic screen. On the cover of the plan, there was a line of large characters burning with golden flames. Prometheus Fire Global New Energy Popularization and Revolution Plan. Everyone, Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. From today on, all strategic focuses of Tianjin Group will be tilted towards this plan. We have only one goal. He glanced around at the executives present, all stunned and horrified by the plan, and spoke word for word. Within the next 3 years, we will use our Panglai crystal technology to completely overturn the existing global energy supply system. We will completely sweep those polluting, inefficient, and monopolized fossil fuels by a few interest groups into the dustbin of history. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Although everyone present knew the power of the Panglai crystal technology and knew director Zhang's ambition and courage, they never dreamed that director Zhang would actually play such a big game. Are they going to launch a general attack on all traditional energy giants in the world? This is no longer a simple business competition. This is a declaration of war against the entire old world order. Su Wanyu looked at Zhang Chen, who looked down upon the world with an arrogant look, as if he wanted to trample the whole world under his feet. Her beautiful eyes shone with excitement, and her heart was filled with waves of thrills, as well as incomparable pride and fighting spirit. This man can always bring her the greatest surprises and excitement. I know this goal sounds crazy. Zhang Chen seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He smiled and continued, but we have the ability and the responsibility to accomplish it. To achieve this goal, I have decided to immediately establish a brand new, wholly owned subsidiary company, which will be led by me and independent of the existing Tianqin Group system. Its name is Tianqin Future Energy. Its mission is to carry out the Prometheus Fire Plan. Zhang Chen then elaborated on the specific implementation steps of the Prometheus Fire Plan. The first step is a revolution on the consumer side, making battery life anxiety a thing of the past. Tianqin Future Energy will build the Panglai Crystal Super Battery Production Factory and the Smart Charging Battery Replacement Service Network on a large scale worldwide at an unprecedented speed. They will first launch 3 blockbuster products. Eternal Heart Mobile Phone Laptop Battery directly replaces existing electronic device batteries, achieving the terrifying effect of one charge, lifetime battery life, completely destroying the power bank industry. Xinqing Taibao Automotive Power Battery Pack, partnering with major global automakers, those who don't will be eliminated. We're launching new energy vehicles powered by our Panglai Crystal Stone batteries, truly achieving 1 minute of charging, 50,000 kilometers of range. Let's make gas stations a thing of the past. The Home Energy Cube, a suitcase-sized home energy storage device that can meet an average family's electricity needs for a month. And it can be self-charged through rooftop photovoltaics or off-peak electricity prices, completely freeing you from dependence on the traditional power grid. The second step is industrial revolution, reshaping the global energy landscape. Tianqin Future Energy will launch a larger-scale industrial-grade Panglai Crystal Energy Station. It will provide stable, affordable, and absolutely clean electricity to large factories, super data centers, desalination plants, and even entire cities. This will completely replace heavily polluting and inefficient thermal power. It will also surpass hydropower and wind power, which are severely restricted by geographical conditions. Even traditional nuclear power, whose safety has always been controversial, will pale in comparison. The third step is global strategic alliance, unite all forces that can be united. Zhang Chen announced that he would strictly implement the Prometheus plan previously agreed upon at the New Energy Summit. We will provide free civilian-grade basic technical assistance and preferential policies to all member states that join the program, especially those in the third world suffering from energy shortages and environmental problems, to help them build their own new energy infrastructure. We want the whole world to see. Zhang Chen's voice was filled with powerful incitement. Tianqin Technology doesn't want to monopolize the future. Instead, we want to share the future with the whole world. We must unite all forces that yearn for development, progress, and the desire to break free from the shackles of the old energy hegemony. Together, we will build a global new energy community that belongs to us all, is fair, open, and future-oriented. When Zhang Chen revealed the entire Fire of Prometheus plan, the entire conference room had already fallen into a furious silence. All the executives were completely conquered by this great plan that was grand enough to be recorded in human history and was full of idealism and unparalleled business wisdom. They knew that if this plan succeeded, Tianqin Group would no longer be just a business empire. It will become the rule-maker and energy master of the new world. And each of them will become a witness and hero of this great revolution. Boss Zhang is awesome. Let's do it. Director Zhang. Together with you, we will overthrow this old world. For the future of mankind. Go for it. In the conference room, there was an unprecedented, thunderous cheer and applause. There was a blazing fire in everyone's eyes. Su Wanyu looked at the man standing in the center of the stage, receiving everyone's worship and following like a god. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless love and pride. She knew that this man was born to be on a bigger stage. And she will be the most capable and loyal co-pilot by his side. Jiang Chen looked at the excited crowd and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, internal consensus has been reached. Next, the question is how to deal with the inevitable, crazy counterattack from outside. He knew that the Prometheus Fire plan was equivalent to directly digging up the graves of the Shadow Parliament and those traditional energy giants. They will definitely stop me at all costs. Political suppression? Market barriers? Or even more direct measures? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. However, he was not worried at all. Because he still has a trump card that he hasn't played yet. Chapter 130, God's Assist from Dragon Country. Tianqin's special license plate. The launch of the Prometheus Fire plan is like a loud clarion call, officially announcing that Tianqin Group will launch a general offensive against the world's old energy hegemony. The entire group is like a sophisticated war machine wound up with a full spring, running at an unprecedented efficiency and high speed. Su Wanyu and her business team began to conduct intensive cooperation negotiations and market layout with the member states of the Prometheus Project Alliance on a global scale. Professor Xie Ling and his group of scientific lunatics are working hard on Penglai Island to develop the large-scale mass production technology of Penglai crystal batteries, and new breakthroughs are reported every day. Li Shui and Mr. Wang of Brilliant Entertainment have also begun planning a global, super charity concert and film promoting the theme of clean energy, a brighter future. They've invited all of their top artists, including Lin Weiwei, Chen Mo, and Qin Feng, to participate, building global momentum for Tianqin's energy revolution. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner according to Jiang Chen's script. However, just as Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu expected, huge resistance also followed. The Western Group of 7 G7, led by the United States, under lobbying and pressure from the Shadow Parliament and traditional energy giants, almost simultaneously jointly announced that China would. All new energy products and technologies from Longhua Tianqin Technology will be subject to the strictest indefinite review. They will also be temporarily banned from entering the domestic market. This is undoubtedly an extremely insidious and vicious combination punch. They intend to use their dominant position in the global market to build a technological barrier and trade barrier to forcibly limit the influence of Tianqin technology and Penglai crystal to Longhua and those third world countries. In this way, they can maintain their shaky energy hegemony. As soon as the news came out, the world was in an uproar. A hint of worry and unease also emerged within Tianqin Group. After all, the European and American markets are among the most important and affluent consumer markets in the world. If they were shut out, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the global promotion of the Prometheus Fire project. Jiang Chen, we. Su Wanyu looked at the latest international news, her brows furrowed, and her pretty face was full of solemnity. Don't worry. Jiang Chen's face still had that calm and composed expression. He gently patted Su Wanyu's hand and said soothingly, their reaction was exactly as I expected. In fact, it was even slower and weaker than I expected. Huh? Su Wanyu was a little confused. Do they think they can stop the wheel of history with this outdated trade protectionism and technological barriers? Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. How naive. They will soon find out that it's not Tianqin technology that they are rejecting. Jiang Chen paused, his tone becoming extremely confident and domineering. What they rejected was the future. Just then, Uncle Chen walked in excitedly, holding an encrypted communication device in his hand. Sir. Madam. He bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu, his voice filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Beijing, Minister Qin's highest-level encrypted communication. Minister Qin? Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu looked at each other and saw a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. They know that the country's divine assist is coming. Jiang Chen took the communicator, and Minister Qin's elegant yet intimidating face soon appeared on the screen. Comrade Jiang Chen, Minister Qin said in a steady and powerful voice, getting straight to the point. We've already seen the reaction of the Western world. It's as expected. It's just the last-ditch effort of this clown. First of all, on behalf of the country, I would like to express my highest respect and gratitude to you and Tianqin Group for the great achievements you have made in the field of new energy, and the great honor and voice you have won for our dragon country on the international stage. Minister Qin said solemnly to the camera. Minister Qin, you're too kind. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, it is my duty to bring glory to my country. Well said. Well said. A glint of admiration flashed in Minister Qin's eyes. The country will never let its heroes fight alone. After careful discussion at the highest levels, we have decided to formally incorporate Tianqin Group and your Prometheus Fire plan into the top strategic sequence of the country's Belt and Road Initiative and Community of Shared Future for Mankind. To help you and Tianqin Technology better promote this great technology that can change the destiny of mankind on a global scale and break the Western blockade and suppression. Minister Qin paused, his tone becoming extremely solemn. The state has decided to grant you and Tianqin Group an unprecedented Special Operation and Security License. Su Wanyu was shocked when she heard this. Special Operation and Security License? This has never happened before in Dragon Country's business history. This license plate, Minister Qin continued, his voice carrying a hint of undeniable power, will grant you 3 special privileges. First, quasi-diplomatic immunity. In the future, Tianqin Group will enjoy the same partial diplomatic immunity as our diplomatic missions when conducting business activities and technological cooperation in any country with diplomatic ties with my country. Any country or organization that dares to unreasonably harass or suppress Tianqin Group will be considered a direct challenge to our sovereignty. Second, global security authorization. The nation will officially recognize and authorize the Tianqin security team you formed, centered around retired Special Forces Soldier Wang, as a special non-staff security force to protect our country's vital assets and personnel overseas. We will provide them with the most advanced weaponry, comprehensive intelligence sharing, and the power to request assistance from local embassies and military garrisons when necessary. Third, military technology cooperation Green Channel. The state will fully open up cooperation and civilianization authorization to Tianqin Technology in areas related to new energy, new materials, artificial intelligence, aerospace, and other fields, some non-core military technologies. In other words, in the future, you can work with our best military companies to jointly develop some more interesting things. For example, faster aircraft? More defensive materials? Or smarter drones? Boom! Minister Qin's words were like 3 heavy nuclear bombs, which set off huge waves in the hearts of Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu. Quasi-diplomatic immunity? Global security authorization? Military-industrial technological cooperation? This isn't some fucking special license plate. This is clearly a license issued directly to Jiang Chen by the state one that allows him to legally act cool and walk around the world a golden medal of immunity from death plus imperial sword. With this license, Tianqin Group's global status will instantly leap from a mere business giant to a semi-official entity backed by national will, capable of engaging in equal dialogue with any country, a super entity. Those Western technological barriers and trade blockades are simply a joke in front of this license. Minister Qin. Jiang Chen was also deeply shocked by the country's divine assistance this time. He took a deep breath and solemnly said to the screen, "Please express my most sincere gratitude to the country in the highest level on my behalf. Tianqin Group will never let down the country's trust and expectations." Very good. Minister Qin nodded with satisfaction. "We believe in you, Comrade Jiang Chen. Just go for it. Let the whole world see this, a new era. A new order for our dragon nation. It's time for this world to change its leader." Communication ended. Jiang Chen and Su Wanyu looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes the irrepressible excitement and the burning desire to fight. Wanyu, Jiang Chen held Su Wanyu's hand tightly, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. "Our journey has just begun." "Yes." Su Wanyu nodded heavily and snuggled into his arms, her beautiful eyes filled with infinite love and pride. "I will accompany you, and together, rule the world. With the country, the most powerful and reliable God assist." Jiang Chen knew that his energy revolution that was sweeping the world would no longer face any obstacles. And those Shadow Parliament and Old Energy Interest Alliance who are trying to stop the chariot with their own arms. What awaits them is the ultimate fate of being crushed to pieces by the rolling tide of the new era.